Chapter 1, Being Discouraged in the Beginning, I awakened 10 item columns. At first, no one cared about this disaster. It was just an earthquake, a tsunami, the fall of a city, until it became relevant to everyone. 93 years have passed since the space transfer event. 2042, China, Southern Guangdong Province, Xianxiao City, Nanhe District 2nd Middle School. It was a September afternoon, and the river breeze was hardly enough to relieve the heat. The office of the grade director, with the words Li Sanjiang hanging below. Jiang Yu, your martial arts grades are not ideal. Li Sanjiang pushed his eyes and crossed his legs. I heard from the culture teacher that your cultural achievement is excellent, not even worse than those students who go for liberal arts. Jiang Yu nodded slightly. In his previous life, he was originally an outstanding small-town problem solver. It was just that when he graduated from college, he happened to meet the economic downturn. Artificial intelligence was raging, and tens of millions of college students were having trouble finding employment. He had to take on a yellow robe and deliver takeout. As a result, the night was dark and rainy, and the ground was slippery, and he hit the big time. Woke up and traveled into this world as a senior student. Crossing has been more than a month, just experienced an opening school mapping exam. Li Sanjiang smiled and said, I suggest you change to the liberal arts. Maybe you are not the material to read martial arts. What do you think? Jiang Yu frowned slightly. In this world, the martial arts were in a prosperous stage of development. Even the college entrance exam was divided into liberal arts and martial arts. Martial artists, in this world, had an extremely high social status and generous treatment. Getting into a top martial arts university, becoming a respected entry-level martial artist, eating and drinking, and being admired by 10,000 people, was something that countless students dreamed of. In his previous life, he had suffered through the entrance exams, and at the end of the day, he had exhausted himself for a few tales of broken silver. Now, living again, he does not want to take the old road of his previous life. What's more, the employment environment of liberal arts in this world is even more involutional and harsh than the previous life. Programmers have to learn 8 languages, the salary is only 2,000, was forced to sell barbecue at night after work. Jiang Yu thought about it and firmly said, I want to take the martial arts college entrance exam. Please let me put up a fight. Small-town doer, was ridiculed in addition to doing problems, nothing. But, the late-night lights are witnesses to perseverance and determination. There's no need to worry about cultural achievements at all my time can be used for cultivation. Li Sanjiang was a little surprised, narrowing his eyes slightly as he looked at Jiang Yu. I'm not discussing with you, I've seen many people like you, what did you do earlier? You're only at life level 4 now, martial arts synthesis not to mention. Leaning forward, Li Sanjiang stood up violently, even bringing with him the full oppression of a martial artist, shocking Jiang Yu. If not for the fact that he had traveled across the world and his mental strength far exceeded that of normal people, his mind would have gone blank at this point and he would not have known what to do. Even so, Jiang Yu also froze for a while, before reacting, his heart cursed, actually used this kind of tactics on students. No wonder, in the end, the students who went out were all well behaved, transferred to the liberal arts, saying that they did not want to continue to read the martial arts. Either that, or hastily transfer to another school. A hint of smugness flashed in his eyes as Li Sanjiang stared at Jiang Yu. To put it bluntly, I don't think you can achieve any dint in martial arts. Even if you end up getting into a martial arts academy, you'll only be at the bottom of the heap. Even if you spend a lot of financial resources, do you have a chance to enter the rank in this lifetime? Li Sanjiang gave Jiang Yu the death sentence. If you guys do this, you will only pull down the school's advancement rate, it's too selfish and reckless. The picture was poor, Jiang Yu sneered in his heart, this was Li Sanjiang's focus. This world as much valued the school's promotion rate and re-entry rate. A good promotion rate data means that the school can produce more excellent students, and the enrollment is persuasive. It can attract more resources to flow in. The most crucial thing is that this way Li Sanjiang's performance bonus will look better. No wonder that in these years, the status of the 2nd middle school in South River District has risen all the way up. Taking a look at the photo of a boy placed on Li Sanjiang's desktop, Jiang Yu's heart was somewhat enlightened. Knowledge of me is all hearsay, what makes you decide my fate in a few words? Your child, if interested in liberal arts, will let him go to liberal arts? Hurriedly pounced on the photo on the table, Li Sanjiang as if the secret of his heart was seen through, no reason to be shocked, he will only go to the martial arts path, and can only go to the martial arts path. Alright, get out of here. Why is this Jiang Yu still so calm and comfortable? Li Sanjiang frowned, I'll call your home later. Jiang Yu opened his mouth, thought of something, sighed and turned around to go out. In the corridor, 5 or 6 students were gathered, looking at the door with nervous faces. Classmate, what is the teacher calling you in for? Jiang Yu smiled slightly to ease the tension. It's okay, don't worry, let the parents talk to him. Oh. Well, thanks. Everyone in their hearts actually guessed what Li Sanjiang was looking for them for. Their martial arts grades were all very poor. Let's go back to class first. We still have to take the test. We're going to be made to look at again. Jiang Yu looked at the dome of the sky and silently sighed in his heart. The original owner's parents were both dead, and he currently lived with his brother and sister-in-law. Only, it seemed that the original owner had suffered some sort of psychological trauma and was not very willing to cultivate. This resulted in Jiang Yu inheriting a low level of martial arts cultivation after crossing over. This time, the bottom examination, the basic quality and martial arts synthesis, miserable. Fortunately, in this world, the laws of physics are the same as in the previous life, and Newton's coffin board has not been overturned. There is not much difference in the mathematics, science and chemistry students. At most, the name of the person found has been changed, and the symbols have been slightly changed. No wonder the math teacher always said that math is the universal language of the universe. That's why Jiang Yu was able to get almost a perfect score in the cultural synthesis. If the goal was just to go to a martial arts school, then the life level would have to be at least level 6, with a martial arts composite score no lower than the national line, plus a near-perfect score on one's culture. Martial arts is a gold elimination cave, and the original owner's brother is not a person of great wealth, and there is a little one to raise. Jiang Yu sighed. Maybe they will really consider letting me switch to liberal arts. Even if they don't, cultivating, spending money must be like running water. How can I be at peace? Gotta find a way to earn money. Mad, in my last life plus this life, there are so many rich people on earth, more than one of me will explode? If there is money, I will still consider so much? Just when Jiang Yu was annoyed, there seemed to be a light blue box in front of his eyes that gradually became clearer, like the item bar of a game, with a total of 10 grids on it. On one side of the grid, it also showed his own information. Jiang Yu. Life rank, 4.3 unranked martial artist. Spirit level, 15. Physical body cultivation method, Qifeng Gong. Spiritual energy cultivation method, gathering elemental determination. Martial skills, sword technique 33% of first rank, body technique 33% of first rank, fist technique 38% of first rank. Item bar, 10-10. One's golden finger has finally arrived? Jiang Yu was a little excited, but there was only an interface that didn't tell him how to use it. However, it looked as if the item bar was able to equip certain items. Jiang Yu thought briefly. There was nothing else to test at the moment, but there were a few more books in his bag, one of which was a detailed explanation of basic swordsmanship, a textbook compiled by the state to gather experts for the majority of students. Jiang Yu put his hand into the bag, and the moment he touched the book, there was a feeling in his mind that he could equip it. With a thought, the blue-covered book instantly appeared in the item bar. Basic Swordsmanship Detailed Explanation 3rd edition. Description: Basic sword technique compiled by the combined efforts of the Chinese sword Dao experts, and contains insights and feelings that are of great value to beginners. Equipment effect. Basic sword technique grand completion. Sword technique proficiency increase speed plus 50%. Jiang Yu only felt a huge stream of knowledge into his mind, as if an immortal had enlightened him, and as if he had started practicing swordplay since he was a child, and to this day, each move had long since been incorporated into his instincts. He felt that there must be the words level +1 constantly popping out above his head at the moment. Looking at the system interface again. Chapter 2, the year 17 stands like a horse. Martial skills, sword technique 1% of 3rd rank, footwork 1% of 3rd rank, fist technique 98% of 1st rank. Item column, 9-10. Item column 1, basic sword technique detailed explanation 3rd edition. The great completion of basic sword technique allowed Jiang Yu's sword technique to reach the realm of the ascension. 3rd rank level, looking at the entire Xianxiao is extremely rare, even those top 50 geniuses in the first middle school, not everyone has reached the 3rd rank. Martial arts are multi-dimensional and affect each other. If you want to improve your sword technique, you can't lag behind in your stance level. When the body technique improves, naturally the fist technique will grow as well. Regardless of the type of weapon, both handwork and footwork are indispensable, and both must work together in order to maximize power. Especially the sword must be combined with a high level of stance in order to maximize its power. Otherwise, wheelchair sword saint, the picture is too beautiful for Jiang Yu to even think about. With this hand of swordsmanship and stance, I'm afraid it's not much of a problem to get a high score in one's martial arts rating. Jiang Yu pondered in his heart. The martial arts college entrance exam had 3 subjects with a full score of 750 points: martial arts synthesis, cultural synthesis, and basic qualities, of which the martial arts scoring belonged in the martial arts synthesis. The martial arts synthesis covered weaponry, boxing, and kicking kung fu as well as actual combat, accounting for 40% of the score of the college entrance examination, which could be considered the most important. With this item bar, as long as I find the right items that I can equip, I should be able to solve my current dilemma of lacking time and resources. Top universities might not be a dream. If one can enter a top university and get taught martial arts by that group of top Chinese martial arts teachers, entering the rank of martial artist is just the starting point. Jiang Yu clenched his fists with some excitement. The equipment bonus in the item bar was not permanent. As he changed items, the effect would change. Therefore, it was still necessary to rely on this item bar to quickly improve his basic abilities. With his feet much lighter, Jiang Yu quickly walked back to his classroom. Along the way, Jiang Yu was also testing the abilities of this system, and soon he summarized the rules. Not everything could be put in, such as stones, chairs, and textbooks wouldn't work. Even the pictorial version of the cultivation techniques issued by the school did not work. Jiang Yu guessed, could it be because this version was a simplified version to allow everyone to get started quickly, losing the information entropy, so the system could not be equipped? He could only test it later. He also tried putting himself in it. But it didn't work either. Soon Jiang Yu summarized some rules. First, not everything can be equipped, only those recognized by the system can be equipped, such as the very complete Cultivation Insights basic sword technique. Second, the system will not take the initiative to enhance. If you want to equip it, you have to take your hand and touch it to create a meditative feeling. The classroom was as big as 2 basketball courts, and one side was filled with weapon racks that held the students' weapons. In the center, a bald teacher with a height of 190 and a double door stature saw Jiang Yu return and nodded slightly. Go back and stand still. Yes, Teacher Lu. Teacher Lu, whose full name was Lu Dan, was often called halogen egg by his students in private. When Jiang Yu returned to the team, this Jiang Yu actually came back intact from the hands of Li Sanjiang. That's the devil's tendon mana. Those who were called over by him will definitely change schools or switch to liberal arts. Che, licking a pussy face to rely on here just. I don't know how I can stay here with a low life level and poor martial arts skills. He thinks martial arts is the same as liberal arts. Writing and memorizing can blitz high scores? Jiang Yu scored high in cultural science this time and was praised by class teacher Chui. There were many people who were jealous in their hearts. Many people were pulling serious scores in the liberal arts. Jiang Yu couldn't help but clench his fists and sigh. Lu Dan swept a glance at the students present and frowned. Lazy and noisy, what's it like, 10,000 feet high, the year of senior year? It's not too much to say that it's the year that determines the destiny of your martial arts and even your entire life. Do you think the others will rest together and wait for you, or will the foreign beasts in the source world be merciful and give you a chance to go home and cultivate properly? Today is the rehearsal for the weapon practical class. You all have rested enough. Now each of you find someone to perform the rehearsal. Later I will find you one by one to perform the sparring test. Those who fail the test, stay and I will accompany you for extra practice. Ah! It's all because of this Jiang Yu, causing Halogen Egg to get angry, to be extra practiced. It's going to be bloody abused by Mr. Halogen Egg again. Besides the class president and vice class president, is there anyone in our class who can walk through 5 moves in his hands? The students wailed, each muttering as they went to get their weapons. Jiang Yu stepped aside, his heart somewhat agitated. Luden was already one of the highest caliber martial artists he could realistically come into contact with. He removed his unbladed iron sword. These cold weapons, all of which were real, were issued by the state for students to practice with, except that they were not allowed to open their blades to prevent accidental injuries. 18 kinds of weapons, the most people choose is the sword, lance. As for the other axe and battle axe, hammer, mace, etc., few people choose. Sword is the king of all weapons. The advantages and disadvantages are not obvious. Very middle of the road is the most suitable weapon for Jiang Yu before. Otherwise, with the foundation of the predecessor, choosing other weapons would only magnify the shortcomings. Jiang Yu held the iron sword in his hand and casually pulled a beautiful sword flower. The skillful feeling was too wonderful. He looked around, wanting to find a fellow student to rehearse so that he could see just how powerful this swordsmanship third order was against the students. Jiang Yu walked to a male student who was also holding a sword. Student, you found someone to rehearse it, why don't we? The male student's face hung with an awkward smile. I have an appointment with someone else, ask someone else. Jiang Yu froze in place, oh good. Ginger Feather turned her head back to the other guy, should we join together? That person immediately shook his head. Forget about it, I have an appointment with the class president. The class president seems to be almost second order advanced in sword skills recently, right? It just so happens that I also practice swords. Jiang Yu was a bit depressed and asked for another one, but the result was that the other person said that he was also with the class president. Class president, Bowen. The number one in Jiang Yu's class, with grades that could have rushed into the top 50 of the grade. It was just strange that he obviously could have gone to the elite class where the academics were gathered, but he had to stay in Jiang Yu's class. Hey, again. He watched as that male student trotted away at a fast pace, talking and laughing with another boy. I'll go, just now that Jiang Yu actually wanted to find me to practice. I don't want to be in a group with him, it's too much of a dish, wasting my time for nothing. Indeed, what's the point of playing with this kind of hangman? I'm not here for charity, I still want to improve myself. Shh, don't say it so loud, in case someone else hears it. That male student only then converged a little, scratched his face. I'm not afraid, anyway, I'm telling the truth, what's wrong? Jiang Yu raised his sword and looked around in bewilderment. These students are also too realistic. Seeing that the students are all practicing on their own, the sound of weapons clashing is rising and falling. There were also many who preferred to stand on the sidelines and wait, just to fight with the top few in the class. In this world, the strong were honored, and the social status of the top martial artists was unimaginably high. They weren't too willing to pay attention to class hangers-on like Jiang Yu. Right now, no one was willing to fight against him, so he could only wait for half an hour and have a rehearsal with Rudin. That year 17. Jiang Yu stood at the edge of the crowd and smiled to himself. I am like a minion. Jiang Yu looked at not far away, by the stars Bowen. Countless people would rather dry wait, but also want to fight against him once. At this moment, a shout of surprise came from the other side. While Vice Class President's sword technique is too powerful, it's really fluttering, at least it's second rank advanced. I'm afraid it's at the same level as the class president. That's true, she's the only one in our class who can catch up to Bowen. Hey, in other words, only brother Bowen is good enough for Lin Ruoxin. He and Lin Ruoxin are the only ones in our class who can get along. Who says it's not? The vice class looks at everyone with a look of stranger don't enter, except for something to be able to say a word besides. Lin Ruoxin had a polite light smile on her face, and always had a faint sense of detachment, rejecting people. Other than girls, Lin Ruoxin's gaze never lingered on anyone. There was no school flower list in South River District No. 2 Middle School. Lin Ruoxin's cleaned up stunning looks, her beautiful eyes like autumn water in the mountains, made everyone forget. As a legend, it circulated amongst the various schools in Xianxiao. With a sweep of her beautiful eyes, her gaze landed on the somewhat foolish Jiang Yu. The corner of her mouth rose slightly, and then she exchanged ideas with a female classmate. Finally, Jiang Yu raised his head. Free rehearsal time is up, start the assessment. Chapter 3, The Sword Winds of Bowen. Rudin swept the crowd, slowly said, the standard of the examination, everything in accordance with the requirements of the college entrance examination, you must take it seriously, you must know that at this time, put your best foot forward, so that you can be at ease during the examination. Next, according to the previous results ranking to come, ranked behind, must watch carefully, if there is an epiphany, in the sparring time and time to use out, I will help you test. The crowd followed Rudin to the other side of the classroom. A high concrete platform with stairs on both sides. Above the ring, 6 cameras with ultrasonic radar were arranged to record data. The first one, Bowen. In the large classroom, all the students stood aside, surrounding a specific ring. And all tacitly stayed away from the safety white line drawn on the floor, avoiding being grazed by the aftermath of the battle as much as possible. Holding an iron rod, Rudin stood at the side of the ring, several meters away from Bowen. I will follow the standards of the entrance exams and only use the strength and speed of life level 5. And the battle against you will take place under this detection system in the ring. Jiang Yu was slightly shocked and only felt that it was a bit difficult. This world, with its high-tech precision instruments, had strictly formulated the standards for each life level based on statistical and algorithmic calculations. Level 5, that is, the punching force should reach 200 kilograms and the explosive speed reaches 11 ms. Jiang Yu was only at level 4.3 at this time, with a fist strength of 150 kilograms. A full 1/3 difference. Lu Dan slowly said, in the college entrance exam, martial arts comprehensive accounts for 40%, I hope that you guys will be able to achieve more than 180 points later on. Taking 180 points in martial arts synthesis was the threshold line for admission into a martial arts university. Bowen put on his training armor, which was covered with steel, using a sandwich process to allow for greater protection without being too bulky. Even if the blade was not open, safety redundancy measures still had to be done. Bowen turned back and took a long knife, and with a twist of his wrist, the long knife flew through the air twice and landed steadily in his hand. Teenage genius, showing all his vigor. Wow, class president is too handsome, if only he could be my boyfriend. Class captain's current life level is 6.1, his fist strength is roughly 300 kilograms, and his speed is 13 ms, so he has the advantage in physical quality. The sword technique has also refined a lot. I guess I can walk through at least 20 moves in Mr. Halogenig's hands this time. All of the students were looking forward to Bowen with adoring expressions. Teacher, I'm on. Bowen held his sword and arched his hand, his eyes gradually glaring. Rudin nodded, just come. Bowen smiled lightly, his right foot stepping heavily on the ground, his body directly vaporizing. In an instant, it spanned several meters and swept in front of Lu Dan. Swish! The long knife in Bowen's hand broke through the wind, chopping down with the swiftness of thunder. The knife was known for its fierceness, to be as powerful as a tiger. Because of the strengthening of his mental power due to crossing over, Jiang Yu remembered very clearly the 16-word mantra of the knife technique. Its root is in the ground, transportation strength in the waist, knife with the body movement, step with the knife move. Said the knife, the lower plate to be stable, through the waist of the force, with the whole body force, convergence in the knife, can be swift and fierce. The direction of the knife should be coordinated with the rotation of the body, and at the same time, the footsteps should be coordinated with the movement of the knife, so that the knife can be strong and powerful, but with a hint of dexterity. Obviously, Bowen had done well with these 16 words, and was worthy of being the best in the class. Lu Dan nodded slightly, his long stick crossed his hand, blocking Bowen's chopping attack. The stick technique also emphasized on bravery, swiftness, and versatility. Stick and knife duel, at this time, is to see who is more dexterous. Bowen is not annoyed, a blow failed, draw the knife back. The stick is longer than the knife. The so-called 1 inch long, 1 inch strong. Bowen knows that must be close. Calmly approaching sideways, Bowen knife wrapped around the left shoulder, incidentally, a wrapped head knife. The corner of Rudin's mouth hooked, the same foot stepped on the Big Dipper, pulling out his body position, the iron stick in his hand fiercely poked the ground, utilizing the force to top outwards. Dang! The vertical stick once again blocked Bowen's attack. Almost hit again. Everyone watched with great fascination. Even if none of the weapons were open-ended, it was still extremely dangerous to hit the body with a martial artist's immense force. Jiang Yu subconsciously shook his head, his stance was now also at the third stage of pure fire, so he naturally saw it. It's Mr. Rudin's stance that is too subtle, it seems that every time he comes close to not dodging, but in reality, it's the precise control of the body, every bit of physical strength is calculated accurately, and he never makes any unnecessary movements. Jiang Yu pondered in his heart, only looking at the figure, he thought that Mr. Rudin would only use his strength to break the trick, but in reality, his stance was definitely at the 3rd rank level. Jiang Yu frowned slightly, Bowen's life level was above the 6th rank, his power was definitely higher than the power that teacher Rudin suppressed at all times. However, it was still being neutralized by Rudin's attack. Blade technique, Jiang Yu could not really see. But body skills, Bowen definitely does not have the 3rd rank. One of the students next to him, looking at Jiang Yu's bowed head in thought, couldn't help but skim his mouth. No, what is he pretending? We can only see a generalization, can he really read it? I guess he wants to claptrap and attract attention, he'll go up later, not to mention his opponent is Mr. Lu, he'll be seconded in one go when he fights me. In the middle of the field. Bowen's brows knitted slightly, and in a split second, once again changed his mindset of attack. Since the knife going off the edge wouldn't work either. There's a gap in stance, so let's try hard contact. The blade light in Bowen's hand was like a blizzard, fiercely blasting at Rudin from all sides. It really was as rumored. The blade winds were cold and sharp. Bowen. Good timing. At this moment, Lu Dan finally changed to holding his stick with both hands, his stick blossomed, and his stick swept a large area. Dang! 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 The weapons violently clashed with sparks. The class president's blade power is too terrifying, it's true that the blade is like a fierce tiger. But Mr. Lu is also too strong, no matter where the class president attacks from, it's always blocked. Bad, with such a fierce attack, class president is going to be weak. Rudin discovered this even more acutely. Bowen chopped continuously, and his blade lurched. The iron stick in Rudin's hand swept out, knocking the long blade away. Clang! The knife was sent flying. At the same time, Rudin approached in a horse stance, turning his left hand behind him against the end of the stick, sending the iron stick to Su Bowen's neck. Wow! Inside the classroom, all the students were in an uproar. Is this the real strength of Teacher Lu Dan? Teacher Lu just moves a small step each time and skillfully defuses the class president's attack, this skill and stance. The class president is also too terrifying, actually being able to fight hard for so long with such a halting teacher. In just a month or so of summer vacation, class president's strength has actually improved a whole lot more, but it's a pity that he still only went 18 moves with the teacher. There was no lack of those in the class whose life level was close to level 6 and whose grades were very outstanding. They could see it more truly than anyone else. But it's said that our old class let one hand go and Teacher Lu couldn't even beat him, so just how powerful is our old class? Once the college entrance exam standard was used, everyone immediately showed their original form. Actual combat is the only standard to test the true level of a martial artist. Jiang Yu watched with a surging heart, looking at the scoring of the machine on the big screen. On the screen, Su Bowen's score. Chapter 4, I'm ready. 240 points. In this era, AI technology is developing rapidly, especially with countless masters providing data and participating in corrections. Nowadays, AI scoring was basically consistent with the scoring of the college entrance exam. Jiang Yu was a little surprised, which meant that Su Bowen's performance just now, when placed in the eyes of the examiner of the college entrance exam, was estimated to be in the 240-point bracket. Man, this is only senior year just started. Wait until the college entrance exam. The class president is estimated to have to score more than 280 points. Let's see the vice class president later. If the vice class president can't surpass it, then the class president should have the highest score. Then next. Jiang Yu's eyes looked towards the girl standing in the crowd, carrying a silver longsword, absolute and independent. Lin Ruoxin. Seemingly sensing something, Lin Ruoxin turned back and she spared a glance at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu could not help but feel a tightness in his heart. He looked back behind him and there was no one else. Discovered yourself? Lin Ruoxin was a notoriously cool beauty. Although there was always a light smile on her face, anyone could see the meaning of polite rejection. Lin Ruoxin, just like a heavenly guest, always had a faint sense of detachment from people. Even Su Bowen hadn't been able to say more than a few words to her. Right now, Jiang Yu was surprised to see such a playful side of her. Jiang Yu searched the original owner's memories and realized that the original owner did not have any contact with Lin Ruoxin. It seems that I was overthinking it. Maybe it was one of the female classmates who played well. Glancing around at the female classmates, the other party immediately moved a little bit outward without a trace, perhaps afraid that Jiang Yu would like her. Jiang Yu himself is also a little happy. This move of half a step back is also too real. On the stage, Lu Dan looked at Su Bowen, the admiration in his eyes overflowing. You passed 18 moves with me this time. It's already very good. Keep up the good work. If you can achieve more than 270 points in this item of martial arts synthesis, you may be able to impact the top martial arts universities. As soon as these words came out, many people immediately looked at Su Bowen with envy. The top martial Dao universities, as long as they could get in, they would all be able to become entry-ranked martial artists without any surprises. There was a huge difference in treatment between an unranked and ranked martial artist. The class president and Lin Ruoxin are the only ones in our class that have the potential to impact the top universities. But the class president is also too powerful to be able to go through so many moves with Mr. Lu. Many girls looked at the rigid Su Bowen with watery eyes. Su Bowen was quite handsome, and his family was said to be a famous tycoon in Xianxiao City, with industries involving mining and real estate. Coupled with good learning, a veritable winner in life, many female students dream of her. Su Bowen wanted to try to calm his mood, but the color of delight still turned into upturned corners of his mouth. Yes, teacher, I will continue to work hard. He walked down and looked at Lin Ruoxin, who was standing quietly, wanting to speak. 1,000 words gathered in his heart. Su Bowen said rather awkwardly, cheer up, Ruoxin student. Lin Ruoxin only nodded slightly and did not say much. Su Bowen opened his mouth, and ultimately let out a dark sigh in his heart. Teacher, I really don't know how to solve this problem. Rudin nodded. Alright, next Lin Ruoxin. Lin Ruoxin carried her sword and stood playfully on the stage, her skin snowy and moist like jade. A pair of beautiful eyes, as clear as mountain water, as if they could see into the hearts of people. She was wearing custom-made armor, which still could not hide the firmness of her chest, and her slender legs made the armor look quite slim. Heavens, worthy of being my goddess, too beautiful. The squad leader is not leaving here, it can't be just to look at the goddess. Lin Ruoxin, life level 5.9, slightly inferior to Su Bowen. After Ruden's order, Lin Ruoxin let out a chorus and rushed out with her sword. The examination, instead of striving to defeat the examiner, was to bring out one's strength as much as possible in order to seek a higher score. Lin Ruoxin's sword technique was very agile. She knew that Ruden's stick was fierce, so she did not fight hard, but fully developed the true meaning of sword like a swimming dragon. The whole person transformed into a butterfly, flying in the ring, the silver long sword in her hand, sword light like a dragon. If one were to change into a classical palace dress, one would be like a fairy of the way of the sword. So beautiful, the original battle can also be so pleasing to the eyes. Everyone, the same thought arose in their hearts coincidentally. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, he himself also used a sword. Watching Lin Ruoxin's battle was far more rewarding than watching Su Bowen. Lin Ruoxin's willow brows slightly knitted, her feet moving in the clouds and flowing water, came to the back of Mr. Ruden, swish 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 3 consecutive swords. It was as if Ruden had eyes in his back, his iron rod flying, blocking all of them. But Lin Ruoxin's response was also perfect, her battle intuition was frighteningly terrifying. Jiang Yu's eyes widened, it feels like she can read hearts. Ruden's moves seemed to be anticipated by her in advance, and many times they almost caused substantial damage. Unfortunately, the stance and techniques were ultimately inferior to Ruden's. The sword technique was again inferior to the rigidity. Finally, on the 15th move of the engagement, Lin Ruoxin was picked off by Ruden's weapon. Lin Ruoxin's martial arts seems to be a little more refined than Su Bowen, but in the end, she suffered a loss of strength. Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh, worthy of being a martial artist, far from something that students like them could touch. The battle ended with Lin Ruoxin scoring 236 points, a little less than Su Bowen. Afterwards, they were ranked according to their scores. The students were tested in order, and most of them had life levels that were basically between level 5 and 5.5. The comparison tests were basically similar. Ruden first asked the students to make a move, and then with their stance, they avoided the attack time and time again, and then within a few moves, knocked away the weapon. Su Bowen's strength and speed were already the most terrifying of all, and if he couldn't block them, the others would just end up the same. Except for Su Bowen and Lin Ruoxin, the score, the highest 230. Some people, even directly below 180 points, were scolded by Lu Dan. After all, this class was full of martial arts candidates. Martial arts and liberal arts had long been separated into separate classes. Although the liberal arts would also cultivate, it was more because of the increased cultivation and could just have a better spirit to study. It's too tragic this time, Su Bowen and Lin Ruoxin were able to have more than 270 points before, and as soon as the standard was high, the scores were immediately lowered. After all, it's a college entrance exam level. Leaning. I'm usually not like this, I actually passed this time, can't do it? It's okay, there is still the last Jiang Yu, you may just play out of order, see him as pure joy. Ruden was frowning at the moment, in a bad mood. It's senior year now, many of you can't even reach the passing line, what does it look like? You guys think that practicing martial arts is a vacation, just play around and forget about it? It's not my time that's being wasted, it's your own lives and future that's being wasted. Ruden snorted coldly and raised his eyes to Jiang Yu in the crowd, last one, Jiang Yu right, hurry up and come up. Many people immediately directed their eyes towards Jiang Yu, a hint of a gloating smile on their faces. It's a good thing there's Jiang Yu as the bottom, otherwise I really wouldn't dare to bear Mr. Lu's wrath. It can end quickly, it's time to go home from school. Forget it, there's nothing to see anyway, I'd better go find the class president to exchange martial arts. Jiang Yu's face was calm as he put on his armor and slowly walked up to the ring. For students in school, it was still more of a meritocracy. Gripping the long sword in his hand, Jiang Yu arched his hand and said, Teacher Lu, I'm ready. Chapter 5, This son is as terrifying as he is. Ruden nodded his head somewhat impatiently, a slight look of disgust in his expression. He had taught many students, and he actually had little impression of many of them. Except for the likes of Su Bowen and Lin Ruoxin, who he would pay extra attention to because of their outstanding performance. Then there were those like Jiang Yu, who decided to go for martial arts but were lazy and unmotivated. As a responsible teacher, Ruden was very disgusted, so he was also extra impressed. Come on, let's make it clear first, the assessment criteria will not change. Jiang Yu's face was grave, he knew that he had an absolute disadvantage in speed and strength. Relying on skill, only then could he have a slight chance. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and stepped on the Big Dipper, approaching Lu Dan like a swimming dragon. Dang! The moment they exchanged blows, Ruden showed a hint of surprise on his face. To actually dare to use a sword to go sideways? He had been through 100 battles, and once they exchanged hands, he could tell how light or heavy the student was. The sword technique is ever changing, in a nutshell 3 gates, for mother swords. The sword goes left for the dragon gate, the sword into the middle for the snake gate, the sword into the right for the tiger gate, this is the 3 gates. For mother sword, for the strike, stab, frame, wash, all kinds of techniques cannot escape the door. Chopping, stabbing, pointing, collapsing, striking, lifting, picking, chopping, cutting, teasing, etc. can be categorized into the 4 mother swords. The so-called sword going sideways is to attack the left or right side of the enemy. As students do not have a deep understanding of swordsmanship, it is most people's choice to use the snake's door. Teachers usually require students to keep their swords in the center so that they can stabilize and keep their lower scores. Jiang Yu's sword was the dragon gate, forcing Rudin to drop his weapon. Put. Trying to chop teacher lose arm? Isn't that the same as giving away a break? Most of the students, with their preconceived notions, along with the fact that Jiang Yu did have a large difference in life level, it did seem sparse. Their eyesight was still low, and they didn't understand the subtlety of Jiang Yu's third-order sword technique. Lin Ruoxin was the best at using the sword, her cherry lips slightly opened as she read a few of the subtleties. Sword walking through the dragon gate, surprisingly so sophisticated with the chopping technique, by mistake? Rudin saw Jiang Yu's intentions and tried to draw his stick to hit him. Wow! The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth rose slightly, his footsteps steeply swirled, pulling out of his body position, while his body was on one side, his sword blade was deflected, stabbing straight at the center door. Surprisingly, it's a false move, aiming to force my center door wide open, and actually knows how to design moves to lure the opponent into attacking. Rudin's heart was flabbergasted, he felt that it was a bit interesting, he hastily drew back and retreated, at the same time, his iron stick lifted upwards, sweeping away Jiang Yu's iron sword. Something's not right, this Jiang Yu actually managed to get the upper hand? Oh, Halogen Egg's mercy is just a matter of not letting go of the water to let him feel a little hope. What if he jumps later? Indeed, it should be the teacher's intention, just to see his bottom line, it's really too bad to be dissuaded for sure. Jiang Yu was not angry, but withdrew smoothly. The most important thing in sword technique is the footwork and stance, to be like a cunning rabbit, as if it were a shock. 1 advance, 1 retreat, 1 virtual, 1 real, is the true meaning of swordsmanship. Only when you realize any one of these points can you hope to reach the 3rd level. If you think that swordplay is solely based on handwork, you have fallen behind. Jiang Yu's eyes were clear and translucent, attacking the enemy's arm or wrist with body dexterity is the only way to win against sticks, swords, and other weapons. Jiang Yu knew that he could not fight hard with Lu Dan, his feet slipped, his feet stepped on the swimming dragon step, and once again swept to Lu Dan's right side. Sword walking through the tiger gate should be dominated by teasing techniques. Jiang Yu's long sword in his hand slashed downward. Lu Dan was indeed hit, still using blocking counterattacks. Jiang Yu's eyes condensed, and his mind silently read, this is the time. Jiang Yu changed his stance in the middle of the move, changing it to a teasing from the bottom to the top. Rudin was startled and reacted very quickly, hurriedly changing his stance while lightly dodging Jiang Yu's attack. The only real move was the sword into the center door. Feet heavy step, Jiang Yu at this time does not retreat, the hand of the long sword like a viper general straight at Lu Dan's chest. At this time, Rudin could not avoid. It's going to hit. Jiang Yu's heart could not help but be a little excited. Rudin, however, took a dangerous move, his left hand shook, and the long stick in his hand stabbed straight forward. The stick was longer than the sword. If he does not change his stance, then the long stick will definitely hit his face first. Jiang Yu was shocked in his heart and could only give up his advantage and swept backward. Rudin's heart changed from disappointment to shock. Originally, he looked at the chopping technique that Jiang Yu still used from the right side and thought that the miracle of a rookie turning into a genius was his own wishful thinking. As a result, Rudin was actually surprised by Jiang Yu's continuous change of moves. No, this swordsmanship is so surprisingly skillful, martial arts is even above Lin Ruoxin and Su Bowen. With 1,000 thoughts in his mind, Lu Dan looked at Jiang Yu with a complex expression. Although, he was suspected of being gullible. This can even find a way to crack it. Jiang Yu was immersed in the sparring match, his teacher's experience was just too old-fashioned. Wow! No, you guys, this Jiang Yu does have a maneuver, he seems to have taken advantage of the teacher's gullibility and has been luring him into a trap in order to complete his own 1-2 punch. Some of the students with high scores exclaimed, they themselves used swords. It's just luck, I guess I don't know where I watched the video, close to the college entrance exam, the most bizarre trick said that it can improve the score. Some people were jealous in their hearts, and a strong sense of imbalance surged through them. Shouldn't be, the sets are dead. Jiang Yu's on-the-spot variation is really subtle. That means Jiang Yu came back from a summer vacation and suddenly became a master of swordsmanship? He even managed to make Mr. Rudin suffer a loss. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief, and under their thoughts, they couldn't help but be shocked. This son, terrifying as hell. However, Rudin was very experienced in battle and quickly found a way to break the enemy. Rudin chose to take the initiative, his feet were like a swift wind, and a stick shadow fell in the air. Bang! Both arms were numbed by the shock, and Jiang Yu retreated back and forth. The power disparity is too great. Even though Jiang Yu's pace was exquisite and his sword technique was old-fashioned, he saw the moves. But as long as he was seized by Rudin and touched hard, he did not have an advantage at all. I lost, teacher. Jiang Yu said helplessly, my arms are already numb, if I keep fighting, my sword will fly. Continuing to spar for a long time, his arms were getting more and more sore and numb. Jiang Yu also realized that he was too far behind physically, and that Rudin's martial arts were definitely at the third rank level. Although he was unable to completely defeat Lu Dan, this was already enough to prove the level of his own martial arts nowadays. Lu Dan looked at Jiang Yu with a complicated expression. Even though he had been teaching for many years, this was the first time he had seen Jiang Yu in this situation. You're pretty good, you actually passed 20 moves with me. There was some sighing in his heart. Before, he thought that Jiang Yu was still an uneducated hangdog. In the classroom, the silence was deafening. Those students who had laughed at Jiang Yu, their ears were already red and they silently hid behind the crowd, looking a bit wretched. Now, it seemed like they had become clowns. Difficult his day? You pinch me, Jiang Yu, great hangers-on, and Mr. Lu had 20 moves. This kind of drama, isn't it a dream? Hiss. I go, you really pinch ah. No, the strongest class president couldn't hold out after only 18 moves, right? Is Jiang Yu turning on the spirit of a weapon? A summer vacation only the progress is so horrible, why can't I have one more genius in this world? The entire arena was shocked. Jiang Yu only felt a huge burst of elation. Unexpectedly, this system was so powerful. Just by equipping a book of the Ministry of Education's uniformly printed sword technique details, his sword technique had improved to the point where he was able to go through so many moves with Rudin. However, watching Lin Ruoxin's battle, my own reflective battle thoughts are also vital. Jiang Yu thought silently in his heart. The system had given him the entrance ticket, and the play was all his own. Some people began to wonder, Jiang Yu's score won't be higher than Lin Ruoxin or Bowen, right? Jiang Yu sniffed and looked at the screen with a look of anticipation. The score was jumping. Chapter 6, the highest in the house. Hiss, it's hard to say, Jiang Yu, even if he progresses faster, there has to be a limit to it, the class president and vice class that are both in the top 100 of the grade. I think it should not be possible either. Jiang Yu is at most at the second stage level, even if he is really an epiphany type of person, a summer vacation time is too short. There were all sorts of martial arts cultivation tips, with only one recognized guideline. Practicing martial arts is nothing more than 3 words: diligent practice and enlightenment. Practicing diligently means that practicing martial arts requires time and perseverance. Enlightenment, when it is said to be subtle, is actually the heart. But the class president can't even do that to make the teacher suffer a small loss, right? At these words, everyone was silent. Coincidentally, everyone looked at the screen. They couldn't say, but the system grading is basically not wrong. In order to eliminate the occurrence of people buying off examiners to let water out of the high school entrance exams, or to prevent the AI from suddenly hallucinating, leading to misjudgment. By the Chinese leading research and development codenamed Wushengguanyu AI, has long been through a number of iterations. Anti-cheating system and reliability is specifically designed for redundancy. It can be said that it is very accurate and reliable, and the error over the years has never exceeded 3 points. All over the world, the Guanyu AI is used in martial arts evaluation. The system gives a score of 242, the highest in the entire field. All of them stared with wide eyes. Since the class was divided, Bowen, the martial arts comprehensive, would always be number 1. After just one summer vacation, he was actually replaced by a hangman. Impossible, it's actually this high, 2 points higher than even Bowen? The point is, his life level is only 4.3 Bowen can't even do this level, right? Last semester, when he only took the easy difficulty exam, wasn't he at the bottom of his grade in martial arts comprehensive? Now it's a proper high school standard. I go, Jiang Yu, he almost scored full marks in culture, and now his martial arts comprehensive is also so high, if it wasn't for the life level being too low, or else he's going against the heavens. Everyone couldn't help but look at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu looked up at the screen with a calm face. Many people sighed, this kind of mentality, I'm afraid that even if he can't go on the martial arts path, he's bound to have some achievements in the liberal arts. They don't know, the moment the score comes out, the score has no meaning for Jiang Yu. In his previous life, he was baptized by the college entrance examination. He knew that only the score of that one time in the college entrance exam was the most important. He was pondering his goal. The exam at the beginning of the school year, the difficulty of the liberal arts was already the difficulty of the college entrance exam, and he almost took a perfect score. Since this is the case, the primary goal now is to raise the life level. Jiang Yu frowned as he pondered, as long as the life rank reaches level 6, and if the martial arts comprehensive can take more than 270 points, at least the second-rate or higher martial arts colleges will be enough. The requirements of the top martial arts colleges were far beyond what Jiang Yu could currently achieve. But it didn't prevent Jiang Yu from working hard with this as his goal. And Jiang Yu looked at the system panel with a strange expression on his face. Jiang Yu. Life rank, 4.3 unranked martial artist. Spirit level, 15. Physical body cultivation method, Qifeng Gong. Spiritual energy cultivation method, Yuan gathering. Martial skills, sword technique 3rd order 15%, footwork 3rd order 3%, fist technique 1st order 98%. Item column, 910. Item bar 1, basic sword technique detailed explanation 3rd edition. In the sparring match just now, the martial skills column actually went up so much, is it because of his own realization from the actual battle? Jiang Yu was a bit pleased in his heart, this system's function of recording changes in real time is quite useful, only, I don't know if there are other abilities. Finished, so look a little handsome it. I poo, you just did not say Su Bowen most handsome well, hope to be his girlfriend. What's the matter, now Jiang Yu is not bad, before as I did not find this potential stock, liberal arts and good, the sword is superb. Humph, are not as good as my brother, singing, dancing. In the class, a few girls with big breasts and long legs were whispering and teasing each other. The surrounding boys, looking at each other, although they did not make a sound, their hearts were in tears. Why don't they have this kind of treatment? Rudin looked at the scores and was also slightly stunned, to be able to do this when the difference in strength and speed isn't that small, your swordsmanship and stance are both very subtle. After holding his tongue for half a day, Rudin popped out, it's really a very good score. If Su Bowen got this kind of score, Lu Dan would never lose his temper. But the other party was Jiang Yu, and last semester, he was still just a hangman. Glancing down at the grade rankings, Lu Dan looked at Jiang Yu. Compared to last semester, your progress is so fast that it amazes me. It's a good thing to be willing to return the prodigal son, but don't be too complacent. Jiang Yu smiled bitterly at his words, there is no such thing as the return of the prodigal son. If he hadn't taken his place, not to mention anything else, I'm afraid that the name Jiang Yu wouldn't have been able to appear in the number 1 position in the arts. Too exaggerated, if my martial arts synthesis can be as high as Jiang Yu's. If I had Jiang Yu's combined cultural and martial arts scores, plus the class president's life level, then top universities would be easy to come by. Don't think about it, there's a gross if in the martial arts path. Having said that, many of the students looked at Jiang Yu with a quiet change in color, full of envy and shock. They whispered about how exactly Jiang Yu managed to progress so much. However, there were also quite a few who had feelings of envy. If Jiang Yu's life grade was also highly scored, they would only worship and admire it. Hee, I don't think so. If Jiang Yu's family has money, equipped with a specialized private tutor, customized recipes, training, and enough elixirs and food, the life rank wouldn't be inferior to Su Bowen. Inconsistently, some people's gazes moved back and forth between Su Bowen and Jiang Yu. At the high school node, martial arts skills were far more difficult to improve than life rank. Su Bowen was on one side, tilting his head and looking at the scores on the screen. He glanced at the calm Jiang Yu and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. My first place, to be taken away just like that. Su Bowen clenched his fists and murmured to himself, sure enough, the martial arts path most avoids complacency, I was a little slack before. After a long while, Su Bowen's eyes were filled with determination. Originally, I thought that my martial arts synthesis was not weak, and I did not pay attention to it, but it seems that I have to let my dad pair up with a few more sword masters. Lin Ruoxin's soulful gaze quietly fell on Jiang Yu, slightly mesmerized, so strange. Another long time passed. Rudin followed the roll call book, pointing out one by one the problems exposed by the students in the sparring matches in a very focused manner. Everyone was pondering, suddenly feeling that they had gained a lot. Jiang Yu also had a thoughtful look on his face. It seemed that the rumors were true. It seemed that Mr. Ruden's strength was indeed very high, and thus his teaching level was a notch higher than the teachers of other classes. Soon, it was nearing the end of class. Almost everyone, including Jiang Yu, began to be a bit impatient and foolish. Chapter 7, Friend Zhang Yuan. Judging from the results of today's assessment, a considerable number of students are serious and have a more solid foundation, and still do well under the high school standards. This is a very good point, to guard against arrogance and continue to work hard. Ruden stood with his arms folded and looked around. Among them, I would like to name and praise student Jiang Yu. The progress is very huge. I hope everyone can learn more from him. Many people looked slightly sideways at Jiang Yu. Ruden's words changed, but there is also a considerable portion of students who are lazy as hell. The martial arts college entrance exam, without exaggeration, is enough to decide your fate. Even if you are gifted, without action, the talent cannot be honored. Some of the lazy students couldn't help but lower their heads. Ruden frowned. I've been teaching for so many years, and I've watched an unknown number of students with good talent, who were unmotivated to study until they failed the college entrance exams and repented, without realizing that it would take several times more effort to make up for it. One slow step, one slow step. Right now, the whole world is in 1,000 years without a big change. Seems to think of something. Ruden some sigh, one step wrong. Maybe not enough to let life hit the bottom, but want to return to the right track, but do not know how much time. Alright, leave the thought lesson to your homeroom teacher. Class dismissed. The students had practiced all afternoon. They had long been exhausted and sore, just waiting for class to end to quickly go eat. Quickly rush. This time the halogen egg did not drag the classroom. Today there is a roasted 7-feather chicken. The thought of it is drooling. The cafeteria, since ancient times, has been a place of war. Delicious dishes, only those with fast feet can enjoy. Some girls, on the other hand, sneakily looked at Jiang Yu while smiling coquettishly, talking about something and pairing up to go to the restroom. Seeing this, Jiang Yu smiled slightly and thought, it's not bad to go back to high school life. Hey, what are you gawking at? A fat man patted Jiang Yu from behind. Go faster, go late and no seat and no food to eat. Jiang Yu looked back and quickly retreated. His expression was serious and his voice was low. You are not Zhang Yuan. Who the hell are you? What? If you were the real Zhang Yuan, you would have already sent me a message in the cafeteria by now. Zhang Yuan was startled, and when he reacted, he laughed and cursed. Shinjin caused me to be nervous for a moment. I thought I had been replaced by the phantom-faced fox. Jiang Yu. Today's assessment I was complimented by the teacher, in a good mood, specially take you to dinner, later casually point. Jiang Yu sniffed, his heart could not help but sigh. Zhang Yuan happened to be in the class next door to Jiang Yu. The original owner's character is withdrawn, coupled with the weak strength. There are no friends of the same age in this school. Zhang Yuan is the only friend of the original owner, and the original owner has known since childhood, can be called a close friend. Family conditions are not bad. Zhang Yuan's parents are civil servants in the system. He knows that Jiang Yu's parents left, living in his brother's and sister-in-law's home. The economic conditions are not good. The martial arts path is also a gold mine. Therefore, Zhang Yuan found an excuse every time to treat Jiang Yu to a sumptuous and nutritious meal to make up for the consumption of qi and blood brought about by practicing martial arts. Thanks, how can I keep letting you pay for it? Today I'll treat you, and by the way, I'll tell you about. Jiang Yu hooked Zhang Yuan's shoulder as the two walked. You mean, you martial arts comprehensive 242? Jiang Yu shrugged. I'm already at the limit of this segment with a slight strike. It's a matter of fooling your buddies, don't fool yourself. Seeing that Jiang Yu's eyes did not seem to be faking, Zhang Yuan laughed out loud. After walking 2 steps, Zhang Yuan turned back and grabbed Jiang Yu's shoulder, shaking vigorously. You're not kidding? Really didn't open. You really damn how can you 242 it? Secretly practicing behind your buddy's back? Zhang Yuan was again afraid of his brother's suffering in driving a Land Rover. Then this meal today is something you should treat. Jiang Yu smiled faintly and nodded his head to indicate that there was no problem. No, isn't your liberal arts almost full as well? Jiang Yu nodded his head. Zhang Yuan froze for a long while, then his face revealed ecstasy. That's great, so to speak, as long as your life level keeps up on. Wait or I'll pay for it. You eat vigorously, you must eat furiously for me. In order to quickly increase your life level, the piece of elixir in food, you must keep up. I don't have the money to buy the elixir, otherwise I will definitely share half of it with you, but I'll manage to eat enough. Jiang Yuan was sincerely happy for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu laughed, such a big mouth, don't know think your dad is greedy. Go go go, a section level cadre only. In the future, our two brothers had better get into the same university, Xian Shao Double Warrior, will certainly be famous. The setting sun leaned on the mid-levels, and the sky and earth were in a golden splendor. The two of them ran to the cafeteria with infinite visions for the future. South River District 2nd Middle School students have 6,595 people, the cafeteria covers a large area. Every mealtime, a huge piece. Jiang Yu and Jiang Yuan each lined up. 7 feathers of roast duck was actually snatched up. Jiang Yuan with tears. Forget it, eat chicken it. Che, you help me buy the chicken, I'll go buy a nutritious meal. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yuan carried 3 portions of nutritious meals while Jiang Yu held the roasted chicken for Jiang Yuan. Finding a good seat, Jiang Yuan gave 1 nutritious meal and half a roasted chicken to Jiang Yu. Eat it, don't be polite. You don't have a high life level right now, you can't eat more nutritious meals, so I'll just get you one first. Jiang Yu said, it's only 20 huaxia coins for me to buy a roasted chicken, but it costs more than $70 for you to buy a nutritional meal for me. Jiang Yuan didn't care and nibbled on the chicken leg. Who is with who between us? If we are rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Jiang Yu's heart is somewhat touched. A nutritious meal was not cheap, it could easily be hundreds of huaxia coins. Nutritional meals must be ingested daily by martial arts students. Otherwise, it was simply not enough to support the high-intensity workouts, and would result in a loss of qi and blood, a drop in life level, and even a loss of life. Even if the state would subsidize 30% of the cost, the burden would still be huge. Even if Jiang Yuan's family were civil servants, adding up to more than 20,000 in salary, but counting the miscellaneous expenses in Xianshao. In fact, it is not rich. Wuko has been developing for many years, and the most basic consensus has been reached. According to the National Nutritional Atlas, it is recommended that each Wuko high school candidate eat more than 2 nutritious meals per day to supplement the body's consumption of qi and blood. In other words, even with state subsidies, each candidate spends a minimum of $4,560 per month on nutritious meals. But in reality, it usually takes nearly $7,000 to meet the needs of the candidates. This was still far from enough, and occasionally other more expensive elixirs and supplements had to be supplemented. This was still Jiang Yu's status as a student, enjoying many benefits such as free training rooms and training weapons. If one were to go to a martial arts center on the market for rental services, it would be difficult for an ordinary person to afford this staggering expenditure. This was also where Jiang Yu was worried. Brother and sister-in-law's salaries together, it was really difficult to sustain the expenses of practicing martial arts. After his parents left, his brother and sister-in-law have been supporting Jiang Yu without complaint. All the expenses, even if their grades are low, the two have not complained. Just let the original owner do not have too much pressure. The original owner does not care, but Jiang Yu is not a cold and uncaring person. Jiang Yu clenched his fists. If there was no system, low talent would be just fine, but now there is a ticket to enter a higher institution of learning. No matter what, one must enter the martial arts university and take the path of a martial artist. Chapter 8, The Depth of the Night. Jiang Yu knew in his heart that nowadays, the invasion of foreign beasts, although in the countries of the earth under the leadership of Huaxia, the establishment of the United Earth Government UEG, to maintain the stability of the current situation of the earth. But, he was reborn in the other world, no foresight, this society economy, science and technology is different. Relying on the liberal arts to change his destiny is as difficult as climbing up to heaven. The only way to become a martial artist is to be able to find a place to live in the midst of the sea. Thoughts. Jiang Yu finished his meal in silence. Then he and Jiang Yuan returned to the martial arts classroom. In this world, in the second semester of high school, students have to decide whether they will take martial arts or liberal arts. Then the classes were divided. However, the martial arts subject was not fixed, and every year, there were quite a few students who went through the school's consideration and switched from martial arts to martial arts, or from martial arts to arts. Only, from the martial arts to literature, how many people are voluntary is unknown. Students who take the martial arts course are under a little more pressure. Every morning, there were cultural classes. In the afternoon, there were martial arts classes. In the evening, it was still self-study time, arranged by the students themselves. There were only 147 martial arts universities in the whole of China, and there were only 5 martial arts universities at the top level. There were 1,123 cultural universities that were similar to Jiang Yu's previous university. For martial arts candidates, 20% of the results were in culture, but certain schools would place more emphasis on culture results. All because martial artists were not fighting and killing, they also needed to use their brains. The country wants to cultivate a high-quality martial artist with comprehensive development of morality, intelligence and martial arts, so that they can be entrusted with important tasks in the future. Jiang Yu returned to the classroom. At this time there were not many people in the classroom. Many people still had to go and spend time revising their liberal arts, and were either in the library or in certain liberal arts class study rooms at the moment. It's normal to only have 4 hours of sleep a day if you want to take the martial arts university. Jiang Yu thought in his heart, but in any era, resources are limited, the only way to stand out is to work harder. To get into the University of Martial Arts, and the rewards will definitely be worth the effort. After the baptism of the college entrance examination in his previous life, Jiang Yu would not be more delicate than these candidates. There were more than 10 million candidates in the arts and martial arts combined, but every year, less than 5% of them were able to get into a martial arts university as they wished. Even after the placement screening, there were quite a few people in the martial arts classes who failed the exam, or took the exam again next year, or switched to the liberal arts. It was just that the cost of cultivation was difficult to recruit. Moreover, the martial arts college entrance exam was not an unlimited retake. At most, one could only enroll under the age of 20. There were less than 20 people in the class at this point, all convincing themselves with the excuse that they had just eaten a full meal and shouldn't exercise, sitting on the side and swiping the video, or chatting idly. People naturally have inertia. Jiang Yu swept a glance. Bowen is certainly not there. He went home to practice during the evening self-study. Lin Ruoxin also seemed to be absent. Instead, there were a few figures who were silent, seriously practicing the basic cultivation method. All of the martial arts basic cultivation methods originated from the UEG. The UEG had disclosed all the basic cultivation methods to the citizens of Earth, and everyone could cultivate them for free. All one needed to do was to go through a test and answer a questionnaire, and choose the technique that was a good fit for him to cultivate. Jiang Yu was not lagging behind, taking out his own longsword and experiencing what he had gained from the afternoon's battle with all his heart. With the plus 50% buff on his sword cultivation speed, Jiang Yu thought to strike while the iron was hot. Time passed slowly. Martial skill, sword technique 3rd order 17%. Jiang Yu was slightly pleased. Sure enough, after digesting the gains from the battle, with the cultivation speed bonus, he could still go up a bit. The system could accurately react to his growth, allowing Jiang Yu to play the game like a game, with ample positive feedback and more motivation to cultivate on. But, at this stage, the slight increase in proficiency did not significantly increase Jiang Yu's actual combat power. During this time, some of the students who used swords looked at Jiang Yu with bated breath, seemingly wanting to ask him about the way of the sword. But in the end, they couldn't wipe their faces. After all, they hadn't taunted Jiang Yu much. Right now, the other party's strength had skyrocketed, so it wasn't good to easily come up to him. Alas, why isn't my swordsmanship like Jiang Yu's? In the end something is missing. The last bus from the school was at 10:30. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, ended his cultivation at 9 o'clock and prepared to catch the bus. The school office building at night, only a room at the end of the corridor is still lit. Saying it was an office, it was more like a luxurious martial arts practice room. With a spacious open space, one could freely practice martial arts. Hanging on the wall are all kinds of weapons, although not open, the cold aura flashes. Looks like the material is not like ordinary goods. One side placed leather sofa, desk and other objects, bookshelves full of various books. Rudin sat on the leather sofa, looking at the middle-aged man sitting behind the desk, still checking the documents. The man was equally lanky, with a hard face, wearing a white shirt and slightly bulging muscles, looking rather violent aesthetically. A sign stood on the desk, Shui. Jiang Yu's homeroom teacher. In theory, the homeroom teacher was the one responsible for teaching theory and actual combat in martial arts classes. But Shui was somewhat special. He usually only taught martial arts theory. The practical combat rehearsal classes were always done by Lu Dan on his behalf. Do you know that there's an interesting little guy in our class? Shui sniffed, slightly raised his head to look at Lu Dan, and smiled. Who? Bowen, or Lin Ruoxin? Neither. Say it, you're guaranteed to be interested. Rudin shook his head, quite serious. The hanging tail of our class, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. Shui frowned slightly, glanced at the screen. Oh, see, this time, the beginning of the school mapping test. His culture class is good, all the way up to the 3rd in the whole school, more powerful than some of the students in the liberal arts class. This student is good, quite smart. He approached me before, saying that he really wanted to take the martial arts exam, and asked me how to plan his time. Shui thought about it and showed appreciation. I can see that it's a child with determination, but it's a pity that he just woke up too late for martial arts. One step behind, one step behind. Today, Li Sanjian looked for me and also said that he wants him to transfer to the liberal arts. Ruden's expression was slightly stunned, looking puzzled. Then you continue to look at his practical test this afternoon. After a pause, Ruden added, it was conducted at the college entrance examination standard. Shui raised his eyebrows and clicked open another file that Ruden had uploaded to the homeroom teacher's terminal. Jiang Yu's name ranked first and was very conspicuous. 242 points? Shui showed a surprised look on his face. The highly intelligent teacher's terminal was very useful. Shui directly clicked on Jiang Yu's name, the previous year's exam data, big and small, and there was also intelligent evaluation and a line graph table. Through intelligent evaluation and line graph table, it is obvious to observe that since the beginning of Jiang Yu's senior year of high school, the total data got a qualitative leap. Lu Dan said quietly, Captain, it's not that I'm conspiracy theorizing, it's just that you think that a student who was hanging on by a thread, his grades suddenly skyrocketed, just like in a movie. What's the probability of this happening? Shui was slightly silent, remembering the scene when he had a conversation with Jiang Yu. Chapter 9, Night Talk. But, it looks like, he is pure of heart. Shui looked at the profile on Jiang Yu's personal information, but it does seem to have a few points of adult stability. I heard that his parents died early, and it is normal to have such a heart. The hearts of the people, when we... Ruden sighed, alas, you go back to your hometown as a teacher, is not a secret, people here but a little bit of relationship, which is not to send the child to you here. Even if he's really smart, relying on a surge of energy, a short period of time to make the liberal arts skyrocket. Ruden's words turned, but, a hangman, actually sword skills so sharp, even, let me are nearly caught in his way. You and I both know how important overnight water polishing is to martial arts, and on one side he had to catch up on his arts and sciences grades, and on the other side he still managed to find the time to practice such swordsmanship? Ruden stood up and said seriously, his swordsmanship, unsurprisingly, has a third rank level. Is it really as simple as genius? Narrowing his eyes, Ruden gazed at Shui, or is it that he knows your preferences and has come to throw his weight around in response to your experience? He has been practicing, but did not reveal it, and has been disguised as a reluctant learner's hanger-on, and waited until he was in his senior year of high school, and in response to your preferences, came up with a play where the prodigal son returns, and the genius returns? The same as you, from a poor background, although wasted years, but near the senior year, repentance, with great perseverance to catch up with the crowd. Ruden said, at that time, you will certainly rise up to cherish talent, perhaps this is his purpose. I don't know how many geniuses there are in Manhwa Second Middle School, but how many are truly superior in heart? Shui sighed, what you said also has a few points of truth, but it doesn't necessarily stand. I really don't believe that he has such calculations. Ruden bristled, if he is truly a genius, it would be normal for the party to have such calculations. To go by all means, in order to go farther in the martial arts path, how many geniuses have we seen that are such people? Lu Dan some indignation, today, the world is in the 10,000 years have not been the big change, some people for the protection of the home and do their best, some people are taking advantage of the chaos for the assholes. Under the sky, the only one is that Lord. Ruden looked toward the ceiling. Shui flashed a trace of reminiscence, and could not help but sigh, a little disheartened, the wind and clouds are changing, and it is difficult to rely on oneself. Shui thought for a moment, what you reminded me is also right, I will be cautious, but if he is really gifted. The words did not finish, Shui suddenly changed his face slightly, his eyes closed tightly, one hand placed on the desktop and clenched his fist in death. Ruden was startled, is it coming again? Jiang Yu went out of the school gate and turned left to the bus stop. The bus can reach home in more than an hour. Swipe the card to sit on the bus is empty. Nowadays, driverless technology is incredibly developed, and long ago there were not even bus drivers. There is only a couple, you are thick and I am thick. Jiang Yu chose a seat from afar, the air conditioning blew the sweat on his body, inexplicably some cold. The radio broadcast current news. Recently, the Hassa fleet successfully arrived at the Mars base, and the mission successfully delivered 5,000 industrial-grade 3D printers. Experts point out that the arrival of this batch of equipment will greatly boost the Mars City construction process, and the first phase of human Mars City is expected to be completed in 2047. It was now 2042, and if all went well, the first phase of Mars City would have been completed the year Jiang Yu graduated from university. At 12 o'clock noon today, the subway station in the Uesho Park section of Guangfu City was severely attacked, and the extremist church organization Herald Cult quickly claimed responsibility for the incident on Twitter. Relevant experts have expressed concern that the Herald Cult may have infiltrated into southern Guangdong province. Please pay attention to your safety. Jiang Yu sat in his chair and frowned. In the original owner's memories, this Herald Cult was infamous. They claimed that the Fae were messengers sent by the god of Fae to purify the earth of its sins. In order to brush up their presence, they had actively claimed various terrorist attacks all over the world, as well as actively wreaking havoc. I hope it doesn't really come to southern Guangdong province. Jiang Yu muttered. Leaning back in his chair, Jiang Yu's gaze fell on the billboard in the car. At this moment, it happened to jump to a stunningly beautiful portrait. A face of a beautiful country, black eyes deep and incomparable, wearing a white military uniform, long hair like a waterfall falling on the shoulders, 3060 in front of the chest crying out, proud curves intoxicating, behind a handle of radiant divine soldiers floating. Just so look, it's like banishment of the absolute elegance, let life cannot afford a trace of evil thoughts. Moreover, an extremely strong sense of security came over, as if everything in the world, there was nothing she couldn't handle. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed. China, but also today's world's first person in martial arts. Legend has it that it was the first person to walk to the mortal extremity realm, the only human being currently at the peak of the ninth order of the strongest, the extreme attainment of the sword Dao Su Shiyu. Legend has it that Su Shiyu stepped into the demigod realm, and it was because of Su Shiyu that humanity was able to survive the Great Space Shift event, establish the Star Dome defense, and enter into a holding phase with the Fey beasts. A strange color flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. I wonder if I will be able to reach her height one day. Ding! The falling monument has arrived. Please disembark from the back door in an orderly manner. Getting off the bus. Pass the face recognition and enter the neighborhood. The neighborhood was called Blue Bay Huafu because there was a ditch at the entrance of the neighborhood. An old neighborhood from more than 30 years ago, thus the house price wasn't too expensive. Inside the garden gazebo, a few old men and women sat around, fanning their futons and talking eloquently. Back then, I was with the 7th Legion, crusading against the invading alien beasts in the eastern province, and it was a treacherous one. At that time there was not much equipment, just a few machine guns, and an electromagnetic cannon into the space rift, of course, now seems to be called the Source World. As a result, the electromagnetic cannon malfunctioned, and I was hit by a stray bullet in the knee. Oh, I'm 93 this year, I can still eat 3 big bowls of meat, lifting several hundred pounds of weight. You want it? Jiang Yu some emotion. This world, because of the martial arts prosperity, everyone can practice, so the physical quality is generally high. More than 90 years old fit as a fiddle, is not a legend. Back home. A middle-aged man, naked, back a scar is particularly conspicuous, is sitting on the sofa, holding a cigarette, but did not light. Jiang Yu could not help but feel his heart sink. Brother, I'm back. Sister-in-law, are they asleep? Jiang Yu put down his backpack. 3 rooms in 1 hall, 30 years old, but the good thing is that the decoration is new. Come and sit. Jiang Yu took the cigarette off his mouth. How was it, studying today? Jiang Yu smiled slightly. Today is not bad, the harvest is great, Mr. Liu also praised me. A trace of surprise flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes, but was smiling and nodding. That's good, don't be too pressurized. Did the school call? Jiang Yu thought about it or asked. Jiang Yan nodded his head, vaguely angry. As you guessed, your grade president called over, saying that you are not suitable for martial arts and asked us to switch to liberal arts. Chapter 10, Jiang Yan. Jiang Yu said in his heart that it was true, and did not say anything, just continued to quietly look at Jiang Yan and listen to his thoughts. Jiang Yan patted Jiang Yu's shoulder and laughed. I see that your grade leader is also a mediocre teacher. What do you mean you are not suitable for studying martial arts? Have they taught with all their heart? Have they guided? Just say you are not suitable. Jiang Yan said with some disdain. I gave him a scolding back. Bah, just a martial artist, what's the point of tugging with me? But this matter, I want to hear your opinion. Do you want to study martial arts or liberal arts? Jiang Yan paused and continued, and don't be pressurized, I'm not forcing you to read martial arts, nor am I against you reading martial arts. You also don't say that you won't read just because there is pressure. The matter of money is all a minor issue. Jiang Yu sighed in his heart with a vague sense of heaviness. Although the original owner was pathetic, no matter if it was his family or friends, they were all sincere to him. Jiang Yu vaguely understood somewhat why the original owner refused to cultivate. There was no other reason, the pressure was too great. Just like perfectionism, he was afraid that he would do his best and things would not be as good as they should be. He was ashamed of Jiang Yan and Zhang Yuan for treating him well, so he simply refused to learn. In this way, he could at least give himself an excuse that he was not stupid, he just didn't learn. But Jiang Yu was different. He knew exactly what he wanted and could take action for it. I want to take the martial arts exam, study at a martial arts university, and become a martial artist. Since he had been reborn once, he had to do everything possible to get rid of his mediocre life. He didn't want to be like his previous life. No matter if it was raining or windy, or the sun was shining, he had to work hard to deliver takeaways. The martial arts college entrance examination is the most direct opportunity to change his life. Even without the system, Jiang Yu is willing to try. What's more, there is a system in place today. Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Yu and nodded heavily, quite pleased. Good, brother believes in you. Since you have this heart, then we definitely support you. Jiang Yu didn't even ask about Jiang Yu's test results. Just because Jiang Yu was his brother, he had to support him. As if he had made some sort of determination, Jiang Yu looked toward his wife and daughter's sleeping room and said, originally I was still hesitant. Since you said so, then I have to talk to you too. I recently took on a job. There's a construction site on the outskirts of the south of the city, and a friend recommended me to go there. Jiang Yu nodded. Jiang Yu is a decorator, the kind that lays floor tiles, and also understands a bit of plumbing and electricity. Originally I wasn't too keen on going, it's too far away, but the price of labor offered there is a bit higher. Since you're determined to study martial arts, I'll oblige. Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Yu. Once I go there, no surprise, I should have to live there for a long time and rarely come back. After all, it takes 3 hours to drive there. You'll help look after things at home. Jiang Yu nodded, vaguely a little worried. South of the city, there aren't any foreign beasts over there, right? Since the Great Space Transfer event, so many years had passed, although many invading beasts had been cleared, the Earth was not absolutely safe. There were still alien beasts roaming around in the wild, and there were still source boundary gaps that were constantly being created, which would bring new threats. Still from time to time, there were news reports of injuries caused by fey beasts. Source worlds are wounds in the world, cracks in space. There are many source worlds on Earth, which seem to have small worlds inside, or are connected to unknown realms. The UEG has set up war fortresses at the exit of each source realm and dispatched heavy troops to guard them. Once the beasts broke through the war fortresses, it would be a disaster for Earth. The suburbs of many places weren't very dangerous, but they definitely couldn't be called safe either. Jiang Yu pondered, it should be fine. Since the invention of the quantum stabilization field device, the territory of China is much safer, and there aren't as many spatial transfer phenomena. The quantum stabilization field was a device invented based on the theory of spatial transfer, to reduce the phenomenon of spatial transfer. Furthermore, those rich guys, one by one, are very life-thirsty. If the suburbs are really that dangerous, how would they be willing to go back and build houses? Jiang Yu thought about this. In his heart, he sighed, it was still because he was determined to cultivate martial arts, otherwise Jiang Yu wouldn't be so tired. If you go liberal arts, at least you don't need to bear the extra burden of a few thousand per month for nutritious meals. Jiang Yu shifted the heavy topic. When did she sleep, little Yu? Jiang Yu's eyes showed doting, not long after being put to sleep, clamoring for milk, annoying her to death. Mortgage, milk powder money, daily expenses, as well as the burden of Jiang Yu's cultivation resources. Jiang Yu has endured too much. Jiang Yu's parents left early, and there was only one Jiang Yu left in the family. The so-called elder brother is like a father. Jiang Yu did not hesitate to drop out of school, to work in the community to earn money to support Jiang Yu. Originally Jiang Yu's talent is good, is considered a good seedling of martial arts, but in order to Jiang Yu, or resolutely give up their own future. He could only go to the construction site to learn a trade, and only then was able to establish himself. Jiang Yu asked, then have you thought about which martial arts school to take? Jiang Yu was silent for a while. Southern Guangdong province itself had a top martial arts university, Kanglin University. There were several first-rate and second-rate martial arts universities. But right now, he had no way to solve the problem of life-level cultivation speed. Regardless of which school one spoke of, it wasn't quite right. Jiang Yu simply said, I ranked third in the whole school for my cultural class scores, and this afternoon, I scored 242 points on the comprehensive martial arts test, first in the class. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, ecstatic, really? Weren't you at the bottom of the class last semester? Why a summer vacation? Jiang Yu was a bit relieved. Good, Ache, you've grown up as well, you've been studying hard for this period of time. 3 generations of our family, maybe starting with you, we can have a martial arts college student. He knew Jiang Yu's nature, more withdrawn, and had everything handled by himself. This time, without saying a word to get such a good result, he was not surprised. Or rather, Jiang Yu had always been convinced that his brother was not a stupid kid. Then when you get there, what major do you plan to enroll in? Jiang Yu hadn't wanted to ask more, but practicing martial arts cost money after all, and he needed to know Jiang Yu's aspirations as early as possible to plan ahead. At this point, Jiang Yu had thought about it a long time ago: become a full-time martial artist. What is meant by full-time martial artist is to truly participate in the confrontation of foreign beasts, practicing martial arts with all one's heart and seeking to progress in martial arts. The danger was naturally great, but the pay of a full-time martial artist wasn't low either. Full-time martial artists, many of my former junior high school classmates also went to become martial artists. Jiang Yu frowned inside. Martial artists are exceptionally dangerous, and I've heard that many of my classmates died in battles with alien beasts. Anyway, I don't know much about these things. I can't give you any advice. He scratched his head. You've always been an opinionated child. I think you've thought it through. I'll support you in any decision you make. Alright, hurry up and take a shower and rest. Jiang Yu thought about it and added, gritting his teeth, then in that case, I'll go online and buy you something, so keep an eye out for the delivery when the time comes. Buy me something. Jiang Yu muttered, just remembered, did not ask questions. Went to the bathroom and took a shower. Jiang Yu returned to his room. At this time, Jiang Yu sat outside the room. Oh yeah, your sister-in-law cooked you blue flag fish soup. I brought it to your room, remember to eat it. Jiang Yu answered and turned his head to look at the desk. Sure enough, a small bowl of fish meat soup was placed on the desktop. Fei meat soup. Chapter 11, Spiritual Cultivation. These meats are all from special species. Since the space transfer event, the United Earth government has captured a number of exotic animals for research, and eventually Chinese scientists discovered the theoretical basis for domesticating exotic animals. Later, after the gene editing technology eliminated a lot of riot genes, added the original livestock genes on Earth, and eventually formed a breeding industry chain. The meat of these exotic beasts tasted exceptionally good, and was richer in the power of qi and blood compared to Earth animals. It was suitable for martial artists to consume on a daily basis. In the school's nutritional meals, there was also Fei beast meat. According to the Dietary Nutrition Report for Martial Artists released by the United Earth Government, also known as the UEG, it was recommended that high school seniors should consume at least 300 g of Fei beast meat daily. In addition to consumption, there were also basic qi and blood tonics that were often used by students, which also added elements purified from Fei beast meat, used to enhance and stimulate the effects of herbs. The basic qi and blood tonic, which was very expensive, cost 2,121.5 huaxia coins for a bottle, counting the subsidies. Previously, the original owner was not interested in cultivation, so Jiang Yu did not purchase it for her, otherwise she would not be able to afford it at all. Jiang Yu's salary belongs to have work to do, only money to take. Good times a month more than 10,000 20,000 is also there, bad times may only 5,000 a month. For the sake of Jiang Yu did not less part-time work to earn extra money. Sister-in-law, on the other hand, is a regular employee of a small company, 6K a month. But even so, his sister-in-law would still regularly cook a bowl of meat soup for Jiang Yu, so-called extra tonic. According to the price of blue flag fish and meat, this bowl also cost more than 300. The effect is definitely not as good as the basic qi and blood tonic, but it's still quite a bit better than a nutritious meal. The rich, on the other hand, didn't need to think about it so much. The poor, they could only think of ways to finesse their budget. As Teacher Lu said, the times are turbulent. Jiang Yu pondered slightly. Even though the path of the martial artist, another new day has opened up, breaking the traditional class curing, but inevitably, it has also intensified the polarization. Rich people can still quickly use money to seize cultivation resources. Wudao was the same as immortal cultivation, where resources were important. Unlike immortal cultivation, martial arts cultivation is not like immortal cultivation, where one epiphany can transform a mortal into a god. Resources are even more valuable for martial artists. However, Su Shiyu had instituted various measures to ensure that ordinary people had a relatively fair chance. Otherwise, martial arts candidates should all be either rich or rich. The foreign beasts are coming on strong, and a steady stream of cultivated martial artists will be able to cope with them. If only a few aristocrats occupied the seats of martial artists, it would not be a good thing for the current world of great struggle. It's not that there are no geniuses in the Cold family. It is just difficult to get ahead. The thoughts were just a few short minutes. Jiang Yu quickly finished his meat soup and started studying for the day. Taking out the thick math book and physics book, Jiang Yu quickly sank his heart and read. Summarize the question types, summarize the methods. Although this world is more developed technologically, the difficulty of the college entrance examination is not necessarily much more difficult than in the previous life. After the baptism of the Heavenly Dynasty College entrance examination question and C tactics, in the university to develop thinking and eyesight. Jiang Yu's foundation is very solid, coupled with his own learning methods honed over the years. This was how he was able to take the third best score in the entire school in just one summer vacation. It was a complete descending blow. It was said that many students who had the means chose to purchase holographic virtual helmets, being able to enter the virtual space and study. Paperless learning, a huge inventory of books, teaching videos, and AI aids to help refine and summarize. Learning efficiency is greatly improved. But AI is ultimately just an aid, which can be seen from Jiang Yu's results. Those schoolmasters who studied in virtual space were not much better than Jiang Yu. Giving him a little more time, he might not be unable to compete for first place. And it didn't require him to spend too much extra time. Test-taking exams, cost-effective, this point went deep into Jiang Yu's mind. A high cultural achievement alone is not considered appetizing. But for martial artists, a good cultural score, that's a jinx. The prosperity of the martial arts path did not make cultural lessons unimportant as one would expect. On the contrary, as life levels increased, so did energy, memory, and thinking. Learning became easier to a certain extent. The level of technological development thus also increased. The benefits brought about by the advancement of science and technology, on the contrary, made people pay more attention to cultural lessons. Nowadays, the world situation is complicated, high-tech auxiliary equipment is endless, if the martial artist does not have enough literacy, but cannot adapt to the changes. Not only that, battles in the current situation are changing rapidly, just simply relying on instincts without rational and scientific decision-making can't go the long way. This is also why many martial artists reach a certain level and instead go for a master's degree from a cultural university. Martial artists, not just fighting and killing, there were also human feelings. The holographic virtual helmet, however, is otherwise useful, really want one Jiang Yu thought so. The review of the cultural class took Jiang Yu half an hour. Science knowledge was not difficult for Jiang Yu, instead, it was the liberal arts, as many of them were things that were unique to this world, and needed to spend some time memorizing. But the good thing is, Jiang Yu has his own unique method of memorization, it is not difficult. And, every day's commuting time, Jiang Yu is used to memorize the knowledge points of liberal arts. The full score of 750 points for the liberal arts, the exam subjects are divided into language, math, physics, chemistry, geography, and foreign language, which is slightly different from the previous life. Jiang Yu understood that the selection exams for martial artists and the choice of exam subjects were all for practical considerations. I scored 736 points on the exam this time, and apart from the deduction for essay writing, there's almost nothing else to pick from. Don't need to spend too much time on this anymore, just need to review regularly and keep your hand in. First and second, the difference with me is just a fraction of a point. That's where my advantage lies. Even a school bully like Bowen has to spend quite a bit of time studying cultural lessons every day, while I only need to take a look. After doing everything, it was almost 12 o'clock. Jiang Yu did not rest immediately. Calling out the system panel, Jiang Yu continued to do various tests on the system. Can the chopper be equipped? No response. Can the refrigerator and TV be equipped? No. After some tests, almost all of them were touched by Jiang Yu, nothing could be equipped. Could it be that only an exhaustive cultivation secret like the basic sword technique can? Jiang Yu sighed and could only go to sleep first and continue to find opportunities to test later. The next day at 4:30, the cell phone alarm clock went off. Jiang Yu sat up almost immediately and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Scientific studies have shown that human sleep is a cycle of constant cycles, one cycle is about 1.5 hours. Jiang Yu experimented many times, 3 cycles, for him is more appropriate, in the case of being able to maintain the spirit, but also have an extra hour and a half to cultivate. Quietly washing and recovering his spirit, Jiang Yu returned to his room and immediately sat on his knees. Cultivating the spiritual energy cultivation method, gathering elemental technique. Unfortunately, Jiang Yu only remembered how to cultivate, this was because of the original owner's memories. But he wouldn't be able to mime the method, otherwise high and low would have to try to equip it. Spiritual energy is spiritual energy. A martial artist is the unity of spirit and flesh. When the physical body is strong, there must be enough spiritual power to control it. And spiritual power is strong, for the body's control will also be more detailed, exercise can be twice as effective. Because of the reason of crossing over, Jiang Yu's spiritual power directly came to level 15. This was also one of the perks that came with his crossing over, the boost that came with it didn't seem to be a simple increase in mental strength. This was also the reason why Jiang Yu was able to learn so quickly. Quiet your mind and settle down, observe the breath and regulate the energy. The yuan qi of heaven and earth circumvents the body. Up to the xian guan, down to the dantian. Guard one with stillness, move with formlessness. The heart has no distractions, the mind is free of distractions. Essence, energy and spirit unite. Nothing comes from, nothing goes to, not taking in the appearance, as if immovable, the void spirit holds the yuan, and the roundness guards the one. Transcending the mental power that far exceeds that of an unranked martial artist, he quieted his mind and tuned into the basic spiritual energy cultivation method. A dark field of vision, floating up starlight points. Chapter 12, Wonderful Uses of Spiritual Power. The little bit of starlight didn't enter the mind, as if it was some kind of great tonic, nourishing the divine soul. An hour and a half passed, and in the underworld, an idea told Jiang Yu to quit his spiritual energy cultivation. It seems that the time for cultivation has come again. Jiang Yu let out a long breath. The spiritual energy cultivation method was quite a bit marvelous. It was not unlimited cultivation, but at a certain time, a spiritual sense would be created, interrupting the state of meditation, and only after a period of time could one re-enter the state of meditation. I don't know if it's because of the gong method, or some kind of protection mechanism. This gong method, it seemed that the original owner would have been able to do it was just that he never practiced it. There were very few ways for martial artists to hammer their minds. One could only rely on their natural endowment, or when they raised their life level, their spirit incidentally received a small amount of enhancement. In short, for most people, it was the norm for the mental level to lag far behind the life level. If not for the fact that after practicing it, Jiang Yu felt that this technique was not considered divine. Otherwise, he would have thought that it was bound to involve some hidden secret. Running at a mental power level of 15, it was at least very effective at eliminating fatigue. However, it was of very little help to the enhancement of spiritual power. After Jiang Yu crossed over, his spiritual power seemed to be level 15. This was because he did not perceive that there was an increase in his spiritual power from practicing the gathering of Yuan resolve. The reason why it worked was perhaps because after crossing over, his spiritual power was strong and his perception was more sensitive. It was like opening a tall window in a wall. Originally, a child was too short to see the scenery outside the wall even if he patted his feet. Instead, Jiang Yu, an adult, would be able to see it. This way, it's completely mental, and there's no time wasted. There are other benefits to having a strong mental power. Jiang Yu thought that the way he cultivated like this was, in a way, already the optimal solution. Moreover, with the system panel, he clearly saw that the cultivation accumulated from the summer vacation until now had caused the mental power level to change again. Spirit level, 15.1. It was important to realize that he was now a first-rank martial artist who could only possess spiritual power. Perhaps, as my proficiency increases, I will be able to continue shortening my sleep time in the future. Jiang Yu had a sense of urgency. Time, really, is money. If I repeat the program, the scholarship is definitely out of the question, and if there is no one to subsidize it, I'm afraid that Jiang Yin will have to smash pots and pans in order to provide for my cultivation. After all, now the life level is too low, and I don't know if I can find other equipable items. At 6 o'clock, Jiang Yu quietly went downstairs to catch the earliest bus. The driverless bus was driven by pure electricity. In theory, running all day is not impossible, but consider energy saving and charging sake, plus there are not that many people who need to use the bus at night. Therefore, the bus's working hours were basically similar to those of the previous world. The journey was smooth and unobstructed, arriving at the martial arts classroom after 7 o'clock. There were quite a few very diligent people who lived close by who had already been practicing in the classroom for an hour. A corner. The inch-haired, dark-skinned 1-meter-8 boy was holding a large gun and wielding it with a tiger-like grip. Yan Fu. Jiang Yu saw the more familiar figure and couldn't help but stagger. There seems to be a silent role king in every class. Compared to Bowen, who had talent, good looks, and money and talent, he was the center of attention everywhere he went. Yan Fu was much more low-key, silent and cultivating in silence. If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Yu's memory had improved a lot after 2 lifetimes, he would have really overlooked this silent fellow. Jiang Yu did not pay too much attention, but found a place, adjusted his breathing and meditated. From the 8 o'clock class, there is still some time. First stand stakes for a while. The so-called standing stakes, that is, the body is a stake standing still, the purpose is to let the martial artist heal solid, so that the punch can be swift and powerful. According to the practice of different techniques, the posture of the stakes bring different effects. But there is no difference between good and bad, only suitable or not. The original owner began to cultivate the Greenwood cultivation method, but Jiang Yu's soul traveled through, and under the feeling, it was still Qifeng Gong that was more suitable. At this moment, Jiang Yu stood in a staking position, just like a phoenix bird standing on a branch, with the specialized breathing method, feeling and mobilizing the power of qi and blood to run around his body between one breath and one inhalation. Like immortal cultivation, Wudao derives most of its inspiration from all things in heaven and earth. After millions of years of natural evolution, the laws of the world permeate the creation of the heavens and the earth, taking the subtleties therein for one's own use, and the benefits are endless. Inspired by a certain exotic bird, the phoenix merit has 36 movements. Phoenix spreading wings, vermilion bird overhead, green lawn surrounding, white crane shaking feathers, young phoenix sounding sky, shin crane treading clouds, tway feather pointing water, golden crow swiping the sun, niihua returning to the nest, and colorful wan flying. By performing these movements, in order to achieve the purpose of beating up the sinews and bones and enhancing the qi and blood. Not only that, practicing the Qifeng Gong naturally led to the accompanying Feng Lai fist technique. All the physical body cultivation methods were so related to the fist technique. No one could remember whether it was because of the boxing method that the physical body cultivation method was invented, or whether it was because of the physical body cultivation method that the boxing method was invented as a tool. The two complement each other, and they restrain and promote each other. The more skillful the physical body cultivation method, the more the boxing method can be improved. The higher the boxing realm, the faster the physical body cultivation method would operate. Sword technique has an equipment bonus, so you cannot worry too much about it. But the increase in life level is a top priority. Jiang Yu said darkly, although a higher life rank can be exchanged for a higher level flesh body cultivation technique for free in the future, right now, one has to spend effort on this. Now that the realm was not high, Jiang Yu could split his mind into two with his powerful mental strength. On one side, he carefully observed his body and made subtle adjustments against the Gong method to make the posture relatively more standardized and correct. The effect was remarkable. A stream of warmth flowed out of all the limbs and 100 orifices, swimming around the body and flowing into the dantian. Jiang Yu had expected this. This was the benefit of having spiritual power far beyond the life level, allowing his cultivation speed to be much faster. This is what my teacher called, a martial artist is a high-level combination of body and mind. One side stands out and will lead to rapid progress in the other sides, just like when my sword skill is high, my body skill grows along with it. But Jiang Yu was still not too satisfied, even if compared to other students, his cultivation speed was ridiculously fast. In the end, time was short and he didn't have the money to buy supplements. If only one could awaken the outer image power. Jiang Yu sighed, if I awaken the external image power, I'll have extra points, and with my comprehensive martial arts and cultural scores, my life rank is low, but it's enough to secure a decent university. If the potential of the external image power is high, the top universities might even have a chance. But the awakening of the external image power is too mysterious. The international team of scientists from the United Earth government, who had been researching for decades, still knew very little about the outer image power. But Jiang Yu could be certain that the external image force was a visualization of some kind of martial arts rules in this world. Anyone who practiced martial arts had the opportunity to awaken the external image power. But no one can say clearly, exactly how to awaken the external image power. Some people are awakened when their emotions fluctuate greatly, some people are awakened when they eat, and some people are awakened only after they have been through life and death. But those who awaken the external image power, the speed of cultivation, physical quality have been improved, and there are even incredible changes. Taking advantage of their youthful vigor of qi and blood, it was extremely easy to cross the first threshold and achieve the rank entry martial artist. However, not everyone in the top 100 of those grades awakens external image power, so that balances me out somewhat. As the surroundings became more and more noisy, Jiang Yu felt something in his heart. It seemed that it was about time for the culture class. Then he reluctantly withdrew from the cultivation and prepared to pack his things. Went to the cafeteria and bought a breakfast. Headed to the culture class. Chapter 13, Xiaoming pumping water while. First period in the morning, it's the math class that gives everyone a headache. People can do anything when they're pushed, but math, you just can't do it. Teaching math was a middle-aged male teacher wearing glasses and a Mediterranean head. This class will mainly be a review, but of course, there will also be lectures on question types with a betting nature. Pay attention, you should know how to go through a question and learn a type of question, instead of rote memorization, senior high school, there is not so much time to brush up on problems. The math teacher slid his finger on the whiteboard on the wall, and the high-definition projector projected a topic. The style of the college entrance examination is basically a 5-year change. The teacher through the observation of the examination question types in the past few years, now the math examination, or to fall on the martial arts practical combat, in order to pave the way for the university courses. The math teacher slowly said, "Your homeroom teacher, Mr. Chu's martial theory class, is very good. The entire Xianxiao city can't find one better than him. I'm sure." He also said that a martial artist is not a case of you punching me and me kicking you. A lot of the time you have to calculate all kinds of factors, qi and blood, physical strength, and the trajectory of the stance. This question is related to the martial artist's qi and blood management. Please look at the question. If Xiao Ming releases a martial arts skill, he has to consume X points of qi and blood value per second, and his qi and blood recovery speed is Y points, the relationship function. Try to find, when B equals 0, Xiao Ming maximum maintenance time, if the function. Find the range of the value B. Many students looked at the questions on the screen, could not help but stare. It is clear that every word they recognize, how to combine, feel unable to understand it. Many people directly scratched their ears and cheeks, their faces were suffocating red. The new type of questions that were caught off guard tested how solid the students' basic knowledge was. If there is no integration, but just memorize the questions, it will be very difficult. The questions were new types of questions that the math teacher had specially made up with reference to the difficulty of the college entrance exam, and the difficulty was still there. Strong as Su Bowen, Lin Ruoxin and other schoolmasters, they were also frowning and needed to think step by step. This question is a 12-point big question. I'll give you guys 10 minutes to work on it, and I'll talk about it when it's time. The math teacher held up his glasses, looked at the crowd and laughed. If this question is all easily done, full marks in math in the college entrance exam, not a big problem. This statement came out, immediately some complaints. This kind of question, 10 minutes how to finish the college entrance examination encounter, my points directly to him, do not want. Alas, I do not do, a glance will know not. It is estimated that only Su Bowen, Lin Ruoxin they can do it. Did you forget about Jiang Yu, he's third in the whole school in culture? As soon as these words came out, some of the students who didn't even consider doing the questions turned their attention to Jiang Yu who had nothing to do. Even Su Bowen and Lin Ruoxin raised their heads to look at Jiang Yu, then sank their hearts to continue thinking hard. There seems to be a thought process, it should almost be done. Compared to the crowd. Jiang Yu just swept a glance at the question, and soon, a summarized type of question surfaced on its own in his mind. In reality, this question was just a variation. The idea was there, it was just the calculation that was left. Lightly, less than 2 minutes. Without even utilizing the draft paper, Jiang Yu just lowered his head and did some mental math for a while, and figured out the answer. However, he frowned. "Teacher, this last question of yours, the condition setting is a bit undisciplined." The math teacher froze at his words and looked at his watch. "Really, Jiang Yu, you finished it so quickly?" "No way, not even 2 minutes, Jiang Yu finished?" "So fast really did not count wrong, old Xia has always been very rigorous, right?" After all, Jiang Yu's bottom test was the third in the whole school, what he said should have credibility, right? Between the words, are somewhat uncertain. Jiang Yu, who had been muddling along for more than a year, had suddenly rushed to the third place in the whole school in one exam. Many people are skeptical, is not cheating to get, otherwise this progress speed is also too fast. Just at the moment, it seemed that Jiang Yu's solid foundation could be glimpsed. "Why don't you do the math again?" The math teacher slowly said, however, it could be a teacher error, after all, it was too late to prepare for the lesson, there might be some laxity that I overlooked. He looked down and meticulously glanced at the topic he had written again, one hand gesturing vacuously as if checking for rigor. There were a few more minutes of silence. The students who counted quickly, such as Su Bowen. They were a little nervous in their hearts and scanned around, realizing that Jiang Yu was still impassive and seemed to be reading some other books. It seems to be certain that there is something wrong with the teacher's topic. Is it really that powerful? I don't know what he's reading, a good foundation is cool, can use math class to do other things. Other students were frowning, still pondering their thoughts. Obviously the first question is to pave the way for the second question, to borrow some ideas. These fast students vaguely some sense of self-satisfaction, pretending to be calm. Teacher answer is how much? The last question is not be take negative 2 to 2. The math teacher looked up, looked at these students who had the same answer as his original answer, and nodded slightly. Well, it's not bad, it looks like a lot of students have figured out the answer as well. At this statement, the faces of those who had figured out the answer were even more delighted. The heart cannot help but think, cool, the whole school third is also so, perhaps for the past question type induction in place, a little bit of luck, but encountered a new type of questions will not be able to, so to say, or I a little bit. Math teacher, but a slight smile, good since most of the students have the answer, then follow the teacher to see, is not as Jiang Yu said the topic has a problem. Bowen reacted the fastest. He had a vague feeling of something bad in his heart, staring at the topic and the answer he had calculated, his brows were locked, there didn't seem to be anything wrong. Bad, could there really be a problem? It's hard to say, old Xia always likes to pull this one off. Thus, everyone followed the math teacher to start from the topic and analyze it step by step. First, there is a topic known conditions, determine the relationship parameters and then follow the set to find the most value problem. Here there is an easy to ignore the point, many students will take the extreme value as the most value, thought the problem is over, in fact, there is one more step, checking. The first question, which is relatively easy, the only pitfall is the most value checking problem. The math teacher looked at the students should follow up, then continued, then the second question, that is, the controversial topic, let's look at the question to give the condition function, it seems to be no problem, but in fact, the condition should be added to the x is less than or equal to 2, the teacher here x is just less than 2. Otherwise you guys bring in a check, is it okay for b to take any other number? Lin Ruoxin blinked, the tip of her pen flew across the paper to check the other results, and soon froze, realizing that it did. The function of this question should have been adapted from some other topic, so it was rather special, and if it was not restricted, there would indeed be incorrect numbers taken to produce it. The color of curiosity in her eyes grew more and more intense. Lin Ruoxin softly said, will there really be, in a split second, something like a changed person? Wow. This time, everyone's eyes focused on Jiang Yu. No way, how the hell did this Jiang Yu learn? Isn't this a new type of question, it's actually this fast too. Families, this really can't be hacked. Moreover, look at how confident he really is in his answers, without even looking at the band. Yesterday's comprehensive martial arts test also took first place, right? Awesome. Chapter 14 Chu-Yi summoned. The morning class was very boring. Apart from occasionally looking up to see what the teacher was talking about and adding to his notes, Jiang Yu was fully engaged in the study of martial arts theory. It had been 76 years since Huaxia had opened the martial arts department. The program for training students had gone through many iterations and had long since become very mature. Martial Dao cultivation was not simply having students stand on stakes and practice punches. The martial Dao theory class would be taught by Chu-Yi every week. The purpose was to eliminate any doubts that arose from the students' practice, and to look at their own cultivation with a higher perspective. Thus, there was more to be gained. Many problems can be solved in Chu-Yi's theory class. After years of research, it was found that students who were cultivated in this manner ended up with a higher ceiling of achievement and a better average grade in martial arts. Thus, it became a mandatory class. Some schools, with few senior martial arts teachers, would even spend large sums of money to hire them from other schools. Now that Jiang Yu's sword technique and body technique had both reached the third rank, he once again looked back at Chu-Yi's notes from the theory class, and actually found that there was more to gain. Only, the class was halfway through. Between classes, Yen Fu walked into the classroom and shouted at Jiang Yu, "Teacher Chu is calling you." Jiang Yu looked a little strange. What was the class teacher doing shouting at him for nothing? Still nodding his head, Jiang Yu suppressed the thoughts in his mind and headed to Chu-Yi's office. The office building is some distance away from the culture classroom. The breeze blows, and the sunlight passes through the treetops, projecting a tree shadow. Jiang Yu is a little cozy, not to say that the student era is still the most aesthetically pleasing. The office door is closed, and the doorway reveals a slight coolness. Jiang Yu gently knocked on the door 3 times, report. Come in. In the past, as a hangman, Jiang Yu did not have the opportunity to enter Chu-Yi's office. This was the first time he came in. Slightly curious, Jiang Yu's eyes quietly surveyed the surroundings and couldn't help but sigh, how luxurious. There were separate other rooms at the end of the martial arts arena that seemed to have specialized instruments placed in them. Jiang Yu secretly said, what exactly is the status of Chu-Yi? It seems that the class teacher of the elite class does not have such treatment. This area, no less than the martial arts classroom, just the decoration is afraid to be millions of Chinese coins, not counting the possible instruments and other costs. Chu-Yi was standing in the center of the martial arts arena at this time, wearing suit pants and a white shirt, standing with his arms folded, his muscles taut. Jiang Yu looked at it like a sleeping volcano. Borrowing his spiritual power perception that far exceeded that of an ordinary martial artist, he only felt that Chu-Yi's breath was like an abyss, even more terrifying than Luden. Jiang Yu didn't dare to be arrogant and said in a good manner, "Teacher, you're looking for me." Shui turned his head, carefully sizing up Jiang Yu. His pair of eyes were black and white, vaguely revealing a sense of maturity and steadiness that was different from ordinary people. Nodding his head slightly, Shui smiled. All of your grades from yesterday have been uploaded to the teacher's end. I've looked at them. You're very good. When you were on vacation, you had asked me how to plan your time. Shui was thoughtful. Now it seems that you have a good heart. In his words, he did not think that Jiang Yu's achievements were all because of his own guidance. Shortly after crossing over, Jiang Yu learned that the world he was in was extraordinary, and he set his goals. At that time, the college entrance examination was approaching, and the pressure was so great that Jiang Yu had no way to start. Fortunately, Jiang Yu was never ashamed to ask. Then he found Shui. The other party was indeed very dutiful, and through the video call, he chatted with Jiang Yu for more than half an hour. It was only then that Jiang Yu gained an understanding of martial cultivation, and with reference to Shui's opinions, he formulated a plan that suited him. Jiang Yu smiled faintly and was quite grateful. Thank you, teacher, for your guidance, otherwise I wouldn't have known what to do until now. Shui was non-committal. It's all just a credit to your own efforts, it's just that you wasted too much time for nothing before. Do you know how much financial resources it costs the country for a student to choose to go for martial arts and receive a compulsory education? Just the testing instruments, supplements, simulation drills, and all these are astronomical for the average person. If you choose to repeat, none of these are free. Shui slightly reminisced. Now that you have the opportunity to study for free, you should cherish your time. Jiang Yu sniffed, didn't dare to say more, just nodded his head to show that he was taught. After thinking about it, Shui stared closely at Jiang Yu. I want to ask you, why were you unwilling to learn before, and how are you determined now? Jiang Yu froze, not knowing why Shui was asking this, and he couldn't answer how. Just according to the speculation about the original owner, Jiang Yu pondered for a while, half truth, half false. I grew up with absent parents, it was my elder brother who brought me up. Elder brother is like a father, maybe that's how it is. When I was young and ignorant, the better my brother was to me, the more I was afraid of failing, afraid that I would try hard to cultivate, only to find out that I had no talent and had no face to face him. Jiang Yu let out a bitter smile. Later, came to my senses. I did nothing, only to be ashamed of others, ashamed of myself. Shui heard and understood roughly, persuaded. Everyone's enlightenment time varies. Some people wake up and realize what they should do is to be later than others. But, even though you started late, you may not be without opportunity. Shui slowly said, your achievements prove that your previous thoughts were wrong, and that you are very talented. That's why I want you to work harder. There are some martial arts elites who can cultivate for more than 14 hours a day. Shui looked at Jiang Yu and slowly said, when I say that, you understand the meaning, right? Jiang Yu nodded his head in a chicken pecking style. Becoming a martial artist is never about verbalization, it's about action. I understand, teacher, I will work harder. Shui revealed a hint of a pleased smile. Your life level, what was it again? Jiang Yu glanced at the system panel and said with feigned uncertainty, it seems to be around level 4. Well, no harm done, come with me, I have a testing instrument here. Although Jiang Yu didn't understand what exactly Shui wanted to do, he thought that he wouldn't harm him, so he nodded and followed Shui. Shui opened a room. Several instruments were placed inside, physical quality testers, life level testers. Moreover, it looked like it was much more advanced than the instruments that the school used to test students on a regular basis. Jiang Yu looked at it and drooled straight away. Shui was really luxurious. I'm afraid that any one of these instruments would cost tens of millions. Should be given by the school, really blood money. Jiang Yu secretly said in his heart. Let's measure the life level first. Shui said to Jiang Yu while debugging the instrument, you stand up. Jiang Yu obediently took off her shoes and lightly stood on this life level tester. The main body was similar to a large pepper pot, with a weight measurement like platform in front. On both sides, there were two machine-like arms half embracing Jiang Yu, emitting light blue lasers that moved up and down, scanning Jiang Yu's entire body. Jiang Yu, age 17, height 180 centimeters, weight 67 kilograms, life level 4.3. Jiang Yu couldn't help but be stunned. This instrument was actually so accurate, not even close to what the system said. Shui had no expression on his face. Next, the fist strength was tested. The same similar-looking instrument, but there was a dummy standing on one side of the platform, and above its head was a high-definition camera watching Jiang Yu. With multiple test memories in his brain, Jiang Yu didn't need to be reminded. His body sank, using his waist and hips to drive his arms towards the chest of the dummy on the machine and blasted out a punch. Strength 158 kilograms, stance movement, standard. The punching power that can be exerted is also very much in line with the standard, strange, according to the reasoning. Shuhei was puzzled. Could it be that Jiang Yu's mental power was gifted to be able to control his body so precisely? Otherwise, ordinary people actually couldn't reach such a standard fist force. Immediately, he was a bit serious. Your main problem right now is that your life level is too weak. This is not conducive to your college entrance exam. Jiang Yu's complexion dimmed, yeah. But, Shuhei turned his words. Jiang Yu's eyes gradually brightened. Chapter 15 Scholarships. However, you don't have to be in a hurry. Shuhei brought Jiang Yu to sit on the sofa. He smiled and said, with the Fey beasts in turmoil and chaos, the martial Tao is humanity's main means of countering it. But the aura recovery was not long ago, and the time for human beings to explore in the martial way was too short. So much so that the various cultivation resources, breathing methods, martial arts, and pills are really few and far between for humans at the tens of billions level. Take the breathing method for example, even if there are countless talented forefathers exploring it, over the years, there are only 8 of them available and into a complete system in the Fighting Soul Hall. Shuhei leaned against his desk and said. Jiang Yu knew that 76 years ago, when the martial arts section was just established. All over the world, there were only 3 system-forming cultivation methods. The so-called complete system was that this kind of cultivation method, the basic cultivation method and the advanced cultivation method, etc. were all matching and perfect. There will not be a situation where the basic cultivation method uses the Greenwood basic cultivation method, and when it reaches a high level of sophistication, it can only be changed to the granted advanced cultivation method. MBTI still divides people into 16 personality types. With a population of tens of billions of people, how can a mere 8 cultivation methods cover it? It must be known that the best cultivation method is the one that suits you. Only when 100 flowers blossomed and everyone had a cultivation method that suited them could it be called a flourishing world. So, just how many people are actually gifted, but because the cultivation method doesn't match, thus making it difficult to cultivate, is yet to be known. Jiang Yu's mind stirred, vaguely sensing that Shuhei meant something. Sure enough, Shuhei continued, the path of martial arts is so difficult. No matter how you look at it, the martial path seems to be a path that only a few people can step into. I think you've also seen that many children from rich families can purchase all sorts of resources and build even better cultivation grounds than this office of mine. Jiang Yu didn't say anything, just nodded silently. Bowen was the best example. Perhaps, his talent was not considered top-notch. However, with the addition of his family lineage, his achievements were still considered top-notch. Life-level advancement, without enough resources, it was simply impossible to be so fast. Even if one was just practicing martial arts, if there was no physical therapy to help recover the body quickly, one would not be able to support high-intensity practice. Progress, naturally, would have to be slower than others. Undeniably, Bowen's perseverance was considered excellent. Otherwise, even if the conditions were met, he wouldn't be able to suffer and grow. Nowadays, martial arts resources are still not as easy to obtain as knowledge. Shuhei slowly said, it's much harder for ordinary people to follow the path of martial science, but in a world of great struggles, the elites mustn't be allowed to hold the martial way. Therefore, the state has introduced many policies and established different scholarships to subsidize the costs of martial arts students, that is, to break the monopoly as much as possible. Jiang Yu pondered. Those with good family conditions were able to improve quickly in all aspects, and their grades were bound to be good. When the school set up scholarships to incentivize students to study, it would not fall into the hands of these people again. They got the resources rewarded by the school, further squeezing the cultivation resources of ordinary people, and in the end, the martial arts section still turned into a tool for the elite class. True geniuses, relying on luck, might be able to swim against the current. But what about the others? Jiang Yu had some clarity. The martial arts section is like selecting weightlifters. Even if they are born with godly strength and are starved to the skin and bones, they can't win over the brocade-clad but mediocrely gifted children. Therefore, scholarships are necessarily separated as much as possible and multiple assessments are introduced. The world of great struggle. Jiang Yu vaguely felt that his understanding of this world still seemed too shallow. The United Earth government, the various countries, had a completely different judgment of the situation than ordinary people. Shuhei nodded slightly as he watched Jiang Yu's thoughtful demeanor, but did not allow Jiang Yu to continue to spout off. So, although last semester your ranking was the bottom of the school, and your life rank was not high. Shuhei paused and continued, with your results from this time's mapping exam and comprehensive martial arts assessment, there are still scholarships that you can apply for. Jiang Yu couldn't help but be happy when he heard this. He was just too short of resources nowadays. It was already not easy for Jiang Yu to barely support his family's life. It was hard to have spare money to buy supplements for Jiang Yu. That teacher. Shu He, however, did not answer, but had some probing meaning. Have you ever entered the fighting soul space before? Fighting soul space, the one where you can exercise martial arts skills? Jiang Yu recalled slightly, looking for the original owner's memories. The so-called Fighting Soul Space is a martial arts battle platform created by the United Earth government, called Fighting Soul Awakening. It utilizes holographic virtual technology and advanced computer wave capture technology. With a realism of up to 80% or more, everyone can immerse themselves in the Fighting Soul Space and fight against other martial artists in this virtual space. Once launched, it was popular all over the world and became the hottest fighting game. The United Government's productions are inevitably high-quality goods, and its role is far more than just a game. However, in order to enter, it must be equipped with a holographic virtual helmet. Jiang Yu smiled awkwardly. Has not been, that simulation degree of 70% less than the helmet, is not said to be tens of thousands of it, if you buy the full version of the cockpit, but also hundreds of thousands of our family cannot afford to buy. Shu He did not feel surprised, just whispered, that is to say, you from the determination to learn, just 2 or 3 months, the level of swordsmanship skyrocketed, arrived at the third order? A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, which was well suppressed by Shu He. Your talent, it's probably very high. Shu He sighed lightly, seemingly lamenting that Jiang Yu had wasted so much time for nothing. I am very optimistic about you, perhaps you can become a martial artist one day. Martial artist. Jiang Yu murmured a sentence with his head bowed. One could become a martial artist when one's life level broke through 10 levels. But becoming a martial artist was too hard and too difficult. Without a certain amount of talent, one would not be allowed to enter for the rest of one's life. They all say that the older you get, the less hope you have of becoming a martial artist. Jiang Yu asked rhetorically, I'm currently nowhere near life level 6, do you think I can? Shu He smiled, things happen for people, how do you know you can't? A martial artist is supposed to fight against the current. Sparing Jiang Yu's 2 lifetimes, he couldn't help but feel a bit of fervor. He secretly said in his heart, this teacher calls himself a teacher. Watching Jiang Yu's expression change, although it was well suppressed by him, how could Shu He not see through it? Knowing in his heart that his purpose had been achieved, Shu He said, alright, back to the topic. Although you don't have a high life rank, your cultural lessons and martial arts synthesis have skyrocketed and are at the top of the list, combined with your family situation. Shu He deliberately paused, wanting to observe Jiang Yu's reaction. However, he saw that although Jiang Yu had some intentions, but his face was calm and steady, indeed his heart was rare. In his heart, he finally gained a trace of appreciation for him. Shu He said, I can apply for a comprehensive progress single bursary for you. Chapter 16 Pile Standing. Not much though, only 10 bottles of basic qi and blood tonic. Shu He lightly said, after all, you didn't reach the standard in other aspects, and you don't have a proper martial arts exam ranking, so it's very difficult to apply for other bursaries. However, you have made such great progress, applying for this would not be difficult. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel happy. 10 bottles of basic qi and blood tonic, for Su Bowen's kind of strength, keeping the medicinal power constant, could satisfy a month of cultivation. His strength wasn't high, so perhaps 10 bottles could satisfy more than a month's absorption. Martial cultivation, resources were important. Jiang Yu had crossed over not long ago, and had devoted himself to his studies, thus the scholarship categorization and evaluation was not very well understood. He originally thought that this world, with the previous life is similar, at most to the comprehensive ranking of students, issued bonuses and subsidies. Jiang Yu knew that every time the unified examination, for the martial arts results ranked in the top 200, there are different degrees of rewards. The top 100 to 200, rewarded with 2,000 Huaxia coins. The top 50, rewarded 6,000 Chinese coins. The top 30, rewarded with 8,000 Chinese coins. The top 20, on top of the 8,000 Huaxia coins, 2 more bottles of basic qi and blood tonic. The top 10 in the grade, on top of the top 20's basic rewards, would also be equipped with a martial arts cultivation room with all sorts of wonderful uses. Unexpectedly, in addition to the examination rewards, the country's reward system, but it is to improve quite a lot. This bursary evaluation seems to have its own judging system in addition to examining the family factors, but also have the teacher's application to do. And 10 bottles of basic qi and blood tonic, the value is no less than the top 20 rewards. If it was all used to purchase the potion, 8,000 Chinese coins wouldn't even buy 4 bottles. Teacher took the trouble. Jiang Yu showed gratitude. If not for Chui telling him, he wouldn't have known that he could apply for these. 10 bottles of basic qi and blood tonic, worth 21,215 huaxia coins. Brother and sister-in-law's salary combined, without eating or drinking, it would take 2 months, right? Shui smiled faintly. It's not a big deal, just cultivate well and don't forget the country's help. In the future, if you can get better grades in the model exams, you may be able to apply for a higher bursary. Jiang Yu nodded his head. Alright, I'll notify you when the application comes down, you go to class first. Speaking of classes, Jiang Yu was a little hesitant. Shui observed his words and asked with some suspicion, "What's wrong?" Jiang Yu hurriedly said that it was nothing and got up to leave. A flash of doubt flashed in Shui's eyes, and he took a deep look at Jiang Yu's departing back. Observe more and see if you can pass the test before. Out the door. Jiang Yu was a bit elated and couldn't help but clench his fists. If he really applied down for the basic qi and blood tonic, together with his level 15 spirituality, the speed of life level enhancement would definitely be able to go up to another level. Originally, Jiang Yu wanted to apply to Chuhi for cultural self-study, but now it is not quite appropriate. There may not be no intention to test me, Jiang Yu said in his heart. Heavy profits at the moment, the more calm you have to be, don't get carried away. Reside in profit and think of righteousness, think of purity in the covenant. So as not to make Chuhi feel that he was not calm enough and overambitious. Anyway, it was also possible to take the opportunity to refresh his martial theory. Perhaps it would be wiser to look at the results after the first model before making a decision. At noon, eating with Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan mentioned, I heard from our teacher that the school will recently invite those teachers from the martial arts universities to come and give lectures. Jiang Yu was a bit intrigued. Oh? About what? Zhang Yuan laughed. Who knows, it's good that they are not selling books. Maybe about some life leveling up? Jiang Yu pondered. Afternoon. Martial arts training as usual. First training in pile work. Jiang Yu focused his attention and regulated his body with his huge spiritual power, constantly making subtle adjustments while working with his breathing technique to make the training even more effective. Also as a result, in the eyes of the onlookers, Jiang Yu seemed to be trembling with every change of movement, as if his strength was not enough. Some people secretly said, it seems that even if one is a genius in the way of the sword, martial arts still needs to be down to earth and raise the life level little by little. Yesterday, the amazingness of Jiang Yu's sword technique was still fresh in their minds. Many people's opinion of Jiang Yu changed and released a bit of goodwill. There were also people who were concerned and asked, Jiang Yu, what's wrong with you? Is your qi and blood insufficient? Do you want to rest for a while? Yes, standing stakes is not a sword technique after all, it consumes quite a lot of qi and blood power. A strange feeling surfaced in his heart. Once you succeed, the world is full of kindness everywhere. Jiang Yu's cheeks were all covered in sweat, gritting his teeth, facing the goodwill inquiry, but he shook his head and did not speak. The more standard the stance, the faster the consumption of qi and blood power, the more helpful it would be for life level enhancement. At this time, he really didn't have the strength to speak. Having been observing from the side, Rudin, however, saw something. Each adjustment is more in line with the standard movements of the Qifeng duel. Rudin looked at Jiang Yu from afar. Just by himself, he was able to adjust so quickly? Could it be that this kid really is a genius? As the saying goes, insiders look at the doorway. Lu Dan vaguely felt that it was not only that, no, it's the perching phoenix that has a shape. Could it be that this kid's mental strength is far beyond normal? With the mental power of at least an entry-level martial artist, he meticulously controls his physical body, which is why the subtle shaking during the transformation occurs. The more Lu Dan thought, the deeper his frown became. This kid, like a fog, covered in secrets. Some students stared at Rudin, seeing the other party frowning, thinking that their movements were distorted and not standardized enough. In their haste, they adjusted their body shape. But the force was not enough, the body was even more unstable, and the pile work was completely broken. Rudin was interrupted by this movement of thoughts, could not help but walk forward, said in a deep voice, pile work, is the body as a stake does not move, the heart should be quiet, the body should be fixed. This is the first year of high school to master the essentials, how to senior high school, but also so easy to be disturbed by the outside world. You, wait for me to stand more 20 minutes, have to change your problem can't, senior high school still have no sense of urgency. A person next to him couldn't help but snicker. Entry-level martial artist, how sharp is the perception? Rudin glared at him. You too, what are you laughing at? Give me extra practice as well. Look at you all, what do you all look like? Staking is the foundation of a martial artist, the more senior you are, the more important it becomes instead. Otherwise why would you rather not allow you guys to fight in real combat? but also need to stand on stakes. The reason is here. If the staking is stable, the basic cultivation method will be stable, and the foundation of the martial arts will be stable. Lu Dan hated the iron. Senior year should have mastered the essentials. The result, the movement is actually still so loose and flabby. What a scandal. Learn from others. Jiang Yu, you are still laughing at others, but do not know others are laughing at you. Look at others, how standardized their movements are, they keep making adjustments every time. What about you guys? The others secretly looked at Jiang Yu, then realized, no wonder Jiang Yu did not speak. It turned out to be afraid of their embarrassment. Only, Rudin secretly said in his heart, Jiang Yu, could he really be a genius? It's not what I presumed. Chapter 17, Chang Gaoming. In the evening, martial arts practice ended. When Jiang Yu returned home, he simply washed up and drank meat soup before reviewing his liberal arts as usual. However, his heart was always vaguely looking forward to that special lecture. The next day, continued to repeat yesterday's arrangement. Practicing martial arts was just so boring. But only by enduring loneliness could one go farther in the martial arts path. Effort or talent, which is important? Jiang Yu, however, had his own thoughts. Effort and talent never complement each other. Talent is a treasure locked in a combination box, and effort is the process of trying to open the combination box. If you don't try, even if the treasure in the combination box is worth more money, it cannot be realized, just like a building in the air. There are more than 10 billion people in the world, and there is never a lack of talent. What's missing is the person who can realize the talent. Wednesday. There's no class this afternoon, the teacher told us to go listen to a lecture. Many students began to cheer. The life of senior year was like a puddle of stagnant water, one could only go by the book. It was long awaited for some changes to occur, to be able to take a break from the boring curriculum. Is there still a lecture in senior year? What lecture is so important? I heard that it was invited from a first-class martial arts university in southern Guangdong province, and it seems like he's still a graduate of our school. I heard it from my buddy in the next class. This person is indeed our school's 19th grade senior, working as a martial arts teacher at Tiannan University. Tiannan University, my dream school, the teacher there. This senior might be a third-rank martial artist now. Jiang Yu followed the crowd, quietly listening and not speaking. Many of the teachers in the school classes are just first-order martial artists, third-order martial artists. Just how strong is it? Jiang Yu could not help but be a little mesmerized. Legendary martial arts masters could travel through the air. Can even withstand the power of nuclear bomb explosions, in the midst of destroying the sky and the earth, leaving with ease. And Su Shiyu is even at the top of today's martial arts, honored as the god of wushu, raising his hand and throwing his feet, mountains and rivers crumble, and heaven and earth lose their color. The more he imagined, the more determined Jiang Yu's heart to seek martial arts became. Although the current system's help to him is limited, but one day find all sorts of magical items. Not necessarily, it couldn't help himself climb the mountain. The auditorium was very empty and could accommodate thousands of people. The students from the entire high school came, turning into a torrent. They took their seats. The seniors were seated at the front. Jiang Yu found his class seat and sat down in order of his student number. A position not far from the high. Above, Li Sanjiang and a few old teachers were chatting about something in a small voice around a man. From time to time, they revealed smiles, as if they were reminiscing about past anecdotes. Jiang Yu curiously surveyed the man who was surrounded by stars. His face was white, and his body revealed a gentle and elegant temperament. I'm afraid, this is the main speaker of this lecture, the legendary senior, according to age, should be 38. A pair of eyes gleamed, and together with Li Sanjiang and the others, who were also middle-aged, he looked more like a student than a teacher. When one enters the rank of a martial artist, they are able to slow down the loss of qi and blood, thus their vitality is even stronger, and when one has a high level of cultivation, looking young is just the most insignificant ability. Jiang Yu thought so. A silhouette flashed through his mind. The class teacher's essence seems to be better compared to the senior. After settling down, it was time. The rest of the teachers also took their seats in the front row, leaving only that senior from Tiannan University. He swept his gaze across the seats, and the voices of his classmates' murmurings disappeared with him. Nodding his head in satisfaction, he revealed a hint of a smile. Hello teachers and schoolmates, my name is Chang Gaoming. Today, I am very honored to be able to return to my alma mater and share with you some of my insights on life-level advancement in martial arts cultivation. Time passes like a shuttle. When I graduated in 22 years, I was still as vigorous as you all, and now I'm almost 40 years old. Everyone listened quietly without the slightest bit of agitation. After all, the other party was a teacher from a first-class martial arts university. Today, I stand here, not because I have reached some end. Rather, I want to tell you all that each and every one of you has infinite possibilities, as long as you work hard enough and persevere enough. The people present were all young people who were vigorous and passionate. Chang Gaoming's opening speech made them fall into an infinite longing for the future, and they couldn't wait to immediately go back to cultivate hard. The so-called life grade is a judgment made on a martial artist's cultivation with a scientific evaluation system, representing a combination of qi and blood power, physique, and other aspects. Jiang Yu was enlightened. No wonder the entire world had strict regulations for each life rank, so the corresponding punching power and burst speed. Chang Gaoming said, "The power of qi and blood, this is the root of a martial artist's power, the source of endless vitality. As the life level rises, so does the strength and speed." Before the martial way emerged, there was no shortage of Hercules who could carry a tripod with their strength. But with empty strength, but no support from the power of qi and blood, everything becomes empty after old age. The corresponding method to raise the level of life is to cultivate the basic and advanced cultivation method, which is often referred to as standing pile gong. Immortal cultivators sit on their knees, absorb the spiritual qi of the heavens and earth, and reach the extreme level of sublimation. When the mind moves, the sky and the earth change color. Martial artists, it is through the staking, external sense of heaven and earth, internal refining qi and blood, fists and feet to mountains and rivers open road. Both are the visualization of the cultivation of the avenue, perhaps after the deep, the same way. As Chang Gaoming gradually explained in depth, many of the students had a look of lowered heads and thought. Those whose grades were already at the top of the rankings were even more able to realize a lot from Chang Gaoming's words. Jiang Yu nodded slightly. All of these Chuhi's martial arts theory classes were covered. The more he thought about it, Jiang Yu was vaguely surprised that Chuhi's theory lessons were not much inferior compared to this Chang Gaoming. Chang Gaoming scanned the crowd. He smiled and posed a question: "How do you all usually cultivate pile gong? Is it a case of drawing a picture from a gourd, and after standing on the stakes, and then often the mind can't be fixed, and always wandering off?" This sentence hit the psyche of almost everyone. Many people blushed and lowered their heads. Chang Gaoming observed the crowd's reaction and couldn't help but smile. In fact, this is all normal. All people start out by imitating their teacher's staking, or even, how do you think martial artists get their staking? Everyone was stumped by the question. It was as if everyone learned math, but there might not be anyone who would explore where math came from in the very beginning, and who created the symbols. Even those like Lin Ruoxin, like Su Bowen, and those who ranked high in their grades. They may have good grades, but they don't necessarily think about the origin of pile work. Pile work was like a tool: learn it, and then use it. Therefore, only some of the students whispered, "Lord Su Shiyu?" Chapter 18, Xingyi. Chang Gaoming laughed and didn't deny it, but simply said, "What you said is also an answer. Lord Su Shiyu has indeed modified martial artists' pile work. Throughout the ages, many gifted martial artists have modified their pile work. It can't be wrong to say that the pile gong came from them. Even, in places we don't know about, there are supreme geniuses who practiced pile gongs they created themselves. There was no criticism for saying it wrong. Or perhaps there was a leader. One after another, a number of people spoke out their answers. Without exception, it was not too accurate. Jiang Yu, however, had a thought, and as a traveler, he had a more active mind. A martial artist's pile work comes from the creation of heaven and earth. Ancient long existed until now. The constantly evolving heaven and earth creation is exquisite. Use it as a teacher, discover its laws, use its laws. When these words came out, everyone immediately reacted, vaguely feeling that he was right. Chang Gaoming glanced at Jiang Yu with interest and nodded. "The student is right. Humans are the species most adept at imitating and creating. Just like today, you imitate your teachers. In the past, the ancestors all took everything in heaven and earth as their teachers, taking the true meaning of them to create pile kung fu." The crowd listened as if mesmerized. Perhaps the knowledge is the same, but to speak interestingly requires merit. A martial artist is the unity of body and mind. Cultivation method is also the unity of form and mind, so that it can operate freely, and the speed of cultivation is naturally accelerated. Simply imitating the form will lead to distortion. The teachers may not even resemble the initial form, and if you imitate it again, you will be far from it. Chang Gaoming began to explain the concepts of true form and true intent. A profound martial artist's cultivation is not just a simple imitation of movements. Rather, they achieve optimal cultivation through the realization of the true form, the pulsating ripples of qi and blood power. He explained that many students focus only on the external movements and ignore the internal flow of qi and blood. A distortion of pile work will seriously affect efficiency, and the qi and blood power refining will be slow. Jiang Yu nodded his head indistinctly. It was with his huge spiritual power that he controlled his body and approached the true form. The qi and blood power enhancement did speed up as a result. Only, how could one achieve true intent? After thinking for a while, Jiang Yu shook his head. I'm afraid that teachers may not all be able to experience the true intent. It is obviously a more advanced martial artist that can observe and consider it. Chang Gaoming continued his speech on the stage, listing the many problems encountered in cultivation in different categories. Many students with top grades couldn't help but nod their heads. In fact, only schoolmasters knew which teachers really had something to offer. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, was immersed in his own thoughts. Associated with the fact that when he utilized his spiritual power to highly cover his body, he was indeed able to feel the pulsations of the so-called qi and blood power. And when he followed the pulsations to make adjustments, he was often able to reap better results. If there was a way to anchor this feeling, perhaps the body could spontaneously be in the most suitable shape, thus maximizing the speed of cultivation. On the stage, Chang Gaoming had basically finished his method speech. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, had his head down, holding a notebook, quickly recording his own epiphanies on it. Movement can be understood as the forefathers figuring out the most convenient path to the destination, which is the true form. This Chang Gaoming is to take it a step further, directly allowing students to explore and memorize the true form in advance. Through this method, students can capture the core of cultivation more effectively, thus increasing the efficiency of cultivation. It also provided a more specific method of operation and a clear and concise theory, turning the teacher's esoteric experience and feeling into a clear goal. It's not that the teachers at Manhwa No. 2 Middle School haven't thought about it. It was just that none of them had formed a detailed theory to analyze the pulsations of qi and blood power as Chang Gaoming did. Only by letting the students understand clearly first could they facilitate their positioning and practice, thus spontaneously adjusting to the perfect movements. Jiang Yu took out Chui's notes from the theory class and compared them to a deeper level of understanding. Chang Gaoming took a sip of water. I spent several years at Tiannan University, constantly refining and summarizing, thus figuring out a set of methods suitable for the majority of students. Of course, this is not the final version, there are still many places that need to be perfected. I also hope that after using it, people will send me emails with feedback, so that we can work together to perfect this method. All talk and no action, let's pick a few students to come up and experience it. Chang Gaoming then invited a few students to come up to the stage to demonstrate, and Jiang Yu raised his hand without hesitation. With his huge spiritual power, it might not be impossible for him to memorize this so-called true form, so he naturally raised his hand to try. As expected, Jiang Yu was called to the stage. Only the last one. Under Chang Gaoming's guidance, it seemed that the previous students had all gained some insight. Finally, it was Jiang Yu's turn. Chang Gaoming asked, "What is your cultivation method?" Jiang Yu replied, "Shifeng Gong." Chang Gaoming seemed to be quite fond of Jiang Yu and nodded again and asked, "Then what weapon are you good at?" "Sword." Jiang Yu replied simply. "Not bad, I can see that your nature is indeed suitable for practicing swordsmanship." After a couple sentences of small talk, Chang Gaoming returned to the main topic, Shifeng Gong. The fluctuations first start at Tianyan, then go to Zhongren, diverge to both arms, and finally end up in Dantian. Jiang Yu set up the pile work and did not use his spiritual power to adjust the movements as he had done in the past. Instead, with the help of Chang Gaoming, he sensed the fluctuations in the Tianyang point at the top of his head. The huge spiritual energy was fully focused on the place where Chang Gaoming's fingers were. Gradually, all the surrounding sounds disappeared. Jiang Yu could not help but close his eyes. In a pitch-black field of vision, he only felt a certain vibrant aura that flowed near the Tianyang point. It seemed to be invisible, yet it was as if it was tangible. This breath then used the qi and blood as nourishment, continuously growing itself, turning into some sort of pure power that flowed along the meridians. Finally, it flowed into the dantian. Jiang Yu carefully memorized the veins made up of these fluctuations. Perhaps, this is the alternative inner vision circumference? There was some vague realization in his heart. Jiang Yu didn't forget to follow the pulsations to adjust his body as Chang Gaoming said. Perhaps it was because of the strong spiritual power and higher control over the body. Jiang Yu could sense in the dark how to adjust to be able to fit the qi and blood pulsations better. It was like shooting an arrow, finding the right moment to hit the bull's eye. Soon, a slight burning sensation came from the muscles. The stomach, it seemed to be emptier. This was the result of the substances contained within the body being tapped, quickly consumed, and turned into pure power. If immortal cultivators were drawing external aura into their bodies, martial artists were tapping into the body's secret reserves and communicating with heaven and earth. Jiang Yu did not deliberately adjust the movement, but the body spontaneously close to the standard action. There is no obscure and awkward feeling, only comfortable and sore. Aches and pains are inevitable with staking. A sword is bound to go through a beating. Jiang Yu set out the vermilion bird in the air, a sense of soaring suddenly emerged. Sweat quickly dripped from his cheeks. Anyone could see that Jiang Yu seemed to have entered some kind of cultivation state that students could only dream of. Chang Gaoming froze, muttering in his heart, "This method of mine, is it really this effective? Why didn't I know?" Chapter 19, Bad, he's learned the truth. Bad, giving him enlightenment to the real thing? Chang Gaoming was shocked in his heart. He's mastering the method here? Who is this person, so powerful? It should be. The auditorium turned on the central air conditioning, so cool, only practicing pile work, will sweat. After all, the organism is considered to undergo strenuous exercise. Turn around and ask, he seems to be in Mr. Chu's class. Returning to his senses, Chang Gaoming had the appearance of a cloudy and light-hearted high-ranking person, as if Jiang Yu's change was within his expectations. Looking at the sweat emerging from Jiang Yu's forehead, Chang Gaoming pondered in his heart. Constantly changing his movements, Jiang Yu knew that this feeling was not easy to come by and sought to memorize it. Several minutes later, Jiang Yu exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, and withdrew from the pile work, behind his back, surprisingly a little wet. Cultivating pile work in this state, the effect is actually so good, in just a few minutes, it started sweating and aching. Unfortunately, although the effect is good, I don't have enough basic qi and blood supplements, my body can't support the consumption. Jiang Yu sighed in his heart, but thought, immortal cultivators still need reiki to cultivate. Qi and blood can still be supplemented through food. Chang Gaoming looked at Jiang Yu and was quite pleased. Not bad, it seems that you have gained something, your enlightenment is very good. Jiang Yu scratched his head. Thank you, Mr. Chang. Chang Gaoming said seriously, this is all your own merit. Everyone could not help but sigh. This senior Chang of ours, his character is really good. Taking credit without being proud. Letting a few students get off the stage. Chang Gaoming called out to Jiang Yu and asked, this student, what is your name? Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu and several other students got off the stage. Only then did Chang Gaoming say, the above, limited by the length of time, a lot of places did not unfold to say, but in my new book, there is a more detailed elaboration. If you need it, you can come to the background to get it. Jiang Yu's eyes were suddenly a little strange. The so-called come to the background to collect, is to line up to buy his book, right? Sure enough, a teacher from Tiannan University would not suddenly come back to his alma mater to give a free lecture for the sake of some sentiment. In 20 years, this is the first time he came back to his alma mater, right? In order to do so, it was to market his books. Jiang Yu and Zhang Yuan were chatting on their cell phones off stage. Are you going to buy it? Buy a book and try it. Just don't know how much it costs. Jiang Yu was also a bit hesitant, but it must not be too expensive, otherwise he would have to consider whether to buy it or not. At this time, Chang Gaoming spoke up. By the way, those few students just now, they can all come to the backstage for free. Chang Gaoming said, his eyes looking towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu froze, he looked up at Chang Gaoming, and then looked left and right, before pointing at himself. Chang Gaoming nodded and smiled, student Jiang Yu, come backstage later as well, I will give you a free special edition book with a copy of my original manuscript, which should inspire you. Your ideas and enlightenment are all good ones, perhaps we can even exchange contact information, and we can discuss together in the future, your epiphanies after you have used my method. After Chang Gaoming finished speaking, many students couldn't help but look at Jiang Yu with envy. The original manuscript had the author's complete pulse from inspiration to creation. Hidden were many sparks of inspiration, epiphanies and annotations that might not have appeared in books. The point was that Jiang Yu was equivalent to whoring out a book for nothing. Jiang Yu nodded his head in appreciation. The other party just smiled and did it in passing, not worth mentioning. Wow, this guy, so lucky, envious. This guy is the dark horse who rushed from the bottom of the hangar to the third in his grade, Jiang Yu. Holy, I also heard about it, his martial arts test, it's also outrageous, took the first place in the whole class, knowing that their class president, Bowen, can even enter the elite class. In an instant, many whispering gazes gathered on Jiang Yu. Moreover, this guy is too good to be true, he can also exchange contact information with Mr. Chang. The other party is a teacher from Tiannan University. Maybe, at that time, we can also find a relationship and operate to enter Tiannan University. It's hard to say whether it can be operated or not, but if he gets into Tiannan University, it'll be awesome. There'll be a teacher to cover him at the beginning of the school year. Jiang Yu also quickly sent a message. I go, envy, jealousy, hate, how what good things are for you to get. Jiang Yu is smiling, for these did not have too much excitement color. Take out the notebook, continue to record their own feelings. Impressions in the brain will disappear, but written down will not. Besides, even if Chang Gaoming was a nobleman. First of all, you must also be able to enter the eyes of the nobleman. Only when you are strong yourself is the truth. Hoping on others is not a long-term solution. Lin Ruoxing turned her head sideways and looked at Jiang Yu, who had a calm face and was writing and drawing on his notebook. This guy, so boring. Lin Ruoxing muttered a sentence, but in her heart, she had another thought. Spoiled and unperturbed, this teenager in front of her had a heart that far exceeded ordinary people. At least, she hadn't met a second one, like Jiang Yu. It's like a completely different person, just one summer vacation. What happened? Lin Ruoxing gazed at Jiang Yu as if she was able to see through hearts and know thoughts. The lecture ended. The crowd dispersed in an orderly manner. Jiang Yu also walked into the backstage. Chang Gaoming was talking to Li Sanjiang and some other teachers were listening carefully. Li Sanjiang had a smile piled on his face. Oh, Mr. Chang came back to his alma mater, how does it feel? Chang Gaoming nodded. Although the alma mater has changed quite a bit, there are still quite a few memorable places. It's really reminiscent of the past. The lecture is over. If you're not busy, why don't you have dinner later and stroll around the campus together? Chang Gaoming nodded his head, quite interested, but sighed. Unfortunately, it's really not possible. I still have to meet someone later, and I still have to catch a plane back to Tiannan afterward. Oh, that's a pity. Seeing people chatting almost, Jiang Yu then walked up. Without being humble, Jiang Yu said, good day to all the teachers, good day to Mr. Chang. Li Sanjiang stared at Jiang Yu, a hint of haze flashed in his eyes, vaguely some anger, but considering the presence of the crowd, he did not seize. Chang Gaoming looked at Jiang Yu and was quite happy. Oh. Jiang Yu right, haha, speaking of which, we are still teacher and brother. Jiang Yu was flattered and did not answer. Li Sanjiang, on the other hand, was shocked. He looked at Chang Gaoming, his eyes narrowed slightly, and in his heart he said, why is this Jiang Yu able to get Chang Gaoming's favor? Just because of his performance on stage? Even if Jumping God is more powerful, Jiang Yu's life level is only 4. Martial Arts University, far from it. If it's so easy to go against the grain, then the entry-level martial artists would have been running all over the streets long ago. Li Sanjiang disdained in his heart. Li Sanjiang made up his mind to mention this Jiang Yu in front of Chang Gaoming later. Jiang Yu does not go, the promotion rate is not good, and Chang Gaoming has nothing to do, but Li Sanjiang's own bonus performance, but the real impact. What's more, Li Sanjiang, since he came to Manhwa too, the wind is flourishing, never who dared to disobey himself. Jiang Yu is considered to be the first. Many students, because of Jiang Yu, have sprouted hope. Jiang Yu was a hangman last semester, and this semester they were all able to improve so much. They themselves were still ranked a little higher than Jiang Yu, why should they listen to Li Sanjiang? So no one was willing to go, riveted to cultivate, and their grades really seemed to improve. Chapter 20 Equipable. Chang Gaoming smiled and nodded, taking out a book with a beautiful cover and handing it to Jiang Yu. The last part of this book, all of which are copies of my manuscripts, details my cultivation experience and some undisclosed research. I hope it will be helpful to you. Jiang Yu accepted the books with both hands and said gratefully, thank you, Mr. Chang, I will definitely study it. Chang Gaoming patted Jiang Yu's shoulder and said in a serious tone, you have good perception and potential, but remember, cultivation is a long and arduous path that requires patience and persistence. No matter what difficulties you encounter, don't give up. Jiang Yu nodded solemnly, I will remember, Teacher Chang. The other teachers were also sizing up Jiang Yu with interest at this time. He seems to be in Teacher Chu's class, right? Well, Jiang Yu. Looks good well, how come I haven't heard of it before? Some teachers also followed the whispering. Chang Gaoming, with a hint of anticipation, patted the books in the hands of Jiang Yu. If you are interested, you can take a good look at my research, maybe there is inspiration for your cultivation, and at that time, if there is any idea, we can also be exchanged. Right, you add my chat, you should have it right? Chat is a green bubble app, the current Chinese national-level communication software. Jiang Yu nodded and took out his cell phone in front of the teacher. In this world, there would be no ban on students playing games. After all, the help brought by technological advancement was far greater than the harm brought by the so-called games. Without electronic devices, it was rather inconvenient. Chang Gaoming, on the other hand, stretched out his hand and wore a technological bracelet on his wrist. The bracelet emitted a blue light, and then Jiang Yu's cell phone screen showed that Chang Gaoming had sent a friend request. Jiang Yu hastily notes his information Manhwa District's second middle school, Jiang Yu. Chang Gaoming nodded, good huh, then you go back to class first, if you have any ideas in the future, let's chat contact. The other teachers didn't say anything, they just looked different. The color of curiosity for Jiang Yu grew thicker and thicker. Jiang Yu, it didn't look like he was a person of great wealth. In terms of cultivation, Chang Gaoming was far superior to the teachers present. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, was 100,000 miles away. This Jiang Yu, in the end wear on his body can cause Chang Gaoming interest? Li Sanjiang at this moment was also quite curious, with a cloudy expression on his face. Not knowing what the teachers thought, but Chang Gaoming's words, Jiang Yu knew clearly. Now that the matter with him was finished, it was time for Jiang Yu to leave in a sensible manner. Taking the book, Jiang Yu excused himself to the teachers. Zhang Yuan was waiting for himself at the exit of the auditorium. Walking up and poking Jiang Yu, Zhang Yuan said enviously, Holy, you've made a fortune, that's a teacher from Tiannan University. What did he say to you? Jiang Yu pretended to be condescending and raised the book in his hand, just gave me this, call out to my righteous father and show you. The cover was printed with a special edition, with the words manuscript. Zhang Yuan looked disdainful, what do you take me for? His methods may not be much better. In the next second, Zhang Yuan nodded his head, please give me a look. Naturally, there was no. Jiang Yu handed him the book and couldn't help but say, I still like your previous condescending look. After reading it for half a day, Zhang Yuan's frown got tighter and tighter as he looked at Jiang Yu with a serious face. The things mentioned in this manuscript are very subtle. Jiang Yu froze, somewhat curious that this Zhang Yuan actually has such a talent. Did you read and understand this? What does it say? Zhang Yuan did not move and returned the book to Jiang Yu. As I said at the beginning, it is very subtle, so I can't read it. Jiang Yu. Back to the martial arts classroom. Chang Gaoming's lecture only lasted for more than an hour. For the rest of the time, the students naturally had classes to attend. Jiang Yu flipped through Chang Gaoming's books along the way and found that most of them were indeed mentioned in the lecture. The key details were further elaborated in the books. After school in the afternoon, Jiang Yu continued to flip through the books on his way to the cafeteria with Zhang Yuan. Chang Gaoming did not use overly obscure language, plus Jiang Yu's perception was not bad, so he read it very quickly. During this period, all the epiphanies were recorded by Jiang Yu against that one manuscript. Even when Zhang Yuan spoke to him, Jiang Yu was indifferent. Focused to the extreme. After eating, Jiang Yu even ran straight back to the martial arts classroom and found a corner to sit down. With true intent, imperial true form. Nurture all things in heaven and earth in your own body, your chi and blood pulsate. Taking out Chui's notes from the martial arts theory class, Jiang Yu murmured to himself, transcribing some of the notes onto Chang Gaoming's manuscript. Corresponding to a martial artist, it is the unity of body and mind. So it is. A martial artist seeks to reflect on his own body. An immortal cultivator senses heaven and earth externally. Therefore, the best method of cultivation is to listen to and sense the body's voice. The so-called true form fluctuation is within it. Jiang Yu frowned slightly. That's why Chang Gaoming put forward the idea of true form, although he gave his own method of guidance. It is true that this method has not been perfected. For those with enlightenment, it was the proverbial kick in the pants. It allowed them to discover the essence more quickly, such as those students with good grades who were already vaguely aware of the true form. But ordinary students, even if they know this, it's actually difficult to replicate the often brilliant methods. The forefathers emphasized the basic skills of pile work and breathing method, combined with the saying of true form. Jiang Yu's brows finally stretched, so I think that the first step is decomposition and reconstruction. The movement method that the forefathers had derived from countless practices was time-tested. Chang Gaoming's statement of true form might not be a completely new perspective. Jiang Yu combined the two. Breaking down the movements, breaking down the true form, and studying the flow of qi and blood at each stage. Piecing together a whole new perception of the whole and the localized. And then, using the true form to counter-propel the action, reconstructing the perception of the action. The two methods, influencing and promoting each other. This is the fusion method of standard and true form. The final epiphany was written. Jiang Yu let out a long breath and looked back at the draft, which was actually densely packed with words. Among them, it was incorporated with the epiphanies and dialectical philosophies of his previous life that were based on top of the radiant civilization. Thus, on the study of Chang Gaoming, Jiang Yu went one step further. Perhaps one day, the method of true form could completely replace the traditional method. However, with the current level of Jiang Yu, he could only take the trick to form the fusion method of standard and true form. It was more applicable to himself. With his strong spiritual power, he was able to do this. And the only person in the world who had traveled through the world was Jiang Yu. Others simply didn't have such strong spiritual power. By the time they had strong spiritual power, I'm afraid that their cultivation would have long since gone up, and they would have definitely used a better method by then. For example, what Chang Gaoming mentioned, high-level martial artists seem to use their true intent to control their true form. Jiang Yu did not need to perfect the method. On the stage, he memorized Chang Gaoming's point. Thereafter, just follow the instructions. Completing the epiphanies was just a result of Jiang Yu's habit, as keeping notes might be useful in the future. However, Jiang Yu was not without gains. At least he had better experienced the method and believed that the speed could be a little faster. Jiang Yu knew that it was not because he himself was so heaven-defying. Rather, it was based on the shoulders of giants, the radiant civilization that he himself had backed in his previous life. Those who traveled through the world did have a higher vision in certain aspects. Of course, Jiang Yu's own talent also had a billion points to play a role. But Jiang Yu's hand touched on the manuscript, and a feeling vaguely arose in his heart. This can be equipped? Chapter 21, the second equipable item. Jiang Yu was startled in his heart. Because of the system, he could plausibly determine which items could be equipped. Previously, when he touched the books, the system did not pop up a prompt at all. Right now, the system actually popped up a system prompt box. Ding! Equipable item found, Cultivation Tips Manuscript. Is it equipped? Jiang Yu hurriedly equipped it and checked the system. Cultivation Insights Manuscript True Form. Description: originally ordinary cultivation techniques, inspirational effect on beginners, not too valuable, but was learned to practice martial arts. Apprentice annotated, recorded some of their own insights, introduced some dialectical philosophy. Equipment condition, none. Equipment effect. Before becoming a ranked martial artist, Yuan power cultivation speed plus 75%. Before becoming a ranked martial artist, cultivation consumption 25%. Remarks. The effect of this equipment is only applicable to martial artists who have not entered the rank life level 10 or below. Looking at the system interface in front of him, Jiang Yu's heartbeat seemed to pause at the moment, and he only felt an intense excitement erupt and spread throughout his body. It's because of my insightful completion that the unequipable items became equipable? This made it even more certain that in order to equip, there had to be an exhaustive theory, which meant that there had to be a high density of information entropy. Cultivation speed is increased, cultivation consumption is reduced. It was only at this moment that Jiang Yu realized that the new cultivation method that he had perfected a little bit had such a high potential ceiling. Although there is his own thinking to digest, but to put it bluntly, he himself is nothing more than picking up on people's ideas. Jiang Yu fumbled with his chin, in the end, because of what? Could it be that? Jiang Yu's heart vaguely guessed, it seems that common in which world, are all common. No wonder, ancient Chinese immortal cultivators, all of them are philosophers, because philosophy is supposed to be thinking about everything in the universe and sensing heaven and earth. Whether it was the immortal cultivation technique or this world's martial arts cultivation method. In addition to having specific action steps, there was, in fact, a general outline of the door. This general syllabus was the elaboration of the philosophy of the founder of the Gongfu, the intention of creating the Gongfu. It was just that, for martial arts cultivation, one only needed to follow the method to cultivate staking, and there was no need to read the obscure and difficult to understand general outline. Therefore, the students did not know the so-called true intention, the so-called standing intention. This seemed to be something that was only done by higher-level martial artists, and emphasizing too much when one's cultivation level was not high enough would just add to the trouble. Using the human body as an oven, melting the true intent of heaven and earth's creation, the martial way begins to emerge. It seemed that, unintentionally, one seemed to have touched some sort of true meaning. Unfortunately, with my eyesight, this little perfection has exhausted my inspiration. Further down the line, the knowledge required to complete it is not something I can touch with my eyesight and cultivation at this moment. Jiang Yu vaguely perceived that if he could really perfect this so-called law of true form one day, it would definitely be far from Chang Gaoming's theory. But because of this, the potential for practicing the new method is unlimited. If it were to be completed, it would certainly have a huge impact. Of course, this was all Jiang Yu's own fantasy. Perhaps, this new method could not be mended at all. The theory was fundamentally wrong. It could have an effect, or it was because it was adapted to Jiang Yu himself. Jiang Yu stared at the system interface in front of him, visible only to himself, and fumbled with his chin. This lecture also brought him a harvest. Before, the system was able to equip a printed book, and now it's able to equip the drafts of many of my notes. It seems that it doesn't matter whether the handwriting is clear or not, and whether it's systematic or not. Jiang Yu pondered the commonalities between these two things. The only thing that is the same is that both are in something, with extraordinary insights and knowledge. The foundation of swordsmanship, because the state gathered the nation's swordsmanship experts to jointly compile it, naturally, it is a treasured code of swordsmanship. It makes sense that it can be equipped. This kind of thing could only be done by the current Huaxia. If it was placed in other countries, or other eras, it might not be possible for someone to gather so many people and publicize their cultivation tips. But undoubtedly, compiling the foundations of swordsmanship was indeed a great thing. And my manuscript gathers quite a lot of insights. Although it's not at the level of a treasure book, it's still considered a small secret book useful for beginners. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment. It seems that perhaps in the future, for martial arts and cultivation, looking for valuable secret books will be the only way to equip them. Moreover, I have 10 item columns and 10 major weapons. I just need to equip the different weapon-based details, and I can turn into an all-rounder in a matter of moments. However, Jiang Yu was not in a hurry. After all, the college entrance exam only required mastery of one weapon. Experiencing too much would instead affect his progress in swordsmanship. The basic cultivation method can't be equipped because you can only get the simplified version, which is simplified to promote universal cultivation, otherwise make it so profound that no one can understand it. Exhaustive version, the university can get, but then can directly turn high-level cultivation method. I don't know if I can equip other more powerful cultivation methods when I find them in the future. Or, weapons and such, can they be equipped? What conditions do they need to fulfill? This teaching sword of mine doesn't fulfill the conditions. Thoughts came and went, and Jiang Yu froze. He had been testing, all along, various items, but there was almost nothing that could be equipped with what he currently had access to. Some could be equipped, but they were useless. Thinking about the others was still too far away. Right now, equip the manuscript first. Jiang Yu put the books into his book bag and hid his movements. To equip an item, it would be incorporated into the system space, thus losing its body in the world. That is, disappear. Silently chanting equip, the books in his hands suddenly became light. Flipping open the book in the book bag, Jiang Yu found that the last part of the manuscript all disappeared. It was as if it had been cut by the most precise cutting equipment. It was smooth and unmistakable, all natural. It seems that this book, as a whole, is not recognized by the system. The only thing that is recognized is the manuscript with my annotations. Jiang Yu's heart rejoiced. This cultivation consumption reduction was a real lifesaver. He was already in financial difficulty, although 25% wasn't much, and he couldn't completely get rid of his dependence on supplements. But at least, eating meat was a bit more cost-effective. This 75% increase in cultivation speed when he was not in the rank was what was really impressive. Assuming that he increased his chi and blood value by 0.1 per month, then after the addition, he would be able to increase it by almost 0.18 per month. Looking at it this way, even if there are no external objects, before the college entrance exams, it should be no problem to have a life rank of 6. It's just that with this, it's ultimately difficult to step into a top martial arts university. Just like in his previous life, who wouldn't want to go to Qingbei if possible? The education and resources that a top martial arts university could access were definitely worlds apart compared to the average martial arts university. Jiang Yu clenched his fists and cheered himself up. Try harder, do your best to rush towards the top martial arts universities. The one who seeks the top will get it. Jiang Yu still understands this principle. If you don't try your best, you're just swinging for the fences. Even if he was burdened with a system, he wouldn't progress. It's good to have the system anchored. I just need to work hard and it seems like I'll get something. This was the greatest positive feedback. With enough positive feedback, countless people playing the game in their previous lives were able to deliver 100% progress. It was time for staking. Having the feeling of previous memories was equivalent to having a clear path. The arcane true form was then easily anchored by Jiang Yu. Although it may not be familiar at first, but soon, Jiang Yu re-entered the true form state. Chapter 22 Transformation. The energy brought by eating was consumed at a rapid pace and transformed into the prime mover of a martial artist, the power of qi and blood, which the system also referred to as Yuan power. Yuan, the beginning of all things. As the foundation of a martial artist, it was appropriate to call it Yuan force. At this moment, Jiang Yu stood on piles, his posture resembling all kinds of metaphysical birds in the chiefing decision. Yan Fu, the rolling king who was cats in the corner like Jiang Yu, looked at Jiang Yu thoughtfully. Yan Fu said in his heart, Jiang Yu is so quick to settle down, this hand of settling down is the only thing I've seen on those who are in the top 100 in age. Logically, with such enlightenment, he shouldn't have only been level 4 before. Yan Fu thought, vaguely showing some signs of his Tao heart breaking down. Marred, could this be the world of geniuses? As long as one wants to learn, one can casually surpass others. Nope, I myself occasionally enter into this marvelous state and cultivate with half the effort. He should be just like me, by chance. Yan Fu guessed that the collapsed Tao heart had improved as good as new. Also, no longer pay attention to Jiang Yu, enter the cultivation. After all, senior year classes were hectic and everyone was sprinting for the martial arts academy of their choice. Even if it was Lin Ruoxin's stream, how legendary it was, in reality, Jiang Yu did not pay much attention to it. It was not that there were no women in his heart, but Jiang Yu knew exactly what time period to do what. In his last life, Jiang Yu had spent a relatively failed life. Even with the irresistible factor of the waves of the times. After being reborn, Jiang Yu reflected, which may not be without its own reasons. Under the wave of the times, people with clear goals and strong actions, though inevitably struggling, ended up swimming against the current. In this life, God had given him the chance to start over. In such a rippling world, danger and opportunity coexisted. Jiang Yu vowed that he would do his best to do his best. Ending the day's cultivation, Jiang Yu exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, feeling the somewhat deficient physical energy in his body and the hunger coming from his abdomen. Jiang Yu smiled helplessly. Without enough external supplementation, it was indeed difficult to support prolonged cultivation. No wonder, martial artists are basically foodies. However, what was gratifying was that the Cultivation Insights manuscript true form was very effective. If it wasn't for this equipment item, Jiang Yu would have definitely passed out from starvation a long time ago due to a loss of qi and blood. But now, with a thought, Jiang Yu opened the item bar. Jiang Yu. Life rank, 4.4 unclassified martial artist. Spirit level, 15.1. Fist strength, 158 kilograms. Speed, 8 ms. Physical cultivation method, Shifeng Kung Fu. Spiritual energy cultivation method, Gathering Elemental Technique. Martial skills, Sword technique 19% of 3rd rank, Footwork 3% of 3rd rank, Fist technique 99% of 1st rank. Item column, 810. Item column 1, Basic Sword Technique Detailed Explanation 3rd edition. Item column 2, Manuscript of Cultivation Tips True Form. The life level had finally increased by 0.1, and despite the previous accumulation, the Manuscript of Cultivation Insights True Form did help quite a bit. The system seems to have more comprehensive information as well due to some sort of patch. Back at home. A canister-type robot blocked the doorway to the house. In the gloomy hallway, it was frightening. Jiang Yu walked in and took a look. Only to see the courier company logo printed on the robot wherever pass. Huaxia Official Logistics, the largest courier company in the country. The items sent are usually things that can only be bought through official channels, such as holographic virtual helmets. Jiang Yu thought about it. It seems that Jiang Yan did say that he bought something for himself. Taking out his cell phone and glancing at the text message, he did miss it. Then walked up and took out his cell phone to scan the QR code. The robot then made a sound, "Mr. Jiang, please pick up your package." With that, the hatch at the robot's chest opened, and inside was a delicate silver white box with a combination lock. Jiang Yu's breath immediately caught and he carefully took out the box. The robot then closed the hatch and went to take the elevator downstairs by himself. Back at home, his sister-in-law was not in the living room. It's no wonder, bringing up a child is like this. The adult's routine follows the child's. If the child refuses to sleep, the sister-in-law can only stay with her. Tiptoeing through the wash. Jiang Yu only pressed the excitement, input his ID card after 6, unlocked the combination lock. opened the box, inside with a 5-ring layout, placed 5 transparent tubular containers. Looking at the material, it was glass, but it was actually a special container that had been fired with the addition of multiple elements. The containers were very delicate, and they contained about an eighth full of liquid. The liquid was a crystal clear blood red color, and under the light, it seemed to be flickering with dots of starlight moving freely. It gave a mysterious and vibrant feeling. Eyes coveted for a long time, Jiang Yu had been longing for the basic qi and blood tonic. Taking out a tube of the potion and carefully holding it in his hand, there was a hint of coldness. Jiang Yu was afraid of falling. After all, this thing is over 2,000 a bottle. Ordinary nutritional meals can only guarantee the basic exercise required. Want to quickly raise the life level, you need to use these basic qi and blood potions. Among the potions, this thing is considered the most cost-effective. Recording the time, Jiang Yu pulled out the plug. A strange fragrance came to his nose, and just by smelling it, his body had a hidden urge to drink it. One mouthful. Jiang Yu was quite careful and tilted his head back to drink this bottle of basic qi and blood tonic. Seeing that he had finished drinking, Jiang Yu even subconsciously shook it to ensure that not a single drop remained. Soon, a stream of heat erupted from his body, just like a long drought. The heat penetrated and spread to every inch of his muscles and bones. It was very comfortable. Jiang Yu seemed to be able to feel that the muscles and bones were devouring these hot streams as if they were hungry. It's fine that the original owner doesn't cultivate, his body has a surplus of qi and blood. Now that he is exercising with high intensity, his body has long yearned to replenish his qi and blood. In this way, the effects of this bottle of potion should be able to be fully utilized. Jiang Yu was quite satisfied and settled in his heart. He would only be heartbroken if there was a hint of the potency going to waste. I just don't know, with my own condition today, this bottle can last for a few days. For the average person, a bottle of potion can be retained for 4 or 5 days, while some people who train with great intensity will basically take a bottle for 3 days. 5 bottles. Jiang Yu thought, how could it be enough for him to use it for half a month? Alas, it's a pity that these 5 bottles, I'm afraid it's a month's salary for my brother, it should be the wages he advanced in advance. Taking advantage of the energy, Jiang Yu continued to study. Getting up and exercising his spiritual power. The huge spiritual power brought Jiang Yu a great deal of benefits, making Jiang Yu even more determined to cultivate the gathering yuan resolve. Although the college entrance exam does not test spiritual power, high spiritual power can enhance the efficiency of cultivation. Anchoring the true form before was also easily done because of high mental strength. It was also able to help Jiang Yu quickly recover from the high-intensity workout, otherwise he should have been forced to relax in the physical therapy room a long time ago. Nothing happened on Thursday. Friday, after today's class is over, the weekend is over. Over the past 2 days, Jiang Yu obviously felt that during this period of time, the attention on himself was too much than ever before. A long silent hangman, in the last few days, suddenly accomplished what many people could not accomplish. Cultural scores all the way to straight third. Highly skilled in swordsmanship. Suspected to be favored by senior teacher of Tiannan University, Chang Gaoming. Naturally, it attracted the attention of many people. Gradually some of his classmates, who hadn't laughed at Jiang Yu, occasionally came over to ask Jiang Yu for some insights about the sword cultivation above. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, would point out a few things in his free time. As for those who laughed at Jiang Yu, it was never too good to come over and ask, but just looked at the students who constantly gained, secretly regretting in their hearts. But Jiang Yu also had no interest in dissolving their knots, but let it develop. Only, what surprised Jiang Yu was Chapter 23, A Fool's Blessing. Outside the Budo classroom today, there were many more people than usual. Many of the students had made a special detour to come over, wanting to see what was so special about this legendary student. Originally, Jiang Yu's grades were not worth discussing at all. However, coupled with the fact that he was valued by the teachers of a first-class university, Jiang Yu instantly became famous. It made Jiang Yu famous all of a sudden. Is that him? The one called Jiang Yu? A student asked in a low voice, his gaze carrying a few moments of curiosity. Another nodded, yes, I've seen him last time in old Dog Lee's office. Jiang Yu was ranked lower than me last semester, this semester has only just begun, and the change is so great. Let's also fight against old Dog Lee, the big deal is to repeat a year, why should we be driven away? At this level? If any of our elite class students come, any one of them can hang him up and beat him. The funniest thing is that those poor students, who have taken Jiang Yu as a role model, are now also practicing hard day by day. This Jiang Yu himself may not have good grades, right, haunted hemp. Oh, sooner or later, Li Sanjiang will get rid of them all. When these words came out, those students with poor grades changed their faces and dared to be angry. Indeed, that day was just a matter of elite class students, and those with good grades not wanting to be in the limelight. One person said in a sour tone, "I didn't expect to step on for him." No one knew what Chang Gaoming was up to. However, Jiang Yu were able to get his contact information. Many people had thought that if they had been more active that day, perhaps they would be the ones to exchange contact information with Chang Gaoming. Being able to make a good relationship with a first-rate martial arts university teacher ahead of time was definitely a matter of great benefit. These people gathered here might not be without the intention of prying information from Jiang Yu's mouth. Seeing that there were more and more people, Jiang Yu was also a bit helpless. With more people, he could always hear the other side discussing himself. This guy is just like this, give him another year and he probably won't even make it into the elite class. That group of students who were obviously in the elite class, all of them had their hands wrapped around their chests, a wave of arrogance that was undisguised. After all, as it stood, even if Jiang Yu excelled elsewhere, but without any surprises, it was to prepare for repeating the exam. At that time, even if Jiang Yu had gotten into the martial arts university, they would have long since gone further. Su Bowen came out at this time. As the class president, he naturally had to understand the situation. The martial arts class, similar to the previous life's gymnasium, some students tended to be more restless. He smiled and said, "Lu Ren, why aren't you guys attending class yet?" The group of people, once they saw that it was Su Bowen, were no longer condescending. That Lu Ren obviously had a better relationship with Su Bowen. He lowered his arm and wrapped it around Su Bowen's neck. "No way, he's so weak. Can he really take the first place in your class's martial arts comprehensive from your hands like this?" Su Bowen froze and nodded with a bitter smile. "Teacher Lu also said that his sword skills are really good, and I did slack off a bit." The others nodded, unimpressed. "Just a moment of overperformance. In terms of overall performance, you directly dumped him by a dozen streets." Seeing that there were many female students present, they spoke more complacently. "His goal, at most, is to get into Budo University. Our goal is at the very least a second-rate upper-middle-level martial arts university. That said, why haven't you applied to enter the elite class yet? We're all waiting for you." Su Bowen smiled and shook his head without saying anything. The reason why he was in this class, it was because Chu-hee was the class teacher, and before Chu-hee gave the word, he would definitely not take the initiative to apply to go to the elite class. "To be honest with you," Lu Ren whispered, "Brother Yuan gave the word." Su Bowen frowned slightly. "You're saying that you're allowed to go and fight against Jiang Yu in a full armor match?" That's not exactly what it says." Lu Ren shrugged. "I forgot, oops, according to my understanding it should mean that." A trace of worry and skepticism flashed across Su Bowen's face. In his heart, he thought, it's better to send a message to that person to ask. After all, Lu Ren, people send nicknames, there is a silly blessing. Why is it called silly blessing? Because silly people have silly blessings. Lu Ren's heart was weak. How would I know why? But if Brother Yuan suddenly sent a message, there must be his purpose. Perhaps, it's because he's afraid that Jiang Yu will drift too much, which is not conducive to future progress, so he came over to remind him. Lu Ren smiled. "How about this reason? Brother Yuan has always been so considerate." Su Bowen wrinkled his brows. "This is never possible. Jiang Yu's life level is only level 4, you guys are all level 6 at the lowest. Full armor versus battle, is this bullying?" Su Bowen was momentarily agitated and his voice raised quite a bit. Quite a few people heard it. "What, this group of elite classes are coming to Jiang Yu for a full armor sparring match?" All of a sudden, quite a few people became agitated. A few poor students were even more righteously indignant. There was definitely a conspiracy. Only, they scratched their ears and couldn't think of any reason. So it was attributed to Li Sanjiang. It's just that sometimes by mistake, maybe it's right again. Now, Jiang Yu couldn't sit still at all. He only had to walk out and look at the other party. Lu Ren was the man of the hour and smiled at Jiang Yu. "I've heard that your swordsmanship is very powerful. I also use a sword, how about it?" Lu stared at Jiang Yu. "Let's have a full armor fight and discuss our swordsmanship to improve each other." Jiang Yu was also not the least bit vain, looked at him and smiled. Although he didn't hear Su Bowen's conversation with him. But an elite class student, suddenly looking for himself a rookie. There must be someone behind it, just, what was the purpose? He didn't believe that this group of people merely couldn't stand to see themselves in the limelight. Jiang Yu, the only one with whom he clearly had a problem, was Li Sanjiang. Let himself know the difficulties and honestly withdraw from school? Only, the other party would not be able to find someone to teach himself a lesson. Moreover, he was only one person, so it wasn't so bad. He also hadn't heard of any other hangers-on being treated like this either. The crux of this was something that Jiang Yu couldn't figure out for a moment. You have good swordsmanship, so I'm sure you know that it is the way of a swordsman to show his sword whenever he meets the enemy. Lu Ren said. Jiang Yu glanced at Su Bowen rather oddly. Where did this come from in the middle? Su Bowen shrugged and looked at the ground without saying anything. Jiang Yu sighed and shook his head. I don't accept. Lu Ren glared. Do you have the soul of a swordsman? If you shy away, you won't be able to practice your swordplay. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. The class period is almost over. I'm going back to class. Time is precious. Jiang Yu was not afraid, but not stupid. Obviously unequal battles, it was clear that they were beaten. And with full armor against each other, the weapons are in danger even if they don't open their blades. To say progress, fighting against Mr. Rudin, isn't it enough? At this juncture, and this group of guys who do not know the sky and the earth, if you get hurt, you won't be able to pass the entrance exam. It's no good, it's meaningless, cutie. Just go. Lu Ren vaguely remembered Yuan's explanation. He only remembered don't fight. Or something. Lu Ren, a little annoyed, cannot remember. Anyway, there is typing, is to type right. Failure to complete the task. Lu Ren, a little headache, looking at Jiang Yu to go. A hand is going to grab up. You. Enough. Chapter 24, just go. Everyone froze. Only to hear a clear and pleasant voice coming out. Lu Ren looked up and couldn't help but feel a little chipper. You actually. The person who came was magnificent, and it was none other than Lin Ruoxin. She snorted coldly. Who gave you permission to find someone for a private fight? The group of elite class students, as if a mouse had seen a cat, all seemed to be a little wary of Lin Ruoxin. Su Bowen hurriedly rounded up the situation. It's not urgent, why don't you go back and ask for clarification? Lu Ren snorted coldly. He wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he felt that he was witty as hell. Although there were always people saying that he wasn't very brainy. Just go. A farce that came to an end. Jiang Yu looked towards Lin Ruoxin, secretly speculating in his heart that Lin Ruoxin actually suited the identity. Su Bowen didn't even sell his face, yet he was afraid of Lin Ruoxin. In his heart, he sighed. In the end, he was too weak. Thank you, if it wasn't for you, I still don't know what to do, Jiang Yu said sincerely. Jiang Yu looked at this stunningly beautiful young girl standing playfully in front of him. Her long hair swayed slightly with the breeze, and a pair of eyes that were unforgettable in this life after a single glance gazed at her. Lin Ruoxin's eyes were definitely the best-looking pair of eyes Jiang Yu had ever seen in his life. It was like a clear lake in Changbai Mountain. Even if there was something dirty or dangerous, she must not have seen it. But these eyes, from time to time, revealed the unique cunning and wisdom of a young girl. She, however, did not care about the previous help, shaking her head and smiling without saying anything. In fact, his sword skills may not be better than yours, he just suffered a loss of physical quality. In the future, you can ask him to fight in the fighting soul space. Jiang Yu smiled faintly and shrugged his shoulders, expressing indifference. Jiang Yu. Lin Ruoxin opened her mouth and a nice voice came out. It was like a clear spring flowing and could soothe the soul. Jiang Yu was a little puzzled. Is there something wrong? Lin Ruoxin's fair jade-like face was slightly red. I have something to find you, is it convenient? Jiang Yu's face did not move, but his heart was a little puzzled. Whether it was the original owner, or he crossed over, there were no interactions with this Lin Ruoxin. Right now, suddenly looking for the door. Instead of being colorful because Lin Ruoxin was good-looking, he remained faintly vigilant. Although, there were definitely countless people who hated the fact that Lin Ruoxin was looking for their help every day. However, a few moments of curiosity also rose in their hearts. Lin Ruoxin, it seemed, never opened her mouth to beg. Go ahead, after all, you just helped me. Jiang Yu slowly spoke. Her eyes, clear as a mirror, everything in the world under its gaze, all dirty thoughts had nothing to hide. Vaguely, Jiang Yu always felt that Lin Ruoxin seemed to be able to peer into his heart. Unable to help it, Jiang Yu became even more vigilant. This was too much of a coincidence. As if Lin Ruoxin knew what Jiang Yu was thinking, she looked at her with interest and said with a coquettish smile, after school this afternoon, can you come upstairs to the rooftop? I'll be waiting for you there, I have something to say to you. Huaxia had implemented a load reduction policy, and as a key high school, Nanha's second middle school naturally had to abide by it. Therefore, every Friday afternoon, students would go home on vacation. Even evening self-study would be cancelled. Lin Ruoxin, on the other hand, asked Jiang Yu to meet on the rooftop at 5 o'clock this afternoon. After freezing and contemplating for a moment, Jiang Yu slowly nodded his head. Okay, I'll be there. Since there didn't seem to be any danger, Jiang Yu nodded his head in agreement. The conversation between Lin Ruoxin and Jiang Yu was not covered up. Many people with sharp ears heard it. Since ancient times, rooftops produce romantic dramas. On what grounds? This kid, damn it. Lin Ruoxin has never gotten this close to anyone else. Is this Jiang Yu a chimera? Chang Gaoming appreciated it, and now my goddess is also. Countless boys were envious and jealous, looking sourly at Zhou Che. Teenagers were young at heart and also longed for the goddess's favor to fall on them. In the afternoon after school, Jiang Yu packed up his things and came to the rooftop. The original rooftop door was locked. Only, it should be Lin Ruoxin, who didn't know where to get the key, opened the door. The action is really fast. Jiang Yu spat out a sentence. The setting sun half shares the green hills, heaven and earth are full of gilded splendor. The evening wind blew away the residual heat, and Jiang Yu felt refreshed. Lin Ruoxin stood far away from the wind, her long hair swaying, and the corner of her skirt, which was also blown up by the wind, forming an absolutely beautiful picture. Jiang Yu carefully recognized Lin Ruoxin's silhouette in the afterglow. From bottom to top, she was wearing a pair of sneakers, white socks wrapped around her ankles, a white skirt, a short-sleeved shirt, and a confident ponytail. The tall and bright girl, looking back at herself. At this moment, on the rooftop, there were only Lin Ruoxin and Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's heart rose a little strange color, rooftop, either infernal, or about to confess. Lin Ruoxin student, now something can be said? Jiang Yu did not move and opened his mouth. At this time there was no protective armor, Lin Ruoxin was only wearing her school uniform jacket, and the rounded and straight arc of her chest was undoubtedly on display. Underneath, she was wearing a long school uniform skirt, which covered half of her long, powdery legs. The wind on the rooftop was a bit strong. Another gust of wind blew up the hem of the skirt. Jiang Yu's sight didn't look down because he knew that there were bound to be safety pants underneath the skirt. Lin Ruoxin looked at Jiang Yu for a moment, and her round and delicate ears were suddenly colored with a touch of pink. Slightly stretching her waist, Lin Ruoxin's perfect curves were revealed. Jiang Yu's heart hurriedly recited Amitabha Buddha, he graduated from the takeaway for so long, Pan-Sea Cave Spider Spirit, XX Media, what have not seen? The benefits of sending benefits for no reason, there must be fraud. The heart is not charming, only vigilance. Lin Ruoxin looked Jiang Yu up and down, a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes, slightly nodded, you really are different from others. Jiang Yu froze, what do you mean? Lin Ruoxin put her hands behind her back and gazed at Jiang Yu. After a while, Xin pulled up a strand of hair, the color on you, it's not quite the same as others, I've never seen someone like you. Before the summer vacation, I remember that your color was gray, just one summer vacation passed, but your color became golden, as if it was glazed. Before the summer vacation, that was when Jiang Yu had not yet crossed over. When Jiang Yu crossed over, it was already summer vacation. What Lin Ruoxin said about the color change coincided with the time point when Jiang Yu crossed over. The color change, I'm afraid, was brought about by the soul change. Then it seems that she has some sort of ability. Jiang Yu's heart was on alert, the things he had crossed over, no matter what, were things that rotted in his heart. Gradually, a strand of dangerous thoughts rose in Jiang Yu's heart. Right now, this Lin Ruoxin, however, seemed to have detected something strange. With 1,000 thoughts in his mind, Jiang Yu tried his best to suppress his emotions and said in disbelief, color? Lin Ruoxin did not answer positively, but instead smiled, you know about the external image power, right? Jiang Yu nodded, external image power, it is said to be an ability given by the heavens that every martial artist has the chance to awaken, something that is more advanced than fitness. Somewhat enlightened, a trace of horror flashed through Jiang Yu's heart as he stared wide-eyed at Lin Ruoxin, meaning that this young girl in front of him had actually awakened the external image power. By the looks of it, it seemed to be related to sensing other people's emotions and thoughts? Mind reading? Chapter 25, Eating Lobster. Alarm bells went off in Jiang Yu's heart. If this is really the case, then wouldn't it be that all of his thoughts and experiences have all been read by Lin Ruoxin? Bad, it won't be reported to the state by her, and then dragged himself to be sliced up. Or perhaps, threaten herself with this? The existence of the system, perhaps she could also know about it? Nope, if that's really the case, there's no way she'd be able to stay calm. In that case, Lin Ruoxin thought that it was true that her abilities were limited, as she had said. Then it seems that, at least, there is no desire to harm herself. His brows furrowed slightly, but he did not make a move, just quietly looking at Lin Ruoxin. Lin Ruoxin's eyes flashed a trace of a different look. The words were surprisingly not faintly lost, just said, not as powerful as you think, reading the mind is perhaps considered to be some kind of alternative to reading the mind. Jiang Yu slightly unnatural. At Isla, I can just perceive some emotional fragments of people, unsuspicious, happy, sad. And people, some of their thoughts at the moment. Lin Ruoxin used her hand, comparing a pinch of something in front of her eyes. There was only a small gap between the index finger and thumb. The universe between the fingers, right. Jiang Yu associated it with Lin Ruoxin's performance when she fought against Rutan. No wonder, Lin Ruoxin seemed to be able to anticipate the enemy. It seemed to be a use of her external image power. As far as Jiang Yu knew, the external image power of mind reading, which to some extent could be considered a heaven-defying level, did not seem to have ever appeared. Perhaps someone had awakened the same outer image power, but they just hadn't been told about it. After all, being able to peer into a person's mind, it was a very frightening thing. So, I don't exactly know what people are thinking. Jiang Yu was inexplicably relieved in his heart. Perhaps, it's possible in the future. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a little nervous again. A hint of cunning flashed in Lin Ruoxin's eyes and she snorted. Jiang Yu only felt that Lin Ruoxin was like a little goblin, an elf or something. Because of the external image power, Lin Ruoxin has a long grasp of the human heart. It was completely different from the usual, cold-faced iceberg goddess. Perhaps, this was her original appearance. Human nature, the darkest of all, always watching for people with evil intentions to come closer. Perhaps only an iceberg beauty can get a clear conscience. Jiang Yu quickly adjusted his mind and was able to respond. Looking at Jiang Yu, Lin Ruoxin paused for a while before saying, I don't know what has happened to you. Before I could perceive your thoughts, your body is cloudy and rainy, a bad child. Now, you have never been quieter in your body. I only feel golden, dawn, hope. Lin Ruoxin glanced at Jiang Yu. You probably don't know what quiet means. It means, I can no longer hear the voices in your head. It's as if there is some kind of inexplicable power that covers it. Jiang Yu was relieved to hear that in his heart, he vaguely felt that Lin Ruoxin had not lied. So, what exactly was it that had isolated the probing of her external image power? System? Or was it her own soul from another world that came with some sort of power from a different realm? However, being able to isolate probing was always a good thing for Jiang Yu. Being able to isolate Lin Ruoxin, somehow, might be able to isolate other ways of probing. Lin Ruoxin revealed her snow-white teeth and threw an impish smile at Jiang Yu. So, what exactly happened to you? Even for a high-ranking martial artist, I can vaguely hear voices. Jiang Yu's heart thumped. No wonder Lin Ruoxin was so concerned about himself. Perhaps in the eyes of the onlookers, Jiang Yu's transformation had all sorts of reasonable explanations. However, in Lin Ruoxin's eyes, Jiang Yu was no different from being under a microscope. The sun had suddenly gone out. A blind man would be able to perceive it, right? Perhaps, it has something to do with the fact that I go to bed early and get up early every day and eat on time? Jiang Yu rubbed his nose and said. Lin Ruoxin looked straight at Jiang Yu, as if she wanted to see points on his face. Having suffered a dark loss before, Jiang Yu now adjusted his mind and faced it openly. Lin Ruoxin suddenly spat out her pink tongue. It's no fun. But I told you my secret. Lin Ruoxin looked at the setting sun, a faint sadness spread on her face. If people know, they will hate me. No one would be willing to put their heart under someone else's nose. At a young age, Lin Ruoxin did not know what this meant. When she told adults about her ability to hear other people's thoughts. In return, it was the nervousness of her parents and the alienation of her loved ones. Then later, Jiang Yu froze and hastily stepped back alertly. You're not going to engage in this killing and exterminating thing, are you? Lin Ruoxin wrinkled her delicate nose and came up, sizing up Jiang Yu's face from side to side before quietly taking half a step back. Then if you obediently listen to me, I can consider not killing you. You're a life level 6 of course I can only listen to you? Even Lin Ruoxin was amused by Jiang Yu's serious quirkiness. The corner of her mouth rose slightly. It's not impossible. Fruity? Jiang Yu stood at the school entrance and looked into the distance. At this time it was already past 5:30, and most of the students had finished walking. The school entrance was empty. Suddenly, on the side of the street, a silver-gray stream of light flew in. Snort! This stream of light floated 180 degrees in front of the open space and steadily stopped in front of Jiang Yu. It was a very sci-fi supercar, overall silver-gray, with a large front face unique to supercars. At the tail wing slowly swings up and down with the airflow. The whole car seems to breathe. Silver-gray body has some kind of rhythm. Just when Jiang Yu was curious to explore who was in the car, the window fell. Lin Ruoxin sat in the driver's seat, valiantly. Get in the car. Jiang Yu's eyes widened. No, big sister, you turned out to be a rich second generation? In his previous life, when Jiang Yu delivered takeaways, it was in Magic City. Every day, he could see countless luxury cars driving past him. He had fantasized that one day, he would be able to buy one himself. Nowadays, if he could become a martial artist, this wish might not be impossible to fulfill. Instead, he didn't expect to be the first to sit in this world's top supercar. It is said that this car can also briefly fly at low altitude. Jiang Yu was vaguely looking forward to following the rich woman that would definitely be able to have a good meal. The car slowly started. Jiang Yu suddenly reacted, by the way, aren't you under 18, have a driver's license? Lin Ruoxin looked contemptuous, this car has an unmanned driver, it doesn't need a driver's license. Oh, then I'm relieved. Jiang Yu watched Lin Ruoxin turn the steering wheel and press the navigation to drive, and froze. Isn't it an autopilot? Lin Ruoxin nodded, yeah, but I didn't say I was going to use it. A life and death situation. Jiang Yu said with a flat face, this car, it should be resistant to impacts, right? With a life level of 4, it should be quite resistant as well, right? Lin Ruoxin didn't answer, only the corners of her mouth rose slightly, and the peaks on her chest trembled slightly, highlighting how hard it was for its owner to hold in her laughter. Jiang Yu. Compared to before, I feel that the current you is more interesting. Chapter 26, Kind of Hate You. Jiang Yu was not overwhelmed by happiness and calmly said, Ms. Lin Ruoxin, remember to watch the road when driving. Driving is not standardized, 2 lines of tears for loved ones. Lin Ruoxin slammed on the gas, and the Maybach sped out like a roaring beast. Glancing at Jiang Yu, Lin Ruoxin asked, what are you doing with your cell phone? Buying insurance. Lin Ruoxin coldly said, kind of hate you now. The Maybach safely stopped on the street. Lin Ruoxin got out of the car and operated the bracelet, then the Maybach went to the nearest parking lot by itself. Jiang Yu secretly said, worthy of being a top-class supercar, it's just bull. Lin Ruoxin pointed, let's go, take you to eat Little Green Dragon. Jiang Yu nodded and looked around, it was a large commercial plaza, Wanda Plaza, very prosperous. In Immortal Shao City, it was one of the best. Following Lin Ruoxin, he soon arrived at his destination. Jiang Yu looked up at the signboard, wow, it's really a little green dragon. Only to see that on the signboard, a few big words were written in dragon-flying script, Little Green Lobster. A store that mainly sells small lobsters. You still eat this? Jiang Yu's eyes were a little strange, how come the impression about Lin Ruoxin was constantly being broken by contrast? What else would I eat? Lin Ruoxin asked. I thought you based qi and blood tonic as water to drink. Lin Ruoxin giggled, let's go, this crawfish is especially delicious. Jiang Yu also stopped joking, but followed in. The two sat down, and whispers came from the side. Holy, this kid actually picked up such a hot chick? Is that woman good looking? A female twisted her boyfriend's waist, her face filled with jealousy. The man continued to look at Lin Ruoxin out of the corner of his eye, and said carelessly, definitely not as good looking as you, dear. The woman burst into a rage, even if you're looking at a beautiful woman, you're still perfunctory and dishonest. There was a flurry of chickens and dogs. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth couldn't help but twitch, out of the school, Lin Ruoxin's beauty immediately had a more vivid display. Lin Ruoxin looked calm and collected herself, and after directly ordering 10 pounds of crayfish, she handed the menu to Jiang Yu. What would you like to eat? Jiang Yu said, whatever the guest wants. Lin Ruoxin nodded and ordered a few more dishes. The two of them had a chat and waited for the crayfish to come up. Things like world food prices, Mars real estate development, and whatnot. The crawfish came up. 2 pots in all. One pot was hot red oil, rich spice flavor, a large red crawfish soaked in the soup. The other pot is a mild flavor of cooked drunkenness. Crayfish immersed in good huadiu wine, the material is like tea, exudes a little cold, vaguely revealing the flavor of spices, inside not a trace of spices. Only stores that are confident in their raw materials will choose to make cooked drunken crayfish. Jiang Yu had nothing to be embarrassed about, put on his gloves and ate. Even if Lin Ruoxin was rich and powerful, Jiang Yu would not cower because of it. If he were to cower because of this, instead, he would only call for people to look down on him. I have to say, this crawfish is actually so delicious. Lin Ruoxin thought deeply. The way she ate was different from the way the average person ate. Clipping a single crayfish onto a plate, she put on oil-impermeable gloves, her long and slender fingers, elegantly and skillfully separating the shells and meat of the crayfish. One shrimp meat neatly yards on another plate, looking very decompression. Only then took off the gloves. Then, she drizzled some soup, elegantly used chopsticks to pick up and put into the cherry mouth. Like a squirrel chewing, very cute. Finishing the lobster on the plate. Do you know about the fighting soul awakening? Lin Ruoxin wiped her mouth with a napkin and stared at Jiang Yu. Such a proud princess naturally couldn't just invite herself to dinner out of the blue. Jiang Yu didn't answer positively, but only said, "What you eat, can you still spit out?" Absolute beauty eyes gazing at Jiang Yu, Lin Ruoxin propped up her chin and said, "Hey, all classmates, so realistic. I just heard about it, but never went in." Jiang Yu wiped his mouth. Lin Ruoxin reclined on the back of the chair and looked at Jiang Yu carelessly. "Very well, then team up with me." "Is there any necessary connection between the two?" Jiang Yu asked rhetorically. "What teaming up?" "Your swordsmanship is very powerful, so I would like to invite you to form a team and participate in the Fighting Soul Awakening's 2-player ranking mode." Fighting Soul Awakening, a game that had taken the world by storm and was played by almost all martial artists. Granted, there was a great deal of support and promotion from the United Earth government in it. However, in the Fighting Soul space, martial artists could throw off the shackles of their bodies, suppress their levels to the same realm, and win purely with their martial arts skills. It was a place where martial arts skills were very much honed. Fighting Soul Awakening had fighting as its theme. However, it is also divided into a variety of matchmaking modes such as Source Realm Survival, Battle Royale, Single Ranking, 2-person ranking, 5-person group ranking, matchmaking, individual practice, and test battle. Such as Source Realm Survival, Battle Royale, and 5-player group platoon, they were all multiplayer teamwork-based modes. Jiang Yu froze. "My swordsmanship is good, but it's not so good that you're looking for me specifically, right? Aren't there plenty of people in the school who are better than me?" Lin Ruoxin elegantly sipped her water. It's just good swordsmanship?" "If I guessed correctly, your swordsmanship should have reached the 3rd rank level." Lin Ruoxin revealed a hint of a smile. "Do you know who the number 1 in the whole school is?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "As far as I know, it should be a lanky guy with a beard who walks with his nostrils turned up." "Aha, Li Yuan, very annoying guy." Lin Ruoxin nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Li Yuan and Li Sanjiang are both surnamed Li. However, he scored 740 points in culture, converted to 147 points, basic quality points, martial arts synthesis, all of them are first. Doing the math, with a full score of 750 points, he would be able to get at least 620 points right now, leaving behind the 2nd place by more than 25 points. Ever since he entered Manhwa Second Middle School, 1st place has never fallen to anyone else. Even so, Li Yuan has only just broken through the 3rd stage of marksmanship, reaching the realm of pure fire. As for Bowen, he hasn't even broken through the 3rd rank in sword technique yet. Jiang Yu was stunned. He had previously thought that the 3rd rank of swordsmanship was very high, but there should be quite a few people who could reach it in the top 100 of the grade. After all, many of the students had very good family backgrounds, and their talent was not bad, and they also worked hard. With such resources, even if martial arts relied very much on enlightenment, as long as there was a famous teacher to guide them, he thought that it wouldn't be too much of a problem. Only, the reality was far more difficult than he had imagined. Even Li Yuan had only just broken through. What about the others below? Whether or not they would be able to gather 10 people, I'm afraid it was all an unknown. I turned out to be so powerful? A thought suddenly rose in Jiang Yu. Chapter 27, Cooperation. However, it was quickly squashed from him. Being complacent was only bad for oneself. Even so, then there are still other students who have reached the 3rd rank, right? Lin Ruoxin asked for 2 cups of juice drinks. "Yes, the ones who use swords like me, but there aren't any. In our school, the only one who has reached the 3rd rank in swordsmanship should only be you. And I don't like them." Lin Ruoxin's eyes flowed, tilting her head to look at Jiang Yu. "I like you more, Law." Under the gaze of the beautiful face, Jiang Yu's heartbeat indisputably missed half a beat. Lin Ruoxin was a bit too much. Even though he clearly knew that Lin Ruoxin was only joking and his brain was calm, it was only his body that subconsciously reacted. "Scholar, please respect yourself." The elf-like girl resumed her seriousness after revealing a wry smile. Lin Ruoxin slowly said, "Actually, I and others, not good to get along with." Jiang Yu immediately understood in seconds. It was probably because Lin Ruoxin was able to detect other people's minds because of her external image power. Even if Lin Ruoxin couldn't completely read minds, but capturing other people's dark thoughts from time to time, that was indeed quite difficult to get along with. For herself, for some reason, Lin Ruoxin couldn't read her own mind. At least it's easier to get along. Jiang Yu pretended to be unkind. "Then you're not afraid that I have ulterior motives as well?" Lin Ruoxin narrowed her eyes slightly, looked Jiang Yu up and down, shook her head and said, "The difference between a good person and a bad person is as big as the difference between the sun and the moon in my eyes. My intuition tells me that you are a good person." Lin Ruoxin said with certainty, "In this life, you can't be a bad person." The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. "No, then isn't my future bright in this life? They all say that being a good person doesn't have a good ending." "Yeah, I don't think so," Lin Ruoxin said with deep meaning. Jiang Yu was silent. He always felt that Lin Ruoxin could see through some of his thoughts. However, it was also very certain that he definitely did not know about his crossing over in the system. Lin Ruoxin stretched out her pink tongue and licked her thin lips, her absolutely beautiful gesture letting people color their souls. "So do you still have any questions?" Jiang Yu looked up at Lin Ruoxin and said, "Let's just say that I have a high level of strength and unrivaled character, but according to my observation, you should not be someone who easily seeks help from others. This matter, is it important?" Lin Ruoxin smiled faintly, a hint of cunning in her gaze. "Of course it's more than just. I'm very interested in your swordsmanship and want to learn something from you, and double teaming is a good choice." "And, don't you know?" Lin Ruoxin faintly said, "Although the school's special recruiting conditions are generally based on single row segments, there will be cases that include double row segments as a criterion." Jiang Yu understood a little. After all, martial artists need to fight as a team from time to time, not alone. Lin Ruoxin nodded. "A lone ranger usually can't find a body." Lin Ruoxin's tone became slightly more serious. "It doesn't take up too much of your time, after all, I still have to train myself. And with the double row segment going up, it's also beneficial for you." Jiang Yu nodded. Lin Ruoxin, as a rich family's daughter, must know insider information that was difficult for ordinary people to know. Generally speaking, only the more top-notch schools, the special enrollment regulations, the more and stricter they would be. Lin Ruoxin naturally couldn't be satisfied with some ordinary martial arts university, so she must be aiming to impact a certain awesome martial arts university. If Jiang Yu followed Lin Ruoxin, he was also considered to have dipped into her light. Maybe he could also utilize this double row segment to impact a better school. Jiang Yu thought about it and said, "But, you should know my situation, I'm too shy to buy the equipment. After all, a helmet would cost nearly $100,000. To get the best results and purchase a cockpit, it would require hundreds of thousands of dollars." Lin Ruoxin shrugged in disbelief. "There are many leaderboards in Fighting Soul Awakening, and there are many official rewards if you make it to the top of the leaderboards or fulfill certain segment conditions. As payment for the offer, all of our double row rewards will be given to you, and I will send you one of the most luxurious cockpits in case you are unable to train, so that you can utilize as much of your strength and reality as possible." Jiang Yu was silent for a while, weighing the pros and cons of this offer in his mind. After thinking about it for a while, his heart indisputably beat violently. Jiang Yu secretly said in his heart, "This proposal, he can be said to be a little bit of force without having to contribute, the cheap all accounted for. Really what he needs to pay, perhaps, is to teach Lin Ruoxin a little bit of combat experience and sense." Because, with the cockpit, Jiang Yu could train martial arts himself on weekdays. It was also possible to have a single row in the soul fighting space, and if one could reach a specific segment, there were also more rewards to be gained. In the end, he nodded and said in a deep voice, "Missy, if you have your eye on me and want to adopt, just say it." When Jiang Yu thought about it, other than Lin Ruoxin craving for her body, it didn't seem to be worth her opening such a generous offer. Jiang Yu is a man of two lives, although Jiang Yu is a man of steel, but his pocket is indeed cleaner than his face. If the person who is supporting him is Lin Ruoxin, Jiang Yu will bite his tongue and sell his color. Lin Ruoxin, pretty face slightly red, angry, bah. Think beautiful. Joke to joke. With his heart divided and calm, Jiang Yu nodded and said, "I naturally have no reason not to agree." Lin Ruoxin nodded in satisfaction. Very good, I like this attitude. Let's have a clear goal, to rush to the top of the junior group. Jiang Yu smiled faintly and didn't say anything, only that there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Within the fighting soul space, you can fight against teenage geniuses and experts from all over the globe. It's definitely the best way to improve your martial arts skills. Combined with the item bar, perhaps, it's possible that I'll soon be able to rush to the 4th rank. And with 4th ranked sword techniques, perhaps it's only possible to get a perfect score in the martial Dao comprehensive. Jiang Yu couldn't help but look at Lin Ruoxin. This little rich woman was truly his own heavenly blessing. However, if it wasn't for the crossing, there was some kind of supreme power that had isolated Lin Ruoxin's external image power probing. Jiang Yu understood that he and her, perhaps it would be difficult to cross paths in this life. The two discussed the details. It was getting late. Lin Ruoxin said, "Let's add AV then." Jiang Yu nodded and took out his cell phone to scan the code. Apply to add user Nuwa. Soon, Jiang Yu's cell phone popped up and the application passed. Jiang Yu glanced at Lin Ruoxin's avatar, which was actually a cartoon version of Su Xie. Lin Ruoxin said, "If the cockpit, it should take a few days before it arrives. When it arrives you can register your account again and VChat me. Then we'll start double rowing." Jiang Yu nodded, "Good." Then Lin Ruoxin got up to check out. Chapter 28 Raid of Terror. Lin Ruoxin finished checking out and glanced at Jiang Yu. "Is it so stressful to stand with me?" Jiang Yu, "No, didn't you hear the people in line behind me, saying they want to find me to worship me?" Lin Ruoxin. Out the door. Jiang Yu bids farewell to Lin Ruoxin. "I'll just take the subway back. I didn't expect you to be quite a gentleman." Lin Ruoxin hailed her car over on her bracelet. Jiang Yu didn't say anything, just looked at Lin Ruoxin meaningfully. "What do you mean?" Lin Ruoxin reacted and was so angry that she wanted to stomp her feet. "I'm a good driver, okay?" Jiang Yu laughed and didn't answer. Waiting for the car to come, waved to Lin Ruoxin. Only after watching Lin Ruoxin get in the car and leave, did he turn around and walk into the mall, taking the elevator to the subway. "Crap, I forgot to tell my sister-in-law that I was eating out." Jiang Yu giggled, thinking that it was bad, and hurriedly sent a message to his sister-in-law. Sister-in-law replied, "It's okay, it's fine to save it for tomorrow when I bring the company to eat." After more than 2 hours, finally returned home. Sister-in-law is not at home at the moment, Jiang Yu knows. She held her daughter to the slide below to play. Although he was on vacation, Jiang Yu did not rest there. Instead, he continued to complete his daily program. Just reallocated the plan according to today's time. Memorize some liberal arts knowledge points, and then brush up on some questions to consolidate the hand. Going online to learn some news. Jiang Yu frowned. It seems that the Herald cult is really active in southern Guangdong province. According to the news, southern Guangdong province had not been peaceful recently, with many injuries occurring. The Herald cultists did things without any rules and regulations to speak of, completely wreaking havoc as they pleased. People have been robbed and killed, people have been violated, and people have been taken captive and disappeared. Herald cult engravings left on corpses. Jiang Yu read a new piece of news. Originally, Jiang Yu did not pay attention to the Herald cult. Because in the end, the Herald cult's main scope of activity was not in China. Jiang Yu paid attention to the location of the crime as stated in the news and frowned a little. The Herald cult's range of activities seemed to be gradually approaching inland from the coast. Xianchao City. Or, this group of people were brewing a conspiracy from the beginning, and are now just deliberately using other cases to cover up their true purpose. Jiang Yu lay on the bed. Thinking back to today's conversation with Lin Ruoxin, it seems that things are really unpredictable. Lin Ruoxin, like a cloud of ponderous wind, changing in 1,000 ways, was indeed easy to attract. The key is that Lin Ruoxin, this little rich girl, is still sending herself benefits in an obvious way. Jiang Yu thought that this person was not a coward. It's just that, according to the Fighting Soul Hall, those who awaken the external image power will also accelerate their cultivation speed before it's right. So why isn't this Lin Ruoxin's life level as good as Su Bowen's? Jiang Yu frowned. After all, I'm afraid that Lin Ruoxin's family lineage is definitely not inferior to Su Bowen's. Or is she hiding her clumsiness? Forget it, it's none of my business anyway. Jiang Yu thought about sleeping. The next day, he continued to get up early in the morning to cultivate his spiritual power. Then, Jiang Yu took the earliest bus and sneaked off to school. Although, the country had a policy of reducing the burden. There were no classes on weekends. However, the school did not actually prohibit students from coming to school to study by themselves. Because there is also the consideration that many students from poor and average families may not have a place to train if they are not at school. Since the cafeteria was not open on weekends and was only used by the staff, Jiang Yu could only buy breakfast and lunch outside the school. The good thing was that with his student ID, Jiang Yu could purchase discounted nutritious meals all the same. Eat and drink enough. Jiang Yu then headed to the martial arts classroom alone. Drop. Face recognition successful. Welcome, Jiang Yu. Pushing open the door, the soft morning sunlight fell on the floor through the leaves, and the empty classroom made Jiang Yu's heart feel peaceful. Waking up early has not been in vain. The great time of having the martial arts room all to myself is something I'm going to have to capitalize on. So he put down his backpack. Jiang Yu flew into the middle of his staking training. He felt that the residual basic qi and blood supplements were still providing a steady stream of energy, and were rapidly being consumed and converted into qi and blood power under the state of true form. Now, Jiang Yu had a total of 3 means of increasing his cultivation speed. 1 is the powerful spiritual power. Cultivation efficiency far exceeds that of normal people. 2nd is his own improved true form cultivation technique, which can increase efficiency by about 40%. 3rd, it was the items in the system's equipment bar, which could increase efficiency by 75%, nearly 80%. Moreover, it seemed that the efficiency increased by the system was not an addition, but a multiplication. Suppose Jiang Yu's base cultivation speed was 1. After the enhancement of spiritual power in true form, it became 1.8. Then, if it was additive, Jiang Yu's cultivation speed should be 2.55 at this moment. But if it was multiplication, then Jiang Yu's cultivation speed at the moment was a terrifying 3.15. If there was enough support from the basic qi and blood supplements, perhaps the cultivation speed could be even higher. Of course, this was only Jiang Yu's hypothetical value. However, the true rate should indeed be calculated according to multiplication. If it's possible to raise my life level to level 9, I'll even have 1 foot in the top martial arts universities. If it's possible, of course, I should enter the top martial arts universities strongly with my prime, so that I can receive better resources for cultivation. Jiang Yu felt even more motivated as he thought about it. Cultivating until 8:30. Someone's inside? Outside the door, a puzzled voice came. With an inch head and dark skin, it was Yan Fu. Don't look at Yan Fu as unobtrusive, but in fact, he was the top of the group in terms of overall grades, apart from Su Bowen and Lin Ruoxin. He and a few others were competing with each other for the 3rd in the class. Surprisingly, it's Jiang Yu? Yan Fu remembered Jiang Yu's name after a little thought. Looking at Jiang Yu, who was standing on piles, covered in sweat, Yan Fu flashed a hint of surprise. Today, I came an hour late thinking about vacation. I thought no one should come. It seems that this Jiang Yu was much earlier than me. Carefully observing Jiang Yu, Yan Fu froze. This familiar flavor made a trace of envy on his face. Actually entering this marvelous state of cultivation again. Could it be that he really has mastered that technique and can enter an efficient cultivation state anytime, anywhere? Yan Fu's face changed to shock. The method of true form? Yan Fu murmured. He had also gone home and tried to sense it, but unfortunately, it always felt like it was just a foot short of the door, but he couldn't get it. Amazing, is this a true genius? Yan Fu shook his head and revealed a bitter smile. He had intended that he had good talent and was self-disciplined, and from time to time, as his teacher had said, he had reviewed the game by heart. In this way, it wasn't until recently that Fong summarized a set of cultivation methods that suited him and was more efficient. He had thought that he could rely on this, quietly cultivate, and then amaze everyone. Just did not expect. The most inconspicuous Jiang Yu, I'm afraid, is the genius who shocked everyone. Chapter 29, Lin Ruoxin's flower has a master. Yan Fu thought about it and did not interrupt Jiang Yu's practicing. In case he is lucky, it would be a sin if I interrupt him by practicing my gun. Yan Fu thought darkly and also stood and practiced, while sinking his heart into standing stakes. He couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile. Sure enough, under the layers, his cultivation speed was not slow. It's just that there wasn't a basic qi and blood tonic before, and his qi and blood couldn't keep up, so if he cultivated too fast, it would inevitably cause his body to be deficient, and his cultivation would drop instead of increasing. Or even a loss of life. Now, with the basic qi and blood tonic, it did make up for this point. Merely, the rate of consumption of the basic qi and blood tonic had also greatly increased. Phew! Jiang Yu exhaled a long breath. There was a sense in the underworld that it was not appropriate to continue, so he temporarily withdrew from staking. Standing piles, it was not the case that the longer the time, the better. Living within one's means and combining work and rest is a truth that countless martial artists have practiced and summarized over the years. Hypothetically, standing for 3 hours at once. The effect is not as good as standing for an hour and a half at once, then switching to other cultivation, and then coming back to stake standing. This conclusion is the conclusion of the research scholars of the Fighting Soul Palace after several years of tracking and comprehensive research. Literature that was published in the world's highest-level martial artist journal, Xuanwu. If one was able to publish a piece of literature on it, then it would be enough to become a senior research scholar of the Fighting Soul Palace and a professor in any martial arts university. That's right, in this world, many martial artists also had to write papers. Published in relevant journals. Doing so, in addition to sharing cultivation epiphanies, the entire population perfected the martial Dao in order to greatly accelerate the development of the martial Dao. Martial artists, naturally, also had benefits to gain. One could obtain many cultivation resources and money. Perhaps. In the future, if Jiang Yu had the opportunity to perfect his true-form cultivation method and publish it in a journal, he would be able to obtain resources. However, it was not something he could think about at his level right now. Glancing at Yan Fu, Jiang Yu stood in awe. King Volume was King Volume, and he wouldn't rest even if he was on vacation. Yan Fu was like a general sharp divine soldier at the moment. Jiang Yu pondered in his heart. The basic cultivation method that Yan Fu practiced was the Ryukin basic cultivation method, and among the 8 cultivation methods, it was known for its strength and rigidity. Of the 8 great cultivation methods, although there was no difference between superiority and inferiority, they did have their own areas of specialization. For example, the rock cultivation method, which took the meaning of unchanging for all eternity, was deep and heavy, and had the strongest defense. One's own cultivation of the Qifeng decision, people in the community called the Yin-Yang cultivation method. The name was special because it was given by Su Xie. Su Wuxian's handwriting, so the official school name is Roosting Phoenix Determination. Taking the lightness of the divine bird, and the phoenix is associated with flames, among the 8 cultivation methods, the attacks are the most swift and powerful. Jiang Yu had a sudden thought, the 8 basic cultivation methods do not state that they cannot be practiced together, and each has its own strengths. No one had ever said that the basic cultivation methods could not be practiced together. It was just that human energy was limited. Basically, all people could only choose one discipline to practice hard and become specialized. However, it was true that there were a few gifted people who could cultivate 2 or 3 disciplines, but that was already the limit. Any more than that, and instead, they were constrained by each other, and their energy couldn't keep up at all. My spiritual power is so high right now, and with all the additions, no matter which basic cultivation method I cultivate, I'm afraid that my cultivation speed won't be slow, even if it's not a perfect fit. If, however, I can practice all 8 basic cultivation methods painstakingly and solidly, how powerful would I be then? Jiang Yu pondered this possibility for a while. Shaking his head, he didn't think about it for now. Nowadays, the only thing to do is to become a specialist first, work hard to improve, and seek a good university. Perhaps, when the college entrance exams were over, Jiang Yu could have time to try. Moreover, the qi and blood couldn't keep up. Teacher Chu said that he would apply for a scholarship for me, and so far there's no word. Jiang Yu sighed. Yet, he couldn't rush it. There was no qualification either. Perhaps it was also a way to test the heart. During this period of time, Jiang Yu never took the initiative to ask, but only asked other cultivation questions with his face as usual. The weekend ended quietly. A new week began. Jiang Yu was vaguely looking forward to the arrival of the cockpit. When it came to the transportation of heavy weapons, it did take a bit longer. It was all booked first, and then it was produced and shipped. Perhaps it was because of Friday. Lin Ruoxin poured out her secrets to Jiang Yu, and the two were strategic partners. Jiang Yu could clearly feel that Lin Ruoxin's attention to herself was a bit more. Moreover, during the martial arts training class, Lin Ruoxin didn't avoid the relationship between the two, but instead, she walked up to Jiang Yu with great generosity and asked him about his skills in sword Dao. Holy, I'm not dreaming, am I? How come the goddess and Jiang Yu came together and actually asked him questions? Something that has never happened before, right? It's over, the dream is shattered, my goddess. It's rumored that last Friday, Lin Ruoxin asked Jiang Yu to go up to the rooftop. It can't be a confession, right? a person weakly said. The others immediately threw him murderous glances. Hey, that's how it's done in dramas. How can it be, Lin Ruoxin she is? Jiang Yu but recently made a few appearances. Some people quietly asked Su Bowen, class president, what do you think? Su Bowen toned somewhat reluctant. Oh, students ask each other questions only, very normal. That person has no eyesight, really, Lin Ruoxin, she has never asked others questions, right? Su Bowen gripped his long sword hard. For a moment, it was as if heaven and earth had changed color, and only a beam of light hit his body. The heavy snow was flying. This question, I really don't know it. Su Bowen was in tears, puffing and puffing as he practiced his sword technique. Lin Ruoxin and Jiang Yu came closer. So that some of the people who had originally mustered up the courage to ask Jiang Yu questions, in the end, were unable to take that step. Lin Ruoxin, the aura of the iceberg princess, was too powerful. The female students, however, were frequently casting glances at Jiang Yu. They were all curious as to what secrets were in Jiang Yu's body that deserved Lin Ruoxin's favor. But it didn't stop them from reaching a consensus. The man that even Lin Ruoxin has her eyes on, definitely can't be wrong. Ugh, had I known it was this kind of potential stock, I would have definitely made him my second boyfriend. Humph, Renring, you have big boobs, you may not have no chance. That's right, and you have long legs, don't all boys like jailbirds nowadays? This point of content quickly spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100. In just one afternoon, the entire school spread the story of Lin Ruoxin and Jiang Yu. And it was quickly getting more and more outrageous. Have you heard? Lin Ruoxin and that Jiang Yu from her class are getting a little close. Hey, Lin Ruoxin, do you know? She and that Jiang Yu are holding hands in class. Lin Ruoxin and Jiang Yu got engaged on the rooftop. During the evening meal, Zhang Yuan looked at Jiang Yu with a face of indignation. You kept quiet and actually got Lin Ruoxin? Jiang Yu had a strange look on his face, and when he asked after him, he couldn't help but be shocked. Who rumored this? There are people who believe it even if it's so outrageous. His voice got a little louder. Immediately many people turned their heads to look at him. Under careful recognition, they realized that it was Jiang Yu himself, and immediately cast murderous gazes. Help me book a ticket to Algeria, it's chaotic there, these people can't find me. Jiang Yu felt that if he stayed any longer, he might be hammered in the middle of the night walking down the road one day. Chapter 30, Installation in Place. Another day had passed. After a practical exercise, Lin Ruoxin was again abused by Rudin. Rudin did not use a stick this time, but chose a lance instead. The progression of martial arts was to engage with multiple weapons. To realize the difference between fighting with different weapons, the two corroborate each other, and progress can only be rapid. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, because of his very solid basic swordsmanship, even though Rudin changed to the lance, he still played steadily. Lin Ruoxin found Jiang Yu. She was a bit sullen. Today, Mr. Lu bullied people and even used a lance. Jiang Yu laughed and did not chime in. Lin Ruoxin was curious. Why are you so comfortable even against your teacher this time? Jiang Yu did not keep it to himself and slowly said, to use a sword to break all laws, naturally I need to know something about other weapons as well. The attack and defense of the lance is all achieved by clever maneuvers, while the attack and defense of the sword cannot be achieved without flexible and agile footwork. Jiang Yu held the long sword while gesturing. When using the sword, the footwork should be like a nimble rabbit, and the stance should be like a swift wind. Although he is 8 feet long, if I crouch and use my sword, his advantage will be gone. Lin Ruoxin pondered how smart she was by nature. She quickly memorized what Jiang Yu had said. Jiang Yu added, to overcome the strong with the weak, to overcome the long with the short, the key is guts. The so-called swordsman must have the spirit to show the sword whenever the enemy. Just thinking about what Lu Run said back then, Jiang Yu looked a little strange. I took the initiative to get close to the tip of Mr. Lu's gun, forcing him to use a solid technique. It is said that those who use guns are covered in guts. Jiang Yu smiled confidently. I use a sword, my guts may not be inferior to his. Jiang Yu sighed, it's just that, caught off guard, I was defeated by Mr. Rudin's violent outburst with a single move. What was that move of his? Jiang Yu's heart palpitated with curiosity. Lin Ruoxin looked a little strange. You talk head over heels about your swordsmanship, but you actually don't know? Jiang Yu froze. What? He was just a person who had crossed over halfway, and there were still many doorways that he did not understand. Because, when he received the original master's memories, it was not a brain infusion. Rather, it was a walk-through viewing of the original owner's past. There were some things that might not be remembered or seen. Lin Ruoxin blankly glanced at Jiang Yu with a flare. Should I say you're a genius or a fool? The second stage of martial arts is still at the basic stage, that is to say, it can be considered to be an ascent. The third stage is a step further, the so-called pure fire, requiring the weapon and the body to be one, making it like an arm. When any martial art reaches the third stage, it becomes qualified to create its own stance. Lin Ruoxin explained seriously, the so-called stance is a move that explodes the full power of the body, or even explodes a power far beyond the current limit, and infuses it into the weapon. Creating a stance is actually an exploration of the fourth stage of martial arts. Weapon, body, and mind, the three are united in one, called the realm of a master, with all the chi of the body being mobilized with the movement of the stance. Can be a move, are all full-strength killing moves, can also be killing moves hidden, peaks and troughs. Everything is at the whim of the martial artist. Jiang Yu suddenly came up with a word, this Tao master. Lin Ruoxin nodded, so you have not begun to grope for a stance of your own. Jiang Yu nodded and scratched his head. If you hadn't said that, I might not have noticed that until much later. Lin Ruoxin smiled cheekily, then you can start thinking about it now. If you can realize a trick or two, it will be very helpful in improving your swordsmanship. Moreover, looking at the time, the cockpit should be arriving soon, so you can more conveniently practice your stances in the fighting soul space at that time. It was Wednesday. After having lunch, Jiang Yu was preparing to go back to class. At this time, he received an unfamiliar phone call. Hello, may I ask if you are Mr. Jiang? Jiang Yu inquired what was going on. We are which all through the courier company, there is your courier, by a person to deliver the door, need your personal signature, may I ask when you are at home? Jiang Yu thought for a moment, about 6:30 p.m. The caller quickly replied, okay, then we will send someone to the door on time. Hanging up the phone. Jiang Yu was a little excited, soon he was going to experience a fighting soul space as well. Since this was the case, Jiang Yu had no choice but to not go to evening study at night. Anyway, the main thing at night was to work on his sword skills. And with the cockpit, he could instead work out directly in the fighting soul space, so he thought it wouldn't be much worse. Returning home at night. Which Dutong was very efficient and appeared downstairs in the neighborhood very punctually. Calling for Jiang Yu to come downstairs to lead the way. Under the command of Jiang Yu, several burly couriers, respectively, transported the cockpit accessories upstairs. Sister-in-law couldn't help but be startled at the gesture. What's going on? Xiao Yu, what did you buy? It looks like a lot of money, right? Sister-in-law was a bit worried. Where did you get the money? Jiang Yu smiles and explains to his sister-in-law, this is a gift from one of my classmates, she wants me to go to the Fighting Souls arena with her to play ranked and teach her swordsmanship. Sister-in-law frowned, the color of worry slightly relieved a few points. Oh, Xiao Yu, you are so powerful now, well. Good, did not break the law is good, we cannot do illegal things. Jiang Yu did not get impatient, but nodded, I know sister-in-law, don't worry, I will not do that kind of thing. Sister-in-law believes you won't. Sister-in-law also smiled, then she continued to bring up the baby. Along with the Witch Dutong Express came along, there was also a specialized installer and repairer. He glanced at Jiang Yu's room, this room of yours is too small, if you want to install it, it's best to move the desk. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, then I'll have to use the desk to study later. The installation and maintenance personnel smiled, in fact, this deluxe cockpit can be connected to the Fighting Soul space. In addition to that, it can actually access other virtual spaces as well. If you want to study liberal arts, you can directly study in the virtual space, the desk might not be used in the future. Well, how about moving the desk to the end of the bed? Jiang Yu nodded his head, so the group worked together to move it. Then the delivery boxes were all unpacked, revealing one large silver box. The installation repairman signaled Jiang Yu for password authentication. The boxes were opened one by one, revealing the various technological and textured components inside. Spent almost an hour, the various parts of the assembly, debugging, connected to the network cable, all accomplished. Jiang Yu looked at the behemoth in front of him, a cylindrical tank covering an area of about 80 square centimeters. The tank is divided into two parts. One was the cockpit, like a massage chair, embedded in the tank, protected by a transparent glass hatch. One was the support device behind it, involving a variety of complex parts and functions that Jiang Yu didn't understand. The installation repairman wiped his sweat, it's fine now, you go in and try it. Chapter 31, Soul Fighting Space. Ginger Feather nodded and walked over to the cockpit as a laser swept through. Drop. Authentication successful. Body data uploaded successfully. Jiang Yu, welcome to the Manhwa intelligent cockpit. The glass hatch opened and the seat slowly adjusted to the right position. Jiang Yu laid down on it, only to feel exceptionally comfortable. A deep space gray neural connection helmet was automatically worn, and Jiang Yu only felt a slight coolness on his head. A colorful channel appeared, and the consciousness shuttled through the channel, instantly entering the virtual space. Earth Virtual Network. A technological hall with an illusory Earth slowly floating in the center. Jiang Yu's consciousness descended into this special space, and as long as he was willing, he could detach at any time. He looked down at his hands, so real, worthy of a luxury version of the cockpit, a full 88% anthropomorphism. Many options appeared on one side of Jiang Yu's vision. Study space library, study room. Social world music, dating, games. Shopping mall Tianmiao, Jingdong, offline mall. Travel and tourism hotel, taxi, airfare. Although there existed a sea of options. But as long as Jiang Yu moved his mind, the exclusive intelligent AI would filter them for him. Not all options, however, were available. For example, adult channel. It was blocked by a warning icon, authenticated, cockpit user is under 18, now disabled. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth twitched slightly, but his primary purpose this time was not these. Rather, it was. A huge icon of burning flames slowly appeared floating next to the illusory Earth. In that orb, a burly man holding dual swords collided with a slender young girl holding a lance. Below it, a line of gilt letters with red flames burning, fighting soul awakening. Jiang Yu's consciousness sank into it, instantly appearing in a new heaven and earth. After testing various functions on the fly, he found that there were no problems. Jiang Yu exited the virtual space and returned to reality. The safety repairman smiled and said, "Since there is no problem, I will leave first. If you need anything, you can directly call the breakdown number. I am the repairman in charge of this area." Jiang Yu nodded his head and thanked him. "Thanks for your hard work, take your time." The people were all gone. Jiang Yu was holding a smart bracelet attached to the luxury cockpit, which was more convenient and intelligent than a cell phone. Only, the colors were not as clear as the phone. Lin Ruoxin is really generous. A trace of happiness rose in Jiang Yu's heart, and he felt like he had been adopted by a rich woman. He originally thought that Lin Ruoxin was only purchasing a cockpit for the fighting soul awakening, but he didn't expect that she would actually purchase the even more luxurious Manhwa intelligent cockpit. This must be more than $1 million, isn't she afraid of losing her money? Jiang Yu murmured, then shook his head and sent a message to Lin Ruoxin. "The cockpit you sent has been installed, should we start now?" After a while, Lin Ruoxin sent an emoticon grinning wildly. "Very well, you go to single row first to familiarize yourself. Then, follow my orders." The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth rose slightly as he replied, "Okay." Re-enter the virtual space. Entering the fighting soul space, Jiang Yu descended into a soul fighting arena. A huge circular floating island. It was covered with a verdant stone floor and surrounded by grass, trees, mountains, and rocks. Several huge statues of human powerhouses were staggered and placed in 8 directions. Among them, the largest statue of a stunningly beautiful martial god, whose likeness was clearly Su Shiye. The ubiquitous Su Shiye. In this space, one could choose to generate a dummy for martial arts training. One could also choose various options on the other side for various modes. Jiang Yu familiarized himself with the various settings. The leaderboard at the top was divided into single rankings, double rankings, and group rankings, listing the names of many people. Jiang Yu swept around, not recognizing many of them. Below the rankings, the rules were written. Huaxia District Ranking Rules. Before the age of 18, a single-person qualifying match, breaking through the Glory Gold to reach the Hua Gui Platinum segment, can obtain 100,000 Huaxia coins. And the Fighting Soul Space segment is divided into 10 segments: Valor Brass, Indomitable Silver, Glory Gold, Flashy Platinum, Radiant Diamond, Transcendent Master, Descending Star, Eclipsing Moon, Embers of the Sun, and Ascending God. The Platinum segment is only in 4th place, which doesn't seem too difficult. But in reality, about 40% of players are below this segment. The number of people at the Flashy Platinum segment only accounted for 20% of the total number of people registered in the Fighting Soul Space. Among them, almost all of them were over 18 years old. Otherwise, it wouldn't have rewarded a whole 100,000. As for the other world-class rankings, Jiang Yu couldn't see them. There was no permission. The rest of the modes were entertainment modes. It did not count towards the leaderboards. Jiang Yu thought about it, so let's try how this game is. Soon, he clicked to start the single row mode. Only the system prompted that he needed to make character settings before he could start matching. Jiang Yu could only enter the character panel to set up first. Some basic data such as height and weight were scanned and recorded when he entered the cockpit. Then the character's face model was also scanned. Jiang Yu took a look at it. It was a little handsome. So he didn't adjust it and used it as a beauty trick to confuse others. Next is the character's equipment. Jiang Yu thought about it. Choose the weapon is a 3-foot-long one-handed longsword. Defensive equipment is light armor, maximized to retain the advantage of swiftness. Other character attributes, such as burst speed and punching power, will then be set by the system to the standard life rank 8 level. That is, life rank level 8, burst speed 18 meters per second, fist power weighing 800 kilograms? Save the settings. Matching is possible. A match timer appeared in front of his eyes, 1 minute and 30 seconds, matched to the opponent. Match has been made, do you accept? Jiang Yu quickly clicked accept and entered the matchup. Consciousness transformed into a stream of light, descending into a cemetery filled with yin qi. The sky was dim and the crows wailed. Tattered flags were planted everywhere, and raised graves were scattered throughout the space. The air was filled with a strong stench of decay. This map, Tomb of Bones. As Jiang Yu's consciousness descended, he felt an eerie aura sweeping over his body. With the ultra-high level of realism, he felt that his actions had become a little stiff. This is, allowing martial artists to adapt to fighting in various environments? Jiang Yu surveyed his surroundings with slight vigilance. All players would fight against each other in the Fighting Soul Arena. And the Fighting Soul Arena space would change according to the number of players. For 1v1 sparring, the size of the space was 100 meters x 100 meters, which was approximately equal to the size of 24 standard basketball courts. Right now, limited by the environment, Jiang Yu wasn't able to spot the other side in the first place. The map wasn't too big. As long as both sides were moving, the probability of discovering each other was very high. Rustle. Jiang Yu stepped on the dead branches and leaves, using the cover of the grave to slowly explore towards the front. Suddenly, rustle. A rush of footsteps came from behind. Chapter 32 Positioning Match. A cold front from behind broke the wind. Someone had launched an attack. Clang. The weapons collided, splashing out sporadic sparks. Jiang Yu's reaction speed was fast. With a spin of his toes, the whole person instantly turned around. At the same time, his long sword swept, blocking the sneak-attacking blade away. At the same time, his feet slipped, quickly skimming over the cold and damp soil, retreating a few steps, pulling out a safe distance. At this time, through the afterglow of the setting sun, Jiang Yu was able to see the visitor clearly. A teenager with a long sword, around 16 years old, with a green face. Short in stature, the party can hide more easily in this place. Jiang Yu had some realization, but in his heart, he admired the person who made this game even more. The randomized terrain, for martial artists to fight, brought changes. It made martial artists need a little bit of luck in addition to relying on their own strength. Because, in a real battle, it was impossible for an ideal environment to always exist, allowing martial artists to maximize their strengths. Interesting. Jiang Yu's eyes stared and he began to get serious. When a lion fights a rabbit, it also does its best. He would not take the opponent lightly just because he was younger than himself. Drink! The teenager shouted, his combat boots stepping heavily on the ground as he wielded his long blade for a chopping attack. The light of the blade was like the moon, biting the air. Good stance! This teenager was definitely not weak. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up and he advanced instead of retreating. The feet moved in a flowing stream, swift as electricity. The physical quality of life level 8 allowed Jiang Yu to move and feel a smoothness he had never felt before. There was even some discomfort. Ch. 3 consecutive swords, weapons clashing, sparks flying. With a superb sense of rhythm, Jiang Yu caused the teenager's attack to lurch. Constantly changing his pace, the distance between Jiang Yu and the teenager was suddenly far and close, wasting the teenager's attack timing for nothing. The teenager's attacks either fell short or were blocked and neutralized by Jiang Yu. In a short time, Jiang Yu was able to get a clear picture of the teenager's level. It was around the middle of the second rank. Clang! The longsword slid against the back of the teenager's blade to his arm, and if the teenager didn't change his stance or let go of his hand, the sword was going to cut off his hand. Scary! The teenager's scalp was numbed by Jiang Yu's overpowering attack. Seeing that he could not avoid it and his hand was about to be cut off, he completely forgot that this was a game and instead subconsciously dropped his weapon. Then he fiercely retreated. When martial artists dueled, dropping one's weapon was already a dead end. Unfortunately, the teenager did not understand this. Put. Jiang Yu stepped on the Big Dipper, and after forcing the teenager to drop his weapon, he then violently rushed out and stabbed his sword straight through the center door, stabbing the teenager's chest right through. The teenager was also clad in light armor, unable to block the long sword that was driven with the full force of his level 8 physical quality, and easily pierced through it. The teenager's blood bar emptied, his eyes wide with disbelief. In the end, his body went limp and he fell to the ground with a snap. Jiang Yu killed him with a single move. Soon after, a voice came from the sky. Player Jiang Yu has won. He will be exiting the soul fighting arena soon. 10, 9, 1. The countdown ended. Swish. Jiang Yu re-entered the middle of his personal space. Taking a look at the personal career panel. Solo Platoon, Valor Brass 156 victory points qualifier 5-1. Jiang Yu rubbed his chin. It seems that my clean matchmaking has made the system think that I'm at a high level, and just by winning a handful of matches, I've reached Valor Brass 1. I also don't know what segment I'll end up being set at after playing the leveling tournament. Jiang Yu had done the rundown. After how many years of development, the Fighting Soul Awakening's intelligent algorithm was already very mature. It was basically able to determine the true level of the martial artist based on the sparring play. Of course, it was only basically, after all, it was a game, and the highest degree of fidelity was less than 90%. Definitely many abilities could not be brought into play. But with big data as support, basically will not appear a master, can only hover in the gold. After all, it's just a 1v1 battle. And even a single row for multiplayer battles, such as 2v2, 5v5. This game also didn't seem to have those infamous ELO mechanics from the previous world. The so-called ELO mechanism is to assign teammates based on the hidden scores players have earned from their recent performance. The higher the hidden score, the stronger one's ability, the more rookie teammates one will be matched with. When you have a winning streak, the system defaults to you as an expert, and at this point it is not about ranking higher level players for a great match. Rather, in order to balance your win rate, they will arrange multiple Cow Wars teammates to slow you down, resulting in this game, even if you play exceedingly well, you may also have to hate to lose. However, the game officially seems to be designed to simulate combat under various conditions. There seems to be a few rookies mixed in occasionally when soloing for multiplayer ranked matches. Overall, Fighting Souls Awakening fulfills all the characteristics that make it a breakout game. Strategy, luck, and maneuvering. Jiang Yu continued to choose to start ranked. The average time for a 1v1 was no more than 5 minutes. Because the map wasn't too big, even if someone did meet out, they would soon encounter. Martial artists dueled against each other. Victory and defeat, often decided in a minute, or even in an instant. The players were soon matched once again. Jiang Yu quickly accepted the match invitation, and his consciousness turned into streams of light to enter the soul-fighting arena. The map for this match was the desert. The gusty wind swept up the sand and dust, hitting one's face with a vague pain, and the delicate sand underfoot flowed as if it were real. The match countdown ended and Jiang Yu swept out without hesitation. The opponent was obviously confident as well, and similarly rushed over. With the speed burst of an 8th level life grade, less than 6 seconds would be enough to run through 100 meters. However, the opponent suddenly disappeared without a trace. Jiang Yu's heart tightened and he quickly searched around vigilantly. Just as he was puzzled, the system voice suddenly rang out. Player Jiang Yu has won. Jiang Yu's head was filled with black lines? Inexplicably laying down a win? During the countdown, Jiang Yu flew to the place where his opponent had disappeared and realized that it was a pool of quicksand. He dropped his longsword and watched as it was swallowed by the quicksand. Understanding that his opponent was engulfed by the quicksand trap, he triggered the system's forced victory. It's amazing that this game can even simulate the sensation of suffocation and pain. However, there should be some sort of protection. Otherwise, it would have long been reported by those who had experienced this sense of suffocation. Jiang Yu's face was odd, so it turned out that luck really was a part of strength. Taking a look at the segment, Valor Brass won 99 win points positioning match 5-2. Currently the win rate was 100%. It seemed that it was the opponent who had died inexplicably, and the system was unable to detect his own play. It could only give itself points according to the system rules. When Jiang Yu thought about it, he felt that this should be the case. There were still 3 more hands to go, a drumroll. Soon matched to another matchup. The opponent was a sister. In the middle of the opponent's stunned face, Jiang Yu simply resolved the battle. Every time he played against a different person, Jiang Yu felt like he had gained something. If there was an experience bar, one could definitely see the experience bar rubbing up. It was definitely much faster than simply practicing swordsmanship at school. It seems that it really is true that actual combat produces martial artists. Chapter 33, Lying Winners. Solo qualifying, Indomitable Silver 346 win points positional 5-3. Jiang Yu did not immediately start the next hand. He first opened the match replay interface to re-watch the match between himself and his opponent from a third perspective. It wasn't true that actual battles were useful. However, if you don't know how to review the game after the match, then the effect of the actual battle will be much weaker. It's just like playing games in the previous life. Some people can quickly get to the high scores, many people think that it is because of the talent. In fact, there are other factors. The other party has carefully studied the mechanism and combination of each skill of the hero, the various versions of the game updates, settings, every game, will be reviewed. And will also think, different games, different outfits have different effects. Therefore, some people play thousands of games, still in the gold and silver. Some people, even if the talent is average, can also be early on the diamond segment. The match between Jiang Yu and that girl was only a short 30 seconds. However, Jiang Yu spent 5 minutes reviewing it. Jiang Yu pulled out a notes panel and recorded it in a document called Battle Experience and Perception. Continue. The current level is silver, the matching speed immediately faster. In less than 30 seconds, it showed that a match had been found. Jiang Yu immediately accepted and flew into the battlefield. Map of this field, Chaos Peak. Jiang Yu stood on a strange and rocky ground. Still in the middle of the system reading, Jiang Yu flew to observe his surroundings. After 3 battles, Jiang Yu was also adapting quickly. The surroundings were wide open, without any cover. There were only a few places with huge rocky outcrops. If one used a lance, one would be invincible if one occupied it first and stood on high ground. In the distance, there is an empty space. The sky and the earth were very lonely, with only the cold wind whistling past. It was really as the system said, at the top of a certain mountain. The second reading ended. Jiang Yu fixed his eyes and saw that the other party was also using a sword, and was actually holding a sword with both hands. That would be good. This kind of terrain, the other side with a long gun, Jiang Yu directly point surrender. Feet on the rocks, Jiang Yu swept out at speed. The other party also flew over. Both sides are very tacit understanding did not choose to seize the boulder heights. Because there is no use, the sword is still too short compared to the gun. The player shouted angrily, waving his dual swords in his hands, the dual swords dancing as if they were dual dragons circling. Jiang Yu was shocked in his heart, this person holding 2-handed swords attacked so swiftly. Wow! A sword light fell and was dodged. Jiang Yu was in a cold sweat and had to retreat at speed. At the same time, instead of choosing to stab straight, he made a false move and chose to test the waters with a side slash. Clang! The opponent's 2 swords crossed like scissors, easily beckoning Jiang Yu's side slash. At the same time, the 2 swords were powered up, making a gesture to wrap around Jiang Yu's long sword. Actually so difficult to entangle. Jiang Yu frowned, one leg powered up, shifted his center of gravity back, and his entire body slammed down, drawing out the longsword with the strength of his entire body. At the same time, crouching on the ground, it was an upward tease. Frightening. A martial artist competition is in the square inch, the instantaneous moment. The opponent did not expect Jiang Yu to be able to break through his entangling moves so well, and was surprised by Jiang Yu's swift and incomparable reaction and continuous change of moves. Just a little stunned, Jiang Yu's sword light has arrived. Only then did he raise his sword to block, while his entire body swept backward. Unfortunately, although the sword light was swept away, it was still a step too late. Put! Blood splattered, and the other person's arm was cut out with a bloody scar. Ah! Screaming miserably, the man gritted his teeth and gripped his longsword in a death grip. His stride was rhythmic, suddenly coming out in an unpredictable arc. At the same time, the 2 swords were like vipers, one swept towards Jiang Yu's neck, one wanted to attack Jiang Yu's abdomen. Jiang Yu's gaze was as cold as a chili pool, lifting his hand and swinging away his left hand sword. At the same time, he raised his foot and kicked the opponent's right wrist. The other party's attack was a beat. Jiang Yu will not give up this opportunity. Grabbing the opponent's wrist with one hand, forcing the opponent to not be able to perform a right hand chop, at the same time, the long sword was like a swimming dragon, cutting through the opponent's left hand. Put! Another blood scar appeared and blood splattered everywhere. Clang! The longsword crashed to the ground. At the same time, the long sword, with the momentum of an ascending dragon, did not enter the opponent's weak point, his neck. The opponent violently kicked at Jiang Yu's thigh and used the momentum to tilt his head back, actually narrowly avoiding this Jiang Yu's killing move. But the right hand has been ruined by Jiang Yu, blood flow, pain is unbearable, it is difficult to hold the sword. Without the right and left hands together, the opponent's power of the sword is suddenly less than half. Jiang Yu pursued the attack, or chopping or teasing. The sword moves were at his disposal, and the opponent was beaten back by Jiang Yu. Splat! Jiang Yu sent his last sword flying, then turned around sideways and took a sword straight to the opponent's neck. Ah! The opponent collapsed as a corpse, blood staining the earth. Unfortunately, in the end, it was a dragon set that didn't even have a characterization and couldn't pose the slightest threat to Jiang Yu. Player Jiang Yu has won. About to exit the Fighting Souls arena. Returning to his personal space, Jiang Yu stood on the lapis lazuli floor for a long time. It wasn't that the network was stuck, but rather, Jiang Yu was pondering over the gains from the sparring match. Ever since the last time Lin Ruoxin had spoken to Jiang Yu about honing his stances, he had kept it on his mind. On weekdays, during battles. Intentionally or unintentionally, he would think about and conceptualize a sword move that was uniquely his own. Martial artists call it a stance, a killing move. It is to mobilize the power of the whole body, pouring it into the weapon, and releasing it in a specific way, in order to kill with one blow, which is called a Jedi. The one I cultivate is the Chiefing Decree. The offense is unparalleled, swift, and fierce. The sword is another weapon that relies on nimble and swift footwork, and the two pairings complement each other. Jiang Yu frowned and thought, so if I create a killing move, it's best to follow the characteristics of the technique and weapon I'm practicing, so that the two fit together and can explode with extreme damage. As for defense, leave it for later. As a swordsman, Jiang Yu deeply understands that the narrow road is won by the brave. After many actual battles, it has been proven that the swift straight stab after a continuous change of stance is incredibly swift and deadly. Jiang Yu jotted down the epiphany on his notes, making up his mind that his first killing move could lean in this direction. And he jotted down the epiphany of the duel with the dual swordsman. As long as the moves are swifter than the opponent's, then the dual swords will be more prone to weaknesses due to exhaustion. Jiang Yu closed his notes and couldn't help but exclaim how convenient it was. That's right, Jiang Yu tried to use this to perfect and form his own sword technique system. The basic sword technique detailed explanation 3rd edition equipped in the system would be unloaded one day. After all, it was only the basic sword technique, which couldn't keep up with Jiang Yu's progress in the future. Even now, with these days of exercise, he had quickly digested the sword skill enhancement brought about by the equipment. Right now, even if he unloaded his equipment, his swordsmanship could still be at the 2nd rank advanced level. It was believed that soon after, Jiang Yu would have a 4th rank level of sword skill even without the equipment boost. Chapter 34, Young Shadow. Jiang Yu glanced at his segment at this point. Single ranking, Indomitable Silver 165 win points positioning match 5-4. Only the last hand was missing, and it was only half an hour after playing the previous 4, plus replays. It was still very quick to perform a 1v1 match. Without hesitation, I clicked match. This time, it took almost a minute and a half before the opponent was matched. Entering the Fighting Soul arena. Still waiting for the countdown to read the seconds. During the reading period, players could not leave the demarcated area. It was only a 1 square meter area to the left and right. Jiang Yu flew to observe the surroundings. This time the venue, it was simpler. A vast expanse of grass, wildflowers dotted sporadically on the ground. The sky was azure blue, with a few white clouds floating. The breeze was blowing, and the air was filled with the scent of grass. The view was excellent. Easily, Jiang Yu saw his opponent, holding a pear blossom spear, the whole very stout. The height should be nearly 2 meters, and the sense of oppression was overwhelming. When accepting a match, the opponent's ID would be displayed. Therefore, Jiang Yu also knew the opponent's ID, Shadow Young. If I win this one, I should be able to position myself for gold. Jiang Yu gripped his longsword tightly with some pressure. If he won, he could undoubtedly save a lot of time. If he lost, he would have to slowly start climbing up from unyielding Silver 1 and would have to go through the promotion tournament. If one was unlucky, one might not be able to go up even after a dozen matches. This venue was special because it was a plane and the space was only 50 meters x 50 meters. The reading of the seconds ended. Shadow Xiao did not move, but held his spear in his hand and made a weak gesture at Jiang Yu. Then Shadow Young grinned, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth, and hooked his finger at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and stayed calm, not losing his mind because of the other party's mockery. Rustle. Jiang Yu slowly moved to where he was still 3 meters away from the other party. The mocking color on that Shadow Young man's face became even more intense. No, standing here and letting you fight, you don't even dare to go on? By the looks of the Shadow Youngster, he shouldn't be 18 years old either. His childish face, paired with his lanky body, was rather like a King Kong Barbie's sense of vision. Jiang Yu stood with his arms folded and grinned. I'll stand here too and let you fight. Seeing Jiang Yu responding in this manner, Shadow Young's eyes flashed with a hint of unhappiness, his ploy not succeeding. He waved the pear blossom gun in his hand and sneered, since you are so confident, I will fulfill you. I hope you won't regret it. Jiang Yu remained calm and slowly raised his longsword up, his eyes as sharp as a sword blade. Without further ado, we'll see if we win or lose. Shadow Young's face sank, no more words, the tip of his spear trembled slightly, his aura rising steeply. The moment the battle began, Shadow Young took the lead. The pear blossom gun in his hand seemed to transform into a white lightning bolt, stabbing straight at Jiang Yu's chest with dazzling speed. This move was plain and unadorned, aiming to try and see what Jiang Yu had become. Jiang Yu could not help but smile, his combat boots sliding on the grass, using his sword body to block the pear blossom lance's shaft. With a forceful sweep, he attempted to swing the opponent's lance away. The contemptuous look on Shadow Young's face did not diminish, but his feet did not slow down. Instead, he stepped on his left foot and his lower body did not move as if it were a mountain, striking back with a huge force. Jiang Yu was not discouraged, but instead, he withdrew his force in a smooth manner and used the opponent's force to leap backward. At the same time, he did not rush to counterattack, but continued to move, trying to find out the opponent's cracks. Seeing that Jiang Yu did not dare to confront him head-on, Shadow Xiao became even more complacent, and his gunplay became more and more powerful, each move carrying the sound of harsh winds, and his attack was as continuous as a storm. At this moment, the old saying that an inch long is an inch strong was fully realized. If Jiang Yu wanted to inflict damage on his opponent, he had to get in close. But the other party's pear blossom spear, dance that is impermeable, simply cannot get close. If he forced himself to get close, he was bound to be stabbed with a bloody hole. Damn it, go to hell. Shadow Young didn't expect Jiang Yu's reaction and strategy to be so old-fashioned, and although the attack was fierce, it didn't cause substantial damage to Jiang Yu. He shouted angrily, his feet stepping on the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, a gun advancing, as long as when Jiang Yu couldn't dodge in time, he was bound to be zapped to the ground. Jiang Yu's brows furrowed as he suddenly did the opposite, meeting the gun's momentum by taking a step forward, his body sidestepped and his left hand raised. While dodging the opponent's attack, Jiang Yu unexpectedly clamped the opponent's gun barrel with his armpit and increased the friction with his coiled snake hand. Scary. Shadow Young did not expect Jiang Yu to be so bold, his eyes stared, his body sank, his arm pressed down, and he hastily made a gesture to draw his gun back. Jiang Yu, as if his feet were rooted, his body lent its strength and clamped down on the other party in a deadly grip. Hey! Quickly let go of me. If it wasn't for the fact that Fighting Soul Awakening wasn't designed with a blushing system, otherwise Shadow Young would have been blushing and going red warm. Jiang Yu smiled faintly, this Shadow Young was just suffering from being uneducated. Young man, unbeatable, but in the end is T.O. Young. This is a grassland, not a plain, but with an inclined slope. Shadow Xiao stood slightly below the slope at the moment, while Jiang Yu stood slightly above the small hill. One high and one low, but the difference was more than 10 centimeters. The system set, both of them are 8th grade physical quality, who is not worse than anyone else. Then, according to simple physics knowledge, calculating the angle of inclination and conducting moment analysis, it can be seen that Shadow Xiao's arm of force is shorter than Jiang Yu's. The result is that Shadow Xiao needs to spend more time than Jiang Yu, resulting in Shadow Xiao needing to spend more force in order to pry Jiang Yu. But Jiang Yu smiled faintly, and Shadow Young's face changed with a shocked expression. As you wish. Jiang Yu smiled faintly and quietly released his grip on the pear blossom gun. The force exerted by Shadow Xiao was not withdrawn. Drink! Shadow Xiao's arm shook as the pear blossom lance jerked upwards, and Jiang Yu soared up in the process. The long sword drew a biting sword light in the air, like a long eagle pouncing on its prey, stabbing heavily towards Shadow Xiao's head. Humph! Shadow Xiao briefly lost his concentration, while his feet retreated sharply. His long spear was violently retracted and swept out horizontally at the same time, aiming to disrupt Jiang Yu's attack. Bang! People in the air, Jiang Yu had nowhere to borrow strength. Swept by the long spear, the whole person lost balance, fell heavily into the grass. Chance! Shadow Xiao seized the moment. Without thinking, the long spear was like a giant dragon rising from the sea, violently attacking Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's smile intensified. He had long known that Shadow Yung's youthful intentions would certainly not be willing to take a loss. As soon as he had the chance, he immediately pounced like a hungry wolf. Ding! Utilizing his sword to hold the spear, Jiang Yu twisted his body and kicked Shadow Yung's thigh. Instantly, Shadow Yung's body lurched. Jiang Yu grabbed the gun barrel with one hand, and the long sword in his hand flew along the barrel towards Shadow Xiao's right hand that was holding the gun. Soul foul! Shadow Xiao was horrified and had no choice but to let go of the spear while dodging Jiang Yu's shun chop. With his feet sliding rapidly on the grass, Shadow Xiao blasted his fist towards Jiang Yu's arm. Brush! The long sword in Jiang Yu's hand was divine, drawing a beautiful arc in the air as the blade chopped at Shadow Yung's fist. Shadow Yung's pupils shook. Chapter 35 Glory Gold. He gritted his teeth and flew back while sidestepping a kick. Jiang Yu grunted coldly as he suffered a kick to the abdomen, which was resisted by the light armor that did a lot of damage. With this opening, Shadow Yung regained his grip on his lance in his left hand. However, Jiang Yu had long predicted his movements, and his sword changed, stabbing at Shadow Yung's shoulder from a tricky angle. The long sword accurately pierced into Shadow Xiao's shoulder. Although the wound was not deep, it caused the momentum of the spear in Shadow Xiao's hand to stall. Shadow Xiao gripped the long spear tightly, his eyes flashed with intense battle intent, and the pain in his shoulder made him more and more ruthless. The teenager's heart was completely energized. He shouted, "The spear comes out like a dragon." The long spear was like a dragon coming out of the sea, violently stabbing at Jiang Yu's chest. This strike gathered the strength of his entire body, carrying a gale-like momentum that almost made the air tremble. Jiang Yu's face was grave, knowing that this strike could never be taken hard. He flicked his feet, his figure dodging away like a ghost, almost brushing against the spear, narrowly avoiding it. Dragon? Jiang Yu's mind moved. I don't think it's much better. Jiang Yu's sword momentum suddenly changed. The long sword struck swiftly like a shadow. The sword light was continuous like lightning, stabbing fiercely towards Shadow Xiao's various breaks. Shadow Xiao's eyes were grave, desperately waving his spear in defense. Although he was extremely powerful, he felt a bit overwhelmed by Jiang Yu's swift attack. Jiang Yu seemed like a maggot on his tarsus. Once he was pulled into the distance and lost the advantage of his lance, it would be difficult to drive him out. Right at this moment, Jiang Yu seized an opening in Shadow Yung's defense. With a fierce force under his feet, his body was like a flying eagle pouncing towards Shadow Xiao, and his long sword slashed through the air, bringing endless sword chi to slice straight through the top of Shadow Xiao's head. Shadow Xiao's pupils shrunk violently, knowing that this strike came fiercely and could not be blocked at all. He hastily dodged sideways, while at the same time placing his spear across his body in an attempt to block the sword. Clang! With a loud bang, the long sword slashed against the spear shaft, sparks flying everywhere. The huge impact caused Shadow Xiao to feel a numbness in his arm, almost unable to hold the lance. Jiang Yu did not give him a chance to catch his breath. The sword momentum was unceasing, and the sword light swept in like 10,000 birds facing the phoenix. Shadow Yung's defense gradually looked strained, and cold sweat began to seep from his forehead. Just when Shadow Yung was almost too suppressed to counterattack, he suddenly clenched his teeth and violently let out a roar as he swung out a spear with all his might, bringing a violent wind straight at Jiang Yu. Feeling this powerful force, Jiang Yu did not dare to slow down and hastily dodged sideways. However, he was still swept by the strong wind and his body swayed, almost falling. When Shadow Xiao saw this, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Knowing that this was his only chance, he shook his lance and accelerated violently, the lance shadow erupting like thunder, stabbing straight at Jiang Yu's abdomen. Put! The force of an 8th-level martial artist was simply not something that light armor could stop, and his abdomen was directly pierced through. Jiang Yu strongly endured the pain in his body, but his eyes were unusually calm. He quickly retreated, as light as a phoenix feather floating down. Shadow Yung made a gesture to chase. At this moment, the light of the sword was like a glimpse, stabbing at Shadow Xiao's throat when he was so proud of himself. The sword was like a bird soaring into the sky. Then it swooped down and grabbed the swimming snake on the ground. It was fast, precise, and ruthless, taking Shadow Xiao's life. Shadow Xiao felt a threat of death coming at him, his heart was horrified, and he quickly inclined his head to dodge, but he was still a step too late. The blade of the sword grazed his neck, and blood instantly spurted out. Put! Shadow Young covered his neck and staggered back, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. Jiang Yu put away his sword and stood, coldly looking at Shadow Young, and said in a deep voice, "As you wish." In the soul fighting arena, death was nothing more than restarting a game. Even the pain was suppressed. Shadow Young was not terrified, only unwilling. He felt that he was clearly one step away from killing Jiang Yu. However, that last sword of Jiang Yu's was like a glimpse of a shock, caught off guard and stabbed straight ahead. Even if Shadow Young was no longer convinced, there were only 2 words of astonishment in his mind. Life force drained away little by little, and Shadow Young eventually collapsed to the ground. After a while, a pleasant sound came from the sky. Player Jiang Yu has won. About to exit the Fighting Souls arena. Returning to his personal space. Jiang Yu smiled faintly, recalling the tough fight he had just had, feeling that his sword skills should have improved again. In this Fighting Souls arena, there's no need to care about life and death, you just need to fight hard, and the improvement is indeed very huge. Practicing hard in reality is just familiarizing oneself with the sword technique, it's only in actual combat that one can experience how to see the moves and how the sword technique flows. Jiang Yu's body gradually formed a conditioned reflex in real battles, no longer needing to think, but reacting instinctively. In this state, the flow of swordsmanship was more natural, and every move was like flowing water. The soul fighting arena, what a marvelous place. Every battle one could encounter different opponents and different environments. This place allowed one to grow quickly and experience countless possible battle scenarios, laying a solid foundation for fighting in reality. Each battle made Jiang Yu even more determined to become a martial artist. He even kind of liked the feeling of fighting and then winning. After the 5 grading matches, Jiang Yu currently had a 100% win rate. It was also unknown how many people were able to have a 100% win rate in a positioning match. This hand obviously feels a bit of pressure. Jiang Yu murmured to himself, if it wasn't for the fact that I'm more skilled and have a hidden sense of killing moves, it's really hard to say. The Fighting Soul Awakening's matching system, after detecting that Jiang Yu had won the previous 4 matches with ease. It then thought that Jiang Yu's strength might be in the gold segment. So for the last hand, it matched a player who was at the gold segment. Although it's at the gold segment, perhaps it's also the kind of player who can go on glory gold, but his strength isn't stable enough. Otherwise, if it's an old oil bar, one might not be able to defeat it for a moment and really lose. Jiang Yu clearly knew that right now it was only a positioning match, and the people he encountered weren't very strong yet. Pulling out his notes, Jiang Yu took advantage of the clarity of his thoughts to record the battle epiphanies he just had. Sure enough, if you learn mathematics, science, and chemistry well, you're not afraid to walk around the world. Jiang Yu sighed with some complacency. What Shuhi most often said was that martial artists were not about fighting and killing, but a high degree of unity between strength and strategy. Utilizing the knowledge about moments and the discipline of physics, Jiang Yu had indeed gained an advantage for himself. Even if the opponent was a lance, he could only stalemate with Jiang Yu. Because of the system setting, both sides had the same strength. Jiang Yu was able to exert a stronger force than Shadow Xiao, and there was nothing the opponent could do about it. Otherwise, having just been caught off guard, Jiang Yu would have really suffered a big loss. Look at the segment. A gray illusory badge floated in front of his eyes, and then, it shattered with a bang. The fragments turned into a stream of light that flew around and reassembled into a badge with a bright golden light. Glory Gold. Gold several? Chapter 36. The blood rushes to the surface. A prompt came from the system. Ding! Congratulations, you have advanced to Glory Gold 4-1 victory points. Jiang Yu looked at his successful promotion to the Glory Gold badge and felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. The success of this grading competition made him even more sure of his strength and progress. Who would have thought that when school had just started, Jiang Yu was still facing dropping out because his martial arts grades were too low? It's actually positioned at Glory Gold 4, it seems that the system thinks that I'm starting out at least at the gold level. Jiang Yu thought for a moment, it seems that a level of the 3rd rank is definitely enough to stand firm in the gold segment. Ask Lin Ruoxin when the time comes. After thinking about it, Jiang Yu smiled faintly and invoked the system tool to take a screenshot. Right within the virtual space, he pulled up chat and sent it to Zhang Yuan and Lin Ruoxin respectively. Not foolishly waiting for the other party to reply, Jiang Yu turned off chat. Refocusing on the Fighting Soul space. Jiang Yu also knew clearly. This was just a starting point, a higher segment meant stronger opponents and tougher challenges. He said to himself, "Glory gold. This is just the beginning, the road ahead is still long. I'm going to continue to improve myself and strive to break through to platinum as soon as possible. I just don't know if the third rank of swordsmanship is enough." A hint of fighting spirit flashed through Jiang Yu's eyes. He had already decided to work harder and sharpen his sword technique and combat skills in the soul fighting arena. At the same time, Jiang Yu had just perfected his killing move even further. The final blow was to end Shadow Young through this plain and simple straight thrust. All sword techniques, if disassembled, were nothing more than the four mother swords. However, by combining the simple four mother swords together in different ways and in different orders, the chemical reactions produced would be different. Otherwise, since ancient times, there would be no need for any sword manuals or sword techniques to exist. Just practicing the four mother swords wouldn't be enough. Sword manuals were not just a record of sword moves, they were the crystallization of the blood of previous generations of masters, and the summation of countless experiences in actual combat. Behind every sword manual is an established combination of countless moves. And these combinations were often finally established after repeated refinements and tests in actual combat. In the midst of actual combat, amongst the endless variations of combinations, a set of powerful, subtle, and unusual established combinations were found, and this is known as the sword styles and sword moves. By arranging the basic four mother swords in a specific order and combining the user's intentions and tactics with different footwork and stances, they were able to explode with unusual power. Jiang Yu smiled faintly. "This move I created is named Phoenix Feather Stunning. With endless transformations, it's like flying feathers in the sky, dazzling the eyes, while the only real actual move is the last straight thrust. A glimpse is enough to last a lifetime. It's just that it's not yet complete, and it needs to be tested in actual combat again." The next step was to continue to challenge stronger opponents, honing the sword technique while perfecting this style at the same time. Jiang Yu was about to continue striking the iron while it was hot and ranked. Suddenly, there was a constant ding-ding-ding sound in his ears. Jiang Yu took a look. It was the friend request interface. Someone had sent over a dozen friend requests in a short period of time. Jiang Yu froze for a moment. Who could it be? Opened a look. Good guy, all are the same ID, shadowless. What does he want? Jiang Yu frowned slightly, recalling the arrogant attitude of Shadow Shao in the battle just now. His heart was a little puzzled. After clicking decline, he no longer paid attention to it. It was about to start matching. Who knew that this rejection was like stirring up a hornet's nest? Shadow Young sent even more frantic friend requests. So much so that the Fighting Soul Awakening system popped up a prompt. Detected that this player sent a large number of applications to you in a short period of time, suspected of harassment. Is this user to be blacked out? The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth twitched slightly, but after thinking about it, with this Shadow Young such a young master's behavior, I guess if he was blacked out, he would definitely find other ways to harass himself. It was possible to ban unfamiliar players from sending friend requests to him once and for all. But it would also be much more inconvenient in the future. It would be better to add it and solve this problem once and for all. After thinking about it, Jiang Yu finally passed Shadow Young's friend request. Through the next second, the other party flew and sent an emoticon. An emoticon of bowing. "A million thanks for passing my friend application. That battle just now was truly wonderful. I really didn't expect that your sword technique would be so exquisite, making me lose with conviction." Jiang Yu looked at this message and raised his eyebrows slightly. Jiang Yu could not imagine at all what an abstract person the Shadow Young behind the chat interface was. Obviously, he was so arrogant and domineering before the battle, his quality was strangely poor, and he made mocking remarks. Now, Shadow Young's tone at this moment was polite and courteous, completely lacking the aggressive aura he had in the soul fighting arena. Jiang Yu's heart stirred, feeling that this Shadow Young's true character might be very different from his performance in battle. But, no matter what, this kind of style made Jiang Yu unable to bring up any good feelings. He simply replied, ? Shadow Young seemed to be even more anxious and sent another emoticon of bowing and apologizing. Just now maybe my words and actions were a bit too much, but that was just a ploy during the match, don't mind. I'm actually not usually like this, third best student year after year. I really admire your swordsmanship. Jiang Yu looked at the text on the screen and felt a wave of speechlessness. Shadow Young's transformation was just too abrupt, making it hard to believe that this was the same person. The impression of this Shadow Young in Jiang Yu's heart didn't improve as a result. Instead, he felt that this person was too smooth and even a bit hypocritical. At a young age, so erratic. When Jiang Yu looked at it, he did not look like a good person. He did not reply immediately. Jiang Yu did not like this kind of inconsistent person. But he also didn't want to, after just advancing, waste time and energy because of unnecessary things. Shadow Xiao, really, I really want to ask you for sword techniques. I know my attitude may have upset you, but that move you just made was amazing. You're definitely at the 3rd rank level. Jiang Yu remained cold and replied, same to each other. Shadow Xiao's message was returned almost in seconds. I looked at your battle record, 5 full wins, positioning gold 4, you definitely have a 3rd stage level. Jiang Yu stared at Shadow Young's message and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Shadow Young, although he was a bit annoying, he seemed to know a lot of information that Jiang Yu didn't know. Shadow Young seemed to sense Jiang Yu's displeasure and was also silent for a long time. Then sent a picture. The system prompted whether to receive it or not. Because it was underage, it prevented people from being harassed. But this kind of thing is also very difficult to happen. Because it was all real name authentication. Jiang Yu was a bit weird and chose to accept it. The moment he opened the picture, he couldn't help but feel his blood rise. Chapter 37, Genius Girl. In the picture, there was no face showing, just a pair of slender white thighs and then knee-high black silk. The black silk slightly strangled the flesh of the thighs. The legs were indeed good legs. But Shadow Young is a male at first glance. Jiang Yu hurriedly shrunk the picture and sent a question mark. This is you? What do you mean? Shadow Xiao sent a grimace. How about it, this lady's picture looks good. In an instant, Jiang Yu thought of the other party's big and bold modeling in the Fighting Soul arena. Don't mess with me, a girl using this kind of modeling? People are in the virtual network, identity is given by themselves. Shadow Xiao sent a poking hand emoji. I just want to experience it, a different perspective. So you're not going to be this routine with everyone, are you? Add a friend after the fight and send this. Shadow Xiao was instantly enraged. What do you take me for? I don't send it to anyone else. Oh. Don't all you boys like this kind of photo? Jiang Yu had a bit of a headache. What kind of godly person was this Shadow Young? At this moment, the pressure that Shadow Young brought to Jiang Yu was much greater than when he had just fought against him, and it was simply difficult to fight. It was my fault just now, I just wanted to deliberately provoke you and end the fight quickly. I saw that you were only silver at first, I thought you were a rookie, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Shadow Young sincerely said, seeing as I'm also a beauty queen and sent you black silk photos, forgive me. Jiang Yu was speechless, what do you take me for? Shadow Young sent another black silk leg photo. You? Jiang Yu looked at it and silently turned off the picture. I'm afraid of you, I won't bother with you. Shadow, less complacent, smiled even more brightly. Admit it, you can't resist at all. However, Shadow Xiao was afraid of flirting too much and lowering Jiang Yu's impression of herself again. She didn't continue to joke about it either. However, out of all the people I've met, you're one of the rare ones with a good temper and heart. So, you were brutally beaten by the others as well? Shadow Xiao sent an emoticon with his tongue out. It wasn't a violent beating. A lot of people were directly enraged, they were all broken, and I seized the opportunity to directly second law. Jiang Yu naturally heard out that the small number of people that Shadow Xiao didn't say was naturally the same as himself, defeating Shadow Xiao. And, from Shadow Xiao's subtext, the other party did not return the favor after winning. Jiang Yu sent over an emoji of wiping sweat. As the saying goes, the heavens have spared no one. Even if Shadow Xiao was a sister, this approach of hers was not necessarily right. Shadow Xiao was a bit curious, why can you manage to beat a gun with a sword? I tried using a sword before and found that I couldn't beat it at all. An inch long and an inch strong, this saying is too true, that's why I practiced guns. Jiang Yu just laughed without saying anything. What a petty man. Shadow Xiao huffed, but we're friends, right? Can I ask you to teach me when I turn to sword practice next time? Jiang Yu froze, you should be in high school now too, right? Got that much energy? Shadow Xiao was smug and sent a laughing emoji wearing sunglasses. Because, I'm a genius, I bailed out of college. That's why I have a lot of time. Shadow Jr. seemed to have no city, pontificating his information. Moreover, I've only been practicing my gun for 3 months, before I practiced my sword and stick I was at the 3rd rank in a few months. Jiang Yu was shocked, if an ordinary person practiced a weapon and wanted to reach the 3rd rank, the more talented ones would need to take years as a unit. If this Shadow Young is not bluffing, she can actually master several weapons within a year. This talent, it was indeed terrifying. However, who knew if what he said was true or not? What if, again, it was intentionally disgusting? Not bad. Jiang Yu deliberately said, I've been practicing sword for only 2 weeks. Shadow Shao was shocked, impossible, Sue. Teacher said that my talent is already very, very high, you're bragging. Jiang Yu returned an expression of a panda head hooking his mouth and laughing. Shadow Shao was silent for a long time. Okay, let's just say you are. Bye. I'm going to continue practicing my gun. Seeing this, Jiang Yu did not continue to reply to Shadow Shao's message. Instead, she clicked on Shadow Shao's battle record in passing. It was discovered that she had played thousands of matches in the gold segment, nearly 10,000 matches. This record, and the genius she just said, does not hang together at all. Jiang Yu didn't rush to make a conclusion. Instead, he slid quickly and gradually discovered the pattern. Shadow Young would indeed change his weapon every few months. At this time, the segment would soon dive all the way from gold to silver. After that, every month, her segment level rose slowly until it stabilized at the gold segment. It seemed that it also marked this weapon of hers, reaching the 3rd rank level. After that, she then switched to another weapon and repeated the above story again. This Shadow Young, every day, she would play a dozen or 20 fighting Soul Arena. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, then her learning ability is indeed a bit astonishing, rapidly improving her martial arts through the amount of sparring. Indeed, she was a rare martial arts prodigy that could be encountered once in decades. Only, she was indeed nothing in front of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had learned the sword so far, but in just 2 weeks, he had mastered the ability to use a weak sword to win against a long and strong one. His talent was definitely not bad. Even Shadow Young, who was a martial arts prodigy, would find it difficult to be at the 3rd rank of the sword and go on to win over a long spear. It was an indisputable fact that short weapons were suppressed by long weapons. In this, there is certainly a little bit of help given to me by the system. But more than that, it still relies on myself. Jiang Yu raised his head to look up at the sky, and the next sentence. Just as Jiang Yu was about to continue to start ranking, in reality, there was the sound of his sister-in-law's call. Jiang Yu flew out of the game. Opening the hatch, Jiang Yu walked out of the room and asked, Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Sister-in-law giggled, your brother called back. Saying this, she handed her cell phone to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu took the phone and looked at Jiang Yan on the other end of the phone. His heart sank slightly, but still smiled and said, brother. On the screen, Jiang Yan's face became even darker. He was bare naked, lying on a simple wooden plank bed. Jiang Yan looked at his brother, his heart settled down a lot. How is it at home, is everything alright? Jiang Yu nodded and smiled, everything is stable. That's good. Jiang Yan raised his arm and slightly exerted himself, his biceps bulging. These days, my muscles have grown, see. It's almost like you can kill a dragon with one punch. It's pretty hot now, isn't it? But it's okay here, there's shade, and it's not too sunny when you're working outside. Jiang Yan said, you don't know, the owner of the house here, it is said that the original is also a first-order martial artist, almost second order, now earns money, go back home to renovate the house. That toilet and toilet are all imported. Jiang Yu listened to Jiang Yan rambling on and looked at his reddened arms. Some places had already lost their skin. He couldn't help but feel a sourness in his heart. He took his cell phone and shone it at the cockpit in the room. Brother, look at this. This is... Jiang Yan widened his eyes. I heard the workers say, this is some kind of virtual cockpit, right? Millions of things. You kid, where did you get it from? Chapter 38, Infinite Possibilities. Jiang Yan looked Jiang Yu up and down and said seriously, although you have a few moments of my handsomeness, a man still has to rely on himself and can't sell his body, know it or not. The corner of Jiang Yu's mouth twitched slightly, his head full of black lines. The causes and consequences of the matter, all told Jiang Yan. Only then did Jiang Yan feel relieved, with a complex expression. Sighing, Jiang Yan was quite a bit relieved. Good, worthy of being my Jiang family's seed. Jiang Yan's gaze looked to his sister-in-law behind Jiang Yu behind him. See, I told you, my brother is more promising than me. A hint of self-deprecation showed in his eyes as he gently shook his head and looked at the ceiling as if he was memorializing something. My whole life, that's all I've got, nothing great. It's hard to even earn the money to buy you a chi and blood tonic. But you are different, little feather, your future has infinite possibilities. His tone was firm, as if he had already seen Jiang Yu's brilliant future prospects. Next to him, his sister-in-law, hearing Jiang Yan's words, smiled and nodded. Yes, little feather, is a smart child, we've always believed that she'll go far. He nodded firmly, determination in his eyes. Brother, sister-in-law, thank you for your continued support. I won't let you all down. Alright, know that you are capable, so work hard and don't put too much pressure on yourself. We all believe in you. After saying this, Jiang Yu sighed. Little feather was also delayed by me. Jiang Yu shook his head. Brother, you've already done enough. It's fine, brother still has 2 more strengths. Jiang Yu regained his composure and smiled. This house owner is also generous. I'll strive to do a good job, make him happy, and settle my wages early to buy you chi and blood tonic. I heard on the internet that senior year is a critical period. If you want your grades to break through fast, you need to eat more and practice more. After that, the family chatted about trivial things. Sister-in-law hangs up the phone on the pretext of not disturbing Jiang Yu's study. The room was left alone again. Jiang Yu thought back to his brother and sister-in-law's eyes full of concern, and a warmth flooded his heart. He knew his responsibility, not only for himself, but also for this family. Although I have traveled across and occupied this body, Jiang Yu secretly said in his heart, but it's not true that I was taken care of by them, even if it originally belonged to Jiang Yu. But now, how can one distinguish between them? After all, one must work hard and be rewarded later. Chat vibrated. Jiang Yu opened the chat box and found that it was Jiang Yuan. First sentence. What go, positioning just to hit gold for? Jiang Yu, you're hung up? You're such a pervert. Do you know that Li Yuan, who is number 1 in the whole school? He's only gold 1 too. Third sentence. No, why do you have the equipment? Third sentence. Mud, you're really being adopted by Lin Ruoxin, aren't you? Don't force a brother to beg you, take me one. Jiang Yu laughed and scolded. No luck, all rely on strength, understand it. Adopt you my ass, although it is true that I take advantage of the ingredients. Then he gave Jiang Yuan some more explanations before calling it quits. Lin Ruoxin sent another message. A surprised emoticon. Actually positioned to gold, it's true that you're at the 3rd rank of sword skills. Jiang Yu was a bit curious. Why are they all saying that? Lin Ruoxin was puzzled. Did anyone else say this? But she still kindly explained, this is a general conclusion that has been drawn through practice over the years, and although it's not necessarily accurate, it's basically correct. If you want to stand firmly in the gold segment, your martial arts should be at least at the 3rd rank level. And looking at you guy, winning all 5 matches, you're afraid that your stance isn't bad either. Otherwise, with just the 3rd rank of weaponry, you'll usually lose in the last game, when you meet those higher segment veteran players. Lin Ruoxin seemed to be quite satisfied with Jiang Yu's performance. You were silver before and jumped gold, the last hand will definitely match you with gold segment experts. Jiang Yu realized. To put it bluntly, the proficiency for a certain weapon reaches the 3rd rank. Then, the comprehensive strength is generally not bad, can kill in the gold segment. Belonging to, going up may be difficult, but wanting to fall down, is also very difficult. And Jiang Yu, this kind, sword and body skills are 3rd order, the comprehensive strength is even stronger. Plus, Jiang Yu's unique battle thoughts. It was only then that he was able to win all 5 battles and position himself to gold 4 in one fell swoop. It was just that it was hard to say how far he could go in the gold segment in the future. Then according to this, wouldn't it be that one would have to have reached the 4th rank in martial arts before advancing to platinum? Lin Ruoxin grunted, you have quite a big appetite. Jiang Yu's old face reddened, lack of money well. Lin Ruoxin sent an emoticon of a cat nodding. That's generally true, but there are no absolutes in this world. Some people are a little more lucky or have a stronger overall strength, and may not reach the 4th rank, but can also advance to platinum. Jiang Yu replied, understand. Then when are we going to double row? Lin Ruoxin, you can teach people to do this question first. Soon, Lin Ruoxin sent a screenshot of a math problem. Apparently she was using virtual space to learn. Jiang Yu just swept a glance, then flipped through his notes and flew to find a summary of the corresponding question. Then he took a picture with his bracelet and sent it to Lin Ruoxin. After a while, Lin Ruoxin was a bit surprised. Wow, I didn't realize you were using your handwriting. The notes are summarized so well, no wonder your grades rank 3rd. Jiang Yu, show your teeth and smile. Lin Ruoxin, that's the word, it's a bit hard to read. Oh. It's because you don't know how to appreciate it, I created my own Zhang's cursive script. Jiang Yu thought for a moment, do you still need it? I can send it all to you? Lin Ruoxin froze, how much? This time, it was Jiang Yu's turn to freeze. This little rich girl really can handle it. She is really not stingy with money. Jiang Yu is so envious, when can he be so rich himself? Don't want money, I'm grateful that you sent me this so expensive cockpit. Jiang Yu said with great backbone. Lin Ruoxin sent a pitiful expression. A detailed note from the top 3 in the grade was indeed precious. It could help Lin Ruoxin greatly reduce her revision time. Moreover, Jiang Yu's notes did not contain nonsense. Rather, it was written in very simple words, with clear thoughts, how to discern the question types, the methods and ideas corresponding to each question type. Even, there was also a side one to reflect 3 types of questions added by Jiang Yu. Lin Ruoxin was not stupid, she looked over and only felt enlightened. Jiang Yu's notes, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were a treasure trove of math test taking. Students were still somewhat competitive with each other. People, in general, weren't so generous as to take out such valuable notes without any private stash. Lin Ruoxin sent a mischievous emoji, one size does not fit all, we have to learn to reject the enemy's sugar-coated bombs. This is considered my return on investment. Jiang Yu was amused by Lin Ruoxin's words and wanted to laugh a little. Knowing that she didn't really care about that cockpit thing, she just liked this kind of light-hearted interaction. Chapter 39, A Journey to Double Row. Jiang Yu does not know, this business is who earns and who loses. However, Jiang Yu knows, even if he really has $1,000 worth of antique vases. If no one buys it, it is just an ordinary bottle. And Lin Ruoxin, she is really the only one holding a check and is willing to buy people. In the blink of an eye, it was the weekend again. With the cockpit, Jiang Yu didn't have to go to school anymore. This made Yan Fu puzzled, just sighing that there weren't many people who were as persistent as he was. Perhaps Jiang Yu had talent, but yet he was still not as persistent as him. Suddenly thinking, Yan Fu suddenly felt a slight change in his body. At that moment, he was overjoyed. In the afternoon, Lin Ruoxin looked for Jiang Yu for a double row. With the previous padding, right now, double rowing up with Lin Ruoxin was a breeze. However, compared to 1v1 sparring, the 2v2 map was more than twice as big. It took even longer. It took 40 minutes. It took Jiang Yu and Lin Ruoxin to finish the 4 ranked matches. Neither of them were weak, and easily, they took 4 consecutive victories. For the time being, the segment came to silver 163 victory points. Jiang Yu knew that the last hand was going to be on intensity. If the system thought that the 2-person combination was not gold level enough, even with 4 consecutive wins, it would only be around silver 3. The last hand was the system's test. If it wins, it will be gold. These days Jiang Yu had also figured out the rules of fighting soul awakening. In the team space, Lin Ruoxin was wearing a red battle armor and laughed softly, don't be nervous, 2-player teams only need platinum. Jiang Yu. A 2-player team, theoretically, was quite a bit less difficult. Because they can make up for each other's shortcomings, they can also develop tactics. That's why the required level of the segment was a bit higher. But this is only in the case that both people are at the same level, if a strong with a weak, unless it is a Tongtian generation. Otherwise, it was absolutely difficult to score in double rows. Try it first, it's fine if we can find the problem. Jiang Yu said and started matching. Entering the game. A dark forest, a ghostly shadow. Jiang Yu realized that it seemed like the fighting terrain of the fighting soul awakening space was taken from the source realm. He just didn't realize that the source realm was actually so strange. Jiang Yu looked around vigilantly, the terrain here is too weird, be careful. Lin Ruoxin also did not dare to be careless and nodded slightly. The two of them moved slowly, one after the other. Rustle. The surrounding scenery was uniform, all twisted trees and dark leaves. The withered grass constantly blocked the way forward. Jiang Yu's spirit was taut as he tried to look for clues. Nay, the other party seemed to be very familiar with the map and hid it too well. Jiang Yu decisively said, the system won't let players drag their feet indefinitely, let's find a favorable terrain and wait for the shrinking circle. In order to stop people deliberately dragging time nausea, when the game is carried out to a certain time or AI system judgment of the two sides for a long time without fighting, it will be shrinking circle. That is, similar to the previous world's Battle Royale and Eternal Hijack Infernal, there was a constantly shrinking circle of poisonous fog. Letting the two sides forcefully meet and decide the winner. Lin Ruoxin nodded her head. The two of them searched for a huge tree with a trunk that required 7 or 8 people to encircle it. In this way, Jiang Yu and Lin Ruoxin were on each other's horns, and the other side could only attack from the front. The two of them, Jiang Yu and Lin Ruoxin, checked above the large tree and there was no one hiding. Wait then. Jiang Yu leaned against the tree trunk, holding his long sword in his arms as he stared ahead. This group of guys, hiding their heads, must not have high battle power. Finally. The 10th minute. The AI intelligence judged that both sides were in a state of burnout. It began to shrink the circle. The two hiding at the shadowy foliage looked at each other, full of helplessness. Fight! Suddenly the leaves danced wildly, a gust of wind came, and 4 short blades were like vipers, swooping in from the side. It was actually hidden right under the bottom of the two men's eyes. The target was precisely the dangling Jiang Yu. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth rose, his boot stepped heavily on the ground, and the leaves flew. With the help of force, Jiang Yu's entire body moved out sideways. Swish! The advantage of the short blades was in close combat, and their speed was incredibly fast. One strike did not work, the double blades immediately slashed down in a smooth manner. Clang! Jiang Yu did not panic and blocked across his sword. Swinging away from the other party's double blades, at the same time, the blade of the sword slanted and chopped towards the other party's head. Wow! The other party's knees softened and his body sank, while a foot swept up a fallen leaf, blocking Jiang Yu's vision, and then disappeared far away. Jiang Yu did not chase after him. Because, the other person's double blades were even more violent, like a blizzard, stabbing towards Lin Ruoxin. Lin Ruoxin's breath was calm and steady, fighting and retreating, her sword blades constantly blocking the other person's attacks. Jiang Yu swept forward, the whole person is like a flying feather, the tip of the sword cut through the air. In a flash, it pierced through the opponent's light armor. It was Jiang Yu's self-created killing move, Phoenix Feather Surprise. Wrapped in the momentum of the whole body, fast as lightning, unexpected strike. Poof! The opponent's body was stabbed, and his body lurched under the intense pain. Lin Ruoxin was very taciturn, a flying forward, a teasing chop across the opponent's neck. Killing one person first. The remaining one, who was no longer struggling at this point, looked at Jiang Yu and shrugged, "What a pervert, you guy." Subsequently, choosing to surrender. Game victory, 5 battles won. Positioned in Glory Gold 531 victory points. Lin Ruoxin wrinkled her delicate nose, damn it, almost didn't even see the person before they got shaded to death. Jiang Yu nodded, the other party should be in old gold, this scheming is too poisonous. It's also because we were lucky that we didn't continue walking, but folded back and came from the other side. Lin Ruoxin also spat out her tongue. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, it seems that we should also formulate a corresponding battle plan. In double ranked, after entering a match, one was able to see the map in advance and had time to change equipment. But there are too many maps, Lin Ruoxin shrugged, and I only know how to use a sword. Jiang Yu smiled mysteriously, I'll be fine. Lin Ruoxin tilted her head and blinked, a little puzzled, looking particularly droll. But first, where are the basic details of the different weapons? Oh, this is simple, it's sold everywhere. Jiang Yu froze, is that actually the case? You plan to learn it now? Lin Ruoxin was a little surprised. Jiang Yu smiled faintly, non-committal. After a pause, Jiang Yu smiled and said, let's continue. Lin Ruoxin nodded. The two of them fought until 6 in the afternoon. The win rate had dropped from 100% to 46%. The segment, on the other hand, managed to break through to gold 5-8 win points. Dying in the fighting soul space, that feeling of pain, would constantly consume willpower. Dying more than once would be too much to bear. Thus, it was stopped. Jiang Yu sighed a sentence, it's really not good to get on this score, they are too good together, and they still dropped points after playing all afternoon. Lin Ruoxin crossed her arms, we've only just started, there's still 8 or 9 months left, we may not be worse than them. Chapter 40, $150,000. 2 days on vacation, Jiang Yu had a good time schedule. Steak work in the morning, order a nutritious meal at noon, and double row with Lin Ruoxin in the afternoon. In the evening, it was pile work, in the middle of the day, studying cultural lessons as a break, and after that, he had a single row by himself. If it was said that double rowing with Lin Ruoxin was a rich woman's task, Jiang Yu's own single row, on the other hand, is life. There is no way. Shu He's bursary was delayed. Then, if he wanted to alleviate his brother and sister-in-law's financial pressure, he could only find a way to do it himself. The $100,000 prize for the Fighting Soul Awakening, Jiang Yu had been eyeing it for a long time. If he could get it, it would at least satisfy Jiang Yu's basic qi and blood supplement consumption for 4 months. Mid to late September, another new week. Jiang Yu methodically completed his daily study plan. Martial arts practical class. Jiang Yu made a move of phoenix feather shocking. The tip of his sword appeared in front of Lin Ruoxin's neck in a mysterious manner. I lost again. Lin Ruoxin took off her helmet and shook her long hair. You can't defend against this move, no matter how many times I see it. Jiang Yu grunted and laughed, a shocking glimpse, who would have thought it? Bowen watched silently from the sidelines. His heart was a little annoyed, and a sword slashed out, like a tiger descending a mountain. Squad leader, your blade technique has improved again. I haven't stopped improving either. Bowen nodded slightly, his heart slightly stabilized. Where's Yen Fu? A student asked. Bowen said indifferently, he seems to have awakened his outer image power and entered the elite class. Hiss, this kid Yen Fu, so lucky. Right, in the elite class, there aren't many who have awakened their external image power. Most of them have shown a fit with higher rank techniques in their tests and switched to higher rank techniques. Then what is his external image power level, what ability? Bowen shook his head. This information is generally kept secret, only a few people know about it. However, let's see which school's teacher Chu He connects him to. If it's a first-class university, then it means that Yen Fu's external visualization power definitely has a grade B or above. After hearing what Bowen said, some of the students were all showing envy. One of them looked at Jiang Yu. Alas, we are the ones who don't have Jiang Yu's talent and don't have Yen Fu's life. Bowen smiled bashfully, then work hard. Everyone is working hard for their own goals. Chu He's office. Standing in the center of the martial arts arena, Chu He stood with his arms folded. This kid, his swordsmanship has actually progressed so quickly. A light curtain coalesced in the center, as big as a blackboard, very high definition. What was displayed on it was precisely Jiang Yu's class, Senior 3/6 class. In the screen, Jiang Yu was fighting against Lin Ruoxin, and from start to finish, Jiang Yu looked at ease. Chu He wasn't just Jiang Yu's homeroom teacher. He was a provincial-level special grade teacher who was also in charge of teaching the elite classes, and his authority in the school was frighteningly high. I don't know if I've forgotten about hanging out with the Lin family's chick, or if I'm really calm. I actually didn't come to ask me for so long. Chu He revealed a teasing smile. Even if Chu He had seen great storms, it didn't hinder his gossipy mood. Chu He had investigated Jiang Yu's course of action and couldn't pick a single fault. Truly a genius, the return of the prodigal son. But he didn't understand how Lin Ruoxin could hang out with Jiang Yu. Even if Jiang Yu was really a genius, but just the first-class university, the so-called genius is like a river of carp. Silly boy, the pearl of the Lin family is not such a good contact. Chu He sighed. There is determination, perseverance. The family is not rich, but it is difficult to change the heart of the red son. Although the prodigal son returned a little late. But Chu He knew deep down that not everyone was that lucky. Some people are born in a family of fine clothes and food, and early on, their parents paved the way for them to move forward, guiding them step by step towards success. Their personalities are healthy and stable in a favorable environment. It seems that destiny has favored them with a clear vision of what they want to pursue at an early age. Such success was certainly desirable. But Chu He thought that it was not worth mentioning. The most in the world were those with ordinary or even distressed families. They grew up in difficult and depressing environments, like walkers lost in the vastness of the night. Muddling through many hours before they might be lucky enough to find their own direction at a certain moment. That was why Chu He never looked down on Jiang Yu just because he had wasted his time. Instead, he appreciated him more for waking up and moving up in the midst of adversity. Chu He knew that Jiang Yu didn't have ulterior motives as Luden had guessed. Not to mention the fact that it was simply difficult for a low-level martial artist to control the power of qi and blood, allowing them to fool the testing machines. Secondly, Jiang Yu's family conditions were difficult, and the most sensible thing for him to do would be to realize his talent as soon as possible. At least he would still be able to keep getting single awards, and applying for grants would be far easier and more lucrative. The script of an ordinary student trying to get ahead is no worse than the script of a genius prodigal son returning. It wasn't worth it to gamble on his Chu He's nebulous help. Therefore, he had been very dedicated to applying for scholarships for Jiang Yu. Not only out of the teacher's responsibility, but also out of personal appreciation. For Jiang Yu was always different from other students. He would even be more careful to plan his studies and even his life path. Even though it's following the process, it's still too long for Jiang Yu. Ebo, get me Principal Tang on the phone. Chu He frowned. Jiang Yu wasn't quite the same as other students. The same senior year, he had less time. Okay, the call has been made for you. Soon, the projection screen turned into a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was sitting on a sofa and seemed to be handling official business. His hair was slightly graying at the temples. Principal Tang, named Tang Xiaolong, although he looked young, he was actually nearly 80 years old. Hee, what's the matter? Principal Tang laughed. You're the one who doesn't have anything to do. Shui also smiled. I want to apply for a first-class progress bursary for my student. Senior year has less time, so I'll find you faster. Tang Xiaolong, who was in the process of approving documents, raised his head and looked at Shui. Oh, normal situation, you directly send application documents to meet the requirements. I'll give you a special approval on the line. Tang Xiaolong sat upright. If that's the case, I'm sure you won't come to ask me specifically. Is it the one called Jiang Yu? Tang Xiaolong searched on the computer. Shui was a little surprised. You have such a good memory. Tang Xiaolong grinned. After hearing you say it a few times, I've memorized it. Then submit the information and you'll go straight through. Shui smiled and said. It's only $150,000, there's no need to report it to the Education Bureau. You're not so bad that you don't even have the authority to do that. Principal Tang covered his head. He knew that this master was going to find something for him to do. Although the provincial special grade teacher is esteemed bun. But as the principal of a key high school, his power is not small, and generally speaking, they all sell each other face. District a poor student, also basically will not have a teacher so attentive. But Shui's position is not trivial. Shui, I've also looked at this Jiang Yu's information. Principal Tang put his hands together on the table, but... Chapter 41, Disconnecting People. Jiang Yu's only valid ranking at the moment is the opening school mapping exam. Principal Tang looked at the computer and said, he's only third in the entire school in arts, and he's at the bottom of the list in both basic quality and martial arts comprehensive. The martial arts test took first in the class once, other than that, there are no other convincing results. With these alone, it's far from enough to apply for a progress bursary, let alone a first-class progress bursary. Obviously, Principal Tang wasn't just remembering Jiang Yu's name as he said. Rather, out of the importance he placed on Shui, he had deliberately gone to collect information on Jiang Yu. What exactly was Shui's identity? Principal Tang couldn't say. It was just that, even after being injured, his life level could still be maintained at the level of a second-stage martial artist. After many years in the Fighting Soul Palace, and being able to survive the Source World transfer incident, the connections and strength are unfathomable. Shui smiled and sent over a video. Isn't it enough? Have you seen this? This is an image of his swordsmanship. Which is true. Principal Tang finished watching and sighed. He's very talented. In just one summer vacation, his swordsmanship can reach the point of creating killing moves. Such a student, in the 30 years I've been a principal, there's only been one such case. That's only at the third rank level. Who can guarantee how well he'll perform in the first mold? Principal Tang said indifferently, you should be well aware of the story of that fallen genius, Xiao Huahua, decades ago. Shui shrugged his shoulders noncommittally. Principal Tang clearly knew that Shui was a person. He did do things responsibly and thought about his students. The provincial special grade teacher was not one who relied on connections to get it, but one who was selected for the real thing. Moreover, Shui was also from a poor family and relied on himself to make a name for himself. Even if Shui's connections were not taken into account, this heart alone made Principal Tang feel admiration for him. With such a character, Principal Tang naturally wouldn't think that Shui was trying to rely on Jiang Yu for profit. A mere $150,000. Just with the title of a provincial special grade teacher, it was enough for a large number of people to send money. Principal Tang weighed his words and spoke, I naturally believe in your vision, it's just that. Even if $150,000 bursary, I have the authority to approve, but it has to be uploaded to the National Monitoring Network. Jiang Yu 1 did not have a fit, the second did not awaken the external image power, in the future to pursue up. The implication is that Principal Tang believes that Jiang Yu is not worth the risk he is taking. Poor students can bring a lot of surprises. But often it is more of a shock. Shui sighed, the original intention was to lower talent without restraint, but the real implementation is tasteless. Knowing that Principal Tang wouldn't easily agree, Shui didn't continue to dwell on it. With the proof of the results of the grand examination, it's ultimately justified and can't be picked on. Shui showed a displeased look on his face, wait for the next big exam, then the yellow flowers and vegetables will be cold. Principal Tang hurriedly laughed, unlike arts, wushu 3 times between the model exams, almost 3 months apart, the most recent one is in mid-November. Well, at that time, his results come out, I immediately give him special approval, will not delay much effort. You also know that the students who are ranked at the back of the rankings, it is difficult to get ahead. Shui sighed, I've also come this way, so I know better that it's not easy for students. Principal Tang nodded his head slightly in agreement, he knew that it wasn't easy for Chu-hee in the beginning. So, now you have any resources that you can give directly, you always have to give young people more opportunities. Principal Tang froze and glanced at the bursary program that Jiang Yu was currently applying for. Comprehensive Progress Single Bursary, 10 bottles of basic qi and blood tonic. It's true that his family's income level isn't high, so I guess it's hard to buy the Fighting Soul Awakening helmet. Principal Tang murmured, then let me greet him this way, let Li Sanjiang pass today, come to me for approval, and then give him a permission to go to the school's computer room. The so-called machine room was a room equipped with many Fighting Soul Awakening game helmets. It was sort of a downscale version of the independent martial arts room. Hearing the Fighting Soul Awakening helmets, Shui couldn't help but look strange. He knew deep down that Jiang Yu's biggest problem right now didn't have the resources for life-level cultivation. That stuff is all secondary, you might as well give a few more bottles of supplements. Principal Tang smiled, that's fine, his family is really in a difficult situation, so we can transfer a slot and grant him 5 more bottles, with his current life level, it should be enough for 2 months. It's almost time for the first model, but if he advances 300 places, I'll grant him a first-class progress scholarship. If he can't apply, there's no harm in me privately sponsoring him. Shui nodded, then it's a deal. The two men made some more pleasantries and hung up the phone. Principal Tang's smile faded away as he pondered for a moment and made a call to his secretary, asking him to investigate Jiang Yu's information in detail. At the same time, a call was also made to Li Sanjiang. Principal, you're looking for me? That student called Jiang Yu, how come the application process hasn't moved yet? Principal Tang's face was calm, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. Li Sanjiang's face compensated for the smile, oh. Before the following submitted new materials that need to be reviewed, I just finished reading it, and will be able to pass it later. Oh. Principal Tang gave Li Sanjiang a meaningful look, did not speak, but hung up directly. Li Sanjiang's smile disappeared. His eyes narrowed slightly as his face clouded over. It's him again, what kind of doorway does this kid have that he actually made Principal Tang personally ask about it? Li Sanjiang stared at the news in front of the screen and squeezed the pen in his hand, this Jiang Yu, if he honestly switched to liberal arts in the beginning, wouldn't everything be fine? I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup those bastards drank, actually all refused to go too. Cutting off someone's wealth is like killing their parents. Now a large group of students at the bottom of the pile were also united, refusing to easily transfer to the liberal arts, or change schools. The promotion rate is bound to decrease, the data is not good, and this year's bonus will also be lost. Humph, what Jiang Yu does not go I do not go. Li Sanjiang gritted his teeth, a student who was at the bottom of the list in both basic quality and martial arts synthesis, and just got lucky once, don't think you can't be cured. The results of the first model haven't even come out yet, I don't know what these guys are screaming about. Having said that, Li Sanjiang was in the end someone who could sit steadily on the throne of grade president, his power was not small, so how could he not have a few points of the city? He took a deep breath to calm his heart's anger. I wanted to press his application to be approved late, but I didn't expect to actually let the principal ask about it, so I can only approve it first. There are 5 more bottles of potions to be added. Li Sanjiang's eyes widened a bit, what exactly did this Jiang Yu do to actually make Principal Tang take such care of him? Principal Tang doesn't seem to have a granddaughter, does he? Li Sanjiang murmured with his head down, Jiang Yu was indeed not bad looking. Sighing, Li Sanjiang could only be honest and adjusted 5 bottles of basic qi and blood tonic upwards according to Jiang Yu's situation. In other words, Jiang Yu's comprehensive single progress bursary this time would be approved for a total of 15 bottles of qi and blood tonic. Processing the documents, Li Sanjiang flew through the application. Jiang Yu's application process automatically entered the final environment and the application documents were uploaded into the principal's back office. Li Sanjiang just stared at the screen, after 10 minutes, he froze. Chapter 42, I've got the credit. Actually. Passed so quickly? Li Sanjiang nearly sat unsteadily. He had purposely looked to see how much attention Principal Tang had paid to this matter. In the past, applications served in the morning would not be passed until the end of school in the afternoon at the earliest. Principal Tang also had quite a few things to deal with every day, and he only dealt with related work at specific points in time. Now, not long after sending it over, Principal Tang's application was passed. Li Sanjiang guessed that it seemed that someone had reminded Principal Tang that he had been keeping an eye on this matter, which was why the application had passed so quickly. As a subordinate, the first thing to do was to learn to speculate on what the leader meant. Fortunately, I had responded early, prepared new materials, and quickly sent them over again. This time, it shouldn't be so bad that Principal Tang thinks I have a bad attitude. Li Sanjiang put his finger on his lips and took a deep breath. This Jiang Yu have to find another way to suppress. Originally, it was only until casually, deliberately stuck Jiang Yu's audit does not pass. Application process has always been by the class teacher to start submitting applications, then to the grade director approval, and finally to the Tang principal approval. Li Sanjiang naturally wanted to take advantage of this. It was reasonable to say that having a genius among the students was something that the entire school should be happy about. This did not essentially conflict with Li Sanjiang's duties, and on the contrary, he was happy to see these geniuses emerge. Because this was all about his performance. But now the situation was different. If some poor students led by Jiang Yu did not leave, at the very least, it would seriously affect his performance in the future. The golden sign that was so hard to create would be shattered again. Principal Tang, aren't you letting a piece of my hard work go to waste? Li Sanjiang rubbed his temples. Dealing with students cleanly was not just talk. Parents, too, are not all cuties. Just to underestimate the ability of this group of students to create a god. Jiang Yu, this kid, nothing to do, how to become a god of resistance? Li Sanjiang knew some of the students' gossip and was in a somewhat bad mood. After all, he became the evil one to be defeated in this story. If people don't act for themselves, heaven and earth will be destroyed. Li Sanjiang snorted coldly, his heart consoling himself, I'm also doing a good deed. This group of students deserve to be eliminated in the first place. Furthermore, the signboard of Manhwa Second Middle School is still built by me. I have merit. Li Sanjiang thought that his position should have gone even further. Principal Tang made a greeting, and soon Jiang Yu's application for a scholarship was approved. That afternoon, someone hand-carried a silver medal box and handed it over to Chu He. Chu He nodded with satisfaction and turned his head to Yan Fu, who happened to be in the office, and said, Sha Yan, go and call Jiang Yu from your original class over for me. Yan Fu still had a dark face. It's just that in the past, there were a few more points of vigor on that calm face. Once awakened to the power of the external image, my generation is not an artesian. Therefore, although Yan Fu had learned that Chu He was so attached to Jiang Yu, he did not appear jealous. On the contrary, it was extraordinarily enthusiastic. Jiang Yu, top of the day second-rate school to the end. As for me, a school in the first rate, I guess I can pick a top-ranking one. Yan Fu smiled. Chu He was also actively contacting the major schools during this time, seeking a special enrollment spot. Jiang Yu walked into Chu He's office. 15 bottles of basic qi and blood tonic? Jiang Yu looked at the silver box and couldn't help but be happy. The extra 5 bottles of basic qi and blood tonic, that was an extra $10,000. It was important to realize that Jiang Yu's family environment was much poorer than the other students. $10,000 was considered to be able to alleviate a great deal of financial pressure. The 2 brothers and sisters-in-law would also be able to relax a little. According to reason, comprehensive single progress bursary, review a week is enough, now or half a month. Jiang Yu, still calm, did not show himself half. The heart is good. Chu He looked at Jiang Yu, laughed. To make good use of these qi and blood supplements, don't let down the principal's good intentions. Also, there is good news to tell you. With a twitch in his heart, Jiang Yu was puzzled. Good news? I exchanged a few words with the principal. As long as you can progress 300 places in the first model, I'll apply for a first-class progress bursary for you, 200,000 huasha coins. You understand when I say this? Jiang Yu nodded heavily. I understand, teacher. I will definitely cherish this opportunity. And thank you very much, teacher, for taking the trouble for me. The first-class progress bursary, in general, was only possible if the ranking progressed at least 400 places. Moreover, in order to stop people from intentionally controlling their scores, it would normally only be given to students who had made rapid progress from the middle and lower reaches of the student body. Jiang Yu, this kind of tale, generally even if the progress is so huge, can only apply for third-class progress bursary. Bonus, can be a world of difference. Generally just 30 bottles of basic qi and blood tonic, roughly enough for 3 months. However, even progressing 300 from the bottom was not easy for Jiang Yu's key high school. Last year, with 648 points on the college entrance exam, it was said to be only in the 600, 800th place segment. A whole grade of senior high school, there are only more than 2,000 people. Jiang Yu has a long way to go. Shui laughed, not caring about this, and not mentioning his own credit in the slightest. Heaven's destiny is something we can't decide. Some people can awaken the external image power, some people who come from rich families, and some are born demented. It's hard for us to compare. However, you have to understand that luck can be changed by ourselves. Shui said in a serious tone, the family conditions are not considered much better. The whole family lives in a dozen square meters in a small house. The origin is not comparable, then I will work harder than them. In addition to sleep, I walk with my mind thinking about the problem. You know what I mean. Shui condescended and stared into Jiang Yu's eyes. Work hard. Jiang Yu nodded heavily. The 5 bottles of basic qi and blood tonic bought by his brother, Bowen, had now been used 4 bottles. Together with the basic qi and blood tonic obtained from Chu He, the current stock was only 16 bottles. It would probably last for a month and a half. However, if he can't support the first model in mid-November, Jiang Yu will be out of food. We must hurry up and improve our sword skills, then prepare to rush to platinum, then get 100,000 Chinese coins. Jiang Yu returned to the classroom and continued to stand on piles. Feeling the true form fluctuations, the qi and blood in his body rapidly transformed into yuan power and returned to the dantian. Only, a wave of hunger surged through his heart. Jiang Yu frowned. Sure enough, the rate of consumption of this qi and blood tonic is just gradually increasing. Originally, a bottle of the potion could support 4 or 5 days. But as Jiang Yu's cultivation became more and more skillful, coupled with various efficiencies stacked on top of each other, gradually, a bottle of potion could only support less than 3 days. However, this also meant that Jiang Yu's life level would increase very quickly. Jiang Yu expected that at this rate, as long as there was enough energy, he would be able to raise his life level by 0.4 or even 0.5 a month. This also relied on the system being able to display his various attributes in real time. As for the average person, in 3 months, they would only be able to raise their life level by 0.3 0.4. Although, it was only the ideal situation. But it always gave Jiang Yu an idea to become stronger. Chapter 43, The Last Game. The days of cultivation were so fulfilling that one wouldn't even notice the passage of time. The dry heat of September had not abated, and in the blink of an eye, it was already mid to late October. The air was still filled with the remaining temperature of summer. Seeing that the time for the first mold was approaching, the sense of urgency in everyone's hearts became heavier and heavier. In the martial arts classroom, there were many fewer figures talking, all of them were practicing hard. Jiang Yu also exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. Ending the stance. He felt the familiar hunger sensation coming from his stomach once again and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is a complete food break. The basic qi and blood tonic that was originally expected to be used until November had run out at this very moment. However, in this month or so, Jiang Yu's attributes had undergone a drastic change. Opening the system panel, Jiang Yu couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. This period of hard cultivation hadn't been in vain. Jiang Yu. Life rank, 5.3 unranked martial artist. Spirit level, 15.4. Fist strength, 230 kilograms. Speed, 11 ms. Physical cultivation technique, Shifeng Kung Fu. Spiritual energy cultivation method, gathering elemental technique. Martial skills, sword technique 62% of 3rd rank, footwork 53% of 3rd rank, fist technique 52% of 2nd rank, gun technique 11% of 3rd rank. Item column, 710. Item column 1, detailed explanation of basic sword technique 3rd edition. Item column 2, manuscript of cultivation tips true form. Item column 3, detailed explanation of basic gunnery technique 3rd edition. Jiang Yu had only practiced an extra long spear to deal with occasions where the sword was not good to perform. The other short weapons were merely a different way of attacking, and with the sword, there was no substantial change. Although, right now, Jiang Yu's life grade still couldn't pass, it had reached the 140-point bracket. This time, the first model exam, progressing 300 places, shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Yu thought. Lin Ruoxin came over with a smile. Let's continue to double row on the weekend, but you'll play 2 custom singles with me first. I feel that my swordsmanship has improved. Jiang Yu sniffed and nodded slightly. Over the past month, the relationship between Jiang Yu and Lin Ruoxin had developed quite well. After all, in between double rows, the two would always talk about some common topics. With some familiarity with each other, it was reasonable for the relationship to become familiar. Jiang Yu couldn't help but think to himself, no wonder, in his previous life, online dating always started with double-row games. However, Lin Ruoxin and Jiang Yu's double-row journey was particularly difficult. Even in one afternoon, the two once kneeled from gold to silver 3. The win rate came to a terrifying 43%. It was close to giving both Jiang Yu and Lin Ruoxin a red temperature. Even, Jiang Yu began to suspect that this game official secretly is using ELO mechanism. There is no way, who let the double row than single row of cow ghosts and devils more. Because although Jiang Yu and Lin Ruoxin two people are underage, but the opponent is not so. There were talented teenagers from all over the world. There are anchor gods who have studied double rows for many years, controlling points in all kinds of ways, and engaging in program effects in the gold segment. There is also a great god who does not know where to come from, single row segment transcendent master, with a mascot girl, 1 to 2 hard to kill Jiang Yu and Lin Ruoxin. The opponent's skills and killing moves were too terrifying. Moreover, the experience was even more terrifying. No matter what kind of terrain or strategy, the other party was able to deal with it freely. Even in melee combat, it was as if he was able to predict Jiang Yu's next move. Unsolvable. In the very beginning, Jiang Yu and Lin Ruoxin seemed to easily rank this kind of opponent because their hidden scores were high enough. In 20 games, Jiang Yu and Lin Ruoxin could only win one game. Well, the two slowly cooperate with tacit understanding, but also gradually will win back to the Glory Gold 5. Only, want to advance to Platinum, still far away. Only personally experienced, only to know double row far more difficult than imagined. And single row, Jiang Yu also have lost in one. Initially, Jiang Yu are 100% win rate, all the way to break through to the Glory Gold 3. As a result, he met a teenager who didn't know which province. Jiang Yu and each other to fight the 110th move inadvertent defeat. Since then, it will continue to row to all kinds of experts, nearly fell out of the Glory Gold. The good thing is that Jiang Yu stabilized his mentality, a little bit to play back, and now the segment has come to the Glory Gold 113 victory points. The win rate, on the other hand, is as high as 59%. It seems to be slow progress, but there is a reason. In fighting Soul Awakening, death would still burden the spiritual consciousness. Therefore, it was impossible for a fighting soul battle to last for a day. Even with Jiang Yu's mental strength, he could at most fight continuously for 8 or 9 hours. Others, with multiple deaths, would have to rest in 3 hours. However, this weekend, it might be possible to try to send a charge towards the Platinum segment. Weekend, 8 o'clock in the evening. Fighting Soul Arena. Jiang Yu had been fighting continuously for almost a day. At noon, after double rowing with Lin Ruoxin, there were wins and losses, and the segment reached Gold 4. Then, Jiang Yu started his own single row. He fought continuously for 6 hours. An average of 3 minutes a hand, Jiang Yu played 120 games, won 64 games, lost 56 games. There was no way. Once Jiang Yu's consecutive victories are detected, the system will think that Jiang Yu's hidden score is higher than this segment, so it will be ranked to those opponents whose hidden scores are close. At this point, it was difficult for Jiang Yu to rank the right opponents, usually Platinum players with higher hidden scores than Jiang Yu. Thus, Jiang Yu inevitably lost. Therefore, after playing for a few hours, the net win was only 8 games. But a win rate of over 53% showed that Jiang Yu's level was definitely ahead of this segment. This was also because Jiang Yu registered late and started out at a high point. The system was not good at judging Jiang Yu's true level. The same was true for playing to the promotion round. Jiang Yu's opponents were definitely others stronger. However, it has also successfully stepped into the Glory Gold 1 to advance to the promotion match of Hua Gue Platinum. Promotion tournament system 5 games 3 wins system. Jiang Yu played 4 games, 2 wins and 2 losses. The last game, the life and death game. Jiang Yu didn't start immediately at the moment. He was in bad shape after fighting for a day, so he rested for a while in his personal space. Lin Ruoxin sent a message, "I see that your win points have dropped to 83, why haven't you played the promotion match yet?" Jiang Yu replied, "No, 2 wins and 2 losses, but instead I deducted my victory points." Lin Ruoxin sent an emoticon with her tongue out. This promotion match mechanism has given countless people a headache. Jiang Yu shrugged his shoulders, also feeling helpless. "Cheer up, I wish you a great success in advancing, and I'll treat you to dinner at that time. At that time, you'll be the only one in our school to advance to Platinum before the age of 18. Jiang Yu smiled, "Then you'll wait for your wallet to bleed." Closing the chat. Jiang Yu clicked start match. A match timer appeared in front of his eyes, and as time passed by, suddenly there was a crisp ringing sound. The match was made to the opponent. Without thinking, Jiang Yu chose to accept. The awakening of the fighting spirit has fed countless martial artists who are fighting anchors. Among them, one named Situ Yao, 18 years old, gorgeous platinum, impact bright diamond. Inside the live broadcast room, at least hundreds of thousands of viewers were gathered. A beautiful young girl with a pretty face and a curvaceous figure was holding a long spear, wearing silver-gray armor, with a head of silver-tinted green, and her glazed wings slightly vibrating behind her back. Ha, the anchor really dish, lose one more hand will fall gold again, on this also impact diamond. Don't be embarrassed in black, 18 years old Hua Gue Platinum, how many people do you think there are? Just anchor bad luck, age just over 18 years old, did not catch the star list, or certainly to enter the list. Anchor is still in senior high school, this with this platinum segment, are enough to be specially recruited, and even impact on the top martial arts scholar of Lihua City. Situ Yao looked at the pop-up screen, the heart is slightly not idle, Ducked Feet said, Yao Yao not vegetables, before the system to Yao Yao match all platinum 3 masters, how to do well. Yao Yao this is the second time on the noble platinum O. Once is a coincidence, twice may not be. Just about to continue to explain, suddenly the system prompted to match to the opponent. Situ Yao fixed her eyes on it and her eyes lit up with a coquettish smile. Match has been matched to the match, do you accept? Opponent, Jiang Yu. Chapter 44 The offensive and defensive positions are different. Situ Yao took a look at Jiang Yu's record, gold 183 victory points. Cannot help but smile with joy, that expression makes the water friends in the live broadcast room have heartbeat acceleration. There are many platinum anchors, and there are many sparkling diamond anchors. There are many technical anchors to watch if you want to learn techniques. But those people might not be as popular as Situ Yao. None other. There weren't many people who reached flamboyant platinum at only 18 years old. Adding to the fact that she was still in her 3rd year of high school and was going to hit the top spot in martial arts, and it was said that Situ Yao didn't pinch her face, and was completely true to her appearance. Just by looking at the appearance, Situ Yao could only be considered a pure and lovely Yuan Chi beauty girl. Although it is not bad, but there is no lack of online more beautiful than her. After all, if you take out the appearance alone, it can only be counted as an ace in a poker hand. But with good looks and a top martial arts score, it's a king's bum. At this time, the number of people in her live broadcast room was 450,000. The fans in the live broadcast room were from junior high school to university, and there was even a lack of many working martial artists. Bad, I really won't be able to see Yao Yao cry this time. The system saw that Yao Yao lost too much and are matching him with some gold rookies, ha. The opponent is still using a sword, Yao Yao is using a gun, I don't know how to lose. Nurturing still need to nurture, I'll wait for the day when our family Yao Yao stabilizes at platinum and becomes the top martial arts scholar. Alas, the system is still too kind, Yao Yao in the end, but in the platinum mixed for a long time, the opposite side is only gold one, no suspense. The audience were sending out pop-ups. The live screen has changed. An island ring suspended in the blue sky and white clouds. A teenager, holding a long sword, had a green face. Ha! Still a minor. Probably pinched his face, how can there be so many underage that reach the gold 1 segment? Indeed, and Yao Yao is a platinum level, beating this kind of person is still a breeze. As we all know, Yao Yao lost today, the opposite side were all platinum 3 or above. That's right, Yao Yao crushed her gold opponents all the way to platinum. Jiang Yu froze, it was actually a rare ring terrain. Then, as he looked around, illusory viewing platforms manifested outside the map, filled with people. At least 10,000. Jiang Yu swept his gaze, this is meeting an anchor? Only an anchor would have this phenomenon of illusory viewing platforms. And by the looks of it, it was still a big anchor. Previously, the anchors that Jiang Yu had encountered were tens or hundreds of viewers. Jiang Yu's heart was pumped up, and his gaze fell on the elf girl with glazed wings in the distance. It seems to be a student as well, I wonder if she has adjusted her appearance. Jiang Yu was a little envious, but unfortunately, he couldn't play this thing of live broadcasting. The water is too deep. You can't see how many people somehow burst into flames in the previous life, how many people have been wise and not seem to be able to fire. Situ Yao. Jiang Yu whispered to himself, seems very familiar, Jiang Yuan loves to watch. It seems that it will be a vicious battle. Time is up. Situ Yao was the first to strike, her life level reached 8, as fast as lightning, and the wings behind her were like emerald green streams of light. Jiang Yu, however, was unmoved and stood in place. Lance versus sword, the advantage is mine. Situyao droned, the emerald green lance in her hand violently stabbed straight. Without carelessness, his combat boots slid on the ground, and Jiang Yu sidestepped to avoid it, while his sword slammed into the lance, causing it to shift position. 1 inch long, 1 inch strong. This sentence said 10,000 times is not too much. Bang! The moment the weapons intersected, the glazed lance suddenly shook, and within a square inch, it actually erupted with a terrifying force, blasting Jiang Yu's long sword away. Subsequently, the lance swept out horizontally. Jiang Yu frowned slightly, his body tilted back and directly swept back. Situyao's face was filled with a confident smile as the glazed lance transformed into dots of starlight in the sky, stabbing towards Jiang Yu. So strong. Jiang Yu concentrated, his body moving around while his longsword danced densely. For a while, the ring was in a stalemate. The sword light was biting cold and the lance broke the wind. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of weapons colliding constantly echoed between heaven and earth. Who? The glazed lance was like a dragon coming out of the sea, wrapped in the momentum of the clouds, suddenly avoiding Jiang Yu's defense, and piercing in with a shot. It rushed at Jiang Yu's face. Jiang Yu's eyes flinched, his combat boots stepped heavily on the ground, steady as a mountain. At the same time, the body can only lean back, but the long sword in his hand is ready to fire, just like the rising sun. The sword's momentum changed from slow to sharp, swinging away from the swift strike by Situyao with the momentum of a rising dragon. Ha! A trace of dismay flashed across Situyao's face. What kind of move was this? In a normal fight, where both sides were constantly making, changing, and breaking moves, the gathered potential energy would cause the martial artist to fall into a kind of inertia, making it difficult for the martial artist to make another move. It was necessary to break the inertia again and use new moves to win. In layman's terms, it is like the human body slowly tilts forward and falls down to a certain angle, unless the force is violently launched backward. Otherwise, the only way to go with the flow is to fall down. Situyao is through the continuous attack, so that Jiang Yu gradually no retreat, can use the moves will collapse only a few moves. After that, it was her chance to strike the enemy. It was just that her inevitable strike was actually neutralized by Jiang Yu. Also a masterstroke? In a flash of lightning, the two fought together again. Jiang Yu changed his style, his sword was as light as a phoenix dance, his sword was graceful and flowing, relying on his stance to constantly fight with Situyao. Just Situyao can obviously feel the hidden killing opportunity. However, the other side of this killing opportunity, but like a poisonous snake, hidden in the withered branches and leaves, waiting for you to relax your vigilance, only to break out of the ground. Situyao gradually some annoyed, had the advantage of the lance, actually still can be Jiang Yu defense impermeable. Moreover, that faint killing chance made Situyao need to be distracted to be on guard all the time. A long defense would be lost. Situyao was waiting for an opportunity. Suddenly, Jiang Yu seemed to have made a mistake, as if he had committed suicide by pouncing on the tip of his opponent's gun. Situyao's heart was flabbergasted, holding her spear in one hand, the glazed lance in her hand roared out like a wild dragon and zapped towards Jiang Yu. The glazed long dragon actually zapped over, Jiang Yu's stance changed violently, crouching down. The long sword in his hand violently slashed at the long glazed dragon, sticking it, while at the same time zapping Situyao's hand in the same direction. Put! Blood flew. Situyao clenched her silver teeth and backed away with her gun, changing from a one-handed to a two-handed gun. But alas, the killing chance had been hidden for a long time and was waiting for this moment. The fourth stance of the killing move, Voltron. Jiang Yu at this moment, as if the fire phoenix through the clouds, finally revealed his true form, the sword tip accurately through the glazed lance, from the center door, straight into the opponent's throat. The force of 1,000 pounds was infused into the sword, destroying everything. Situyao's eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. Everything happened too fast. Killing 3 minutes, Situyao has been relying on the advantage of weapons, in a position of suppression, although Jiang Yu defense is good, but always can only defend. Jiang Yu was clearly about to throw himself into the net, when he was penetrated by his lance. Actually still have such courage, to death, in her solid ZA under, not to avoid the counter, a face. Attack and defense situation, also different. Situyao's face showed unwillingness, slowly collapsed, turned into starlight points dissipated. Jiang Yu stood on top of the ring, his sword blade hanging low. Blood, slowly lowered from the tip of the sword. Chapter 45, Advancement to Flamboyant Platinum. Jiang Yu couldn't help but look up at the sky, as if he could see the shocked faces in the audience. How is this possible? All the spectators watched as Jiang Yu ended up standing on top of the ring, showing off his teenage spirit. Yao Yao used a long spear, a huge advantage in weaponry, and was actually defeated by a gold-segmented person. This teenager was just fighting Yao Yao before, but how did he suddenly defeat Yao Yao? It can't be that he's watching someone else's handsomeness letting off steam. No, this teenager is definitely an expert. Being able to defend against Yao Yao's attack with his sword shows that he already has his own unique understanding of dealing with lances, and his martial arts are not below Yao Yao's. He looks like he's underage, right? All with a live broadcast protection reminder. Everyone sighed for a while. Yao Yao, who they had high hopes for, actually lost to an unknown kid just like that. Many people sighed at the world's teenage heroes. At the same time, there were also many people who were abusing Situ Yao. The title of the live broadcast room was very bullish, but the result was that she didn't beat someone who hadn't reached platinum. Situ Yao face bitter, live is so, title can attract a lot of traffic is not false, but also easy to attract backlash. She looked at her own segment back to the glory gold one, the mood is not good, hurriedly closed the live room. Player Jiang Yu wins. After waiting for a while, Jiang Yu transformed into a stream of light and returned to his personal space. The blood on the blade of the sword instantly refreshed and disappeared. With an excited look on his face, Jiang Yu opened the segment page. The gray illusory badge shattered. It turned into a stream of light that flew and reassembled into a glazed colored badge. Noble Platinum 513 victory points. Finally, the advancement was successful. Congratulations to player Jiang Yu for successfully advancing to the Noble Platinum segment. Given that you are under the age of 18, we hereby grant you the qualification of Earth Star Sharp ranking and reward you with 100,000 Huaxia coins. Build on your strengths and live up to your name. Then the originally gray list became vivid, and a golden stream of light was hidden within it. At the same time, followed by a system prompt. Congratulations, you have entered the Earth Star Sharp ranking, ranked 16,120 in the global list, 4,320 in Huaxia, 43 in southern Guangdong. For more details, please go through. And a small fairy wearing a long clean white dress slowly materialized on the side, about 3 fists high, looking like a hand puppet, very cute. Master, congratulations on being ranked in the Earth Star Sharp ranking. Due to your sequence elevation in the Fighting Soul Awakening, I have also unlocked new permissions. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. The one in front of him was none other than the exclusive AI assistant after purchasing the Manhwa cockpit. Normally, it could also access the Fighting Soul Awakening space and thus could manifest a body. It was thought that it was also the company behind the Manhwa cockpit that had reached some sort of agreement with Fighting Soul Awakening. Xiao Qing, pull up the list for me. With a sweet smile on her face, Xiao Qing waved her small hand and the stream of light changed. A list appeared right in front of Jiang Yu, and there was a small box on the side that gave Jiang Yu information in the form of a mind map. The Earth Star Sharp ranking, officially ranked by the Fighting Soul Awakening and affirmed by the United Earth government, had gradually become a way to screen teenage geniuses. However, in the end, it was not as comprehensive as the college entrance exam. Because, there is no lack of heavenly geniuses, with superior enlightenment, knowing all kinds of martial arts. However, they are unable to cultivate, and can only be hated for 1,000 years. This list is just a kind of comprehensive single item of martial arts screening. And, every year will be re-ranked on September 8th. That is to say, as long as in the list re-ranking before not full legal 18 years of age, can participate in this ranking. It would automatically count the players who met the age criteria and had stepped into the Hua Gui Platinum segment. It was only mid to late October, more than a month, and there were more than 10,000 people on the list globally. Jiang Yu looked at his ranking on the list, his face all excited. In China alone, he was ranked outside of 4,000. Even if, based on the martial arts synthesis alone, Jiang Yu was riding high in Manhwa No. 2 middle school. But look at the world. Global population, more than 10 billion. Geniuses, carp across the river, countless. Must guard against arrogance, and move forward. Even just in southern Guangdong, there are still more than 40 people like himself. Jiang Yu exhaled deeply. However, I'm afraid that there is no one who can leap into the platinum segment in just over a month. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, with the system in hand, plus my own efforts, one step at a time, live. Maybe eventually invincible. With the millions of candidates in southern Guangdong, Jiang Yu was already at the top of the list in one of the martial arts comprehensive. The other rules, referring to Xiao Qing's mind map, were quickly understood clearly. Jiang Yu flipped through the segment rewards one more time. Segment reward, before reaching the age of 18. Reaching the flamboyant platinum segment, rewarded with 100,000 huaxia coins. Reaching the brilliant diamond segment, rewarding 600,000 huaxia coins. Reaching the transcendent master segment, rewarding 30 million huaxia coins. Further on, there was no writing. This was because wanting to reach a segment above, descending star, at a minor age did not have the possibility of being realistically realized. Perhaps in an infinite timescale, someone could do it. At that time, I'm afraid that any conditions would also be mentioned by the players themselves. For adults, the segment rewards have changed again. And, in order to be able to incentivize younger players to strive for higher segments and rewards within the golden age range. Adult segment rewards, with a 3-year interval, subdivided into different age groups, reward grades are also different. And after the age of 30, even if you break through to a higher segment, there are no more rewards. Such as in the interval of 18-21 years old. Reaching the brilliant diamond segment, rewarding 150,000 huaxia coins. Reaching the transcendent master segment, rewarded 2 million Chinese coins. Reaching the descending star segment, rewarding 8 million huaxia coins. As for those players with a 1-day age difference, they could only consider themselves unlucky. Jiang Yu looked at this reward with some heat in his eyes. 30 million huaxia coins, it's too much. That was a whole $30 million. Ordinary people who worked for several lifetimes would not necessarily be able to earn this much. With this $30 million, it could be said that one could directly lie flat and travel around the world in this life. However, one had to admit that advancing to Transcendent Master before the age of 18. It was as difficult as climbing up to heaven. If it was 2 years earlier, Jiang Yu was confident that he could do it, but now it was less than a year before he turned 18. The advancement of a martial artist segment was not that easy. If he exceeded the age of 18, the rewards would plummet by a large margin. I'm afraid that before I turn 18, I'll only be able to impact the Radiant Diamond and still have some hope. 600,000 Chinese coins was not a small amount. Jiang Yu was a little curious. Xiao Chang, on this star rising ranking, has anyone reached the Radiant Diamond? Xiao Chang flew around Jiang Yu. Master, there are currently 180 ranked in the Radiant Diamond segment, but there is no way to know the specific information. Jiang Yu pulled the leaderboard to the top and did not find anything unusual. Perhaps some of these people had reached Diamond, but no further information could be learned. This leaderboard, which was sorted according to the time it was on the list, did not change in real time according to points. In other words, even if these people at the end dropped out of Platinum, they still kept their names. Then Xiao Chang, how do I collect the rewards? Chapter 46, so fast? As long as it's on the list, it will automatically be reviewed and distributed by someone, usually within 7 working days. Xiao Chang waved his hand and the key information was highlighted. Moreover, it is only based on the owner's highest segment. Even if he returns to Glory Gold afterward, it will not affect the distribution. Jiang Yu nodded. With his current strength, running rampant in the gold segment was more than enough. Just now, the battle with Situ Yao made him understand that the players in the platinum segment were not simple. If he fought for a few games and reverted back to Glory Gold, causing the rewards to be unable to be issued, then who would dare to continue ranking easily? Jiang Yu thought about it and sent the screenshot to Lin Ruoxin. Not long after, Lin Ruoxin sent a surprised emoticon. Your rate of progress is also too fast. Lin Ruoxin said, it's only been a month and you've rushed up to Hua Gue Platinum. Unusual people, it takes a long time to grind for each small segment. Jiang Yu touched his nose, then it seems I'm not too bad. Lin Ruoxin didn't deny it. I should say awesome. You're now the first in our school to step into Hua Gue Platinum before the age of 18, do you know what that means? Jiang Yu froze. What? Lin Ruoxin acted as a science machine. There will definitely be people from all the major adventure guilds and martial arts temples coming over to approach you, and it's even possible for a school to give you a special enrollment slot. However, your grades are not good, so I guess it's hard to get a special enrollment slot in a good school. Lin Ruoxin smiled, but don't be discouraged, just do well in the college entrance exam. Jiang Yu nodded. He wasn't an overly ambitious person either. The special admission quota was still too vague. Keeping his feet on the ground and walking the path of the college entrance exam, he had already surpassed countless people. Still, the Fighting Soul Awakening segment was just the icing on the cake. With a good college entrance examination score, it was the king bomb. However, Jiang Yu had some expectations in his heart. It was the first time he heard that entering the Star Rising ranking would also attract the attention of the Adventure Guild. There was no telling what resources and conditions the other party would give. Lin Ruoxin spoke with ease, seemingly not envious or jealous of Jiang Yu's path at all. On the contrary, she was also eager to give Jiang Yu advice. I suggest you, if there is an adventure guild that talks to you about conditions, you'd better talk to Teacher Chu. Lin Ruoxin said, he definitely has the experience to deal with it, and Teacher Chu likes you quite a lot. Lin Ruoxin smiled wryly, maybe he'll give you a better arrangement. Jiang Yu was a little touched and a little surprised. Lin Ruoxin seemed to be very well informed. A lot of news, if not for Lin Ruoxin informing. Jiang Yu wouldn't even know what to type in if he even went to search. You are truly a fairy sent down by the heavens to save the suffering. Jiang Yu said from the bottom of his heart. Lin Ruoxin was surprised, then don't you have to set up an idol for me and kneel sincerely morning and night? Jiang Yu returned, wine and meat through the intestines, Lord Buddha's heart to stay, I think about you every morning and evening even if. Lin Ruoxin blushed a little, a little sincerity is not. Jiang Yu didn't relax just because he had advanced to the level of Huaji Platinum, but continued to cultivate and study hard. At the same time, Southern Guangdong Province, Provincial Martial Arts Education Department. On the nationwide networked intelligent management system, an email was sent by the Fighting Soul Awakening official. Under Jiang Yu's identity information column, a line was automatically updated with Earthstar Sharp ranking 2043rd, 16,120th person on the list. The so-called 2043rd period was the list ending in September 2043, so to speak. Subsequently, a document that needed to be reviewed by the duty officer was generated by the intelligence system. The 16,120th listed person of the 2043 edition of the Earthstar Sharp ranking, name, Jiang Yu, domicile, Nanhe District, Xianxiao City, Southern Guangdong Province. Please conduct a comprehensive assessment of this person within 7 working days to confirm whether or not he or she possesses the qualifications for the special recruitment. The next day, Jiang Yu was taking a culture class. This world, although from the timescale, than the world of Jiang Yu's previous life, more than 10 years. However, the content of the liberal arts really didn't change much, but it was worth mentioning that in terms of math, the content of high numbers was more involved. Limits, higher-order derivatives, indefinite integrals, anomalous integrals to determine convergence. Jiang Yu had participated in the examination in his previous life, and he could only say that he took it directly. It is at this time. The smart bracelet on his hand issued a vibration and received a text message. October 27, 42, 917 your tail number 045 account UnionPay credited, income amount 100,000.00 Huaxia coins, balance 101,249.25 Huaxia coins. Obviously, this amount of money was the reward from the Fighting Soul Awakening. The pen in Jiang Yu's hand nearly went askew, and he only felt his body's qi and blood tumbling with excitement. If he wasn't in class, he would have laughed out loud. 100,000 Chinese coins. It was almost as good as some people's yearly income. In his previous life, Jiang Yu had such a large sum of money in his account for the first time. And this 100,000 Chinese coins was still something that Jiang Yu had earned by relying on himself. Lin Ruoxin turned her head sideways and revealed a fox-like smile. What's up, did you finish your paper? Jiang Yu knew in his heart that Lin Ruoxin should have guessed why he was excited. Bowen couldn't help but be surprised. So fast, how do you do the last question? Although the martial arts achievement, Jiang Yu was not as good as him. However, the liberal arts achievement, Bowen was indeed inferior to Jiang Yu. So, he was also very vain to ask for advice. Jiang Yu shrugged his shoulders and simply slanted the test paper. Bowen made a gesture to look at it, and the other students were also curious to sneak a look over. The math teacher finally couldn't help himself. Can you still look around and talk to each other in the college entrance exam? The other students immediately withdrew their gaze. Bowen, also a little resentful. At the same time, the principal's office. Tang Xiaolong was reviewing documents. Suddenly, the intelligent butler reminded, Director Li of the City Education Bureau is requesting a call. Oh? Tang Xiaolong showed a contemplative look on his face. Only after a moment did he slowly say, answer it. Tang Xiaolong laughed, Director Li. In the projection, a middle-aged man wearing a black jacket nodded his head in greeting. A notice came from the province today, saying that a student from your school made it into the Earth Star Sharp ranking. As usual, we were asked to do a report on this student's profile. So it's going to have to trouble you a bit. After a pause, Director Li posted an information sheet. This student's name is Jiang Yu. Tang Xiaolong came over to take a look, somewhat surprised. Jiang Yu. This student I know, Shui even mentioned it to me before. Director Li laughed. So then, it really is a good seedling, congratulations. Tang Xiaolong shook his head. He had been a principal for so many years, and had had quite a few of these things. Knowing the purpose of the leader wanting information, Tang Xiaolong looked quite a bit unnatural. This child, the situation is quite unusual. Director Li didn't look deeper, just smiled and nodded. Good, I won't bother you too much. The video hung up. Tang Xiaolong pulled up Jiang Yu's data and scratched his head. This kid, how did he enter the star rising ranking? From the roll results, how could it not be Jiang Yu's turn? Their school's number one, Li Yuan, hadn't even done this. Sulking for a moment, Tang Xiaolong said, Turn Shu He for me. Chapter 47, The Four Major Labor Unions. Principal Tang, is something wrong? Shu He was in his office. Principal Tang then told Shu He the cause and effect. This kid, actually so calm and didn't tell me. Shu He didn't show excessive surprise. It wasn't that he didn't like Jiang Yu, but it was precisely to put himself in Jiang Yu's shoes. It's just a matter of routine, after all, they definitely won't let go of any possible genius. Shu He calmly said, It's just that, with Jiang Yu's current grades, I'm afraid that he won't be able to get the special enrollment qualifications from these top schools. Perhaps, it was more likely that Jiang Yu was a genius for achieving such dazzling results with his low cultivation level. However, in actuality, it was more likely that Jiang Yu was the type of person who had a high overall talent for martial arts and a low talent for cultivation. If he was really characterized by the martial arts education department. In the future, Jiang Yu's path, I'm afraid, would have to be a little more difficult. After all, the life level was the foundation of a martial artist. If they were to face someone of Su Shiyu's level, even if they had all the skills, they would not be as good as a wave of her raised hand. Shu He sighed. Without chatting too much with Principal Tang, Shu He hung up the phone. It's better not to tell Jiang Yuxian about the special enrollment. Shu He pondered for a while. It might be better to let him walk the road of the college entrance exam in peace. The Fighting Soul Awakening was not fully owned by the Fighting Soul Company. In fact, given its practical significance, Fighting Soul Awakening was jointly held by the Fighting Soul Palace, as well as other adventure guilds. The Fighting Soul Hall directly belonged to the United Earth Government, so it was actually the United Earth Government that had the largest stake. The Fighting Soul Palace is a complicated department. For example, it is in charge of the registration of all entry-level martial artists, as well as commanding large-scale wars with alien beasts. Strictly speaking, all registered martial artists are obligated to join the legions of the Fighting Soul Palace to fight in defense of Blue Star. The Fighting Soul Hall had branch halls all over the globe, providing basic services. At the same time, all martial artists cultivated techniques that initially originated from the Fighting Soul Hall. But even though the Fighting Soul Hall was backed by the United Government, it was rich in resources. Countless people joined it, working, advancing, and seeking resources. But there were always people with different philosophies, and so a strong man created the Martial Artist Guild. The Martial Artist Adventure Guild, a special organization similar to the Hall of Fighting Souls. Only an independent department of the United Earth Government had the function of managing them. They were also active on the front lines of battles with alien beasts and had abundant resources, attracting many like-minded people to join them. Gradually, four major adventure guilds developed. They were the Starfire Adventure Guild, founded by the strongest human, Su Shiyu, ranked first and was known as the sharpest blade of the human race. The Pathfinder Adventure Guild, founded by John Evans, the strongest Ninth Order strongman in the beautiful country, ranked second. The Knights of the Holy Spirit, founded by Serafina Bellagio, the ninth-ranked powerhouse and contemporary saint of the Church of the Holy Spirit in the European Union, ranked third. Nasir Akarim, a ninth-ranked powerhouse known as the Lion of the Desert, founded the Sun God Shield, which ranked fourth. The four major guilds would usually choose some major cities around the world to establish chapters. Southern Guangdong Province had a long history of harbor and opening up to the outside world. Many famous foreign adventure guilds would choose to locate one of their chapters in China here. Southern Guangdong Province, Guangfu City, Pathfinder Chapter, afternoon. A Western manor left over 200 years ago, the main building is 4 stories high, with other lower white buildings arching over it. An office within the main building was decorated in the same style as 100 years ago, luxurious and elegant. President Li. A young man in a suit respectfully said. Sitting behind the desk was a beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, with a slender, concave figure. It was the vice president of the Pathfinder Guild's Guangfu chapter, Li Liani, whose name was a Chinese name, but her person was an authentic and beautiful countryman. Between her hands and feet, she exuded an uncommon martial arts cultivation. Rao Shuren, that person from Xianxiao who entered the Star Rising ranking, how is your investigation going? The corners of Li Lian's mouth rose slightly. Rao Shuren said, well, their family doesn't have a high income, their brother works as a laborer, their sister-in-law is a petty employee, and they haven't produced any college students, so they should be easy to convince. Moreover, we should be the only ones in contact at the moment, even Starfire is not moving. The Provincial Martial Arts Education Department, needless to say, would definitely make the usual inquiries. Li Lian laughed, this is the right time for us to pick up the slack. Lea Shiren hesitated, looking at the results, he was still hanging on for dear life a while ago. Perhaps, that's why Starfire didn't make a move. In Huaxia, Starfire and school special recruitment are their first choice. Li Lian said mysteriously, genius, you can't just look at paper results, we have to look at other data to analyze. I purposely applied to the headquarters and utilized the shareholders' authority to access Jiang Yu's data. A curtain of light that summarized all of Jiang Yu's information in a summary message. Among the points of special attention, it also gave highlighting highlights. This positioning tournament won all 5 matches, and in just about a month's time, he rushed up to the platinum segment. Rao Shuren continued to look down. Jiang Yu only fought every weekend. That means he actually only used 10 days. Rao Shuren slid the data quickly and quickly realized that something was wrong. This kid's rate of progress is too terrifying. The first day he was still losing a lot, the second day he was able to stabilize at this segment, and on the third day he had already broken through to the next segment. In other words, Jiang Yu was able to rise a small segment every 2 days on average. This rate of progress was too fast. Even for some great geniuses, counting from the time they stepped into Gold 5, it would take at least 7 months to stabilize at around Gold 1. This was still the case of playing every day. Because digestion takes time. Rao Shuren said, moreover, looking at the hidden scores of the people who played against him, these people are generally the best in their segment. Li Lian shook her finger, no. You're overlooking one point, statistically speaking, he's able to fight hundreds of matches a day, not including double rowing with another player. Rao Shuren's face showed a shocked look, Jiang Yu's speed of digestion and progress was still so fast under such intense battles. It was too incredible. You're saying that his mental power level, Rao Shuren had already understood, I'm afraid that it's reached the level of a martial artist. 8 to 9 out of 10. Li Lian said. Li Lian crossed her legs, her snow-white jade feet shaking in the air, you said that the combat talent is so powerful, and the mental power is so strong. Even if he doesn't do well now, Li Lian crossed her arms, her turquoise eyes looking at Rao Shuren, in the future, catching up is just a matter of time, or even achieving more. What do you say, is he worth signing up for us? Chapter 48 Venture Capital. Rao Shuren nodded, I understand, President Li. Only now did Rao Shuren have a more concrete impression of Jiang Yu. His comprehensive level of martial arts had risen rapidly, and his high level of sword enlightenment far exceeded that of ordinary geniuses. Moreover, all of these also side by side corroborated that his spiritual power must be very high. For a student who had just turned 17 to be able to achieve such an accomplishment, there was a world of difference between those who were stuck with the age limit to enter the Star Rising ranking. A martial artist is the unity of body and mind, his mental strength, with the life level increase, I'm afraid it will further increase. Rao Shuren said, alas, in the future, he might be able to achieve martial arts master. Li Lian, at this time, is also the level of the 3rd order martial artist, from the 4th order, there is still a way to go. When he broke through the 3rd rank, he could be honored as a grandmaster. A 1st order martial artist was not enough for the Adventure Guild to go through all the trouble. Only martial artists who were expected to become grandmasters were worthy of their bets. After all, the contracts that the Adventure Guild signed when contacting these geniuses were going to cost an astronomical price. To start, it was $5 million or more. Rao Shuren's heart was stirred and he was ready to make a big move, then we're prepared to give him a C rank? The contracts signed in advance by the major adventure guilds were categorized into 6 grades from low to high, E grade, D grade, C grade, B grade, A grade, and S grade. Li Ripple's smile faded, Lauren, I think you've misunderstood, I'm asking you to memorize the transfer in detail. It's not to determine if he's a genius or not, but, Li Ripple said, we need to press the price. Lauren, this is an investment, a business. Li Lian said indifferently. Lea Shiren suddenly took a breath and didn't slow down. After all the fuss, Li Lian actually wanted to press the price. He thought he was his superior and was ready to put down his blood to fight for it. Although Rao Shuren is Chinese, but each for his own master, he is not good to say anything more. Understood, so the bottom line is? Lao Shiren asked. Li Lianyi smiled, grade D. Lao Shiren nodded, understood, then I'll go down and prepare first. Go. Rao Shiren answered and went down to prepare the relevant materials. Jiang Yu lies on the bed, currently relying on the bonus. He should also be able to use it for about 3 months. The financial pressure on the family would be greatly reduced. Recalling Lin Ruoxin's words, Jiang Yu could not help but think distantly, will there be people from the country specially recruited themselves? National special recruitment means the establishment, no matter which era, is difficult to resist the temptation. Stable rear, with national resources, although not as good as the front line to kill the enemy to make a success, but think it is not too slow. Perhaps there is a chance to enter the fighting soul palace and become a soldier. That would mean going into battle to kill the enemy and fight against foreign beasts. As for the Adventure Guild, the same was true. However, the rewards were much more generous. Over the next few days, calm returned. It was as if Jiang Yu's advancement to platinum was just an illusion. After all, Jiang Yu's achievements were here. Anyone who wanted to have further contact needed to consider Jiang Yu's achievements. Genius, how could it be so easy to pick up the pieces? The basic qi and blood tonic was gone. Jiang Yu had wanted to order it online himself, but it turned out that Chui seemed to have anticipated that Jiang Yu would need to procure it as well. Then he directly waved his hand and let Jiang Yu purchase it with his card, saying that the discount was even lower. Can be subsidized to $2,000 a bottle. It is not that Chui has a lower discount and fights for the difference in price from Jiang Yu here. Jiang Yu naturally had an understanding that, in reality, there was a limit to the subsidy. The money that Jiang Yu had spent on purchasing the basic qi and blood tonic would be counted towards Chui's share of the subsidy. When Chui purchased other potions, the natural subsidy amount was less. At this point, Jiang Yu was still very moved. Chui was not related to him, even if he only saved $100 per bottle. 50 bottles, that was still a saving of 5,000 huaxia coins. This was real money. It showed that Chui was really treating Jiang Yu as one of his own. Afternoon. Sister-in-law made a call over, saying that someone claiming to be from the Pathfinder Guild had noticed Jiang Yu and wanted to sign with him in advance. The so-called early signing meant that the Adventure Guild, in advance, signed up some talented miners and cultivated them themselves. However, in order to eliminate malicious competition, or empty promises, the United Earth government has strict regulations in this regard. Signing up in advance must pay real resources, money. Generally speaking, every year, at least 1 million Chinese coins, or equivalent physical cultivation resources need to be spent. Not virtual assets. And with a clear running water record, to ensure that the signer has received resources that match the contract. And after the notary public notarization, the signer is obliged to fulfill the contract. Meaning that the cost of even the lowest early signing was staggering. Although her sister-in-law did not understand, she had gotten others in the company to look at it and confirmed that the person was not a fraud. Jiang Yu nodded his head and just said in a deep voice, "Okay, sister-in-law, you wait to go back to him first, I'll go find our homeroom teacher." Sister-in-law naturally did not disagree. She was not as talented as Jiang Yu when she was studying. The Adventure Guild just heard about it. Jiang Yu hung up the phone. Went to the office and found Chu He. "Teacher, may I ask what you think?" Jiang Yu said in a well-behaved manner. Chui smoked a cigarette, his eyes looking into the distance. "Then you let him come to school, come to my place to talk." "Oh, it's not like I don't have good coffee beans here. What about the ones I brought back from the source world?" Jiang Yu was touched in his heart. "Okay, thank you teacher, then I'll turn around and talk to him." "Well, go ahead, just make an appointment for the morning." Jiang Yu nodded. The next day, in the morning, Rao Shiren appeared at the school entrance as promised, and after registering at the security booth, he headed to Chui's office. Rao Shiren is a bit guilty of muttering, "Is the appointment to meet in the teacher's office? I hope nothing changes." Following the guidelines, Rao Shiren arrives at the office. Pushing open the door, he saw a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa next to a student slightly formal sitting aside. Rao Shiren immediately recognized that the student was Jiang Yu. After a brief introduction and exchange of pleasantries, both sides formally took their seats. "Little Yu's martial arts talent is good, although his grades are not good as of now. We are willing to look favorably on him." Rao Shiren smiled warmly. "Our Pathfinder Guild believes that we should give young people more of a chance, so that's why none of the other guilds came, but only us. We are willing to offer Jiang Yu a contract up to E rank, a total of $3 million, $600,000 per year, to be paid in 5 years. And there are other resources, such as being able to enjoy some of our Pathfinder Guild's facilities, courses, and so on. And, on the day of signing the contract, we'll give you an additional $150,000 in funding costs, so that you can get through the college entrance exam smoothly. Rao Shiren said, I think that we came to talk with sincerity. Shui crossed his legs and leaned his whole body backward on the sofa and laughed. Nice name, honest man, I think you guys are really slick. Leia Shiren was a little embarrassed. This student of mine, 1 month up to Hua Goe Platinum, 1 segment a day. Shui laughed. Despite going to those first-class martial arts universities, just find out how many other students can have this level. Poor school grades, in other words, just corroborates that his talent is strong enough. Rao Shiren nodded his head. After spending only 3 or 4 months, the comprehensive level of martial arts progressed from below 100 points to being able to advance to Hua Goe Platinum. Apart from genius, no other adjective could be thought of. And, Shui paused. Chapter 49, Returning from Defeat. To be able to return to the prodigal son and do this in a short period of time, Shui glanced at Jiang Yu. My student's heart will not lose out to others. Those who experienced a low point and came to their senses would often study harder than others. Honestly, I've seen quite a few geniuses, first-class universities, second-class universities. Sometimes, the heart is the key for them to go far. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, sat silently next to him, just looking at Rao Shiren, with no expression on his face and no words. He knew that Shui would not harm him. This point was enough. Dealing with these matters, Shui was definitely much more professional than him. Rao Shiren showed a thoughtful expression on his face. Shui's words were indeed well spoken, and naturally, Rao Shiren had done his homework. When Shui said that, it was just a matter of paying back the price on the spot. However, Rao Shiren couldn't figure out whether Shui knew that Jiang Yu's mental power was beyond normal. This relates to the nature and strategy of the negotiations afterward. Leia Shiren pretended as if he didn't know. I also appreciate this child, but, as you know, Teacher Chu, the guild has guild rules. What you're talking about is something that's out of the question. Even if I agree with it, I don't have enough authority to give him a higher contract. However, since the words are here, Rao Shiren got up and said, I'll just go out and make a phone call to ask for instructions from my superiors. He did not say, let Shui take a step to speak. He was up all night last night, collecting and analyzing Shui's information. The other party, by no means, was trying to intentionally raise the price and take kickbacks from it. If he asked Shui to go out and said that he was partnering with him to get Jiang Yu to sign, he was guaranteed to be thrown out. Shui also got up and smiled. All right, go ahead. Nodding his head, Rao Shiren walked out of the room until he walked outside the office building, making sure he disappeared from everyone's sight. Only then did he take out his bracelet and casually swiped his friend's circle to kill time. Office. Shui shook his head, looking at the other party's situation. Adding up to a D-level contract is already the end of the line. Jiang Yu thoughtfully, D-level, isn't it also quite good? At least it's not the lowest. Shui laughed. Earlier, I was just vaguely aware that your spiritual power is extraordinary. Now, it's more certain. Shui picked up a cigarette in his hand. Otherwise, it's impossible for you to perform so many fights in fighting soul awakening in a short period of time. In fact, you're very talented. Since they were going to negotiate some information, Jiang Yu still told them truthfully. Shui looked at Jiang Yu with a complicated gaze. If it wasn't for the fact that a low-ranked martial artist would never have the means to fool the qi and blood detector. Otherwise, he would have thought that Jiang Yu was a first-rank martial artist deliberately disguising himself. Together with sufficient spiritual power, breaking through to a first-ranked martial artist or even a second-ranked martial artist isn't much of a problem, and I'm sure you can go even farther. Moreover, you won 100,000 Chinese coins on your own, so the potion should be sufficient now. So, I'd rather hope that you, in the next first model, achieve good results. Shui paused, looked at Jiang Yu's eyes and said, then, relying on the bursary in the future, it shouldn't be a problem for you to cultivate until graduation. If you get better grades by then, getting a better contract won't be difficult. Taking a step back, E-grade, D-grade contracts. Shui flicked the cigarette in his hand. If there is an improvement in your grades, with your condition, it's also easy to get it from other places. At that time, even if you still can't get into a good university, you can let them subsidize you to repeat a year. Jiang Yu now understood. Although there will also still be subsidized fees, but there is no need for that. For the sake of this $300,000, we'll own 6 years of time to bind. Not very wise. At that time, if there was a better choice, he would have to pay the astronomical liquidated damages first. The other party, I'm sure they know this, that's why they specifically came up to talk. Shuhei smiled and said, so from the beginning, the other party has little sincerity. The contract didn't even talk about the upgrade conditions. Of course, the right to choose is ultimately handed over to you. Jiang Yu knew better than Shuhei what his own bottom card was. Shuhei's eyesight was far higher than Jiang Yu's, and since both were willing to believe that Jiang Yu could go farther, there was no reason for Jiang Yu to shy away. Listen to the advice of others and eat your fill. Besides, Shuhei was not an elder with enough wisdom and experience. Jiang Yu thought about it and his eyes were firm. In that case, if you want to take it, take a better one. Waiting for Liu Shiren to return. He was very embarrassed and said that he did his best to finally fight for Jiang Yu to get a D-level contract. The funding fee could be mentioned as 300,000, and after that, it would be 1 million huaxia coins per year for 6 years. Jiang Yu secretly said that this was really the case, so he firmly refused. Rao Shiren is full of doubts. For Jiang Yu, this D-level contract, the temptation should be enough. The problem, I'm afraid, lies in Shuhei. Rao Shiren glanced at Shuhei, only to see that the other party was expressionless. In his heart, he secretly regretted. It seems that he still looked away. He should have known that he would ask Shuhei to go out and talk about it, and he would give all the subsidies to Jiang Yu to Shuhei, and that would be good. Seeing Rao Shiren far away, Shuhei looked at Jiang Yu and said, you don't have to be too lost, prepare well for the exam, other things, don't worry too much. Jiang Yu sensed Shuhei's implied meaning and nodded. Looking at it, the model test in mid-November was approaching. Jiang Yu soon had no time to care about the Adventure Guild. What early signing was all vanity. Achievement was the most important thing. It's not good to give up on the end. Zhang Yuan, recently in front of Jiang Yu, also gradually became silent. Jiang Yu is rising too fast. He is not jealous, but doubly pressured, since the two brothers said that the two brothers together in the future, then he cannot be left too far away. Although Zhang Yuan's life level wasn't that bad, it was a little lower than Lin Ruoxin. But according to Jiang Yu's momentum, he might soon surpass him. At night, Jiang Yu opened chat. The beautiful girl with black silk legs, Shadow Young, then sent a series of messages. You guy, I haven't been online for only a few days, and you've even advanced to platinum. Humph, I'll soon advance to platinum too. By the way, little fish, has any Adventure Guild contacted you? The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth twitched slightly. He and Shadow Xiao were quite familiar with each other back there, and they exchanged chat. Selectively replying to the last one, well, there are people from the Pathfinder Guild today. Oh, what did they offer? D rank and no escalation clause. Shadow Xiao sent over an emoji that covered his mouth and smiled. That shouldn't be the case. In terms of having battled you so many times before, you're definitely worth a C rank contract with an escalation clause. How come there's no Starfire Guild? Jiang Yu smiled bitterly and said his situation. After a while, Shadow Xiao sent a teeth-showing emoji. Well, looks like you didn't lie to me, you really are considered a genius. Seeing as you're a nice person, this beauty will help you once. 50th Zhonghui. You're from southern Guangdong province, right? Jiang Yu stated that this was indeed the case. After saying that, Shadow Xiao's side was silent for 10 minutes. Then, she sent a voice in a strange tone. Her voice was sweet. It just so happens that Uncle Zhong said that he would go to Xianxiao, but surprisingly, someone also greeted for you. Shadow Xiao grunted, you're pretty well liked. Jiang Yu couldn't help but be stunned at his words. Who is Uncle Zhong? Someone gave himself a greeting? Who? Lin Ruoxin, or Chu He? However, I also contributed. Oh, remember to thank me in the future. After saying that, Shadow Xiao sent an emoticon of a thieving smile. Jiang Yu was a bit puzzled, but he knew that this was a good thing. He then also said sincerely, thank you, black silk-legged girl. Opposite. Shadow Young couldn't help but blush and instantly freaked out. Shut up, don't say this in the future or I'll shark you. Jiang Yu sent over a haha emoji and disappeared in a whirlwind. Xianxiao entered the month of November and the weather began to turn cooler. The entrance to Nanha's second middle school. 3 black cars slowly stopped, with a red arc protruding from the front of the car. 7 figures came down. 6 of them, uniform black suits, white shirts, vaguely presenting an arching trend. At the head of the group was a middle-aged man in a black jacket, seemingly unassuming, but making people vaguely fearful. President Zhong. Tang Xiaolong and a few key school leaders walked up to reveal a hint of a smile. Although the guild system and the education system were two systems entirely. But Tang Xiaolong appeared to be extraordinarily respectful, several times more so than if he were to face the direct education bureau leaders. Middle-aged man named Zhong Hui. Starfire Guild, the president of the Southern Guangdong Province branch. Starfire, taken from the meaning that a star's fire can start a prairie fire. Tang Xiaolong stretched out his hand, and Zhong Hui nodded, casually making a polite remark, "I've heard a lot about Principal Tang, right? President Zhong's hefty reputation established in the source world is truly as good as thunder." Tang Xiaolong's posture was placed extremely low. The founder of the Starfire Guild was Su Shiye. The Starfire Guild, in China, already enjoyed an extremely high reputation. More importantly, Zhong Hui himself, his strength was also extremely terrifying. Zhong Hui smiled and shook his head, "Go in first." Principal Tang was no longer polite, but reached out and compared a gesture of invitation, "Let's just go to the elite class first to take a look." The task of a high school was not just to simply train students to take the college entrance exam. In this era, the mission of high schools had long been diversified. High schools cultivated martial arts students. A part of them, through the regular college entrance examination route, entered the major martial arts schools. Part of them, through the special enrollment channel, entered martial arts schools. Part of them, as is the case now, cooperated with the Adventure Guild, allowing them to select suitable students, signing and cultivating them. There were others, which were geared towards society. This was a win-win for everyone. The Adventure Guild also has fresh blood, while talented students get more resources and have a higher probability of getting into a prestigious school. Schools could also save resources to feed the next best students, and there was a better rate of advancement. Multiple links worked together to ensure that geniuses weren't buried, and that there were enough martial artists to deal with the threat of alien beasts. And the Starfire Guild was able to do so because of its inextricable relationship with the Chinese officials. Of course, there was also Su Shiye. The three foreign guilds, on the other hand, at most acted like this in certain designated schools and cities. Of course, there were also some domestic guilds that were also, to a certain extent, so qualified. Policies vary from place to place. After checking out the students in the elite class, Zhong would compliment, "These students, I see that they are all vigorous. I believe that in the future, they can all become rank entry martial artists and serve the country." Tang Xiaolong was a bit urgent, "Then I wonder, which students does President Zhong think are good?" "The students are all good students," Zhong Hui laughed, "it's hard for me to pick them all at once. But I'm sure that the guild's vetting will evaluate them more carefully and give these kids reasonable results." Tang Xiaolong and a few school leaders reluctantly smiled, some disappointment in their eyes. Clearly, none of these students could yet enter his eyes. Even if, in the end, the guild audit had someone pass, I'm afraid it would still be the lowest level E. I just didn't expect that the school's number one with high hopes, Li Yuan, would not be enough to look at. In fact, the ordinary class, there are also a few good seedlings, also completely not inferior. Tang Xiaolong made a last-ditch effort, "Why don't we delay President Zhong some more time, and take a look again?" Zhong Hui smiled and didn't answer. "President, you have another trip later," a man in a suit immediately whispered wisely. Tang Xiaolong's hand froze in midair as he looked at Zhong Hui, "Then if President Zhong is slow, then there will be a chance next time." Zhong Hui waved his hand, "There's not much time, so let's see a few more just. I remember there's a student in your school called Jiang Yu, where is he?" Tang Xiaolong froze for a moment, he didn't know that Jiang Yu actually crossed paths with this big brother. So he hurriedly sent someone to find Jiang Yu. Naturally, he also had to call Jiang Yu's homeroom teacher, Chu Yi. Chu Yi said with a big grin, "Jiang Yu now in my office." Tang Xiaolong was sweating anxiously, "Then you hurry to bring him over, President Zhong wants to see him." Chu Yi didn't say anything, but Zhong Hui said, "There's no need, just take me directly over to old Chu's office." After saying that, Zhong Hui glanced at Chu Yi in the video and said in mock anger, "Humph, let me go over there personally. If you don't bring out your precious tea later, you'll see me go around and not spare you." Chu Yi laughed, I know you're thinking about my good tea, I've prepared it for you." Afterward, Chu Yi hung up the phone. Zhong Hui didn't care either, he just made a gesture to leave. Tang Xiaolong's heart was extremely shocked, this Chu Yi, actually so familiar with Zhong Hui. Had I known, I would have brought this Chu Yi with me. Maybe, Zhong Hui could even watch a few more classes. By the looks of it, Zhong Hui had also long known that Chu Yi was here, and the two had probably communicated in private long ago. Actually purposely going to see Jiang Yu. This student, is there really any doorway? Tang Xiaolong could not care about the shock at the moment, and hurriedly went over to lead the way. At the same time, he made a wink to the several school leaders behind him, asking them to hurry up and notify the good seedlings of other ordinary classes. The other school leaders, not as flustered as Tang Xiaolong, had more time to think about the implications of this. They couldn't help but look at each other and let out a bitter smile. "This spell will, clear-eyed people can see," said to stay to see a few more, in fact, just to go to see Chui, to see that Jiang Yu just. Other people, even the elite class can't see, the good seedling of the ordinary class, again good can be good to wear. Zhong Hui didn't care at all. Therefore, Chui purposely guided Zhong Hui over, and that was giving Zhong Hui the opportunity to find a good step. In this situation, is it still necessary for us to call up other students? Just notify the best seedlings from a few classes to go over there, symbolically go through the motions, otherwise Principal Tang will have to blame us when he turns around. That makes sense. Just, what exactly is the origin of that Jiang Yu, actually letting Chui recommend him so vigorously, letting Zhong Hui specially go to see? Chapter 51, Let's See This Punch. The crowd arrived at Chui's office. Chui had long been waiting at the door with Jiang Yu. When Zhong Hui saw Chui, some movement appeared on his face as he looked at him, silent for a long time, then smiled and nodded. Due to the middle-aged man's reticence towards emotions, 1,000 words converged into one sentence: "Old Chu, it's been a long time. Your body." Chui is also a little saddened. "Nothing serious, do not mention this, go in first." Zhong would pause for a moment to dispel the heaviness in his heart, then nodded with a smile. Tang Xiaolong and the remaining two school leaders, eyeing how familiar the two were, couldn't help but change their faces slightly. Previously, they had all speculated whether Chui's connections were really that hard. Now, there was no need to be skeptical anymore. Zhong Hui was the president of the Southern Guangdong Province chapter. Any of the characters he came into contact with was an existence that Tang Xiaolong and the others needed to look up to. Chui and Zhong Hui obviously had an extraordinary relationship. What these connections meant to Chui was self-evident. The table had long been set up with various tea sets. Zhong Hui looked around the office and joked, "Old Chu, your life is quite comfortable." "Pouring tea for everyone," Chui shrugged, "fighting for half of my life is not to live a comfortable life." Zhong Hui laughed, so the rest of the people followed suit. Sipping the fragrant tea, Zhong Hui sighed in admiration. "This is the tea you picked off the high mountains of Y97's source boundary before us, right?" Tang Xiaolong also took a sip and laughed. "This time, it's also thanks to President Zhong's blessing, otherwise, we wouldn't be able to drink such a good tea. Hee, this thing is Old Chu's treasure, usually he doesn't even bother to drink it himself." Seeing that the crowd was about to continue appreciating it, Chui said in a deep voice, "Why don't we get down to business first?" The crowd froze for a moment and laughed. "Look, you've only drank a little and you're in a hurry again." Zhong Hui put down his cup and shook his head, laughing. Chui laughed and signaled Jiang Yu to come forward. "This kid is not bad, you give a look?" "Oh, is he the child you said before?" Zhong Hui reveals a touch of curiosity. Your teacher can praise you in front of me, Come on, let me take a look, the ordinary class student that even you, Old Chu, favored." Zhong Hui looked at Jiang Yu carefully. He was quite handsome and his eyes revealed some maturity. He couldn't help but think, it looks like, even though it's somewhat unique, that's all it is, it can actually make both Old Chu and Xiao Qi speak in its favor. I'd like to see what kind of maturity it is, or if the eloquence has fooled the others. Thus, the crowd moved to another equipment room in the office. It had ready-made testing equipment in it, so there was no need to run to other places. A more scientific system had been formed to assess a student's potential. In terms of physical quality, life level, punching power, speed, weight-bearing, etc. were measured. In terms of martial arts synthesis, weapons, punches, kicks, stakes, etc. were to be examined. The crowd gathered around a room and watched as Jiang Yu walked into the life level tester. Some of the leaders looked at each other and whispered, "Jiang Yu, it seems like Chang Gaoming also thought quite highly of him before." But the grades are still at the end of the line, and there's no awakening of external visionary power. Can this work? It's probably a waste of time. In the end, it was the school leader who sent a message down, and soon could probably know the news about Jiang Yu. But did not know that Jiang Yu had advanced to the Star Rising ranking. In between the discussion over here, Jiang Yu's life level had already been detected. On the instrument screen, a line of information was mapped out. Jiang Yu student, life level, 5.3. Tang Xiaolong and the others, looking at the first line of data, were immediately all a little disappointed. But a mere 5.3 level, not even reaching the average level of the elite class, there was no hope of being able to sign up. Tang Xiaolong sighed and thought, alas, I hope that later on, President Zhong will look at the other ordinary class students for Chui's sake. Zhong would also not help but be a bit surprised. What the hell is this Chui up to? Did he come out of the source realm and the world regressed a few decades ago? Since when can a level 5.3 be treated as a genius? Zhong Hui somewhat wanted to roll his eyes. This Jiang Yu, I'm afraid that he was just relying on his disguised honest appearance to please Chu He and Xiao Qi. But next, the screen refreshed once again, revealing the second page of historical scores. Historical data, Jiang Yu student, life level, 4.3. Test time, September 2, 2042. Tang Xiaolong couldn't help but froze. Wait, 2 months ago, it was only level 4.3? On average, it actually improved by 0.5 levels in a month. The other school leaders also showed a hint of surprise and looked at Jiang Yu rather shocked. It should be known that in Manhwa Second Middle School, the top 10 ranked students in their senior year, the fastest to improve, improved by 0.5 level in 3 months. Jiang Yu, in 1 month, had raised a full 0.5, even if it was said that with a low life level, the rate of elevation would be faster. But there was no one who could be that fast. On Jiang Yu's life level alone, there really wasn't anything outstanding about it. After all, he was also 17 years old. Even according to the general situation, with a rate of progress of 0.1 level a month, at the end of the day, he would only be able to break through level 6 before the college entrance exams. Several school leaders, the least of which were about to break through the bottleneck of a first-rank martial artist. In the elite class, level 6 was only the lowest level. The school's number 1, Li Yuan, had even reached over level 8 in physical fitness. But even in them, there was not such a terrifying breakthrough speed. It wasn't hard to imagine that when Jiang Yu reached the level of the elite class students, he was afraid that his speed would also far exceed that of the other students. Jiang Yu didn't awaken the external image power, didn't have a fit, and relied solely on the basic cultivation method, with such a fast speed? Perhaps, Chang Gaoming had realized this in the first place. Some school leaders speculated. Zhong Hui revealed an interested smile, a bit interesting. This student of mine, he's still not bad, right? Shu He revealed a self-satisfied smile. Jiang Yu, continue with the following test. Shu He spoke softly. Although Jiang Yu was calm on the surface, his eyes took in the reactions of the crowd. He was slightly settled in his heart, knowing that he had performed well. At the same time, he also finally understood the meaning of Chu He letting him have all peace of mind in the first place. Uncle Zhong. Zhong President. Jiang Yu was not stupid. From the news that Shadow Show had said, this President Zhong being able to come to see himself was what Chu He had fought for. After all, in the past, guild visits usually only look at the elite class. Time was precious to run so many schools. It was also impossible for the schools to suspend their progress and specifically organize everyone for the guild to see. After all, the vast majority of people, through their grades, could be seen. Martial artists, nor did they violate the normal distribution of probability statistics. Jiang Yu suddenly had a feeling of a world apart, not expecting that this test opportunity alone. There were actually so many people who had fought for themselves. There was a time when he was alone. All willing to believe in me and seek a better contract for me. The opportunity may only come this once. I mustn't let down my teacher in Shadow Young. Without much thought, Jiang Yu had already adjusted his stance, and with a spin of his toes, he mobilized his entire body's strength and poured it into his arm, striving to blast out with a single punch. Let's see if this punch is worth it. Chapter 52, Betting on AB Class Contract. Amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yu fiercely blasted his fist onto the fist power testing apparatus. Bang! In the room, a shocking thunderbolt exploded. Looking at the constantly jumping numbers, Tang Xiaolong and the school leaders gradually widened their eyes. To this day, based on scientific measurements and probabilistic statistics, the speed and punching power of the various life levels of uninitiated martial artists had been strictly divided. Level 3, 7 meters second, 90 kilograms of punching power. Level 4, 8 meters second, fist power 140 kilograms. Level 5, 10 meters second, fist power 200 kilograms. Level 6, 13 meters second punching power 300 kilograms. Level 7, 15 meters second punch power 450 kilograms. Level 8, 18 meters second punching power 800 kilograms. Level 9, 20 meters second fist power 1000 kilograms. Breaking through the 10th level, one also becomes a first-rank martial artist, at which point one can reach a strength of 1,400 kilograms and a speed of 22 meters second. Theoretically, Jiang Yu now had a life level of 5.3, and his fist strength should be 230 kilograms to be considered standard. It's just that, theoretically and practically, there is a difference. Everyone has their own differences, some people are faster, some people's punching power is focused. It's just that the exams always have to have standards to assess the true level that a student can play at in real combat. And people don't always have the ability to utilize all of their power perfectly. As the old saying goes, the waist and the horse are united. Only by mobilizing the power of the whole body as much as possible, punch that is blasted out will be fierce. Otherwise, with the muscles of the arm alone, one wasn't able to throw a very heavy punch. It is even common for a punch to be only 45% of its power for various reasons. Therefore, measuring the punching power also had the implication of considering the student's control of the body. Generally speaking, assume that the student's life level is fixed. A punch that could blast out 95% of the specified value would already be considered acceptable. A punch that can blast out 100% of the specified value is considered standard. Those with high control over their body, or skillful training, exceeding 103.6% was considered excellent. As the numerical value jumped to an N, the crowd watched as the number on the screen settled at 253 kilograms movement standard. Jiang Yu did not stay, but walked to the side of the 5-meter-long running test machine. Not long after, the test ended. Drop. A beeping sound came from the treadmill, signaling the end, and only then did Jiang Yu rush straight out of the treadmill. Drop. Running speed, 11.6 meters per second. This. Various data, all far exceed the standard values. Is this detector alright? How come Jiang Yu's actual data are all so high? A burst of whispered exchanges. Tang Xiaolong, including Zhonghui, were all a bit incredulous. Normally, it was reasonable for the data to be slightly higher or lower for any actual measurement. But it was impossible for both items to be skewed so perfectly high like Jiang Yu. Tang Xiaolong glanced at Chuhi with a complicated expression, secretly saying, Chuhi isn't so much of a faker. However, if it was true, Jiang Yu's performance was so outstanding that he seemed to have a chance to sign. That would also be a good thing for Tang Xiaolong. Jiang Yu walked in front of the crowd and respectfully said, Teacher, I'm done testing. Chuhi nodded his head and smiled slightly in relief. Old Zhong, how is this student of mine? Zhonghui didn't reply, but instead asked the few people behind him with a sideways glance, Did you guys get his information? What do you think? A few people looked at each other, and one of them said in a deep voice, President, this student of the school name, his qualities are very good, and his rate of progress is also very fast. But there is no awakening of the external image power, nor has it shown a high degree of fitness, the current predicted score. I don't see it too truly. The man considered Zhong Hui's relationship with Chuhi and spoke after a moment of deliberation. I'm afraid we still have to wait for the guild's meticulous assessment before we can rate. Tang Xiaolong rolled his eyes in his mind, saying it was the same as not saying anything at all. Zhonghui glanced at Chuhi, paused for a moment, and his gaze fell on Jiang Yu. There's something you guys haven't seen yet. Jiang Yu is currently advanced to Hua Gui Platinum, and his martial arts skill should be the strongest one in South River too. What, advanced to Hua Gui Platinum now? Several school leaders looked at each other. Tang Xiaolong hadn't told them, and they had only just realized it. There are still almost 8 months until the college entrance exam. Could it be that our school, this year, could produce a single subject top student? Ignoring what the others thought, Zhonghui still smiled and said, Oh, Shaoqi greeted me last night. I read some of your information, otherwise there are some things that I may not be able to see. Jiang Yu's heart moved. Shaoyang, originally called Shaoqi? There are many people who have won over Shaoqi, but soon, they will all be left far behind. Zhonghui smiled, but, you are one of the few she has seen, who is convinced. So much so, that today, in Manhwa Second Middle School, I was most looking forward to seeing you. I just didn't expect that you didn't even get into the elite class. Jiang Yu scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. It was not easy to say such things. Zhonghui nodded his head and commented briefly and succinctly, however, it's rare and precious. Zhonghui looked at Chuhi. The students that old Chu values are indeed not too ordinary. Chuhi also nodded his head in relief that he did not look away. Now, after seeing you a bit, I've made up my mind. Zhonghui pondered for a while and said, Even if you are not ranked well right now, however, old Chu are willing to bet on you for a future. Plus the fact that I know from Shaoqi. I've decided to offer you a B-ranked contract with escalation clauses, so you don't have to worry and feel disadvantaged in the future. When these words came out, Jiang Yu, Tang Xiaolong and the others all felt as if they had been hit with a stick in the head and were instantly dazed. Tang Xiaolong thought that even on Chui's face, perhaps at most, he would give an E or D level contract and be done with it, but he just didn't expect that it would actually be a B level with an escalation clause. Even the other guild members were stunned. They didn't know that the Zhong Guild, which had always been extremely strict, would actually offer such a kid a sky-high B-grade contract. Even, they wondered if Chui had grasped the secrets of the Zhong Guild. Only then did the Zhong Hui give face like this. Or was it this kid, who had gotten close to some big brother's daughter? Otherwise, even if this kid had a fast cultivation speed and extremely high overall martial arts talent, gambling on this kid's future potential D-level contract with escalation clause is already enough. Anyway, if Jiang Yu is really a genius, he can change it at that time as well, isn't it? There is no awakening fit, external image power, all hard wounds. Even if the grades were good, C grade was already at the end. It's just that the Bell will have the authority to do this, and they are subordinates, so they can't say much. So, what do you think? Jiang Yu woke up from his dizziness. He completely understood this time. Chui, Xiaoqi is also known as Shadow Xiao's support. Subconsciously looking towards Chui, seeing the other party's smile full of encouragement, Jiang Yu knew that it was time to make his own decision. He felt Chui's true feelings, and the other party had no reason to harm himself. Moreover, Chui had also made it clear to Jiang Yu before. I'm afraid that this President Zhong, too, was looking at his spiritual power. Since this was the case, cowering was counterproductive and chilling. Jiang Yu nodded decisively. Okay, I'm willing. At once, Tang Xiaolong breathed a sigh of relief and was overjoyed. Chapter 53, Talking about Details. Zhong Hui laughed and nodded, joking at Chui, this little guy, trusting you so much, isn't afraid that we'll work together to pit him. This was not a good conversation to take, and Jiang Yu did not open his mouth in a hurry. Luckily, Zhong Hui was also just joking. In that case, let's be businesslike and follow the process to discuss the contract. He put away his smile and said, 1 is 1, 2 is 2, no privacy non-public. After that, negotiating the contract involved some confidentiality clauses, so it was naturally not good for unrelated people to be present. Tang Xiaolong and the school leaders were naturally not unhappy. Anyway, they just want this performance. As for how the contract terms, they don't care. It was just as well to take this opportunity to hurry out and gather the good seedlings from each ordinary class. Perhaps it was possible to replicate another Jiang Yu's miracle. Inside the office, only Chui, Zhong Hui, and Jiang Yu remained. Class B contract, the conditions I'm giving you are 15 million in cash, plus resources and treasures worth a total of 9 million, to be paid off in 6 years. I won't mention any other imaginary conditions to you. Zhong Hui laughed, lest your teachers say I'm bluffing later. But you can enjoy the guild's famous teachers' professors, read the secret books of swordsmanship, and if you break through to the third-ranked martial artist, the corresponding secret books of feats and techniques will be just as open to you. These will not be worth less than $20 million. Zhong Hui looked at Chui, as if saying, he wasn't wrong. And, if you advance fast enough, or awaken the external image power, or even the fit, we'll give you at least a grade boost at a level. The signing fee, generally speaking, is 5% of the cash terms, but I'll make the decision to mention 10% to you, 1.5 million. Jiang Yu smiled, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. It wasn't indifference, but hiding his shock. He felt his entire body tremble a little, like he had been hungry for a long time. Ma, where had I seen this much money in my previous life? The signing fee alone was a full $1.5 million, how many years of delivery in his previous life? The cash and resources alone gave a full 24 million, nearly 8 times the Pathfinder Guild Z-level contract. Zhong Hui took a sip of tea. I think that your teacher Chu also told you that your spiritual power is extraordinary. Jiang Yu nodded, he expected so. Having crossed over himself, his spiritual power was strong. At the same time, he had been insisting on practicing the book that had inexplicably come, The Gathering Yuan Resolve. With a terrifying mental power of level 15 or above, I'm afraid that even martial artists, they wouldn't necessarily be much more powerful than himself. Martial cultivation is the process of constantly discovering one's potential. On the top, going back to the origin, using the ancient as a teacher on the bottom, transforming the ancient into the present, recreating the extreme realm. Peering into the laws of heaven and earth, using one's own body to control the greatness of heaven and earth. Zhong Hui narrated, this is the platform on which the martial artist's path has been reproduced and developed to this day. In this process, people have discovered that martial artists have to go through several major hurdles before they can step onto the top of the mountain. The first hurdle is to open one's embodiment in order to strengthen one's body. The second pass, forging one's sinews and bones to build their foundation. The third level, gathering one's divine intent in order to unite their bodies. Jiang Yu didn't continue to go on, but rather, he nodded to the point. The later realms were still too profound and not the focus of today's conversation. Jiang Yu nodded slightly and said, so spiritual power is vital for the third level? The leveling of martial artists was not a secret on the internet. It was just that the key to it was generally difficult for students to understand. The life levels, in effect, divided the martial artist ranks. Levels 1-9 were called uninitiated martial artists. After breaking through the first barrier, one could be called an entry-level martial artist. Levels 10-19, known as first-order martial artists. Levels 20-29, known as second-order martial artists, must break through the second major hurdle. And after breaking through the third major barrier, the martial artist would produce all sorts of marvelous changes, which was considered the first step towards a higher level of life. Jiang Yu nodded. Currently, humans do not have a suitable method for practicing spiritual power, so we can only rely on chance. To this day, Jiang Yu snapped to the realization that the gathering of Yuan resolve seemed to be far more important than he thought. Why would the original owner have this gong method? Jiang Yu fell into deep thought, his heart feeling more pressure that seemed to be there. Without figuring out the source, it was always a thorn in his heart. Your cultivation speed is so fast, plus your martial arts have improved so rapidly and your control is so outstanding. Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Yu and said, that's why we speculate that your entry into the Star Rising ranking is not a flash in the pan, but rather the inevitable result of outstanding mental strength. In the future, although we cannot assert that you will inevitably be able to step into the second rank and impact the third rank, we at least think that it won't be too bad. Jiang Yu nodded. This Jiang Yu was considered very sincere towards himself. If they didn't say anything, even if there was only a D rank upgrade contract, I'm afraid that Jiang Yu would be moved. Right now, being open and honest, and giving enough for a lucrative contract, was that with the combined efforts of many parties, the Jiang Yu was willing to gamble on one of Jiang Yu's futures. Shui really treats himself like a child. This Jiang Yu, also not the slightest bit of power to pressure people. Oh, I'm afraid that the Pathfinder came to find you to sign a contract because of this, but is not willing to put down the capital. Jiang Yu will show disdain, is not it, insulting and disgusting to my Chinese martial arts genius? Jiang Yu couldn't help but be a little stunned. An E-rank contract was actually an insult. At least it was a chapter of the second largest guild, it would actually be described in such a way. Barbarian children, this has been the case since ancient times. Seeing small gains and forgetting righteousness, seeking big things and cherishing their bodies. Jiang Yu seemed to recall something and was a bit indignant, showing a mocking expression on his face. Shui silently smoked a mouthful of cigarettes, also looked a little silent. Jiang Yu said, well, what should be said has been said, I'll make sure to you one last time, are you really willing to sign? Shui also said at this time, you don't have to be too pressurized, when the time comes, you can also have Principal Tang contact the Bureau of Martial Arts Education, and the other party should come over to see it as well. Indeed, there is still a special enrollment path for the Martial Arts Education Bureau to take. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu glanced at Shui, raised his head and said, well, I'm willing to sign. What else was there to consider? Teacher's acquaintance, best treatment, willing to bet on himself. Go back, I'll talk to my family. After all, Jiang Yu hadn't reached the age of 18, and still needed the consent of a guardian. But it was also just going through a legal process. A trace of appreciation flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes, good boy, decisive. However, you can rest assured, with my understanding of those guys, they will never dare to gamble. Jiang Yu nodded slightly. He naturally knew that the Wudao Education Bureau belonged to the national system, and they had to do things with more constraints. If the sky-high signing of Jiang Yu turned out to be a real flamboyance, then it was inevitable that he would be demoted. Winning the bet around is just a bigger political achievement. If you lose, you will be doomed. Jiang Yu stood up and smiled at Jiang Yu as he stretched out his hand. In that case, let's shake hands. Jiang Yu nodded his head and showed his teeth and smiled. You kid is to my liking. By the time you sign up, I'll privately sponsor you for another 1 million huaxia coins. Jiang Yu patted Jiang Yu's shoulder. Jiang Yu was shocked and couldn't help but rejoice. Thank you, President Zhong. Chapter 54 Kryptonian Cultivation. Matters negotiated. Shui and Jiang Yu, the two of them caught up for a moment. During this time, they also asked Jiang Yu many things. Jiang Yu answered them all, making Jiang Yu more satisfied. Not long after, Jiang Yu got up and left. Before leaving, he also exchanged chat with Jiang Yu and smiled. In the future, if there's anything, you can come to me. As long as I'm not in the middle of the source realm, I'll return your message in time. Jiang Yu patted Jiang Yu's shoulder and smiled. I also appreciate you, young man. Remember to keep your feet on the ground, the future is bright. Jiang Yu was clear about the meaning of the mention. The teenager suddenly received such a generous reward, it was inevitable that his heart and mind were stirred. The better the situation, the more important to maintain a normal mind. Alright, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Jiang Yu pushed open the door. There were quite a few good seedlings from other ordinary classes standing at the door. Tang Xiaolong had a thick skin and compensated with a smile for Jiang Yu to take another look. But Jiang Yu's vision was so poisonous that he swept a glance and left without looking back. Oh, these students, well, the potential is there, but there is still to be tapped. Jiang Yu thought about it and said, that first place in your elite class, called Li Yuan? You can give him a D-level contract. Tang Xiaolong then revealed a hint of a smile and nodded his head in thanks. A B grade and a D grade, it was barely a waste of time. It was just a pity that none of them could replicate Jiang Yu's miracle. The next day, Jiang An rushed back overnight and went with Jiang Yu to the building of Starfire's chapter in Xianchao. Jiang Yu really did make a special trip to wait for Jiang Yu. Originally he planned to go back last night, but stayed an extra half day for Jiang Yu. Under the supervision of the local notary, the signing was completed smoothly. The documents were uploaded for official review. When Jiang Yu finished signing, Jiang Yu left in a hurry and returned to Guangfu City. Jiang Yu knew that there was a student who came with him to sign the contract, only to be placed in a small conference room to deal with it. The main people in charge of the local guild were on Jiang Yu's side. Then, it was very enthusiastic to take Jiang Yu to introduce the various facilities of the building, the restaurant, physical therapy, training grounds, and so on. Jiang Yu could use them all for free. And, the local guild leader, also for brother and sister-in-law 2 free membership card, can also enjoy many free benefits. Whenever you have time, you can all come over here to train. One could even help with the baby. The sister-in-law had a happy face. Jiang An, on the other hand, was slightly silent. Almost finished strolling through the relevant facilities, an employee came over and handed Jiang Yu and Jiang An a few cards respectively. Jiang Yu received a look in his hand. It was his membership card, bank card, and ID card. The person in charge explained, membership card, one for each hand. With this card you can enjoy the services with the appropriate permissions in the guilds around the world. Jiang Yu, under your member account, there are 3.5 million guild points, of which President Zhong allocated an additional 1 million points to you for all consumption within the guild, which is the guild's independent currency system. According to the contract, you will be given 2.5 million in cash every year. It's already been credited to the card, and you should have received a text message by now. Jiang Yu looked at the bracelet and couldn't help but stare. There was only 3 million on it. Hee, out of the 2.5 million, 500,000 was deducted for personal income tax. The extra million is sponsored by President Zhong. Jiang Yu nodded in understanding. The gloom of war would fall on every citizen. The taxes in this era were a bit heavier than in Jiang Yu's previous life. He held the bank card in his hand and felt heavy. $3 million, he had never seen so much money in his previous life. In comparison, the Fighting Soul Awakening and scholarships were suddenly ordinary. This time, he could bury his head in hard training until the college entrance exam without fear. However, it's time to return the favor to my brother and sister-in-law. Jiang Yu looked at the two of his brother and sister-in-law, laboring and running around for his studies. After all, he had borne the cause of it, and should repay the effect. In the past, he had no money, but now he has money. Still can't let him spend some money and take care of his family? At noon, in a restaurant outside, after having lunch. Jiang An sighed, and ultimately did not say anything else, but got in the car and returned to the construction site. Not to say help Jiang Yu, at least, do not become a drag. The company has been working hard for a long time, so it's a good idea to give Jiang Yu a little more money for living. There was no need for classes, so Jiang Yu stayed at the guild building in the meantime. He now had 3.5 million guild points, so he naturally had to do some shopping. The system existed and no one could say anything about it. Therefore, anyone's references didn't mean much to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu chose a room and logged into the guild virtual space. Guild points, which could be used to purchase all items in the guild warehouse, and other supporting services of the guild. After all, a world's top guild would definitely have fewer investment businesses. Thus, these investment businesses were also disguised as services for the guild members. Payment of dues, purchase of skill secrets, third-order feats, and weapons. Jiang Yu swept a glance, all of the Gonghua classes were electronic. But it didn't mean that it was able to be transcribed and sold for money at will. After all, the information age. However, Jiang Yu found that it was possible a cost fee to make a copy of the physical book at the guild after the purchase. Only, in the future, if the secret books flowed out, naturally, they would also be traced to these people who copied the physical copy. However, it's time for my kryptonite. After looking for half a day, Jiang Yu finally selected 2 books. Purchase the second order sword technique, Blazing Sun Sword Decree, for 650,000 points. Special note, this technique was once improved by Lord Su Shiye. Purchase the second order body technique Fire Feather Flowing Light at a price of 650,000 points. Special note, this feat was once improved by Lord Su Shiye. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. These 2 secret books had a common feature, that Su Shiyen had practiced it when she was young, and it was later refined by her quite a bit. Although, it was only modified when he was young, but how amazingly talented Su Shiyu was. It must not be bad. Moreover, this was the most suitable for Jiang Yu at the moment. Jiang Yu was practicing the Qifeng Gong, and his sword technique was also the way of dexterity and fierceness. In a flash, there were still 2.2 million points left. Jiang Yu called on the Starfire Guild's Big Data AI, an AI that had been fed with specialized data from the Starfire Guild. It might not be all-powerful, but in terms of instructing Starfire Guild members to cultivate, it definitely surpassed the other big models by a few blocks. The Starfire AI read Jiang Yu's data and combined it with Jiang Yu's goal to quickly and smoothly increase his cultivation in order to rank well in the college entrance exams, or even top the list. Jiang Yu had a system, so he made some additional requirements, such as fast progress, stronger spiritual power, and no need for medicinal baths. Based on your goals and current data analysis, you are indeed progressing at a faster rate. The following is the recommended cultivation plan for you. 1. It is recommended that you take a bottle of basic Qi and blood tonic every 2 days at a monthly cost of approximately 30,000 points to maintain your physical state. 2. Take a moderate amount of Yumming Dan every month to stabilize your foundation. 1 or more per month is recommended at a monthly cost of about 150,000 points. 3. In order to improve sword and body skills, it is recommended to ask a second-rank martial artist for weekly instruction, at a monthly cost of about 100,000 points. Note, AI also makes mistakes. Please adjust the plan according to the specific reality. Chapter 55, Breaking Through the Fourth Order. According to the price of a bottle of basic Qi and blood potion, 2,000 points. On certain items, the purchasing power of this points was about 6% higher than the Chinese currency. On the other hand, Jiang Yu couldn't help but stare in disbelief at where this was drawing him out. Good lord, 290,000 points a month, roughly convertible to 304,500 huaxia coins. This was something he had never thought of before. The poor player, too, had gone on a kryptonite stream of play. However, the impregnating Dan can help warm up the power of Qi and blood and stimulate the human body's potential, which is just right for breakthroughs like mine that are extremely fast. Helping me to solidify my foundation will also help in stepping into the first rank of martial artist, to a certain extent. Jiang Yu pondered for a while. It's better to be solid, don't be reluctant to spend the points, there is a system. Wait until you become a first-order martial artist later on, you might be able to find a way to get enough money or points again. Being solid and entering a first-ranked martial artist is the main thing for me right now. Spending money to hire a high-ranked martial artist to spar would be of great benefit to Jiang Yu in quickly mastering his new sword technique. I don't know if I can equip this sword technique. If I can't, then the value of hiring a sparring partner will be great. Jiang Yu thought and was happy again. If he could equip it, then he could also maximize the effect of this sparring session. It was not a loss either way. After all, he was only at the platinum segment now in the soul fighting space. Whether or not he could come into contact with real experts in reality was still a matter of opinion. Coupled with the distortion that existed in the fighting soul awakening, all in all, it was better than hiring a coach. Expensive, but worth it. Joining the guild, there's another good point, you can buy some good weapons. Now, Jiang Yu would be able to test whether the system could equip weapons, and the conditions for equipping them. Opening the weapon bar. All kinds of standardized weapons dazzled the eyes. There were also special customization services, and that one was going to be more expensive. This world, although it had to face alien beasts, the control aspect of weapons and armor was not put more easily as a result. If not for Jiang Yu joining the guild in advance, it would have to wait until college to officially have their own weapons. The armor, however, still couldn't be kept private. The search for weapons, letting the AI help, was much easier. Soon, 2 long swords that met Jiang Yu's requirements surfaced, one icy blue and one red gold through and through. Jiang Yu preferred the red gold longsword. Hyun Fire Sword, first rank. Overall length, 120 centimeters. Blade length, 100 centimeters. Blade width, 4 centimeters. Weight, 8 kilograms. Description: adopting the Hyun iron ore collected in the Hyun Noon source world, mixed with vanadium, molybdenum, nickel and tungsten. After the 4-phase forging technique to refine the grain structure and stimulate the special elements in the Hyunin iron. The sharpness, toughness, strength and other attributes of the Hyun Fire Sword have been greatly improved. Price: 1 million points. Original price 1,750,000 points. Jiang Yu had a feeling of love at a glance. The Hyun Fire Sword, cast after the Han 8-faced sword. Since he had signed a B-rank contract, newcomers were given a discount for purchasing a first-rank weapon, which was why it only cost 1 million points. If he purchased it, he would only have 1.3 million points left. According to Jiang Yu's preliminary calculations, if he followed the AI's plan, he would need at least 2 million points for the follow-up. Weapons are not just needed, the system can wait until after the college entrance exams before testing. There was some hesitation in Jiang Yu's mind. If this was the case, he would have to use cash. However, soon Jiang Yu smiled to himself, still limited by previous experiences, never seen so much money in my last life. Now that I'm suddenly rich, I don't want to use it instead. But in reality, if you don't buy it now, you'll still have to buy it in the future, and sooner or later you'll use the money. The old doesn't go and the new doesn't come, not to mention, testing the system's ability now will have a major impact on my future route planning. Buy it. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and clicked buy. Purchasing a weapon underage required a declaration for approval, but the guild would generally make it easy for their own geniuses. Only, Jiang Yu did not expect that it would actually attract the attention of the Bell Guild. "Oh, do you want to purchase a weapon now?" Zhong Hui asked in the guild system. "The previous purchase is also reasonable." Zhong Hui swept a glance at Jiang Yu's consumption record and said with a smile, "It's not a bad thing to familiarize yourself with a weapon that's in your hands early. You are an opinionated child, I won't interfere with you too much, just don't forget that if you have questions about your cultivation in the future, you can still ask me." Jiang Yu was a bit grateful. "Got it, thank you President Zhong. Hee, what's the point of being so raw, me and your teacher chewed it." "Thank you Uncle Zhong." Zhong Hui nodded with satisfaction, then hung up the phone. Jiang Yu's weapon purchase application was then confirmed. Afterward, Jiang Yu followed the plan set by the AI, purchased some elixirs, and also went offline. The guild had its own logistics warehouse, similar to JD in the previous life, prioritizing drawing from the nearest warehouse, basically the same day or the next day to reach. After going offline, Jiang Yu played an application, and the local guild leader quickly passed the application. Then, Jiang Yu took the purchased Gongfu secret books to the printer inside the guild building to print them. 2 books of secret books of feats, choosing black and white printing and then encapsulating them, charging only the cost fee, 75 huaxia coins. With the books in his hands, Jiang Yu instantly had a meditative sensation. Equipable. In his heart, he was ecstatic, but with the crowded hand, he remained calm on the surface. Putting the things into his book bag, Jiang Yu went home now. There was no need to take a taxi, the guild would have been equipped with a driver, picking up and dropping off all over the city. The head of the local guild smilingly sent Jiang Yu away. Anyway, it is also a public weapon for private use, to sell face to the promising Jiang Yu, just a show of hands. Holding it all the way, Jiang Yu returned home. Locking himself in his room, with trembling hands and an excited heart, he equips the second-order sword technique and body technique. Instantly, countless images came and went, and he was enlightened again. Jiang Yu. Life rank, 5.3 unranked martial artist. Spirit level, 15.5. Fist power, 253 kilograms. Speed, 13.6 ms. Physical cultivation method, Shifeng Kung Fu. Spiritual energy cultivation method, gathering elemental technique. Martial skills, sword technique 13% of 4th rank, footwork 3% of 4th rank, fist technique 55% of 2nd rank, gun technique 16% of 3rd rank. Item column, 510. Item column 1, detailed explanation of basic sword technique 3rd edition. Item column 2, manuscript of cultivation tips true form. Item column 3, detailed explanation of basic gunnery technique 3rd edition. Item 4, fire feather streaming light. Item 5 Blazing Sun Sword Technique. The basic sword technique had already been eaten up by Jiang Yu, and the basic sword technique was a great success, so this phrase was useless. In fact, it could have been replaced a long time ago. However, the basic sword technique also had a passive, which was that the speed of sword cultivation increased by 50%. That's why Jiang Yu didn't replace it and instead hung on to enjoy this passive. It just didn't occur to him that the additional equipment of Fire Feather Flowing Light and Blazing Sun Sword Decree had actually directly allowed both the sword technique and footwork to break through to the 4th rank. One must know that he was originally in sword technique 62% of 3rd rank and footwork 53% of 3rd rank. Moreover, the burst speed had actually increased by 2 meters second. Jiang Yu couldn't wait and clicked on the specific description to see the effect. Chapter 56 Arming of Weapons. Fire Feather Flowing Light. Description: the ultimate in light and swift footwork, inspired by the gesture of blazing feathers dancing in the wind. The stance is as flickering as the flickering of light, difficult to capture, and after refinement, the power has been taken to the next level. Equipment effect. Skillful, plus 50% proficiency in 3rd stage footwork. Lightness, speed plus 6 note, this bonus will only take full effect when the life level is increased. Fire Feather Streaming Light, plus 25% to Fire Feather Streaming Light Body Technique Cultivation Speed. Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. This was the first time he had seen a numerical increase phrase appear on an equipped item. Obviously, the increase in his speed had something to do with this phrase. And according to the system's additional notes, his speed increased by 2 meters second, which didn't fully utilize the effects of this phrase. Perhaps, this bonus would only be fully realized when he broke through the 1st or 2nd ranked martial artists. It also meant that even if he practiced the same footwork and was at the same level, Jiang Yu would inevitably be faster than others in the future, and still be a cut above. This was the effect of the 2nd order body technique. What about equipping even more powerful techniques in the future? Jiang Yu couldn't help but think freely about how terrifying it would be afterward. Not to mention from afar, his speed surpassing the life rank would be helpful in raising his score on the college entrance exam. Moving on to the next equipment effect. Blazing Sun Sword Technique. Description: centered on subtle techniques and precise control of power, the meaning of the sword technique is taken from the brilliant sun, the moves are concise and powerful, and was later perfected to be even more powerful. Equipment effect. Skillful, plus 50% proficiency in 3rd rank sword technique. Blazing Sun Sword Decision, plus 30% cultivation speed of Blazing Sun Sword Decision. Jiang Yu smiled as he finished digesting the images in his mind, and both the Blazing Young Sword Decree and the Fire Feather Streaming Light were initiated. However, the low-ranked martial artists of this world, although physically powerful, but they have yet to give birth to an aura similar to that found in immortals, much less internal energy. Jiang Yu let out a long sigh, so the moves, which don't have special effects yet, aren't metaphysical either. The low-ranked sword moves, although subtle and incomparable, were still on the side of martial arts novels that way. Instead of immortal chivalry, after cultivating it, one could slash fire or cut down mountains with a sword. But it was also incredibly lethal. However, all of this will change drastically after a martial artist steps into the 3rd stage. A martial artist with a high level of cultivation would be able to fly through the sky and gather chi to form blades. Similar to Su Shiyu's kind of 9th ranked martial artist, one person is an army that can hold down a side. According to the image data, a 9th ranked martial artist could shatter a mountain with a single punch. If one wanted to rely on TNT to achieve this, one would need at least a few thousand tons of TNT to be able to do so. Not to mention, when a martial artist uses other moves. Every high-level martial artist is a true human-sized nuclear weapon, a walking human arsenal. The next day, the express delivery arrived. As soon as he was free, Jiang Yu rushed to the labor union building at fire speed. After signing and making the certification, he took the package back in a special car. Back home, Jiang Yu opened the package. A red gold longsword was lying quietly in the sword box, the blade flashed with a cold aura, blowing hair will break. Jiang Yu reached out and held it, a chill came over him, while the equipable section popped up in his mind. Hyun Fire Sword. Description: cast using Hyun Noon iron or combined with a high-strength alloy, although it is a standardized weapon, it is still considered a sharp weapon. Equipment effect. Sharpness, plus 12 attack power. Without hesitation, equip it. In doing so, the system panel changed, and Jiang Yu took a closer look at it, and the fist power actually increased. Fist power 381 kilograms. Jiang Yu was a little surprised that equipping a Hyun Fire Sword alone had actually increased his explosive fist power by 128 kilograms, all of a sudden. It's just that, at the moment, this attack power bonus, again, can't be taken full immediately, so I don't know the relationship between each point of attack power and fist power. Jiang Yu clenched his fist. He vaguely felt that the power that erupted from a punch was even more terrifying, and it seemed that the destructive power had increased. It feels like the wind of the fist carries the attribute of the sharpness of a sword blade in general. The speed and attack power increased by equipping these equipments seemed to have some kind of conversion curve. After all, reality wasn't an online game. There was no attack or defense conversion, nor was there a minimum damage mechanism. Even if the attack power increased, it didn't directly react to his output. In short, there should be some sort of more complex mechanism. But it can directly affect my score. If I had equipped the Hyun Fire Sword before the test, I'm afraid I would have been rated as a natural divine power. It wasn't unheard of to blast out a punch of more than 6 levels at level 5. There were. But apart from the few who were born with divine power, no one could do it. The world has limits, while I have no limits. Jiang Yu was a bit excited. I'm afraid that equipping some special divine weapons in the future would give him even more powerful abilities. For example, equipping the soft bone rabbit soul bone to obtain an invincible golden body? Jiang Yu thought freely for a while and slowly withdrew his mind. The next step was to prepare for the first and second model. It was now the beginning of November. In a few days, the first model will begin. Now, start cultivating. Jiang Yu took out an elixir. The surface of the body of the elixir showed a faint reddish golden luster. It was none other than the energy-nurturing elixir. It was well known that the law of conservation of energy existed in this world. Energy would not appear and disappear out of thin air. The same was true for martial artists, as powerful energy was needed to increase the level of life. These energies came from food, pills. And martial artists were like an ultra-high power machine, bursting out with great power while also rapidly consuming chi and blood. And so it needs to be replenished. Just like a cell phone that ran out of power, it needed to be recharged. And along with the foreign beasts shattering the void, the world began to revive its aura. Scientists have discovered aura particles throughout the universe. People, plants, and animals underwent all kinds of marvelous changes. Even martial artists, after cultivating to the 3rd level, were able to break the boundaries between gods and mortals. The level of life moved to a higher level, and they were able to absorb and utilize aura to perform all sorts of unbelievable stunts. A martial artist of Su Shiyu's caliber could use aura to explode into a heaven-destroying strike. The embodied pill, on the other hand, had a weak aura and a more powerful chi and blood power, allowing the martial artist to increase the speed of their life level advancement. For martial artists like Jiang Yu who had a fast advancement speed, it also had the effect of stabilizing the foundation. However, although the aura does not have a spirit, but will pick. Either, the martial artist steps into the 2nd stage. Either, the awakening of the degree of fit, external image power. Either way, such as Jiang Yu, by virtue of the spiritual power far above the level of life, reached the point of unity of mind and body, can also be used in advance of the hidden Dan. Of course, even if not for the purpose of absorbing this bit of spiritual chi, the impregnating Dan was also very popular with martial artists who had not entered the rank. Thinking about this, Jiang Yu swallowed the elixir in one gulp. As the saying goes, a golden elixir swallowed into the abdomen, my life is up to me and not heaven. Jiang Yu only felt a huge force of vitality, spread out in the body. A trace of perseverance flashed in his eyes. Jiang Yu stood pile into the fixed. First model, must take a better score. Chapter 57 Double Platoon Advancement. Jiang Yu now had an abundance of resources, and his mind was focused on cultivation. He only felt that time flew by, and soon it was the middle of November. The citywide model exam began. It lasted for 3 days. The first and second days were for the liberal arts. The third day was for martial arts. After the exam, it is an iron law not to correct the answers. Jiang Yu did not worry about the exam with Lin Ruoxin, but instead, he was closely involved in the fighting soul awakening. As Lin Ruoxin's swordsmanship and stance gradually became skillful, as well as Jiang Yu stepping into the 4th rank of swordsmanship and stance, the two's win rate steadily increased. In just 1 day, they had already reached Gold 1. Lin Ruoxin was a bit surprised. Too perverted, it's only been a few days since we played ranked together, how did you progress so fast? Leaning against a statue and cradling his sword in his arms, Jiang Yu smiled faintly and said, talented. Then go platinum today with a bang. Jiang Yu nodded his head. Today he was basically invincible as long as he didn't encounter a strong band of weaklings. The blazing sun sword technique familiarized itself quickly in the battles against various people. The two fought a few more matches, only to be sanctioned by the substitute trainer. Another middle-aged man with a soft little sister defeated Jiang Yu and Lin Ruoxin. Jiang Yu rubbed his nose. Lin Ruoxin frowned slightly. I need to get stronger quickly. What's wrong? Jiang Yu was puzzled, irritated. Lin Ruoxin gave him a blank look. I mean, so you can become that soft little sister. Jiang Yu was speechless. A great man is a man of the heavens and the earth. How can he live behind others for so long? You remember to bring your shield later, that way I'll be safer. Lin Ruoxin was amused and snorted. I kind of understand your routine. Jiang Yu froze. What? Hoof. Lin Ruoxin didn't say anything. The next handful of rows arrived. Returning to the normal matchup, basically no one was a match for the combination of Jiang Yu and Lin Ruoxin. Lin Ruoxin's swordsmanship became more and more eloquent, and she already vaguely had a few airs of being on her own. Looks like it's about to break through the third rank, Jiang Yu secretly said. Lin Ruoxin was Jiang Yu's chief disciple, but she had vaguely gotten out of her own way. Nowadays, the two of them were already working very well together. Many times, Jiang Yu was acting as a strong attacker. However, if the opposite side targets Jiang Yu, Lin Ruoxin will instantly transform into a peerless sword, tearing the other side apart. The system, by matching Jiang Yu with opponents with different hidden scores and through big data analysis, had basically concluded that the combination of Jiang Yu and Lin Ruoxin had far exceeded this segment. Therefore, there was no difficulty for the two. It directly entered the promotion match. The first two games were all wins. The last handful of tiebreakers. This map, Hyun Stone Forest. The sky was overcast and the wind whistled. A barren land. Countless conical stone pillars stood, with dark golden lines coiled on them. Lin Ruoxin and Jiang Yu stood with their swords, looking at each other from afar. One swordsman and one held a shield and axe. They made a weak gesture at Jiang Yu and Lin Ruoxin, and their heads lit up with an emoticon that was also weak, trying to provoke their opponents. Jiang Yu raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? Is it a foreigner? China rarely holds a shield with an axe. It should be from the side of Lingzhou. In ancient times, when they fought with the Central Plains, their Butrek Pluk sons were valiant and made the Central Plains army suffer. Jiang Yu drew the Hyun sword, a model chosen from the arsenal to help martial artists quickly master their weapons. It's just a sword. Lin Ruoxin waved her small pink fist. Good, beat these nasty guys. The countdown ended. Jiang Yu was the first to strike, his combat boots stepping heavily on the ground, splattering a field of rubble. Running the fire feather streaming light body technique, it was as if he had transformed into a flying feather. Drink! Heavily stamping his foot on the dark gold stone pillar, Jiang Yu leapt into the air, his Hyun sword flashing with streams of light in the air as he slashed heavily towards the two Western Xiao warriors. Sand! Flying sand, the shield-wielding Western Xiao warrior raised his shield and slammed it towards Jiang Yu. Bang! The Hyun sword slashed heavily on the shield, the huge shield blocking Jiang Yu's sight. Hey! With a taunt, the man exploded with a forceful shock and jerked backward. At the same time, a black shadow flew out from behind him. The crimson longsword in the hands of the absolute swordsman cut out a blood-colored red aura. The coordination was flawless, aiming to kill Jiang Yu with one blow. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Jiang Yu did not care at all about the side of his body. Towards the shield-wielding front row, he continued to run. Drink! With a dainty cry, an ice and snow longsword was like a wandering dragon, roaring in mid-air. The crimson longsword was intercepted out of thin air, and he could only retract it. The figure shifted. His target was not Lin Ruoxin at all. His body rotated in the air in a circle, and the longsword chopped out in a smooth manner. Don't look down on people. Lin Ruoxin's willow eyebrows raised, her longsword stabbing out snowflakes. Ch. The swordsman turned back and drew his sword. His sword was fierce and directly shook away Lin Ruoxin's long sword, but he could not help Lin Ruoxin and lost his pursuit of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, was completely oblivious to his behind, trusting Lin Ruoxin completely as he chopped at the shield-wielding warrior with his Hyunan sword. Not being able to use your stance, you make up for it with your shield and axe. You're smart. Jiang Yu pointed out his opponent's royale in a single word. The shield-wielding warrior was still tough. Che, if I can win against you, it's fine. Jiang Yu saw the other side slightly flustered, knew that the attack technique worked, continued to laugh softly. Then let's see if your shield can block it. Clang! The Hyun Noon sword collided with the iron axe, sparks flew everywhere as the two of them touched each other. Jiang Yu's footsteps were like traveling dragons, agile to the extreme. Under Jiang Yu's stance, the shield-wielding warrior was simply powerless to fight. No matter how much he blocked, the wounds on his body grew more and more. In the end, the system decided that the shield-wielding warrior had been injured too much, and all of his attributes such as speed, stamina, and strength had dropped. Brush! Jiang Yu sidestepped around the opponent's shield, and at the same time, he sidestepped his sword and stabbed between the gaps in the armor. Ah! The shield-wielding warrior instantly let out a miserable scream, drew backward, staggered 2 steps, and eventually fell to the ground. Dead! Jiang Yu shook off the blood on the Hyun Noon sword with a clang and put the Hyun Noon sword into its scabbard. He half leaned on the stone pillar and watched Lin Ruoxin fight with the swordsman. Lin Ruoxin dodged left and right. The swordsman's long blade followed closely behind, but unfortunately, it was a series of misses that either fell short or were blocked by Lin Ruoxin's sword blade. Jiang Yu nodded slightly, the pace is already fine. Remember, short combat, kill the enemy without touching their weapons. Jiang Yu uttered a reminder. The blades of the swordsman were unsteady, his heart was a bit confused, the other party had a high-ranking person to guide him, how can this be played? The body lurched, Lin Ruoxin figured out the key to it, the attack once again, changed to the sword to the side. Attacking his left and right, the sword moves changed to chopping, teasing, frequently attacking the arm or wrist of the saber. The swordsman immediately suffered a lot, but also felt that there was a mouth of depressed gas in his heart that could not be vented. Therefore, he had not surrendered and engaged Lin Ruoxin. Without Jiang Yu's guidance, he would have been able to easily defeat Lin Ruoxin. Unfortunately, in the end, he could only end up with a grudge. Promotion match, last hand, victory. Chapter 58, Double Platinum. Game over. The two returned to the group space. The segment badge of the double team volleyball team shattered and changed, transforming into an emerald-colored badge Hua Noble Platinum 446 victory points. Congratulations to players Jiang Yu and Lin Ruo for successfully advancing to the Noble Platinum segment in double row mode Hua. In view of the fact that none of the members of the duo are under the age of 18, we hereby reward the duo with 150,000 Huaxia coins, and we hope to keep up the good work and reach new heights. The two split the 150,000 equally, but since Lin Ruoxin wasn't that bad, Jiang Yu naturally accepted it. Jiang Yu looked at his bank card's money rising a little bit, and had a happy feeling. It's true that people are not horizontal without money. It seems that our strength can still be actually jumped segments. Lin Ruoxin was a little happy. Jiang Yu nodded, that's for sure, our combination hit all the gold invincible. Yes, it is by the Transcendental Masters beat up, Lin Ruoxin face agreed. Jiang Yu said helplessly, there's no way, Transcendental Masters are too experienced in battle, just like Go Masters that. There are countless solutions to the game stored in their minds, we're still a bit inadequate. Lin Ruoxin nodded, but it's fine, we've already rushed up to Hua Gui Platinum. Originally, I thought that it would take a few more months, I just didn't expect you to suddenly be so powerful. Jiang Yu didn't hide it, it's probably because I practiced a new sword technique and body technique, and had a new epiphany. However, you're not too bad, I think you might be able to step into the third stage of the sword technique in another month or two. Lin Ruoxin lowered her head, pondering, 1 or 2 months well. What level are you at now? Barely the late 3rd rank. Jiang Yu said thoughtfully. Fighting soul space is not yet the real world, part of the strength is difficult to play, real combat, remove the physical quality impact, you should be even more powerful. Lin Ruoxin was somewhat emotional. Saying that, Lin Ruoxin looked up and down, clad in armor, Jiang Yu slightly nodded, you guy, wearing this equipment, still quite decent. Jiang Yu had a thick skin, that earns you, others have to charge to see me. Poof. Lin Ruoxin propped up her chin. Jiang Yu asked, then are we going to continue after that? Lin Ruoxin suddenly smiled brightly, like a fox, and came over, her pretty face leaning very close to Jiang Yu. She pulled up her hair and said word by word, you want to be with me so much. A clear and stunning face. In reality, Jiang Yu only felt his heart beating madly. In the game. Forcibly resisting the urge to back away, Jiang Yu said, I'm afraid you'll get beaten up outside. Lin Ruoxin giggled, took a step back and said, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu froze and said, what's wrong? You're kind of cute when you're dumb. Then turned into a stream of light and went offline. Jiang Yu's mind was churning with thoughts and it was difficult to calm down. After a long time, he revealed a helpless smile before choosing to go offline. Continue cultivating. The next day, the scores came out. Jiang Yu checked his scores. Culture, 146. Martial Arts Comprehensive, 263. Physical Fitness, 150. Total score, 559. Ranking, 357. After the first model, according to the past practice, a class meeting would be held. Shui stood on the podium and looked around. This time, I'm going to praise a student by name. Many people raised their heads, some hidden excitement in their hearts. They consciously worked hard during this period of time, and their grades had improved quite a bit, counting their progress as rapid. It can't be Yen Fu, right? He's awakened his external image power and is flying high. Are you nuts? He's changed classes. How could it be? Is there any need to think about it? Who else is in our class besides him? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads sideways, their eyes landing on Jiang Yu, who was sitting a few rows back. He was lowering his head, flipping through other books. Everyone had heard a little about Jiang Yu's deeds. They weren't lacking in heart. Jiang Yu's progress was impeccable. Right now, other than envy, only admiration remained. Shui also looked at Jiang Yu, full of admiration. Not bad. During this period of time, Jiang Yu's grades jumped from the bottom, directly to the middle to upper rankings of the whole school, 559 points, already surpassing the second book line by more than a few points. Even if it's not far from the first book line, it's not far off. Everyone was in an uproar. Due to the newly introduced regulations, the school would now not release the grades and total scores for each subject, and would only release an ungraded version of the rankings. Only they would be able to receive a report card for the entire subject. But last semester they were aware that Jiang Yu couldn't get to 300 points in all subjects combined. Only a few months passed, it actually soared all the way up to 559 points. This Jiang Yu is also too outrageous, right? He ate forbidden drugs? It is also unlikely that eat forbidden drugs also did not have this speed. The key is that his martial arts comprehensive enhancement is too horrible. It is said to have been Hua Goe Platinum it. This Lynch chicken hair. Jiang Yu talent pure terror. Change a person even if he doesn't sleep every day. It's not better than him, right? Shui looked around and shook his head slightly. A martial artist relying on talent alone will not go far. You guys only see that Jiang Yu's talent is great, but you never thought that back then. He was unmotivated to study and still finished at the bottom. It wasn't until he started studying hard that he was able to realize his talent. Jiang Yu's home should be the farthest away from here, but he can still get to school very early tomorrow, perfectly utilizing all kinds of time to study. Shui said, that's what you all need to master the most, the ability of diligence and time planning. The class pondered. Bowen opened his mouth, a sense of urgency arising. He had never expected that Jiang Yu's progress could be so fast. This was only the first model. If he waited until the second model, wouldn't that be catching up to his ranking? Perhaps. I should ask Jiang Yu for advice on how to make the most suitable cultivation plan. Lin Ruoxin, on the other hand, propped up her cheeks with her hands and inclined her head, her eyes turning as she looked towards Jiang Yu with a faint smile on her face. Jiang Yu raised his head if he felt something and met Lin Ruoxin's gaze. Like the eyes of an immaculate lake in the middle of ancient mountains, there were slight ripples. Everyone had their own thoughts, and a class meeting quickly ended. Jiang Yu, come over here for a moment. Jiang Yu froze for a moment, nodded, and followed Shui to the office. Shui sat on a chair and lit a cigarette. Your grades have progressed very quickly, quite a bit higher than the conditions proposed by Principal Tang. When the time comes, I will send him an application form to apply for a first-class progress bursary for you. This reward is going to be a bit more generous, with a full $300,000. You should also have quite a bit of money on you since you signed with the Starfire Labor Union. However, there will be more places to use money in the future. Shui said, so, try to get all the scholarships that you can, and if you get better results in the second model, you might be able to apply for a special class scholarship again, and you'll have 500,000 at that time. Chapter 59 Elite Class Challenge. Jiang Yu nodded, I understand teacher, I won't slack off. Shui smiled gratefully, you are a good boy. Amongst so many students, I also feel that you are more obedient and to my temperament. Cheer up, don't limit your sights to the college entrance exams and martial arts schools. This world, it's far more expansive than you can imagine. I think your goal can be set at impacting the top martial arts schools in the country. Shui exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Those who seek the top get it. With your cultivation speed, you should be pushing yourself. When I say that, you understand the meaning, right? Jiang Yu nodded, I understand teacher, don't relax yourself just because you achieved a little. Shui smiled and nodded, right, that's what it means. Don't forget what I told you, those outstanding martial artists are able to spend more than 16 hours a day on cultivation. Nowadays, with the invasion of foreign beasts, peace? It's only short-lived. Jiang Yu nodded his head. It looked like the foreign beasts were far away from human society. In reality, the Earth had countless source boundary gaps, and a steady stream of Fey beasts emerged. Once the defenses were lost and the Fey beasts broke through them, they would be like a fish entering the sea, and would most likely appear in any city on Earth, or even hide in the forests and underground to flourish. At that time, it would be a huge disaster for the entire human race. If martial artists all thought that they had repelled that war, they would think that peace would be ushered in and thus slacken off. The Earth would have become the home of the beasts. It was also precisely because of the life and death situation, every genius not would show in the forest wind will be destroyed. Rather, they would be silently guarded by the majority of organizations and martial artists. A short silence fell. Shui extinguished the butt of his cigarette before lighting another one, this time, calling you over. It's not just for the scholarship matter. There is another matter that I want to discuss with you. Jiang Yu revealed a hint of curiosity. Oh? What is it? Shui coughed lightly. I think that you now have that strength to enter the elite class. But if you want to enter the elite class, aren't the hard conditions that you must have excellent grades and a life level that meets the standard? Jiang Yu was a bit puzzled. Not bad, it's true for the average person. Shui nodded, then smiled. However, you are different. I see that your comprehensive martial arts strength is at least late third stage, right? Jiang Yu was slightly stunned, not expecting Shui's vision to be so poisonous. He had only advanced to the 4th rank not long ago. There wasn't any actual combat data. The increase in exam results was also understandable as an increase in life level, and the previous level of martial arts skills could just be better utilized. After all, even a supreme swordsman would not be able to utilize a subtle sword technique if he did not have both arms. The prerequisite for martial arts to be utilized was sufficient physical quality. A brief moment of daze. Jiang Yu smiled. Teacher, this is all seen by you, fiery eyes. Shui exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Together with the excellent body control I've seen you display, I think you have a good chance of winning against those students in a sparring match. According to the school's regulations, as long as you defeat 3 elite class students in a row, you can break the rules and join the elite class. Surprisingly, there's still this kind of regulation. Jiang Yu thought for a moment. Does that mean that there's going to be an offline full armor fighting? Or does it mean online? Compared to offline full armor fighting, it was less real and difficult to bring out the full strength. But the victory was in absolute safety. In fact, in order to collect more data, the Fighting Soul Space was also vigorously promoting the onlineization of some of the competitions. Jiang Yu cannot help but think, if tens of billions of martial artists around the world constantly deduce, test, the final formation of the Gonfa martial arts, whether it is impeccable. Or, just like the AI playing chess on its own, deducing many new chess games. A data body that gathered martial artists from all over the globe and constantly deduced on its own, if installed in the body of a peak 9th rank martial artist, or even a god-level martial artist. Would he be able to exhaust the world's laws and be invincible? Could it be that someone is already trying it? Shui smiled and shook his head. You don't need to worry about that, even though it's offline, safety is guaranteed. Many teachers will be there, I will also go then. Currently in school teaching, the trend was to use Fighting Soul Space, but it would take a long time to evaluate the effects. Full armor fighting had its irreplaceability. In fact, as long as it wasn't a private fight, the safety of full armor fighting was very high. After all, Jiang Yu hadn't heard of anyone being stabbed in an Olympic competition due to fencing in his previous life on Earth. Entering the elite class is also good for you. After all, you still school study more on a daily basis. Entering the elite class, there is a subsidy, there is a special cultivation site, and it will also help you test the fit. Shui smiled. You have to perform better than others so that they won't look down on you because of your past performance. Shui looked at Jiang Yu. You understand what I'm saying, right? Jiang Yu vaguely understood, so he nodded. It was probably the same as the double non-examination 985 and 211 in his previous life. After agreeing on some details with Shui, Jiang Yu left the office and walked towards the martial arts classroom. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed. A few months ago, he was still agonizing over getting into Wudao University. Now, his goal would be the top university in the country, and even the top 3 martial arts universities in the world. Almost to the classroom, Jiang Yu saw from afar a huge pile of people surrounding the classroom door. He could not help but froze. Why so many people? With some doubts in his heart, Jiang Yu slowly walked over. As a result, immediately someone whispered. Holy, it's him, Jiang Yu. God man look at that ranking, last semester the bottom, this semester, he directly dry to the top 400. This is only the first model, wait until the second model, I guess with his speed, shall not jump another 200? These people whispered to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's face didn't move, but his heart became more and more puzzled. How did he not know that he was so famous? Are all these people here to see themselves? Student Jiang Yu, can I ask if you have any good methods for studying? A skinny student finally couldn't help but ask. Yeah, how did you improve your grades so fast all of a sudden? Many of them showed a look of longing. They, all of them, were students with bottom grades. But having low grades didn't mean that they didn't want to change, it was just that they often found it difficult and didn't know how to go about it. Except for some students who were purely just eating and drinking. Most of the students were still eager to change. Jiang Yu was the only one who had rushed from the bottom all the way up to the upper middle rankings over the years. They then all wanted to take lessons from Jiang Yu. Understanding clearly what happened, Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly as he thought about it and said, first understand your specific situation, then set reasonable goals and see where you need to put in more effort. Then, for example, I've been tested and I can keep my mind clear by sleeping 4.5 hours a day. Then it's a matter of spreading out the cultivation tasks over time according to my own preferences. Jiang Yu's own method, without any reservations, was given to them. Perhaps it was of little use to others, but for these underachieving students, it was indeed a guide to action. Then Jiang Yu returned to the classroom and continued to start his own training. The other poor students looked at each other with some emotion. They also said that only arts can do well. Now, Jiang Yu's comprehensive martial arts score is going to exceed the vast majority of people. Some of the students gazed firmly. Oldly still advised us to leave. Now that Jiang Yu has proved that as long as we work hard, we will have a chance, what are we worried about? And at this time, at Li Sanjiang, it was a different light. Chapter 60, The Challenge Begins. Office. Li Sanjiang sat in his chair, looking at Jiang Yu's achievements, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. I didn't expect that after so many years, there was actually a day when I looked away. Li Sanjiang recalled that he had persuaded Jiang Yu to drop out of school, and he could not help but have a bit of a headache. What he did was not too smart, but it won out because it was effective. The school leaders, who had different opinions, therefore turned a blind eye to what Li Sanjiang did. But now, he almost dissuaded a talented youngster. At that time, it would be fine if he fell flat on his face. If he soars in another school at today's pace, then his own position as a level leader would definitely be at the top of his game. Originally, I wanted to wait until after his first model results came out, and once again pressurized to persuade him to withdraw. Li Sanjiang's face was gloomy. Luckily, the small means at first had clean hands and didn't offend him to death. Li Sanjiang sighed, it's become a climate, so we can only leave him alone? Li Sanjiang scratched his head, Jiang Yu's grades are soaring now, it's a good thing for him, for the whole school. He had advised Jiang Yu to drop out of school just out of a choice to maximize his own interests. Now, it was obvious that letting Jiang Yu study hard was the choice that maximized benefits for him. Having made up his mind, Li Sanjiang was no longer entangled. He continued to deal with the other poor students. Jiang Yu was a once-in-a-decade accident, but among the other students, it was almost impossible to have such an outstanding student again. So, in order for the promotion figures to look good, then persuading other students to drop out was what Li Sanjiang had to do. Li Sanjiang froze for a moment, only to see that a document suddenly popped up in the school's work system, coming from Chuhi. Student Jiang Yu's application for the Elite Class Promotion Challenge. Li Sanjiang stared at the screen and read slowly. He couldn't help but stare, it had only been a few months. Chuhi actually thinks that Jiang Yu is qualified enough to proceed to the elite class? Li Sanjiang went back to look at Jiang Yu's grades again. Jiang Yu is currently still relying on martial comprehensive and arts to pull points. Physical quality was definitely not enough to qualify. This kid does have a bright mind and horrible talent, otherwise it's impossible for martial comprehensive and liberal arts to progress so quickly. When martial artists fight against each other, a high level of martial arts is certainly a greater chance of winning, but it is not the only condition for victory. If you don't have enough physical fitness, it's easy to be defeated by a single force. Even if your moves are more subtle, what's the use of being killed by a single blow or not being able to touch the opponent at all? It seems that this Chuyi, too, does not live up to his name. Li Sanjiang grinned, be careful of Jiang Yu taking too big a step and ripping his eggs. There is no reason to dismiss, Li Sanjiang quickly passed. Originally holding the mindset of watching Jiang Yu's fun, he was in a slightly better mood. But soon, a male made his heart fall to the bottom again. Those poor students, indeed, still see hope from Jiang Yu and are even more reluctant to leave. Li Sanjian's face was gloomy. Then what to do? After the process was completed, the above officially approved Jiang Yu for the elite class challenge. The news, too, soon began to circulate after the class president of a certain class inadvertently saw Li Sanjian's computer. Afternoon. Jiang Yu walked out of the martial arts classroom and prepared to eat. Holy, Jiang Yu, you're actually going to have an elite class challenge? Zhang Yuan rushed over and wrapped his arms around Jiang Yu's neck and said. Zhang Yuan exaggerated, you know what, the rumors are spreading like crazy in senior high school right now. Do you know that almost no one has used this promotion mechanism since it was set? The only one who has used it is the person who made the school add this mechanism, but he only challenged it after his life level reached level 6 in the first place. Jiang Yu was a bit curious. Oh, who was that? Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes. Did you kid change your mind? Jiang Yu was a little nervous in his heart. It was really the unintentional words that were closest to the truth. Zhang Yuan was just flirting and did not think much about it. He is the living legend in the Source Realm battlefield, codename Wei. The actual combat ability is exaggerated to the point of being scary. Once facing a group of alien beasts of the same rank by himself, instead of retreating in one piece, he killed them all. Before him, no one could do that. Zhang Yuan paused, by default excluding Lord Su Shiyu. Jiang Yu nodded. Su Shiyu. A woman who was like a god in the hearts of the people of Earth. Since then he has become famous, and is still the idol of countless people in our school. Hey, anyway, if there is a chance in the future, you should be able to meet him. Zhang Yuan put his arm around Jiang Yu and said, now it's all said outside that you are like a god of war, level 5.5 to buck the elite class of level 6 or above of the mighty Ah. Jiang Yu's school was a key high school in Xianxiao. Those in the elite class had very stable grades, generally above level 6.5. The fact that Zhong would not be able to look at them was because he had high eyesight. It did not mean that the people in the elite class had poor grades. Jiang Yu listened silently, and in his heart, he suddenly understood why He wanted Jiang Yu to participate in this challenge. Resources were secondary. An actual battle was the main purpose. Jiang Yu's eyes were not high, and currently, he was unable to access the world that Chui saw. Therefore, he did not know what Chui's purpose was. However, he knew that Chui would not harm himself. Hey, then again. Zhang Yuan looked left and right and mysteriously said, are you and Lin Ruoxin together? At these words, with Jiang Yu's pace as steady as an old dog's, he nearly fell over. Who told you that? Isn't this matter just short of being on the news? Zhang Yuan said with a smile, tell me, isn't it really interesting? I've seen your record, every week double row it. Upon hearing this, the people around also quietly pricked up their ears, filled with curiosity. Indeed, it's double rowing. Jiang Yu frowned and said, but that's just normal protocol, nothing else. Oh, got it. Jiang Yu smiled at this and nodded in satisfaction. He turned his head to look at Zhang Yuan, but saw that the other party did not speak. Instead, a student to the side let out an exclamation. So, Jiang Yu and Lin Ruoxin have long had a common agreement to attend the same university? That's so romantic. Jiang Yu. Sighing, Jiang Yu was helpless. The pressure of martial arts candidates was no less than that of liberal arts students, all of whom were actively looking for fun and gossip in their lives. Thinking of Lin Ruoxin, who was sometimes like a fox, Jiang Yu could not help but be a little silent. What on earth does it mean? But Jiang Yu didn't think much about it. At the moment, his primary goal was to keep cultivating and do everything possible to seek the best school. The next day, the notice came down that Jiang Yu could do the elite class challenge. The location was at the school's martial arts hall, which covered a large area, similar to a soccer field. The facilities were perfect, and the Fighting Soul space device could be installed temporarily. Jiang Yu came early, and there were already quite a few teachers waiting here. There was no prohibition on students coming to watch. As long as they were free, they could come over. But in reality, there were also quite a few students sneaking over on their way to their cultural classes. Below, the rules are announced. Chapter 61 Nyeshu. The combat format is full armor unopened blade fighting, and the challenger is required to defeat 3 elite class students in order to advance to the elite class. Please note that the winning condition is based on the strike score, and the bout is on point. Rest time, to be decided by the challenger, but no more than 1 day at most. On the stage, a teacher announced the rules. In order to ensure that the fight is fair and open, the fight will be presented using online live streaming, and the supervision of teachers and students is welcome. While the teacher was announcing the rules, Jiang Yu was wearing full armor with the help of Chu-hee. The armor was made of composite material, lightweight and at the same time more strength and resistance to blows, although it was not very effective for first-rank martial artists. But it was more than enough to meet the protection requirements of a student competition. Holding an unopened iron sword in his hand, Jiang Yu slowly walked up to the martial arts ring. This time, the match was a random selection of 3 students from the elite class. In other words, it was very likely that he would encounter a student with a high life rank. There weren't a lot of students watching the battle, but there were 300 to 400 of them. Among them, there were very few senior students, mostly sophomores and freshmen. As for the students in Jiang Yu's class, many of them also came over to watch. I've heard that his Fighting Soul Awakening segment is very high. I've always been curious about his actual combat ability. I didn't expect to actually see it today. But I think it's pretty much up in the air. After all, this isn't Fighting Soul Awakening, the physical quality is right there. Indeed, even if Jiang Yu is now a 5.5 level martial artist, it's still a struggle to face the elite class students who started level 6. It's said that after Jiang Yu's grades got better, he became very unself-conscious, so it's just right to see the elite class students teach him a lesson today. Some people were brainlessly cheering for Jiang Yu. That handsome senior is Jiang Yu? Go Jiang Yu! Jiang Yu be my boyfriend. Some students were more cheerful and shouted. Jiang Yu also didn't know why a good elite class challenge would turn into this. This was only offline, there was also an online livestream. Maybe many students in the school were secretly watching it with the livestream. And another room. Tang Xiaolong and a few school leaders sat watching the screen. It's been a while since it's been this lively. Principal Tang sat in the center and looked around. Yeah, another school leader smiled and turned his head again, but is it really okay not to adopt fighting in the Fighting Soul Awakening? Jiang Yu's overall martial arts performance is really good nowadays, one could even say it's very bright. But that's only in the Fighting Soul Awakening space. Will he not be too good at actual combat in reality? Another leader also frowned. That's right, in reality, it's even more varied. The gap in physical quality is there. Can his martial arts really erase that? Moreover, in case Jiang Yu gets injured, it would actually be a huge loss for us. Yeah, the elite class challenge, in the first place, was also added temporarily, as a matter of convenience, and since then, no student has been able to do it at all. After the matter of the bell meeting, Jiang Yu was now the main object of concern for all the school leaders. According to Jiang Yu's performance today, no surprise, as long as he is allowed to cultivate step by step. In the future, there is a lot of potential. Impacting the first class, or even the top martial arts university in the country is possible. This was all a good talking point for them. A hanging teenager, originally hopeless in life, but the school didn't abandon or give up, and carefully guided the genius to finally shine. Isn't this the best proof that the teachers and educational philosophy of South River Second Middle School are very excellent and ahead of their time? It could definitely make Manhwa Second Middle School famous in Xianxiao. Even if you are a waste of talent, in Manhwa Second Middle School, you will have a chance to transform. This was the deadliest attraction for parents. Tang Xiaolong also had some misgivings, but when he thought that Chu-hee was so determined, he finally relented and agreed to let Jiang Yu participate in this elite class promotion tournament. In the beginning, it was because there was a genius among the students with a terrifyingly high fighting talent, which was why a rule was temporarily added for the sake of that student. Let him pass the challenge and enter the elite class to enjoy the resources. After all, the allocation of resources still had to go through a process, and it had to be publicized. Otherwise, it was inevitable that there would be suspicions of arbitrariness and self-interest. Alas, in the end, it's still too little time. Tang Xiaolong thought to himself, physical fitness isn't quite enough, and going up against an elite class might really be a bad decision. However, as Tang Xiaolong was the principal, the leader amongst those present, he naturally couldn't reveal any misgivings about his decision. He was non-committal, smilingly saying, "Genius, naturally, you can't easily jump to conclusions, let's see first." If he aspires to impact the top universities, perhaps repeating a year is the best choice. Of course, repeating a year, in the eyes of the top schools, the value will be greatly reduced. To draw an analogy, a 17-year-old martial artist, naturally, would have far greater cultivation potential than a 20-year-old martial artist. A teacher told Jiang Yu to stand still. However, it's fine for you to quit now, don't force yourself. Jiang Yu nodded his head, but did not answer. He had come this far, But he was going to run away from the battle? How could that be possible? In the ring, a student, covered in armor, held a slender knife in his hand, like a meow knife style. "Nieshu, life level 6.4, please instruct me." The teenager clasped his hands together, blade facing down. Life rank 6.4, standard fist strength should be at 360 kilograms. Jiang Yu arched his hand. "Jiang Yu, life level 5.4, please teach me." Wow, Jiang Yu is so unlucky to be an opponent with a life level a whole level higher. Yeah, the standard power for level 5.4 is 240 attacks, that's way too much difference. Moreover, the burst speed of a level 6 uninitiated martial artist has to exceed that of a level 5 martial artist by almost 1/3, it's almost crushing. Let's just see if Jiang Yu's martial arts can make up for the gap, otherwise, it feels like he'll be instantly killed in seconds. On the stands, some students whispered. Those school leaders were also quite curious. Can this Jiang Yu's martial arts really bridge the gap? Hee, look at it, it's about to start. On the ring. The teacher was counting down, 3, 2, 1. Began. Brush. Almost instantly, Nieshu shot out like lightning. The ring was only 25 by 25 meters, Nieshu was able to cross the ring in 2 seconds. Jiang Yu was as immovable as a mountain, standing steadily on the side of the ring, watching Nieshu's body turn into a stream of light. Folding out an arc in the ring, he then instantly changed direction and zigzagged. With his feet slightly retreated, Jiang Yu slightly narrowed his eyes, capturing Nieshu's trajectory while predicting the direction of Nieshu's possible offense. Drink! Suddenly, Nieshu launched his right foot and leapt heavily, his body taking to the air. He drew out his long sword and brought his entire body with him, splitting the mountain and carrying out the spirit of the sky. Holding the sword in one hand, Jiang Yu tilted his head and looked at Nieshu with a faint smile. Chapter 62, 3 Axes. Clang! Sparks splashed everywhere. Jiang Yu's iron sword was sent across his body, blocking the blade. Heavy as a mountain, it pressed Jiang Yu's body to bend slightly, using the strength of his entire body before he was able to resist it. Hey! Nieshu utilized the reaction force and angled the blade, sliding it against the sword, the blade going to slice through Jiang Yu's neck. So old and skillful? Jiang Yu sighed in admiration in his heart. Worthy of being a student of the elite class, he had prepared quite a few attacking routines. The jumping chop was just a front, the purpose was to force Jiang Yu to hold his sword to block, and then follow the trend to let the blade slide. The purpose was actually decapitation. His head was thrown back while his left hand powered forward, his right hand turned backward, and his sword was pressed against Nieshu's blade, forcing him to lose his offensive center of gravity. The blade chopped into the side ground. Borrowing this force, Jiang Yu took the opportunity to dodge sideways, his entire body sliding out half a step to the left. Nieshu made a change of stance and slashed out with a knife that fell short. Jiang Yu had completely pulled away from Nieshu. Nieshu gritted his teeth, knowing that the head start of his offense had disappeared. Wow! Everyone erupted into a gasp. Jiang Yu's handling was too calm, actually dissolving Nieshu's offense so easily. This Nieshu's triple strike, which has been tried and tested 100 times, was actually cracked by Jiang Yu in one go. Don't be in a hurry, if we get into a tangle, Jiang Yu's stamina will definitely not be able to keep up, and Nieshu will definitely take it even if he tries to take it slowly. In the ring. Nieshu also naturally knew that he quickly chose to change his strategy and attempted to swim with Jiang Yu. With the leading physical quality, sooner or later, he would fall into the wind. Then as you wish. Noticing the other party's chapter and verse shift, Jiang Yu also flexibly changed his fighting mindset. Jiang Yu's footwork was calm and steady, and between the flashes, his speed seemed to be even faster than Nieshu's. Sword technique 4th order, this Dao master, represents Jiang Yu's sword moves to take, already can be arbitrary, self-contained chapters. His feet are like swimming dragons, and the long sword in his hand is like a shock. After Jiang Yu adjusted his stance, Nieshu had already fallen into a disadvantage, and no longer had a head start. He could only passively meet Jiang Yu's attacks. Killing move number 2, Flame Shadow follows the wind. This move focuses on the combination of stance and swordsmanship. The footwork was as agile as the wind, and the sword shadow was hidden in the changes in body shape, just like a stream of flames moving with the wind. Nieshu could hardly grasp the path of Jiang Yu's sword, as if he was caught in a prison of sword shadows. Nieshu was drenched in sweat as he felt a huge force coming from his hand, making him almost unable to hold his sword. Moreover, the other party seemed to be intentionally letting go, and many times when they attacked Nieshu's wrist, they withdrew their force. The number of places on his body that were attacked increased. But a trapped beast, how can you swim? Niashu's eyes widened as his sword techniques were broken by Jiang Yu one by one, and his body was constantly being struck by the sword. Either stabbing or slashing. Ding! A crisp sound rang out. Both the referee and the AI under the field ruled that the score of Jiang Yu's strikes was valid. The teacher announced, Jiang Yu is the first to reach 500 hit points, the competition is over. Niashu's eyes widened as he didn't even know how long it had been. Jiang Yu's attacks were like a tidal wave, and he didn't know when he had been powerless to attack and could only passively defend. You are awesome. Niashu was convinced and clasped his hands. Jiang Yu also smiled slightly, understood. And your strength. Jiang Yu but smiled without saying anything. Niashu saw the situation, also did not continue to say. After thinking about it, he walked out of the ring with a sullen face. It seems that Jiang Yu doesn't want to speak through, so let's not say anything. Niashu thought to himself, then there's no need for me to say it explicitly, hey, I'll make them all suffer later. Outside the arena, some students felt a bit incredulous. No, Senior Jiang Yu, how did this happen? Isn't he not physically superior? Right, why is it that looking down, it's instead Senior Jiang Yu who keeps Senior Niashu pinned down? I can't see that Jiang Yu's strength is at a disadvantage at all, and his swordsmanship is as terrifying as it is. As the saying goes, outsiders look at the scene and insiders look at the doorway. This, Jiang Yu's swordsmanship. Tang Xiaolong looked at the screen, a little surprised, and only after a long time did he sigh, the later generations are fearful. Another school leader's face showed joy, this Jiang Yu's swordsmanship, quite like everyone's, obviously pure fire, I'm afraid it's at the late third stage level. However, it seems that this is what Chu He is relying on, with his superior swordsmanship. As long as Jiang Yu is allowed to find an opportunity, he will be able to keep suppressing his opponent, and with enough strike points, he will naturally win. The others also felt that the analysis was right, and couldn't help but sigh, it's still Principal Tang who has a high vision, I think he already knew Chu He's intention. Tang Xiaolong smiled without saying a word, he knew nothing, he only knew that Jiang Yu advanced to Hua Gui Platinum and thought that he was using his best efforts. But looking at it now, Hua Gui Platinum was clearly not his limit. Look again, look again. Tang Xiaolong's face was bland. The teacher inquired, how is it, does Jiang Yu need a break? Jiang Yu shook his head, it's fine teacher, I can continue. The teacher's face showed appreciation and his tone became more amiable, good, then I will arrange the next opponent for you. Then, another student from the elite class came onto the stage. Cheng Ming Shang, life level, 6.6, fist strength 380 kilograms, please instruct me. A man with dark skin and tall bones held an axe in each of his left and right hands. Jiang Yu was a little amused in his heart, I love a Cheng Ming Shang ah. Cheng Ming Shang and Jiang Yu slowly approached, both sides were sizing up the other side to see if there was a break in their body. Two people slowly approach, tacit understanding in the two sides of the distance of 3 steps of the position to stop, and then turn around each other. With each step, the toe facing, body facing, and blade position of both sides were changing. What are they doing? A junior student asked. A senior student smiled and said, this you don't understand, when martial artists fight, it's not a matter of vigorously producing miracles. Many times, it's like this to test each other for a long time, until they feel that they have found a break in the other party, then they will strike with a thunderous blow. This is a silent game process. Cheng Ming Shang double axe attack is strong, but not flexible enough. If he can't win with a single strike, I'm afraid that with the level of swordsmanship and stance that Jiang Yu just displayed, it's just another replica of Niashu's game again. Wow, you know a lot. Oh no, I read from the pop-up screen. Unfortunately, the opponent would only be able to make 3 moves. Cheng Ming Shang couldn't help but make a move, and after Jiang Yu dodged the 3 board axes, his decline was evident. After the 3 axes ended, he was defeated by Jiang Yu. Another city. Wow, Jiang Yu, this is already 2 wins, and both are actually crushing postures. Too scary, this too should be stable, the next opponent, I'm afraid it won't be much more powerful. I don't feel right, why this Jiang Yu can actually with people against the edge and not show decadence, his strength is obviously more than the level 5 level, natural divine power. There won't be a black screen, right? No need to rest, Jiang Yu smiled faintly, continue teacher. The color of delight in that teacher's eyes grew more and more intense, South River Second Middle School hadn't produced a practical genius like Jiang Yu in a long time. You're not bad, you've already broken through the Hua Gui Platinum? Jiang Yu nodded slightly. Good, it seems that our school will finally produce a single top student as well. The teacher then randomly selected another person. Seeing the other person walk up, Jiang Yu couldn't help but stare. It was actually him. Chapter 63, 1 against 3. Lu Ren, life level 7, fist strength 446 kilograms, please instruct me. Lu Ren similarly carried a long sword and slowly walked up to the ring, quite dashing at this point. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. This Lu Ren had once looked for trouble with himself. He wanted to engage in a full armor fight with himself. Fortunately, with Lin Ruoxin's help, Lu Ren could only leave unhappily. He had thought that there would be no more encounters, but he didn't expect that he would be facing each other at this time. When I didn't fight you at first, I didn't expect that we would still meet today. Lu Ren grinned. So, this is fate. Jiang Yu was silent. This one was saying strange things again. Only Jiang Yu did not understand why Lu Ren had come to his door in the first place. Perhaps today there was a chance to find out. However, he smiled slightly. Before, he could only avoid him. Lu Ren's strength was far higher than his. Now, although the life level difference was quite a bit. However, Jiang Yu had equipped the Hyun Noon sword, and now his fist strength had reached more than 380 kilograms, along with his 4th-ranked sword technique and body technique. Even after 2 consecutive battles, he might not be without a fighting chance. Waiting for the teacher to finish reading the seconds. Begin. The reading of the seconds ended. Both of them carried a long sword, neither of them rushing to attack. Jiang Yu looked at Lu Ren's light and agile steps and couldn't help but nod his head. This Lu Ren did have good strength. The steps were steady and light, making it difficult to catch his movements. A highly skilled martial artist, even if he simply stood, his body's instincts would make him ready to attack and dodge in all directions at any time. As of now, Jiang Yu did not see where Lu Ren had an obvious break. Lu Ren's movements were making up for his own brokenness, allowing him to meet attacks from all directions. Because, a martial artist making a move was a game in itself. After all, in a square-inch battle, there simply wasn't that much room for error, and a single bad move would result in a total loss. But Jiang Yu, after 2 battles, both victorious, at this time the heart has reached the peak. This is a win. When the narrow road meets, the brave one will show his sword. Jiang Yu went against the norm and chose to take the initiative. If you don't move, there won't be a break. By moving first, one would be able to predict the trajectory, find the breaks, and more easily target the attack. He smiled faintly. Under his feet was the fire feather flowing light stance. His body shifted and he was the first to slash out with his sword. The sword walked through the dragon gate. Clang! Sparks splashed everywhere. Lu Ren was in the end a student of the elite class. His physical quality far exceeded that of Jiang Yu, so he naturally blocked this attack with ease. Scary. Once they exchanged blows, Lu Ren couldn't help but feel the thick and heavy aura coming from the sword. This Jiang Yu's strength was actually not inferior to a student with a life rank of 6.5. With one strike to test the waters, both sides understood each other's success. Inside the room, a group of school leaders couldn't help but sigh. Heroes come out of the youth. Although their cultivation level was not high, they had seen the world. Naturally, they could see that Jiang Yu's heart had undergone some changes. This change was good. It made them a few points more expectant and certain of Jiang Yu's future achievements. Tang Xiaolong nodded his head as well. Yes, in the previous 2 battles, Jiang Yu was cautious and never took the initiative. I didn't expect that after going through 2 battles, he didn't get tired. Instead, he got more and more courageous. His body and mind have all reached a peak state. It's true that the sword doesn't sharpen unfavorably. Tang Xiaolong sighed. Shui's teaching philosophy is indeed different. Shui watched from the stage, his gaze tinged with a bit of pride and the loving care of an elder looking at his own child. It really didn't let me down. Although Jiang Yu is progressing quickly, but his heart has not completely changed today and used these elite class students to sharpen his sword. Shui thought, looking at the stage. Jiang Yu's resolute face slightly nodded. His heart was more and more satisfied with Jiang Yu, and full of expectations. Only after a real battle would Jiang Yu understand what point his strength had reached. Only then will he be able to stimulate his youthful nature, turning into a sharp and brilliant sword. This would be extremely helpful for his college entrance exams, and even later on. The earlier he polished his heart in high school, the smaller the probability that Jiang Yu would suffer in the future. If Jiang Yu did not succeed, Shui did not fail to think that it would be a good thing for him to continue to play steadily and be silent for a while at that time. The battle on the stage continued. Clang! Jiang Yu stormed up with several swords, the fire feather streamers running like the wind, attacking Lu Ren from all sides. But Lu Ren didn't dodge. Instead, he relied on the speed advantage brought about by his high life rank. Instead, he met the blades and kept colliding with Jiang Yu. Between square inches, in just a few breaths, the two men's blades collided a dozen times. Fire splashed in all directions, and a crisp sound echoed in the air, as if they were beating iron. Clang! The blades collided, and Jiang Yu took a step back, lightly unloading the force. His arm was slightly numb. The force was too strong. If this went on, sooner or later, Jiang Yu would lose his strength. This Lu Ren's battle idea was not bad. With his physical quality advantage, he used his speed to compensate for his stance, constantly looking for opportunities to collide with Jiang Yu head-on. A martial artist who did not enter the third rank could not be considered transcendent. Flesh is mortal, and when weapons collide, they have to bear the reaction force. Shocking the arm, making the muscles more and more sore and numb, and ultimately disengaged, they lost the chance for a decisive victory. Che, this Lu Ren is so despicable, only defending but not attacking, just to hard wear out Jiang Yu. It's bad. Jiang Yu can't open the situation late. If this goes on, it's really gone. Oh, before were the weaker students in the elite class, encountered slightly more powerful, Jiang Yu has no way. What the hell are you talking about? Are you half as powerful as Jiang Yu? Don't argue, look. Watching the field as Jiang Yu fell into a downward spiral, many people pinched a sweat in their hearts. Many of them had never seen Jiang Yu, but they all knew more or less about his deeds. With perseverance and talent, Jiang Yu had transformed into a dark horse, and in a short period of time, he had grown to the point where he could enter the elite class. It was hard not to let one's heart grow fond of him, and an image of perseverance couldn't help but appear in everyone's mind. So they all more or less placed a ray of hope on Jiang Yu. Of course, there were also many people who were perhaps jealous, or perhaps because they had heard rumors from others, and were dissatisfied with Jiang Yu, hating to see him fail. A school leader frowned slightly. Right now, Jiang Yu's heart is good, but his physical quality is a heart injury. However, honing the heart is already good. Currently, with his strength to participate in this elite class challenge, perhaps it is still a bit premature. In fact, Jiang Yu is worthy of being a student who advanced to Huague Platinum. His body technique is exquisite to make up for the speed gap, which makes it difficult for Lu Ren to find an opportunity. Shui shouldn't have thought that Jiang Yu would be able to join the elite class. It's just a sword test. Tang Xiaolong smiled without saying anything. For students like Jiang Yu, it doesn't matter if he joins the elite class early or late anymore, knowing that he has a good heart, that's the gain. At least have the ambition. Jiang Yu achievement is bound to be not bad. It doesn't matter if you can't get into the elite class right now. Anyway, after the second model, with Jiang Yu's rate of progress, it should be enough. On the stage, Lu Ren looked at Jiang Yu with a slight smile. I heard that you advanced to Huague Platinum, but today I see that it's nothing more than that. Chapter 64 Defeating Lu Ren. Who the hell are all the people blowing you off? Now your arm is starting to run out of strength, isn't it? Lu Ren smirked. Although I also want you to join the elite class, but alas, if I let it go, not only will I not be able to pass the teacher's hurdle, it will also be an insult to martial artists. Jiang Yu shook his long sword to ease his somewhat numb arm, and was not angry. Well said, almost out of energy, time to finish. Saying that, with a heavy step of his foot, Jiang Yu's body suddenly folded out in a zigzag shape. Scary. Lu Ren couldn't help but be stunned. Jiang Yu's stance was so erratic that he failed to catch his opponent at once. Phoenix feather shock. As if he had transformed into a flying feather, Jiang Yu broke through the air. From Lu Ren's right side, he launched an attack. Scary. Caught off guard, Lu Ren was hit in the side. Oomph. Even with the protection of his armor, Lu Ren couldn't help but stifle a grunt. Brush. It was not polite to come and go. Lu Ren slashed down with a heavy sword. His momentum seemed to be splitting mountains and cutting down mountains. Jiang Yu raised his sword to block, while his body flashed, but unfortunately, he had consumed a lot of chi after all. Swoosh. He thought that he had dodged a blow, but he didn't realize that another sword came from the side. It was an all-out strike against Jiang Yu's arm. At this point, Jiang Yu's old strength is gone, new strength has not yet been born, there is no way out. Bad, Lu Ren seized the moment of Jiang Yu's exhaustion to attack, too powerful. Hey, this is the end of Jiang Yu. What flashy platinum, nothing more than that, good luck. The audience was filled with thoughts, but only for a short moment. On the ring. Hey! Jiang Yu stepped on the Big Dipper, his body to one side, his sword across his back. Clang! In a peek, Jiang Yu blocked Lu Ren's attack. At this moment, Jiang Yu's body showed a rotating momentum, and in the process, he brought his sword blade back to chop at Lu Ren. It seemed that he did not have enough strength, and his sword was not swift. Not enough strength, this is a chop? Lu Ren's mind was like lightning, and he instantly blocked the long sword in front of his body. Jiang Yu turned around and looked at Lu Ren with a smile on his face. The opponent's heart thumped, only to feel the feeling of danger surging through his heart, secretly saying that it was not good. The long sword in his hand, the sword's momentum turned from a chopping momentum to a straight stab. The sword was like a sunrise rising in the east, the sword momentum changed from gentle to swift. Killing move number 3, Fire Phoenix Sunrise. This sword was like a flaming phoenix rising up to the sky, the power gathered on top of the sword blade, directly hitting Lu Ren's middle door, which was wide open at the moment. The true meaning of swordsmanship was the true meaning of emptiness. The last sword stabbed straight at the snake door. Bang! The tremendous force caused Lu Ren to let out a pained cry, nearly letting go of his hand and dropping his long sword to the ground. With an arrow step forward, Jiang Yu stabbed several swords in a smooth manner, directly hitting the full score. Ding! The teacher immediately announced, Jiang Yu has reached 500 hitting points, the competition is over. Wow! Many students directly stood up and applauded Jiang Yu. Su Bowen's eyes widened, this peak move actually won Lu Ren just like that? Someone shouted out of tune, awesome, Jiang Yu. The second student to pass the Elite Class Advancement Challenge in so many years. Jiang Yu in just a few months, from the dangling tail is now in the Elite Class, that still play an egg. Level 5.5 reverse chopping, level 6.8 Elite Class students, and it's still a continuous battle, 1 against 3, who dares to say that Jiang Yu can't do it? Even those who had questioned and envied Jiang Yu in the beginning were speechless at this moment. Jiang Yu didn't challenge one person and then rest for half a day, but fought 3 consecutive battles. The last person was still Lu Ren, whose life level was approaching level 7. Jiang Yu went all the way against the odds and cut the so-called elite class students, the pride of heaven, under his sword time and time again. This perfectly fit the Chinese people's tradition of never giving in to defeat and fighting for heaven and earth. Countless people's blood boiled as they watched. Water release, right? Some people mumbled. Oh, Xiaobiyu, didn't you see that in the middle, Jiang Yu and Lu Ren went through dozens of moves hard. That person mocked, you have to remember that it was Lu Ren's life level that was higher than Jiang Yu's. If Jiang Yu doesn't have the advantage, and he still touches hard and fights to a draw, Lu Ren has already lost. As a martial artist who also used a sword, Lu Ren could only rely on his physical qualities and use tricky methods to fight with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, had chosen to fight Lu Ren head-on from the start. The one who meets on a narrow path, the one who is brave will win. Colliding head-on with Lu Ren proved that his physical quality was not inferior to the level 6.8 Lu Ren. Making up for the speed gap with his stance proved that Jiang Yu's stance was far superior to Lu Ren's. In the end, 2 swordsmen, Jiang Yu wins. And it was still dang good. Naturally, it proved that Jiang Yu's swordsmanship was superior. Tang Xiaolong, who was an afterthought, only figured it out now, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration, this kid Jiang Yu, it's not that he can't do anything about Lu Ren, but from the very beginning, he chose to play hardball. A school leader froze for a moment, Principal Tang, what do you mean by that, why did he do that? This kid really gave me a big surprise. Tang Xiaolong said smilingly, he's testing his sword against Lu Ren. Using a low-level cultivation to reverse chop a high-level elite class student. Even if he can easily win with Lu Ren's swimming fight with his stance and swordsmanship, Tang Xiaolong said as he looked around, but this kid has been sharpened after 2 battles, and he's going to prove that even if it's a hard-fought battle, he's just as unbeatable as these elite class students. A school leader nodded, Lu Ren's physical quality is superior, Jiang Yu can rely on his subtle swordsmanship to avoid his shortcomings. So, it's not Lu Ren who was letting off steam, it's Jiang Yu who was letting off steam. That school leader was a bit staggered, Lu Ren has already lost after fighting a tie with Jiang Yu despite his water release. Tang Xiaolong nodded, in the back, Jiang Yu exerted his true strength, and in moments Lu Ren fell. Fighting head-on shows his heart and courage, and winning with his sword technique later on shows that he is not a reckless person. In that case, Jiang Yu is really like a precious sword now, able to bite his light and keep it hidden, but also sharp. Tang Xiaolong couldn't help but contact Shuyi, you've really taught a good student. Shuyi laughed, some self-satisfaction in his eyes, he still needs to grow and grow again, but today's performance, is it okay? I think no one will say anything if he gets a special class scholarship in the future. Tang Xiaolong smiled and said, I'm afraid our school's #1 in martial arts is well deserved. That's natural, if you let the other elite class students come, none of them can do what he does. Shui said, I'm sure you guys have seen that just now. He fought Lu Rin and proved that he can manage to defeat the students before him even in a hard fight. Not bad, and he also knows how to restrain himself. Tang Xiaolong said from the bottom of his heart, you and President Zhong's vision of recognizing people far exceeds mine. This is not arrogant or impatient. With such a heart, he will become a great man in the future. Tang Xiaolong said, and hung up the phone amidst a flood of emotions. Shui also smiled, looking towards the stage. Jiang Yu slowly walked off the stage. Chapter 65. More than that. Jiang Yu actually really won 1-on-3. The opponent is a student of the elite class. What a ferocious guy, so fast and clean. This is the gold content of Hua Gui Platinum. Everyone thought that Jiang Yu would lose, and would even lose very dryly. Even if he won, he should have won very hard, and without 200 or 300 moves, he shouldn't have been able to find a chance to decide the winner. They didn't expect that for every duel, Jiang Yu actually ended within a few dozen moves. It was as if his challenger was not a student of the elite class, but Jiang Yu himself was a student of the elite class. How many times, it was clear that the elite class student's offense was at its peak, but Jiang Yu was always able to reverse the situation in an instant. This Jiang Yu, I don't even think he's here to challenge, but rather a teacher who's here to test the level of the elite class students. Yeah, he's like a testing teacher who, upon seeing that the students have done their best, will quickly end the fight and finish the test. Makes me think, when a teacher tests in general, would he only use level 5 or level 6 physical fitness? But that's also because the teachers are all first-rank martial artists, endurance isn't on the same level. With these words, everyone only remembered again that this was indeed the case. Jiang Yu's physical qualities were too much like a monster. Strength was not lost, and his physical endurance was actually able to support without rest, fighting 3 consecutive matches with the elite class students. Jiang Yu's win can be considered well-deserved. What about the elite class? Wasn't it still chopped under the sword by Jiang Yu? That's right, Jiang Yu defeated Lu Ren, whose level is far superior to his, and that's life level 7. Back when President Zhong came to our school, he said that Jiang Yu was the #1 overall martial arts practitioner in our school, and this is true. Apart from the students of the elite class, and some people who were hostile to Jiang Yu were here to see the fun. The other students, more or less, were holding a trace of expectation. Expecting Jiang Yu to be able to break through the shackles and complete the triple jump from the tail end of the car to the elite class. If Jiang Yu lost, some people might mock him. However, when Jiang Yu won, everyone only applauded. Martial artist should go all out, even if facing a strong enemy, but also the courage to go forward, to fight for a ray of hope. A martial artist is unyielding, fighting the heavens and the earth, calming the 4 directions. Fighting should be for victory. This is the first lesson of martial arts class for all students. Congratulations to student Jiang Yu, who defeated 3 elite class students in a row, and was successfully promoted to the elite class. This competition, the whole fair and open, the video was broadcast live, and sent to the Xianxiao Martial Arts Education Hall inspection, welcome people from all walks of life, our school teachers and students to monitor. Within 3 working days, all students who are skeptical about this result can reflect to the principal. Next, please leave the stage in an orderly manner. Many people on the stage began to leave the stage, all excitedly mingling with each other, obviously still discussing the battle that Jiang Yu had just fought. The students of the elite class, part of them left to go back to training. Part of them, on the other hand, found the 3 parties that were defeated by Jiang Yu to understand the situation. The other part, on the other hand, wanted to be the first to contact Jiang Yu and get on better terms with him. After all, not surprisingly, in the next few days, everyone would be studying in the same class. The camaraderie of being in the same class was far stronger than being in the same school. Teacher, I've succeeded. Jiang Yu's face showed excitement, but it was also hard to hide his exhaustion. Shui nodded and smiled faintly. Congratulations, you did well today, beyond my expectations. Your battle thoughts already have a few styles of your own. Shui fished out a cigarette and smiled, but I want you to tell me, why did you choose to fight them hard today instead of defeating them with your advantage from the start? Jiang Yu scratched his head and said, wasn't it you, teacher, who said don't limit yourself to high school? I thought that if I just build on my strengths, then others would only think that I have a good martial arts combination. And wouldn't know that even if it's a hard fight, I'm not false to them. Shui opened his mouth, then laughed even more happily. You're still kind of resourceful, that's why I like you a lot. Hee, but you understand well, don't limit yourself to the elite class. What you did for yourself today, you'll see the benefits later. However, you experienced such a high-intensity battle today, it's better to go to physical therapy earlier and recover properly. Shui said, "Go to my office, I have physical therapy equipment there to help you soothe your muscles." "Okay, thank you, teacher." Jiang Yu was also not polite. So the two masters left the martial arts center together and walked towards the office. Once outside, Jiang Yu saw Lin Ruoxin from afar. He only saw the other party standing under the shade of a tree, looking at himself from afar, seemingly in the way of Chu-hee who was beside him, and did not come over. Instead, she waved her hand from afar and then revealed an absolutely beautiful smile. As a breeze blew by, Lin Ruoxin's long hair swayed, and her snow-white skin seemed to radiate a faint light under the sunlight. Just standing there silently, it was dazzling enough to make people unable to look directly at her. If Lin Ruoxin were to glance back, I'm afraid that all teenagers would treat her as the white moonlight that they had pursued all their lives. Both sides were speechless, but Jiang Yu understood Lin Ruoxin's words and also nodded and returned a smile. Shui could really see it, but he just smiled faintly and didn't continue to speak. Until the two walked away. Only then did Shui smile and said, "Are you and Lin Ruoxin close?" Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment and told the original story about the double row with Lin Ruoxin. Only, about the content of Lin Ruoxin's external image power, but did not inform Chu-hee. After all, it was Lin Ruoxin's hidden content. If he said it like that, although Chu-hee was a trusted person, he was afraid that he would be considered a lightweight. But there was the fear that he would be considered a flippant person. "Oh, no wonder, it's considered a coincidence for you." Chu-hee was silent for a while and jokingly said, "Then let me ask you, has the relationship between you guys gotten any further?" "Don't worry, I'm not against you guys falling in love early, I'm just curious." Jiang Yu scratched his head and said, No right, it's just an ordinary classmate relationship." Shui took a drag on his cigarette and laughed. "That's not necessarily true. As far as I know, Lin Ruoxin has never been so concerned about a classmate. She even made a special effort to come and watch you compete." Jiang Yu froze. "Teacher, I didn't expect you to know Lin Ruoxin so well too." "I originally didn't have the time to understand this, but Lin Ruoxin is a bit special. Do you know her family background?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "I don't really know. I only know that her family should be quite rich. Is it possible that she is the richest person in Xianxiao? The richest man in Xianxiao City?" Shui exhaled a mouthful of smoke, his complexion somewhat strange. He looked at Jiang Yu and laughed. "I'm afraid it's going to be a bit bigger than that." Chapter 66 Li Sanzhong's Moves. Shui inhaled a mouthful of smoke. "Do you know the Huaxiao Lin family?" "Huaxiao Lin family?" Jiang Yu was a bit puzzled. "I seem to have seen it on the advertisement. Lin's group's business scope involves real estate, heavy industry, high tech." "Not bad, the Lin group belongs to the Lin family." Shui looked into the distance. The Lin family is a 1,000-year-old family, and is also one of the top super families in the entire China, with forces spreading all over the world. The southern Guangdong province Lin family is a branch of it, but it is also very powerful. Shui also said unidentifiedly, Lin Ruoxin is a child in this southern Guangdong province Lin family. But I don't know whether she is a direct or collateral lineage. But this kind of family children, the requirements are all very strict. Shui looked at Jiang Yu and slowly said, "Judging from her planning, I'm afraid her goal is the top martial arts school in the world. It looks like she's not ranked prominently in the school." Shui smiled and said, "But if she really takes off, Jiang Yu, do you think you can keep up?" Jiang Yu was a bit silent. According to his current momentum, perhaps the domestic first-class martial arts school, not a problem, or even the domestic top martial arts school, also have a chance. However, there are only 3 top martial arts schools in the world. If Lin Ruoxin really had a way to operate and impact the top martial arts schools, then he might not be able to keep up. Lin Ruoxin. Thinking of Lin Ruoxin's coquettish smile, Jiang Yu was a little disappointed. Shui patted Jiang Yu's shoulder. "Some people, some things, in our lifetime, it's like the brief intersection of a meteor and the earth. It doesn't matter if it's friendship between you guys, or clueless love." Shui smiled. "If you feel that it's a pity for this emotion to fade away, then keep trying, Jiang Yu. I've led students before, many of them only got into second-rate martial arts schools in the college entrance exams. But in the end, many rose to the top martial arts schools through their own efforts." Shui glanced at Jiang Yu out of the corner of his eye. There were also quite a number of students who shone at the front line and were later recommended to further their studies at the top martial arts schools and then took up positions of no lesser importance. "I believe your potential is higher than any other student I've seen." Jiang Yu nodded his head, his gaze gradually firming up. "I understand. Thank you, teacher, for pointing it out." Shui smiled without continuing to speak. Some topics were fine to the point. He just wanted to find more things for Jiang Yu that could motivate him. Since this period of contact, he realized that Jiang Yu was someone who would continuously run hard as long as he had a goal. The energy he bursts out with makes Jiang Yu still glow with vigor and strive even under a life of only 4.5 hours of sleep and boring cultivation every day. What? Li Sanjiang almost jumped up from his chair. The image playing on the screen was precisely the scene of Jiang Yu's match with the elite class students. Defeated 3 elite class students in a row and successfully advanced to the elite class. Li Sanjiang's eyes widened. How can this be possible? This rule was set down and no one has ever succeeded except for that person. Although taking the path of challenging the elite class students, as long as it was accomplished, one could immediately be promoted into the elite class. However, the difficulty was also far higher than relying on exam rankings normally. After all, unless one was a comprehensive martial arts genius, who would be able to rely on martial arts to reach 3 consecutive victories when their life rank was inferior to the other. The students of the elite class might not be geniuses, but their comprehensive qualities definitely exceeded those of the other ordinary classes. How is this Jiang Yu one day at a time? Li Sanjiang frowned and murmured to himself, this great power has become, the power is like a dragon, so strong to enter the elite class, in the future, it is bound to receive 10,000 points of attention. It is no longer possible to do any means against him. Li Sanjiang sighed, that group of guys, they can only be allowed to remain here as well, the pressure given by Jiang Yu is too much. Such a dazzling genius, unless Li Sanjiang wanted to cut himself off from Huaxia, defect to the Herald cult, or join the Fei camp. Otherwise, once it was discovered that he tried to suppress Jiang Yu, then he wouldn't be able to hang around. Li Sanjiang was naturally not a cutie if he could make it to the level leader of a key high school. Although Jiang Yu had contradicted him, making Li Sanjiang very unhappy for a time. However, compared to the fate of his future, this was nothing. Hopefully, Jiang Yu brings in more gains than this group of people, making the promotion rate lower. Li Sanjiang pondered, gradually getting out of his mind. Run well, Jiang Yu is instead a golden signboard. Li Sanjiang's eyes lit up and said to himself, that's right, that's it. Li Sanjiang sat back in his chair, his fingers unconsciously tapping the desktop as his thoughts gradually became clearer. I'm afraid that this kid Jiang Yu will have a great future in the future, and my name will follow. Li Sanjiang's eyes flickered slightly. Once it is known that not only do I not discourage poor students, but instead encourage them, and in the end, Jiang Yu succeeds against all odds and serves as a case study example, then my status in the education world will inevitably rise. He tilted his head slightly and pondered, it's impossible to press him now, so it's better to go with the flow and push the boat. Instead of making an enemy of him, it would be better to cooperate and portray an image of a well-taught person who will not only be able to retain my current position, but also gain both fame and fortune. Thinking of this, Li Sanjiang suddenly brightened up. Jiang Yu needs to make a name for himself, so why don't I help him push first? A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. First, let the school's news channels publicize his advancement to the elite class, preferably in conjunction with the school's official website and parents groups to promote it, playing the gimmick of a genius coming out of nowhere, and then combining it with his recent performances to steer the public opinion so that he can become a role model for the whole school. He stood up, pacing back and forth, his mind constantly conceptualizing, I can also take the initiative to look for opportunities to communicate with him, throw him an olive branch, give him more resources and opportunities, and create the image that I care deeply about him. When he grows rich in wings, the glory of being promoted by me will naturally envelop my head. Thinking of this, Li Sanjiang's eyes flashed, and his heart had a plan. He immediately picked up the phone and contacted the school's publicity department. Go prepare a report on Jiang Yu, titled Sweeping the Elite Classes, Genius Boy's Road to Advancement, and write in detail about his grades and growth experience, the more sensational the better. Also, organize his outstanding performance in class and school into material as well. Right, what I want is for the entire school, the entire Xianxiao, to know his name, that we have a teaching class in Manhwa No. 2 Middle School. After hanging up the phone, Li Sanjiang revealed a satisfied smile and sat down on his chair, taking a sip of coffee. It was as if he could already see the moment when Jiang Yu's light shone above his head. Chapter 67, Meeting the Elite Class for the First Time. Yesterday, after Jiang Yu's challenge was completed, the school quickly went through various processes to allow Jiang Yu to first enter the elite class for training. As for yesterday's battle video, a symbolic copy was sent to Xianxiao City's Martial Arts Education Department, indicating that the process followed by Nanha Second Middle School was fair and open. At the same time, the video of the battle was also hung on the school's official website to accept the supervision of the teachers and students, as well as on the school's official numbers of the major social platforms to accept social supervision. And when it was said to be supervision, in fact, it was more of a way to make a name for South River Second Middle School. After all, Jiang Yu entering the elite class was not only Jiang Yu's own good fortune. South River Second Middle School would also become famous because it had produced a genius. This was a win-win thing. Principal Tang was very cocky and allocated a batch of funds to buy exposure, allowing this video to be seen by more people. Next, it was just a matter of waiting for the public opinion to thoroughly ferment. In addition to the thievish Principal Tang, Li Sanjiang, naturally, also had actions. He used a little bit of his connections to get the local newspaper in Xianxiao to send out a soft article about Jiang Yu's story. Of course, basically truthful report, just let people will have no existence of Li Sanjiang to write up. Receiving Chui's notice, Jiang Yu no longer needed to stay in the ordinary class. Early this morning, Jiang Yu packed his things and headed to the elite class. The elite class was not in the same building as the ordinary classroom and had to pass through a small garden. Dukang Building. Jiang Yu looked up at the copper signboard. In front of the building, there stood a statue of the once legendary senior of Manhwa Second Middle School. Codename, Wei. The matter of Jiang Yu's advancement to flamboyant platinum was something that few people knew about if they didn't pay attention to the Fighting Soul Awakening rankings. However, yesterday, the matter of Jiang Yu's promotion to the elite class after he was in a strong position to defeat the students of the elite class by 1-3, in just one night, in Manhwa Second Middle School, it was almost known by everyone. Along the way, many people cast their eyes on Jiang Yu. Holy, the real person is even more handsome than on the video. I really don't know where the monster came from. Jiang Yu was holding something and listening to the murmurs, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Soon, came to the elite classroom. The sunlight was shining through the leaves, reflecting a model tree shadow. As soon as he entered, it was obvious that the classroom was much more spacious and there were fewer people. The various configurations were more complete. The moment Jiang Yu stepped into the elite classroom, the air seemed to freeze for a moment. Everyone's gazes were cast towards him almost simultaneously, mixed with surprise, curiosity, and a few moments of unwillingness. The students of the elite class had never been the pride of the heavens, and this Jiang Yu in front of him, who had once had no presence, had unexpectedly won the 3 matches with a strong stance and become one of them. Whispers rose and fell between the seats, and every now and then someone pointed at Jiang Yu. He's the guy who beat 3 elite class students in a row? I heard that he even held back when he beat Lu Ren. It's unbelievable. I heard that President Zhong said before that he was the #1 martial artist in the entire school. I didn't believe it at first. It's Li Yuan, he can't do this right. Jiang Yu was calm and collected on the surface, but inside he clearly felt the pressure from all directions. Quite a few people, vaguely measuring themselves with slightly hostile gazes. He's Jiang Yu? It doesn't look like he has 3 heads and 6 arms to me. Teacher Chu said that his swordsmanship is very strong, stronger than all of us. How I really want to try. Come on, Lu Ren, you can't even beat him. This wasn't just a new environment after entering the elite class, it was an invisible contest he had to prove himself. Not just by a match, but by truly having the strength to stay in this class. Let these elite class students truly identify themselves. It just looked like Chui hadn't mentioned himself in front of these elite class students much either. Otherwise, they shouldn't have such a big opinion of themselves. After all, with students from the elite class, yet Chui always used an ordinary class student as an example, it was inevitable that they would not be convinced in their hearts. Teacher really created a good environment for me. Jiang Yu couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. He knew Chui's good intentions. Jiang Yu knew that Chui always found many sources of motivation for him in order to inspire him. Take your time. Jiang Yu knew that for a while, with the arrogance of these original proud sons of heaven, it was probably difficult to accept himself. However, as long as they showed their stronger strength, they would quickly accept again. Jiang Yu, you're great. I didn't expect you to enter the elite class so soon. Jiang Yu froze and looked at the voice. It was actually an old acquaintance. Dark-skinned and somewhat tall and thin, it was Yan Fu. Just in one silent and different from him, Yan Fu now, spirited, showing the righteousness of the youth. Since the different classes, Jiang Yu has not seen Yan Fu. After all, the school is not too big, not too small. After thinking for a while, Jiang Yu then smiled faintly. Yan Fu, it's been a long time. I remember you seem to have awakened the external image power, right? Yan Fu scratched his head. It was hard to hide his self-satisfaction. Alas, it's just a matter of chance. My awakening of external image power, it's not that impressive, huh? How does it feel to be in the elite class? Jiang Yu lowered his voice and asked. Yan Fu smiled and laughed. The actual combat class is Mr. Chui himself. The management is also more strict, the class is at a very high level, but also very hardworking. I sparred with them, and the enhancement is very fast. But, Yen Fu thought, then whispered, for you then, should not improve much, after all, your actual combat, I see down, even Li Yuan, not as strong as your sense of oppression. Jiang Yu laughed and did not comment, choosing not to pick up this conversation. Fortunately, Yen Fu did not dwell on this topic either. By the way, Teacher Chui asked me to give you the key, your locker is over there. Yen Fu reached out and took out a key. Receiving the key, Jiang Yu looked in the direction Yen Fu pointed to, only to see an iron locker with a note of his name on it. Saying thank you, Jiang Yu walked over and put all his things in. I see that there are quite few people here. Jiang Yu curiously said. Yen Fu smiled, yeah, actually I don't go up here. After I awaken my external image power, the school assigned me a separate martial arts cultivation room. The top-ranked students in the elite class are all assigned separate cultivation rooms so that they can meditate and cultivate. Yen Fu had actually always admired Jiang Yu. However, with your rate of progress, I'm afraid that you'll soon be able to be assigned one as well. But I think with your level, it might be the same if you want one or not. Yen Fu looked at Jiang Yu and said heartily. While speaking, the class bell rang. The elite classroom was crowded with people all of a sudden. The class at this point was naturally a martial arts practical combat class, which was Chui's class. Chapter 68, The World's First Blow? Jiang Yu looked at Chu He and couldn't help but smile. Chui's martial arts theory class was unique in Manhwa No. 2 Middle School, and had even been recognized as a provincial-level high-quality course. He just didn't know that Chui's actual combat class, how powerful it would be again. Chu was obviously happy to see Jiang Yu in the elite class as well and smiled at him. Alright, class is now officially in session. There's a new student in our class, I'm sure you've all gotten to know him. Jiang Yu, martial arts comprehensive, can be said to be the number one in our school, specializing in using swordsmanship. All of you can spar with him more in the future. Chui crazily pulled hatred for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. Teacher Chu really took great pains for him. The elite class was like a mass of stagnant water, with its members basically fixed. Chui let the students of the elite class sharpen Jiang Yu's sword, not necessarily without letting Jiang Yu transform into a loach and stir up the stagnant water of the elite class. On the side, a burly man with a beard and a pair of eyes that looked like eagles stared at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu felt something in his heart. He knew almost immediately that this was the school's number one, Li Yuan. Currently, the life level had reached over level 8. Specializing in using a big gun, his level was visually estimated to be at the 3rd rank. Jiang Yu rubbing his chin, he only felt that this Li Yuan seemed to have déjà vu, obviously not having seen him before, but having a familiar feeling. Moreover, this Li Yuan seemed to have a bit of hostility towards himself. Perhaps the fact that Lu Ren was looking for a fight was somewhat related to this Li Yuan. Shaking his head. Without having the time to think more, Lu Ren launched another challenge. Right now, Jiang Yu was at the peak of his physical strength, and there was no need for a hard fight. Lu Ren's swordsmanship was not dexterous enough, and when he met Jiang Yu, who was mainly dexterous and swift, he was like a monkey being teased. When Jiang Yu didn't let go of the water, in 20 or so moves, he would see victory or defeat. Holy, Lu Ren, this kid, is he any good? Watching it live, this Jiang Yu's swordsmanship is really a big step above Lu Ren. Li Yuan watched the battle. While he had a complicated look on his face, his father was naturally Li Sanjiang. He had received news that Jiang Yu's appearance had caused many students to refuse to easily switch liberal arts. When Li Sanjiang's performance was damaged, Li Yuan's resources would naturally become less. Originally, he wanted to step in and teach Jiang Yu a lesson so that he would know better. But he didn't expect that Jiang Yu's speed of progress exceeded everyone's expectations. This guy. Li Yuan had a complex expression. Jiang Yu's rise was unstoppable, and when the time came, he was afraid that the resources that originally belonged to him would all be his. He had a feeling of powerlessness. The higher the cultivation level, the slower the cultivation speed, he shouldn't be able to break this law either. Li Yuan thought so and felt slightly stabilized in his heart. Just as Jiang Yu was working hard on his cultivation in the elite class. Immortal Shao City, however, gradually began to discuss that a practical genius had come out of Manhwa 2nd Middle School. On the official website of Manhwa No. 2 Middle School and all the major news media, Jiang Yu's deeds were quickly reported all over the place. The headlines were eye-catching: Genius Boy Sweeps Elite Classes, Another Way Appears in South River 2nd Middle School. Videos, interviews, and match recordings went online almost simultaneously, triggering heated discussions from all walks of life in Xianshao City. Immortal Shao City's major martial arts forums were quickly screened by Jiang Yu's name. The name Jiang Yu, I don't think I've heard much about it before, but now it's actually this strong? It's unbelievable. Continuously defeating 3 elite class students, too fierce. I heard that this kid used to be the tail end of the car, but actually managed to rise so quickly. Are there resources behind him? You can see his strength in the video. It's not luck at all. His every strike is full of power and skill. Not only ordinary martial arts enthusiasts, some of the authority figures in the martial arts education sector within Xianshao City had also begun to pay attention to Jiang Yu. Manhwa No. 2 Middle School actually managed to produce such a genius with a teaching. It's worth a look. Although his stance is not yet at the peak, it wins because it has unlimited potential. I'm looking at what looks like a fourth-order sword technique. Even some martial arts families began to pay close attention to this suddenly rising teenager, and behind the scenes, there were quite a few clans that began to inquire about Jiang Yu's background and origins. Some people even rumored that the elders of a well-known martial arts family were ready to personally inspect Jiang Yu to see if this teenager was worth recruiting. The rapid rise in reputation was naturally accompanied by greater challenges and pressure. After Jiang Yu's deeds spread, there was the defiance of the elite class students in the school. Openly and secretly, they all wanted to compete with Jiang Yu. On what grounds he alone could receive such great honor? Everyone was juvenile-minded and wanted to be in the limelight. Many teachers, during their lessons, would mention Jiang Yu as a living example as a way to motivate their students to cultivate hard. This also filled the hearts of many students with admiration for Jiang Yu. Although there were also quite a few people who sourly said a sentence or two, he's just lucky, he ran into opponents who made tactical mistakes, and just happened to run into this windfall of the school wanting to publicize their teaching. Blowing it up so divinely, who knows if it's the world's #1 vegetable JB? Don't underestimate him, Jiang Yu's strength can't be explained by luck. Another voice retorted, I saw his match with Lu Ren with my own eyes, his reaction speed and strength are far beyond his peers, not at all like the rumored scraps. However, all of this began to dissipate as the second model gradually arrived. The students of the elite class, watching Jiang Yu's strength soar, had some mixed feelings, but more than that, they were in awe and didn't dare to take him lightly. Jiang Yu's status in the class had also changed significantly. Students who were not in the elite class also learned a lot of gossip through various inquiries. Students who had once cold-shouldered him began to approach him on their own initiative. His seat was always surrounded by curious students, and some would even take the initiative to ask him for martial arts insights. Even some of the teachers began to privately discuss Jiang Yu's future. Jiang Yu also knew that his every step was being watched by more people. But so what? He had no distractions in his mind, and external objects had long been like floating clouds to him. Every day, he only thought about cultivation. The goal, there was only one, to do his best to achieve the best results in this college entrance exam. However, it was worth mentioning. Shortly after Jiang Yu entered the elite class, Lin Ruoxin also applied to enter the elite class. Originally, with Lin Ruoxin's grades, she was qualified enough to enter the elite class to cultivate. However, for a family like hers, it didn't really matter which class she was in. She originally resented the trouble and did not want to go to the elite class. However, with Jiang Yu's progress, she seemed to have one more reason to convince herself to join the elite class to cultivate. Jiang Yu was somewhat happy to see Lin Ruoxin's familiar face. Lin Ruoxin, on the other hand, laughed, "You look so silly." And very dramatic things happened after Lin Ruoxin joined the elite class. Chapter 69, 3 months in the blink of an eye. Bowen, why did you come to the elite class as well? Jiang Yu was a bit curious. But he knew that Bowen's grades had long been enough to enter the elite class, just that. Bowen's eyes fluttered, glanced at Lin Ruoxin who was not far away, smiled and said, "You all entered the elite class, I'm a class president at least, I can't lag behind, we have to make progress together." Jiang Yu was thoughtful and did not say anything. Instead, he continued to stand and cultivate. After entering the elite class, Jiang Yu gradually rarely appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Every day, he was forgetting to cultivate. Martial cultivation was far more boring than liberal arts. In liberal arts, at least you could change different subjects. The martial arts, on the other hand, was no more than pile work and martial arts synthesis. Boxing, sword techniques, were all boringly repeated over and over again. Pile work is not moving like a mountain. But Jiang Yu was enjoying himself, looking at the system panel, his strength increasing little by little. Day after day. Time passed like a white horse, in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed again. February's Xianshao was very cold. The winter in the south, our magic damage, no matter how much to wear, that coldness straight through the heart. But inside the Starfire Labor Union building, it was as warm as spring. A martial arts room with Jiang Yu's exclusive name. Jiang Yu was wearing a suit of armor, holding a long sword in his hand as he wrestled with another big man. Drink! Jiang Yu let out a bellowing cry, his fire feather flowing light body technique operating to the extreme, like a swimming dragon, as his longsword fiercely stabbed at the other man. It was as swift as the wind. The other big man was holding a shield in one hand and a long stick in the other, standing at a height of 2 meters. The big man was even faster and reacted faster, and he was the first to strike afterward. The shield was thrust forward, like 1,000 horses launching a charge, unstoppable, blocking Jiang Yu's path forward. Bang! The big man's shield was like a moving iron wall. The sound of the impact shook the entire martial arts room slightly. The light in Jiang Yu's eyes flickered. He did not retreat. Instead, he utilized the lightness and swiftness of the fire feather streaming light body technique, and his figure wandered around the big man like a meteor. Every time he flashed, his long sword would bring up a stern sword aura, as if it was the afterglow of burning flames. Phoenix feather shocking. Jiang Yu suddenly accelerated, his sword stance changing abruptly, his longsword fluttering like a flying feather as he swooped in from the side of the big man's shield. The sword stance was light and swift, like a shocking feather, carrying an uncatchable spirituality. The big man's eyes were flabbergasted. Although he was huge, his reaction was extremely agile. The shield turned violently, just in time to block Jiang Yu's sword blade. Sparks splashed everywhere. Undaunted, Jiang Yu's body continued to weave like the wind, and in the next moment he was once again approaching the big man's side. Fire Phoenix Sunrise. The sword shadows followed his body, as if it was a residual shadow in the blazing flames. Jiang Yu's attack became more and more erratic, so fast that it dazzled people. The frequency of the big man's swinging of his shield and long stick also accelerated, but in the face of such a swift attack by Jiang Yu, the defense gradually began to show cracks. Jiang Yu attacked the big man for dozens of moves, and his aura had already accumulated to its peak. Bang! Jiang Yu took the opportunity to find a break, and the tip of his sword violently slashed across the big man's side waist. Blazing Sun Heavenly Rush. Jiang Yu's figure stormed, and his sword broke through the air, unexpectedly having the momentum of covering the sky. The big man couldn't help but take a few steps back. Stop! The big man took off his helmet and looked at Jiang Yu with a complicated gaze. Jiang Yu, you won. With his sword blade hanging low, Jiang Yu clutched his helmet in one hand and looked at the big man, his chest rising and falling violently. Your sword technique has actually progressed so quickly. You've only approached me a few times, right, and each time your Blazing Sun sword decree has improved by a large margin. The big man let out a long breath. You're now able to do multiple killing moves in conjunction with each other, and you've even used the killing moves in the second stage sword technique. The talent is so high it's a bit scary. Jiang Yu scratched his head. No, right, I only recently realized that a few of the killing moves in the sword decree, after Lord Su Shiyu changed it, it was a lot more powerful, but it was also a lot harder to comprehend. After all, it's Lord Su Shiyu. The big man showed a look of reverence. However, for you to be able to cultivate the Blazing Sun sword decree to such a point in such a short period of time is already a thing to be proud of. I accompanied you in the sparring match for 2 months, and at first, I was able to deal with it comfortably with my third stage sword technique in 7.5 life level. The big man was quite a bit saddened. Now, even if I use my strength of about level 9 with my 4th ranked blade technique, I can't hold back a bit. In terms of martial arts alone, I'm afraid that many first rank martial artists are not as good as you. And if I were to improve my physical fitness again and use my strength to overwhelm others, it wouldn't be much help to your coming growth. Jiang Yu laughed, a sense of accomplishment rising in his heart. After the first mold, he didn't slacken off, but cultivated even more desperately. Relying on the system, he could manage to not fall behind in his sword and stance techniques while rapidly increasing his life level. The killing moves that he had realized from Su Shiye's improved Blazing Sun sword decree were even more amazing in power. Jiang Yu could hardly imagine how terrifying it would be if it was played out with the strength of a second-rank martial artist. I can make money if you seek me out for sparring, so by all rights, I should have encouraged you to seek me out for sparring more often. The big man laughed cheerfully. However, your kid has a temper for me, and his talent is truly terrifying. I think you next. Don't waste your money looking for someone to spar with, and the remaining points can be exchanged for potions, elixirs, or anything else. This big man, namely Chao, was precisely an elite coach that Jiang Yu had hired from the Starfire Union, a level 21 martial artist. He had to spar twice a week for 2 hours each time, 100,000 points a month. But said 2 hours, in fact, Jiang Yu extended a little time, and will not say anything, and will not increase the price. And it wasn't spent in Chinese coins. This way Jiang Yu is not considered to be very heartbreaking. Because, labor union points, are not exactly considered a monetary system. Points could not be exchanged for Chinese coins, otherwise the global monetary system would go haywire. The ratio of points to huaxia coins can't completely refer to the basic potion exchange. Because we also need to consider the extent to which the union itself subsidizes these types of potions. Points can only be considered a welfare currency within the union, used to purchase welfare services within the union. Martial artists performed tasks within the labor union to earn points, and the labor union used huaxia coins to purchase items and services from the outside world, which were issued to the martial artists within the labor union in the form of point exchange. This model formed a delicate balance. Li Qiao had given up on climbing the life level and instead chose to mingle in the union points system. In this way, he was able to mingle. Earning more than 100 a year was not a problem, and could be described as easy. Simply having a high life rank, and being a professional martial artist, are two completely different concepts. In 3 months, counting the pills for cultivation and hiring a coach, Jiang Yu had spent 1.25 million points. But after that, it would be possible to spend much less. Jiang Yu returned to his cultivation room and took out an embracing elixir. It's been 10 days since I last swallowed it, it's almost time for another one. Chapter 70. Poor in the city, no one asks, rich in the mountains, there are distant relatives. As Jiang Yu swallowed, a trace of gentle energy gradually spread from the abdomen to the entire body, like spring rain moisturizing the limbs and bones. Jiang Yu closed his eyes, only to feel that the blood, flesh, sinews, and bones of his body were all devouring the spiritual energy contained in the embodied Dan as if they were hungry. Ka-ching! As if he heard a sound of shackles breaking, Jiang Yu felt that he had become stronger again. Jiang Yu. Life rank, 7.4 unclassified martial artist. Spirit level, 16.3. Fist power, 810.2 kilograms. Speed, 21.5 ms. Physical cultivation method, Shifeng Kung Fu. Spiritual energy cultivation method, gathering elemental technique. Martial skills, sword technique 53% of 4th rank, footwork 43% of 4th rank, fist technique 55% of 3rd rank, gun technique 36% of 3rd rank. Item column, 410. Item column 1, detailed explanation of basic sword technique 3rd edition. Item column 2, manuscript of cultivation tips true form. Item column 3, detailed explanation of basic gunnery technique 3rd edition. Item 4, fire feather streaming light. Item 5, blazing sun sword determination. Item column 6, Hyun Noon sword. 4th order sword technique, the rate of improvement is far less rapid than that of the 3rd order, maintaining an average of 13% a month is already not easy. Jiang Yu sighed, martial artists really aren't a straight path, it's hard to get started, it's hard to become proficient, and it's even harder to complete. No wonder, many people are stuck at the 3rd rank, even many powerful martial artists have fallen at this step of the 3rd rank crossing the 4th rank, or are having trouble advancing an inch at the beginning of the 4th rank. Jiang Yu's ability to have such a fast rate of progress was still dependent on the system's bonus effect. Only, he gradually felt that with the current equipment, the additive effect was limited. For a long time in the future, perhaps he could only rely on his own water polishing. It's just that the sword technique of the middle of the 4th rank has already allowed me to perfectly articulate various killing moves, rather like a master of this path. Jiang Yu fumbled with his chin. With this sword technique of his own, fully exerted, I'm afraid that a perfect score in the martial arts comprehensive would be achievable. Jiang Yu would not exert himself at full strength during his normal exams. Rather, he would tighten up quite a bit, he just needed to make sure that he progressed enough to be able to get a scholarship as planned. Any extra points would not be exhibited. Even if the martial arts were all played out, he wouldn't dare to give Jiang Yu full marks in the usual exams. There was still more trouble, so it would be better to save it for the moment of the college entrance exams and then exert it at full strength. As for the fist power, after the life level increase, the attack power of the Hyun Noon sword had come to a staggering 810.2 kilograms when added to the Hyun Noon sword. At just 7.4 levels, it exceeded the standard fist power of life rank 8. The burst speed was even approaching the level that only existed when the life rank reached level 10. Now, with the physical qualities added, with my sword skills, I'm afraid there aren't many unranked martial artists who can embarrass me. Jiang Yu clenched his fist in excitement. This system, the growth potential was really strong. As long as he found powerful items, in the future, he might be able to step into the realm of the ascended god. After getting excited, Jiang Yu looked at his guild points, which were now only 50,000 left. It's true that Wu is a gold-swallowing cave. The cost of the impregnating Dan is too high, a single one costs 160,000 points. Jiang Yu sighed, it's kind of like I don't have to hire a coach often to save 100,000 points and purchase one more. After that, you'll have to use Chinese coins to purchase the embracing Dan. But the effect, it's also really very good. I feel that my foundation has been laid very firmly, and there's no root instability or qi and blood deficiency due to rapid promotion. Jiang Yu tallied up the current, various spending currencies he had left. Bank card balance, 3,821,467 Huasha coins. Guild points, 50,000. All in all, Jiang Yu was close to accumulating a small 4 million. After that, the second model was going to start, so if he could break into the top 100 of his grade, he could probably apply for a special scholarship. A full 500,000. At that time, the scholarships that the school could provide would basically come to an end. After that, when it was used to purchase the impregnation Dan, Jiang Yu wasn't exactly heartbroken. There's quite a lot of money nowadays. If I cultivate to a first-rank martial artist, 3 million is more than enough. Jiang Yu looked at the bank card balance and said in his heart, brother and sister-in-law, the two of them, bring me not thin, even if they don't have a high salary, they still do their best to support me. The grace of a drop of water is repaid by the spring. When the money arrives, I thought of giving a portion of it to my sister-in-law so that they can work less. Jiang Yu sighed, but before, my sister-in-law has always refused to accept a single cent from me on the grounds that my cultivation is most important. Moreover, my brother also seems to be all as if I don't have any money, insisting on transferring money to me, but it's all been put on chat for me to conveniently transfer back to my sister-in-law when the time comes. Brother is still too strong. Jiang Yu had a headache for a while. Now that I'm justified, my cultivation has increased by leaps and bounds, and my money is sufficient. Now I'm transferring money to my sister-in-law, and I'm sure she has nothing to say. But transfer too much at once, sister-in-law will definitely not accept. Jiang Yu pondered for a while and laughed, then first fast for the new year is a reason to transfer a small portion, and when the time comes if I go to university, then transfer a larger portion. If they still want to save up and keep it for me, just threaten them that if they don't take it, they won't come back all the time. Jiang Yu think this method is exceptionally witty. The previous life in the face of stubborn refused to go to the doctor, afraid to spend the children's money. Parents, their children are only to use the coercion method. Until the evening. Jiang Yu walked out of his martial arts training room. From time to time, there were martial artists who greeted Jiang Yu. Their faces were all very enthusiastic. Ready to go home? There was no way. 2 or 3 months down the line, even if the news was even more closed to the internal staff, they should all know that the Xianxiao chapter had a high school student with a B-level contract. A B-class contract. It wasn't hard to understand that only a true martial arts genius could have such treatment. Jiang Yu, a genius who could be expected to become a future rising star, and a Xianxiao local. Naturally, there was no one who would give Jiang Yu a face or bully him with a big face. Even the head of the local guild looked at Jiang Yu with a smile, treating him as his own junior. Jiang Yu also has some feelings, just crossed over. I even have to be dropped out of school, much less know which way these guild doors open. These martial artists will not look me in the eye. It's not surprising that the old saying, no one asks you if you're poor in the downtown area, but you have distant relatives in the mountains. When one is strong, everyone around is a good person, warm and kind. Jiang Yu took the elevator and went down to the second floor. The main door opened. In walks a lanky teenager with a beard. It was actually an acquaintance. Jiang Yu? The lanky teenager was a bit surprised. Li Yuan? Why are you here? Li Yuan asked in surprise. In the third year of high school, everyone was busy with their own cultivation, and all kinds of melons were just idle chit-chat during meals. A school number one like Li Yuan was naturally more focused than others. Almost all of his news was learned from Li Sanjiang's mouth. Only, Li Sanjiang also didn't know that Jiang Yu had actually signed up with the Starfire Guild. He only knew that Zhong Hui and Chui knew each other and had to take a look at Jiang Yu. But after that, there were no rumors of any movement. So Li Sanjiang didn't care, thinking that Jiang Yu hadn't succeeded either. After all, at that time, with Jiang Yu's level, not succeeding was the probable event. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, was purely unconcerned about the other students. The only thing he was concerned about was Lin Ruoxin and his good buddy Zhang Yuan. A little something. Jiang Yu said vaguely. There was no one else who knew about this matter of signing up for himself except for the school leaders and Chui. Since the school leaders were silent, he naturally wouldn't take a loudspeaker and publicize it everywhere. There was no need to show off anything, and even if he talked to Li Yuan about the signing, it wasn't like he would give himself 1,000 Chinese coins. Li Yuan also did not ask more questions and walked into the elevator. The atmosphere of the elevator was a little awkward with silence. Li Yuan chatted awkwardly, "I remember that your home is not quite far away, so late, take the subway back?" "I'm waiting for the car." Jiang Yu shook his head, "What about you?" "Oh, bus? That's quite far." Li Yuan showed his teeth, "I'll take the subway, I can get there in half an hour." Jiang Yu nodded as the elevator opened on the first floor. He walked straight towards the front door and then stopped at the curb. Then, a car slowly stopped in front of him. It was the guild's luxury business car, which was basically used by the local guild executives in the past. The driver opened the motorized door and the stairs slowly descended. Jiang Yu then sat in the car before the driver slowly started the car and drove onto the highway. Li Yuan froze for a moment, waiting for a car? He didn't say it was the guild leader's special car either. Chapter 71, the first 100. Someone on the sidelines had long since seen it and shrugged with an envious face, "You don't know? He's on a B-class contract, and his trips are taken care of by the union's luxury seat." "Huh?" Li Yuan was a bit incredulous. "I only have a D-level contract, what makes him a B-level?" "When did he sign the contract?" Li Yuan froze. "He's been signing for 3 months now, right, and many people in the guild will discuss it in private." The man glanced at him and teased, "You actually don't know? Too focused on cultivation, backwoods boy, promising a later. How is this possible? No awakening fit, no awakening external image power, he didn't even reach level 6 3 months ago, right?" Li Yuan was a little disoriented. "I have the first grade, but I'm actually just a grade D advancement contract, am I really inferior to him?" Grade B early batch contracts, all of them came with an upgrade clause by default. After all, for such a genius to have the labor union give a B grade contract in advance, the potential must be huge. It was naturally impossible to be petty about that one escalation clause. Li Yuan was somewhat silent as he looked at his hands, which were covered with calluses. He followed what Li Sanjiang said, practicing 3 volts in summer and 3 nines in winter, day and night, for 8 years. Only then did he achieve today's results. He achieved the first place in Manhwa Second Middle School. He originally thought that he was a genius. However, if it is really a genius, why only give D-level contract? Jiang Yu, who was unknown at the time, was able to give a B-level contract. Why? Li Yuan fell deeply into self-doubt. There are shady practices? He glanced at the statue in front of the building, the magnificent goddess, Su Xie. Then he shook his head. This was the Starfire Labor Union, it wouldn't engage in shady practices in this regard. "Why don't we talk to Dad? Maybe he'll know if he asks." Li Yuan fell into deep thought. However, after thinking about it, he scratched his head again. The pride in his heart did not allow him to ask. If Jiang Yu didn't say anything, Li Sanjiang didn't know, and there were no rumors in the school, he, Li Yuan, would still be the only one to sign up in his Manhwa Second Middle School. February 6, 2043, Friday. On the day that the second model results were announced, the atmosphere of the entire grade was extraordinarily tense. One of the reasons, it was the last exam of the semester, and it was an important milestone test. Everyone was focusing on their progress so that they could choose the right Budo University as a goal for the college entrance exam. Another reason, it was already February now, and in a few days it would be the Spring Festival. For them senior students, there were only a few short days, the Spring Festival vacation, to rest. If the grades were good, then this year, they could have a happy time. If the grades were bad, then I'm afraid that there would be no good mood for the new year. After all, if you do so poorly, no one will have the heart to have fun, and the whole Spring Festival will be worried about your grade ranking, and you can't wait to go back to school to learn more. Waiting until the class meeting in the afternoon, the class teacher of each class, only then will give out their report cards to the students. There is a big screen in front of the teaching building, which does not show specific grades, but will display the students' rankings back and forth. Many students couldn't hold back, and instead of waiting for the teacher at the class meeting to announce the specific grades, they first ran here to check their school rankings. As each name flashed by, everyone's eyes were glued to the screen for fear of missing their own results. When Jiang Yu's name appeared on the list again, the entire grade level fell into a brief silence. He made it into the top 100? Someone murmured incredulously in a low voice. How is it possible? 3 months ago, he was only over 400 in the first model, right? Another student's eyes widened, shock and disbelief written all over his face. This achievement progress speed is really the same as a heifer riding a rocket, awesome rushing to the sky. Someone couldn't help but add, how on earth did he do it? The students began to whisper, involuntarily looking around. Their hearts began to speculate whether Jiang Yu would also come to see the grade ranking. It was a pity that at this time, Jiang Yu was still practicing in his martial arts cultivation room. Scores never mattered to him. What mattered was only that one time in the college entrance exam. But everyone in the school finally realized that Jiang Yu, who used to be at the bottom of the report card, was soaring up at an incredible speed. It's only the second model, and he's already in the top 100, not to mention the college entrance exam. I'm afraid he'll surpass Li Yuan in the third model. A boy couldn't help but sigh, his eyes filled with awe. Li Yuan stood in Li Sanjiang's office, looking at the report card on the screen. Even though I'm still number one, but this is too unbelievable. Jiang Yu, why is the rate of progress so fast? Could this be the gap between me and a true genius? He clenched his fists tightly, his heart mixed. He had worked hard for 8 years to get to where he was today, while Jiang Yu, after only 3 months, was already close to catching up with himself. However, 100 miles in half 90, the further one cultivates, the more difficult it becomes. In the afternoon, the class meeting. The atmosphere in the classroom gradually became subtle. Those who had once mocked Jiang Yu now closed their mouths, their hearts filled with shock. And those who had once doubted his gaze had also become evasive at the moment. However, Jiang Yu did not respond to anyone's gazes and just silently walked towards his seat, waiting for Chuhi to speak. Chuhi stood on the podium and looked around, taking in all the students' expectant, nervous, and excited expressions. Then, he looked towards Jiang Yu. Seeing that Jiang Yu was still calm, Chuhi was even more satisfied in his heart. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yu was still improving so quickly and steadily in the environment he had set up. Originally, he was worried that using the elite class to pressurize Jiang Yu's cultivation would be counterproductive and make Jiang Yu feel overwhelmed. But in these few months, Chuhi had been paying attention to Jiang Yu. He realized that Jiang Yu was almost a natural martial artist. In the face of many people in the elite class seeing Jiang Yu as a competitive target to compete academically, Jiang Yu was still unmoved by external objects, forgetting to cultivate, and was now in the top 100 of his grade. Oh, this kid possesses the qualities necessary to become a professional martial artist: toughness, composure, hard work, self-confidence. Chuhi sighed heartily, not to the second middle school to Jiang Yu, but to Jiang Yu to the second middle school. The conductor sent the report card down. Jiang Yu looked at his report card. Culture, 148. Martial Arts Comprehensive, 277. Physical Quality, 221. Total Score, 646. Ranking, 78. He knew that this was just the beginning. There was still a long way to go before his real goal: entering the top martial arts university. Chuhi stood on the podium, smiled and said, "The new year is around the corner, so I won't say anything demoralizing. Everyone has been studying hard for a few months, and now it's time to combine labor and rest. But remember that the basic homework still needs to be done, the so-called 3 days without practicing, the hand is born. Then, I want to remind one thing: the results did not meet expectations. Everyone should not be discouraged. Take advantage of the spring festival to change your mood, and then come back to better invest in cultivation. Remember, everything is possible." Jiang Yu is the best example. The students in the elite class exchanged words and looked at Jiang Yu. But no matter what, everyone was still looking forward to going home quickly and resting. Chuhi looked around and said, "Alright classmates, let's just relax a little bit for Chinese New Year. I won't make a long speech. I'll let you go home early so that you won't scold me behind my back." Ha ha. There was a burst of laughter in the classroom. Chapter 72, It's a Quiet Night Here. As the spring festival approaches, senior students have a rare few days off and the campus is filled with laughter. For these students who were nervously preparing for their exams, going home for the new year was simply the happiest time of the year. Jiang Yu stood outside the classroom and looked at the already empty corridor. His mood also became lighter. The students gathered in twos and threes, excitedly discussing their plans for the holidays. "I can finally go home this time. I heard that the temple fair in our hometown is more lively this year than in previous years. My parents have prepared a lot of delicious food for me. I must eat enough when I go back. What do you guys say? Can we relax a little bit during these few days of the spring festival and not have to think about martial arts cultivation?" The entrance to the classroom was also crowded with students who were preparing to leave school, and everyone had a rare sense of relaxation and anticipation on their faces. The normally dull air seemed to have been washed away by the atmosphere of the upcoming new year. The freshmen and sophomores, on the other hand, left early for vacation. There were basically only seniors left in the school now. Some students were far from home and didn't even plan to go home for the new year. Jiang Yu walked out from the school building, holding his freshly packed backpack in his hand, and looked up at the sky. The winter sunlight lightly sprinkled down, with a hint of coldness, but made people's hearts warm. Out of the school gate, Jiang Yu walked on the bus that was about to leave for home. In the compartment, has hung up the red paper cutouts and small lanterns, the car playing soft holiday music. Passengers with relaxed smiles on their faces, some people carrying bags of New Year's goods, chatting with each other. Jiang Yu sat in the window seat, looking out of the car speeding past the street scene, the mood also gradually relaxed. In any case, after so much experience, this spring festival can also be considered to be with the world's relatives together. Alas, every festive season is doubly homesick. A kind of faint sadness surged to my heart at this moment. But the hometown has long been no friends and relatives, perhaps the homeland has long been no trace of his remaining. Jiang Yu thought of his brother and sister-in-law who were very good to him, thought of the possibility of interstellar voyages, thought of the powerful martial artists who could fly to the sky, thought of the foreign beasts eyeing this world. Suddenly, a surge of bravado arose in his heart, washing away the faint sadness of separation. He felt that at this moment, he was like a sailboat that was ready to set sail. In front of him was an entire magnificent new world. Good thing, this side of the world isn't so bad. Jiang Yu's heart was filled with longing for the future. The bus slowly arrived at the station. Jiang Yu got off the bus and quickly returned home. Opening the door, he greeted his sister-in-law Liwan, who was busy in the kitchen, the sound of gurgling soup coming from the pot. Seeing that the spring festival is approaching, Liwan's company has long been on vacation. The salary was not high, but the victory was that there were enough vacations. "Little Yu, you're back, so early today, school vacation?" Liwan looked up and smiled, tenderly wiping her hands. "Yeah, vacation starts today." Jiang Yu casually put down his book bag. As soon as the little guy saw Jiang Yu come back, he clenched his small fists and ran over on his ass, pouncing into Jiang Yu's arms. Jiang Yu smiled faintly and picked him up and lifted him high. "Giggle, fat, so high up." Accompanying the little one to play for a while before leaving her alone to play with the blocks. "Sister-in-law, my brother he hasn't said when he will come back?" Jiang Yu finally opened his mouth, a hint of worry in his eyes. Liwan's smile slightly stalled, then sighed softly. "Yeah, he said there's still a bit of finishing work, so he'll be back soon. The owner of the house gives a high salary, saying that he wants to rush to renovate it before the new year, so that when he comes back in the spring festival he will have a place to stay." Jiang Yu was also a bit silent, since the last time Jiang An learned that Jiang Yu had signed up with the guild. He didn't relax his work because he felt relaxed. On the contrary, doing the work, he was even more dedicated than before. Perhaps, as an older brother, Jiang An didn't want to make himself look too powerless in front of his younger brother. Jiang An had his own pride. "I was thinking, if there is nothing tomorrow, why don't I go to the countryside to see my brother?" Jiang Yu looked at Li Wan with a firm tone. Li Wan thought for a while, smiled and nodded. "Good, he is most worried about you, he should also be happy to see you and listen to you the most. Let him, if there's nothing going on, hurry back." Jiang Yu nodded. "Sister-in-law, what needs help, I'll do it." "Good." The night here was quiet. Drip. Suddenly, alarms sounded in the offices of the major guilds in Immortal Shao City respectively. Buzz. On the bracelets of all the main people in charge, they vibrated and flashed with a red aura. Many people's faces changed as they clicked to immediately view the message. Traces of the Herald cult have been found in Xianxiao City, accompanied by the detection of the source to discover the source world alien beast descending fluctuations. The source of the fluctuations is in the vicinity of Nanan Road to Thousand Lanterns Lake, which has already resulted in the deaths of at least 25 people. Please send support from all units swiftly. Reiterated. Please quickly send support from all units and cooperate with the local Fey Beast administration to control the scene. For a moment, everyone couldn't wait to think, quickly informing the guild members and preparing to depart. At this moment, the guild leader calmly commanded and mobilized all forces. The first squad cooperates with the Fey Management Bureau to block Nanan Road head-on, the second squad blocks the area around the Thousand Lantern Lake, the third squad cooperates with the army to prepare for the cleanup of the Fey, and the fourth squad is responsible for evacuating the civilians. The rest of the reserve forces stand by at all times. Every guild had the obligation to assist the officials in killing and dealing with the alien beasts, and to jointly maintain peace on Earth. since the space transfer incident. In the 50th year after the Great Space Transfer event, Su Wenyu, Zhang Linchun, and other academicians from the Department of Mathematical Physics of the Chinese Academy of Sciences jointly published the study of interdimensional space transfer phenomena based on quantum tunneling and celestial gravity. A quantum spatial field device was eventually created to detect the fluctuations generated when the source realm alien beasts descended. In conjunction with the satellite matrix launched by the United Earth government, the eye in the sky was formed, and the two were used to verify each other and make up for each other's shortcomings. To a large extent, the arrival of foreign beasts can be detected at the first time, and passed on to nearby martial artists, as well as notified to the local guilds and the Foreign Beasts Disposal Bureau. Every martial artist would be registered at the Fighting Soul Hall, and the smart bracelet would be tied to the identity information, so that in the first instance, the nearest martial artist could be notified. The sound of alarms still echoed through the offices of the major guilds in Xianxiao City, and a sense of urgency filled the air. Everyone's bracelets were flashing red. The situation was critical. Urgent order, everyone gather immediately, the death toll continues to rise and the Herald Cult's trail has been confirmed. Immediately head to Nan'an Road. At the same time, in the hall of the Fei Management Bureau's headquarters, the electronic map flashed with a patchwork of red points of light, representing the detected descending points of the source realm Fei. The staff members in charge of monitoring the situation were pale, reporting on the increasingly dire situation. Suddenly, someone discovered a terrifying situation. No, you guys look at the Herald Cult's movement trajectory and the source realm Fei Beast descent trajectory. Chapter 73, The Desire for a Peaceful Year. The trajectory of the movements of these heraldists basically spatially coincides with the place where the source realm Fei appeared. Everyone in the monitoring room frowned. It's absolutely impossible for it to be such a coincidence. That's right, the Herald Cult's people are earlier in the timeline than these source realm Fei. Perhaps they really have mastered some sort of method of guiding the Fei. This youth frowned and guessed. The heraldists called themselves the Holy Herald Cult, and were the pioneers who sought the future for mankind. They believed that Fei were a more advanced life form, and that the intelligence and collaboration that humans were so proud of were not worth mentioning in front of Fei. Beasts are born with a strong body, some subhuman races, but also has a long life, excessive intelligence, in the cultivation of the road, also more relaxed than humans. Therefore, the Herald Church believes that human beings can no longer claim to be the superior beings in the universe, all living things, but should accept the domination of higher beings, and together we will go towards the glorious evolution. Because of such a church philosophy, the Herald Cult was very enthusiastic about alien beasts, often active in the front line of contact with alien beasts, mucking about with inexplicable research. With the level of fervor of that group of lunatics from the Herald Cult, coupled with the fact that they've been researching some strange and weird things, there might really be a possibility that they might have discovered some sort of mechanism of spatial shifting by mistake, and utilized it. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Where exactly did the strange beasts come from and why did the spatial gap form? So far there has been no further research. The Herald Cult actually managed to discover and utilize it. I don't think it's possible, right? Forget it, why don't we just report it to the province? There are more experts over there, let them worry about it. The leading captain hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head. Without more evidence, it's ultimately just a guess. If we take the risk of reporting it, we might be held accountable. When this matter is over, mention it in the report in passing. Have Xiao Lu do the typesetting. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces looked a little strange. Xiao Lu, a temporary laborer. The night sky of Xianxiao City was shrouded by a light red halo, and the entire city was plunged into a tense atmosphere. With the Spring Festival approaching, the population of Xianxiao City was unknown millions more than usual. With more people, the management became even more chaotic. During the new year, no one wanted to cause mass panic and riots, otherwise the consequences caused would be even more difficult to estimate. Make every effort to completely eliminate the danger. Be sure to ensure that the citizens can have a normal and happy Chinese New Year. It's now 11:30, the above demands that everything must be brought under control by 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Time, less than 8 hours. In just 5 minutes, the martial artists were out in force as much as they could, and some of those who were close by even arrived at the scene within 2 minutes. In the area from Nan'an Road to Qiandang Lake, the streets were blocked off, and the martial artists and the army were working closely together, layering up defenses. The response speed of professional martial artists was still very fast. After all, they were more war-baptized and had more dealings with alien beasts than ordinary people. The various forces, under the command of the headquarters, were divided into multiple parts in an organized manner, each handling their own work. Some were assigned to arrest the heraldists. Attention everyone, Operation Code, Absolute Drive 0. Immediately round up any trace of heraldists, do not allow any of them to escape. The commander of this operation gave the order calmly, his voice reaching every member's ears through his bracelet. Roger. Between the streets, alleys, and woods, some heraldists were clad in black robes with cold expressions as they tried to escape from hidden corners. However, the long-deployed martial artists approached from all sides, firmly surrounding them. In the sky, falcon-like drones circled to monitor them, while on the ground, martial artists followed them like shadows, quickly blocking all exits. Where do you scumbags want to escape to? A martial artist droned, the lance in his hand emitting an ethereal light and pointing straight at the throat of a member of the congregation. It's damn near New Year's Eve, and you guys have to come out and cause trouble. All the martial artists were extremely resentful, and they showed no mercy as they began to attack. The herald congregants who were forced into a desperate situation looked hideous as they attempted to launch a final counterattack, but they instantly collapsed under the combined attacks of the martial artists. Countless sword lights and sword shadows traveled through them, and along with the miserable screams of the religious, the battle quickly ended. Once a sophisticated war instrument was unleashed, an idle person in front of it was like an ant encountering a torrent. In the end, more than half of the herald cult's followers were killed or injured, and the rest were all captured. The other part, on the other hand, was arranged to go forward to round up the foreign beasts. Ordinary martial artists and armies, naturally, could not penetrate so quickly into the core of the incident. But to start laying down defenses from the outside and then have the elite squad enter the core battlefield was much more manageable. The elite squad, led by a highly powerful guild leader, was composed of elite martial artists. Wearing new material metal film battlesuits combined with nanotechnology, each one of them was like a pitch-black human sculpture. A first-order martial artist might not have the strength. But the second-order martial artists began, each in the eyes of ordinary people, our humanoid Gundam. When they moved, they were more than 10 meters away, and their long knives drew biting curves in the air, cutting off a beast. These beasts, eyes red, each has the height of a junior high school student, like a rabbit, but with a long sword in one hand, very ferocious. Officially, they were named Super Big-Eared Rabbit. Each of them has the strength of the First Order. The battle is about to start. The next day. Immortal Shao City, the cold wind blew and the sky was hazy. Even though it was a vacation, Jiang Yu did not relax his requirements. Still sleeping only 4.5 hours, he completed some of his daily homework. Between breaks, Jiang Yu habitually opened his bracelet to see what news there was today. The president of the Sun Shield Guild, the last pharaoh, Nasser, led the guild members yesterday, and fended off a high-level alien beast infestation. The science team of the beautiful nation, through the GE Grand Model, discovered a new type of material, which is expected to be utilized in battlesuits to enhance the protection of the suits. Prehistoric behemoths increase sturdiness and sharpness through teeth wrapped in iron film. A team of Chinese scientists found inspiration from this and proposed a new robot body surface material adaptive repair wrapping technology. Jiang Yu looked around. The recent New Year's period was relatively peaceful. It was all about some major discoveries in the scientific world. Since the invasion of the foreign beasts, the science and technology on Earth, also under the collision of different civilizations, had developed rapidly. At 7 o'clock, Li Wan had also gotten up and was busy. Jiang Yu ate breakfast and after talking to Li Wan, he decided to set off for the countryside. Before he set off, Jiang Yu made a call to Jiang Yan, and after waiting for a long time, there was no answer. Starting work so early? Jiang Yu muttered. Then went out the door. Li Wan held the little one and said to Jiang Yu, "Pay attention to safety, oh, little you." Jiang Yu turned back and smiled, "Got it, sister-in-law." Standing outside the door, ready to close the door, Jiang Yu suddenly said, "Sister-in-law, I transferred 220,000 to you, and Shad also transferred 30,000 to you, so look at what you need to buy for the new year. I'm leaving, no money is allowed to be transferred to me. Think of it as buying toys and snacks for the little one. Otherwise, I'll take my brother out for a trip in the new year." Bang! Jiang Yu quickly closed the door. Li Wan looked at the closed door and froze for a long time, her eyes reddening a little. This child, little Yu, is really filial. Chapter 74 Reminders. After the battle, night still enveloped Xianxiao City, a faint scent of blood hung in the air, and the Thousand Lanterns Lake was left with a mess and sporadic smoke. Although the heraldists and Fae had been routed, the martial artists' actions did not stop. There are still 6 hours left, continue searching and make sure nothing slips through the net. The order was conveyed through everyone's smart ring watch. The martial artists immediately spread out, like a silent army of shadows, searching every street, alley, and corner all night long. Drones hovered in the air, scanning every inch of the ground, and infrared detectors probed for any abnormal energy fluctuations. On the ground, the martial artists moved with agility, checking the neighborhood one by one. In addition to the eye-in-the-sky satellite matrix in the sky, the construction of systems on the ground in China could not be ignored. China has enacted a Skynet program, that is, the installation of high-density cameras in public places in the city, together with the eye in the sky. Let China jumped into the world's best security environment, and, so that many cases of detection rate greatly increased. Nowadays, only Chinese residents can roam around the city after midnight without fear of crime. The extremely good security environment, so that many Chinese residents simply do not have the consciousness of worrying about crime in the back of their minds. Abroad, it is obviously different. In conjunction with the Skynet system, martial artists could also quickly narrow down their search area. The area on the east side of Nan'an Road is confirmed to be free of abnormalities. A martial artist reported through the communication device, his eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The Thousand Lantern Lake area is confirmed to be free of anomalies. The logistics squad is starting to clean up the battlefield. As a little bit of time passed, the search operation for the entire region was finally nearing its end. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. The sky was already slightly bright, the faint dawn light illuminating the green grass and bringing a hint of tranquility. This night, the martial artists of Immortal Shao City did not stop. They thoroughly purged every corner to ensure that there were no more traces of the heraldists. The cleanup of the Source Realm Fey beasts was much easier than the search for the Herald cult. After all, it was difficult for the beasts to hide their traces or blend into the crowd like the Herald cult. Nowadays, the intelligent Skynet system, based on deep learning target recognition and detection, had been perfected and optimized for so many years, and the beasts simply had nothing to hide. Confirmation complete, all areas cleared. The captain looked at the information on the smart ring meter and let out a long sigh of relief. Then with a point of his finger, he reported the message. The emergency command center of Xianchao City's government was brightly lit, and with the Chinese New Year approaching, the normally busy office seemed even more tense and orderly at this time. The trail of the heraldists is confirmed, the foreign beasts have also been eliminated, and the death toll is 35. A staff member reported in a low voice, with a few points of suppressed heaviness in his tone. Everyone had stayed up all night. If it was simply a small-scale alien beast invasion incident, it would not have been so alarming. Immortal Shao City was located on a major transportation route, a transit place for multi-province transportation, with well-developed transportation and waterways. Over the years, it had also encountered quite a few small-scale Source Realm Fey invasions, which could easily be eliminated with the cooperation of the army and martial artists. However, there was the figure of the Herald cult in this, then it was worth taking seriously. The mayor stood in front of the commanding platform, his brows furrowed, his eyes calm and decisive. The key now was how to deal with this matter during the upcoming spring festival, ensuring the safety of the city while not letting this crisis ruin the entire festive atmosphere. The mayor said firmly, sweeping his gaze over the officials present, immediately issue a briefing to emphasize that the swift response of the government and the Martial Artist Guild has managed to control the situation. Conceal the presence of the Herald cult, just treat it as a normal Source Realm creature invasion and don't cause unnecessary panic. The mayor paced slowly and said, at the same time, increase the plainclothes patrol teams and focus on key areas and investigations. As the mayor issued one order after another, the entire functional department began to operate at high speed. Also, the propaganda department should quickly start the guidance work. The mayor's gaze was sharp. We need to shift the focus from this crisis to the celebration of the festival. These maggots of the Herald cult, stirring up everyone's ear, the mayor spoke in a calm tone, looking around and smiling. It seems that this year, we can't take a vacation, Everyone suffers and accompanies me, an old man, in the office to spend a New Year's Eve. Ha ha. Everyone didn't complain and continued to bury their heads in the sand. The crisis dissolved in the shadows, and the spring festival in Xianchao City seemed to continue as usual. Jiang Yu was wearing a black hoodless down jacket with a pair of jeans, looking like he was wearing less, but in reality, his fall pants were concealed. Before entering the rank of martial artist, even if the life level is elevated, but the ability to resist cold and heat, compared to the ordinary people in the previous life, no qualitative leap occurred. However, after being promoted to a first-order martial artist, the attribute of resistance to cold and heat will be greatly improved. A high-ranked martial artist could already be cold and heat resistant, and even water and fire resistant. Following the navigation of the bracelet, he sat on the subway. Almost have to sit for an hour and a half, and then get off and take the 275 bus all the way to the outskirts. Lin Ruoxin sent a message, Jiang Yu, are you home? Jiang Yu froze. No, I went out. Did you watch the Source Realm Fae alert? Yesterday night, a larger-scale invasion of foreign beasts happened near the Thousand Lantern Lake. Jiang Yu hurriedly opened the chat applet, and sure enough, Xianxiao City had issued a new notice that the foreign beasts had been exterminated at the moment. The incident of a mere foreign beast invasion was not a surprise to all citizens. Since they had been wiped out, the danger was almost non-existent. Unless there was another space transfer event. Thousand Lantern Lake, it's in the opposite direction from where I'm going, so it should be fine. Lin Ruoxi nodded. Just reminding you, once I see that you won't pay attention to it, after all, there might be roaming alien beasts in other areas as well. Who said that? I read all sorts of news and comment sections as soon as I wake up every day, and regularly keep up with the latest developments in the world through the marketing number. Dang, that feels like you're going to be hopeless. Lin Ruoxin sent a shocked expression. Jiang Yu rubbed his nose. I feel like I'm terribly strong right now. On this side, he ended the conversation with Lin Ruoxin, and on the other side, the head of the Starfire Guild made a call over. Jiang Yu, you have to pay attention to your safety in the next 2 days. This alien beast invasion event, it doesn't feel too simple. The content was brief, but the tone of the person in charge was serious. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment and said, I just watched the news, but I'm going to look for my brother. I'll be back afterward, it should be fine. That person in charge hesitated for a moment. Good, it's in the opposite direction to Thousand Lantern Lake. It shouldn't be too much of a problem. Try to go early and come back early. I'll send 2 martial artists to drive to pick you up. Jiang Yu answered and hung up the phone. In his heart, he sighed, the treatment of a B-class contract, I didn't expect it to be this good. Only, he had some hidden worries in his heart. Isn't it simple? Will it be related to the previous Herald cult? Jiang Yu thought, and made another call to Jiangyan. Still no one answered. Jiang Yu was worried and got on the bus. Chapter 75. Do you hear me? On the bus. Although the winter sunlight is weak, but still through the window sprinkled on the body of Jiang Yu, bringing some warmth. But this cannot dispel Jiang Yu's heartsome anxiety. He repeatedly dialed Jiangyan's phone, but still no one answered. The scenery outside the car window gradually became desolate. The city's skyscrapers were gradually replaced by the shadow of the distant mountains and sparse buildings. A piece of field, reflected in the eyes. Various speculations swirled in his mind. Although it was officially communicated that the Source Realm Fae had been completely annihilated, the reminder from the head of the Starfire Guild made him vaguely feel that things were not that simple. Especially with the previous movements of the Heraldists, it seemed that something was always brewing in the shadows. According to the previous news mentioning the trajectory of the Herald cult's activities, the Herald cult's range of activities has moved closer to Xianxiao City. Jiang Yu sighed, it's almost New Year's Eve, and we've encountered the invasion of foreign beasts. Uncle Mo also called me and told me to pay attention to safety, it's really a mountain rain. What exactly happened? Jiang Yu frowned slightly, his thoughts unsettled. He pressed his handring to check the route. The bus could only stop at the side of the highway, after which he would have to walk through a small road to reach the manor area where Jiangyan worked. The bus passed through a deserted suburb, and an abandoned building complex came into view, which used to be a factory building in the suburb, but now it had long been empty. Not far away, there was a small village with smoke rising from the cooking pots, a tranquil and peaceful appearance. The Lokpi village station has arrived, please get off the bus through the back door in an orderly manner. The car door opened. Jiang Yu stepped on the stairs and slowly got off the bus. Watching the bus sail away, bringing up some dust. This piece of heaven and earth, all of a sudden Jiang Yu was left alone, quite a bit of loneliness. As the cold wind raged across the fields, Jiang Yu couldn't help but tighten his clothes. Glancing at the bracelet, he also looked at the dirt path on the side of the highway, leading straight to the foot of the mountain not far away. The mountains were crescent-shaped, surrounded by trees and curving streams. A few buildings were just tucked away. That's the place, I have to say, the view is indeed nice. Jiang Yu thought, these rich people do know how to enjoy themselves. Dialing Jiangyan's phone once again, it didn't pick up again. With some anxiety in his heart, Jiang Yu sent a message out, then his feet unconsciously trotted as well. About 2 kilometers, not too far. Green mountains and green water, surrounded by a building complex. The cold wind was blowing, but the construction site was working feverishly. The buildings had European-style villas and small 2-story buildings in the classical Chinese style, interlaced together and looking quite novel. The houses had already been built, and the rest was all decoration work. Some workers were decorating the outer walls, while others were laying floors in the courtyard. Most of them were foreign workers, because they were far away from home and the wages over here were very high, so they bit the bullet and didn't return for the new year first, but rushed the work. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, was responsible for the indoor floor tiling. "Old Jiang, aren't you a local xianxiao? It's almost New Year's and you're still not returning?" a dark-skinned laborer said. With a cigarette in his mouth, Jiang Yu gave a brick of 80 square centimeters cement slurry, held it up, laid it on the mortar of the floor, and meticulously tapped it with a rubber hammer. Then, reach out and feel almost there, on the level meter a measurement, really level. He only then, with a handful of cement dust holding a cigarette, smiled and said, "The owner of the house is not to catch up with the schedule. During the New Year's period he processed wages, I work 2 more days, and then go back to New Year's Eve at night on the good." The worker teased, "You don't have to work so hard, is it that you have 2 wives at home waiting for you to raise ah?" Jiang Yu exhaled a mouthful of smoke and also smiled and laughed, "Which is like you so good life ah? My brother to martial arts college entrance exams. I'm this when the older brother has nothing to do, can only do hard labor work, can only take advantage of this opportunity to earn him more money, and later he went to college, and not too tied up." Jiang Yu smiled to himself, "Earn a little more is a little more, martial arts cultivation resources I don't earn enough, at least earn a little more for him to invite his girlfriend to dinner." The worker heard this and also patted Jiang Yu's shoulder, "You've done your best, we don't have much hope in this generation, there's only so much we can do." Jiang Yu smiled and extinguished the cigarette in his hand. "Yes, my brother's grades are good, I have to do my best to support him, at least don't let him be distracted by things at home." His eyes fell on the bricks on the ground, but the movements in his hands did not stop. As always, he was serious and meticulous. At this moment, a low rumbling sound suddenly came from the distance, breaking the peace of the construction site. Jiang Yu raised his head and looked towards the source of the sound, and the workers also stopped working in their hands. "What's that sound?" someone asked suspiciously. "Throw, it's probably those drilling ones again. I heard that the location of yesterday's drilling was bad and unsightly, so they want to re-drill it in a different place." "Hee, these martial artists really aren't bad, they stopped drilling halfway through and had it refilled just because they felt that location wasn't aesthetically pleasing." Another one who was a bit older was smoking a cigarette and said, "Or maybe not, after all, living in this kind of suburb, to be on the safe side, they will all dig another basement, pour cement and steel bars, and make a shelter. I've heard before that it's almost done, now maybe it might be testing for safety. The last time I looked, that thickness, it's definitely no problem to withstand low-level alien beasts, it's just that I heard that the preparation is also going to replace the door with a thicker one." Jiang Yu nodded, "I heard that the doors are all going to be specially transported from Datong province for a longer period of time." As he spoke, that low rumbling sound resounded once more. It was vaguely a bit unusual. After that, not only did it not weaken, but it became more frequent. Every time it sounded, it was as if the ground was shaking slightly, and a depressing aura filled the air. Jiang Yu and his fellow workers glanced at each other, a few moments of doubt and uneasiness appearing on their faces coincidentally. The original relaxed laughter and conversation also gradually dissipated, replaced by a vague sense of tension. "Did you guys hear that?" A slightly older worker frowned and dusted the ashes of the cigarette in his hand. "That sound isn't quite right." The mountains and forests in the distance seemed extraordinarily silent, as if the entire heavens and earth were waiting for some sort of impending disaster. "Do you think it could be a foreign beast?" a worker asked in a low voice, clearly not willing to believe in this possibility. "Don't talk nonsense, didn't the invasion of the Fey beasts end a long time ago?" Another worker responded, but there was clearly a few moments of uncertainty in his voice as well, but forced himself to calm down and said, "And it happened within Immortal Shao City, 100,000 miles away from our place. Or else, it's better to go out and take a look." Jiang Yu glanced at his cell phone, not knowing when it started, there was actually no signal. Saying so, Jiang Yu walked out of the chamber with the other workers to go outside to see what was going on. Just then, the roaring sound intensified steeply, followed by a sharp hissing sound coming from the distance, as if it was a pain howl from some kind of creature. Chapter 76 Rift in the Source World. Jiang Yu's heart snapped. This sound was definitely not something that a machine could make, much less an ordinary beast's cry. They quickly ran out of the villa's small courtyard. At once, everyone froze speechless. A piece of flat dirt opened space. A distortion point began to appear in space, and photons passing through here were bent, twisted, and then seemed to disappear out of thin air. These phenomena were originally in the framework of general relativity. Only when a photon passes near a very massive object, such as a black hole or a neutron star, will the light be bent due to the strong gravitational pull of these objects. At the moment, it was close enough to be shown to Jiang Yu and the others. The light began to waver, bright in one place and becoming dark in another. It seemed to have gone through some sort of tunnel, shifting from one place to another instantly. Several gray cracks seemed to hang in the air, and a faint black mist seeped out from the cracks, as if they were preparing to descend into some unknown horrible existence. The leaves of the trees began to rustle, and this small piece of heaven and earth actually gathered water mist and drizzled. It was as if heaven and earth were mourning for this trauma. The space in front of Jiang Yu's eyes seemed to be torn apart by some invisible force, and those cracks were like the scars of ancient wounds, filled with a bizarre sense of distortion. Inside the cracks, gray mist flowed slowly, writhing like countless poisonous snakes, releasing a suffocatingly cold aura. The air around the cracks seemed to be drained, becoming heavy and oppressive, and the sound became unusually low. The soil seemed to start trembling spontaneously, and the ground gradually cracked, with tiny gravel suspended in the air, as if attracted by some irresistible force, converging towards the depths of that crack. As the crack gradually expanded, an indescribably powerful pressure emanated from it. Those converging gravels were flicked out again. In the depths of the crack, the place that was supposed to be an endless void gradually revealed a blurry scene. It was a picture that could not be described in words, the past, present, and future of a world, intertwined at this moment. All of space, all of time, all burst through this instant of spatial tearing at the same time. And quickly dissipated again. What in the world is this? Enormous terror surged in everyone's hearts. This short moment seemed as if it had been experienced for tens of thousands of years. They instinctively wanted to escape, but it was as if their bodies had lost control. One could only watch as the crack slowly grew larger. A gray mist enveloped it. Strangely, it was as if Jiang Yu could clearly see any detail of the place, and as if everything was blurred. The dense forest, as if experiencing an eternal morning light bath, the leaves of the trees emitted a faint fluorescent light. But this peaceful forest, but faintly visible twisted buildings, huge shadows wandering in it. Suddenly, a low, hoarse roar emanated from the depths of the rift, as if it had crossed countless times and spaces, directly impacting the souls of everyone present. That voice was mixed with extreme anger and greed, like some kind of long-sleeping existence was preparing to awaken. The gray mist became even denser, gradually coalescing into an enormous black claw that slowly reached out from the crack, as if it was trying to grab hold of the world. The tip of the claw smoldered with a faint black fire, and the air around it was twisted and swallowed, so that not even light could escape. Immediately afterward, the claw shook as if it had been crushed by some supreme rule force. Jiang Yu's heart raced so fast that he almost felt breathless. The terrifying and unfamiliar power caused him to feel unprecedented despair. Roar! A skeleton with only ghastly white bones remained, holding a mottled longsword with a rusty blade that was still incredibly sharp. The skeletons crossed the spatial crack and appeared in front of the crowd, letting out a hoarse hiss. Each step was accompanied by the sickening sound of bones rubbing together. Their bodies were long and thin, and the surfaces of their bones were mottled, as if they had been eroded over countless years, yet they still emitted a bizarre luster. The bones took on a dead gray color, while the joints emitted a slight creaking sound, as if they would fall apart at any time, but were strangely incomparably solid. Their heads turned slightly from time to time, as if they were looking for prey, and in their empty eyes, a bluish-purple soul flame slowly pulsed. It was as if an endless abyss was watching you. Success! In the distance, two unassuming youths glanced at each other, revealing maniacal smiles. This is the will of God descending, granting us the ability to communicate with the world. The two men reverently fell to their knees, towards the crack, and bowed 3 times. Since we succeeded, let's go, we have other things to do. Right, hurry up and leave, otherwise there's no guarantee that we won't have those people from the specialized bureau staring at us. After the two said that, they stamped their feet and erupted with a powerful force, disappearing into the mountains and forests, where there were streams and drift boats to help them quickly get away from here. What kind of monster is this? A worker beside Jiang Yu muttered, his voice trembling, his entire body already crushed by fear. At this moment, the control of the body came back. Only then did Jiang Yu look around. A chill ran through his body. The originally hot construction site was now in a state of depression. It was as if the breath of the undead had silently infested the land. The land became dead black. The trees became withered. Many people stood motionless as a breeze blew by. They actually fell straight down and fell into pieces. There were those whose bodies slowly turned into rotting flesh and blood. For some, their eyes were hollow and expressionless, as if their gods and souls had long been drained away. Whistling sounds rose in all directions, sharp and piercing. Jiang Yu's heart was beating furiously. What happened? In an instant, so many people died? Never heard of such a thing. In a short instant. Run! Jiang Yu yelled. He wanted to turn around and pull his legs out to run for his life, but he realized that his body was actually starting to weaken, as if there was some sort of blood-sucking insect that was absorbing his life force. The others who survived also instinctively tried to escape, but the powerful aura of the skeleton warriors oppressed them so much that they couldn't move. Even if someone tried to retreat, they could only move their steps slowly, as if they were stuck in a quagmire. Where can we run to? Great despair welled up in everyone's hearts. They could only strain to trot. Jiang Yu indignantly tapped his legs. Move your ass. The cold wind blew, taking away a few more minutes of heat. The body became even colder. Quickly, go to the shelter. Escaping is impossible. Going to the shelter might have a chance of survival. Jiang Yu fought to drive his legs, jogging to follow the workers in front of him, heading to the underground shelter. He gritted his teeth, and his strong will to survive drove him to frantically stride his legs to overcome his stiff body. The skeletons, on the other hand, as if they were adapting to this new world, moved slowly. It took a while before they began to move slowly. As if cozying up to death, they did not move too fast, carrying their long swords and slowly stepping towards Jiang Yu and the others. Even if the skeleton was slow, it was faster than Jiang Yu and the others at this moment. The skeleton seemed to have residual humanity, looking at Jiang Yu and the others rolling and crawling, raising the long sword and opening his jaw, revealing an unpleasant laughter. Gaga. So funny, why don't you tell me about it? Chapter 77, The Undead. The youthful voice rang out in the cold wind, clear and full of composure, as if it was out of place in this chaotic world. The atmosphere of apocalyptic despair suddenly came to a standstill. The cold wind gradually stopped, and the leaves slowly calmed down. Several skeletal warriors who were the first to step out of the cracks emitted a low, ear-piercing friction sound. A ball of dark soul flames looked towards those who still dared to intrude into their field of death. Not far away, a high school student wearing a black down jacket slowly walked out from the forest path. The tips of his hair were slightly disheveled, and his breathing was a bit heavy, as if he had just made a running attack. All the workers who were fleeing for their lives raised their eyes and consciously encountered a savior, running towards the teenager. Is it a martial artist? We're saved. And Jiang Yu, like a lion against the current, there was no half expression on his face, only composure. Deadly calm. In his hand, he held a long sword tightly. The body of the sword was red gold, about 2.5 fingers wide, and about 3 feet and 3 inches long. On the low-hanging blade, a cold aura flashed, seemingly able to cut even the air. The cold wind rose again. It swept through a mess. There were 7 or 8 skeletal warriors all over the ground in a cursory sweep. They seemed to gradually begin to familiarize themselves with their bodies, moving more smoothly as they slowly came towards Jiang Yu. Soul Flame gazed at the weapon in Jiang Yu's hand. Weapon. Enemies. Extinction. As long as the Jiang Yu in front of him was taken care of, all the other humans were lambs to the slaughter. Jiang Yu spotted Jiang Yu with a glance and swept his heart with relief. It seemed that Jiang Yu was currently fine. Jiang Yu's face was covered in sweat and fear, his legs were still a little stiff. He originally couldn't believe that he could still leave this hellish place alive until Jiang Yu's figure appeared in his sight. Jiang Yu? How did you? Jiang Yu's voice trembled, unable to believe what he saw. Jiang Yu walked to Jiang Yu's side and supported the shaking Jiang Yu, his tone calm. Brother, are you okay? Jiang Yu's eyes were slightly red, his voice was a little hoarse from anxiety. Why aren't you at home? Jiang Yu did not speak again. He took a step and protected Jiang Yu behind him. The red gold longsword in his hand rose slightly, the blade flashing with cold light. A sudden sword strike. Clang. The model iron sword was actually magically sturdy, as if it was protected by some sort of power, colliding with the Hyun Noon sword without losing the slightest bit of ground. Unloading the force with skill, feeling the power return, Jiang Yu was suddenly enlightened. These skeleton warriors, their power wasn't very high, about level 9 or so. There was no strong pressure, it seemed that they had not yet entered the rank. However, he currently didn't equip the Hyun Noon sword again, and his power was a whole lot worse than before. However, Jiang Yu remained as steady as a mountain. He was not a stupid person, he must be certain before he dared to step into this place. Jiang Yu knew that he was out of his depth, but at least, tried his best to try and save those close to him. Afraid? If you're afraid, then you wouldn't have come in the first place. Today, because of fear, he watched Jiang Yu go to his death. Tomorrow, because of fear, I will watch others die. Then this martial arts can still cultivate the heart? The actual battle is not by value, martial arts is also the key to victory. Jiang Yu is only weak in strength, but his speed is faster than all of them. A swordsman must have the spirit to show his sword at every enemy. It was said to be courageous, not reckless. The pace of the skeletal warriors began to quicken, their dark soul flames growing brighter and brighter, locking onto Jiang Yu with endless killing intent. Their long swords were raised, their cold light flickering, and an aura of death filled the air. His palm gently stroked across the sword, and he let out a cold laugh. The frosty blade has not been tested, please come with your head bent. Jiang Yu's body leaned forward slightly, his sword blade pointing straight ahead as a powerful aura surged around him. The ground instantly cracked as his feet lashed out, his figure was like a stream of light, charging straight in the direction of the skeleton warrior. Phoenix feather surprise. Jiang Yu let out a soft shout, his sword light was like a phoenix lifting its wings, red golden light rushing up into the sky, directly chopping at one of the skeletal warriors. The Hyun Noon sword was rated as a first-rank weapon, so naturally, it wasn't a watery product. Rather, it was able to meet the requirements of being able to break defense and withstand attacks against both first and second-rank foreign beasts. Swish! On the way, a skeleton warrior slashed his sword in the air. Jiang Yu stepped heavily on the ground, his body swirled sharply, and he stabbed his sword at that skeletal warrior's chest. Ching! The Hyun Noon sword didn't stab solidly, but instead pierced into the gap between its ribs. So this is actually so marvelous. With a stomp of his toes, Jiang Yu retreated at a rapid pace, while at the same time chopping his sword precisely at the skeleton's elbow joint. Ka! The sword blade seemed to have chopped on a stone, there was no image of blood splattering or bones breaking. However, he clearly saw that the skeleton warrior's soul flame shook violently for a bit, while his arms seemed to be slightly sluggish and difficult to operate. It seems that the only way to deal with these skeletal warriors is to chop them up. Jiang Yu frowned, although it's not an entry-level Fey beast, I'm afraid, dealing with it is even more difficult than an entry-level Fey beast. Not afraid of pain or death, their bones were on the contrary hard. Ga ga! The skeleton warrior once again let out a raspy laugh. Its rusty sword blade made an ear-piercing friction sound as it slashed through the air, and the long corroded weapon was heralding the coming of the end. Flame shadow follows the wind. Jiang Yu let out a soft shout, his figure was like a flowing firelight, instantly disappearing in place, his speed dazzling people. The Hyun Noon sword was covered in reddish gold, and when it was waved, it seemed as if it was literally burning with flames, rushing towards the skeleton monster in an instant, the flame-twisted sword shadow leaving residual shadows in the air. Put! The feathered coat was cut by the sword blade. Jiang Yu didn't panic, but instead stabbed his sword into the eye socket of this skeleton warrior. The Hyun Noon sword came into contact with the soul flame, causing the latter to shake violently all of a sudden. Gah! The skeletal warrior looked like he had suffered great pain, and his bones actually began to rustle and shake, as if he was about to fall apart in the next second. Bang! The flames suddenly erupted for a while, then quickly dimmed. The weakness is the soul flame in the eye socket. Jiang Yu was flabbergasted in his heart, this seemingly intangible soul flame actually had a tangible texture. Like a balloon or a ball of cotton. The skeleton warrior's originally miserable white bones actually became mottled at this moment, and his strength was not as good as before. It was just that Jiang Yu couldn't kill it with a single blow. Behind him, the sound of breaking wind came. Flash! Jiang Yu decisively jumped sideways, not rushing to attack. Countless sword lights fell with a swish, 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 swish. Clang! Hyun Noon's sword blocked the iron sword. Jiang Yu stormed up and kicked the skeleton warrior's very bony leg. At the same time, he used his strength to leap backwards and jump out of the encirclement. Jiang Yu's eyes glazed over as he stared at the frail skeleton warrior, his figure fluttering like a willow. The flames in the skeleton monster's eyes jumped violently, but before it could react, Jiang Yu's sword was already approaching. In that instant, the sword light was as dazzling as flames, transforming into a roiling light that enveloped the skeleton monster. The fire and sword light intertwined like shooting stars cutting through the sky. Ga! The skeletal warrior let out a mournful scream. Jiang Yu's gaze was cold as he grabbed its skull with one hand and the Hyun Noon sword viciously severed its spine. Splat! The skeleton warrior instantly turned into a pile of withered bones, leaving only its head in Jiang Yu's hands. A trace of blue-violet flame remained in the air, slowly annihilating. Suddenly, a voice resounded in his head. Chapter 78 New Features. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a foreign beast for the first time. The system has activated a new module. Ding! The host has killed a foreign beast and gains 0.1 awakening points. Ding! Obtain drop item Refined Iron Sword X1. 3 system prompts in a row made Jiang Yu's head feel like it was about to explode. Jiang Yu hurriedly opened the system panel to check. Jiang Yu. Life level, 7.4 unranked martial artist. Spirit level, 16.3. Fist power, 637.2 kilograms. Speed, 21.5 ms. Physical cultivation method, Qifeng Kung Fu. Spiritual energy cultivation method, Gathering Elemental Technique. Martial skills, sword technique 53% of 4th rank, footwork 43% of 4th rank, fist technique 55% of 3rd rank, gun technique 36% of 3rd rank. External image power awakening progress 0.1, unawakened. Item column, 510. Item column 1, detailed explanation of basic sword technique 3rd edition. Item column 2, Cultivation Insights manuscript true form. Item column 3, basic gunnery explained 3rd edition. Item 4, Fire Feather Streaming Light. Item 5, Blazing Sun Sword Decree. Function. Insight, can observe the basic information of a specific target. There's a new column for external image power, but I still have to gather awakening points? Could it be that I was originally unable to awaken the external image power? Jiang Yu had a bit of a headache. This insight function is the game's probe information function to understand some basic information about the object of observation. Something new was added, but the situation was so critical that Jiang Yu simply didn't have time to take a closer look. But he keenly realized that the system said he had obtained a refined iron sword, but in the system space, this did not appear. The mind is like electricity, all thoughts are but a short moment. Jiang Yu looked at the iron sword left behind by the skeleton warrior at his feet, a strange color surfaced in his heart, and he directly bent down to pick it up, while a sideways roll, dodging the skeleton warrior's sword. This system said that it had obtained equipment, but in reality wasn't it just a weapon held by the skeleton warrior? Still have to take it myself. Equipable item found. With a thought, Jiang Yu directly equipped it. Instantly the item bar changed from 510 to 410. Refined Iron Sword. Description, ancient warrior's standard weapon, milled through the years, still usable. Equipment effect. Sharpness, plus 4 attack power. In the system panel, Jiang Yu's fist power attribute instantly became 737.2 kilograms. A 100 kilograms of explosive fist power had been added. A fire was born in Jiang Yu's heart. These monsters, everyone had an iron sword. And he was still able to unload basic sword technique detailed explanation 3rd edition, basic gun technique detailed explanation 3rd edition and cultivation insights manuscript true form. That meant he was able to equip up to 8 refined iron swords. It was able to add 800 kilograms of fist power. At that time, the fist power would be enough to match that of a first-rank martial artist. At that time, killing these monsters will be like picking up a bag. Jiang Yu's heart fluttered. Moreover, these monsters can also drop awakening points, thus allowing me to awaken the external image power, very important. Jiang Yu's heart was on fire as he gripped the Hyun Noon sword in his hand and felt the rapid increase in power. That powerful feeling of strength spread throughout his body from his arm, causing his body to tremble and his battle spirit to rise higher and higher in his heart. He swept a glance around. Several skeletal warriors were still slowly approaching, their soul flames dark and deep, emitting an aura of death. Unlike before, on top of their heads, they all had a line of small words hovering. Skeleton warrior unranked. Life level, 9. Description, corpse bones originating from the Morning Glory Forest. These skeleton warriors, their levels varied, there were level 8s and even level 10s. Jiang Yu swept a glance at the Source Realm Rift, a forest shadowed. It appeared that there was the Morning Glory Forest, a lush forest shrouded in the faint mist of morning light. By the looks of it, it should be a first-order Source Realm Rift. Usually, there wouldn't be any foreign beasts of too high a life rank. However, right now, these skeleton warriors that came out first were level 10. There was no guarantee that there would be a first-order foreign beast with a life level as high as a dozen inside later. The guild's people are still on their way. Jiang Yu glanced at his bracelet and there was no more signal. The typical source boundary gap had disturbed the magnetic field, and the signal could not be transmitted at all. A skeleton warrior attacked again, and compared to before, their movements were much smoother. It seemed that it had completely awakened from its slumber. Jiang Yu couldn't figure out why. But without the slightest hesitation, he sidestepped and kicked out, knocking the skeletal warrior back. Taking advantage of its unsteady form, the Hyun Noon sword was like a poisonous snake, drilling into the eye socket with precision. Bang! The soul fire erupted violently, but Jiang Yu couldn't feel the slightest bit of temperature. It was as if it was just illusory things. First clear out these guys, then depending on the situation, choose whether to retreat or enter the shelter and wait for the guild to come to the rescue. How much ability to eat how much rice? If one doesn't live within one's means, one thinks that one can straddle the fence. It's not good, everyone will have to die here. The swarm of monsters swooped in, with residual blood and flesh still hanging from their pale bones, emitting a foul odor. With their jaws wide open, they hissed and rushed towards Jiang Yu, and they could all see the soul flames in their skulls. Jiang Yu took a deep breath. Abruptly, his body swayed, and the Hyun Noon sword erupted with a brilliant light. Swish sound. It was as if flames enveloped and swept towards the skeletal warrior. Jiang Yu only felt that the Hyun Noon sword stabbed empty, but he looked as normal. Pulling the sword out of the skeletal warrior's mouth, the soul fire erupted. It was like a rippling wave that dissipated in the air. Another skeleton warrior was completely killed. These skeleton warriors, the only weakness was their heads. But the bones were very hard. If it wasn't for Jiang Yu's superior sword skills, he might not have been able to inflict any damage at all. The Hyun Noon sword carried a scorching flame aura, and it seemed to be even more powerful when facing these cold things. Ding! Awakening points added 0.1. Ding! Acquired the refined iron sword. Since you're dead, don't come to plague the world. Jiang Yu suddenly stepped forward and swung his sword away from the skeleton warrior's attack, hitting his wrist, the immense force surprisingly chopping off a few sections of the skeleton warrior's fingers. In passing, he picked up the iron sword, and in the moment of contact, it directly disappeared and was equipped into the item bar by Jiang Yu. With his strength surging once again, Jiang Yu vaguely felt that the Hyun Noon sword in his hand seemed to be even sharper. The biting cold light made it impossible to open one's eyes. When he hacked at the skeleton warrior's fingers just now, it seemed to go even smoother. Fae, more officially known as Source Realm beings. Only, with the skeleton in front of him, it seemed that Jiang Yu had never seen this kind of Source Realm creature before. Dead people reanimated, this kind of appalling thing. Skeleton warriors, how can they not be considered life? Martial artists had a natural disadvantage when fighting Source Realm creatures. Because at the same level, Source Realm creatures usually have thicker skin and flesh than humans, and even have all sorts of strange abilities. And the way they attacked was completely different from humans. But these skeleton warriors were more like human martial artists, the kind with full body armor. Their moves were no different from humans. With his superior martial arts and stance, Jiang Yu was able to maneuver his way through. The opponents were unable to boost, while Jiang Yu was able to gain a power boost with every skeleton he killed. It was just that the multiple people surrounding him made it so that more often than not, Jiang Yu could only dodge. It was only occasionally that he was able to look for an opportunity to kill with a single strike. But the balance of victory was slowly tilting. Chapter 79, A Fierce Battle. Jiang Yu wiped the cold sweat seeping out of his forehead and swept his gaze sedately over the surroundings. Every skeletal warrior's eye socket was burning with a ghostly blue soul fire, chilling the air with an air of decay. It's really troublesome. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the Hyun Noon sword. Suddenly, his footsteps changed, relying on his physical fitness that was approaching that of a first-rank martial artist. Executing the fire feather streaming light stance, his body was like a flash of streaming light as he took the lead in charging at a rank 8 skeleton warrior. Bang! The Hyun Noon sword carried a scorching aura as it violently pierced into the skull of the skeleton warrior. The soul flames immediately extinguished, and the skeleton warrior's body slowly collapsed. However, the other skeleton warriors did not stop their pace. Instead, they pressed closer and closer, once again blocking all of Jiang Yu's paths of retreat. This group of skeletons that had risen from the dead were unknown to be ancient warriors that had slumbered in the dirt thousands of years ago. Now, their mission was no longer to defend their homeland. Instead, it had become to exterminate all living beings in front of them, dragging them into the eternal abyss. No matter how they broke through the encirclement, they would always be well trained to surround Jiang Yu once again. Jiang Yu knew that if he was surrounded by these skeletons and continued to consume his physical strength, he would be in danger and had to fight quickly. He dodged and dodged while flexibly changing his position, taking advantage of the gaps in the skeleton warrior's slow movements to continuously launch precise attacks. Ding! Awakening points added 0.1. The system's beep sounded in his ears, but Jiang Yu had no time to pay attention to it, as more skeleton warriors were already pouncing on him. Jiang Yu's stance was extremely flexible, and whenever the skeleton warrior swung his sword to attack, he was always able to sidestep and dodge in the nick of time. Immediately afterward, he stormed up and chopped down with a sword, aiming at the vital position of his skull and destroying it completely. Ka-ching! A level 9 skeleton warrior held an iron sword and slammed it down on Jiang Yu. Scary! Jiang Yu couldn't avoid it completely in time, so he could only hold the opponent's attack with his Hyun-noon sword. A huge force came from the opponent's iron sword, shocking his tiger's mouth and nearly unable to grip the hilt of his sword. Ka! The soul fire in the eyes of the skeleton warrior burned crazily, seemingly very pleased with himself. With a successful strike, he held his sword with both hands and slashed down again in heavy succession. Clang! Clang! The blades met and collided together, constantly erupting fire in the air. It quickly brightened and extinguished as it went along. Wow! A cold aura broke through the air behind him. The intuition of a martial artist caused Jiang Yu's body to tense up, and his heart cried out that it was not good. He quickly performed his body technique, a tumbling to avoid the skeletal warrior's pursuit, his eyes watching all directions, his ears listening to all sides, the countless battles in the fighting soul awakening space, which had been transformed into a huge database at this moment. In an instant, Jiang Yu, with his seasoned experience, surprisingly found another opportunity to attack in the middle of the dodging gap. Fire Phoenix Sunrise. The essence of this killing move was the interspersing of light, slow, fast, and heavy moves, where the old power of the previous move would be exhausted and the new power of the next move had yet to be born, or when one rolled to dodge, one would suddenly burst into a swift and incomparably fierce sword momentum, making it impossible to dodge. The Hyun-mei sword's light was so bright that it stormed up and pierced through the skull of the skeleton warrior, and the soul flames were extinguished immediately. Ding! Awakening points added 0.1. Jiang Yu gasped for air, his heartbeat accelerating. This battle had consumed his physical strength greatly. He glanced at the Hyun-noon sword in his hand. The blade of the sword faintly carried a blazing aura of flame, which made him much more powerful when facing these grim skeletal warriors. However, Jiang Yu didn't have time to slack off as the remaining skeleton warriors were already approaching him. In a life and death struggle, one wrong move could lead to a complete loss, so no carelessness was allowed. Several skeleton warriors launched a siege at him at the same time, as if it was some kind of ancient military formation. Jiang Yu calmed down. Although these skeleton warriors were bizarre, they were ultimately low-level bizarre creatures, for non-living things, with a single move. He stepped on the Big Dipper, his figure fluttering. The Hyun-noon sword seemed to be a serpent with flames, stabbing out continuously, striking the vitals of each skeleton warrior's head with precision. Bang bang bang! Several consecutive bursts rang out as the soul flames were extinguished, and the bodies of the skeletal warriors collapsed one after another, turning into a field of bones. Jiang Yu was panting like a cow, his eyes still sharp. He had already killed most of the skeleton warriors, but there were still a few remaining skeleton warriors slowly approaching. He knew that he didn't have much time left, his stamina was rapidly draining. What the hell are these? Gasping for air, Jiang Yu looked at the skeletal warriors that had fallen in front of him and gripped the Hyun-noon sword in his hand. The existing records of monsters have never seen such half-dead monsters. Undead? He had already killed several skeleton warriors in a row, his heart thumping wildly. It wasn't the nervousness of facing monsters at the beginning, but rather it was like a war drum clamoring in the sky, and his body was filled with a high level of wariness. If the battle of the elite class was the opening of the sword for the treasure, this battle is the new test of Jiang Yu's sword. A divine weapon, the more it is ground, the sharper and brighter it becomes. However, the physical strength consumption was also very huge. The system beeps still echoed in his ears, and he had no time to pay attention to them. The land that was infested by some weird power and was dead silent, a new pile of white bones was piled up. As a breeze blew by, these white bones actually instantly became mottled and decayed. There are still 3 left. Jiang Yu let out a long breath. The Hyun-noon sword hung low, and strands of blood, sliding down the blade, burst onto the ground and scattered in all directions. Bleeding. Jiang Yu pursed his lips. Wow! The sky was pitch black as drops of rain fell, washing away the few drops of blood on the ground. It seemed that even this world was crying over Jiang Yu's injury. Perhaps in silence? A future martial artist with a bright future seemed to be about to fall. Hey! Jiang Yu laughed. How could he fall here? He realized that these skeletal warriors were, indeed, different from living creatures. Their stamina was endless, they had no pain, didn't care about wounds, and their only weakness was the soul fire in their skulls. Earlier, 1 against 9, Jiang Yu had still killed the skeletal warriors frequently. Now, with only 3 left, it was impossible to form an effective siege. Amidst the drizzle, Jiang Yu's figure was once again illusory, together with his black down jacket, as if he was invisible in this gloomy heaven and earth. With his feet on the wet ground, the Hyunmin sword reflected the weak light, like a bright but firm flame. Bang! Jiang Yu grabbed the skeleton warrior's bony arm and put his sword-gripping arm under deadly control. Afterwards, he pulled him in front of his body, and Jiang Yu's calm eyes met the leaping soul fire, as if flames had been branded in his pupils as well. The Hyunmin sword stabbed into the eye socket of this last skeletal warrior. Boom! The flames swooned away without the slightest bit of temperature. That skeleton warrior seemed to be carrying endless grievances as it completely turned into a pile of withered bones, collapsing to the ground and leaving with the wind. Phew! Chapter 80, Fighting? Run! Ding! Awakening points added 0.1. Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Fine rain hammered this heaven and earth, and Jiang Yu stood in the rain, quietly looking at the trauma of the heaven and earth, the source realm crack. It seems to be gone for the time being. Jiang Yu glanced back. There was no one behind him, nor any monsters. Jiang Yan and the others had already entered the underground refuge. It seemed that this invasion of the source realm had ended just like that. But it's only temporary. Glancing at the system panel. Jiang Yu. Vitality level, 7.4 unclassified martial artist. Spirit level, 16.3. Fist power, 1337.2 kilograms plus 700 kilograms. Speed, 21.5 ms. Physical body cultivation method, Qifeng Kung Fu. Spiritual energy cultivation method, Gathering Elemental Technique. Martial skills, sword technique 53% of 4th rank, footwork 43% of 4th rank, fist technique 55% of 3rd rank, gun technique 36% of 3rd rank. External image power awakening progress 0.9, unawakened. Item column, 010. Item column 1, flaming feather flowing light. Item column 2, blazing sun sword technique. Item column 3, cultivation tips manuscript true form. Item 4, refined iron sword. Item 5, refined iron sword. Function. Insight, can observe the basic information of a specific target. Jiang Yu equipped 7 refined iron swords in one breath, directly increasing his punching power by an additional 700 kilograms. This was already beyond a martial artist who had just stepped into the 1st rank, and the power was already above level 10, although it was only a little more than the standard. Unfortunately, there's still a grid to empty. As for the other books, I can buy them in the bookstore when I turn around, so it's not a shame to throw them away. But the true form manuscript, it was the only one. Jiang Yu didn't know if it could still fulfill the equipment condition in case it got dirty. Throwing the books to an inconspicuous place, Jiang Yu then left and headed for the underground refuge. Suddenly, a heavy footstep came from the distance. What the hell? Jiang Yu jerked his head up, only to see a tall figure slowly stepping out of the shadows of the morning glory forest, a skeleton that was even larger than any of the previous skeleton warriors. Clad in ragged armor, its exposed bones glowed with a faint fluorescence. It seemed that because of the armor's protection, between the bones, there was a pile of incredibly smelly rotten meat, with maggots slowly wriggling on it. Only, Jiang Yu sharply noticed that there seemed to be a strand of bright red flesh threads wrapped around some of the bones. This skeleton, which was about 2 meters in size, held a huge battle axe and exuded an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. The soul fire in its eye sockets seemed to burn even more fiercely, reflecting a morose light. A line of information immediately surfaced on the system panel. Skeleton Warrior First Order. Life level, 12. Description: the skeletons that have been sleeping in the morning glory forest for thousands of years have now been resurrected by a mysterious force. Jiang Yu was sweating and his hair stood on end. This skeleton warrior had actually reached the level of a first-order martial artist. This invisible pressure came like a tidal wave, causing him to almost suffocate. If it wasn't for the fact that his mental power level was very high, he would have gotten straight down. This kind of invisible pressure, I'm afraid that only a first-ranked martial artist would be able to resist it. It's really bizarre. Jiang Yu didn't hesitate at all and immediately fled. He was a swordsman, not a berserker. Just now, when he fought against the skeleton warrior, it was because he felt that he had a chance to win, and the skeleton didn't walk fast at first, so with his speed, he could just run if he couldn't beat it. But this first order skeleton warrior, no, it would be better to say skeleton lord, against it, I'm afraid that there is only a threat of life. A chance of survival. If you don't run, you die. Quickly calculating in his mind, Jiang Yu turned around and ran with all his might in the direction of the underground refuge. His speed had almost reached the level of a first-ranked martial artist, although the speed of the skeleton lord behind him wasn't too slow either. However, the shortcoming of a skeleton's naturally slow movements could not be avoided even if this skeleton lord was a first-rank monster. It was just that it seemed to be more intelligent. Fierce soul fire jumped in its eye sockets, and this undead lord actually waved its big hand, and that huge battle axe was like a plaything in its hands, exuding a deadly aura. In the next instant, that battle axe was actually thrown out by it with all its might, like a sharp arrow. Brush! The battle axe came first after it was launched, slashing straight towards Jiang Yu's back. No, you still know how to Qiankuan throw? Jiang Yu was horrified in his heart, his knees bent, his body swirled sharply, and he lunged hard towards one side. Boom! The whole person on the ground rolled a few times. Jiang Yu then adjusted his posture, crouched on the ground, looked up. A black shadow in the air was like a meteorite smashing over. Roar! After throwing his battle axe, the undead lord's entire body was like a giant beast, charging across. After Jiang Yu rolled sideways to avoid the tomahawk, it actually directly leapt along. The whole person rose up in the air and smashed down heavily towards Jiang Yu's position. Boom! The earth seemed to tremble as the ground was smashed into a slight depression, with dust and debris splashing out in all directions. The bluish-purple soul flame swayed slightly as it looked down at its feet, and there was no Jiang Yu figure. Jiang Yu was quite a mess at the moment, so rolling and crawling, his body was covered in dirt, his clothes were even more tattered, and his down was scattered all over the place. The clothes at his arms had long been scratched, and strands of blood flowed out. As if the undead lord was able to smell the flavor of Jiang Yu's blood, he directly looked sideways and rushed at Jiang Yu, who was half kneeling on the ground, and opened his empty jaw. The broken flesh hanging from that face shook violently and strangely did not fall down. Jiang Yu glanced at the underground passageway just a short distance away, and he sighed. It was too late. Even if he ran to the underground shelter, this undead lord was afraid that he would be able to catch up the moment he entered. At that time, he was unable to dodge, so he was afraid that he would have to fall down with a grudge. At that time, the door to the refuge would not close and everyone would have to die. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and finally decided not to run towards the sanctuary. That undead lord cocked his head and casually pulled out his axe. At the same time, he kicked the Hyun Mei sword on the ground in front of Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu froze, raising his eyes to look at the undead lord who was towering over him, holding a battle axe and standing in the rain like a ghost or god. You, battle. Yes. This skeleton that had been dead for a long time seemed to be very warlike in life, constantly thirsting to fight with people. Saying it was fighting, perhaps it was just enjoying the despair of being abused a little bit as its prey struggled. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth twitched as he gritted his teeth, picked up the Hyun Mei sword and slowly stood up. With a life level of 12, he had already broken through to the realm of a first-order martial artist. For these source realm creatures, entering the first rank often resulted in more diverse changes, or it could be called evolution. And even for a martial artist, a first-ranked martial artist, the hidden enhancement received after opening up the power contained within their body was tremendous. Not to say that it was as exaggerated as a sky and an earth, but it was also an all-around improvement in comprehensive quality, if you used the game. Perhaps it would boost certain hidden resistances. The refuge is impossible to get to, the road is blocked. Battle? Jiang Yu glanced at the woods run. Chapter 81 Battle in the Forest. Jiang Yu's heart tightened as he turned around and darted towards the depths of the woods. Roar! The soul fire in its empty eye sockets burned crazily, and the undead lord's vocal cords were clearly decayed, yet it could emit a hoarse, low roar. It didn't seem to understand that the human martial artist who was able to decapitate and exterminate all the other skeletons would actually escape so decisively. Obviously, it had already given a chance for a fair duel. In the dense forest, the branches and leaves were thick and the terrain was intricate. With the help of the stance of fire feather flowing light, Jiang Yu nimbly weaved between the trees, his speed soaring to the extreme. The rain slid down between the leaves, making the ground more slippery, but it didn't affect his pace. Although the undead lord was powerful, his body size was huge, and his movements in the woods were slightly clumsy. He wielded his giant axe and slashed the trees in his way, making a deafening roar. Entering the dense forest, the undead lord was obviously even more furious. However, with its empty strength, it was unable to catch up with Jiang Yu. Treading on the dead branches and leaves, Jiang Yu kept running, the fire feather flowing light footwork, and the bushes, fallen trees, and trees all became obstacles that could stop the undead lord for a moment. While flying, Jiang Yu, he looked back, his eyes wandering around, a flutter suddenly rising in his heart. Can't run towards the plains, otherwise my advantage is gone. I can only pull it around in the forest. As long as I can distance myself from it by a kilometer, I should be safe. At that time, there should also be a signal to call for support from the Starfire Guild. Without the slightest pause in his footsteps, Jiang Yu kept thinking in his mind. But, in this kind of terrain, my stamina is similarly depleting at a rapid pace. My stamina is limited, perhaps I won't be able to support it until that moment. I'll run out of strength, while its stamina value is simply endless. For a first-order bizarre creature like the undead lord, with a distance of a few hundred meters, it would soon be able to come in front of Jiang Yu when he exhausted his strength. In the end, perhaps it will be me who gets exhausted alive instead. Must utilize the terrain and find an opportunity. Jiang Yu calculated in his mind, his heart pounding furiously. He had made up his mind. To continue to consume, there is only one way to die. Might as well let go of the time and place. Jiang Yu now has the geographical advantage, physical strength is still there, but also has the benefit of the body method. The power has also stepped into the level of the first-order martial artist, and at the same time superimposed on the sharpness of the 8 refined iron sword, counting half of the people and. As the old saying goes, there is a place and a time and a people, and with 3 of them, the situation can be finalized. Now that he had 1.5, it was not impossible to have a fight. He suddenly made a sharp stop, turned around and leapt onto a large tree, watching the undead lord's movements from above. The undead lord seemed to have sensed his trail and looked up into the canopy of the tree, his soul fire burning even more fiercely. Roar! It roared, its giant axe sweeping across, and the entire tree fell in response. Jiang Yu was prepared for this, and with the help of the fallen tree trunk, he quickly jumped to another tree. It's now! He seized the opportunity as the Hyunmin sword in his hand flashed with a cold light, and he performed a masterstroke from the sword technique. Blazing Sun Sword Decision Breaking Dawn. The sword light was like the first ray of morning light at the break of dawn, piercing through the curtain of rain and striking directly at the undead lord's head. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere as the sword blade collided with the armor. The undead lord was forced back half a step by the strike, but the armor merely left a shallow mark. Defense so strong? Jiang Yu frowned. The Source Realm and Source Realm creatures were still a great mystery to humans today. Perhaps it was some sort of law power added from the other world. However, when the strike failed, Jiang Yu did not hesitate and decisively drew away. He quickly pulled away and continued to weave through the woods, searching for the undead lord's cracks. Suddenly, he noticed a crack in the undead lord's armor on his left shoulder, and the bright red strands of flesh entwined between the bones were faintly visible. Why does this undead still have this fresh flesh and blood? Could there still be a chance of a full resurrection? Eyes flickering, Jiang Yu's mind was filled with thoughts, and once he clenched his teeth, he might as well give it a try. He deliberately slowed down his speed to lure the undead lords into chasing after him. When the undead lord approached, he turned violently, running his entire body's spiritual energy and condensing it on top of his sword blade. Blazing Sun Sword Technique Break. This sword, which gathered all of Jiang Yu's power, stabbed straight at the undead lord's left shoulder crack. Plop! The sword blade penetrated deep into the bones, and the undead lord's movements abruptly stopped. The soul flame shook violently and let out a hiss of pain. It seemed that the light dimmed a bit. As expected, these newborn flesh and blood were vital to the undead lord. Know the pain now? Taking advantage of the situation, Jiang Yu pulled out his Hyunmei sword and continuously performed sword techniques with heavy sword shadows, striking the undead lord's vital points. At the same time, Jiang Yu's eyes did not let his guard down, seeing the undead lord's left hand clenching his fist and attempting to counterattack. Jiang Yu then heavily kicked the undead lord's sexy pelvis, and then swept backward with the reaction force. Jiang Yu used the force to step back and landed firmly on the ground, breathing heavily. The undead lord was kicked in the pelvis, its movements were slightly delayed, but it quickly attacked again. It waved its huge axe, bringing up a gust of wind and slashing straight at the top of Jiang Yu's head. Jiang Yu's eyes were heavy, his hands gripped the Hyunmin sword tightly, and he quickly dodged sideways, narrowly avoiding this strike. The giant axe smashed into the ground, provoking a splash of dirt. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth. This undead lord was just like a turtle, his body was hard as hell and only had 2 weak points. The battle axe smashed heavily on the ground. The undead lord did not rush to draw back the battle axe, but rather, his boot stepped heavily, and stormed up a fist towards Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu continued with a roll. His down jacket had long since been hooked and torn. He directly and violently yanked it off and threw it towards the undead lord's face. Undare! The undead lord mouthed in a stringent Chinese character, directly drew back his axe and swept it heavily, the lingering wind directly blowing the down jacket away. Jiang Yu leaped backward and casually wiped the rainwater on his face with his bloodied hand, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked. Don't be in a hurry. With his battle axe placed behind him, the undead lord actually took the lead. He quickly adjusted his breathing, tensed his muscles, and stared at the undead lord's raised hand movement. Stepping forward with one foot, the undead lord blasted out with a fist. Scary. Jiang Yu was shocked in his heart. He had thought that the undead lord was trying to drag his axe to chop, but he didn't expect to actually start with a heavy fist. Caught off guard, Jiang Yu dodged sideways. The lingering fist wind was like a knife. When Jiang Yu dodged, the undead lord brought up his battle axe and chopped it down. The soul fire of the undead lord burned fiercely, and this slash, concealed by a heavy fist, carried destructive power. Between the lightning and the flames, it was impossible to dodge. Jiang Yu's eyes widened, clenching a mouthful of steel teeth as he watched the axe blade cut through the rain, coming with a heaven-opening momentum. Chapter 82, Life for Life. In a flash, Jiang Yu pushed with his left hand and held the Hyunmin sword across his body. Clang! The two divine weapons collided together, emitting a sound of gold and stone that resounded through the sky. Jiang Yu raised his sword with both hands to block, and the axe slashed at the Hyunmin sword, causing it to bend slightly and emit a low creaking sound, as if it was crying in a low voice. The next second, it was going to be overwhelmed and break. Boom! After only a few moments of stalemate, the enormous force caused Jiang Yu's body to soften, directly kneeling on one knee and smashing heavily on the ground. Shaken by the tremendous force, his internal organs felt as if they were about to shatter, and strands of blood gushed out from his nose. With a sweet throat, wanting to spit out blood, Jiang Yu clenched his teeth and swallowed it down. The wound on his right arm, because the muscles are tense, and has been flowing out strands of blood. Mobilizing the whole body's strength, convergence in the hands above, Jiang Yu looked up, the undead lord's condescending hands holding a little bit of power. The gap in strength, so that the axe blade a little close to Jiang Yu's eyes. Die! The undead lord's voice was like an old bellows, hoarse and hard to hear. The rain fell from the sky and snapped on Jiang Yu with a slight chill. As if the invitation of hell. Jiang Yu felt the overwhelming power of the undead lord. The axe blade was only inches away from his forehead, and the cold aura of death came over him. Is it going to end like this? He was unwilling in his heart. Eyes flashing with a hint of determination, Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and burst out, "Give me, roll." Just as the axe blade grazed his forehead, a strand of blood gushed out directly, and he was about to slice through his skull in the next second. Between life and death, the body's potential suddenly erupted, and a fiery power surged out from the dantian and flowed throughout the body. Drink! He violently sidestepped, mobilizing his entire body's power to propel it, and stiffly deflected the axe blade by a few points. The axe grazed his shoulder and split down, tearing his sleeve and leaving a bloodstain. Jiang Yu endured the pain and seized this momentary opportunity to lunge to the side, quickly rolling back a few steps and pulling away from the undead lord. The undead lord seemed to be enraged by Jiang Yu's counterattack, and its soul fire burned even more vigorously. It let out a low roar, raised its giant axe, and lunged towards Jiang Yu once again. Think I'm afraid of you? Jiang Yu had long since decided to let go of the fight. Jiang Yu stepped on a tree in the air and used his strength to leap upwards, grabbing a thick branch with one hand. His waist core powered up and swung towards another tree. Behind him, the battle axe slashed heavily on a large tree one person wide. K.R.A. It actually hardened the large tree and came to a waist cut. The tree slowly fell, and Jiang Yu stood firm on another tree. Standing tall, he looked at the undead lord who was not easy to anger. It drew back its axe, turned around, and came towards the tree that Jiang Yu was under. Looking down, he watched the undead lord's path of action. The right hand holding the sword trembled slightly. He took a deep breath and switched to holding the sword with both hands, gripping the Hyunmei sword tightly, its body glowing faintly. Ghostly thing, try my Phoenix 9 heavens. Jiang Yu leapt up in the air, infusing his entire body's strength, like a mountain towards the undead lord. The Hyunmei sword looked like it was transformed into a blazing dragon, cutting through the rain and stabbing straight towards the opponent's eye socket. The undead lord's battle axe could not be drawn back in time, so he could only suddenly blast out a fist to block it. Let's try it then. Jiang Yu's gaze was firm, gritting his teeth, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Surprisingly, he did not dodge in the slightest. Boom! Jiang Yu slammed his body on top of the undead lord's fist and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. But he also managed to send the red dragon into the undead lord's eye socket. Pang! The soul fire exploded violently, but instead of the undead lord's extreme sublimation, it flourished. The undead lord roared madly, its mouth full of putrid breath, causing Jiang Yu's stomach to flip. It flailed its hands and battle-axe haphazardly, trying to throw Jiang Yu off. The undead lord's remaining consciousness told it that only this soul fire was the most important thing. However, with the help of the Hyunmin sword stuck between the undead lord's hard bones, Jiang Yu gripped the Hyunmin sword tightly with both hands and hung onto the undead lord in such a dramatic manner, refusing to let go of his hand even as he let it strike it indiscriminately. The Hyunmin sword kept stirring in the soul fire, causing the undead lord to become even more frantic and riotous, completely losing its way. The undead lord's frantic struggles made it difficult for him to continue holding on. His arms ached and his knuckles turned white. Jiang Yu's hands had begun to lose control. Damn it! Finally, the undead lord grabbed Jiang Yu's body and threw it with force. Even the man with the Hyunmin sword flew out fiercely. Boom! Like a kite with broken strings, Jiang Yu crashed heavily into a large tree and bounced back to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Intense pain came from all over his body. He felt as if his bones were about to break, and with a sweetness in his throat, another mouthful of blood spurted out. It's not over yet. Jiang Yu braced his body with difficulty, his gaze still resolute. At this time, the undead lord's soul fire had become dim, and his movements had begun to slow down. Hey! Looks like I'll end up sending you to your death. Jiang Yu endured the pain and quickly rushed towards the undead lord. The undead lord swung his axe horizontally to block, but his speed was no longer as fast as before. At this time, Jiang Yu's sword was even more powerful. With the system's support, although Jiang Yu's physical strength was close, his strength was still maintained at a peak state. The undead lord was already at the end of his rope, and when the flexible flame dimmed, his power rapidly weakened. In the end, under Jiang Yu's fierce attack, the undead lord's soul flame gradually dimmed. It's over. Jiang Yu leapt high into the air and gathered his final strike. The Hyunmin sword cut a blazing light in the air. The sword light was like a meteor crashing to the ground, penetrating the undead lord's head. Thud! The blade of the sword pierced deeply into the undead lord's skull, and the soul fire violently extinguished. Roar! The undead lord erupted into a terrifying roar, carrying a strong sense of resentment and unwillingness. Heavy rain poured down, and the last vestige of the remaining soul fire dissipated unwillingly between this heaven and earth. The undead lord's huge body fell to the ground with a loud crash, splashing up a patch of muddy water. The armor that was originally hard and incomparable seemed to have been accelerated by time at this moment, rapidly decaying and aging. Together with the bones, it shattered and turned into a pile of debris. The surroundings reverted to silence, with only the sound of rainwater dripping down. Jiang Yu stepped on the ground and staggered a few steps. After the life and death crisis, the adrenaline had run out. At this moment, he felt as if his entire body's strength had been drained, finally unable to support it, sitting on his butt on the ground, panting heavily. He raised his head to look at the sky, letting the rain wash over his face and body. His body temperature, which had risen from the strenuous exercise, warmed his limbs, which were a bit chilled due to the rain. Jiang Yu revealed a hint of a triumphant smile. Finally. It's over. Jiang Yu completely paralyzed on the ground, looking at the sky. At this time, the system beep once again sounded in his head. Chapter 83 Black Iron Battle Axe. A new message popped up on the system panel. External Elephant Power Awakening Progress 1.9, Unawakened. Ding. Kill a First Order Skeleton Warrior, Refined Battle Axe X1. Jiang Yu looked at the system prompt, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. He raised his head as the rain gradually stopped. The dark clouds dispersed and a beam of sunlight pierced through the clouds and sprinkled on him. This is just the beginning, my path, it's still long. Jiang Yu grinned, drawing on his briefly recovered strength. He forced himself to get up from the ground. It was imperative to move to a safe place as soon as possible. God knows how many more Source Realm creatures would come out of the rift later. Walking up to the skeleton warrior's pile of bones, Jiang Yu was overcome with emotion. Perhaps this skeleton warrior was an extraordinary general in life. Afterwards, Jiang Yu swept away the smelly bones with his sword, squatted down, and reached out to touch on the black battle axe held by the skeletal warrior. Ding! Equipable item found. Is it equipped? Black Iron Battle Axe. Description: a battle axe made of black iron. Effect: sinking power, plus 8 attack power. Jiang Yu couldn't help but be pleased. The attack power added by this battle axe was actually twice that of the refined iron sword. It was the highest attack power equipment, second only to the first rank Hyun Noon sword. Without hesitation, he replaced one of the refined iron swords. Fist power, 1,437.2 kilograms. Feeling that the power had gotten a little bigger again, Jiang Yu shook his head somewhat helplessly. In his previous life he had learned about the marginal effect. When Jiang Yu's fist strength value was 100 kilograms, he equipped a black iron battle axe, and the boost efficiency was 200%. Now, with a fist strength of 1,300 kilograms, equipping a black iron battle axe had a boosting effect of only 15.38%. Phew! Jiang Yu took a deep breath and looked around, feeling somewhat dimmer and dimmer. No, hold on a little longer. Jiang Yu bit his tongue and forced himself to get up. It should be almost there. Jiang Yu glanced at his bracelet. Currently, no new monsters had descended from the Source Realm Rift for the time being, so brother and the others should be safe in the underground refuge. With the current minimum protection level of the underground refuge, it would still be no problem to support them for a while. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment and was about to leave this place and seek support. However, he heard a rush of footsteps coming this way. With a jolt, Jiang Yu forcibly called upon its last remaining strength, lifting the Hyun Noon sword and looking ahead vigilantly. Jiang Yu, where are you? Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Yu still did not lower his vigilance, gazing ahead with his eyes, ready to attack at any time. In the end, it turned out to be a familiar face. Starfire Guild's elite coach, Li Yicheng. Behind him were 7 heavily armed martial artists. I'm Li Yicheng, ordered by President Mo to take you back. Li Yicheng was the first to reveal his identity, taking out the Starfire Guild's identity with one hand. Jiang Yu nodded his head. Then only then did Li Yicheng rush over to help Jiang Yu. The surrounding martial artists were well trained to spread out and stand on guard in all directions. He frowned. What's going on? You're covered in wounds. Jiang Yu shook his head, unable to speak. He took out a bottle of yellowish glass test tube and said, "This is a recovery potion. You drink it first to recover your body strength." Recovery potion could not cure injuries, but could quickly restore physical strength for martial artists and raise their spirits. It could be understood as a strengthened version of Red Bull. Jiang Yu nodded his head. His hand trembled a little as he received the recovery potion. Taking a sip, a bitter flavor instantly spread in his mouth, and after swallowing it, it felt like Red Bull again. The potion combined molecular technology. The absorption and release effect was particularly fast. The guild has received the message you sent. I believe a large number of martial artists will soon arrive. What happened here? Li Yicheng asked ably. As soon as we got off the bus, we discovered the aura of the Source Realm Rift, which seems to be very evil. You have so many injuries on your body. Did you get them when you escaped from the hands of those Source Realm creatures? Li Yicheng asked. Jiang Yu made a long story short and reached out. As soon as I came, I saw the Source Realm Rift where the houses are there. There are currently 10 Source Realm creatures. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment and said, the weird monster was the first to break through the realm and has already been killed by me. Jiang Yu signaled Li Yicheng to look at the pile of white bones on the ground. Obviously human bones, the flesh and blood on them had long since decayed. It had been dead for many hours. When the other martial artists heard this, even though they were on guard, they couldn't help but secretly spit out, a student, it's good that he didn't die, but he also killed a Source Realm creature. Why don't you say that Lord Su Xia is your girlfriend? Li Yicheng was shocked. What, you said you killed 10 Source Realm creatures? Li Yicheng knew Jiang Yu's character. He had always been pragmatic and was a guild-rated B-class contract student. There was no need for him to fudge in this kind of matter, and Li Yicheng also believed that Jiang Yu would not fudge. Therefore, Li Yicheng's first reaction was shock. Jiang Yu was actually able to kill so many Source Realm creatures. Jiang Yu was clearly still a student. To actually possess such a terrifying real-world combat ability was simply unheard of. Originally, he had thought that Jiang Yu's ability to escape alive from the hands of the Source Realm creatures was already heaven's great luck and good strength. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yu hadn't even reached the 8th level before he was able to fight so many Source Realm creatures and survive. Even other geniuses with B-level contracts weren't as monstrous as the student in front of him, right? The second reaction was that the pile of white bones in front of him were actually Source Realm creatures. Li Yicheng's expression became extremely serious. What exactly is going on here? Tell me carefully. These monsters that broke through the realm, I've never heard of them before. they are a skeleton of white bones. Jiang Yu had some heart palpitations. There is no flesh and blood, yet the consciousness of being a human being remains, and the skeletons are actually able to move freely, completely inconsistent with science. Li Yicheng frowned, feeling a great terror. Over the past few decades, the source realm creatures we dealt with were all flesh and blood, and some races were even humanoid creatures, able to speak, and their technology was able to reach the metallurgical level. Source realm creatures, thousands of strange and different. There are even legendary Western-like giant dragon creatures. Li Yicheng picked up a bone. However, they all have a common characteristic. They all have life characteristics, all over the world. Never heard of the existence of this kind of monster. It's almost like the legendary undead. Li Yicheng slowly said. Jiang Yu nodded. That's right, I fought with them. In short, I killed them all. Inside their skulls, there is a blue-purple flame that seems to be driven by this. Jiang Yu said quickly, their bones are very hard. It seems that only this flame is a weak point. Obviously there is no solid flame. I stabbed in, but it seems like a piece of cotton. Some skeletons seem to still have signs of rising from the dead, with fresh flesh and blood between the bones, seems to be the weak point as well. Li Yicheng nodded his head and looked at Jiang Yu with a complex expression. I see, I didn't expect you to be able to do so much when you're still just a student. Slaying source realm creatures is still too much of an effort for you. Li Yicheng sighed a sentence, but you actually observed and recorded their characteristic weaknesses while fighting against them. In a joking manner, Li Yicheng spoke from his heart. I can only say that you geniuses are just as terrifying as the source realm creatures. Chapter 84, Conan's Heart. Jiang Yu followed suit and smiled, easing the tension. The other martial artists on alert also silently listened to the content of Jiang Yu's conversation. Because they also knew that they would definitely confront these source realm creatures later, there was no harm in understanding the weaknesses of this unknown monster early. Only, the more they listened, the more shocked they became in their hearts. This kid, actually so powerful, didn't talk big. The two martial artists who were close by exchanged eye contact with each other. Both were very shocked in their hearts. Under the circumstances, Jiang Yu describing this unknown skeleton warrior in such detail could definitely not be telling lies. After all, it would be very easy to verify later. Since what Jiang Yu said was true, they began to show some apprehension again. The characteristics and weaknesses of those skeleton warriors planted seeds of unease in their hearts. The source realm exotic beasts that had just broken the boundary might happen to be relatively weak. But the longer the source realm rift existed, then the more likely the source realm space behind it would converge as long as those monsters still existed. In other words, even more powerful monsters might appear to descend on Earth. Because Li Yicheng had not yet seen the rift with his own eyes, it was not good to assess what level this rift actually was. However, judging from the visions, the level would not be too high. He had seen terrifying changes in the heavens when a source realm rift of the third rank or higher appeared. Li Yicheng patted Jiang Yu's shoulder. Alright, I have a rough understanding of the situation. You have done an excellent job. I will truthfully report these circumstances. Next, hurry up and move the others out while the source realm creatures haven't gathered. Li Yicheng's firm eyes made Jiang Yu feel a hint of reassurance. Everyone nodded and quickly adjusted their minds to focus on the task at hand. We must move as quickly as possible to ensure everyone is safe. As Li Yicheng gave the order, the team began to spread out, quickly heading to the nearby shelters. Everyone's demeanor looked very serious, and it was clear to everyone that time waited for no one. Why don't I have someone escort you out first? Li Yicheng looked at Jiang Yu. My primary goal is to send you back safely. Jiang Yu shook her head. No, I'll accompany you, my brother is still inside. And if you want to protect me, you're bound to spread out your forces. The situation ahead is complicated, it's better to pool your forces as much as possible. If there really is a crisis, I'm afraid that in my state, staying by your side instead would be the safest. Jiang Yu smiled and said, after drinking the potion, I also still have a little bit of fighting power now. If I have to escort so many people, I'm afraid that I don't have enough manpower. Li Yicheng looked at Jiang Yu and secretly appreciated in his heart, sighing at this young man's determination. He nodded his head and said, alright, let's move together then. With that, he gathered everyone and made a simple but efficient plan. Objective, prioritize the safety of Jiang Yu. Group A in front, Group B with Jiang Yu in the back. All in, advance. The group quickly set off towards the shelter, having Jiang Yu's guidance to lead everyone through the gloomy woods. Without the cover of the woods, the crowd instantly discovered that source boundary crack. It was as if there was a blue wave set between heaven and earth, and through this misty ripple, the underwater world could be vaguely seen. The crowd quickly examined the surrounding area. No other monsters were found. Afterwards, the crowd slowly moved to the underground shelter, guarding on the ground. The rift wasn't far from here. A staircase went straight down. At the end, there was a thick iron door. Li Yicheng flashed his identification from afar. I'm Starfire Guild, everyone quickly follow me out of here and evacuate to a safe area. Soon, the gate opened. The remaining dozen or so workers came out in a line. Great, saved. Oh, thank you, thank you. All of them were in old tears. They had lived for so many years, and it was the first time they had personally experienced a foreign beast invasion event. After experiencing a short period of pacification, everyone also calmed down. They all looked at Jiang Yu. I remember you, lad, thank you. Right, if it wasn't for you stopping those monsters at the back before, we might have died long ago. A student, also able to fight Source Realm creatures head on? Geniuses really come and go in this world. He's Jiang Yan's younger brother, someone else is a key high school student now, a complete genius. Everyone had thrown grateful gazes at Jiang Yu, and even some of the simple ones were about to kneel down to Jiang Yu on the spot. Li Yicheng hurriedly pulled back. No need for all this, let's get out of here first. Jiang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief and cast a grateful gaze at Li Yicheng. He was nothing more than a student on the left and right, and although he did save their lives, Jiang Yu was not really prepared to accept such a big gift. Only, looking at the tearful and grateful faces. In Jiang Yu's heart, a trace of a strange feeling suddenly rose, pride, a sense of accomplishment? Perhaps, this is the significance of many martial artists who fight bravely to kill the enemy on the front line. There is a situation. Ely set up an immediate order for everyone to stop. You stay here, if something is wrong, quickly return to the refuge. Then with a flash of his figure, he flew away from the underground staircase. Immediately, astonished voices came from outside. What kind of monster, half dead, can still exert the strength of a first-rank martial artist? The sound of a fierce fight came. Jiang Yu was a little worried in his heart, not knowing how the situation was outside. But Li Yicheng and the others were able to cope. After all, they had also said that these monsters were only first-rank martial artists. Li Yicheng and the others, and knowing the weaknesses in advance, there shouldn't be much of a problem. After all, this team here were all well-trained first-rank martial artists. Li Yicheng was even a second-order martial artist. Jiang Yu thought, then withdrew his mind and turned his head to look at Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan was safe and sound, but the light in his eyes was gone, and he looked at Jiang Yu with a haggard face. Jiang Yu flashed a trace of intolerance, went forward and said softly, "Brother, it's okay." Jiang Yan held Jiang Yu's hand tightly, his eyes reddened. "I'm sorry, it's me who almost harmed you." Jiang Yu shook his head and laughed softly. "Don't say that." Jiang Yan shook her head, but she couldn't hold back her tears. "If you die in the hands of those monsters because you saved me, even if I live, what's the point? After that, how am I going to see your sister-in-law, and how am I going to see my parents?" Jiang Yu's heart sank as he let out a small sigh. He knew that Jiang Yan had always been a strong person. "It's all because my brother is useless." Jiang Yan spoke in a low tone. Jiang Yan didn't blame everyone, but hated himself for not being capable. As Jiang Yu's older brother, he failed to give Jiang Yu enough money to fulfill his cultivation. Still relying on Jiang Yu himself to take the contract, he was able to solve this money problem. On one side, Jiang Yan was relieved and happy for Jiang Yu, but on the other side, his self-esteem was thwarted. He knew that a baby bird must eventually spread its wings and fly, but he hated that he was not capable of providing Jiang Yu with a favorable environment. So, even if Jiang Yu didn't need this amount of money from him, Jiang Yan still stubbornly transferred money to Jiang Yu and worked early in the morning and late at night. But now, the money didn't earn much, and in the end, he almost killed his own brother. Jiang Yan seems to have aged a lot in an instant, and he pounded his legs in indignation. Without opening his mouth, Jiang Yu quietly listened to Jiang Yan pouring out. He did not speak out to comfort. Because, Jiang Yu was not really a high school student, his soul was an adult in his 20s from another world. He naturally deeply understood Jiang Yan. How could a good and strong man let his own juniors comfort him? Just slightly lowering his head, he sighed in his heart that this Jiang Yan was indeed very pure. Time slowly passed, the fight on the ground came to an abrupt end, and a black shadow appeared at the bright light. Chapter 85 Retreat. Jiang Yu looked up alertly and realized that it was Li Yicheng. Only to see Li Yicheng's face grim as he said in a deep voice, "The danger is lifted, hurry up and go." Everyone then woke up as if in a dream, scrambling to hurry towards the ground, following the martial artist's command as they flew down the road. "Don't rush, take your time," a martial artist said in a deep voice. With an explosive shout, all of them became quiet and orderly. Jiang Yu also followed the group with Jiang Yin in one hand and the Hyun Noon sword in the other. Li Yicheng followed Jiang Yu and walked at the very back of the group. He frowned and said seriously, "Jiang Yu, you really weren't wrong. These source realm creatures, no, I'm afraid monsters would be more appropriate." Li Yicheng glanced at his bracelet. "These monsters are too evil, I'm afraid my mission priorities must be adjusted. In all the years I've been a martial artist, this is the first time I've seen something so treacherous. We must report it as soon as possible and have the province come over to investigate." Li Yicheng recalled his experience of fighting with the skeleton warriors. These skeleton warriors were not very strong, and Li Yicheng naturally dealt with them with ease. However, this kind of death and rebirth was still too appalling. The netherworld was all a myth. When a person died, they were dead. Even all the magical source realm creatures could not escape the laws of this world. Once, there was a ninth order source realm beast, shaped like a phoenix, claiming to be eternal and indestructible, and that it could also rise from nirvana after death, calling itself a god. It made the martial artists on the front line alarmed and their hearts fluttered. However, in reality, when Su Shiyu chopped out a sword, it was discovered that this kind of existence that was indestructible among the source realm creatures could only be reborn in nirvana 3 times. After that, it turned into a pile of skeletons without a bit of life. And right now, this kind of first order monster could actually go against the reasoning of heaven and earth? What about the ninth order, or even after the ninth order? Against the greatness of heaven and earth, come back from the dead? If that's the case, I'm afraid the United Earth government will be in for an earthquake. New source world, new rules. The universe is immense, and what humans know and understand is still too little. Li Yicheng said, "But fortunately, this source realm seems to be only a first order rift. My life level is over the second order, I can't even get in, I'm directly rejected." Jiang Yu nodded his head. His spiritual power wasn't bad either, so he naturally had a premonition. Martial artists were cultivators who constantly polished themselves. Intuition, even sharper. When he came to the ground, Jiang Yu only felt his eyes go black, and it seemed that he was about to faint. Jiang Yu secretly pinched the wound with his hand, and the intense pain made him much more energized again. Only his brain, like it hadn't rested for a long time, vaguely tingled a little, as if warning Jiang Yu that he should rest. Glancing around, piles of white bones were piled up not far from the crack. It seemed that no other creatures had discovered the crack yet. After Li Yicheng and the others had resolved the dozen or so skeletons, it was calm again. Taking a look at the ground, there were still a few axes. Jiang Yu was secretly shocked. He had already been forced into a desperate situation before he used the terrain to kill them. These martial artists, actually in a short period of time, had been defeated head-on. The difference was as terrifying as this. Sure enough, it's much easier with the cooperation of well-trained martial artists. Jiang Yu sighed a sigh of relief. He still had a long way to go. Li Yicheng had another second-ranked martial artist stay here, cooperating with the others to establish a position to guard this rift and prevent any monsters from sneaking out. Then Li Yicheng took the other 2 martial artists and escorted the team away. There were scares along the way, and he successfully left the woods with everyone. The 2 vehicles were parked outside the woods like this. Looking at the vast and endless fields, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the signal from the bracelet also recovered. At that moment, Jiang Yu's bracelet was constantly vibrating. Many people were sending him messages and calling him Lin Ruoxin, Chui, Uncle Mo. Jiang Yu checked and picked up Uncle Mo's call. "Uncle Mo, I'm fine." Uncle Mo's half-body projection floated in mid-air. "That's good, I've sent Yicheng over to pick you up." Li Yicheng came over at this time. "Chairman, the mission is complete, but the situation is a little different." Then, he informed Uncle Mo about the skeleton coming back from the dead. He frowned. "I know, I will report this matter immediately. You guys will send the image data over later." Jiang Yu and Yi Changli nodded. Both of them uploaded their data through the full-blooded 5G network. The speed was very fast. Naturally, Jiang Yu had also recorded the process of his engagement with the skeleton warrior. Originally, he had intended to submit it as evidence after escaping, otherwise it would be more trouble to make empty accusations. Of course, he didn't expose the fact that he was able to collect the iron sword. Even the workers at the time, no one could see that Jiang Yu killed the skeleton, all after they had safely hidden in the shelter. Uncle Mo nodded his head and pondered for a while. "I've already transferred quite a few guild members over. Your mission remains the same, first safely escort Jiang Yu back to the headquarters. The people from the military should be arriving soon as well." Li Yicheng nodded, then ended the call. As if to corroborate Uncle Mo's words. In the distant sky, a military helicopter flew towards this side. It was as if the roar of the engines could already be heard. The action is still fast, less than 20 minutes. Li Yicheng glanced at the bracelet. Great, finally saved. Yeah, the army people are here too, there must be a lot of martial artists up there. About a minute or so later, the helicopter came to heel, and a single martial artist in combat uniform leapt straight down from the aircraft. We are the Immortal Shao Special Combat Detachment, I am the captain, codenamed Xiao Lu. A sparring partner stepped forward and flashed his identity information, while the other warriors did not move, but they were already ready to fight at any time. Li Yicheng returned a military salute, Starfire Guild, Li Yicheng. Xiao Lu nodded, a message has been sent from above, and our mission is to assist you in dealing with this sudden Source Realm Rift incident. He looked around, his gaze resting on the rescued masses, and asked with concern, how are the injured? Do you need us to provide medical support? There are no injuries among those present. Xiao nodded, then you can just send him to the outpost. I will send 2 soldiers to follow. Li Yicheng turned to the 2 martial artists, you drive these people to the outpost for placement. Li Yicheng then said to Jiang Yu, I will personally escort you to the guild, this is my mission, while the others will go through the vetting process and then receive counseling from a psychiatrist. After all, seeing this kind of monster up close is not something that anyone has a very strong ability to withstand. Jiang Yu nodded. Jiang Yu was a registered guild member with an identity verification process. As for the others, they had to be sent to the outpost first, and only after the placement and scrutinization was over could they each be returned. This procedure, which had been implemented for decades, must have had his reasons. Only, Jiang Yu was curious, is it enough for him to drive alone? There are a dozen people here. It's enough, we're driving a divine car. What car? Wuling. Jiang Yu watched in silence as a dozen people all walked into a small armored van. And as if this vehicle had an alien dimension, Jiang Yu could still see Jiang Yin calmly giving himself a greeting. Don't worry about me. Kangon regained his composure. Jiang Yin was safe now, protected by 4 martial artists. Jiang Yu nodded and he was relieved. Afterwards, Yi Chengli sent the video information summarized by the AI to Xiao Lu through the bracelet across the room. Li Yicheng said, let's go too, we'll leave it to them next. Jiang Yu nodded, he was already too tired. Chapter 86, The Hero's First Moment of Strength. As soon as he got into the car, Jiang Yu only felt that his eyelids became heavier and heavier, and his fatigue came in like a tidal wave. He leaned back on the seat and closed his eyes, the only thing he could hear in his ears was the low rumble of the engine. The pain from his wounds and the overdraft of his physical strength made his consciousness gradually blur. Jiang Yu only remembered that Li Yicheng was somewhat anxiously calling out his name. Soon fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, what came into his eyes was the clean white ceiling and bright fluorescent lights. The smell of disinfectant filled his nose. Am I in a hospital? Jiang Yu whispered to himself. He froze for a moment, then felt his entire body wrapped in gauze and bandages, and a vague pain came from his wounds. Who wrapped me up? Jiang Yu looked down, he was wrapped up as a mummy. As I recall, I only have wounds in a few places. At this moment, the door to the room was gently pushed open. A familiar figure walked in, and it was none other than Lin Ruoxin. She was holding a bouquet of flowers in her hands, and when she saw Jiang Yu waking up, a delighted smile appeared on her face. Humph, you're such a big lazy pig, you've been sleeping all day. Lin Ruoxin walked quickly to the bedside, her eyes flashing. Jiang Yu was startled, looking at himself covered in bandages, some despair, sighed and said, the doctor said, how long do I have? Lin Ruoxin was a bit puzzled, adorably cocking her head, looking at Jiang Yu covered in bandages, and desperate expression. Her eyes turned like a fox, before she gave a giggle. She came up, a flawless face, only 20 centimeters away from Jiang Yu. Feeling Lin Ruoxin's breath like orchids, Jiang Yu's heart slightly rippled. Lin Ruoxin's body with a light fragrance, especially good smell, let a person have a kind of buried in its hair breathing impulse. Lin Ruoxin is a no matter from a distance, or so close to see, seems to be unable to find any shortcomings of the girl. It was as if she was bestowed upon this world by the universe, a carefully sculpted, grand gift. My great young master, you're fine. Lin Ruoxin looked at him, a smile flashing in her eyes. The doctor said that you were off your feet and suffered internal injuries, not many external injuries. All the body indicators are very good, just sleep for a while. Jiang Yu's mind was relieved to know that he was fine. However, his heart was thumping wildly, he felt a trace of qi and blood surging up, his body temperature should be 0.5 degrees higher. Jiang Yu cannot help but look away and said, "Then I am covered in bandages is." Lin Ruoxin this straightened up, smiled extraordinarily bright, "I heard that you are a teenage hero, that internship nurse sister and nervous, the whole bandage for you." Mummy Jiang Yu, looking at the hand bandage, was tied in a bow, the corner of his mouth slightly twitching. "Then again, how did you know I was here?" Jiang Yu, with a bandage bow on his head, looked at Lin Ruoxin slightly dumbfounded, "And what's with the teenage heroes?" Lin Ruoxin smiled softly, wrapping her arms around her chest and raising her chin slightly. "During the day you were unconscious, the source boundary rift in Lotbi village, which has been determined to be a first-order rift, was officially renamed the Morning Glory Forest, and is now classified as a military heavy ground." Lin Ruoxin slowly said, "The province issued an order for the military to be stationed near the Morning Glory Forest to establish a frontline fortress. At the same time, the martial artists from the various guilds in Immortal Shao City, as well as martial artists from all over the country who are interested in this source realm and want to open up the land, have all come. It's just that the current situation in the Morning Glory Forest is complicated, and it's still in the middle of a meeting to discuss it. And you, the first student to engage in battle with the monsters in the Morning Glory Forest, protecting a dozen people, of course you're being written about in a big way, on the newspaper headlines. Here, look." Lin Ruoxin released a virtual projection, and an article about Jiang Yu or the Morning Glory Forest report took over the local news page. "Teenage hero Jiang Yu, alone against Source Realm monsters, saves more than 10 people? South River No. 2 Middle School, senior student Jiang Yu, one person bloodily fights Source Realm monsters? The result is actually Morning Glory Forest Blood Battle Monster, South River 2nd Middle School rising genius Jiang Yu's growth trajectory demystified." Jiang Yu slowly looked at the headline, his eyes filled with astonishment. "This is too exaggerated." He looked at the comments from the netizens. "Holy, Starfire Guild released the first view of Jiang Yu's own bracelet, this is too exaggerated. What kind of monster is this Jiang Yu? Back when I was a senior in high school, I was still soaking in the classroom and standing on piles every day from a first-class martial arts university martial arts graduate student. Watching the first view, I feel like I'm getting wet, my forehead is wet. This son has excessive talent, rich experience in actual combat, and very wise judgment on the spot. If I am taught to meet in the future, I will kneel down and shout a brother." Jiang Yu finished reading, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, full of concern. "There is no such exaggeration as they say, right? I am just a slight shot." Lin Ruoxin smiled slightly, clasped her hands on her chest and said playfully, "Humph, the corners of your mouth are harder to suppress than AK? Where, it's just generally hard to press." Jiang Yu said. "But well, this image of you." Lin Ruoxin took out her cell phone, the corner of her mouth raised a bad smile, "The head is still tied with a bow, simply cute, I cannot help but want to take a picture." Saying this, the bracelet flashed and a picture was taken. Jiang Yu rolled his eyes, "If you want to take a picture with me, you can just say it, I can even sign it for you." Lin Ruoxin was snickering, "So come on, I came over to see you on behalf of my class, how about it, touched?" Jiang Yu did not say anything, his eyes stared straight at Lin Ruoxin. Lin Ruoxin was a bit uncomfortable. "Aya, why are you looking at me like this? But then again, you're really good." There was a hint of admiration in her tone. "Your life level isn't even at level 8 yet, and you can actually defeat so many Source Realm creatures by yourself." Jiang Yu humbly shook his head, "I just did what I could." "Humph, yeah well," Lin Ruoxin glanced at him, the corners of her mouth curling slightly. At that moment, the door to the room was gently pushed open, and a doctor in a white coat walked in, holding a medical record in his hand. "Oh, the patient has woken up. How are you feeling?" the doctor asked cordially. Jiang Yu hurriedly replied, "Feeling okay." The doctor nodded, "But you suffered plus some trauma, you need to recuperate for a while." He flipped through the medical records and added, "Your recovery ability is very good, plus you used a very good recovery potion. If there is no other discomfort, it is estimated that you can be discharged from the hospital in 2 more days." Jiang Yu frowned, "I don't think I have any other discomfort, can't I be discharged today?" That doctor was a little embarrassed. Theoretically, this indicator of yours with no special circumstances is recommended to be discharged, but this is something I can't make a decision." "Then who can make the decision?" Jiang Yu asked. The doctor was about to open his mouth, but he heard a movement outside. "Perhaps, the one who can make the decision is coming." Chapter 87 Shu He's Visit. Shu He pushed the door and entered the room with a calm majesty between his brows. He was closely followed by Uncle Mo, and as soon as the two of them entered, the atmosphere in the room immediately became heavy. Uncle Mo was the president of the Xianxiao City chapter. He was slightly older but always hale and hearty. He was a senior who had quite a reputation in the martial arts world. Since Jiang Yu was currently the only B-class contract in Xianxiao City, he naturally took more care of this junior. Shui held Jiang Yu in the highest regard, and although he didn't say much on weekdays, his actions revealed his concern for the student in every way. Privately, Shui also mentioned that he did treat Jiang Yu as his own family's junior training. Now that Jiang Yu is in trouble, he is actually more anxious than anyone else. Yesterday, he came to see Jiang Yu, but he was unconscious. Today, it happens to be more free. Shui always feel the heart is not taste, thinking, and cannot help but drive to the hospital where Jiang Yu. Just the faint thoughts in his heart, Shui would not show it too much. Jiang Yu, you're awake. As soon as Shui opened his mouth, his voice carried a few points of relief, as if he was quite relieved at Jiang Yu's awakening. Uncle Mo, on the other hand, walked over to Jiang Yu's bedside and carefully sized him up for a few moments, a hint of delight flashing in his eyes. How is your body recovering? Jiang Yu sat up a little straighter, although the wounds all over his body were still vaguely painful. But seeing the two elders, he felt much more solid in his heart. Especially Chui's arrival made him feel like he was cared for. Jiang Yu glanced at the doctor and said, "It's not bad, the doctor said I'm recovering well." That doctor nodded. He glanced at the report card and pushed his glasses. To be more rigorous, it's not a good recovery, but it's a bit too fast. A glint flashed in Chui's eyes as he asked, "How so?" The doctor mused. "Let me draw an analogy. After a martial artist finishes cultivation, the muscle fibers will be broken and reorganized, after which they will become tighter and more powerful. And now that there is a physical therapy apparatus, the martial artist can accelerate this repair process by lying in it. This kind of physical therapy apparatus, the official name was called the Cell Regeneration Treatment Chamber. Its principle was to utilize hyperbaric oxygen therapy (HBOT) combined with bioelectric field stimulation, pulsed electromagnetic field therapy (PEMF), ultrasound therapy, photonic therapy. 5 cutting-edge therapeutic techniques are designed to provide martial artists with all-round body repair and regeneration support. Firstly, hyperbaric oxygen therapy (HBOT) promotes rapid tissue repair, especially after muscle damage, by providing pure oxygen in a pressurized environment to increase the oxygen level in the blood. Combined with bioelectric field stimulation, the device activates muscle cells through precise current pulses, accelerating cell metabolism and regeneration to further enhance repair efficiency. Photon therapy, on the other hand, utilizes specific wavelengths of red or near-infrared light to deeply penetrate muscle tissue and stimulate mitochondria to generate more energy, promoting cellular healing and reducing inflammation. Pulsed electromagnetic field (PEMF) therapy, on the other hand, accelerates the self-repair of bones and soft tissues through low-frequency electromagnetic pulses, reducing pain and enhancing the tissue repair process. Finally, ultrasound therapy promotes blood circulation and oxygen delivery through micro-vibrations of high-frequency sound waves, synergizing the effects of the other therapies to ensure that the body recovers while making the muscle fibers more flexible and healthy. And while Jiang Yu was asleep, it was as if there had been a highly efficient physical therapy machine using these techniques to repair his damage on the fly. The doctor pushed his glasses and said, "It's just that the physical therapy apparatus doesn't work on internal organ damage and concussion, whereas Jiang Yu is self-checking and repairing on all fronts. Together with the hospital medication, that's why it has such a fast recovery effect." Shui nodded his head, thoughtfully and meaningfully said, "I heard that some martial artists, by chance, fall into a deep sleep, the organism will be born to death. Instead, it will stimulate the potential and accelerate the recovery of injuries, and even worse, they will be blessed by the disaster and their cultivation will be further advanced." The doctor nodded. Worthy of being Mr. Chu, he is very knowledgeable. The human body is marvelous, isn't it? The doctor said with interest, "In my many years of clinical career, there are a few cases of this kind even though they are few." Shui laughed and hurriedly took over the topic. "Count this kid as lucky. Without even reaching the first rank of martial artist, he dared to go and fight hard against Source Realm monsters." Uncle Mo very tacitly agreed. "That's right, you, although your martial arts are superior, it's still too risky to fight against a first-rank Source Realm creature. I'm sorry for making teacher and Uncle Mo worry, I will be more cautious in the future." Jiang Yu scratched his head bandage and said obediently. Shui nodded in relief. "However, I watched your combat video, it's very good, it's simply a natural martial artist. Fighting soul space, weekday practice, you are surprisingly comfortable applying all of them to fight against Source Realm creatures. Your sword and body techniques, they should be at the 4th rank." Jiang Yu was shocked in his heart and couldn't help but secretly say, "Teacher's vision is still too venomous." He actually saw that his has stepped into the 4th rank just from a combat video. Swordsmanship stepped into the 4th rank, the sign is to see the slightest thing, killing moves taken at will. Your kid has become famous in one battle in the Morning Glory Forest. Shui said with a hint of a teasing tone, but his eyes were full of praise. A young hero, fighting against Source Realm monsters alone and protecting a dozen people. Uncle Mo took over, his voice filled with admiration. Kid, you've done well. Don't worry, I'm afraid the city will give you a reward afterward. I didn't think that much at the time. Jiang Yu sniffed, but his heart was a little embarrassed. How much money would it have to be? Shu-hee and Uncle Mo looked at each other and laughed. You kid, huh? Afterwards, the two of them glanced at the doctor. The doctor was very self-conscious. Good, since there is nothing wrong with Jiang Yu, I will also go to the other rooms to make my rounds. If there is a need to ring the bell, this is a VIP ward, we have equipped you with enough medical nurses. The doctor then left with the nurse. Seeing that you're fine, we're relieved, then I'll also go back to school first. Lin Ruoxin still had a stiff upper lip, her face slightly pink. The two of them, Shu-hee and Uncle Mo, looked at Lin Ruoxin and then at Jiang Yu. It made both young men not feel too good. Lin Ruoxin politely said, then teacher, President Mo, goodbye. Then gracefully turning around and closing the door. Subsequently, the footsteps got faster and faster. Waiting until it was quiet, there were some words which were good to say. You wait and see then is, how much I can't say anything. Uncle Mo said meaningfully, just I heard that the province intends to use you as a role model, launched, the hero must bear its weight, but there are bound to be benefits that go with it. After a pause, Uncle Mo was somewhat serious. This time, the unusual movement in the Morning Glory Forest is extraordinary. Although the army is currently stationed there and has constructed a line of defense, the situation in the Source Realm Rift is complicated, and a stronger anomaly may erupt again at any time. You happen to be involved in the initial battles of this incident, so we have some things we want to ask you this time as well. Chapter 88, The World of Magic. When Jiang Yu heard this, he immediately sat up a little straighter and his expression became serious. May I ask what Uncle Mo wants to know? Uncle Mo took out a piece of information and flipped through it, then looked up and asked, did you feel some sort of special energy fluctuation within the Source Realm Rift during the battle, or did you see anything unusual? Jiang Yu recalled the battle at that time, and although the situation was a bit confusing at first, he did remember that the moment the Source Realm creatures appeared, there seemed to be a palpitating power surging out from the depths of the rift. At that time, I did feel a very strong energy fluctuation in the depths of the Source Realm Rift, that feeling. Jiang Yu frowned, recalling what he had felt at that time, like something was spying on us. Moreover, when I just started to enter, I realized that there seemed to be some kind of power that directly extracted the life force of those workers, and the survivors also felt the oppression. Jiang Yu spoke slowly. Moreover, a weird power that seems to be spreading, making the land lose its vitality. Uncle Mo and Shu-hee glanced at each other, a few moments of gravity showing in their eyes. What you felt, I'm afraid it's not just ordinary energy fluctuations. Uncle Mo said slowly, according to the intelligence we have, the Source Realm Rift in the Morning Glory Forest may lead to a deeper level of the Otherworld, which is inhabited by creatures that are even more powerful than the ones we are encountering now. What do you mean, the Source Realm Rift is nested in other dimensions? But aren't the rules incapable of letting people of high life levels in, and Source Realm creatures can't enter either, right? Uncle Mo nodded, yes, but it's not good to finalize. Jiang Yu's heart shook slightly at his words. He didn't expect the situation in the Morning Glory Forest to be so complicated. But these monsters are just testifying, coming back from the dead, skeletons walking, without any flesh and blood, yet they can rely on that soul fire to act, and under testing, the weakness is only this one. This is consistent with the information you provided, and naturally, we will also discuss the reward for success when the time comes. Uncle Mo smiled. Those skeleton monsters above the first order do have more bright red flesh and blood, very bizarre. Seems to really turn into flesh and blood. Those monsters are officially named as undead. Uncle Mo looked grave. From all of you who have first contact, we have not found any special abnormality. For the time being, we can't conclude that weird energy fluctuation has any other effects. Only, in this, there seems to be the shadow of the Herald cult. Uncle Mo was a little worried, so it's definitely not simple. Herald cult? That lazy church that recognizes all sorts of terrorist attacks every day. Jiang Yu was startled. Isn't the Source Realm crack still not understood as to its cause? Could they still be in control? He had originally thought that the Herald Church was just a small group of merrymakers, but to his surprise, it seemed to be something. And it was causing the officials a headache. Earlier, someone found two figures floating in the Jianggu River. At first they thought they were corpses, but they didn't realize that they were two Herald cult members. Under interrogation, it was learned that they were originally prepared to escape in a boat drifting through the mountains to cover their tracks after the outbreak of the Morning Glory Forest incident, but as a result, they accidentally capsized the boat and were caught in the turbulence. Jiang Yu sniffed and the corner of his mouth twitched. He loved this magical world. In short, the Herald cult has mastered some sort of ability to connect with this weirdness. Uncle Mo shook his head without saying anything further. For now, we can only try to control the situation as much as we can, but this strange movement of the Source Realm Rift is obviously not accidental. Perhaps in the future, your generation will have to face an even more complicated and crisis-ridden environment than we did before. Jiang Yu's heart was heavy as he heard this. The bizarre power of the World Source Realm Rift and the conspiracy of the Herald cult, these far exceeded his previous knowledge. Originally, he just wanted to enter a good martial arts university and become an excellent martial artist to protect his family and those around him, but now it seemed that what he was facing was far more complicated than he had imagined. The world has changed drastically, only the strong can get through it peacefully and protect those around them. Shui sensed Jiang Yu's change of mind and said at the right time, however, these things, for you are still too far away, the sky collapses down with a tall man on top. Your current priority is to cultivate well and strive to get into a good university, only then will you have enough ability to cope with it. Otherwise, thinking so much is actually irrelevant to you. Jiang Yu nodded. Teacher, Uncle Mo, I think I'm in a good state now. I want to go back to cultivate. I don't want to lie here. Get stronger, become stronger. Protect all those who care. Uncle Mo and Shu He glanced at each other, a hint of delight flashed in their eyes. Jiang Yu, this kid, his heart is indeed pure and resilient. Another toolman doctor was called in. The doctor held the medical history form. His expression was a bit relaxed, however, in order to avoid re-injury, it's best to observe for one more day. Jiang Yu frowned. He only wanted to go back to his cultivation as soon as possible now, especially after learning that the situation in the Morning Glory Forest was not yet clear. He was more than willing to waste time resting in the ward. Doctor, I feel fine now, I should be able to go back and continue my cultivation. Jiang Yu tried to convince the doctor. The doctor, however, shook his head. He couldn't be held responsible if something went wrong, and still insisted, although you feel well recovered, your physical exertion is too great, and your internal injuries need time to recover. I suggest another day of observation. If everything is normal tomorrow, you can consider being discharged. But be careful, it is not advisable to carry out overly strenuous training when you return. For example, some sort exercises that require the power of your entire body to be involved, especially full armor fighting, do not carry out for the time being. Although Jiang Yu was a little disappointed in his heart, he also understood that the doctor was looking out for his body. Uncle Mo, on the other hand, patted his shoulder and said with a smile, listen to the doctor, only after your body recovers will you be able to continue fighting. Shui also nodded his head and comforted, don't be in a hurry, the road of cultivation is still long, these 2 days are also New Year's Eve, consider it as a rest, it's not that bad. Jiang Yu had no choice but to nod his head in agreement, secretly calculating in his mind how to carry out some light cultivation during this time in the hospital so as not to waste time. After a few more moments of chatting, Uncle Mo and Shu He excused themselves and left, leaving Jiang Yu alone in the hospital room. Alright, don't think too much, get some rest, after that, we'll inform you again if there's something. Jiang Yu looked at the ceiling, mulling over his next cultivation plan in his mind. He had already settled on cultivating the origin gathering technique. Since I'm not allowed to get out of bed to cultivate, it's really no problem at all to enter into meditation and cultivate my spiritual power. Practice has already proven that the benefits of this spiritual power are far more than I thought. It's just that, this Gong method, how exactly did the original owner obtain it? But the most crucial point in choosing to cultivate the gathering source technique was that Jiang Yu checked the system. Chapter 89 Mayor Li Zhangdao. Jiang Yu. Fate level, 7.4 unranked martial artist. Spirit level, 18.3. Fist power, 1437.2 kilograms plus 800 kilograms. Speed, 21.5 ms. Physical body cultivation method, Qifeng Kung Fu. Spiritual energy cultivation method, gathering elemental technique. Martial skills, sword technique 64% of 4th rank, footwork 62% of 4th rank, fist technique 60% of 3rd rank, gun technique 40% of 3rd rank. External image power awakening progress 1.9, not awakened. Item column, 0-10. Item column 1, flaming feather flowing light. Item column 2, blazing sun sword technique. Item column 3, cultivation tips manuscript true form. Item 4, basic sword technique detailed explanation 3rd edition. Item 5, black iron battle axe. Item 6, Refined Iron Sword. Function. Insight, can observe the basic information of a specific target. Mental power had actually directly increased by 2 levels. I wonder what kind of changes actually happened to my body during my coma. Jiang Yu murmured, secretly saying in his heart, if it wasn't for the real-time record of the system panel, I'm afraid that I didn't realize that the mental power actually increased tremendously. Perhaps my body's rapid recovery can't be separated from this. Alas, in the end, now that the martial arts are in a period of development, there are many things that have never been encountered, and no one has ever figured them out. The role of spiritual power, in addition to increasing the body's control, to a certain extent enhancing the effect of cultivation, learning, and memorization, there is also the martial artist's breakthrough to the 3rd level of the barrier. Other than that, there wasn't much more to study. Or perhaps, it was the wonderful use of his cultivation of the gathering of Yuan technique. Or perhaps, it really was a coincidence of breaking through, as the doctor had said. In short, to get an answer to all of this, perhaps the only way to have a chance was the day when Jiang Yu's strength was truly strong and his eyesight became higher. Without realizing it, Jiang Yu gradually entered a meditative state. He felt that the qi and blood in his body was slowly flowing, and the soreness he felt after losing his strength was gradually decreasing. This is the simple efficacy of the Yuan gathering technique. It doesn't seem to be able to achieve that exaggerated recovery effect. Although he was not yet able to engage in high-intensity cultivation, he believed that as long as he worked steadily, he would soon be able to fully recover. This highlighted the benefits of the Fighting Soul Arena, which could replace some of the offline training. As long as the standing pile skills were fine, the sword cultivation was instead secondary for Jiang Yu nowadays. All he needed was a slight strike, and that was the limit of the high school score. Time passed quietly, night fell, the lights in the ward were soft and quiet. Jiang Yu opened his eyes and looked at the starry sky outside the window, his heart filled with fighting spirit. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, he was ready to meet the challenge. The next day, Jiang Yu woke up early and practiced the gathering of Yuan technique, only it seemed to be much easier to meditate on this than before he fell unconscious. Perhaps it had something to do with the increase in mental strength. With a handful of bandages, he cupped his toothbrush and washed up. Just after 7 o'clock there was a nurse quietly entering the door, wearing a white nurse uniform, with a lovely face and fair skin. When she saw that Jiang Yu had woken up, she said gently, "You're awake, do you need breakfast?" "But only fluids." Jiang Yu froze for a moment. Is it good?" "Put." Nurse laughed, "Don't worry, the current flow food is not like decades ago, now it's just as tasty and energizing as jelly." "That's good." As his body was wrapped in bandages, Jiang Yu could only tearfully enjoy the nurse M's gentle feeding service. Another 2 hours passed. Jiang Yu was boredly watching the TV, which was broadcasting all kinds of news about the Morning Glory Forest, the First Order Source Realm. A number of construction units had entered the site and started to build up the Morning Glory Forest around it. However, wherever there was a rift in the Source Realm, a war fortress would inevitably be built to prevent a sudden invasion of Source Realm monsters. At the same time, every Source Realm also became a haven for many martial artists to explore, killing monsters, or searching for precious materials. There were many people who were worth millions of dollars as a result. A Source Realm would often prosper for many years. Because of its natural rules, for different life levels of martial artists, there are entry restrictions. And the Source World is often very large, self-contained system, a rank of martial artists, and how to explore the exhaustive. Of course, it would depend on whether or not the current officials decided to open up the Morning Glory Forest. Because, in the past, there were quite a few Source Realm rifts that were taken over by the Fighting Soul Hall and the country's military and not open to the public because of their special characteristics or danger. This Morning Glory Forest was so hot, and it was also still because of its special characteristics. If someone was able to study it thoroughly, it might be a heavenly fortune. Suddenly, the door of the ward was pushed open again, and this time, the one who came in was an old man who was about 60 years old, followed by Uncle Mo and a large group of people. The old man had some white hair at his temples, wearing a black business jacket without a single crease, his face slightly tired, smiling, but with concern for Jiang Yu in his eyes. Uncle Mo looked at Jiang Yu and hurriedly introduced, "Little Yu, this is our Xianshao city's mayor Li. Hearing that you woke up, he hurriedly came over to see you today." Jiang Yu was somewhat flattered and made a gesture to get out of bed to show politeness. After all, Zhu He and Uncle Mo, the relationship was very close to himself, but this mayor Li was a stranger. "Jiang Yu, how are you? I'm the mayor of Xianshao City, Li Zhangdao." Li Zhangdao smilingly raised his hand, stopping Jiang Yu from getting up. "You recuperate well, we are all very concerned about your recovery." The accompanying staff handed over fruits and flower baskets, expressing their condolences and blessings to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu smiled politely, but he still maintained his proper composure. "Good day, Mayor, thank you for your concern. I just asked the doctor, your recovery is very satisfactory." Li Zhangdao nodded his head and said, "The physical qualities of young people are indeed even better, and this is where the strengths of the younger generation of our immortal Shao City lie. I think that this is indeed a delightful thing. The more vigor and talent the young people possess, the brighter the future of immortal Shao City will be. In the future, more hope rests on you all." Li Zhangdao looked around, then looked at Jiang Yu and said, "Student Jiang Yu, you are a role model for our Xianxiao city. Your bravery and wisdom not only brings honor to the city, but also sets a benchmark for all of us to strive for. The glorious history of Xianxiao city will be written by you, the younger generation." He paused and made his core point. "In the face of challenges and difficulties, we hope that more people will be like you, maintaining their beginnings and resilience, guarding our home with practical actions, and pushing Xianxiao city towards a more prosperous future. We firmly believe that with your efforts and contributions, Xianxiao city will definitely usher in a more brilliant tomorrow." As Li Zhendao's speech ended, everyone nodded their heads and looked at Jiang Yu with interest, secretly saying in their hearts, "It seems that this teenager is going to have a great future." They knew that this mayor, who was usually very low-key, was a master of doing practical things. He came to Jiang Yu's hospital room right now and gave a speech of condolence. Naturally, he was not just going through the motions. "I'm afraid that there will be a big move next. Immortal Shao City is at a time of turmoil, the Herald sect is in turmoil, and the source world of the Morning Glory Forest has descended. Li Zhangdao intends to make changes." Everyone's mind was alive. Those who could qualify to follow Li Zhangdao to appear here were naturally not ordinary people. They all looked at Jiang Yu. "The wind and clouds will meet. This little guy, his ability is outstanding, his natural talent is superior, and he has taken this great fortune. I'm afraid that he will really soar into the sky." Chapter 91: Realization of the Cycle of Cause and Effect. For a while the people present looked different, each looking at the other, quietly exchanging glances. Obviously, none of the people present were elite and in high positions. For the words spoken by Li Zhangdao, there was a deeper level of thought and experience. Although Li Zhangdao was low profile, but after so many years of being the hand of Xianxiao City, he naturally couldn't be a cutie pie. The words that were said and the things that were done could by no means be unintentional. For this kind of character, all public speeches are worthy of other people's good speculation. Although the Martial Arts Education Bureau is an independent system, working under the leadership of the provincial department, but administratively it is subordinate to the Xianxiao City set of institutions. Immortal Shao City's Martial Arts Education Bureau Director, Pu Weiji, was obediently standing behind Li Zhangdao at this moment. He slightly bowed his head and thought, apparently, Li Zhangdao seems to want to push Jiang Yu out, to set up a big flag, to take advantage of the situation to set up such a heroic name. What is the moral? This matter can be big or small, if simple to deal with, only need to publicly award a flag, give enough bonus to sympathize with a few words, followed by a few reports, it is enough. Just, Li Zhangdao came to condolences is not enough. Yesterday has been on this matter specifically opened a meeting, to establish the dare to struggle with the source world creature's spirit, to be good at the struggle, not afraid of sacrifice, do not give up, do not abandon. This is not just a personal commendation for Jiang Yu, it is also a hope that through his example, more young martial artists will be inspired to enhance their strength and actively participate in the defense and exploration of the origin realm. This means that Mayor Li not only sees Jiang Yu's strength, but also the influence he might bring in the future. Pu Weiji summarized. Suddenly, the director of the Martial Arts Education Bureau shuddered, his pupils slightly widened. "Murphy. This Li Zhangdao, the world thought that he was extremely low-key, a hero late. How do you know that he has iron teeth and steel teeth? His stomach is able to swallow the sea. It is clear that he is a slumbering tiger. It seems that all those adventure guilds are going to make a trip for nothing. This Morning Glory Forest, I'm afraid it's impossible to open it to the public. He, Li Zhangdao, wants to eat it up by virtue of Immortal Shao City's own strength. The risk is huge at the same time, the gain is also absolutely the whole Xianxiao City to another level. If Li Zhangdao wanted to eat the Morning Glory Forest by himself, then he would inevitably have to call on more living forces to invest in the control and conquest of the Morning Glory Forest. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, was the first flag of Li Zhangdao's plan. First of all, let it be known that he, Li Zhangdao, showed full support and gave great rewards to anyone who dared to fight against the Source Realm creatures. Then, Jiang Yu, the role model that was set up, was bound to have a loud enough reputation in Immortal Shao City, and be treated far more favorably than what he had done. Thousands of gold to buy a horse's bones, no less. Pu Weipol carefully surveyed the bandaged Jiang Yu. The body is well proportioned with a sense of strength, the face is green and handsome, but it is considered to have a few points of God. This kid, should I say it's so lucky that it's eye-catching, or is it the inevitable result of the talent that comes with it? Pu Weipol faced contemplative color, made up his mind, keep up with the pace of this Li Zhangdao. Anyway, left and right, but in passing to Jiang Yu a little reward. Jiang Yu was originally a student, made this kind of honorable thing. Martial Arts Education Bureau should naturally give praise. Even, should be stronger than Li Zhangdao reaction. As expected, Li Zhangdao smiled and nodded. The future of Xianqiao City rests on the shoulders of you, the younger generation. You must dare to fight with the Source Realm creatures and also be good at fighting. Bloodshed and casualties are something we can't tolerate and don't want to see. After expressing his core thoughts for the outside world to know, Li Zhangdao paused and continued, for the heroes, we can't make their hearts cold. That's why the city met yesterday and passed a fund. We'll name it after you, and all Xianqiao City's local martial artists who have performed well in the Morning Glory Forest will receive a considerable amount of money. And you are the first beneficiary of this fund. On behalf of the city, the rescued workers, I would like to express my gratitude to you. Li Zhangdao said, bowing slightly to Jiang Yu. Of course, it was not 90 degrees. With Li Zhangdao's status, if he had not said that he was expressing his gratitude on behalf of the rescued workers, otherwise Jiang Yu would not have been able to accept this bow from Li Zhangdao. Xianqiao City was one of the top cities in southern Guangdong province, and Li Zhangdao's seniority was also very old and not young. The entire southern Guangdong province, unless his superior leader died, Li Zhangdao needs to bow 90 degrees outside. Other people, under normal circumstances, Li Zhangdao didn't even need to bow. In a short period of one breath, Li Zhangdao got up. He bowed because of Jiang Yu's heroic status. For a long time Jiang Yu couldn't stand it either. And then, the secretary behind him had the good sense to hand a brocade flag to Li Zhangdao. On the banner, from right to left, there is a big line written on it, Sword rises from Kanglin, young hero saves people from danger. Li Zhangdao took the banner and handed it to Jiang Yu. At the same time, the fund grants you a bonus of $2 million. That secretary pulled out another reward certificate that was the same size as the brocade flag, on which $2 million was written. It was given to Jiang Yu by name, and it also had an official seal, which could be exchanged for 2 million huaxia coins in the city's banks. Jiang Yu looked at the banner, his heart was filled with emotion. Life is really up and down. Looking for his brother on the road encountered danger, and finally did not expect to be blessed by the disaster. The strength has been improved, the spiritual power has grown, but also got the title of hero with 2 million Chinese coins. It is true that the old saying, but do good deeds, do not ask for the future. In the end, all kindness is rewarded by the world with gentleness. Thank you, Mayor, I will continue to work hard and live up to everyone's expectations. Jiang Yu said in a low voice, a determined light flashing in his eyes. When the crowd saw Jiang Yu responding in such a way, they all revealed satisfied smiles. Li Zhangdao nodded his head in satisfaction. We believe in you, student Jiang Yu. While you have a good rest, we won't continue to bother you. Li Zhangdao's speech not only boosted Jiang Yu's confidence, but also made everyone present feel a sense of responsibility and mission. Many people had already smelled the future direction and were ready to go back to layout. Afterward, Li Zhangdao and the accompanying officials and staff bid farewell and left, and the room regained its tranquility. Jiang Yu looked at their departing backs with a lot of emotions in his heart. Becoming a role model, what does this mean? Jiang Yu muttered to himself. It's honor and responsibility. Finding his brother is the cause, fighting viciously against monsters is the effect. Saving people was the cause, getting a reward was the result. Jiang Yu had received a favor and naturally deserved a responsibility. He kind of understood that many things in the world are a loop. The cycle of cause and effect, who can realize it? Early one morning, Jiang Yu woke up and felt that his body was full of qi and blood, and he was in good spirits. He stood up and stretched, feeling much more relaxed. It's okay to be discharged from the hospital. Chapter 91 Signboards. Jiang Yu was going to be discharged from the hospital and gave Uncle Mo a call. Uncle Mo hesitated for a while. Jiang Yu said with a smile, New Year's Eve cannot stay in the hospital. Uncle Mo finally agreed, urged Jiang Yu not to be greedy for a moment of speed, bearing in mind that slow is fast. Jiang Yu solemnly agreed. Soon there will be people from the guild to handle the discharge procedures for Jiang Yu. During this time, Jiang Yu also sent messages to many people who cared about him, saying that he had been discharged from the hospital. Shui sent a good, recuperate well. Then he gave Jiang Yu a call, and said some more things about studying and cultivating. Shui was basically like this, but whenever he called with Jiang Yu, he was concerned about Jiang Yu's matters. However, it was also true that Chuhi had seen a lot of big storms, and it was not Jiang Yu's turn to worry about anything. Speaking with his sister-in-law and brother about his upcoming return, they were both worried and happy. During this period, sister-in-law was not without a visit. When Jiang Yu was in a coma, her sister-in-law was persuaded by Chuhi to go home. After all, there were excellent medical conditions here, and there were also guild specialists guarding them. On her side, she still needed to bring up a child. The hospital environment was complicated, and it wasn't good for a small child to stay here. In short, everything was handled properly. The guild personnel also completed the formalities and took Jiang Yu out of the hospital. As a result, just as Jiang Yu walked out of the hospital, there were a bunch of people surrounding the hospital entrance. Greeted by the influx of people, workers with their families gathered around. A dozen or so workers, each with their own family members, were more than 30 people. Together with the rest of the crowd, there were even more. Some of them were direct beneficiaries of his aid, and some were bystanders touched by his brave deeds. Everyone's eyes were filled with respect and gratitude. A group of people were eagerly waiting. Seeing Jiang Yu came, immediately surrounded, have to express their gratitude to him. Some people went up and handed over homemade thank you cards, while others brought small gifts to express their gratitude. Thank you, if it wasn't for your desperate rescue, we might have died at the hands of the monsters before we even reached the shelter. Right, great kindness, never to be repaid. Come quickly call Brother Jiang Yu, in the future you should also learn more from Brother Jiang Yu and become a good person like him. Jiang Yu had never seen this kind of battle before, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. What's going on? The news that he was discharged from the hospital had only been told to those close to him. How did these people know about it and then block this place? At the same time, several shiny black sedans slowly drove into the front of the hospital, drawing more attention. Reporters had long been set up at the entrance, microphones and cameras in hand, waiting to capture this rare moment. At this point, the guild officers also helped to handle and control the scene. Along with the hospital security guards, they were also forced to come over to avoid affecting the normal hospital order. Many reporters holding long guns and short cannons desperately came over to Jiang Yu. Mr. Jiang Yu, may I ask what was the reason for you to have the courage to decide to fight to the death with these monsters at that time? Love and justice, or? Jiang Yu froze, didn't think that much. Student Jiang Yu, how did you discover those monsters at that time? A reporter asked eagerly. Without waiting for Jiang Yu to speak, another reporter immediately continued to ask questions. The reporter's questions became more and more in-depth, covering various aspects such as the origin of the monsters and Jiang Yu's personal heroic behavior. Jiang Yu only answered a few more certain questions, the others had long since lost the heart to answer the questions. This group of reporters were like dogskin plasters, they couldn't be shaken off. Subsequently, those black sedan car down a few big names. Deputy Mayor, along with some other leaders of various departments. This is what drew some of the reporters over. It was as if they had appeared specifically for this moment. Jiang Yu did not have time to think more, but waved his hand at those workers. No need to thank you, I just did what I should do. I'm going home, you guys also hurry up and leave, wishing you a good year. Saying that, the fire feather flowing light body technique operated, the whole person flickered between square inches, followed the guild members onto a luxury business car, and then slowly drove away from the hospital. As for the subsequent things, Jiang Yu who cares so much? His main identity now was just a student who was about to take the martial arts entrance exam. A hero was just a label that others had labeled him with. Cultivating seriously was more important than anything else. If not for his good strength, how could he have survived this group of monsters, and how could he in turn become a proclaimed hero? He could only be one of the 10 or so people who died in the news. So don't give in to the idea that these interviews are much of a big name. Get caught up in the fame and fortune and become addicted to it. That will only hurt Zhong Yong and disappoint all the people who have high hopes for him. For example, President Zhong. He had no intention of making all this noise because today was New Year's Eve, and staying with his family was more important than anything else. Phew, this is crazy. Jiang Yu sat in the car and watched as it blended into the traffic. He was much more relaxed after escaping that scene of long guns and cannons. How did they all know I was going to be discharged? Jiang Yu frowned. He felt that there was bound to be someone pushing for it. As for the purpose, he had been in the hospital and knew little information. It was impossible to deduce. Everyone had his own interests at stake, and Jiang Yu was not a god, so how could he speculate? Just that driver who drove the car smiled. After all, you are the little hero that is being publicized in Xianxiao City right now, and even the province and the country are recognizing what you are doing. It's not like it's a secret that you're staying in this hospital. Those family members, on the contrary, come every day. The others might have been tipped off by someone. There's no telling who the fish and dragons are, so maybe the mayor gave the order? The driver, staring intently at the road, casually said. However, I heard that the mayor seems to be interested in trying to keep the Morning Glory Forest's expropriation rights in Immortal Shao City. Chairman Mo said that for this reason, Mayor Li even ran to the province for a meeting today. Jiang Yu felt giddy as he listened. He had come to this world for a total of just over half a year, and had focused on cultivation, so for this kind of level of people, what did they want to do? He had absolutely no idea. However, he didn't have to know either. As long as he ensured that his strength went up, there were many things that he would naturally come into contact with. Jiang Yu nodded and let out a long breath. This name is nothing rare for me. I just hope that, in the future, there will be less of these reporters to annoy me. The driver instead smiled. Don't worry, I think it should soon return to calm. After all, you're still a student now, can't let even your classes become a nuisance. The signboard will inevitably be well protected. Jiang Yu thought a little and nodded. Chapter 92. Jiang Yu returned home. The two brothers and sisters-in-law were waiting expectantly at the door. Along with them, there was also good brother Jiang Yuan. Why don't you guys wait for me at home? Jiang Yu said with some heartache. Li Wan smiled, to welcome the big hero home. Hoo, uncle, hero. The little guy was held in his arms and rubbed Jiang Yu's chin. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, became even more silent. Jiang Yu sighed. If Jiang Yan does not understand, for a while, will not be able to come out. After chatting with his brother and sister-in-law. Only then did Jiang Yu put his arm around Jiang Yuan's shoulder fiercely. How is it? See if I'm good. The elders are here. Jiang Yuan rarely converged and said, Count you as awesome. Next time you encounter this kind of good thing to make a splash, remember to call on me. Jiang Yu smiled and didn't pick up the conversation. Peacefully lived a year. Just about Jiang Yu's deeds are still fermenting. Not even opening the New Year's Eve, Jiang Yu's batch of seniors took classes. The New Year's vacation had just ended, and the chill had not yet faded, but Xianxiao City had already been swept by a wave of fever. The headline of the Xianxiao daily newspaper carried a striking headline that read, Morning Glory Heroes Teenager Battles Otherworldly Creatures Alone, Guards Workers' Lives. The newspaper printed the heroic image of Jiang Yu holding a long sword, wearing tattered battle armor, drenched in blood, his face cold but determined. Jiang Yu's bracelet naturally could not record himself, but was synthesized using AI technology. The report describes in detail the thrilling process of Jiang Yu's fight against the otherworldly monsters and protecting the workers in the Morning Glory Forest, alone. The article praised Jiang Yu's fighting prowess and selflessness, calling him the junior guardian of Immortal Shao City and urging everyone to dare to fight against the Source Realm creatures, and to be good at fighting against the Source Realm creatures. The newspaper quickly sold out throughout the city, with citizens clamoring to pass it around. On the streets, in cafes, and on buses, people were discussing this teenage hero who had suddenly appeared in the public eye. Not only that, but the South Guangdong Province provincial newspaper and the Moon City Evening News also followed suit, reporting on Jiang Yu's deeds. Not only did they reiterate Jiang Yu's bravery and fearlessness, they also expressed their expectations for his future. An editorial in the Moon City Evening News even wrote, Jiang Yu is not only the hero of this incident, but his appearance heralds the arrival of a whole new era. In the future, perhaps we will see more. A young man with a sword is lighter than a horse, who was afraid. A sword cleanses the jade clear. At the same time, the Huaxia Daily, the most influential media in the entire country, also joined in the coverage of Jiang Yu. Their evaluation was more comprehensive, praising Jiang Yu not only for his extraordinary force, but also for his fearless spirit and selfless character. They also said that mankind in China needed more young people like Jiang Yu to defend peace and create the future. During the New Year period, countless people have already found Jiang Yu's neighborhood, eager to see Jiang Yu aside. Only, they were all stopped by the security guards at the door. 5-star General, the doorway, Master Qin displayed a first-order martial arts cultivation. All give me quiet, do not affect the normal life of the owners, otherwise the police will be called. This time some talent resentfully left. Jiang Yu's previous life is used to seeing countless people on the network being pushed up to the altar, and finally being kicked into the abyss. Humans, what a cool way to make gods and destroy them. It's just a false name. Jiang Yu thought of Chui's admonition and suppressed his somewhat agitated heart. Jiang Yu closed the curtains and focused on his cultivation. On top of that, the next-door neighbors had suddenly become familiar with each other, stringing their doors to Jiang An's house when they had something to do. Jiang Yu frowned and took this opportunity to discuss, I currently have enough money, plus the bonus given by the city, why don't we change to a house with a better environment? After the invasion of the beasts, the price of the house fell even higher by quite a bit, although it was hoped that it would fall. But it's been so many years, who knows when it will fall? Jiang An shook his head and said seriously, no need, this house can still be lived in, and when you go to college someday, they will stop. I read online that first-order martial artists, even more so, consume quite a lot. Jiang Yu sighed in his heart, knowing that Jiang An absolutely refused. But Jiang An was right. Although the invasion of foreign beasts was terrifying, there were also quite a few heavenly treasures in the Source Realm Rift that were not found on Earth. These required martial artists to cross the border to harvest them, so the price, naturally, remained high. Even though there were scientists who had been researching how to cultivate these herbs in large quantities by means of genetic coding. However, the law of conservation of energy was here, and the growth of medicinal herbs required a large amount of resources no matter what. The New Year's vacation was but a few days and soon came to an end. When Jiang Yu walked through the school gates, he immediately felt the unusualness in the air. On weekdays, the students were busy and filled with the anxiety of exams and training. And today, it seemed that all eyes were gathered on him. In the corridor, the lower grade students whispered, their eyes filled with admiration and respect. Is that Senior Jiang Yu? Really envious of his legendary life. A boy whispered to the companion next to him. Yeah, he defeated so many other worldly monsters by himself, that's basically something only a first-rank martial artist can do. Soon, quite a few students gathered their courage and walked towards Jiang Yu with their books and pens. Senior Jiang Yu, can you give me an autograph? Some even directly handed over the newspaper they had just bought, with Jiang Yu's headline report printed on it. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth twitched slightly, somewhat uncomfortable with this life. He picked up a pen with some discomfort and signed his name for them one by one. As more and more students gathered around, there were even a few bold girls who handed over love letters, their faces filled with shyness and anticipation. Jiang Yu laughed bitterly in his heart, but still maintained his politeness and composure. No wonder, this and profit call how many great men of the past and present, addicted to it. Wherever he went, there was a chorus of exclamations of surprise and worshipful discussions. Jiang Yu was a little overwhelmed. When he walked into the elite classroom, Jiang Yu's pace slightly lurched. The atmosphere here was very different from the past, the hidden hostility and competitive mentality of the past disappeared and was replaced by a solemn and admiring gaze. Jiang Yu, that's amazing. A boy exclaimed, before, I thought we could compete with you, but now I realize that there's no comparison at all. I've watched your first view dozens of times over and over again, each time I gained very much. I'm afraid your martial arts are already at the 4th rank. Everyone didn't make a sound, this was something they had discussed and reached a consensus on a long time ago. 4th rank. If this was in the soul fighting space, it meant that Jiang Yu could easily tease and fool them. Even in reality, they didn't feel that they were better than the skeleton warriors. Yeah, to be able to fight so many other worldly creatures in the Morning Glory Forest and save the lives of a dozen or so workers, that guts alone is enough for me to admire. Another classmate agreed. He could tell that these elite class students' views of him had changed drastically nowadays. They no longer saw themselves as competitors, but as an existence that far surpassed them. Jiang Yu smiled bashfully, shook his head, and looked at Lin Ruoxin. The other party also quietly looked at himself. Chapter 93, Welcoming Jiang Yu. However, not everyone felt admiration and conviction because of this. Li Yuan, who sat in the corner of the classroom, always looked at Jiang Yu silently. He was the number one in the school and had always been proud of his strong strength and tenacity. However, when he saw Jiang Yu's growth and his current achievements, he couldn't help but feel a twinge in his heart. What's the point of me holding the number one position in the school? Li Yuan silently asked himself in his heart, I've never really faced the test of life and death like Jiang Yu, and I've never exploded into true strength in desperate situations like him. Over the years, Empty earned a few awards, how have to have Jiang Yu the sing female brocade flag. This self-doubt grew deeper and deeper in Li Yuan's heart. He had always thought that he was someone destined to make his way in the martial arts world, but now, he realized that his path was not as clear as he had imagined. Perhaps I am not suitable for the path of martial arts. Li Yuan sighed secretly, his gaze a little bleak. However, a moment later, a trace of determination suddenly flashed through his heart. Li Yuan took a deep breath and clenched his fists. No, I can't just give up so easily. I must fight against Jiang Yu, only then will I be able to find my true position and understand whether I am qualified to continue on or not. Li Yuan raised his head, his gaze firmly looking towards Jiang Yu's back, his heart secretly deciding, when I find an opportunity, I must fight with Jiang Yu in the soul fighting space, to see how big the gap between me and this genius really is. Today, we welcome Vice Mayor Ling Yusin, Municipal Martial Arts Bureau Director Su Jiging, and Municipal Education Bureau Director Chen Mingxin. Starfire Guild Immortal Shao City Branch President Mo Yong. All of the leaders to our school. The host introduced all the arriving leaders on the stage. There were a full 20 or so people. Holy, what kind of madness is this today? All these big shots actually came to our school for a meeting. Before, it's never happened before, right? Even the most powerful Ningyi First Middle School in Xianxiao doesn't have this treatment? Some students stood in the crowd, looking at one big shot after another, somewhat surprised. Then, on the playground, the crowd was packed and the students were talking. These leaders are usually all gods and goddesses, why are they all here today? Yes, even the vice mayor came in person, what's going on? Everyone spoke to each other, their surprise overflowing. In the past, the school-level meeting, at most, the leaders of the district to show up, like today, such a big shot gathered, it is rare. However, soon, the enthusiasm of the students to discuss, was followed by a long speech, tortured to disappear without a trace. Each of the leaders delivered a speech over and over again, is nothing more than hard to learn that set. Look emotionless, without the slightest preparation of the leaders read the script, like a blunt knife to kill, then stand a pile in the afternoon, but also called people unbearable. Finally, after all the affirmations, the session entered the last agenda recognition assembly. In order to motivate the students, in the last few months, to strive for strength, the last fight. All in all, it was sort of an annual pledge assembly for the college entrance exam. The test scores of the second model will also be ranked with all the schools in the city, together. There are many students in our school, with excellent grades, ranked in the top, among them, Jiang Yu, Li Yuan, Lin Ruoxin. And more than a dozen other students, the results of the liberal arts into the city's top 100. Among them, Jiang Yu is the total score of 740 points in the liberal arts, ranked first in the city's liberal arts. Li Yuan, Ding Songyi, and 10 other students entered the city's top 100 in martial arts. Let's applaud the above students to express our congratulations, and we also hope that all of you can look up to the outstanding students. The host finished speaking. A more enthusiastic applause rang out from the stage, there was no way around it, the big leaders were all here. Although they were unwilling in their hearts to give friendly family greetings to the leaders, on the surface, they still obediently applauded. Off stage. Many people looked at Li Yuan enviously. According to the usual practice, the first in the school ranked composite score has to go on stage and take a photo with the school leaders, and there are also rewards. Right, Li Yuan even got a D-rank contract from Starfire Guild, and there are so many big leaders coming this time. This wave of publicity, Li Yuan is going to come out hard. Li Yuan just smiled, glanced at Jiang Yu and did not open his mouth. Similar things, he had experienced many times in these 3 years, big and small. However, a trace of worry flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. The host on the stage did not introduce Li Yuan as most of the students expected, instead, he cast his gaze into the crowd, seemingly looking for traces of Jiang Yu. Next, we would like to recognize one student in particular. Not only did he excel in martial arts, he even stepped forward at a critical moment and saved the lives of others. He is Jiang Yu. As soon as the words fell, the entire room was in an uproar. The Morning Glory Forest incident some time ago was already at a point where no one knew about it in Immortal Shao City. Many people couldn't help but cast their gazes towards the elite class queue in front of them, trying to find the figure of the person in question, Jiang Yu. Didn't the mayor already recognize it before? Why did he make a special trip this time? I'm so stupid, these big shots can't even be seen on weekdays. How could they come to Manhwa No. 2 Middle School specifically for a district's second model summary conference? Right, our school, the one who is the most popular right now is only Jiang Yu. Li Yuan? It's just that his score is a bit higher for the time being, otherwise, it's really not as good as Jiang Yu. The host disclosed some of the details of the Morning Glory Forest incident, saying, Jiang Yu, a student of our school, in the face of hordes of terrifying sorcerelm undead, resolutely stepped forward, and with his subtle swordsmanship, he defeated the strong with the weak, and killed all of the undead by himself, buying enough time for the masses to head for the shelters. In the end, Jiang Yu utilized the terrain and his own strengths to kill the entry-rank undead with an un-entry-rank martial artist. This is not only a reflection of his personal strength, but it is also the result of his ability to remain calm and resourceful in the face of danger. The entire room erupted in applause, and the students' gazes were filled with respect and admiration. So it's Jiang Yu. I watched his actual combat footage and it directly dumbfounded me. People, is this swordsmanship really something a student can do? Yeah, the sophistication of his swordsmanship and stance. My district father said that on martial arts alone, even amongst second-rank martial artists, he has the ability to win in battle. The host reached out. Next, let's welcome Jiang Yu to the stage with a warm round of applause. Compared to a long speech, the story of Jiang Yu at the moment was even more stirring. Everyone's enthusiasm was mobilized, and they applauded vigorously with a mountainous roar. Under the gaze of the crowd, Jiang Yu stood up from his seat and walked onto the stage with a bland expression. Chapter 94: Teenage Ambition. Jiang Yu was dressed in white martial arts training clothes, with a streamlined figure that was well proportioned and at the same time had full explosive power. The teenager walked calmly towards the high platform, his face handsome, a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Wow, so handsome. As soon as Jiang Yu stepped onto the stage, the host smiled and walked through the process. On the podium, a group of leaders came forward one after another to shake hands and take pictures with Jiang Yu. Everyone did not hide their appreciation and encouragement of Jiang Yu in the slightest. However, most of them were just platitudes. When it came to Uncle Mo's turn, he patted Jiang Yu's shoulder, as if he was instructing his own child. Oh, what's the experience of this period of time when the name is added to the body? Jiang Yu's complexion was correct. Cultivate day and night, don't dare to slack off. Uncle Mo was very pleased. You are a worrying child. I knew you could see through this point of fame and fortune. As long as the strength is strong enough, these so-called fame and fortune is like a river flowing into the sea, a constant stream of convergence on you. I understand. Thank you, Uncle Mo, for your concern. Jiang Yu smiled bashfully. The next step was for the deputy mayor to make some speeches. Then it was the turn of the city's martial arts education bureau, Su Jiging, to speak. Jiang Yu from Manhwa No. 2 Middle School, less than 18 years old, with a life level of less than 8, forcefully overcoming an entry-order source realm creature. Such a feat, when looking at China, and even the entire world, is also rare. Su Jiging said with deep emotion, this fully reflects our country's cultivation of martial arts students, and is a successful example of being connected to reality and oriented towards actual combat. He paused for a moment, looked around the room, and continued, here, a few words about our educational philosophy and goals. Our country has always attached importance to the all-round development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, and aesthetics, especially in martial arts education, which emphasizes the unity of martial virtues, martial arts, and martial aspirations. The deeds of Mr. Jiang Yu are a vivid reflection of our educational achievements. Vice Mayor Ling Yisan smiled and nodded in agreement. Su Jiging continued, we hope that every student, like Mr. Jiang Yu, will not only possess excellent martial arts skills, but also high moral character and a strong sense of social responsibility. In the face of danger and challenges, they can stand up and assume their due responsibilities. Chen Mingxin, the director of the city's education bureau, also stood up and said enthusiastically, student Jiang Yu's heroic act is not only a personal honor, but also a pride of our education work. It proves that our approach is correct, and that the students we produce have both knowledge and commitment. Subsequently, Su Jiging took the stage along with a group of leaders and announced, in recognition of student Jiang Yu's heroic deeds, the Municipal Wudao Education Bureau has decided to award him the honorary title of Student Wudao Model and reward him with 1 million renminbi yuan as encouragement. The moment these words came out, the entire room once again boiled over. The students stood up and applauded enthusiastically, the applause lasting for a long time. Jiang Yu looked humble and bowed deeply after receiving the award and prize money. The reporters quickly pressed the shutter and flashes rose and fell, recording this moment of glory. Killing source realm creatures could not be considered a commendable thing. Many people, even at low life levels, often discussed on the internet how to use a sliding shovel to kill an entry-level source realm creature. However, in reality, an underage high school student was actually able to kill a monster of entry level after killing 9 skeleton warriors with one person's strength. This was extremely propaganda-worthy for educational efforts. No, everyone on the stage, regardless of gender, was hot-blooded at the moment, itching to follow Jiang Yu's example and slay the demons. Or, some girls were very flamboyant and shouted for Jiang Yu to be their boyfriend. With good grades, it could still be said that the family was rich and had smashed more resources. But this kind of actual combat achievement was simply difficult to replicate. Those are monsters that only have remnants of their souls left, they can't even be domesticated, so how can they cooperate with Jiang Yu and come to this world drama? The big background of this world is the invasion of foreign beasts, invading and eating up the homes of human beings. All of them, greatly admired martial artists who could kill source realm creatures. This was the main theme. Jiang Yu's behavior, in the eyes of the students, far exceeded that of Li Yuan, who was the so-called number one in overall grades. The young man was hot-blooded, waving his hand, 3 feet of green peak in his hand, daring to teach the world to revert. Jiang Yu, he is very powerful, right? Su Bowen stood at Lin Ruoxin's side, looking at the stage with a complicated gaze. Lin Ruoxin returned to her senses and smiled. Now everyone calls him a hero, it's very impressive. Su Bowen glanced at her and said, "What about your evaluation of him?" Humph, like a nerd, Lin Ruoxin blinked, a hint of mischief in her gaze. Su Bowen didn't feel that Lin Ruoxin was truly unimpressed with Jiang Yu, but continued to wait for Lin Ruoxin to speak. However, his family conditions aren't good, and his grades were poor in the beginning. To reach what he is now in just a short period of time, in addition to his talent, he should have also put in more than normal effort. Su Bowen froze. He didn't expect that Lin Ruoxin would actually speak so highly of Jiang Yu. Never before had he heard that any person could be praised so much by Lin Ruoxin. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back, as if his heart had been stabbed. He only felt a throbbing pain. The snowflakes are drifting, and the northern wind is blowing. Lin Ruoxin sensed his change in mood and cocked her head, asking softly, "What's wrong? You seem to have something on your mind?" "Nothing, just some emotions, I guess." Su Bowen, forced to smile, suddenly thought of a question that I can't do. Su Bowen, ignorant green feelings, never set out, stated to the good people to listen to, then realized, do not know when, has been aborted. Genius is really so powerful? Everywhere can be later? Su Bowen looked at Jiang Yu, spirited, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lin Ruoxin smiled faintly and did not continue to pursue the question, instead looking at Jiang Yu on the stage. The young man is spirited and wants to compete with the Heavenly Lord, to test the heights of. The teacher-student mobilization meeting ended and the leaders left the school in their cars after chatting with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu then had the opportunity to leave. Looked at the venue, has long been empty, only the cold wind blowing. The other students had long since gone back to continue their classes. Jiang Yu, however, did not immediately go back to class, but Chuhi made a phone call and told him to go to the principal's office. As soon as he entered the door, "Teacher?" Jiang Yu realized that besides Chuhi, there was a stranger. Chuhi smiled. "This is Director Tong of the Education Bureau." After exchanging pleasantries, the people took their seats. "I came here today to talk to you about a few things." Director Tong smiled. "First, your Principal Tang and Teacher Chu applied for a special scholarship for you. It's been approved. You can check your bank card today, it should be here. This is a national award, there will be no tax deduction." Jiang Yu was a little excited. He didn't expect that before he even mentioned it, Principal Tang and Chuyi had already applied for him first. A whole $500,000. He didn't expect that he would really be able to apply for it if he was in the first 100. Director Tong said, "The second point, well, you received the student martial arts model, which belongs to the martial arts title. However, a resolution recently passed by Lord Su Shiyu has already been implemented, and in the future, the extra credit items will be limited to just a few items such as the awakening of the external image power and the orphans of the martyrs." But Chapter 95, Special Admission to Schools. Special treatment for special circumstances. Your title of junior hero is well deserved, even if it's a normal first-rank official martial artist. I'm afraid that they don't have the same kind of battle record as you when they just went into battle to kill the enemy. Therefore, our Martial Arts Bureau's director's son made instructions to make sure to speed up the vetting process, to hurry up and arrange this title for you before the new policy is implemented. Mayor Li and director's son personally gave a shout-out to the province again, giving the green light all the way, which enabled the vetting process to be so fast, and the approval was completed in just 2 days. Director Tong said with some complacency, "Otherwise, another day later, this score wouldn't have been added. 10,000 thanks." Jiang Yu was also somewhat moved. He had heard a little about this resolution. The previous college entrance examination extra points policy followed the version from decades ago, where certain conditions were reached to obtain extra points for the college entrance examination. The extra points items included external vision power awakening, hero title, heroic orphans, and so on. A hero title could add 20 points to a martial arts score. 1 point was enough to defeat thousands of candidates. Not to mention a full 20 points. So, many rich people had a crooked mind. By spending a lot of money, they operated a hero title to add points to their children's scores. Very realistic. For the fairness of the martial arts exam, it posed a huge challenge. Therefore, Su Shiya then proposed a new extra points regulation for the college entrance examination in the 2041 General Assembly, adjusting and eliminating many extra points to improve the fairness of the college entrance examination. At the same time, in order to avoid suppressing students' motivation, other compensation should be made accordingly. In a nutshell, we must not chill the heroes or let the villains win. Jiang Yu's desire to awaken the external image power today is still a vain thing. Then to hit a higher level university, these 20 points would be crucial. Therefore, he was still grateful to the people from the Martial Arts Bureau. Director Tong laughed, "If you want to thank the country. For true martial arts geniuses, the country has always put out strong support. We are just following the above meaning and implementing the policy." Jiang Yu nodded his head. With so many martial artists needing to consume resources to support them, it could be imagined how difficult it was for the financial department of Huaxia to work. Even if the source was constantly being developed in the source world, the country's choice of funding objects was still cautious and selective of the best of the best. Sent away Director Tong. In the principal's office, only Jiang Yu, Tang Xiaolong, and Shu He remained. Principal Tang smiled faintly, propped his hands on the table and slowly spoke, "I recently received a call about you, Jiang Yu." Jiang Yu froze. "I wonder what it is about." It's a call from the admissions office of some martial arts universities, among which there are first-rate, and even an end-of-the-line top domestic martial arts university. Principal Tang manipulated his bracelet and projected a contract. Every year, these universities hold some special enrollment quotas in their hands, which they use to enroll some qualified geniuses, or certain specialties in advance. Of course, just like the guild's early signing, there will be conditions worth a lot of money attached. Principal Tang continued, "If you accept their conditions, you cannot take the college entrance exam, but directly enter the university." Jiang Yu froze. "Why would you choose me for special recruitment?" In his previous life, Jiang Yu also knew that some top universities would specially recruit some high school students in advance. For example, the Strong Foundation program, such as some students who participated in competitions and excelled in science. Principal Tang smiled and nodded as he continued, "The reason why these martial arts universities would choose to contact you in advance, or even specially recruit you, is actually very simple: to seize the first opportunity. Nowadays, with your grades, even if you don't have extra points, the top second-rate universities will be able to securely get on. If you play well in the college entrance examination, you will be able to go to the top universities. Then they naturally have no chance in the first-rate schools, so they are all betting on it. Even if you, at that time, are only good enough to choose a first-class university, that's still a chance to grab a head start in the competition with other first-class universities." He pointed to a contract on the projection screen, his tone transmitting a hint of solemnity. "The head of the admissions office of these universities told me that young people like you who have a solid combat record are extremely rare. In particular, there are very few students who can achieve such remarkable battle achievements in their senior year of high school. Your performance in the Morning Glory Forest this time, not only did you protect a dozen or so innocent workers, but you also killed multiple Source Realm monsters on your own. Your real-world combat experience and mentality already far exceeds that of your peers." Principal Tang paused and continued, "For these universities, martial strength and potential are the most important considerations. Although the results of the college entrance examination are still one of the criteria, in the field of martial arts, practical combat ability, comprehensive quality, and the honing of one's state of mind are equally vital. You, on the other hand, undoubtedly possess all of these elements." Jiang Yu listened quietly, gradually understanding the reasoning in his heart. "In addition, there is another important reason." Principal Tang smiled and continued, "You have risen rapidly in a short period of time, displaying an extremely strong ability to learn and adapt. This kind of growth potential is also what the major martial arts universities value the most. For them, cultivating future geniuses who can stand out in Source Realm battles is the most important mission of the school, and it is also in the school's interest. You, on the other hand, clearly meet their expectations." Shui laughed. "So yeah, many people now think that you have a lot of potential, and the people from the Pathfinder Guild before should have their intestines repenting." Principal Tang nodded and smiled, "Indeed. Another thing, the advantage of cultivation time is also an important reason for these schools to recruit specially. If they wait until after the college entrance exams to compete for the best talents, the competition between the top schools will be even fiercer. However, through special recruitment, they can recruit the most outstanding students in advance, reducing the pressure of competition with other schools, and they can also provide targeted cultivation for students in advance." He paused and continued to add, especially some of the top martial arts universities, their plans for the future are not just limited to cultivating students' academic abilities, but also focus on practical combat abilities and social responsibility. They hope that by recruiting potentials like you in advance, they will cultivate more martial arts elites with leadership and combat abilities in the future to shoulder the heavy responsibility of guarding the human world. Jiang Yu nodded. These days, a lot of people who attend martial arts universities don't actually end up getting involved in frontline work. Instead, they minor in liberal arts and work in clerical jobs after graduation. This was also the reason why pure liberal arts students today were getting worse and worse. But there's no way around it. Liberal arts is easy, employment is hard. Martial arts minor in liberal arts, difficult in the early stage, but employment is easy. One could enter some establishment or industries related to martial artists, with the advantage of a high life level, allowing them to be more energetic and flexible. After listening to Principal Tang's explanation, Jiang Yu felt a wave of emotions in his heart. Unexpectedly, the battle in the Morning Glory Forest had brought him so many benefits. However, there are good and of course bad things about the special enrollment. His lower limit is very high, giving you resources that are difficult to get even if you get into a top school. But for some who value the school's platform and want to enter the top schools, they can usually put up with poorer resources. It all depends on how the individual wants it. Principal Tang smiled and looked at Jiang Yu and said amiably, "So, what do you think, Jiang Yu?" Chapter 96, a young girl bows her head lightly. Jiang Yu was silent for a while, carefully weighing the pros and cons. The special enrollment was indeed enticing, especially being able to dispense with the pressure of the college entrance exam and directly enter a first-rate or even top martial arts university to study. This was a dream opportunity for many people. The conditions on those contracts were undoubtedly very generous as well, both in terms of resources and future development guarantees. To summarize, it seemed that to a certain extent, even if he were to enter a top university, it would even be better than choosing to take the favorable treatment and cultivate at these top universities. Using this as a springboard to build up his strength, Jiang Yu can even charge even higher at the next stage. However, Jiang Yu is clear that the special enrollment means that his future path will be limited to some extent, and the freedom in the choice of path will be quite a bit worse. If he had just crossed over, Jiang Yu might not have hesitated. Because at that time, his future was far less clear than it is now. He recalled the battle in the Morning Glory Forest, the desperation of facing the Source Realm monsters alone. That was the first time he deeply felt the importance of strength. He didn't want to give up on potentially higher goals by choosing a seemingly safe path early on. His goal wasn't just a first-rate or last-rate top university, he wanted to stand on a higher stage and pursue greater power. But right now, these top universities were very good, if the rate of progress in the past few months was nowhere near what it had been. Perhaps the scores were not enough to choose other top universities, and one could only choose a first-class martial arts university. At that time, although one might be studying at the same university, it would not be as good. If it is a choice of platform, then the end of the top universities, although the treatment is not as good as a first-class university, but the platform is large enough. In Jiang Yu's mind, two voices appeared, constantly fighting left and right. One voice told him, have the system, fight hard, maybe the starting platform will be higher. One voice told him, owning the system, why bother fighting, left and right universities are just a platform. Even if you get into a better university, then you can get the resource treatment plus the platform. It will not necessarily be more comfortable than recruiting into these first-class universities, take their resources to cultivate at ease, and then take the opportunity to jump into a better university for further study. The result is the same. The result is the same. Is it a risky step, resources for time? Or is it a safe and sound curved detour, time for resources? Shui could see that Jiang Yu was getting tangled up, smiled and said, there is no need to rush to make a decision, you can go back and think about it for 2 days before replying. As Principal Tang said, these special enrollment quotas have benefits and disadvantages for you. Shui smiled, I've also looked at these schools, and even if you decide to take the special enrollment path early, I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. Shui did have a good point. One was a nebulous higher ceiling. If she did well on the college entrance exam, Jiang Yu would be able to choose a better school, but it might not be such a good deal at that time. One is a rewarding actual contract. Jiang Yu has the system in hand. A moment of platform is really not so important. On the contrary, with resources, he can use the system to rise faster, then naturally there is a bigger stage in front of him. Moreover, these first-class martial arts universities, or that reward poorly at the end of the top universities, the starting point is really not low. Jiang Yu nodded, good, then I'll go back and think about it. Shu He and Principal Tang also nodded in understanding. Jiang Yu returned to the elite class and continued training. It was now February 16th, and there were just over 100 days left before the college entrance exam in June. Jiang Yu found Lin Ruoxin, who was resting. He was slightly hesitant. Lin Ruoxin, on the other hand, seemed to be a mirror that could reflect one's heart. "What's wrong? Still not happy about the hero's return?" Jiang Yu shook his head, remembering Chui's words. He finally opened his mouth and asked, "There's still more than 100 days until the college entrance exam. Which school do you plan to take?" Lin Ruoxin stood with her hands behind her back, smiled and said, "What, do you plan to eliminate your competitors in advance? Am I that kind of person?" Jiang Yu rolled his eyes. "You think my pattern is too small? For this kind of thing, I would definitely secretly find someone to do it." Jiang Yu shrugged. Buy out a truck driver, then get him to buy an insurance policy, then drunkenly hit the jackpot in the night rain, and the money goes to his family through a cash transaction." Lin Ruoxin clasped her arms with both hands, pretending to be scared. "This kind of thing, how are you so skillful?" Jiang Yu touched his nose. "Often reading the comments underneath various novels and videos, you can really learn things." Lin Ruoxin: "If there are no surprises, my goal is Taichin University," Lin Ruoxin said somewhat feebly. Jiang Yu couldn't help but froze. Taichin University, one of the top 3 martial arts schools in the world. Lord Su Xian also studied there when she was a teenager. Lin Ruoxin spat. "There's just the two of us here, there's no need to repeat it again." "What about you, Jiang Yu?" Lin Ruoxin's eyes, which resembled the clearest lake water, rippled with light, and in the midst of those unintentional waves, a slight sense of longing swirled up. "Today, Principal Tang told me that there are quite a few schools that want to specially recruit me because of my performance in the Morning Glory Forest," Jiang Yu slowly said. Lin Ruoxin blinked. "Special recruitment, and will also sign a training contract with lucrative conditions?" Jiang Yu nodded. "I looked at some of the ones picked out by Principal Tang today, and they all opened up to grade A, with some other incidental clauses." "First-class universities?" Lin Ruoxin asked. Jiang Yu slowly said, "Yes, they're all first-class universities, and there's even a university that ranks last among the top batches in the country." She slightly lowered her head, the corner of her mouth with a shallow smile, her voice as soft as the spring breeze. "Special recruitment is really a great opportunity, Jiang Yu. To be recognized by these schools, you have indeed gone ahead of many." She paused and raised her eyes, her gaze clear but with a hint of despondency that she couldn't hide. "However, there are many paths for you, all of which can be picked by you, while I can only walk along the established path." Her tone was calm, as if she was talking about an insignificant matter, but that princess-like pride made her unwilling to show too much reluctance. "In any case, your future is up to you." She smiled and gently turned around. "I believe that you will make the best choice for yourself. As for me," she said softly, smiling with a hint of pride, "no matter what, I will be watching over you at Taichin University. If you come behind, then I'll be your senior sister." The young girl did not explicitly say what she had in mind. However, the thousands of thoughts lurking therein could be glimpsed by even the most obtuse teenager. Jiang Yu smiled. She pursed her lips, her eyes becoming more and more determined, and said in the calm tone of a teenager, "Do your best." Lin Ruoxin also understood, and she smiled faintly, outshining thousands of landscapes in the world. Chapter 97, The Young Man's Sharp Intentions, the martial artist's heart first appears. The morning of the second day. The coldness of winter had been replaced by the freshness of the morning, and the campus was filled with the busy scene of students preparing for the upcoming exams. Jiang Yu came to the training ground and saw Lin Ruoxin practicing her sword. Her movements were smooth and elegant, just like a dancing fairy. As Jiang Yu watched, he was slightly mesmerized. He vaguely caught a bit of inspiration. Entering the 4th stage, killing moves have been taken at will. The flow of moves is not restricted to a single move. The sword moves that have been trained for tens of thousands of times in the past are readily available. This can already be called a generation of experts, but in the division of martial arts, it is still stuck at the 4th stage. Jiang Yu had a preliminary thought. In the end, the way of the sword has to come out of its own intent. Intent comes from the heart. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Ruoxin, the thought in his heart growing firmer and firmer. The special enrollment can certainly obtain rich resources, suitable for my development, and in the future, I can go through the path of advancement and get into a top martial arts university. I just need to pay a little time. But the problem is, the world wind and clouds change, is in 1,000 years have not seen a big change, behind 3 or 4 years of light, has long been rapidly changing, it is difficult to catch up. Only the real top universities are at the forefront of the times. The eyes opened up, the information acquired, far from some resources can make up for. Jiang Yu smiled. In the end, it's still me who's used to looking at things with the eyes of my previous life. This world, it's far more expansive than my previous life. The sharpness in his heart grew stronger. It occurred to him that what he wanted was not just to stand on the platform of a first-class university and cultivate, but to step onto the top stage that truly belonged to him, to witness and participate in the changing winds and clouds of this world. I intend to be such a sword. When I am dormant, I hide my sword in the sheath. When I use it, I am sharp to break through all difficulties. If I were to cower, I would have escaped long ago in the morning glory forest. What would be the name of a hero, and how would I be able to say that I have a special offer from the university nowadays? No matter how many difficulties there are in the future, I will meet them head on and face the challenges head on. This is my Jiang Yu's path. Jiang Yu's thoughts became clearer and his eyes became brighter. Plan before you move, do your best to fight, and fight for a wide and wide avenue to the sky. The so-called submerged dragon in the abyss, waiting for the opportunity to move. This first-class university is just a shallow pool. Only the world's 3 top martial arts schools can be called the abyss of the sea. Resources can be wrestled by oneself, but the abyss is only made in heaven. Hibernate here, hide your weapons and keep your hands to yourself, and wait for heaven's time. Regardless of whether it was a special enrollment or through his own efforts, he would choose a path that would allow him to reach the top of the mountain. Jiang Yu took a deep breath as if he was absorbing the essence of this heaven and earth. His state of mind completely transformed at this moment. Jiang Yu found Principal Tang and explained to him that he did not intend to take the special enrollment path. Jiang Yu didn't say it too bluntly. He implicitly said, I still want to go all out for the college entrance exam and see how far I can go on my own. He didn't say that he was aiming for the world's 3 top schools. After all, the top schools in the country, he might not even have a chance. Moreover, as the old saying goes, things are made in secrecy, and words are leaked. Principal Tang looked at him for a moment, then slowly smiled and nodded. Very well, Jiang Yu, you have the heart of a true martial artist. I will support any decision you make. Jiang Yu bowed slightly. Thank you for your understanding, Principal Tang. After leaving the principal's office, Jiang Yu returned to the elite class. As he walked into the classroom, he felt a rekindled sense of purpose. Must keep working hard until I reach the top of the mountain. Jiang Yu meditated in his heart, carving out his own destiny. The remaining 100 days or so would be tough, but Jiang Yu was determined to accept this challenge. He was no longer the teenager who had traveled into a useless body. Later that day, when Jiang Yu saw Lin Ruoxin again, she gave him a puzzled look. He just smiled at her. Lin Ruoxin seemed to understand. They were both pursuing a higher goal, and neither of them would accept the second best choice. The countdown to the college entrance exam had begun, and Jiang Yu was determined to make every day count. No shortcuts, no compromises, just a path he could call his own. At the school's general meeting, Jiang Yu was awarded the title of Student Martial Arts Model by the Martial Arts Bureau, causing Jiang Yu's name to once again make waves in Xianqiao City and on the internet. Nowadays, the school's number 1, Li Yuan, was no longer a topic of discussion. The most fashionable topic was Jiang Yu. Any breeze about Jiang Yu was the talk of the schoolmates. Jiang Yu wasn't just the idol of the students of Manhwa Second Middle School. Under the mayor's intentional push, after the local media and newspapers publicized it, Jiang Yu had long become the idol of countless students in Xianqiao City. Even in the scope of China, due to the national official media issued an article to support, Jiang Yu naturally also showed a lot of face in front of the national people. Coupled with the internet many a kwan, to Jiang Yu editing a variety of super combustible video or funny video or tragic video. Jiang Yu is to a certain extent, has become the object of worship of many students across the country. What's more, said the slogan Believe Jiang Yu, college entrance examinations score more like rain. Let countless students, have in the video related to Jiang Yu silently sent under a good luck. If you don't play the internet often, you can't understand what these students are doing. Because Jiang Yu was very low profile, no one knew any of his social accounts. So, some students in their own often play a certain bee, a certain blog, a certain potato, a certain shake, to Jiang Yu made a fan group. The requirements to get into the fan club were not high, as long as they had the same grades as Jiang Yu in his sophomore year. However, the requirement to stay in the fan club is very high. There had to be progress on every exam or they would be kicked out. Your grades are bad, Jiangshan understands, because Jiangshan once had lousy grades too. But when your grades didn't improve, the Jiang god was angry because you didn't learn his essence. It was said to be a fan group, but it was actually a study supervision group in disguise. It could be said that the current trends of the student body were changing in a good and positive direction. This achieved the effect they wanted. Jiang Yu didn't know about this. Senior students didn't have any time to themselves. All of his heart and soul went into just one goal, and that was to get into the desired university. But he was aware that his every move had long been watched by more and more people. This invariably brought some pressure to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yuan said somewhat sadly, "You have idle baggage now. We can never go back to the days of squatting on the side of the road to eat beef mince and look at the thighs of beautiful women." Lin Ruoxin sniffs, a pair of beautiful eyes sneakily looking at the two. The corners of Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. "Bull, if I were to look at beautiful women, the bowl of beef morsels would have been stolen and eaten by you long ago." Jiang Yuan whistled. After a bout of jostling, they quickly returned to their cultivation state again. Time flew by. P.S. The high school stage is coming to an end. Chapter 98, Cultivation. As a party to the public opinion, Jiang Yu's life has calmed down again. As if the center of the storm, but the calm zone. Jiang Yu's life, as always, maintains 2 points in one line every day. School, home. Home, Starfire Guild chapter. Apart from the occasional review of liberal arts knowledge, all of Jiang Yu's time was devoted to basic cultivation methods and sword techniques. Moreover, Jiang Yu had a strong mental power that allowed him to adjust the frequency of purchasing and using basic qi and blood tonic and containment pills at any time according to his physical state. But, basically, as Jiang Yu cultivated harder and harder, the faster the frequency of purchasing and using the elixirs became. Cultivating every day with his eyes open, closing his eyes was sleeping, day after day, repeating more than just that. It was very monotonous, and Jiang Yu only felt that the world had suddenly turned into a box without color or sound. He couldn't remember anything, nor could he remember the passage of time. Often, only on the arrival of a new Monday, he would realize that he had spent a weekend before. He had already entered a state called martial arts mind flow. The money in the bank account is also rapidly passing, as for the points have long been spent. Calculated on average, 10 days, Jiang Yu's expenses reached nearly $180,000. In some cases, it was even higher. Because, with such uninterrupted cultivation, even if Jiang Yu's willpower and mental strength were far beyond normal people, he could not afford it. Relying on the gathering of Yuan technique alone could not recover from Jiang Yu's brainpower and physical exertion, and he needed to purchase some additional medicines and food that could help restore his brainpower. The same was true for the body's damage repair. Even supplemented with the guild's healing barn was a bit too late. After all, the healing barn healed at once, the time was still relatively long. Flesh and blood, it was in the process of constantly exercising, then consuming, damaging, tearing, and then repairing that it became a little bit stronger. Regardless of whether it was an ordinary person working out, or a martial artist cultivating, it could not escape this theorem cycle. It was just that martial artist cultivation was far more subtle and higher level than those fitness methods in Jiang Yu's previous life. But the effect is very significant. Jiang Yu's strength, the same rapid increase. Martial arts cultivation, or that people live in the world, as if climbing a mountain. To see the flood sun breaks the clouds, thousands of Buddha's light in the body, shining before people, first of all, to experience a long and arduous road of climbing. Take sweat to cast this moment. Naturally, there are no shortcuts. 2043, March 6th. Jiang Yu ended the day's cultivation and returned home. After washing up and lying comfortably on the bed, with a thought, he opened the system panel. Jiang Yu. Life level, 8 unranked martial artist. Spirit level, 18.1. Fist power, 1,540 kilograms. Speed, 23.7 ms. Physical cultivation technique, Shifeng Kung Fu. Spiritual energy cultivation method, Zhou Yuan technique. Martial skills, sword technique 65% of 4th rank, footwork 63% of 4th rank, fist technique 61% of 3rd rank, gun technique 43% of 3rd rank. External image power, awakening progress 1.9 unawakened. Item column, 0-10. Item column 1, flaming plume of flowing light. Item column 2, blazing sun sword technique. Item column 3, manuscript of cultivation tips true form. Item 4, basic sword technique detailed explanation 3rd edition. Item 5, black iron battle axe. Item 6, refined iron sword. Function. Insight, can observe the basic information of a specific target. After this period of training, his life level officially broke through the 8th level mark. 3 weeks in a 0.6 life level increase, Jiang Yu's level of insanity allowed him to maintain an amazing cultivation speed even with a higher life level. To know. The higher the life level, the cultivation speed curve would show a downward trend. This was very easy to understand. The higher a martial artist's rank was equivalent to a larger container, and cultivation was equivalent to filling the container with water. When there was no qualitative change in the speed of water filling, it naturally took more time to fill the container and make it evolve. However, according to scientists' analysis, the cultivation speed of a martial artist was not exactly a curve with a downward trend. Rather, it was in possession of inflection points. For example, when a martial artist breaks through the first stage, the third stage, the change in the body container is not as drastic as the change in the external means of cultivation. At this time, the speed of water injection changed significantly, and the average cultivation speed of the martial artist increased instead. And Jiang Yu's strength at this moment was far beyond that of a level 10 just entered rank martial artist. This was if he hadn't chosen to equip the Hyunmin sword yet. If he equipped the Hyunmin sword to replace one of the refined iron swords, he would be able to increase his strength by another 140 kilograms due to the Hyunmin sword's better quality. However, there was no need for it at the moment. As a weapon with a clear source, the Hyunmin sword was naturally best used as a daily weapon. Speed was similarly beyond the level of a rank 10 martial artist, and the fire feather flowing light stance could still add some speed to him. However, Jiang Yu's sword cultivation was stuck in a bottleneck, progressing slowly. This was still because he had the system. If Jiang Yu didn't have the system to add to his cultivation, I'm afraid that he would be just like other martial artists, stuck at the 4th rank for decades without moving. It seems that in order to have another breakthrough, perhaps one would have to equip a more advanced sword technique, or perhaps find their own intent. Jiang Yu looked at his hands and smiled. However, I'm not even 18 yet, so I don't need to worry at all. Just in terms of martial arts level, among people of my age, looking around the world, except for the very few geniuses among geniuses and martial arts holy bodies, I'm afraid there's no one higher than me. Weekend. Jiang Yu's consciousness sank into the fighting soul awakening, transforming into a stream of light that descended from beyond the universe into the personal space of the fighting soul awakening. Master, welcome back. The classical elf like Shao Qing said with a smile, what can I do for you? Open your personal battle record. Jiang Yu said directly. Soon, a curtain of light formed. The miniature model of Jiang Yu's character stood on the left side, a floating magnificent badge coalesced on the right side, and below it was a slightly fluttering flag. There was a line of font displaying, flashy platinum 187 victory points. Winning points, 86. After Jiang Yu's swordsmanship was raised to 60% of the 4th rank, he was already in the top ranks in the noble platinum segment. Often, in 10 matchups, it was hard for him to lose a single game. It could be said that he was already at the level of the Tong Tian generation in this segment. However, when Jiang Yu went on a winning streak, the system's sanctions would follow. 3 consecutive games. He actually ranked opponents in the high diamond segment, or even the master segment. There were always some geniuses whose martial arts were also able to reach the advanced level of the 4th segment. These people were quite a bit older than Jiang Yu and were experienced. Jiang Yu lost very dryly and could only secretly say a pity, but the other party was handling it much better than him. The increase in strength and segmentation was similarly in line with the marginal effect. To the 4th level, the victory or defeat will all depend on experience, processing ideas and details. And Huagui Platinum this level, in addition to those players who rely on time to pile up hard, other people are more or less counted as a good level, or talent over the person. It can be said that the basic literacy is generally very high, unless the state is bad, or basically will not appear some low-level mistakes. Therefore, to win, it was a competition of whose handling was more spiritual and delicate. At this point, a 10% increase in proficiency would be able to feel an increase in segmentation. Chapter 99, The Dark Cave. Win another hand and you can play competitively again. If you can win, you'll be able to break through the Radiant Diamond. Jiang Yu smiled. Reaching the Radiant Diamond segment before the age of 18 is able to receive a reward of 600,000 Chinese coins. Must save more money. The 2 months after the college entrance exams are over is the best period for me to utilize the system to improve my overall strength. I guess I'll need to use quite a lot of money by then. There was no way around it. Conflicts were divided into primary conflicts and secondary conflicts. The main contradiction right now was the college entrance exam. But even so, the library, Jiang Yu had once been there, wanting to find some books and equipment that could enhance his strength. However, there was basically no gain. Everyday classes, encyclopedias, novels, etc., could not be equipped at all. And those various types of cultivation books in the library were of varying levels, and like Chang Gaoming's books, they could not be equipped. But it wasn't that these books were useless, it could be that they were a hair short of meeting the system's requirements. But strangely enough, knowledge books, by common sense, were generally unable to be equipped. The fact was also true. However, Jiang Yu had once come into contact with a book called Principles of Geometry, photocopied from a manuscript written by a philosopher thousands of years ago. He was also a mathematician. It looked just like a heavenly book, but after equipping it, it could actually raise Jiang Yu's geometric math level. However, Jiang Yu couldn't use it and didn't take it away by photocopying it. So as a result, for the time being, the equipment to enhance the speed of cultivation, Jiang Yu only had his own manuscripts to use. Sword techniques, body techniques, etc., on the other hand, were still bought from the guild's secret books. After all, not everywhere, there are movies and TV dramas, lying quietly in libraries and gongfu buildings, waiting for the protagonist to enter to be able to obtain the heaven-defying gongfu. Jiang Yu casually point, some jump to try, start, let me see this system, cannot sanction me. Choosing a configuration of long swords and light armor, sacrificing defense and strengthening mobility. There were extreme martial artists that would also choose cloth. There wasn't a bit of defense, but the mobility was the highest. Long sword, light armor, on the other hand, was a very foolproof match. After a long wait, the match was successful. Jiang Yu decisively chose to accept. About to enter the match. The opponent's position was Noble Platinum 189 victory points. At the last second, his consciousness turned into streams of light, and Jiang Yu descended into an empty underground cave. The ground was slippery. Underground dark river sound birth, unknown crystals emit light fluorescence, just the cave will be illuminated as if the dawn. This map, dark cave. Jiang Yu looked around, only to feel a cold air coming from underground. At the same time, a prompt came from the system. Ding! You have been eroded by the cold, and as time passes, your body will become more and more stiff. Jiang Yu frowned, feeling the hand holding the sword, but there was a hint of stiffness. I didn't expect that there is actually this kind of map with negative buffs. Gazing forward, the shadowy cave was too dark, and many crystals obscured it, unable to see the other side. With a million caution rising in his heart, Jiang Yu's combat boots stepped on the ground and slowly moved forward. In the empty cave, only the sound of his footsteps echoed. It seems that the other party doesn't seem to be moving? Jiang Yu immediately understood that this place was so silent that the slightest movement would be amplified. There was nothing but his own voice. It meant that the other party wasn't making a move. Of course, it can't be ruled out that the other party has a way to eliminate sound and move. Tap. Jiang Yu's heart tightened as the cold air gradually eroded his body and his movements began to become sluggish. Fortunately, he was wearing light armor, and he was still able to move normally now, but if it was heavy armor, he was afraid that it would only become more sluggish. He took a deep breath and forced himself to focus, minimizing the stiffness in his body. It seems that the other party is another veteran who is familiar with these maps. Jiang Yu murmured in his heart. System alert, you have been eroded by the cold, 3 minutes remaining. The system's voice came out coldly, reminding him of the time constraints. Jiang Yu was a little depressed. It seemed that if he didn't end it soon, this match would be forced to end. Jiang Yu looked around. The dark cave was covered with intricate crystals, the shimmering light from these crystals casting eerie shadows on the cave walls. He knew that his opponent could be hiding behind these crystals and could attack at any time. Jiang Yu gripped the long sword in his hand tightly, his gaze was like a torch, and his pace became more steady. Suddenly, a slight rustling sound came from the depths of the cave, as if something was moving slowly. Jiang Yu immediately stopped his steps, held his breath and listened intently. The sound was intermittent, as if a creature was wriggling in the cave. It's coming! He drank in his heart, his body slightly leaning forward in preparation for a possible surprise attack. Just then, a black shadow quickly flashed out from between the crystals and came straight at Jiang Yu. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu swung his sword to meet the attack. The long sword cut out a cold light, precisely blocking the opponent's attack. The speed of the opponent was so fast that it was almost hard to notice, but Jiang Yu was no Wu Xiaomeng and reacted in time. This person was wearing dark-colored light armor, holding a sharp long knife in his hand, the blade flashing coldly in the shimmering light. With his swift movements and nimble stance, he was clearly an experienced swordsman. Not bad, very fast, again with a fast knife. Jiang Yu praised in his heart and immediately launched a counterattack. Which knows that the opposite side is even faster, the first to launch an attack, long knives like shadows approaching Jiang Yu, knife light flashes, extremely fast. Jiang Yu calmly responded, the long sword swung out, accurately blocking the opponent's first knife. The blade of the knife collided with the blade of the sword, making a crisp collision sound. The opponent did not stop his attack, and continued to launch the second blade, which was even more powerful. Jiang Yu quickly sidestepped and dodged, while swinging his sword with his backhand, utilizing the flexibility of his swordsmanship to counterattack. Che, there are a few skills, it's a pity that I've won 9 consecutive victories today. That player smirked. The system sent you to me to help me enter the advancement tournament with 10 consecutive wins. Jiang Yu moved his body, the cold erosion became much slower, he smiled. 9 consecutive wins? That's right. The Blade Runner laughed rather confidently. I advise you to surrender early, lest you be killed by me, and it hurts, and you have to suffer mental damage, which can be detrimental to your matchups afterward. With my experience of studying this game for so long, I have 9 consecutive victories, only one short of a hand. Ranked Yu is not here to help me play the promotion match. Jiang Yu smiled. I see, then I understand why you were ranked. Oh? The swordsman was puzzled. Because, after a winning streak, there must be a losing streak. Jiang Yu drew out his long sword with a chilling light and smiled. His body moved violently, and his entire body was like a giant dragon rushing out. And I am the one the system sent to sanction you. The neck of fire feather streaming light applied in the fighting soul awakening, Jiang Yu mobilized his entire body's musculoskeletal muscles and bones, erupting with terrifying speed. Chi, strength, and speed all reached their peaks at the same time in this instant. Frightening. Chapter 100, New Rules for the Promotion Tournament. Jiang Yu's figure was as athletic as a dragon, his long sword in his hand, with a cold light that forced him to shoot towards the knife guest as if it was a sharp arrow. Seeing this, the swordsman quickly sidestepped and dodged, holding his sword in both hands, his blade cutting out a sharp slash in an attempt to block Jiang Yu's attack. Swinging the knife. The knife guest let out a cold laugh. His long knife was like a dragon, the shadows of his blade crisscrossed, his speed suddenly accelerating. The blade was like electricity, coming straight at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu stood steadily, his long sword met the blade, and the swords clashed with each other, emitting ear-piercing collision sounds. Cold air and sword air intertwined in the air, forming a circle of airflow fluctuations, instantly causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Jiang Yu's body slightly retreated, while his longsword slashed out a sword chi, pointing straight at the side waist of the Blade Runner. Seeing this, the swordsman's body flashed, and his long sword fiercely pressed down. The blade was even more powerful, bringing up a cold wind, and pushed straight towards Jiang Yu. Pulling the sword. Jiang Yu responded calmly, long sword in hand, the blade drew an arc, accurately blocking the knife man's attack. The two men's weapons crisscrossed in the air, emitting the sound of clang clang clang, as if two giant dragons were entangled in the sky. Not bad, excellent martial arts skills. The knife man said coldly, a hint of complacency flashing in his eyes, but can you block this move of mine? As soon as the knife man's words fell, the long one vibrated smoothly and sent forward a straight cut. A set of moves in a row of clouds and water, calling people like seeing flowers in the fog, simply cannot react. At the same time, the swordsman's smooth backhand holding the knife, once again chopped out. Shojia, return moon hidden dragon. As the swordsman roared lowly, the blade trembled, like a giant dragon lurking along with the flowing clouds, waiting for the moment when he saw the moon, and then suddenly rushed to kill with the moonlight. Good timing. This move back to the moon to hide the dragon went with the bottom-up rising dragon trend. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up as he crossed the long sword in his hand and pressed it heavily downward, blocking the way of the giant dragon raising its head. What? The eyes of that swordsman suddenly changed drastically. The move he had been laying out for a long time was actually like a clay ox entering the sea at this moment, and could not return. It felt as if the blade momentum was being glued to death. What the hell is this move? The bladesman couldn't help but shout in shock. Jiang Yu, however, did not answer, but smiled faintly. Without hesitation his wrist shook, and the longsword picked apart the longsword, leaving the knifeman's center door open. Blazing sun sword technique, scorching dragon through clouds. With the long sword in his hand, the sword's momentum was lofty and straight into the sky, as if the blazing sun was piercing through the thick clouds, shooting out thousands of golden light and hitting the saberman directly. Poof! This sword carried an unrivaled momentum and sound, making the swordsman feel unavoidable and straight through his body. How is this possible? You are obviously so young, my returning moon-hidden dragon, how on earth did you crack it? Jiang Yu replenished several swords, the knife guest's blood cleared out, his body softened, unwillingly falling to his knees. Retracting his long sword, he flung out a splash of rolling blood. After all, the knife guest was also a Hua Gui Platinum 1 strength, and in reality, I'm afraid that he was also a small powerful expert, with the 4th rank of blade technique. And older than Jiang Yu is quite a bit more experienced, his move can be said to be 100 times successful, cannot be said to be unimpressive. Encountering other people, I'm afraid that all of them will have to drink hate in this move. After all, Huagui Platinum 1 has surpassed at least 50% of the people. But it happened to meet this young man, Jiang Yu, and was actually cracked in a matter of moments. Just how old are you? Seeing that Jiang Yu didn't say anything, the knife man could only say 17 years old. This is a martial arts genius? The Blade Runner's heart was unwilling, but the lag time was up, and his body turned into a blue stream of light that dissipated in this sky. Player Jiang Yu wins. Jiang Yu re-entered his personal space and glanced at his personal career panel. The segment level was already displayed as Huagui Platinum 100 victory points. Entering the promotion tournament now. Jiang Yu smiled and was about to play the promotion match with a bang. However, he received a message. You have entered the promotion match from Noble Platinum to Brilliant Diamond. The rules of the promotion match have been updated, please check. Jiang Yu frowned slightly as he quickly moved his eyes away from his personal career panel to confirm that he hadn't read it wrong. The rules of the advancement matches below Noble Platinum were all the same 5 games and 3 wins system, and now they had actually changed, and he had never heard of a rule update before. There was also very little news about this situation on the internet. Those who could advance to the Radiant Diamond were basically busy people, and there was no one who would be on the internet every day ready to give the netizens science. Jiang Yu hurriedly clicked on the rules, and the dense text made his head spin. So calling out Xiao Qing, Jiang Yu smiled and said, Xiao Qing, summarize for me what this rule says. Okay, master. Little Chang stepped on her white and tender little feet and flew in front of the rule with a sweep of her eyes, then spent 30 seconds summarizing this new rule. Master, this new rule is saying that the promotion matches after the Huagui Platinum segment are no longer against players, but against virtual Source Realm creatures. The map for each advancement match will be randomly generated with corresponding terrain and equipped with corresponding Source Realm creatures. Jiang Yu's heart tightened as he listened. This meant that the future advancement matches would be even more dangerous and unpredictable, requiring not only extremely high combat skills, but also a deep understanding of different terrains and creatures with coping strategies. It seems that battling humans is just laying the foundation, and the ultimate goal is to orient players towards battling and killing Source Realm creatures. Jiang Yu could understand after thinking about it. After all, battling with Source Realm creatures was the main theme of this world. It was after all something that involved the survival of humans. What are the characteristics of these system-generated monsters? Jiang Yu asked. Xiao Chang flew in front of Jiang Yu and explained, Source World creatures are virtual combat entities generated by the system based on different map terrains. Its data comes from real-world Source Realm creature entities, and video analysis of battles with martial artists, recorded, learned, analyzed, and iterated by the AI. It also generates corresponding biological sub-AI modules, making them as intelligent as possible as real Source World creatures, with corresponding unique attack methods and defense mechanisms. They are extremely powerful in combat, with self-learning and adaptive capabilities, with a realism of 80%. Jiang Yu nodded his head, already having a feeling in his heart that he would have to face all kinds of Source Realm creatures at any time after becoming a professional martial artist. However, he had experienced the killings in the Morning Glory Forest, and now that he was only fighting in the Fighting Soul Awakening space, there was no pressure. It was just that he didn't know just how difficult this advancement tournament would be. Jiang Yu continued to issue instructions. You continue. The promotion tournament is no longer 3 out of 5, it only requires the master to fight and survive to the end against the monsters in a promotion tournament to be considered victorious. That is, the master must destroy all the monsters and survive. If the condition is not reached, it will be considered a failure and 50 victory points will be directly deducted, and the promotion will fail. If the conditions are reached within the stipulated time, the advancement is considered successful. Xiao Cheng said, flying to Jiang Yu and said, once promoted successfully, it will be impossible to fall from the Radiant Diamond segment, i.e. permanently promoted to Radiant Diamond. Chapter 101 Bone Armored Black Bear. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and held his breath, his eyes glittering with battle intent. He glanced at his personal career panel, and the button for the promotion match seemed to be quietly waiting for him to press it. This battle was not just a promotion, it was an ultimate test of a martial artist's combat prowess. Jiang Yu understood in his heart that martial artists were ultimately not infighting, but fighting against different Source Realm creatures. The duel with Source Realm creatures was no longer a mere competition of techniques, but an all-encompassing contest. The power and intelligent means of attack of Source Realm creatures were definitely not comparable to ordinary opponents. Entering the promotion tournament trial. Jiang Yu pressed the button for the promotion tournament, and the fighting soul awakening space in front of him was instantly distorted for a moment, the surrounding scenery gradually blurred, and then the scene changed rapidly. A lush forest terrain unfolded in front of Jiang Yu's eyes, thick trees interspersed with ancient trees in the sky. It was a hillside terrain, with many golden maple trees growing in it, falling leaves with the wind, the peak of summer and late fall occurring simultaneously, forming a beautiful and dangerous scene. The air was filled with primitive wildness, and it was as if this woodland had never been traveled before, filled with unknown dangers. Jiang Yu could not help but lament, the laws of the source realm are even more marvelous, evolving many magnificent scenes. At the same time, a system beep sounded in his ears, welcome to the flamboyant platinum to sparkling diamond promotion match scene. The challenger needs to face 12 source realm creatures and defeat and survive all of them to win. Scene map: Wild Bear Forest. They're all stinky bears, and I don't know if there's any bald heads. The corner of Jiang Yu's mouth rose slightly. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and slightly adjusted his mind. His longsword was already sheathed, his gaze sharp as an eagle as he scanned the forest floor in front of him. There was no time to hesitate, the 12 source realm creatures could appear at any time, he had to go all out to meet the next challenge in his best condition. Suddenly, a dull vibrating sound came from the ground, the surrounding trees shook slightly, and several gigantic figures came galloping from the distance. Roar! Ow! Howl! Jiang Yu fixed his eyes on a few huge black bears covered in black hair, with scarlet light burning in their eyes, rushing straight at them with an unrivaled aura. These black bears were huge in size, and their appearance was significantly different from the black bears on Earth. They evolved thick structures covered with bone armor on their limbs, which were also laced with iron elements, making the limbs stronger and more powerful, full of intimidation. Their mouths were flooded with blue saliva, emitting a strong corrosive aura. They rushed straight in with an unrivaled aura, filled with the terrifying intimidation of a foreign beast. Seeing Jiang Yu was like seeing a life and death enemy. Roar! A bone-armored black bear stomped heavily on the ground, its sharp claws deeply embedded in the dirt, its thick hind legs stomping heavily on the ground and splashing sand and rocks. Like an unstoppable torrent, it came straight at Jiang Yu with a destructive aura. The speed of black bears on Earth in his previous life could reach dozens of kilometers per hour. These source realm creatures, their speed was even more terrifying. 100 meters only took less than 5 seconds. A bone-armored black bear took the lead, its hind legs stepping on the earth, sand, and stones bursting out. It stood upright, its huge fist carrying the sound of breaking wind, heavily bombarding towards Jiang Yu. The first move. Jiang Yu's gaze condensed, his feet moved slightly, instantly executing the fire feather flowing light body technique. His figure swiftly swept like streams of light, avoiding the bone-armored black bear's frontal swing. The bone-armored black bear's fist hit the ground fiercely, emitting a loud rumbling sound, and the stones on the ground were directly blown to smithereens. Brush! The bone-armored black bear roared in anger and swept out with another smooth move. Jiang Yu made a sideways jump and narrowly avoided it. After these AI implants, it's really scary. It's actually so realistic, the sense of hatred is drawn out while the fighting style is so realistic. Nowadays, Jiang Yu's observation power was not what it used to be. In just 2 attacks, Jiang Yu discovered the attack characteristics of the bone-armored black bears. The textbook said that these creatures were widely distributed and existed across source boundaries. And their hands had evolved bone armor with iron elements attached, which was very hard. Thus, when these bone-armored black bears attacked, they would make full use of the bone armor on their hands to carry out sweeping strikes. As long as they were smashed, I'm afraid that they would have to see Hades on the spot. It's really difficult to deal with. If the undead are treacherous to the extreme, these bone-armored black bear creatures are fast, vicious, and fierce. Jiang Yu frowned and pondered while dodging these source realm lifeforms. Although they are shaped like creatures on Earth, their fighting styles, methods, and techniques are completely different. The primal instincts of wild beasts, really powerful. No wonder, the martial artists at the very beginning created all sorts of fighting styles by imitating animals and subsequently creating them. Phew! Another bone-armored black bear came running, with the same attack. Upright, light, and heavy 2 strikes. Jiang Yu could see it clearly and kept dodging and moving, grabbing the opportunity to dodge. Luckily, only 2 were refreshed in the first wave. Only after resolving these 2 would it continue to refresh. Of course, if they were not resolved within the time limit, the second wave of refreshment would be directly triggered, and the pressure would be even greater then. Basically, there would be no hope of passing. Thinking in his mind, his feet did not stop at all. Jiang Yu had already circled around to the flank of one of the bone-armored black bears. Blazing Sun Sword Technique, Blazing Sun Sky Rush. He let out a low shout, His sword was infused with all his strength, the sunlight reflecting off the long sword like a phoenix made of flames as he chopped at the bone-armored black bears in the air. The sword chi was powerful and unparalleled, cutting through the air and instantly hitting the side of the bone-armored black bear. Puff! The tremendous force caused the sword blade to pierce through the thick skin and blood flew across the air. This was the weakest part of the bone-armored black bear. The back was covered in thick skin and bone armor, which looked horrifying. With one strike, Jiang Yu was not greedy in the slightest. He had played soul games in his previous life and knew that if he was greedy, he would lose, and hastily retreated. Jiang Yu shook off the blood that was steaming on his sword and smiled slightly. This was the benefit of using a sword. Although the cleave was not as good as a sword, the length was not as good as a gun, the flexibility was not as good as a short blade, and the thickness was not as good as an axe and hammer. However, the sword was superior because it was comprehensively neutral, and almost all the techniques of the weapon could be realized by the sword. This gave martial artists the opportunity to adopt different attack tactics and focuses based on the different characteristics of the source realm creatures and thus. Overall, compared to swords and guns, the sword held an irreplaceable position due to its flexibility. It was a weapon with a high upper limit, but an equally low lower limit. Howl! Feeling the intense pain, the bone-armored black bear roared, his body swayed, and his huge bear paw swept over with a strong wind. Jiang Yu didn't dare to be careless, his foot pointed at the ground and once again executed fire feather streaming light, backing away sharply to avoid the attack. However, another bone-armored black bear had already surrounded over, forming an encircling circle that surrounded Jiang Yu. Chapter 102, The Second Wave. Jiang Yu's gaze was like a torch as he quickly scanned the surrounding area, making a quick judgment in his mind. One could not be passive, one must take the initiative and break the encirclement. Phoenix Feather Surprise. The long sword in Jiang Yu's hand swung repeatedly, the sword light as a feather but sharp, each sword accurately stabbing at the weak parts of the bone-armored black bears. His figure constantly shuttled between the bone-armored black bears, his sword light was like electricity, making it difficult for these bone-armored black bears to catch his trail for a while. Clang! 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 Jiang Yu kept chopping out attacks while keeping his body prancing. These bone-armored black bears were equally experienced and had a particularly strong desire to attack, using their hard bone armor to block Jiang Yu's attacks many times in a row. The long sword slashed at the bone armor, emitting the sound of clashing gold and stone, and bursts of fire and light. Jiang Yu was shaken back and forth, his arms felt a little numb. Sure enough, these bone armors are incredibly hard, very difficult to deal with. The opponent's force was strong and heavy, it was absolutely necessary to avoid colliding with the bone armor. Jiang Yu's figure was like the wind, his long sword was like electricity, the first style of his self-created killing move Phoenix Feather Surprise. The sword technique changed, and his figure was incredibly flexible. Each strike was precise and powerful, hitting the black bear's weakest side and neck. Each sword light was like a phoenix feather that lifted its wings and flew, light but full of killing intent, slicing through the air with a flame-like blaze. The bone-armored black bears kept roaring, their huge palms swept across with strong winds, and whistling wind-breaking sounds resounded in the air. Constantly dodging the attacks of the bone-armored black bears, Jiang Yu dodged nimbly, his stance swept rapidly like streams of light while making counterattacks. The wounds on the bone-armored black bear's body continued to increase. His fire feather streaming light stance allowed him to move as fast as the embers of a flame burning through the air. In an instant, he had appeared on the other side of the bone-armored black bear. Jiang Yu stormed up with a sword, blazing sun sword technique breaking dawn. Jiang Yu's figure passed through the heavy obstacles, and in an instant, his long sword pierced into the bone-armored black bear's soft neck like a swift thunderbolt. Put! Blood splashed. Jiang Yu directly pierced through the neck of this bone-armored black bear, and the other party's body froze and let out a mournful roar. Jiang Yu didn't continue to make up for it, but instead drew out his sword while kicking the bone-armored black bear heavily in the face, using the momentum to leap backward and dodge the heavy punch coming from his side. Boom! The heavily injured bone-armored black bear was unable to dodge, and his head was blown off by a heavy punch from another bone-armored black bear. Jiang Yu watched as this bone-armored black bear, its head exploded like a watermelon, blood bursting out and turning into a cloud of blood mist in the air. Hiss! Jiang Yu sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The strength of this bone-armored black bear was so terrifying that it was not too much to open mountains and break rocks. The bone-armored black bear's head was already hard enough, but it still couldn't withstand a punch from its own kind. Who? This bone-armored black bear's body was drenched in blood, making it look particularly hideous. Hot air with a fishy odor spewed out from its nostrils, and the blood dripped down onto the ground, making a slight snapping sound and splattering a pungent smell of blood. The whole bear looked like an evil ghost coming out of purgatory, emitting a ferocious aura that made people tremble. The blood dyed the originally black fur mottled and messy. The blood condensed in the cracks of its bone armor, giving it a ghastly appearance of deep red and black, as if it was plated with a layer of palpitating blood armor. It shook off the blood on its body, its eyes scarlet and covered in blood, and raised its head to the sky to let out a deafening roar. The roar echoed throughout the forest like thunder, startling the surrounding trees and branches. After shaking off the blood mist all over its body, this bone-armored black bear was furious and locked onto Jiang Yu's figure. Its hind legs stomped violently, and its entire body was like a flying boulder, running wildly towards Jiang Yu with an unrivaled momentum. Each step caused the earth to tremble slightly, as if the ground was also giving way to its fury. Brush! The bone-armored black bear lunged, its huge bare paw slapping down heavily with destructive power. Jiang Yu slightly bent over, the whole person like a dexterous swallow stooped down to avoid the attack, followed by a swing of the long sword. The sword light was like a rainbow, directly stabbing the bone-armored black bear's abdomen. With a muffled sound, the sword blade penetrated through the tough fur and muscles, bringing up a spray of blood. The black bear roared in pain, the scarlet color in its eyes growing more intense, as if it wanted to completely tear Jiang Yu apart. Its attacks became more and more ferocious, slapping the ground repeatedly, shaking the surrounding trees slightly. Clang! Clang! The longsword in Jiang Yu's hand changed continuously, successfully resisting the bone-armored black bear's three claw-swinging attacks. Boom! The bone-armored black bear tilted its head and roared, and after the attacks ended, it actually stood upright and trampled forward. Scary! Jiang Yu had a jolt of excitement, and violently rolled on the ground. His body shape was unparalleled in dexterity, and once again avoided the bone-armored black bear's trampling this time. The whole process was incredibly thrilling. Put! The moment he rolled up, Jiang Yu had a probing cloud into the sea, followed by a heavy step of his boots. His body twisted, and it was a move to look back at the moon, and his longsword pierced into the eye socket of the bone-armored black bear that was unable to avoid it as swiftly as thunder. In just one look, Jiang Yu drew back his longsword, the red and white on the sword mixing haphazardly. Roar! The only remaining bone-armored black bear hissed in severe pain, slapping its huge claws haphazardly, wanting to smash Jiang Yu's body. Unfortunately, in the end, because of the excessive injuries, it collapsed to the ground in no time, raising a cloud of dust. Player Jiang Yu killed 2 bone-armor black bears within the time limit. The first wave of challenges is complete. The second wave of challenges will begin soon, please prepare yourself. The system's beep sounded in Jiang Yu's ears, followed by a dull vibration in the surrounding air once again. Jiang Yu raised his eyes and saw that several huge figures had once again appeared in the forest in the distance. Good fellow, I had thought that there was a respite, but I didn't expect it to be wave after wave. This time, the number of bone-armored black bears came to 4. These black bears had a realistic life level of only 8 or 9, but in reality, they were already no less than first-rank martial artists. Therein lies the weakness of human martial artists against Source Realm creatures. Most of the various values of Source Realm creatures exceed those of martial artists of the same level by a lot. Jiang Yu frowned slightly, knowing that this wave would be much more difficult. However, he didn't retreat, instead he felt the battle intent within his body grow fiercer. I have to say, compared to fighting human players, battling against these Source Realm creatures is much more tense and exciting. He knew that the challenges of the advancement tournament hadn't ended yet, and this was just the first wave of monsters. The battles between martial artists and Source Realm creatures were just like that, with both sides viewing each other as life and death enemies. Every time they fought, they went all out and it was grueling. Jiang Yu gripped the longsword in his hand tightly, and silently recited in his heart, "This is what martial artists are like, always climbing, always challenging, defeating enemies stronger than themselves, and then becoming even stronger. Come on." Looking at the 4 beasts, Jiang Yu's battle spirit was high. Chapter 103 Sword Beheading 4 Bears. The 4 bone-armored black bears gradually approached, and it was as if the air in the forest became heavy due to their pressure. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, his eyes like torches as he felt every ounce of power within his body. Fire feather flowing light. Jiang Yu instantly unleashed his stance and rushed towards one of the bone-armored black bears like a burning flame. His figure transformed into a shadow in the forest, and his entire body swept by like a stream of light. The bone-armored black bears let out a low roar, their front claws slapping down in an attempt to intercept Jiang Yu's attack. However, Jiang Yu's speed was faster than their attack. His long sword brought up an arc of light, like a piece of winged phoenix feather, trembling slightly in the air, stabbing straight into the side of the bone-armored black bear's abdomen. Put! The blade of the sword accurately pierced into the soft flesh of the bone-armored black bear, and blood burst out. Jiang Yu didn't bother fighting, but quickly drew back his long sword, his figure swaying as he avoided the pincer attack of the other two bone-armored black bears. Boom! The two pieces of bone armor collided with each other, oscillating the air and emitting a dull sound. At this moment, the third bone-armored black bear arrived as if it had torn through space, bringing with it a Tarzan-like pressure as it swooped down brazenly from his flanks, its huge paw sweeping down towards him with terrifying destructive power. Jiang Yu reacted in an instant, his body sinking rapidly. He managed to avoid the attack of the bear's palm. The wind whistled past, and Jiang Yu could clearly feel the terror of that force. There was no time to hesitate. Jiang Yu rolled on the ground in a smooth circle and quickly got up, the long sword in his hand flashed with a cold light. Jiang Yu reacted in an instant, blazing sun sword technique, third style Yang Yen breaking jade. It was like a light boat passing through the heavy mountains on both sides of the river, and the sky and earth opened up. The sword's momentum suddenly changed, the long sword fiercely picked upwards, the tip of the sword carrying a blazing swordshi directly hitting the claws of the bone-armored black bear. Cold light dotted on the long sword, infusing power to converge at one point. Jiang Yu mobilized the whole body force, and suddenly a light blue circle floated on the wrist. This is the system determined that the player hair power skills to reach the system preset value, can burst out more powerful force. It is used to simulate, as much as possible, the stunts developed by martial artists in reality. The tip of the sword seemed to carry a blazing sword chi, and a huge compression of energy converged, striking the black bear's claws directly. Roar! The sword blade plunged straight into 10 centimeters. The bone-armored black bear ate the pain and roared in rage, becoming even more tyrannical, violently storming up with a heavy fist smashing into Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's defense was not slow in the slightest. He hastily drew back his long sword and blocked it in front of his body. Buzz! The tremendous force impacted the sword body, causing the long sword to emit a fragile buzzing sound. The bone-armored black bear's heavy punch left Jiang Yu with no resistance at all, and the instant it made contact, the tremendous force sent him flying backwards. At the same time, the impact also made Jiang Yu's arm slightly numb. When Jiang Yu was in danger, he instead used the force to adjust his stance, and at the same time leapt, flipped over and landed on a collapsed tree, observing the surroundings from above. These guys are indeed difficult to deal with. I really don't know how grueling battles those martial artists went through when they encountered these creatures in reality. A determined light flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes as he once again launched his attack. The branches of the trees under his feet shook violently, and he shot forward like a stringless arrow, aiming straight at the bone-armored black bear that was the furthest back among them. The bone-armored black bear seemed to sense the crisis and violently turned to meet the attack, standing upright, a back leg swept out violently. Jiang Yu sidestepped and dodged it, while the sword light had stabbed out like lightning, aiming straight for its neck. Breaking dawn! The sword light was like the first rays of the morning sun at the break of dawn, carrying an incomparable sharpness that pierced through the bone-armored black bear's thick epidermis. The bone-armored black bear let out a miserable roar as its entire body trembled violently and slumped to the ground. Jiang Yu squatted on the black bear's back, grabbed its fur with one hand, and used his strength to pull the long sword fiercely, slicing half of its neck hard. The aorta was slit, like a leaky water pipe, blood spurted madly, and like a sprinkler, staining Jiang Yu's white light armor with a large swath of red. This bone-armored black bear eventually fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising a large area of dust. Howl! Jiang Yu stood on the back of the black bear with his sword like this, wiping the blood from his face. At this moment, the whole person was more like a devil god returning from hell bathed in blood. The remaining 3 bone-armored black bears saw this, their blood flowed crazily, the red light in their eyes became more and more intense, their ferociousness was completely inspired, and the blue streams of extension dripped down on the ground, which was bizarre. The bone-armored black bears whose ferocity was completely inspired rushed up in a swarm. Watch the timing and strike its vitals. Jiang Yu constantly reminded himself in his mind. He knew that any hint of laxity in the face of these monsters would cost him dearly. His figure was agile, like an ape in the mountains as he traveled between the black bears, looking for every opportunity to attack. He aimed at the side belly of a bone-armored black bear and lashed out, his long sword stabbing out like lightning. Pooh! The sword blade once again accurately pierced into the bone-armored black bear's soft ribs, and the bone-armored black bear let out a hiss of pain as it swung its huge bare paw in an attempt to slap Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu quickly drew his sword and retreated, his body as light as a willow in the wind, avoiding the bone-armored black bear's angry counterattack. At this moment, another bone-armored black bear lunged from his back. The sound of wind suddenly rose in Jiang Yu's ears. He quickly turned around and held his sword with one hand to block. The bone-armored black bear's sharp claws collided with the sword. The tremendous force caused Jiang Yu to take several steps back, his arm tingling. Boom! With the force of his retreat, Jiang Yu quickly adjusted his stance, pointed his toes on the ground, and his entire body catapulted out again. He aimed at the back leg of one of the bone-armored black bears, and his longsword slashed down. Put! The sword blade sliced into the black bear's leg muscles. The bone-armored black bear's movements instantly slowed down. Jiang Yu seized the opportunity and quickly sidestepped to avoid the other black bear's attack, followed by a horizontal slash of his sword, aiming straight for that bone-armored black bear's throat. Blazing Sun Sword Technique 5th Style Great Sun Rotation. The sword technique was continuous and carried an incomparable sharpness, slicing through the neck of the bone-armored black bear. The bone-armored black bear let out one last mournful roar as its huge body crashed to the ground. Jiang Yu gasped for air, his forehead covered in beads of sweat, but his eyes were still as sharp as ever. He knew that the battle was far from over. The two remaining bone-armored black bears roared lowly, the red light in their eyes growing more intense, and there was even a hint of a tacit understanding to cooperate with each other, one pressing Jiang Yu head on while the other tried to flank him. Looks like you guys have also learned to be smart. Jiang Yu laughed coldly, and with the point of his foot, he quickly retreated and pulled away. We can only break them one by one, we can't let them have the chance to join forces. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and unleashed his stance again. As swift as a falcon, he suddenly changed direction and charged towards the side of one of the black bears. The black bear attempted to turn around to respond, but Jiang Yu's speed was too fast, and his longsword had already cut through the air, aiming straight for its eyes. Put! The sword blade pierced into the eye socket and the black bear let out a howl of pain, its huge body shaking violently from the intense pain. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yu kicked the black bear in the chest and used his strength to leap up and avoid the other black bear's pounce. Boom! The two black bears collided with a dull sound. Jiang Yu quickly adjusted his stance after landing, and without hesitation, he rushed towards the injured black bear, his longsword raised high, slashing down with incomparable determination. And it! The sword light flashed, the black bear's throat was completely sliced open, blood gushing out as its huge body collapsed helplessly to the ground. There was only one left. It was more like a lamb to the slaughter. Jiang Yu attacked steadily and took it down easily. Player Jiang Yu killed 4 bone armor black bears within the time limit. The second wave of the challenge is complete. Before Jiang Yu could fully relax, the system tones sounded again. Chapter 104 Thorn Bear King. The third wave of challenges will begin soon, please prepare yourself. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and adjusted his slightly rushed breathing as he gazed into the distance. Heavy footsteps came from the forest, and 5 bone-armored black bears slowly approached, their size even larger than the previous ones, and their pressure even heavier. And in the center of them, a bone-armored black bear of particularly huge size slowly appeared, its entire body covered in thorns, seemingly the master of this forest. A bone-armored black bear clad in thorns? Jiang Yu whispered to himself, his expression growing more and more grave. This thorny black bear, which looked like a bear king, had an aura that was clearly different from ordinary bone-armored black bears. Its back was like a layer of hard thorns, and its spikes flashed with a cold light in the sunlight, as if it was capable of tearing everything apart. It was clearly not to be underestimated. Truly a thorn bear king, ah! The 5 bone-armored black bears quickly dispersed, surrounding Jiang Yu in the center, while the thorn black bear stood at the back, as if observing Jiang Yu's every move. There was a hint of contempt in the bear king's eyes, as if he didn't place Jiang Yu in his eyes at all. Can't be trapped by them. Jiang Yu was alert in his heart and took the lead to attack. Like a bolt of lightning, he rushed towards one of the bone-armored black bears in the encirclement and stabbed out with his long sword, aiming straight for the black bear's side abdomen. Put! The sword blade pierced into the soft flesh, but the other black bears were not idle as they quickly lunged at Jiang Yu in an attempt to pin him down. Jiang Yu drew his sword and retreated, and with the point of his foot, his entire body flipped in the air, avoiding the combined attacks of multiple bear paws. Right at this moment, the thorn black bear suddenly let out a low roar. The spikes on its back trembled violently, then shot out like arrows, aiming straight at Jiang Yu's direction. Jiang Yu's eyes condensed, his body quickly turned sideways, and he managed to avoid the attack of these spikes. However, there was some urgency in Jiang Yu's heart. Holy, how come this bear can still attack from a distance? Jiang Yu somewhat broke his defense. This black bear is actually the same as the porcupine. In the end, is it the black bear that has changed its heart, or is it the porcupine that has gotten drunk and made such a bastard? It seems that the bear king must be dealt with first, otherwise this thorny bear is giving me too much of a threat. Those spikes are constantly interfering with me. Jiang Yu quickly made a decision in his mind, his eyes locked onto the thorn black bear, his battle boots heavily stepped on the ground, and his entire body rushed straight at the bear king like a meteor. Seeing this, the 5 bone-armored black bears let out roars of fury and attempted to intercept Jiang Yu, but Jiang Yu's speed was extremely fast, nimbly weaving in and out between them as he quickly closed in on the Bear King. The thorn black bear also seemed to have not expected Jiang Yu to charge directly at him, and it roared angrily as the spikes on its back trembled once again, shooting out several sharp thorns. However, Jiang Yu's figure weaved through the forest like a ghost, skillfully avoiding these attacks and rapidly closing in on the Bear King. Drink! Jiang Yu leapt up, his longsword raised high, slashing down towards the thorny black bear with incomparable determination. Seeing this, the Bear King's huge front claws swung out in an attempt to knock Jiang Yu back. Jiang Yu turned his body in the air and avoided the blow, while the longsword carried a harsh sword wind and went straight for the Bear King's neck. Unfortunately, it did not go as expected. Clang! The longsword drew a circular arc in the air, and the attack deflected and landed on the thorn black bear's brain, which was protected by a bone armor and was very hard. The thorn black bear's speed was very fast, swinging its brain, leaving Jiang Yu's attack with no way to hit the weak point. Jiang Yu frowned, knowing that the thorn black bear's defense was far superior to other black bears. He landed and quickly retreated, pulling away while vigilantly observing the Bear King's movements. This battle was extraordinary. The thorn black bear was ferocious and difficult to deal with, and should never be defeated by force. The previous attacks did little damage and were extremely insulting. The thorn black bear was completely enraged by Jiang Yu. The thorn black bear raised its huge claws covered in bone armor, it let out a deafening roar, swiftly rushed forward and gave Jiang Yu a claw. Jiang Yu's gaze condensed, staring at the thorn black bear's attack, predicting the trajectory of the attack in his mind, and almost at the same time, his combat boots stepped heavily, raising flying sand, and his entire body leapt backward to avoid it. Unfortunately, in the end, it was a little too slow. Bear! Sharp claws cut through the light armor, emitting a toothsome sound, and a sharp pain in his chest. 3 bloody marks emerged. Gnashing his teeth, Jiang Yu had no time to linger. Simply because the thorn black bear shuddered, the spikes on its back firing once again, like a torrential downpour towards Jiang Yu. With a jolt in his heart, Jiang Yu's body chose sharply, transforming into a stream of fire feathers, and rolled on the ground, right in front of the bone-armored black bear that had long been poised to fire. This black bear directly launched itself, its body lifted up and slammed downwards. Bang! Jiang Yu rolled his body to the side and rolled again, constantly flickering between the 5 black bears. The margin for error was too low. Eating a random blow, Jiang Yu would probably fail in this promotion tournament. After constantly rolling and dodging, Jiang Yu finally retreated to a safer place. His body was dirty, and his panache was gone. This Thorn Bear King is really living into a fine, light, and heavy attacks also with cheating moves, at the same time melee long-range articulation and comparable flow. Jiang Yu had a burst of headache. An inch long and an inch strong, the other party can directly shoot arrows, but also play a hammer. Saying it all. A hint of calmness passed through Jiang Yu's eyes. This Thorn Bear King seems to need to slow down for a while after firing a round of thorns on its back, and at this time, the other bone-armored black bears will then quickly protect it. Jiang Yu's heart was filled with a burst of clarity. So that's it, so after the most dangerous, is my chance. Several bone-armored black bears roared and once again pounced towards Jiang Yu. At one time, giant claws swung, straight body crushing, back foot kicking, all kinds of moves flew towards Jiang Yu in a brain. Jiang Yu's gaze was fixed. The essentials of the fire feather flowing light stance had long been internalized in his heart after so many uses. The strong human brain analyzed all the possible trajectories in a split second, feeding back to Jiang Yu a feeling that allowed him to subconsciously move in a reasonable direction. A strong wind attacked, and Jiang Yu constantly sidestepped and dodged, while supplementing his attacks with offense instead of defense. Constantly shining damage on some of the bone-armored black bears while moving ever closer towards the thorn black bears. Suddenly a bone-armored black bear violently twisted its body and raised its hand to give Jiang Yu a heavy punch. Jiang Yu's original attacking longsword suddenly retracted in front of his body and a look back to the moon moved to block it. Bang! The longsword blocked the black bear's heavy punch and Jiang Yu was directly sent flying. Jiang Yu was not the least bit flustered. He had not known how many times he had flown up, and had long been familiar with it. When he landed on the ground, his body did not stop, but used this moment to stabilize his pace. His footsteps stepped, like a breeze through the forest, quickly wandering around the black bear. Seeing the black bear approaching, Jiang Yu suddenly jumped onto a huge green stone. Only to see the next second, the thorn's black bear ran to shoot out dense spikes, diagonally stabbed into the earth. Dodge not in time, instantly will be pierced through the body. But Jiang Yu smiled faintly as he watched the thorn black bear panting violently, drooling all over the place, the spikes on its back already finished parrying. Next, it's my turn to attack. Chapter 105 Advancement. The 5 black bears formed a natural barrier in front of him, but a glint of stern light came through Jiang Yu's eyes. There weren't too many opportunities to waste. He quickly adjusted his breathing, the power in his body focused on his feet, and with a single step, the fire feather streaming light was unleashed once again. Jiang Yu shuttled through the forest like a shooting star in fire, so nimble that it was mesmerizing. He avoided the claw attack of a black bear, and with a sharp turn of his body, he directly leapt over the back of another black bear, and sped towards the Thorn Bear King. The Thorn Bear King seemed to have sensed the danger and roared angrily, but at the moment, its body had not fully recovered and its reaction was slightly slow. Jiang Yu's eyes were fixed on the Bear King's movements, and the longsword in his hand glowed with a cold light. "We absolutely cannot miss our chance this time," Jiang Yu said in his heart. His feet stomped hard and his entire body leapt up high, his sword light like a rainbow chopping down towards the Thorn Bear King's neck. Blazing Sun Sword Technique, Red Sun without light. In a flash, the sword technique was unpredictable, appearing and disappearing like a cloud covering the sky. The Thorn Bear King retreated back and forth, its eyes darting about, and with its level of intelligence it simply couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. The longsword chopped towards the Thorn Black Bear with the sound of biting wind. The sword light turned into a stream of light, ruthlessly cleaving towards the gap between the bone armor of the Thorn Black Bear's neck. Put! This time, the sword blade finally hit the vitals, piercing deeply into the Thorn Bear King's neck. Blood splattered, and the Thorn Black Bear let out a deafening roar of pain as its huge body shook violently. Without stopping, Jiang Yu kicked it heavily at its wound, then drew back quickly with the force. He quickly leapt down from the Thorn Black Bear's back, avoiding its huge claws that were madly waving from the pain. There was no way to ride out the attack, simply because there was a constant cracking sound coming from behind, the other black bears surrounding them. "Stabilize and break them down one by one." Jiang Yu's gaze was firm, and his entire body rushed out again like an arrow off the string. He quickly locked onto a bone-armored black bear and flipped his longsword over, the sword's light biting as it forced it back. Without the Thorn Black Bear's pressure, the pressure was suddenly reduced by a lot. Jiang Yu did not waste this rare opportunity. His figure shuttled between the several black bears like a ghost, his sword light flashing, each attack accurately hitting their weak points. Although the bone-armored black bear was immensely powerful and ran with unparalleled swiftness, its movements in the square inches were ultimately unwieldy, which was determined by its body structure, which was heavenly. Although it swung its front claws violently, each strike carrying a stunning momentum, it never managed to hit Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's brain was running to the extreme. There was no longer any other scenery in front of him, only the bone-armored black bear's constant attacks. He had focused to the extreme. Like a ghost, he passed through every gap in the bone-armored black bear's attacks. If this was a game, the words perfect dodge would have flown up. His long sword was light, and his moves were no longer just a strong attack, but rather, he was known for his agility, and his sword blade was always inserted between the gaps of these black bears, specializing in attacking the weak spots, the side of the abdomen, under the ribs, and the bend of the legs. Although the bone armor of these black bears was strong, it ultimately had places that could not be covered. Jiang Yu then acted like a hunter, calmly searching for the slightest crack. Swish! Jiang Yu again weaved his way through the black bears and slashed his sword on the Thorn Black Bear. The Thorn Black Bear roared angrily, its heavy breathing echoing through the forest. The bone armor on its back trembled once again, using its enormous air pressure and muscles to try to drum up the spikes to fire. But the spikes were already all fired out by it. Hey! Jiang Yu's figure shortened and sprinted against the ground, sliding a few feet away like a dragon against the ground. Jiang Yu leapt up violently, his sword blade rising from the bottom up, taking the Bear King's lower jaw at a tricky angle. The Thorn Black Bear's neck continued to retain blood, and it was already somewhat exhausted. The Thorn Black Bear hurriedly raised its head to avoid it, but Jiang Yu's sword was not a direct attack, but suddenly changed direction halfway, and with a flash of sword light, it sliced straight towards the side of its neck. Put! This sword was again effective as the long sword cut through the soft flesh of the Thorn Bear King's neck, blood bursting out. The wound expanded again, the flesh flared out, and hot blood flowed out without money. The thorny black bear was in pain, its roar shook the birds in the forest, but its voice was characterized by external strength. Jiang Yu did not have the slightest pause. He knew that at this moment is the key to victory. If not a drum, the slightest hesitation may be the black bear's counterattack. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, his footsteps on the ground, using the force to fly up, avoiding the rest of the black bear's attack colleagues. Sword light like a train rolled towards the Bear King. The blade of the sword turned into a trail of shadows, sword after sword, all fell on the side of the neck of the king of the bears where the trauma. Thorny Black Bear became more and more frenzied, his huge body rushed across, trying to get rid of Jiang Yu's entanglement. But Jiang Yu's lithe figure and exquisite footwork did not give it the slightest chance to counterattack. Finally, under Jiang Yu's successive attacks, the thorn black bear's strength was exhausted, its front legs softened, and its huge body collapsed to the ground in a cloud of dust. The injuries were too severe, and they directly died. Can't give them a chance to catch their breath, Jiang Yu said in his heart, a hint of coldness appearing in his eyes. He once again urged the fire feather flowing light, and his entire body rushed towards the nearest bone-armored black bear like a meteor. The bone-armored black bear let out a low roar, seemingly wanting to counterattack, but Jiang Yu's speed was too fast, and before it could even swing out its giant claws, Jiang Yu's longsword had already sliced into its flanks, the blade sharp and precise. Put! The bone-armored black bear hissed in pain, but Jiang Yu didn't give it the slightest chance to catch its breath. Quickly turning around, the long sword swung out again, directly stabbing at its neck. The bone-armored black bear's huge body swayed, then collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Jiang Yu didn't stop. Seizing their hesitation, he dodged, and his longsword was like electricity, accurately striking the leg bend of another bone-armored black bear. The bone-armored black bear's body instantly lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. Jiang Yu took advantage of the situation and stabbed his sword blade into its neck without mercy. What followed was simple. Jiang Yu kept dodging the attacks through his stance and then mopping up the bone-armored black bears. In the end, these two heads were too injured and died with a grudge. There are still two left. Jiang Yu's heart was so calm that there was not a single ripple. He quickly approached one of the bone-armored black bears, his footwork agile, avoiding the bone-armored black bear's bulky attacks. At the same time, the long sword drew an arc from the bottom up, accurately stabbing into the black bear's chest. Blood gushed out as the bone-armored black bear let out a wail and eventually collapsed powerlessly. When the last black bear saw this, it actually didn't have any color of fear, but rather madness. Jiang Yu would not let it do as it wished. He stepped on his feet, his figure was like a ghost, dodging the attacks of his colleagues, his longsword flashed and chopped down. He then kept pulling and wasting the bone-armored black bear's attacks, eventually ending its life. Calm was restored to the battlefield, leaving only the fallen corpses of the black bears. Jiang Yu panted violently, the sweat on his body soaking through his lapel. The fighting soul awakening, this was simulated very realistically. Phew, it's finally over. Jiang Yu quietly looked at the sky, waiting for the system to announce. Chapter 106, I'm a slow learner. The voiceover of Fighting Soul Awakening was a beautiful and mid-range female voice, ringing in Jiang Yu's ears with exciting news. Player Jiang Yu killed 6 bone armor black bears within the time limit. The third wave of the challenge is complete. Congratulations to player Jiang Yu for his successful challenge. Jiang Yu took a few last glances at this side of the world, and after a while, transformed into streams of light and returned to his personal space. The tattered armor, blood and sweat instantly disappeared, and Jiang Yu felt refreshed, with all the negative statuses on his body refreshed. Jiang Yu's heart pounded violently as he opened his personal career interface full of excitement. The gorgeous platinum badge that originally flashed with emerald green glazed streams of light instantly grayed out and shattered, and then turned into a stream of light that danced and recomposed itself into a blue-purple badge that flashed with a radiant light. Brilliant Diamond V23 victory points. This time, he had finally advanced to Bright Diamond, succeeding once and never falling from this level again. At the same time, a familiar female voice once again came from the sky. Congratulations to player Jiang Yu for successfully advancing to the Bright Diamond rank. As you are under 18 years old, you are hereby granted the qualification of Junior Skybridge ranking, and your ranking has changed. Due to the fact that you are under the age of 18 and have successfully advanced to the Bright Diamond segment, you are hereby rewarded with 600,000 Huaxia coins. I wish you a prosperous martial arts career. Jiang Yu keenly realized that the details of this system broadcast had also changed. Originally, it was move forward and live up to your honor, but now it had changed to long prosperity and martial luck. This is the gold content of advancing to the Radiant Diamond under the age of 18. In the original list, Jiang Yu's name transformed into a stream of light that moved rapidly across the list. At the same time, another system prompt followed. Congratulations, your ranking in the Junior Skybridge list has changed, ranking 280th in the global list, 92nd in the Huaxia region, and 9th in the southern Guangdong region. For more details, please go through. What is this Junior Tianjiao ranking? Jiang Yu curiously asked Shao Cheng. Shao Cheng floated and danced. The Junior Heaven's Pride ranking is only open for players in the Radiant Diamond segment and above. The rest of the rules are similar to the Star Rising ranking. Jiang Yu checked the list and couldn't help but sigh. Originally, those who entered the Star Sharp ranking could be called geniuses, but after such a long time, only a small portion of them were able to enter the Radiant Diamond before the age of 18. I'm afraid that these types of people are all people who reign supreme in their respective regions. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment. Moreover, it is not known how many of them are stuck at the end of the day to enter the Radiant Diamond. It was just that Jiang Yu was a little emotional. He originally thought that he had entered the Radiant Diamond. It was rare, but he didn't expect this. It looks like there are still too many experts. Jiang Yu's mind calmed down a little. Right now, these people on the rankings were a black box. Jiang Yu didn't know what they had gone through, whether they had spent more time than Jiang Yu, or whether they had only spent less than half of Jiang Yu's time to advance to the Radiant Diamond. This uncertainty kept Jiang Yu in a constant sense of crisis. But there's no need to focus on what others are doing, just focus on whether or not you're advancing. Jiang Yu thought for a moment, shook his head and laughed. I'm having a phase. Everyone has their own time zones, encounters. There have been too many cases of successful people in the previous life to prove this. Falling behind in front is not considered scary. The key is to always keep moving forward and wait for your own time zone to arrive. If you always focus on others, inevitably your mind will be unstable, complacent when others fall behind, anxious when others are ahead, losing your bearings when comparing, relying on others for good or bad moods, always focusing on the progress of others, and falling behind in your own affairs instead. How can you even talk about practicing martial arts in this way? Jiang Yu's eyes glittered. No matter what you do, cultivation first cultivates the heart. I don't need to compare myself to anyone, I only need to compare myself to myself. If my heart is stable, then I can move forward with certainty, and then I will continue to progress continuously, and one day, I will be able to realize my own ideals. But Jiang Yu gripped his long sword tightly, and secretly resolved in his heart, since I have already arrived here, then I must not stop here. Jiang Yu carried his long sword and waved his other hand in the void, calling up the chat interface. He sent his screenshot to Lin Ruoxin and Zhang Yuan, as well as the black silk-footed girl Shadow Young Xiaoqi. That said, Jiang Yu still knew from Zhong Hui's mouth that Shadow Young had a nickname called Xiaoqi. Soon after, Jiang Yu received a message from Lin Ruoxin. You're not human, are you, a monster in human skin? It's only been a short while, and you've even advanced to Radiant Diamond. I won't be too far behind, I've also advanced to Flamboyant Platinum 5. Jiang Yu looked at the message on the communicator as if he could see Lin Ruoxin's bright eyes and smiling face with a small gamble. Lin Ruoxin's ability to learn and comprehend was indeed not bad. Although she had benefited from Jiang Yu's teaching, Lin Ruoxin's progress was indeed not bad either. Although at the moment, there was still a billion-point long way to go from Jiang Yu. Think about it. Jiang Yu has a system, if he can still be caught up by Lin Ruoxin so quickly. Then, it wasn't that Lin Ruoxin had opened a stronger hang and taken the invincible script. Instead, Jiang Yu himself is too wasteful. One could find a piece of tofu and crash into it. All start rolling up. The corner of Jiang Yu's mouth rose slightly. He was clear that Tai Chin University was one of the top martial arts academies in the world, and the hall of dreams for countless young martial artists. The competition there was bound to be exceptionally fierce, with strong people like clouds, and each one was bound to be a role king. Lin Ruoxin, driven by him, the sooner he rolled up, the less pressure he would have to cultivate in the future. Compared to chatting with Lin Ruoxin in a breezy manner. Jiang Yu's message sent to Zhang Yuan is going to be a lot of weird. I announced that people below the Radiant Diamond V23 victory points will not play the game Fighting Soul Awakening. Soon, Zhang Yuan's messages were sent over one by one, and one after another, they were all voice. Please open the microphone to communicate. Zhang Yuan said back. Jiang Yu smiled, it was only with his own buddies that he could casually joke around. This kind of tacit understanding was unknown to outsiders. As soon as Jiang Yu opened the microphone, Zhang Yuan angrily sprayed, "You're a human being, are you? How long has it taken to advance to platinum, and you're rushing up to diamonds? You think scoring is drinking water, ah? I'm on the score, it's just like drinking water." Jiang Yu smiled. The corner of Zhang Yuan's mouth twitched. What Jiang Yu said was indeed the truth. The ranking on the Star Sharp ranking is the best proof. And it was hard to improve martial arts backwards, this was the marginal effect. Everyone who should learn has learned and knows pretty much everything. All that could be done was to keep polishing the details, so one could imagine how slow the improvement was. But you're not so bad, I can remember that your small goal is also the top 500 in the Star Rising ranking. Zhang Yuan laughed, full of hope, I'm almost gold now, you don't know, it's all because of the system sanctioning me, I'm in the silver row of small generation every day. When I'm on gold, I'm sure I'll be on diamond in a flash. He knew that Zhang Yuan was also secretly working hard and believed that that day would definitely come. But you know me as a person, I'm rather slow, I like to take my time. Zhang Yuan slowly said. Jiang Yu, Scram. Chapter 107, Governor Su. Jiang Yu was still taking advantage of the break to chat with Zhang Yuan, Lin Ruoxin, and the others to relax his brain for a moment. There was a scientific basis for this. By allowing the brain to go through hard work before shifting to something relaxing and enjoyable, the brain would secrete dopamine, which created a positive brain circuit link. Just like training a dog, a person self-trains the brain in creating this brain circuit link. The brain will understand that the hard work in front of it is nothing and it will get ample pleasure afterwards. And thus it will be motivated to do that work. It sounds as if the brain and the human consciousness are independent. But, in fact, this precisely proved the human's ability to be active. Jiang Yu didn't know that the moment he was promoted to the Bright Diamond rank in his Fighting Soul Awakening, the South Guangdong Provincial Martial Arts Bureau and the Star Scholarship Association were able to get him to the Bright Diamond rank. The South Guangdong Provincial Martial Arts Bureau, the South Guangdong branch of the Starfire Guild, and the Xianchao City branch received an emergency notification at the same time. A relevant notice immediately popped up within the database of the Southern Guangdong Provincial Martial Arts Bureau. The awakening of the fighting soul could be said to be a martial arts detector for martial artists nowadays. The fact that Jiang Yu, who was only 18 years old, was able to complete the triple jump from an ordinary player to a flashy platinum to a sparkling diamond in a short period of time was enough to draw the attention of many people. 11:30 a.m. Inside a conference room of the South Guangdong Provincial Martial Arts Bureau. Technician Zhou Lei quickly skimmed through the relevant notifications, widened his eyes, and couldn't help but lament, Fighting Soul Awakening at the age of 18, and now breaking through to Radiant Diamond in Fighting Soul Awakening, this kid's talent is too amazing. This must be notified to the leaders, it already meets the qualifications for special recruitment. When Qin Guang, the person in charge next to him, heard this, a hint of interest flashed in his eyes as he said in a low voice, this kind of genius must be listed as an object of key attention. Especially after the awakening of his fighting soul, his potential in reality could be far beyond imagination. But it's not right, by all rights, this kind of genius should have been focused on by us when he advanced to Hua Gue Platinum, how could there still be a leak? Qin Guang thought of the doubt. Zhou Lei quickly pulled up Jiang Yu's information, forming a slide and projecting it in the air. This he had low grades in strength when he first advanced to Hua Gue Platinum, so the commissioner who was sent there, after checking the information, came back. Qin Guang frowned and scrutinized it, and his jaw couldn't help but widen slightly. Qin Guang propped up his jaw to keep it from dropping. This kid, did he eat some damn thing? This just a few months progress so fast, life level from level 4 jump to level 8, martial arts level can enter the Radiant Diamond, kill source world creatures alone. This kind of genius, why hasn't he been given a special recruitment notice from the martial arts hall? Qin Guang was somewhat incredulous. Zhou Lei said somewhat weakly, there is a process for approval. At that time, his grades were not good and he was directly dismissed. After all, signing up haphazardly is to be held responsible. Qin Guang breathed a sigh of relief, then it's not about us. Zhou Lei. At the same time, within the conference room of the Southern Guangdong branch of the Starfire Guild, Du Yan, one of the branch presidents, also received this message. He raised his head, looked at the virtual screen on the conference table, and said with interest, there's something interesting about this little guy named Jiang Yu, actually advancing to the Radiant Diamond when he's so far away from being 18 years old. You have to know that many people are stuck with the bug of being 18 years old to have enough time to advance to the Radiant Diamond. Du Yan sighed a bit, this Jiang Yu's growth speed is also a bit scary, is there no bottleneck in his martial arts growth? Oh, is it still a student signed by old Zhong? Du Yan sked, unfortunately, how come I didn't notice this genius at that time, otherwise isn't this performance on me? But I have to say, old Zhong is indeed bold, at that time, with that kind of performance, he dared to give a B grade contract, if it was me probably a D grade would be at the end of the line. No, even I won't give him contract. Du Yan thought about it with some interest. The difference between him and Zhonghui lies in the fact that Zhonghui is far more discerning and bold. But at the moment, old Zhong is still within the source realm and is unable to know this. Du Yan smiled, and it was fortunate that this was the case, or else Zhonghui would inevitably have to show off with him. However, when old Zhong left, he asked me to pay more attention to this brat, I've paid too little attention to him instead. Du Yan lowered his head and pondered for a moment, just as well, this promotion to Brilliant Diamond is also worth making a big move. Du Yan wrote and drew and passed a few approvals, after which he got up and left the office. Guangfu City, as the provincial capital of Southern Guangdong Province. The Starfire Guild's provincial headquarters was established here. The Starfire Guild had forces all over the world, and its headquarters was set up in the capital of China. Its organizational structure was divided from top to bottom into headquarters, regional branches, provincial branches in key cities within the province. The South Guangdong branch is subordinate to the provincial headquarters, and is technically at the same level as the branch in Xianqiao City. However, in the process of actual organization and operation, there were certain peculiarities. Originally, the Southern Guangdong chapter should actually be called the Guangfu chapter. At the time, Starfire Guild's Southern Guangdong provincial headquarters was not perfect, and after that war that everyone kept secret and couldn't talk about explicitly, it led to the complete disappearance of the Southern Guangdong provincial headquarters. As a result, it had long been left to the Southern Guangdong chapter to act as the provincial headquarters and liaise with the regional branches. It was also at that time that the Guangfu branch was gradually renamed the Nanyu branch. Later on, the Southern Guangdong provincial headquarters of the Starfire Labor Union was re-established, and in order to maintain a stable structure and legalized procedures, it did not choose to directly upgrade the Southern Guangdong chapter to the headquarters. However, in order to recognize contributions, it also did not choose to downgrade the Southern Guangdong branch. As a result, the special situation that exists today was formed. The peculiarity of the Nanyu chapter is that, to a certain extent, the Nanyu chapter is one level higher than the chapters in the key cities in the province, and it can lead the chapters, but it cannot directly contact the regional chapters, and it is subordinate to the provincial headquarters. It can be understood that the provincial headquarter is a feudal official, and its cabinet minister is the Southern Guangdong chapter. Thus, the provincial headquarters was naturally located together with the Southern Guangdong chapter. In fact, the layout of the building was such that 4 buildings in the southeast, northwest, and north were used to surround the provincial headquarters building. And the Nanyu chapter was located in these 4 buildings. It was just that the secret rivalry between the Southern Guangdong chapter and the Southern Guangdong provincial headquarters was not something that anyone could say explicitly. The centralized provincial headquarters building, except for some of the Starfire Guild's personnel whose authority was at level 2 or above, as well as the building staff, it wasn't an easy thing for others to enter. 9th floor. A large office with a very modern and minimalist decoration. The floor was high and had a good view, and one could see the lakes and greenery of the park. General President of Su Province. Du Yen bowed slightly and saluted. Chapter 108, Upgrading the A-Class Contract. Du Yen was on the same level as Zhong Hui, and with the special nature of the Southern Guangdong Guild, he had gone to the top of a province in the guild system. The guild system was independent of the Chinese government system, so even if he met the governor of Nanyu province, Du Yen didn't have to grovel too much. On the contrary, the guild also took on a significant portion of the defense work. Precisely because of the peculiarities of the Southern Guangdong Guild, the top management of the Starfire Guild were not just indulging in power struggles, instead they were visionary and to a certain extent chauvinistic. In order to balance this particularity, Starfire Guild's senior management sent a respected martial artist to press the issue, helping the provincial headquarters to sit tight without causing too much resentment from the people of the Southern Guangdong chapter. This provincial general president Su was this highly respected figure. Provincial General President Su, full name Su Quan, was upright and impartial, and had made great achievements during the Source Realm War. In the Southern Guangdong Province branch of the Starfire Guild, he belonged to the top batch of big shots. Even the governor of Southern Guangdong Province wouldn't dare to be arrogant in front of him. In this day and age, strength and character were both present, and anyone had to be respected. Nowadays, Su Quan looked about 50 or 60 years old. Hee, Xiao Du, you're not in the middle of anything now. Su Quan took a sip of tea and said smilingly, "What is it that you are looking for me this time?" Du Yen familiarly sat on the chair in front of the desk. He smiled. "Look at you say, nothing I can not come to see you well, I have so no respect for the old." Said Du Yen looked at the tea on Su Quan's table, eyes bright. "This tea? Alpine snow, good stuff give me a taste of it." Su Quan laughed and shook his head. "If I had known that you were coming, I shouldn't even have taken it out." Joking around a bit, Du Yen got to the point and said in a slightly serious manner, "Chief General Manager, I previously submitted to you the application to upgrade Jiang Yu's B grade contract to a grade, please approve and pass it." Su Quan was a little surprised. "Oh? This Jiang Yu is so precious, are you so anxious?" "Chief General Manager, it is not that I am anxious." Du Yen said in a serious manner, "The information please take a look, this kind of genius, before it was fine, now that the sharpness is revealed, it is inevitable that no one will move their hearts." "Good, since you say so, I will take a look." Su Quan opened his computer and flew through Jiang Yu's information. "This little guy, his experience is called legendary," Su Quan said without moving. "Yeah. Du Yin thought deeply. I was not able to do it. In my high school days, I had such a strong kill record. And his martial arts and cultivation talent is just a bit too high. Du Yin sighed a sentence. It's only a few months past, from flashy platinum, impacting sparkling diamonds. The level of martial arts is definitely at the 4th rank level, which is difficult for even some veteran practicing martial artists to achieve. Su Quan didn't say anything either, only nodding his head. Currently, except for Jiang Yu, who failed to awaken the external image power, his heart, practical combat, cultivation, and martial arts are all at the top. Du Yin slowly said, Zhonghui also holds this little guy in high regard. As of now, even if he doesn't awaken the outer image power, or even the fit, I think that his mental power talent alone is enough to merit key cultivation. Spiritual power talent? Su Quan came to be interested. Martial cultivation, the first 3 major hurdles. Opening one's embodiment to strengthen their body. Forging one's sinews and bones in order to build their foundation. Gathering one's divine intent to unite their bodies. The first 2 passes are to toughen the body of the martial artist, casting the foundation of the martial artist's way of becoming. The 3rd level, however, is related to the mysterious and unpredictable level of spiritual power. Spiritual power is the key for a martial artist to step into the transcendent realm. As a martial artist's body becomes stronger and stronger, if the spiritual power is not strong enough, the weak intention cannot control the body at all. A martial artist was originally using his body as a weapon, and if a martial artist could not control his own weapon, then how could he talk about killing the enemy? Just like a computer, even if all kinds of hardware are top-notch, but without a system, without a driver, all the ability cannot be played. Only by controlling the body can one truly do as one pleases within a square inch, controlling each and every muscle and exerting supreme power. How mysterious the human body is, and the body of a martial artist has even more unlimited potential. However, human development of the body was still too little and too little. It is not only the control of power, but also the comprehension of the rules of heaven and earth, and the resonance between the mind and the world. Based on this foundation, martial artists would be able to use their will to control things, and even manipulate the power of the outside world. Only then is it possible to truly tap into the potential of the human body, the cellular universe, and thus open the 4th gate towards the long stage of ascending to God. A martial artist takes heaven and earth as his teacher, and learns from the strengths of all things and uses them for himself. Intent is the bridge to communicate with heaven and earth. Use the intention to control the chi, use the intention to realize the law, use the intention to control the law. Du Yin's voice was low. If Zhong would have introduced Jiang Yu to me before, I would still have had my doubts. Now as his strength grows stronger and stronger, I don't see any powerlessness in his successor. Instead, I am becoming more and more confident in his advancement to the 3rd rank. Looking at it now, perhaps his external image power and fitness has not been awakened, instead it is even more full of infinite possibilities. Du Yin slowly said, in the future, who can know what strength of external image power he can awaken, or even create brand new feats. Nowadays, there are but a handful of well-established Kung Fu pathways for future generations to follow. More martial artists, not that they were not talented enough to make a name for themselves, but it was really too hard and too difficult to explore a brand new pathway. Su Quan just smiled faintly, nodding his head from time to time. At his level, the Qi cultivation Kung Fu had long been beyond the reach of any other person. What's more, I received news that there are even top schools that have sent special recruitment contracts to him. Du Yin said, as you know, the military, martial arts halls and guilds all have intelligent reminder systems. They're bound to find out about Jiang Yu's experience. There's no guarantee that they won't be ruthless and poach him. After all, they haven't done this kind of thing too often. Moreover, Jiang Yu's majoring in sword technique is a perfect fit with our guild, and Lord Su Shiyu has left behind a perfect pathway for sword cultivation. In the southern Guangdong province, Su Quan definitely had the power to make a final decision. Coming directly to Su Quan was definitely the most effortless. After all, he was the head of the Starfire Guild in southern Guangdong province. President Su, you have always been wise. I hope you will consider it more. Du Yin was still very respectful when talking about business. Starfire Guild, after all, was a super large guild. Provincial General President, the chief of a province, if you don't have some strength, how can you control the province and lead the whole situation? Su Quan's strength was that of a transcendent martial artist of the 3rd order. The strength completely crushed Du Yin, a 3rd order martial artist. Su Quan slowly nodded his head, his gaze fell on the tea canister on the desktop, as if he saw a farther future through that canister of tea. Since this is the case, Su Quan finally made a decision. Su Quan revealed a hint of a smile. Young people will always have to face the wind and waves. What our generation can do is to shield them from the wind and rain for a while, and provide them with a better environment to grow up in. but in the end, they are the masters of the future. There's no reason to let the geniuses go forward alone. Su Quan was even more bold as he finally hammered out, then upgrade Jiang Yu's contract to Grade A. At the same time, all the perks of the Grade A contract will be increased by 30%. At the same time. Chapter 109 The Subterranean Dragon. Su Quan pondered, if Jiang Yu's martial arts level can be promoted to the 5th rank before the age of 20, we can consider upgrading his contract to S rank and give him an additional earthly Hua Jasper Pearl, but moreover, if he is promoted earlier, the more generous the reward I promise to give. Du Yan was surprised. Earthly Hua Jasper bead? Du Yan was secretly surprised in his heart. He had originally thought that Su Quan wasn't really attached to Jiang Yu, which was why he was a little anxious. After all, Su Quan, that was a transcendent mortal martial artist sequence. Compared to the average martial artist, it was really a difference between clouds and mud. What is a transcendental martial artist? Break through the third order, only has the ticket to step into the transcendental. Transcendent martial artists have already made a qualitative leap in their level of life. If a martial artist below the 3rd rank was compared to an ordinary human being, then a martial artist who had stepped into the transcendent sequence could be described as an evolving high-level life form. A transcendent sequence martial artist, to exaggerate, was like a descendant of the gods in mythology, possessing all sorts of incredible abilities. By mobilizing their spiritual energy, they can explode with terrifying power and walk through the air. An idle hot weapon attacking this kind of transcendent martial artist would be nothing more than a little bit of frost, and it would be difficult to have a substantial threat at all. A martial artist of this tier, even by virtue of physical strength alone, with a random punch, the energy that erupts is equivalent to an explosion. A big battle would demolish villages and small towns as a whole, just a casual matter. Some teenagers jokingly described transcendent sequence martial artists as humanoid self-propelled demolition machines. Although it is a joke, but it is a very graphic illustration of the energy of transcendental martial artists. Because, at present, through scientific experiments, the strength of the martial artist is in line with an exponential function of growth. Strength growth is very robust, there will not be a collapse of the said. Because of this, how high his vision is, no one can say. The fear is that in this kind of character with a high vision, he belittles his juniors and thus misses out on certain geniuses. But I didn't expect that this Su Quan would live up to his high moral standing, and be even more talent appreciative and bold. Earth Hua Jasper bead, this kind of treasure. Du Yan have seldom heard of it, but it does not prevent him from being unaware of it. Du Yan slightly smiled, body slightly leaning forward, respectfully poured tea for Su Quan, at the same time without a trace to himself also poured a cup. Su, old man, worthy of being wise and courageous very much. Su Quan didn't care about Du Yan's small action, he only found it interesting. Usually people see him respectfully, but this Du Yan is not humble, interesting. At my age, there are not many things I can do. Su Quan exuded a hint of faint sentimentality. This road of a martial artist, I am considered to have come to the end. You are a transcendent sequence martial artist, you can't go anywhere in the sky. Du Yan heatedly smiled and flattered. Su Quan shook his head and smiled slightly. You are most slippery. I stepped into the transcendent sequence, so many years have passed, empty long years, Shiki got a few treasures, seemingly scenery, but I know that my talent has been exhausted. I'm afraid it's hard for me to break through again, this old bone. Su Quan looked at Du Yan amiably. I don't have high talent, I rely on the country and guild to cultivate me. I originally have nothing, these things are passed down to cultivate more martial arts geniuses, it is also considered a small contribution. Elder Su is highly respected, we as juniors are truly ashamed. Du Yan shuddered, his body sat up straight, his expression also straightened up, knowing that this is Su Quan making friends with himself, but Su Lao, this transcendent sequence is not that good to step into. No harm done. Su Quan waved his hand. You, Zhong Hui in my opinion, are all good, perhaps can go farther than me. Jiang Yu is also a descendant worth cultivating, his potential may be more unfathomable than all of us. The future will ultimately have to rely on you guys to hold it up, us old guys, we are just the ones who raise the fire and hold up the umbrella. Su Quan looked out of the window at a beautiful scenery. When for the long term, children and grandchildren, if it's a genius, I try my best to bring up a hand, it's my duty to do so. What's more, I have seen everything when I was young, but now I'm just suffering from empty years. If there is really a danger, what's the harm of sacrificing my old life for you? Du Yan looked serious. Elder Su is righteous. Although Du Yan vaguely guessed the intention of Su Quan's words, but still don't point to break for good. Su Quan laughed. It's just a moment of emotion, don't make it so serious. I guess you're afraid that I'll give careless attention to Jiang Yu and miss out on talent. Su Quan said, glancing at Du Yan. The other party hemmed and hawed and did not speak. Su Quan knew in his heart that he had hit the nail on the head and didn't care. In fact, I am more concerned about these teenage geniuses than you are. Over the years, I have seen many so-called martial arts geniuses. Roughly speaking, there are two trajectories, one is unstoppable and unstoppable all the way. Lord Su Xia is the most typical representative of this. Her natural talent is the best in the world, and on the path of martial artists, she can forcefully suppress the countless heavenly prides over the past 10,000 years, and walk to the extreme realm of mankind, the first of billions of people. The other is early dazzling, but late gradually mediocre, in my view, really not a true hero. Su Quan looked at Du Yan and asked with a smile, which kind do you think he belongs to? Du Yan did not understand the intention, so he shook his head and smiled. You think he is the first kind? Su Quan smiles, neither. Du Yan. Actually, there is a third kind, the posture of a submerged dragon. At first, it is not obvious, like a dragon submerging in the abyss, but once the time is ripe, it will inevitably soar to the heavens. Su Quan took a sip of tea. Du Yan was a little surprised. You are saying that Jiang Yu he? It's too early to draw a conclusion now. Su Quan looked at Du Yan and slowly said, look at his junior high school profile, mediocre. Before senior high school, it is even more so, there is even a suspicion of degradation. Whether this is a dragon or not, it needs to be looked at again. Indeed, Jiang Yu's growth path is different from others. He didn't start off by stunning everyone, but every breakthrough makes it impossible to ignore. Du Yan had some little humor, but for now, at least the potential is potential. Su Quan smiled and nodded, exactly, submerged dragon, it is the dragon that is submerged, but if the dragon wants to take off it still needs us to set up a good stage for it and help it to ride the wind and dance, so that it can soar to the 9 heavens in the future. For now, at least there is hope of becoming a dragon. Su Quan said. Du Yan nodded, however, can you old man talk to me about what the earthly Hua Bijou bead is? Su Quan glanced at him and didn't respond. Instead he said, alright, I'll pass the application later, so go and sign the contract instead of Zhonghui, and if you have the chance afterward, bring him to see me. Du Yan knew in his heart that this Su Quan didn't want to say anything, so he could only nod and respond with, yes. He originally did not hold any expectations. The treasures in Su Quan's hands, that are treasured, it is difficult for ordinary people to know their effects. Go, for this little guy, you can be more attentive, I'm still quite looking forward to how he can stir up the wind and rain. Understood. Du Yan walked out of Su Quan's office. At the same time, he sent a message to the chapter in Xianxiao City. Uncle Mo quickly received the message and couldn't help but look a little strange. Chapter 110 Du Yan's Visit. Chapter 110 Du Yan's Visit. Advancement to Brilliant Diamond, contract promotion to Grade A? Uncle Mo checked Du Yan's message. He was somewhat staggered that this Jiang Yu seemed extremely important in the eyes of the higher-ups. Otherwise, this Du Yan, the titular vice president of the Southern Guangdong chapter, when Jiang Yu was promoted on the front foot, he took care of the matter of the promotion of the A-level contract on the back foot and asked himself to cooperate in fulfilling the content of the contract. Uncle Mo wasn't too afraid of Du Yan, the two of them were about the same strength, so he was a little more relaxed and asked, President Du, what's going on here? It came down to an A-class contract so quickly. Du Yan said inscrutably, this is the meaning of the general president of Su province? Uncle Mo gulped a mouthful of saliva, conscious that the speculation in his heart had been fulfilled. It seems that this Jiang Yu is actually so highly regarded that he actually has a name with Su Quan. I understand, I will implement the contract as soon as possible. When will you fly into Xianxiao City? Early tomorrow morning. Why do you want to pick me up in person? Uncle Mo said lightly, no, I'm just asking casually, don't take it seriously. Du Yan hangs up the phone. Uncle Mo thought for a moment and dialed another number. Soon, an obese young man walked in. President Mo, you're looking for me? Uncle Mo nodded his head. We've come out with an A-class contract here, and according to the contract, in addition to my treatment being increased, I'll also be able to stay in the guild neighborhood for free. Class A contract? The obese young man froze. Who is it? I remember that Jiang Yu is the one who got the B-class contract here. Is there anyone more fierce than him? Which school? Uncle Mo smiled. The B-level contract is Jiang Yu, right, but this A-level contract. Uncle Mo deliberately sold a secret, and the obese youth crossed his fingers. It's also Jiang Yu. The obese youth froze. No, he just got the B-level contract. How long? How this turned around and upgraded? Who's bastard? The obese youth joked. Soon after, the obese youth lamented another sentence, alas. Now the world is getting tougher and tougher, these geniuses are also one more than a demon. TSK, but this Jiang Yu is really, a genius is a genius, the only one who can surpass him is himself afterward. Uncle Mo nodded, yeah, I didn't expect him to be this powerful either. The obese youth slowed down and said, according to the A-class contract, you can stay in a large 150 square meter, room house for free. Uncle Mo laughed, I remember, Zhendang Lake Starfire District there is not a set of 250 square meters of luxury households, empty is also empty, why not grant it to Jiang Yu? Thousand Lantern Lake District's luxury household, at least the second order of martial artists, students like Jiang Yu, have to S-class contract The obese youth frowned, doesn't this have to have a superior document Jiang Yu's rank contract was personally approved by the chief governor of Su province. Uncle Mo slowly said, it's empty anyway, we are here, I'm afraid it's hard to have an S-class, giving it to Jiang Yu is not a bad rule, he deserves it. The obese youth weighed his options and nodded, I understand, I'll go do it. The next day. An airplane slowly parked on the runway. Uncle Mo brought a few people and stood in the hall waiting. Not long after, Duyan slowly walked out, and at a glance, he saw the flag of the Xianshao City chapter, and someone held up a sign that read Welcome President Duyan. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Uncle Mo went up to shake hands. Duyan smiles, you are too polite, President Mo. You should, please. Uncle Mo made a hand gesture. Duyan nodded his head and followed along out of the airport, getting into a special car to drive to the school. Old Zhouman, I said that Mr. Chui's tea is not inferior to General President Su's alpine drifting snow, I definitely have to try it here. Duyan looked at Uncle Mo and slowly said. Uncle Mo laughed loudly, then it looks like I'm blessed with another mouthful. Soon. Inside Chui's office. A large group of people gathered. Chui, Uncle Mo, Duyan, and Jiang Yu. You're Jiang Yu, aren't you? Your name really rings a bell for me. Duyan, who was wearing a pinched gold silk tang suit, smiled. First, you fought a fierce battle against Source Realm creatures alone, and in a short time, you advanced to the level of Brilliant Diamond. Every single thing makes the younger me sweat. Jiang Yu was flattered. I'm flattered, President Du. Duyan sized up the slightly restrained Jiang Yu. He had a feeling that this Jiang Yu's body chi and blood and spiritual power were not simple. There was even a faint killing aura on his body. Duyan cultivates spiritual power, perception is certainly not bad, he thought it was Jiang Yu after the Battle of the Undead, the sword is not broken, but instead is sharpened more murderous. Although Duyan saw Jiang Yu for the first time, but before that he has learned a lot of news about Jiang Yu, Zhong will be praised again and again. Now a look, his first impression of Jiang Yu is very good. Breath is very thick, if not other background information, anyone who looks at Jiang Yu for the first time, will not dare to take it lightly. The ancients used to say that a heavenly talent must be different from the norm. Duyan Hart lamented a sentence, now a look, it is true, will be really as Su old said the latent dragon it. The submerged dragon, hidden weapons in the body, the chest of the jade. But know how to bide their light and keep quiet, not to be sharp in order to invite danger. It is the image of great wisdom and great ability. Jiang Yu, given your performance in the Morning Glory Forest and your promotion to the Radiant Diamond segment in the Fighting Soul Awakening. Duyan smiled faintly and said indifferently, I have submitted an application for you to the General President of the Su Province, the General President of the Starfire Guild that oversees the Southern Guangdong Province. Submitted an application to promote your contract to a rank. The General President of the Su Province? As soon as Jiang Yu heard it, he knew that this was the real big shot in the Southern Guangdong Province Starfire Guild. Jiang Yu was slightly stunned, it's just a promotion to the Radiant Diamond segment, I don't seem to have met the standards in the others, right? Your excellent performance in other areas is already enough. Duyan smiled, the General President of the Su Province gave instructions to make sure to build a comfortable platform to provide an environment for the outstanding young generation to grow without fear. What's more, according to this trajectory, with your growth rate, it's no surprise that you'll be able to reach the standard before long. Duyan slowly said, since this is the case, why delay? Allowing you to have a better environment to grow is a win-win situation for both of us. Jiang Yu nodded slightly, his ID card showed that he was born on September 11th, there were still several months before he reached the legal age of 18 years old. With enough resources managed, Jiang Yu had the system, Han Xan's level 2 double kill was no problem. I'll send you the terms of the rank contract first, take a look. Duyan lifted his wrist, and the long-prepared document was sent through the Starfire Guild's internal program, casting it across the sky. Jiang Yu's bracelet trembled slightly, showing that a document had been received, and he quickly chose to accept and view it. With a glance, he quickly flipped through some unimportant and unchanged pages. Soon, Jiang Yu's gaze rested on the resource clause. Chapter 111, Go in for a drink. Some of the terms, permissions have changed and for the better in the A-level contracts compared to the B-level contracts. And the resources can be very generous. B-level contract, when a total of 15 million cash, plus 5% signature fee, and the base of 3.5 million guild points. Before, they could get 1.5 million signing fees, or the bell would do the honors and raise it to 10%. But now the A-level contract is to provide 7.5 million cash plus 7.5 million guild points per year. Time, the same was provided for 6 years. That is to say, the total cash will give a full 45 million, rounded up, that is half a small goal. At the same time, 45 million guild points were also given for purchasing and exchanging cultivation resources. Two added up, equivalent to Jiang Yu obtained 90 million huaxia coins, really is almost completed a small goal. Moreover, the Starfire Guild is very generous. Jiang Yu signed a level A contract before the first year of the other contract funds have been issued, even if it is for nothing. That is, Jiang Yu before obtaining a B-level contract of 2.5 million cash is considered to be a white gift. After that, the year of signing the A-level contract is the first year, to restart the distribution of funds belonging to the A-level contract. And the difference in the signing fee will be supplemented. And the last clause. Jiang Yu's eyes widened a bit as he looked at it, all resource treatments, adjusted upwards by 30%. This Starfire Guild was just rich and generous. And it wasn't the same as the terms and conditions of those schools that wanted to specially recruit Jiang Yu. Once the Starfire Guild's contract was signed, it would not be downgraded, which meant that even if Jiang Yu was lying down, this contract would always be issued in accordance with the class treatment. On the other hand, those university special enrollment contracts would stipulate the requirements for Jiang Yu's grades during his college years, as well as some other more restrictive freedom clauses. If they failed to do so, the contract would be downgraded or even terminated. The Starfire Guild, on the other hand, embodied full freedom. Jiang Yu once again experienced the convenience of this freedom. This was also the reason why he had finally decided not to accept these school special recruitment contracts. With many restrictions, it was always like a fish in the throat and not very comfortable. Unlike the Starfire Guild contract, which came about by earning it on his own, there wouldn't be too many restrictions. An extra 30% per year, may I ask if this clause is? Jiang Yu asked his doubts after being surprised. There must be a demon when things go wrong. If it doesn't belong to you, you shouldn't take a single point. The so-called virtue is not worthy of the position, will be blamed. No need to worry, there are no other hidden restrictive clauses. Du Yen said with a smile, this is a clause added by the general president of Su province himself. He also understands your situation and is very concerned about you. Oh, you have to know, the provincial general president is a martial artist who has at least stepped into the transcendent sequence to serve. Provincial general manager, transcendent sequence. Jiang Yu somewhat held his breath. This can definitely be called a feudal official, and the value of force for the general martial artists, but also definitely counted the top group. I'm afraid that can be called to be located in the pinnacle of the bar. To this kind of level, slightly further, may need a lifetime of effort. Usually, Jiang Yu could only see these major figures appear on some major news. Just that, such a character would actually pay attention to himself as well? In Jiang Yu's mind, martial artists who had broken through the second level belonged to the category of being big shots. What I said just now wasn't polite, and there's no need to be polite. Your name is often heard even when I'm in the city of Guangfu. Du Yen looked at Jiang Yu and said, you young people are more likely to use social software, just go up and take a look, your fame is not small. Jiang Yu is a little sweaty. There is a sense of social death of being famous, but being discussed by elders during the new year. No need to be too presumptuous. Du Yen took a sip of Chui's good tea. Your talent is already worthy of the provincial general president's attention. Moreover, provincial general president Su, his old man is very nice and pays a lot of attention to his juniors. Du Yen smiled, you'll know when you have the chance to meet with him. There is one more thing. The general president of Su province has promised that if you are able to advance to the 5th rank in martial arts before the age of 20, your contract will be able to be raised even further upwards, and that the earlier you are, the higher the additional treatment raise will be. Du Yen leaned forward slightly and said, and you'll also be able to receive 1 earthly Hua Jasper Pearl. These are all inside the supplementary terms at the end, so take a closer look. Earthly Hua Jasper Bead? Jiang Yu was a little curious, what is this? Du Yen did not know. Even, he specifically went to the Starfire Guild's treasure system to check the information and couldn't find a clue. However, as the president, he wanted to save face. Du Yen smiled in a clear-eyed manner and couldn't help but take a sip of tea to cover up his embarrassment. Afterwards, he mysteriously looked at Jiang Yu and slowly said, "The things given by the general president of the Su province, wouldn't they be idle things? They are priceless treasures that martial artists can only dream of. Saying it to you right now doesn't do much good, but instead adds to the worry." Du Yen spoke eloquently, "But do good deeds, don't ask about your future. In the future when you get this treasure, you will naturally know." Jiang Yu nodded, only feeling enlightened. President Du has a point. The guild's S-rank contract is definitely better compared to the university's S-rank special recruitment contract. Du Yen was pointing out, those general university special recruitment contracts, don't sign them. Understood. Jiang Yu nodded his head. Just by looking at the treatment of this A-class contract, he knew which one was better. Freedom, richer treatment, no pressure to fulfill the terms. Just need to cultivate at your own pace, or else would there be so many good things in other schools' special recruitment treaties. Du Yen smiled and looked at Jiang Yu. "Is there anything else you want to inquire about? If not, you consider thinking about signing?" "No more." Jiang Yu looked at Du Yen and said seriously, "I am very willing to sign this contract. Thank you for the guild's cultivation of me." Jiang Yu said decisively, "Also thank you for helping me, Chairman. If it wasn't for you worrying about me, I'm afraid I wouldn't have gotten this contract." Starfire Guild treated Jiang Yu as a national scholar, and Jiang Yu would repay him as a national scholar. This was what he had always practiced in his short life experience. When adults dealt with each other, hesitation was an implied rejection, which was enough to say a lot. Now that the Starfire Guild is treating him with such sincerity, if Jiang Yu shows hesitation, it will inevitably make people think that he has another choice. The heart is not sincere. Inevitably, it would give Du Yen, who had worked so hard for himself, a chill. Jiang Yu in his previous life, also more than 20 years old, delivery of takeaway crawling, have seen all kinds of life. Encountered a beautiful young woman, asked him if he wanted to go in to drink a mouthful of water, said the air conditioning is a little hot. I've also seen people use delivery to catch adultery. When encountering such a critical decision moment, you must be firm. Chapter 112, Moving into a New Home. There was no hesitation. Besides, Starfire Guild and Jiang Yu were, in fact, choosing each other. Starfire Guild saw Jiang Yu's potential, and Jiang Yu recognized Starfire Guild's philosophy and sincerity. Moreover, whether it was Zhong Hui or Du Yen, or the general president of Su province whom he had never met, all of them made him feel good, and his heart was filled with gratitude towards these people. Good. A satisfied smile appeared on Du Yan's face, and in his heart, he could not help but feel very satisfied with Jiang Yu's attitude. In his heart, he thought, no wonder this Zhong likes Jiang Yu so much. Indeed, acting decisively and handling the world not like a teenager, it is hard for people not to develop a good feeling. I'm in it, I didn't help much, it's mainly all your own efforts. Du Yen smiled. Jiang Yu nodded his head, so in the presence of the crowd, he signed a new Starfire Guild contract with Du Yen. Afterward, the crowd sat and chatted for a while, and Du Yen tasted a lot of Chui's good tea before he was satisfied and chose to leave. The corner of Chui's mouth twitched. A friend of a friend is also a friend. Although his relationship with Du Yen wasn't as iron as Zhong Hui's, it was still a very good friend. Next time, if you don't have anything, don't come, sorry for not entertaining. Du Yen laughed loudly. No wonder old Zhong came back last time and said you were stingy. How much tea can we drink from you here? Chui shook his head and looked at Du Yen. Didn't he tell you that I drink a little less of this tea? Du Yen froze. What's going on here? Isn't this tea of yours collected in the source world? The source world that can produce this kind of tea is so big, it's not so small. The Y97 source world situation is somewhat special. Chui recalled the past, slightly heavy. Du Yen froze, his eyes narrowed slightly. You were saying? Chui nodded and did not speak. Jiang Yu quietly watched from the sidelines, and in his heart, he could not help but be a little curious. Where is the source world of the Y97 number, in the end? And what had happened to make both Chui and Du Yen secretive? The source world is so strange that no one can predict it? Jiang Yu secretly said in his heart, I also don't know, when will I be able to venture into the source realm and see the magnificent and fantastical sights? The people chatted for a while longer before Du Yen got up to say goodbye. After sending Du Yen away, Uncle Mo then smiled at Jiang Yu. By the way, I also have good news for you. I've applied for a deluxe house for you. It's in the Starfire neighborhood in a station near Thousand Lantern Lake, with a 30-year residency. Uncle Mo smiled and said, and I used my authority to apply for you to be exempted from property fees for 15 years. You only need to pay the utility bills, and only after 15 years do you need to pay the property management fees. And there are top elementary and middle schools in the city near there, very suitable for your family. In a couple of days, when the formalities are done, there will be relevant documents sent to you. When to move, just let me know and I'll find someone to move you guys. Uncle Mo smiled, but furniture and such, there's no need to bring anything, it's all brand new. This was Uncle Mo's favor. The Thousand Lantern Lake Starfire Community, a project of the Starfire Guild, was used to house the guild members. It was first class in every aspect, and the sense of security definitely went without saying. Ordinary people who dare to spread wild in front of the Starfire Guild, and even if the Source Realm creatures invade, a large number of martial artists' home, which can just let the Source Realm creatures rampage. Luxury households, but also large flat villas, not to mention how much the price is, even if you want to grab a purchase qualification is difficult. Thousand Lantern Lake nearby lot, the lowest is 30,000 yuan per square foot. Not to mention the independent villa large flat. It is that magical. Jiang Yu froze. This, Uncle Mo. Calculating like this, signing this A-class contract with the Starfire Guild was really worth a ridiculously high amount of money. What is the concept of 30 years of residency? How many 30 years could there be in life? The average lifespan of a second-ranked martial artist was only 150 years. The equivalent of this large flat villa is a free gift. Many people who buy a house also have to spend so many years to pay off the mortgage. Now there is a house to live in for free, even if it expires and is not allowed. With the money saved over the years, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to buy a small house. Then this one contract seems to be at least over $100 million. You don't have to worry about the rest, just live in peace. Uncle Mo laughed. This is also to follow up on the instructions of the Chief Provincial Governor Su, so that young geniuses like you cannot be bothered by external things, in order to pursue the ultimate in martial arts without distractions. In this way, only then can there be more powerful martial artists, fighting on the front line and contributing to humanity. Do you know what the Starfire Guilds are called? Jiang Yu froze. The sharpest blade of humanity? Uncle Mo nodded rather proudly. That's right, all of the martial artists trained by the Starfire Guild are active on the front lines of battles with Source Realm creatures, especially in the battles with high-level Source Realm creatures. The martial artists of the Starfire Guild are deservedly the sharpest blades of mankind, guarding the homeland and not giving up an inch of ground. Jiang Yu was given goosebumps by Uncle Mo's words, and his heart could not help but boil with fervor. Yes. Carrying the blade of human hope, shouldering the safety and security of all mankind, it does make one's heart surge. Who doesn't have a dream of being a hero? Then. Thank you, Uncle Mo. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, his voice heavy. By the way, what else is required? Uncle Mo smiled warmly. Within my power, I will try to help you solve it. What I can't solve, I'll look for the ones above me that can help you out. Uncle Mo's words were very sincere, so that no one could hear a bit of falsehood. Good, thank you, Uncle Mo. If there is a need, I will trouble you. Jiang Yu chose to accept this goodwill. Even though it may not be that Jiang Yu would let Uncle Mo help. But Uncle Mo sincerely expressed his attitude, releasing the greatest goodwill to Jiang Yu. At this moment, if Jiang Yu continued to choose politeness, then it would inevitably make Uncle Mo think more. Because being polite meant that Jiang Yu chose to reject this goodwill. What was that saying? What I want is just an attitude. After that, life resumed its calm. 2 days later, Jiang Yu received a notification from the Starfire Guild that the review had passed and that the Southern Guangdong chapter had approved the application. There was actually no need for it. Xianshao City had the authority to handle this matter. Only, Du Yan, in order to avoid disputes in the future, specially asked for this application and stamped his official seal. Sort of standing up for Jiang Yu. No other meaning, just insurance. Originally it was a happy thing, then it should be done beautifully, eliminating any trace of the small minds of people with ulterior motives. Lest someone make an issue of it. Wherever Jiang Yu went, the people around him released full of goodwill. Perhaps this was the preferential treatment of geniuses. This house Jiang Yu's family is considered stable. Besides, odds are, with Jiang Yu's talent it was only considered an early move-in. So, very quickly, Jiang Yu and his party packed up their things. The moving company sent by Uncle Mo moved the items to Thousand Lantern Lake Starfire neighborhood. Li Wan looked at the cluttered room. A bunch of furniture had not been taken away because the new house had long been furnished with furniture that simply could not fit. I didn't think that one day we would still leave here. Li Wan suddenly gave birth to a trace of reluctance. Chapter 113, The Last Model Test. Li Wan looked up at the familiar hut, her gaze filled with longing and emotion. She gently sighed and said to Jiang Yu beside her, "For so many years, it has carried too many memories for our family." Jiang Yu smiled faintly, took over Li Wan's shoulders and said in a warm voice, "Wife, it's the same wherever we go, as long as the family is still together, that's home." Li Wan gently nodded her head, her gaze revealing a few moments of longing for the future. She looked towards Jiang Yu, who was busy organizing things not far away, her eyes filled with pride. "Little Yu has really grown up. In the past, I was always worried that he was working too hard, but now that I've seen him come this far, I'm really happy and proud for him." Li Wan said softly, I didn't expect that we would be the one to enjoy the blessings." When Jiang Yu heard this, his gaze also softened as he looked at Jiang Yu from afar. He had a lot of feelings in his heart, a smile on his face, but there were some complicated emotions in his heart. He knew that Jiang Yu had paid too much for his family to get such a good living environment for them today. Jiang Yu was both proud of his brother and couldn't help but feel a little self-conscious. Yes, Little Feather is really competitive, and it's all thanks to his own efforts that he's able to get to where he is today. Jiang Yu said in a low voice, but his heart was full of emotion. "If I could be more capable, perhaps I wouldn't have to make Little Feather work so hard." Jiang Yu never thought of expecting his brother to become a dragon. He knew that there was too much helplessness in this world. Many times, it is not a matter of giving and receiving. Also, not everyone can clearly find their own lifelong struggle goal. People have their own talents, but before the time, who can know their own talents? Jiang Yu has never overly pressured Jiang Yu, must let him achieve anything in his studies. Because, in Jiang Yu's simple life, he realized a truth: any one thing, the deepest motivation, must originate from the heart, rather than external pressure. Jiang Yu himself has not much achievement, also has no vision. He has what qualification to ask Jiang Yu, in accordance with his planned life trajectory, to go? Jiang Yu are still underage, but as a student, there is no guidance from elders. How can Jiang Yu ask Jiang Yu, find their own learning goals, motivation it? If you realize that the road ahead is uncertain, anyone will do things in front of you, feel skeptical, so do not pay attention, do not contribute to it. Therefore, Jiang Yu never forced Jiang Yu to do anything, even if Jiang Yu's grades slipped before. He also only comforted and supported. Jiang Yu always believed that when Jiang Yu's inner maturity, he would find his own goal and thus be motivated to do anything. Li Wan held Jiang Yu's hand. She had lived with him for such a long time and understood his little heart the most. Even if Jiang Yu did not speak, Li Wan softly comforted, "Isn't it the best life for our family to support each other? Little Yu is working so hard and has the support of you as a good brother. I believe that in his heart, he must also be proud to have a brother like you." Jiang Yu has a keen sense of hearing, and without a trace, he moves away from Li Wan and Jiang Yu, allowing the couple to speak from their hearts. There were some things that it was better for him to pretend that he did not know about. When Jiang Yu heard this, the heaviness in his heart seemed to be gently plucked away by Li Wan's words. He took a deep breath and revealed a relieved smile. "Yes, there are still long days ahead. We'll all be better off, not just Little Yu, each and every one of us will be better off." Li Wan nodded and looked at Jiang Yu. Both of them revealed a heartfelt smile. The love and support of their families was their greatest motivation and their strongest backing. It was also the most direct connection between people and the world, the most direct connection. Jiang Yu watched all of this from afar, and the corner of his mouth also hooked up a smile. His family is his strongest backing, is also the meaning of his struggle. People live in the world, most people are pursuing a return home, so that their families can live a good life, right? He knew that even if he became an invalid at the moment, Jiang Yu would still take care of himself without any hesitation. Soon after moving things, the family got into a commercial vehicle and drove directly into the Starfire neighborhood of Qiandang Lake. At the property office, they went through various procedures, such as recording faces. The security of the Starfire community wasn't weak, with high walls, cameras, and security guards with life levels of about 7, as well as a wartime defense system. After that, the group came to the large flat villa near the artificial lake. The surrounding greenery was good, and the waves were jagged in the distance. Entering the house, there were 4 bedrooms, each with an ensuite bathroom. The spacious master bedroom and second bedroom each had a huge walk-in closet. There was also a nanny room equipped, and the layout was way better than Jiang Yu's previous room. There was also a spacious basement for daily training for martial artists. However, the family had been staunchly poor, and certainly wouldn't be spending money on a nanny. The living room was connected to the open kitchen, which was airy and had excellent lighting. The kitchen was equipped with the latest kitchen appliances, the operating table was polished as new, and there was also a practical center island counter next to it. Everything made Li Wan feel great joy. Li Wan walked through the various rooms and was very satisfied. This house is really great, it's much bigger than the previous place, even the balcony can see the lake view. In his previous life, Jiang Yu had never seen this kind of house even for delivery. There is no way some high-end neighborhood security is too dog. Being a security guard barring takeout delivery during the day. Delivering takeout at night and scolding the security guards. Jiang Yu looked at Li Wan's performance, laughed. When there is an opportunity in the future, I will buy you a better house. Egu, what's the point of spending all that money? If you're not at home, we can't get used to this kind of house, it's pretty much the same. Li Wan snapped, you have to spend a lot of money on your cultivation. Jiang Yu smiled and did not sing the opposite, but said, eat. The family was happy. South River District's second middle school. The third model, the last citywide level unified exam before the college entrance exam. Basically, one could use this to determine the rankings for the college entrance exam. After all, the mock exams are held once in March, and for the last time, it's already the beginning of May. According to past experience, the national college entrance exams usually started on June 8 and lasted for 3 days, i.e., 3 days on the 8th, 9th, and 10th. In just 1 month, for most people, the scores basically won't have any sudden improvement. But Jiang Yu, as always, practiced his cultivation step by step. It's just that due to changing neighborhoods to live in, his commute is shorter and more convenient, with the subway going directly to the school in 15 minutes. Other than that, the rest was unchanged. He went to bed at 12 p.m. sharp and got up at 4:30 p.m. sharp. After practicing the gathering of Yuan technique, he waited for the earliest subway at 6 o'clock and reviewed his liberal arts knowledge on the subway. Arrive at the cultivation room, and begin to stand on the piling work to cultivate. Once the habit of cultivation is formed, it is as if one enters an automated program. Like water flowing, it follows the low channel according to inertia. The brain's resistance would become smaller and it would be easier to act. Jiang Yu would not easily change this rare habit that had been cultivated. Chapter 114 Joint Training Programs. Jiang Yu walked out from his own 9527 numbered martial arts room. Glancing next door, 9525, belonged to Lin Ruoxin's independent martial arts cultivation room. Lin Ruoxin was naturally able to get the independent martial arts cultivation room as well. Having awakened her external image power, Lin Ruoxin's strength grew very fast, and with her family lineage not being bad, it was naturally the same as riding a rocket. It was just that, set against the speed of Jiang Yu's rise, she still seemed a little slow. This made Jiang Yu even more suspicious that Lin Ruoxin had, before, been hiding her clumsiness. Then again, it's been a long time since I've seen her. Jiang Yu was inexplicably lost in his heart. If it wasn't for the first startup capital she kindly provided, perhaps my path of growth wouldn't have been so smooth. Jiang Yu murmured in a low voice, and in his heart, he felt a little more grateful to Lin Ruoxin. As the saying goes, once the storm clouds rise, only then can one take advantage of the momentum to soar. Ever since Jiang Yu and Lin Ruoxin said that he had refused the special recruitment for the martial arts school, Lin Ruoxin seemed to have made some sort of determination. Soon after, she said she wanted to participate in the special training and took a long vacation, disappearing from the school. Jiang Yu and Shuhe said this matter. Shuhe smiled and patted his shoulder. Kid, don't worry too much. With Lin Ruoxin's family lineage and background, this kind of special training is definitely not too difficult, but the improvement is also great. When she comes back, she might even surpass you. Saying that, Shuhe himself had some strange feelings. Previously, if any of him had said that Jiang Yu's grades would surpass Lin Ruoxin's, he would have specified that he didn't believe it. Now, it was actually the other way around, saying that it was possible for Lin Ruoxin to surpass Jiang Yu in grades. I don't think you need to worry too much about her, instead worry about worrying about yourself. Shuhe lit a cigarette, smiled and said, you rejected the special enrollment of the martial arts school and chose to take this more difficult path. I also know that you have high aspirations, but time is too tight. Even if you are gifted, it's not that easy to catch up with those who have the resources to support you. Jiang Yu nodded in silence, but his heart was filled with fighting spirit. Shuhe understood very well the two youngsters' ignorant emotions. I do think that if it doesn't work out in the end, you can choose other top batch schools in the country. Shuhe and Jiang Yu seldom talk about daily life, are concerned about Jiang Yu's study and for its advice. For example, Jiling Wudun, there is in Taiching University Joint Cultivation Program. I would like to think that you first test to Jiling Wudun and then study hard, and finally may be able to get this joint cultivation quota, then also can go to Taiching University to continue further study. Nowadays, Shuhe has greater confidence in Jiang Yu's college entrance examination results to be able to get into the top batch of domestic martial arts schools. This is also a point that Chuhi lamented. Jiang Yu's perseverance and talent are excellent. In just a few months, there has been a sea change. Most of us trajectory are spiraling, one step at a time. Perhaps the speed is no one fast. Chuhi slowly said, but sometimes the pace that suits you is the best. When I say that, you understand what I mean, right? Jiang Yu nodded. I understand, teacher. In the end, I will live within my means. He knew that Chuhi was worried about himself. However, Jiang Yu knew that a healthier relationship was when two people achieved each other, inspired each other to grow, and became better people for each other. Instead of getting tense and entangled all day long over a word or an action. After all, this wasn't a third-rate domestic romance drama. Rather, it was the magnificent world of martial artists. Besides, Jiang Yu might not even be sure that he just had amorous feelings for Lin Ruoxin. The other person, perhaps equally so. Only, Jiang Yu remembered the agreement between the two. To meet at Taiching University, one of the 3 top martial arts schools in the world. Chuhi slowly nodded his head and said, however, I do think that you don't have no chance to rush this Taiching University these days, as the situation stabilizes. Instead, the practical combat ability of the school martial artists has become weaker. In the past, when we were that time, after studying in school for 2 or 3 years, we had to go to the front line, and it's like that all over the world. Chuhi was a little emotional. Even a little further back, many people just temporarily trained for a few months, and had to go to the battlefield, and many of them weren't even 18 years old. Jiang Yu stood in awe. If it wasn't for these seniors sacrificing their lives, I'm afraid that humanity would have long since hunkered down in a corner. Students like you who have actual real-world combat experience are actually a meat and potatoes. Chuhi said, in the end, perhaps it's not that you don't have a chance to enter Taiching University through special recruitment means, only at that time, you might not have a chance with many rewards. But, you have a contract from the Starfire Guild, you can also support 1 or 2, after that, you can rely on your own ability, and then take other scholarships from the school. Chuhi said. When Jiang Yu was told by Chuhi, he couldn't help but look forward to the future. Chuhi is indeed very good at giving Jiang Yu advice, but also very good at finding motivation for Jiang Yu. Alright, you prepare well for this exam, don't take it lightly. Chuhi said. Jiang Yu nodded and got up to leave. Holy, old Jiang, why are you so slack? Zhang Yuan looked at Jiang Yu, who was slowly eating intestinal noodles. This will soon be the last exam. Basically, you can see the rankings of the college entrance exam results. Next to Jiang Yu, there were already several plates piled up. Martial artists have large meals. And this intestinal flour was indeed Jiang Yu's favorite. This thing, right, it's no fun to eat it every day, and if I don't eat it for a while, I especially want to eat it. Jiang Yu said truthfully. Zhang Yuan shook his head and sighed, but honestly, your mindset really makes me envious. I've been so nervous in the past 2 days that I couldn't even eat, but you're fine, you've eaten even more than usual. Zhang Yuan, don't be nervous, isn't it just a mock exam? Jiang Yu put down his chopsticks and smiled. There is always room for improvement without reaching the last moment. Half of those who walk 100 miles are half 90, and we've only just passed the halfway mark. He knew that Zhang Yuan's nervousness was due to his worries about the future. And Jiang Yu himself deeply realized that worrying was useless and only added to his worries. Therefore, if and when he was worried, he would cultivate even harder. Because in the end, worrying about the future is not from the lack of their own ability at the moment, once wasted time. Bowen and Yan Fu came over to sit. This exam, how many places are you planning to take? Yan Fu smiled and asked, you won't be planning to take Li Yuan's first place, right? Zhang Yuan grinned broadly, for my buddy, smooth sailing. Bowen reluctantly smiled. This cultural achievement class of Jiang Yu's, since the beginning of the semester, has never been lower. The martial arts score has also been getting higher and higher, and it's all finished for you to take. In the second mold, Jiang Yu had already rushed to the top 100. Bowen felt that in his third model, there was no way he could progress faster than Jiang Yu. After all, the others could still speculate according to common sense. This guy, Jiang Yu, was simply a monster. Everyone was running forward, and although Jiang Yu was lagging far behind, he drove. Bowen could only watch as Jiang Yu surpassed him little by little without being able to do anything about it. Time passes in a flash. 2 days of liberal arts exams pass. The third morning, test fit and external image power. Chapter 115 Martial Arts Test. 2 days of cultural exams were not long for Jiang Yu. This last time, the difficulty was still slightly easier, in order to avoid students misjudging their own level and thus being overly anxious. Still need to give students a certain amount of confidence. Basically, in addition to the language took some effort. All other subjects, Jiang Yu easily took, just spent half the time, finished and checked. After that, Jiang Yu didn't leave the exam room early. Anyway, in order to avoid missing questions, some subjects were not allowed to leave the exam room early. Only math, language, and foreign language were allowed. Jiang Yu wasn't too bad about those 30 minutes. And on the morning of the third day, the queue began to orderly undergo the external image power and fitness test. The external image power test is the whole person into a closed instrument, then the instrument plays a specific frequency. If there is a sign of awakening external image power, the instrument will detect it. However, it is difficult. Jiang Yu unexpectedly got the unawakened test sheet. Because the system panel also showed that his external image power was not awakened. The external image power was known as a heavenly gift, and theoretically everyone could be awakened. But in reality, many transcendent martial artists might not always be able to awaken the external image force in the end. After that, the fit test. On the other hand, it was to detect whether or not the student was a fit with the current 8 complete cultivation pathways. If it was a fit, then it indicated the higher ranked techniques of that pathway, and the cultivation speed would naturally be sped up quite a bit. If it didn't fit, it certainly didn't affect cultivation. The same could be said for choosing a gong method that interested one's cultivation. It wasn't that if one chose an unsuitable merit law, they wouldn't be able to cultivate, or would have difficulty progressing. Rather, it was to say that unsuitable gong methods could only be cultivated by the martial artists themselves. There were quite a number of high-ranked martial artists that did not have their own suitable gong methods. Gong methods were just like boots, the ones that suited them could walk comfortably and far, and naturally, they had to be a bit fiercer. Of course, there were also gifted martial artists who could choose to create their own gong methods that suited them. If they were able to add a new avenue for humanity, the rewards they received would naturally be generous. However, Jiang Yu had heard that there was currently a team of scientists utilizing a dedicated large model with trillions of parameters to make deductions. Unfortunately, the samples were too small, and the large model was difficult to learn, and the deduced feats could not be used for cultivation, even if they were judged by the large model's self-check. There were also teams of scientists that used the exhaustive method, coupled with the big model's intelligent judgment, for gongfu creation. I heard that none of the progress was optimistic. In short, the martial way had just begun today, and cultivation techniques were still too precious. In contrast, the Fighting Soul Awakening Company seemed to have good results based on so many years of martial practitioners' actual combat data, combined with AI technology. Everything has a spirit, but the method of becoming a Taoist is few and far between. None of the ancient martial artists were teachers of nature. Looking up to see the laws of the operation of heaven and earth, looking down to see the mystery of the evolution of all things. Then, synthesizing their own perceptions, they went on to make poor imitations, then improved them, and finally formed a pathway. A martial artist is different from a cultivator. A martial artist can be said to be melting the precious wonders of heaven and earth with his own body. Jiang Yu's test sheet similarly showed that there was no high degree of fit with any gongfu. A fit of more than 90% indicated that it was suitable for this pathway, and one could cultivate with half the effort. So both the external image power and the degree of fit were the basis for judging a student's potential. The faster the speed of cultivation, the higher the mountain one could hope to climb in a limited life. Moreover, it was naturally lighter to walk the pathway of the predecessors. Jiang Yu secretly said in his heart, if I step into the transcendent sequence one day, perhaps I can also leave a mark in the great journey of creating feats. Afternoon. Conducting the martial arts practical test. Jiang Yu lined up to prepare for the test. The queue advanced slowly as Jiang Yu stood in it, his gaze idly scanning the surroundings. A student stood in front of the testing table and the instrument swept through, determining the chi and blood fluctuations of the life rank. Life rank 8. He then walked over to another test bench, his fists clenched, his figure slightly arched, and fine beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead. He took a deep breath and bent his legs slightly, then violently poured all his strength into his right arm and fiercely blasted it at the test pillar. At that moment, it was as if all the surroundings fell silent, everyone's eyes were focused on him, and even their breathing became extraordinarily light. Bang! With a muffled sound, the numerical value screen above the test column flashed rapidly and finally stopped at 800 kilograms. The student exhaled excitedly, undisguised joy in his eyes. This was a full 20% higher than his last result. The other students around him also let out low sighs of admiration, their envy hard to hide. 800 kilograms of punching power and a life level of 8. If this was a better martial art, along with a bit of luck, picking up a first-class martial arts academy would be no problem. The teacher at the side nodded slightly, confirming the data on the machine and uploading it into Xianxiao City's candidate system. The candidate system was networked throughout. The teachers at the examination center were unable to change the data privately, they were only acting as a witness. Checking the data for errors, if there were errors, the machine would go into self-check, while the network supervisor would also check through the remote end. To cheat, you need to get through at least 3 links. First, to leave a secret door in the martial arts testing machine, which requires dodging through dozens of hardware locks that AI detects and cracks the machine's chip. Second, to leave a backstage in the candidate system that was connected nationwide and protected by countless security teams. Finally, by the test center teachers and network supervisors to assist in covering up, confirming the submission of data, and finding ways to avoid the detection of the cloud computing platform. Trying to get through all these joints is not nearly as easy as praying for your own child's grades to skyrocket. Wanting to cheat in this regard was absolutely impossible. As Jiang Yu thought, another student in front of him started the test. Jiang Yu silently watched these students test one after another, with some emotion in his heart. Although it is said verbally on weekdays that the model test is not important. But when it really came to the day of the model test, all of them were riveted, trying to find ways to make even a tiny bit of progress, in order to score a point higher. After all, 1 point could brush off 10,000 people. As usual, the life level fluctuations were detected, the fist strength was tested, and then entered the 50-meter sprint burst test. The grounds here were empty, with a long red runway set into the ground. The student set up his customary power position, and without the need to issue a command, he sprinted out, while the electronic timing was automatically turned on, with an error magnitude of only 1/1000th of a second. The whole process was very fast, and soon this student's result came out, 15 ms. Standard level 7 speed, second-rate university is almost at the end. Some students whispered. Said many secretly cast their eyes towards the calm and self-effacing Jiang Yu. It's going to be Jiang Yu next, isn't it? I didn't expect to actually take the same exam as my idol. Cool, completely cool. Everyone was looking forward to it, wanting to see with their own eyes Jiang Yu's play. P.S. One last little drama, and then the university. Chapter 116 Li Yuan's test. How many points do you think Jiang Yu can get later? A student in the group lowered his voice and asked the companion next to him. Another student also responded in a low voice, with a few hints of anticipation in his tone. I think that any faster, and with a higher estimate, it should be at the level of 8.5. Who knows, he's Jiang Yu, I don't think it's an exaggeration even if he blows up the testing machine. Then this is an exaggeration for you, too able to lick you. Jiang Yu was silent, treating it as if he didn't hear it. Next Jiang Yu, please prepare in advance. Jiang Yu nodded slightly and took a step forward. Suddenly, another line let out a gasp of surprise. Look, the school's number 1, Li Yuan, he's going to test. Li Yuan stepped onto the testing platform and everyone instantly quieted down, their gazes focused on him in unison. Li Yuan had a sturdy figure, the beard at the corner of his mouth was not ticked, and there was a sense of composure between his movements as he glanced in Jiang Yu's direction, his brows revealing a faint apprehension. But he quickly stood still and took a breath, a touch of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. I don't believe that Jiang Yu can still cultivate so fast, not to mention that I'm not without any improvement. He took a deep breath, his fist slowly clenched, and his entire aura steepened. Taking off his shoes, he stood barefoot in an apparatus that was the same as a large pepper pot. Inside, there was a platform like a weight gauge. On both sides, there were 2 machine-like arms half embracing Li Yuan, emitting light blue lasers for a full body scan. Li Yuan, age 17, height 184 centimeters, weight 76 kilograms, life level 9. A gasp of astonishment rang out from the surroundings. Wow, Li Yuan, this speed of improvement, these 3 months, he's also been improving at about 0.13 levels a month, right? Can he actually still be this fast? Life level 9, top universities are estimated to be stable. Li Yuan's martial arts and liberal arts grades are stable as hell. It depends on his speed and punching power. If it's standard, it's steady to get around 270 points. Li Yuan directly moved to the fist power test stand. A test stake stood on it. I have been sitting in this number 1 position for 3 years, I will never allow it to be given to anyone. Li Yuan cheered himself up in his heart and mobilized his whole body's strength, his fist violently struck the test post, the value on the test post climbed rapidly and finally stopped at 1,020 kilograms. Surpassing the standard fist strength. Wow, worthy of being the school's number 1, the fist power actually surpassed the standard fist power, reaching 102%. Someone exclaimed. Indeed, it shows that Li Yuan's strength of control over his body is definitely not low. Breaking through to the first-ranked martial artist is a sure thing. And Li Yuan has also awakened the degree of fitness. There are extra points in the exam. The future is boundless. Some people secretly looked at Jiang Yu. It seems that although Jiang Yu is growing fast, it's still a little harder to surpass Li Yuan. Right, after all, Li Yuan's starting point is too much higher than him. There's also the degree of fitness, which allows him to cultivate high-level techniques in advance, and his rate of progress isn't bad either. Then in that case, top university, stable Li Yuan. Everyone's eyes changed as they looked at Li Yuan. This could be admitted to a top university. The trajectory of life was completely different. Perhaps, all of them in this class would have to look up to Li Yuan. Next, the speed test. Li Yuan stood on the runway like a cheetah and dashed out in an instant. The 50 meters seemed to end in the blink of an eye, and the final result came out 19.5 ms. The crowd only felt some pity. The technique that Li Yuan cultivates is indeed not very light. His speed is not high. But it's still considered okay. It's just a 0.5 ms difference. It's acceptable. Some people even couldn't help but applaud. Li Yuan's strength was worthy of the title of school number 1. The teacher also revealed a look of appreciation, obviously very satisfied with Li Yuan's results. Not bad, work harder for the rest of the month. I think there is a place for you in the top university and the school will give you a bonus. After all, it was his school's examination center. The staff were all senior teachers and were still a little familiar with Li Yuan. Apart from working according to the process and talking, it was still not a strict control. Li Yuan walked off the testing platform with a calm demeanor, as if it was all deserved. He swept his gaze in the direction where Jiang Yu was, and a trace of an imperceptible sharpness flashed through his eyes. The meaning of challenge in his eyes was very strong. Only, Li Yuan slightly clenched his fists. Clearly his heart was not so calm. Student Jiang Yu, it's your turn. The gazes of the surrounding crowd immediately shifted to Jiang Yu's body, the previous clamor instantly lowered by a few decibels as everyone held their breath. Holy, watching Jiang Yu test is even more nerve-wracking than my own test. It's Jiang Yu's turn. I wonder if he can surpass Li Yuan, someone muttered in a low voice, his tone filled with doubt and anticipation. Don't underestimate our Jiang Yu, he has made huge progress every time this semester, surpassing Li Yuan, smooth sailing. But Li Yuan just measured the life level 9, fist power also beyond the standard. Another person looks a little conservative, heart still have doubts about Jiang Yu. I'm not questioning I'm talking about personal opinion, not trying to convince. I'm not questioning it, I'm speaking from a personal point of view, not trying to convince anyone, just a one-sided opinion of a family, based on reasonable thinking. I think that Jiang Yu to maintain the same rate of progress in the case of the college entrance exams should only be able to exceed Li Yuan. Compared to the beginning of the semester, everyone's confidence in Jiang Yu was high and completely worlds apart. No one had the intention of questioning Jiang Yu or mocking him. After all, that was pure bull. Jiang Yu, a rising genius, officially admired as a model of juvenile martial arts, the national newspaper had used a special page to write about it. They themselves weren't even sure they could secure a place at a second-rate university. If they were online, they would say that Jiang Yu still had to practice. But in reality, they weren't little cuties. Everyone didn't speak out to refute, because what the students just said was indeed more pertinent. 9th level, this was the stage where one was ready to charge into the rank of a ranked martial artist, and it only made sense to progress a little slower. After all, the reasoning of thick and thin is something that everyone understands. Ignoring the students' whispers, Jiang Yu nodded his head and slowly walked to the testing table. His eyes were as calm as water. Compared to Li Yuan's sharpness, he appeared to be more introverted and deep. Put in the ID card, the camera performs facial recognition and confirms passage. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, his whole body's breath gradually settled down, as if a vortex center, the air around him was vibrating slightly with his breath. In this very instant, all discussion disappeared, all eyes, all focused on Jiang Yu's body. Jiang Yu stood still, took off his shoes, and walked barefoot into the testing apparatus. Jiang Yu, age 17, height 181 centimeters, weight 70 kilograms, life level. The testing instrument made a mechanical sound, the values were climbing up. At this moment, everyone held their breath, waiting for that number to be revealed. Chapter 117 Entry-Level Martial Artist? Life level 9.7. After a moment of silence, it was as if a bomb exploded in the field. What? A level 9.7? A student's eyes widened, his voice filled with disbelief as he practically screamed out. How is this possible? He actually surpassed Li Yuan, another exclaimed, his voice thick with shock. A student couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air, his eyes glaring round, incredulity written all over his face. Oh my god, how on earth did he do that? Raising so much in a short period of time. Really, he didn't even act and just turned it on? Not turning it off is turning it on? Level 9.7 Ah. Only one step away from level 10. This kind of speed is simply unheard of. A girl murmured, her voice carrying a heartfelt admiration, worthy of being Jiang Yu, easily able to do what none of us can do. At this speed, he won't be breaking through to a first-rank martial artist by the time he takes the entrance exam. Jiang Yu is like this, other geniuses just need to awaken their external image power and honestly cultivate, but Jiang Yu has a lot to think about. Li Yuan has only just leveled up to 9, Jiang Yu is actually leveled up to 9.7, the gap is too big. Another student shook his head as if he didn't want to believe what was happening in front of him. Isn't this normal? At the beginning of the school year, Jiang Yu was number 1, and now he's still taking first place, it's very reasonable. A student laughed and said. God TM first at the beginning of the school year he was the bottom one. Life level 4.3. A low murmur erupted from the crowd, shock and confusion written all over everyone's face. They kept exchanging words as if they wanted to find answers from the expressions of the bystanders and verify whether this was really true. Li Yuan stood in the crowd, his face instantly turning pale. How is this possible? Don't be anxious, Jiang Yu still has his punching power and speed yet to be measured. Everyone heard this and immediately held their breath, even the test stopped for a time. This was too sensational, a 17-year-old first-rank martial artist. One must know that most people only broke through to first-rank martial artists during their freshman year. Of course, there were also many people who were unable to break through to a first-rank martial artist throughout their lives. Martial practitioner cultivation was like breaking through a barrier, it was difficult to pass, but one had to pass every barrier. Only, Jiang Yu did not immediately go to test his fist power and speed, but instead, he slightly lowered his head and was calculating something in his mind. The teacher couldn't help but froze. Mr. Jiang Yu, what's wrong with you? Jiang Yu then froze and apologized. I'm sorry teacher, please let me delay a little. Oh you're fine, the teacher then breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. It's fine, in your own school exam, teacher I can still make things difficult for you, this is a model exam, but ultimately it's not the official college entrance exam, it's fine to be delayed for a minute. Looking at Jiang Yu's life level 9.7, the teacher, who had always been stern, became very gentle at this moment. He knew the old saying, principles can be flexible. Jiang Yu smiled apologetically. He opened the system panel and compared to March, there was a huge change. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. Life rank, 9.7 unranked martial artist. Spirit level, 18.5. Fist power, 1958 kilograms. Speed, 27 ms. Physical cultivation method, Qifeng Kung Fu. Spiritual energy cultivation method, gathering elemental technique. Martial skills, sword technique 72% of 4th rank, footwork 70% of 4th rank, fist technique 88% of 3rd rank, gun technique 45% of 3rd rank. External image power, awakening progress 1.9 unawakened. Item column, 0-10. Item column 1, flaming plume of flowing light. Item column 2, blazing sun sword technique. Item column 3, manuscript of cultivation tips true form. Item 4, basic sword technique detailed explanation 3rd edition. Item 5, black iron battle axe. Item 6, refined iron sword. Function. Insight, can observe the basic information of a specific target. Against the system panel, Jiang Yu began to do math. It was known that an uninitiated martial artist with a life rank of 9 had a standard punch force of 1,000 kilograms and a burst speed of 20 meters per second. As for an entry rank martial artist of rank 10, the standard fist force is 1,300 kilograms and the explosive speed is 22 meters per second. Although level 10 martial artists faced a breakthrough to the first mark, it didn't directly increase the base stats, but something more profound. For level 11 martial artists, the standard fist strength was 1,525 kilograms, and the explosive speed was 23.02 meters per second. For level 12 martial artists, the standard fist strength was 1,792 kilograms, and the explosive speed was 24.07 meters per second. For level 13 martial artists, the standard punching force is 2,101 kilograms and the explosive speed is 25.17 meters per second. Now, Jiang Yu had not yet entered the rank, and his comprehensive quality was already similar to that of a level 13 martial artist. This testing machine, on the other hand, could at most test the qualities of a level 12 martial artist. The machine couldn't measure even when his fist power exploded. I still can't swing my fist at full power, I must put a limit on the power. Jiang Yu did a slight calculation in his mind. The standard fist power for a 9.7 ranked uninitiated martial artist is 1,210 kilograms. I only need to blast out 105% of this standard value to be able to get a full score and not be shocked. That is, I need to blast out 1,270.5 kilograms of punching power. Jiang Yu's mental math was very fast, and he immediately decided to deliver an extra 0.5 kilograms to make up 1,271 kilograms. At the same time, the speed only needed to be exerted at 22.47 ms. The calculation was completed. Jiang Yu stood in front of the fist strength testing machine. Jiang Yu's silence caused the entire testing ground to fall into an eerie stillness. All gazes were focused on him, and everyone was speculating on what he was doing. What's wrong? Could it be that he's feeling too much pressure? No way, he's Jiang Yu. Alright, it's finally time to swing. Some students looked at each other and whispered. Their eyes kept going back and forth between Jiang Yu and the fist strength testing machine. But I reckon it's pretty much up in the air. Jiang Yu is advancing so fast, his body definitely hasn't gone through gradual control, so it's inevitable that there will be mistakes in his play. Did Jiang Yu pause for so long because the power was difficult to control? Li Yuan muttered in his heart. Maybe the pressure was indeed a bit high and he had to prepare for a while before he could exert his full strength. The teacher saw that Jiang Yu was finally ready and nodded slightly. Student Jiang Yu, start when you are ready. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, his eyes slightly closed, his breath steady and long. Immediately, his eyes snapped open, as if there were flames burning in the depths of his pupils, an invisible aura spreading out from within him. He gently raised his right fist, his muscles tensed as if they were marble, a layer of faint light flowed over his fist, and the moment his fist power gathered, the atmosphere of the entire testing ground suddenly tensed up. The air seemed to become sticky, as if even breathing was being squeezed by the power of the fist. Jiang Yu is going to throw a punch. Chapter 118 Quasi-Martial Artist. Everyone's breath stuttered as they stared intently at Jiang Yu's movements. Jiang Yu did not drag his feet in the slightest, the entire person was like a beast ready to strike, the power within his body condensed in an instant, then violently exploded. Boom! The fist blasted onto the testing machine like thunder. The display of the testing machine instantly flickered and a strong vibration spread throughout the entire venue. Boom! On the display screen, a set of numbers jumped rapidly, finally settling on 1,271 kilograms. Jiang Yu looked at the number and smiled. His strength control was precise and incomparable. Others looked at this number, directly froze. The entire test field, in a short period of silence, violently burst out a burst of shouts. 1,271 kilograms? Oh my god, this is beyond the level of standard punching power. How did he just do that? It was clearly just a light punch, yet it had such terrifying power. 1,271 kilograms. That's almost at the standard of level 10. A student's eyes widened, his mouth slightly open, half unable to speak. He felt his entire body's blood boiling. Jiang Yu's performance had completely overturned his cognition. As for Li Yuan, his face completely froze the moment he saw this number, his fists clenched and his nails sunk deep into his palms. Jiang Yu's strength made him feel a deep sense of powerlessness. At this trend, wouldn't level 9.8 break through the physical quality of a 10th level martial artist? This was also too exaggerated. The deep sense of frustration caused Li Yuan to tremble a little. He suddenly couldn't speak and just froze in place. The teacher also had a flash of shock in his eyes, but soon, he smiled, his tone filled with relief. Student Jiang Yu, you really lived up to your expectations. Jiang Yu gently exhaled a breath and slowly lowered his fist, a faint smile on his face, as if the punch just now was nothing more than a normal thing that he could do with his hands. Now, with the strong spiritual power, and the deepened control over my physical body, along with my previous practice, I am now able to precisely control the power of the punch. Jiang Yu secretly said in his heart, this is what a profound martial artist has to do, the ultimate control over one's body. He whispered softly to himself, fortunately, it's up to par. The crowd listened in confusion. They didn't know that it wasn't even Jiang Yu's full strength. It wasn't him taking all the effort in mobilizing his entire body to blast out the maximum power. They were comparing doing their best to blast out their entire body's strength, while Jiang Yu was self-testing his precise control over his strength. Both sides, long ago, were not on the same level. No dude, this is called reaching the standard? Oh, geniuses really are all extreme perverts, such a degree, actually only just reached his standard. Do you guys understand in the end, the gold content of the Jiang Yu, just how far does he want to go? Someone murmured in a low voice, looking up at Jiang Yu's figure, his eyes filled with complex emotions. At this moment, Jiang Yu seemed to be an insurmountable peak, awe-inspiring, but also made people feel deeply powerless. Xianchao City was not a provincial capital city. Although the GDP is growing rapidly, it is still a little worse than other provincial capitals. Manhwa Second Middle School, in all these years, had never produced a student like Jiang Yu, who was not even 18 years old yet, and was about to approach the first rank of martial artist. Don't look at Li Yuan as a 9th rank, but without any surprises, from 9th rank to 10th rank, it would take at least a year. But Jiang Yu, everyone now had no doubt that with his perverted speed, he might have broken through to a martial artist in 2 months at most. At that time, the university hadn't even started yet. It can't be that he broke through to a first-rank martial artist before the college entrance exam, can it? Another person couldn't believe his own guess. Breaking through the first level of martial artist, although it's not that difficult compared to afterward, it's not easy either, otherwise there wouldn't be so many people stopped at the threshold of the martial path of a first-ranked martial artist. The teacher announced, next. Speed test. In the testing ground, the silence was broken, and the gazes of the crowd continued to follow Jiang Yu closely, as if they were afraid of missing any of the details of what was to come. Jiang Yu did not make any special movements. In his previous life, when athletes started, they would assume a scientific posture. That was the current optimal movement after scientific experiments. And when conducting a speed test, the college entrance exam doesn't make any rules. Candidates can start according to their favorite posture. However, the teachers will require every student to follow the starting maneuver taught in class, which is the squatting starting maneuver. This had an absolute technical advantage over all the thousands of strange postures that students could currently come up with. But in reality, martial artists with high cultivation levels, they controlled their leg muscle power to the extreme. Achieving 100 kilometers of acceleration took only a split second. Jiang Yu stood at the starting line and stopped for 3 seconds. This was the prescribed action, otherwise some students would be cheating if they boosted their running ahead of time. In a little over 2 seconds, Jiang Yu ran the entire distance. Speed measurement, 22.5 meters per second. The entire room was silent. The standard speed of an entry-level martial artist is only 22 meters per second. Jiang Yu actually reached a speed of 22 meters per second before he even entered the rank. This is too exaggerated, quasi-martial artist level. The vast majority of people, even some geniuses, could only achieve a punching power and speed that exceeded the standard level. Of course, there were also some geniuses that were able to achieve both fist power and speed, surpassing the standard level. A student pressed a calculator on his bracelet and said as such, double 105%, is that really double excellence in force and speed? However, a perfect level like Jiang Yu who could achieve 105% in both was too few and far between. That is to say, while Jiang Yu's attack speed is as fast as a match, hitting people still hurts? The invigilator teacher also froze as he looked at the statistics on the screen, which was able to directly see how much Jiang Yu exceeded the standard line. It seems that it's absolutely fine for our school to produce a single top student in basic quality. The invigilator teacher was very shocked. This is already the level of a quasi-martial artist. According to this development, by raising another 0.1 level his physical quality is going to fully meet the requirements of an entry-level martial artist. After the various physical tests, Jiang Yu has been refreshing the 3 views of the supervising teachers and students. Some of them held their breath for half a day. Mad, people are more angry than people. This last model test. The speed of the marking was very fast. Because of the combination of AI computing nowadays, the work intensity of the marking teachers was greatly reduced. For example, for the foreign language exam, the marking could be done entirely by AI, and the teachers only needed to review whether there were any mistakes. That is, the few subjects of the big questions. Today's AI cannot do independent marking, the need for teachers to participate in the whole process. As for the martial arts results, it was even simpler. It's not like it needs to be reviewed, it just needs to be verified that there are no errors. The report card and statistics are all done directly from the cloud computing platform. South River District's Second Middle School, Principal's Office. Tang Xiaolong sat on a chair, waiting for the report card to be sent from above. The AI assistant suddenly made a broadcast. Master, Deputy Director Chen of the Wudao Education Bureau is calling. Deputy Director Chen? Tang Xiaolong was a bit puzzled. What was the point of calling him at this time? Answer it. Chapter 119 Two Single Subject Scholars? The projection floated quietly. A young man, about 40 years old and wearing a black office jacket, emerged in the air. Your school is really out of this world this year. Deputy Director Chen smiled. Oh, Principal Tang, congratulations. Director Chen, what's going on? Tang Xiaolong vaguely had some guesses, but pretended not to understand and asked. Only by pretending not to know would others be willing to talk. Of course, it's the citywide model test. Deputy Director Chen smiled faintly. Oh, Principal Tang has always been shrewd. I'm afraid you already guessed it the moment I called you. From the results of this time, I'm afraid that the city's top martial arts scholar is going to fall in your school. Deputy Director Chen, doesn't this still deserve congratulations? City martial arts Dao scholar? Tang Xiaolong was a bit shocked. This kind of shadowless matter, Tang Xiaolong naturally wouldn't think too much about it. But from Deputy Director Chen's jokes, I'm afraid that there really was someone with very good results. Who could it be? Li Yuan or Jiang Yu? Although Nanha District Second Middle School is good, but Nanha District alone, there is still a first middle school in front of him. Looking at the entire Xianxiao city, Nanha Second Middle School can also be in the first class end of the level. In the past, the school meeting, Tang Xiaolong's goal, but also just asked to stabilize the ranking. But right now, there is actually such an outstanding existence. Tang Xiaolong, his mind instantly energized, he was vaguely looking forward to something. Could it be that it's really him? Director Chen, which student are you talking about? Tang Xiaolong asked. I can only tell you first, there are two single subject top students. Deputy Director Chen smiled without saying anything at the moment. Oh, wait until the report card comes down, you'll know. This time I'm here to talk to you on behalf of the city council. Tang Xiaolong exchanged a few words with Deputy Director Chen, and could not help but be a little shocked, not expecting there to be this trick behind it. About 10 minutes passed. The work matters were finally finished chatting. Deputy Director Chen hung up the phone. Two single first place. Tang Xiaolong sat on the sofa, closed his eyes and contemplated. Jiang Yu, Fighting Soul Awakening segment is said to be diamonds, and the Morning Glory Forest is very amazing in real combat. The comprehensive first place in the martial arts, I'm afraid that it is 10 to 9 stable. However, Jiangning District No. 1 Middle School, it seems that there is also an existence that can martial arts comprehensive full marks. But Tang Xiaolong smiled. He was very relieved by Jiang Yu's comprehensive martial arts strength nowadays. If Jiang Yu got a perfect score, Tang Xiaolong had no doubt that it was because a perfect score in Martial Dao Comprehensive was only 300 points. And the one from Jiangning District No. 1 Middle School, it was because he could only get 300 points. The other one, should it be the culture course? Tang Xiaolong was a bit skeptical, but the cultural class, it has always been difficult to widen the gap. The group with good grades, basically it's a 0.5 point gap. Jiang Yu and Li Yuan's grades, it's hard to say that they can be ranked in. Fortunately, without letting Tang Xiaolong wait long, the report card was sent down. Tang Xiaolong swept a glance, his pupils suddenly shrunk slightly as he looked at the name that came first on the list, Jiang Yu. Cultural course score, 148 points. Martial arts synthesis, 300 points. Basic quality, 300 points. Total score, 748. Basic quality, Martial Dao Comprehensive add up to 600 points? How is that possible? Tang Xiaolong asked the AI assistant to pull up Jiang Yu's February model test scores. Very quickly, a report card was projected in front of Tang Xiaolong's eyes, and Jiang Yu's data was additionally highlighted. Directly compare Jiang Yu's results. The AI went through a 2-second comparison, and in a flash, all of Jiang Yu's grades were compared and summarized through multiple dimensions. The percentage of progress was displayed. For a moment, the shock in his heart was indeed indescribable. In 3 months, the life level actually increased by 2.3 levels? This is still without any fitness or external image power enhancement. I'm afraid that if it weren't for the fact that he's approaching the first level of martial artist and needs to build up his strength, and his physical quality is close to a bottleneck, this speed would be even faster. For a moment, Tang Xiaolong felt that the graves of the founders of Nanha Second Middle School should be rolling in smoke. This kind of genius has never appeared since the founding of Nanha Second Middle School. Tang Xiaolong wasn't sure if the provincial school had this kind of genius. But, at least he hadn't seen it. No wonder, the Starfire Guild holds Jiang Yu in such high regard, and even the president of the Southern Guangdong chapter runs here every day. Tang Xiaolong sighed for a long time, but in his heart, he was happy. This Jiang Yu is really a treasure that God has given me, thanks to his previous indolence and sudden awakening. No matter how you look at it, this achievement, its mine can't run away. Tang Xiaolong smiled. As the principal of the key public school in Manhwa district, he moved one step up, naturally, to enter the city's martial arts education bureau. Isn't this story beautiful? A student who was still muddled in the first half of the first semester of his senior year of high school, with the encouragement of his teacher and the support of his school, he made a strong comeback all the way and showed his genius. Simply an example of heavenly descent, not to mention, he is going to borrow Jiang Yu to move up a bit. Thinking, Tang Xiaolong next door to the school principal old friend to call. Hello? How is the body recently? Oh, nothing, you know the martial arts comprehensive single first prize is which school? Well, how from the past have not heard. Opposite the old friend began to be curious, really opened the report card to see, bright and shiny Jiang Yu 2 words. How can he not know which school Jiang Yu is? The corners of his mouth a little twitching, a little uncomfortable. I hang up first, talk to you some other day. 2043-05-14, Thursday. In addition to the cultural classes, once they are assigned to an elite class, the class meetings will all be held in the elite class. Along with the announcement, there would also be citywide rankings, as well as for this year's prediction of the scoreline for each section of the martial arts colleges. Of course, due to the division of arts and martial arts into classes, naturally the C9 line wouldn't need to be set in the elite class. Today, Shu He was absent. The director of the grade came to open the class meeting in his place. This was the card face of the elite class. Director Chen wore a white shirt and a pair of women's suit pants underneath. As a martial artist, even in middle age, she still had a delicate figure that did not lose to the young. The charming Director Chen walked into the class. She stood on the podium, pushed up her glasses and looked around. Immediately, everyone subconsciously sat up straight and stopped clamoring. Exterminator, Director Chen's name was not a vain one. He himself was also a provincial elite teacher, precipitated for many years, and his aura was extremely powerful. Even though Jiang Yu had graduated from university in his previous life, and at the moment possessed the strength of an entry-level martial artist, he couldn't help but be a little heartless in the face of Director Chen. Your teacher Chu had something to do, so I came over temporarily to take over the class. Director Chen's voice was faint. Even some of the big guys couldn't help but shrink their necks. They hadn't eaten Director Chen's reprimands in the past. Everyone did pretty well on this model test. Director Chen smiled lightly, his tone less harsh. It can be seen that everyone's learning state is very good, riveted for the college entrance exam. Director Chen looked at the report card. Of course, in terms of the requirements of the elite class, a small number of students play perhaps some mistakes, but it's okay, there's still a month's time to adjust over. In Director Chen's words, there was only encouragement, no blame. Everyone, however, was in a bit of a trance as they looked at the banner behind Director Chen. There were still 24 days to go before the college entrance exam. Unexpectedly, the long high school life actually had a short balance and was about to end. There are feelings, there is melancholy, there is a faint loss, there is also the vision of the future, the nervousness of the college entrance examination. A mixture of flavors, difficult to say. Now, I'll report the grades. Chapter 120, third in the city? Naked score first. Director Chen's voice even became a bit milder. Still, according to the usual practice, the cultural scores will be reported first. The top 5 cultural scores, I will report them in order, and you can also compare them yourself. She pushed up her glasses, her gaze sharp and calm. The top 5 in our class, some of the cultural class scores are not bad at all even compared to the cultural class. 5th place, Zhao Yuan, 99 points. Director Chen said slowly. Zhao Yuan's face slightly reddened, his eyes flickering as he lowered his head. Although he had worked very hard, but after all, the elite class was filled with geniuses, and being able to squeeze into the top 5 was already not bad. 4th place, Sui, 102 points. Sui, who was sitting in the front row, lifted her glasses, a hint of a smile appeared on her face. She was satisfied if she didn't compare herself to the geniuses, but only to herself. 3rd place, Lin Shui, 111 points. 2nd place, Li Yuan, 139 points, ranks 2nd in terms of martial arts. South River District was able to rank 34th. Li Yuan revealed an expressionless face, seemingly not very satisfied with this score, glancing at Jiang Yu, his straight back, slowly becoming bent again. 1st place, Jiang Yu, 148 points, and Jiang Yu's cultural achievement is the first in our 2nd middle school, is also the first in Xianxiao City. As soon as these words came out, the class instantly fell into a dead silence, as if the air was frozen. How in the world did this guy do it? The cultural class scores are surprisingly always this high. Generally speaking, martial arts students, cultural achievement, such as Li Yuan, will be at the end of the line. Jiang Yu is a human being, cultural achievement can rank first in the city, more than liberal arts students. Moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic and laborious, all-round development, bad. Jiang Yu is seriously according to the student handbook to request their own. Even Director Chen couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile as she gently knocked on the podium, signaling everyone to be quiet. Director Chen paused briefly before continuing. Next, the martial arts results. Before the words fell, everyone's eyes focused once again, especially those students with outstanding talent in martial arts, who were waiting excitedly for the announcement of the results. In their hearts, they understood that the comprehensive martial arts results were what they really had to focus on, the real standard they used to evaluate which school to enroll in with their own results. After all, the cultural courses were what that group of students who were supposed to be impacting higher-level institutions needed to roll. They were well aware of their own weight. First place, Jiang Yu. As soon as the words fell, the classroom completely fell into a state of shock and silence. Over, really over. It's not even a problem that Jiang Yu is number one in arts, but he also surpassed Li Yuan in martial arts. Is this really something a human can do? In just 10 months? From being number one in the bottom, to being number one in the front. Across the board, he's number one. Another short period of silence followed. Director Chen waited for the students to finish their discussion before he began. Full marks for martial comprehensive, 300 points. Basic quality, 300 points. Heavens! Full marks for martial Dao comprehensive? It's really full marks. The discussion at home was getting louder and louder. Even a few students who usually had a good relationship with Jiang Yu already couldn't help but turn around and give him a thumbs up. The basic qualities are also full marks, so Jiang Yu's strength is a first-rank martial artist? Jiang Yu was stunned. He also didn't expect that his basic quality actually scored full marks right away. He thought that according to his exhibited score, it should be around 290 points. His life level was just 9.7. The exhibited punching power didn't reach the point of 1300 either. After all, he was still a bit short of being an entry-rank martial artist. In that case, my excellent control, combined with a life rank of almost 10, is already enough to be rated in the 300-point bracket? Jiang Yu pondered for a moment. He thought that only reaching level 10 would be enough to fulfill the full 300-point grade. It seemed that the grading criteria wasn't exactly like that. The total score for martial arts is 600 points. Yan Fu and Su Bowen beside him were dumbfounded, and then they reacted furiously. Jiang Yu, do you still have the points for junior martial arts exemplar that you haven't added? Then isn't this all over 750 points? Right, bare points alone. Jiang Yu has already scored 748 points. This is still playing a hammer, plus the extra points, directly 768 points, beyond the full score. Yan Fu's voice was a bit loud. This time, the others in the class also reacted. Instantly, they went completely crazy. 768 points? Isn't that like picking any school you want? Then doesn't this mean that Jiang Yu is our city's top student? Everyone looked at Jiang Yu first, and their eyes were on the verge of bursting into flames. Unexpectedly, one day, the students of Manhwa No. 2 Middle School, would actually be able to join the city's top martial arts scholar. Director Chen knocked on the podium, stopping everyone's discussion. If you count the various extra points, such as external image power, fitness, and various other policies, unfortunately, student Jiang Yu can only be ranked third. But if we calculate the bare points alone, student Jiang Yu's score is indeed the city's first in a well-deserved manner. Director Chen laughed. Invincible buddy. Jiang Yu is awesome. Some people directly shouted out loud. Although they weren't the ones to take first place, the city's top martial arts scholar was right beside them. They had no substantial conflict with Jiang Yu, it was a teenage rivalry, and now that they had long been bowled over by Jiang Yu, how could they not cheer and applaud him? Jiang Yu, however, remained calm and gently shook his head, knowing that his achievements were far from the end. Teacher, that's not right. Isn't the national regulations for the college entrance exam a full 750 points? Now that they're all beyond 750 points, isn't that regulation the same as child's play? Director Chen smiled. She basically had to explain once a year. This student is right. The final scores are all reflected in the full score of 750 points. However, some students are more dominant in the rankings because of extra bonus points. For example, certain special performances receive extra bonus points, which are prioritized in the final ranking. Therefore, although the scores are the same, there will still be a difference in the order of ranking. She paused and continued. although Jiang Yu's grades are outstanding and his martial arts qualities are nearly perfect, I would like to remind everyone. Grades are only the foundation, it does not represent future achievements. The road ahead requires each of you to constantly surpass yourselves. Speaking here, Director Chen's tone was slightly lower. In terms of the world of martial arts, the true opponents are often not the classmates sitting beside you, but the endlessly strong, those future challenges that you cannot imagine. Her words were like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of the students. The crowd was silent for a moment, and the eyes of many students gradually became determined. If we want to ascend to the true peak, we must step out of Xianxiao, step out of southern Guangdong, and step out of the borders of mankind. Jiang Yu's eyes flashed with a flaming light. In Xianxiao City, there were too few truly useful things, and all the items he could equip at the moment came from purchases in the Starfire Guild, and from Source Realm creatures dropping. It was far from being able to utilize one of the system's 10,000 points of strength. It was difficult to pick up the pieces. If he purchased from the Starfire Guild, he didn't have that much money. He should know that cultivation still requires money. Just at this moment, a sharp knock suddenly came from outside the principal's office, accompanied by the sound of the door being pushed open. A man wearing the uniform of the Academy of Martial Sciences walked in. His expression was cold, and he was holding an electronic document in his hand. 121. The four directions are in motion. Student Jiang Yu, there is an urgent notice for you, please come to the principal's office quickly. Jiang Yu looked at a message labeled with an asterisk that popped up on his bracelet. With a heart full of misgivings, he walked into the principal's office. Tang Xiaolong smiled. Jiang Yu, you're here, feel free to sit down. After a pause, he said cordially, would you like something to drink? Coffee or tea? Jiang Yu was somewhat flattered, plain water is fine. Tang Xiaolong nodded and personally went to the water purifier to receive a cup of warm water for Jiang Yu. At the same time, a document was held in his hand. Tang Xiaolong handed the document to Jiang Yu and nodded to him, signaling for him to view it. Jiang Yu took the document and frowned slightly as he looked at the contents. It was a special invitation, an invitation from the Southern Guangdong Province Martial Arts Hall. Student Jiang Yu, we sincerely invite you to join the Provincial Martial Arts Special Training Camp. The special training camp will provide you with the most excellent training resources, as well as the opportunity to train with top instructors and geniuses of your age. At this instant, Jiang Yu's heart was like 1,000 thunderbolts exploding. This is? Tang Xiaolong smiled. In a sense, this belongs to a special recruitment invitation from the Martial Arts Hall. If you accept the special training camp, then afterward you are receiving targeted training as a key cultivator of the Martial Arts Hall. Jiang Yu was a little curious. Special training camp? What about after the special training? Special training camp, it's similar to college. What should be taught in college, he will teach. What is not in college, he will have. Tang Xiaolong said, however, after the end of the karma, your destination is, to a certain extent, not up to you. As a national special recruitment object, you might be assigned to various positions, all promising ones of course. But, no one can say anything about the danger in freedom. I remember, once there was a classmate's child, was specially recruited, and afterward entered a certain appointment team, and never heard from again. Jiang Yu's heart sank slightly. Oh, but if you join the special recruitment sequence, your resources treatment all do not have to worry about, all will be assigned to you. This is the set of provincial key resources, and even the country has resources tilted. Tang Xiaolong paused, and continued, in addition to that, there are, the schools that send special recruitment invitations to you are quite a few more. He, they are not slow, the results were just tallied in the front foot, and the invitations arrived in the back foot. Tang Xiaolong gave Jiang Yu advice, all the paths you know, there are advantages and disadvantages, it all depends on your weighted allocation, in a fixed pathway to promote peacefully, along the established possibility of climbing to the top, or a broader world and countless accidents. Or, wanting to become like Lord Su Shiyu. Jiang Yu's mind stirred, becoming someone like Su Shiyan? It's too early for you to consider this, I'll do my best to suppress these notices for you, everything will wait until after your college entrance exams are over. Tang Xiaolong was like an elder teaching earnestly, choose a path that you want the most, then don't look back, just keep going forward. Afternoon. A black specialized car, with a small red flag on it, slowly drove into the school without any obstruction. 2 cars in front of it opened the way, and 2 cars behind it escorted it. The car stopped. Down came a man with a resolute face that looked like steel. Several youths covered in special warfare uniforms did not say a word to guard him, and the rest of the dozen or so youths in special warfare uniforms guarded various positions. No student approached. The man put his hands behind his back and slowly walked into the principal's office. Tang Xiaolong just accompanied him with a smile and followed beside him. Immediately afterward, Jiang Yu was once again called over. The man was unsmiling, sitting on the sofa with a big horse. My name is Zhang Jishan, Major General of the Southern Guangdong Provincial Military Region. This conversation, no matter what the outcome is, please make sure you keep it a secret. Several special operations uniformed youths occupied the corners. Military department? Jiang Yu was slightly shocked that it was actually someone from the military department. Zhang Jishan glanced at his watch. Jiang Yu, let's get right to the point. The military region appreciates geniuses like you with strong practical combat abilities. If you are willing to join the military region, I promise to give you the highest grade of resource contracts, allowing you to grow at the fastest speed. Jiang Yu was silent for a while. Zhang Jishang's words were unquestionable, carrying the decisiveness and oppression of a military man, hitting straight to the heart. He knew that the resources of the military region were unrivaled, especially the actual combat training on the battlefield, far better than any school's simulated confrontation. I looked at your second and third model report cards, and as I guessed correctly, your cultivation speed only slowed down after your physical qualities approached the bottleneck of the entry-rank martial artist. Jiang Yu nodded his head. Zhang Jishang smiled. This is normal. From level 9.7 onwards, the cultivation speed of martial artists who have not entered the rank will drop dramatically. But actually, the cultivation speed doesn't change, and much of the power is divided and stored in preparation for breaking through the first level. Everyone's pass is different, and the boost after breaking through is also different. So I'm guessing that for the first 2 months, you actually broke through at a rate of over 1.1 levels per month, right? Jiang Yu was slightly startled and nodded. You're absolutely right. But averaged out over 3 months, a life level increase of 0.8 per month is also very terrifying. Zhang Jixiang leaned forward slightly. Your growth rate is truly shocking. Students like you are a rare lot in the entire history of human martial arts. Perhaps, looking at the history of human martial arts, there were many people with outstanding talent, and even Su Shiyu was an insurmountable mountain. But this was based on the entire history. In the previous 5,000 years of Chinese history, how many talented literati, generals with superb force and battle success? But when intercepting a period of history to see how many dynasties, 100 years of time, out of a number of generals, can save the tide of madness. I also know that you haven't awakened the external image power, nor do you have a degree of fitness, nor do you have a strong lineage heritage. Zhang Jishang revealed a rare smile. Because of this, I am very optimistic about your potential. With a humble body, you are able to compete on the same stage as those heavenly prides in history who have awakened external image power, fitness, and powerful world backgrounds. Even, some of them, who were at your age, may not have the actual battle record that you have. The academy school, the students taught over the years are all soft-footed crabs. How can they support the future of all mankind? Zhang Jixiang said stoically, only the military region, only the martial artists that come out of actual combat can be worthy of being called the true mainstay. Zhang Jixiang's body was filled with iron blood. The might on his body was extremely intimidating. Jiang Yu was silent. These people who stood at the forefront of the world. Everyone had a different opinion, that was all given to their life trajectory. Jiang Yu thought about it and finally gave his answer. Chapter 122 Discretion. In this regard, Jiang Yu had never been selective in his absorption. Seeing that Jiang Yu did not respond immediately, Zhang Jishang continued, even the world's top martial arts school is fundamentally different from the military region. What we provide is not only training, but also real combat. Only in battle can you constantly break through yourself, face your weaknesses head-on, and become a truly strong person. I've watched your videos. You're a person with blood and courage. The military area is definitely the most suitable place for you. Jiang Yu raised his head, and Zhang Jixiang's gaze gleamed as if he was trying to see through his heart. I'm sorry, Major General Zhang, for the time being, I still decided to concentrate on the college entrance exams, and after that, I'll make a decision. Zhang Jixiang nodded his head, seemingly not surprised by this answer. He stood up, and the youths in special warfare uniforms behind him quickly gathered around. Very well, Jiang Yu, no matter what choice you make, the door of our military region is always open for you. He said in a deep voice, the battlefield of the future needs geniuses like you. The treatment I give you will never change. After saying that, he waved his hand and left the principal's office with a group of people. Jiang Yu looked at their departing backs, his heart rippling. He knew that he was standing at the crossroads of countless choices, and each path had unknown risks and opportunities. Perhaps as the principal had said, all he could do was to choose a path he liked, and then not look back until become the strongest and step onto the peak of the martial arts path. June comes quietly. June 1st. Instead of becoming relaxed, everyone felt a mountain getting heavier and heavier. There were also quite a few who gave up on themselves, wanting to rush to the bottom with 1 foot of the gas, hurry up and finish the college entrance exam, and die after the exam. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, smiled and laughed, regardless of whether the results were good or bad. He is indifferent. Immortal Shao City in the month of June already felt a few moments of summer. Standing in the martial arts cultivation room, he watched the sunlight outside the window spread into the room. He wiped the sweat from his chin, raised his arm, glanced at his bracelet, and received a new short message. Your guild points have been deducted by 1,380,000 points, with 0 points remaining. This was the deduction that Jiang Yu had used to purchase cultivation materials from May to June. After being promoted to an A-rank contract, payments made in May could be delayed by a month for deduction, making it more flexible to use. Ever since he had been promoted to level 7, he had been taking more and more pills to ensure his cultivation speed. After all, his level came up, his cultivation became higher, and the elixirs were all fixed. Moreover, in order to match his gongfu cultivation and improve his physical quality and toughness at the same time, he had synchronized the purchase of 150,000 bottles of blazing sun cream. Basically, Jiang Yu ate an embracing Dan and used a bottle of blazing sun cream for 3 days. There was no way around it. This might also have something to do with the fact that Jiang Yu was constantly using it and had a slight drug resistance. If it was one of those rich kids, heavenly herbs and earthly treasures, taking turns, warming up the body from a young age, there wouldn't be a dilemma like Jiang Yu's at all. 1 month down, 3 million points were needed. However, the benefit is that while Jiang Yu ensures the speed of cultivation, his cultivation is incomparably solid, and his body is fully warmed up, consistent with the effect of others who have been cultivating for years and years. It was guaranteed that there would be no hidden dangers when advancing to a higher level martial artist in the future. Jiang Yu thought that everything was worth it. He didn't want there to be any hint of hidden dangers that would cause him to have difficulty climbing the heights in the future. Highlight a caution. Suddenly, the bracelet trembled. June 1, 2043, 1117 Your tail number 045 account, balance 9,180,000.00 Chinese coins. Jiang Yu deposited some small change into Shat for daily payment expenses. The bank account was now a string of digital zeros, looking at him very pleasing to the eye. The money in this card was now all he had. The points had been used up and had just started deducting 1.68 million cash from him. The various bonuses granted by the city before would not be tax deducted. And the guild points were also transferred into the Starfire account, 7.5 million points, without any discount at all. However, the 7.5 million funds transferred by the Starfire Guild were the ones that would have taxes deducted. Since taxes would be deducted, naturally, some people had thought that it would be better to fully replace cash with points. Jiang Yu said that would be too penalizing. Points could only be consumed internally by the guild. Although it is possible to exchange money and points through private transactions within the martial artist, it is ultimately not legal tender. At the same time, it was explicitly written on the terms and conditions that it must contain legal tender funds recognized by the state and reach the minimum legal amount for that contract. Now that the points had run out, Jiang Yu had begun to use cash. However, the real money spent was well worth it. Ensuring cultivation energy while warming up his body in preparation for his breakthrough as a martial artist. However, Jiang Yu felt that his sword technique improvement was getting smaller and smaller, presumably due to arriving at a bottleneck. To become a high-level martial artist, the 4th-rank martial art was a mandatory requirement. And if one wants to break through to the 1st-ranked martial artist, the minimum requirement is for the martial art to reach the 2nd-ranked advanced level. This was because martial arts most intuitively reflected a martial artist's ability to mobilize their own muscles. Of course, that is to say, if one has excellent muscle mobilization ability, then even if the martial art is not good, it is actually enough to break through to become a high-ranked martial artist. After all, martial arts were only a tool, not a necessity. Some martial artists with special training in mental power were able to use their mental power against their enemies. The first major hurdle of a martial artist, opening up a person's embodiment in order to strengthen their body, is this what it feels like? Jiang Yu vaguely sensed that a pass had appeared as he climbed towards the higher life levels. It was like a majestic heavenly gate, blocking the path of mortals to immortality. All the cultivation seemed to be in vain, and even in the system panel, there was not the slightest movement. Jiang Yu. Life level, 9.9 unclassified martial artist. Spirit level, 18.6. Fist power, 2033 kilograms. Speed, 28.9 ms. Physical body cultivation method, Qifeng Kung Fu. Spiritual energy cultivation method, gathering elemental technique. Martial arts, sword technique 80% of 4th rank, footwork 77% of 4th rank, fist technique 97% of 3rd rank, gun technique 50% of 3rd rank. Just one step short of entering the threshold of a 1st rank martial artist. However, this step was like a chasm that stretched across him, and no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to cross over. No wonder it is said that this level screens out many people. The core of this step was to break through the potential of life and open the door that blocked off higher powers. To give a concrete example, this first level was like a person walking up to a step, where one could not go up by just taking normal steps. One can only use the form of jumping. And there are people with high steps who must have stronger muscles and build up more strength. In physics, it's all about energizing the quantum to excite and jump from a low position to an energetic high. Everything, at this moment, exists in some connection. The distant ancestors of mankind, who drank blood, battled the heavens and the earth, and pacified the 4 directions. But the legacy of our ancestors goes far beyond that. Chapter 123 Breakthrough. During the same period, they were joined by ancient beasts of even greater size, strength, and speed. But human ancestors were able to fight and kill these beasts with simple tools. These survival instincts, ancient potential, has not disappeared due to the passage of time, but in the form of genetic expression hidden in the human bloodstream flow, quietly waiting for the day to be awakened. These powers are not mere physiological phenomena, but originate from the deep adaptive abilities accumulated during human evolution. After millions of years of refinement, the potential latent in individual genes is not only reflected in physiological functions, but also includes the operation of spiritual will and biological energy. These potentials can only be gradually activated and tapped under extreme conditions or through special cultivation methods, thus enabling individuals to break through their own limits and move towards a higher level of life. In other words, there is still endless power latent in human flesh. However, with millions of years of evolution, most of the evolution points of human beings have been focused on wisdom, choosing to evolve the brain. And the physical body power, it gradually degraded. So based on this, after so many years of exploration and refinement, the cultivation pathway of martial artists is also basically finalized. The first step is to stimulate the bloodline treasure of the distant ancestors. That is, to open the ancient human ancestors' bloodline treasure hidden in the human body, catalyzing the evolution of the body of the martial artist, in order to accommodate a higher level of power. The second step is to learn from nature, communicate with heaven and earth, and comprehend the power of law. Therefore, the hurdles encountered by human martial artists in the process of cultivation are not man-made, or they do not appear only after there is a path of cultivation. Rather, they were the rules of the universe, the obstacles that humans inevitably encountered when traveling this path of cultivation and evolution. Jiang Yu smiled faintly and clenched his fists, but this is not a difficult hurdle for me. He closed his eyes, and his powerful spiritual energy slowly sank into his blood, flesh, and dantian. Within the dantian, at this moment, it was like a volcano that was about to erupt, accumulating a huge amount of power. Cultivation, it had not been in vain. Theoretically speaking. From an absolute value perspective, the higher the martial artist's talent, the higher the step, the greater the energy accumulated naturally, and the rewards of the breakthrough would be a little greater. However, because a martial artist with high talent was fast in their own cultivation, the speed of accumulation was naturally fast, and relatively speaking, the steps were not high again. He took a deep breath, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. The accumulation of power is only the foundation, how to turn that power into a leap of life is the real key. Jiang Yu muttered, "It depends on when we can find this critical kick." Jiang Yu's strong spiritual power allowed him to understand his body more clearly, without falling into self-doubt like other students. Breaking this barrier allowed his life level to make a qualitative leap. Every leap in life level was a comprehensive baptism for the body, spirit, and will. To reach the summit, one must challenge the limits. Jiang Yu's gaze was resolute, instantly deciding. He once again took a step towards the gravity room and the martial arts training room. Jiang Yu closed his eyes and tried to feel the power latent within his body, as if his consciousness had sunk into the deep sea, searching for that which was hidden in the deepest depths. In that dark, deep sea, Jiang Yu's consciousness seemed to see a glimmering light, faintly but firmly flickering in the distance. He knew that that was the power he was looking for, the potential hidden in the deepest part of his body that had never been stimulated, a gift from his ancient ancestors. As his consciousness deepened, Jiang Yu's spiritual power was like an invisible tentacle, gradually approaching that light. It could be felt that a great energy was hidden behind that light, as if it was a sleeping ancient dragon that could shake the heavens and the earth as soon as it was awakened. It was as if it was within reach, and as if it was at the edge of the universe. This depressing feeling made one want to vomit blood. Right now, it's useless to think about it so much, but do good deeds and don't ask about the future. He took a deep breath and slowly entered the cultivation state. Borrowing the external pressure that was slightly higher than normal atmospheric pressure, the chi and blood in his body began to surge wildly. Beads of sweat began to ooze from his forehead, his body trembled, and his chi and blood rushed like angry waves, like a long, rushing river, pushing every cell to awaken that long-dormant potential. The high-intensity staking ended, Jiang Yu did not rest as he did in the past. Even after a morning's training, the body wants to protest and rest at the moment. Gradual progression, why don't I add a little more vigor? If you don't push yourself, you'll never know where the limit is. Jiang Yu looked towards the long sword in his hand, its body glittering with an icy cold light under the sunlight. He closed his eyes as if he could hear his own heartbeat, the sound of blood flowing within his body clear and powerful. His breathing gradually became long and steady, his consciousness and body seemed to have reached an unprecedented synchronization at this moment. He began to swing his sword, his movements were slow and steady, every time he swung, the trajectory of the blade was like carving an invisible trace in the air. Even though every time he swung the sword, it was incomparably sore. Thoughts of giving up and resting constantly came to his mind. However, his will did not waver in the slightest. Cultivating for a long time, all the savings, all the expectations, all for this day. Jiang Yu didn't care, with amazing willpower, he emptied his mind of distracting thoughts and manipulated his body to operate. He didn't pursue speed or strength, but rather focused all of his attention on his movements, feeling every inch of his muscles mobilizing, tightening, and relaxing. Time seemed to have lost its meaning at this moment, as Jiang Yu was completely immersed in his swordsmanship. His movements gradually became fluid, the sword technique, from the beginning was weak and feeble. It began to get stronger little by little. The sword momentum was building up, like a storm was coming. His body became heavier and heavier, but Jiang Yu felt that there was a new force within his body that was building up. Suddenly, he felt a warm power slowly converging within his body. It was the yuan qi accumulated from the cultivation of the qifeng gong. Jiang Yu's consciousness entered a certain state of silence, as if there was no subjective thinking, but rather relied on instinctive forms. But at that moment, the consciousness touched that light. His spirit shook violently, and his entire body seemed to have been set ablaze, with a blazing sensation like a flame coming from his chest, and the energy in his dantian erupted like a volcano erupting, surging and surging throughout his body. Jiang Yu's brows slightly frowned, this feeling he had never had before, as if a door was slowly opening to him. He didn't stop, instead he went with the flow and continued to swing his sword, letting that power rush and surge through his body. A martial artist is the unity of body and mind. Finally, at a certain moment, Jiang Yu violently opened his eyes. Chapter 124. The sword power that had been stored up for a long time had long been on the verge of erupting. Like a giant dragon soaring to the sky, like a volcano about to erupt with destructive lava. The long sword slashed out like lightning, the blade pointing straight ahead, and a low rumble seemed to come from the air. At the same time, his body shook violently as a surge of power erupted from all his limbs and bones, as if some kind of shackle within his body had been broken. Buzz! Within the meridians, that power was like a rolling torrent, breaking through one shackle after another. At this instant, it was as if Jiang Yu heard a call from the depths of life. It was an ancient and solemn voice, as if it had traveled through millions of years of history and reached the depths of his consciousness. With each impact, Jiang Yu felt his body metamorphosing, his knowledge of the body deepening another layer. The meridians were wider, the bones were tougher, the flesh and blood were more powerful, and it was as if the entire person was being remodeled from the inside out. It was as if the fighting instincts left over from the distant ancestors' battle with the heavens and the earth were about to awaken. Successful! Jiang Yu whispered to himself, his pale face began to gradually redden, his eyes flashing with excitement. Jiang Yu lowered his head and looked at his hands. This is the feeling of a first-rank martial artist? A feeling of abundant strength came from his body, every cell was filled with vigor and vitality. The body also operated more flexibly. Although there was no direct increase in strength, every move seemed to carry an ancient savage aura, and it was even more appalling than before. It was more like a leap in life level. Jiang Yu could clearly feel that his life level had stood on the path of evolution. That sense of abundant power, that sharper perception of heaven and earth, signaled that he had finally crossed the threshold that had been blocking him for so long. He slowly stood up, his fists clenched tightly, feeling the surging power within his body, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. With a wave of his hand, he opened the system panel to look at the specifics, but he couldn't help but stare. This life level. Jiang Yu. Life level, 10.5 First Order Martial Artist. Spirit level, 19.5. Fist power, 2,183 kilograms. Speed, 30 ms. Physical body cultivation method, Qifeng Kung Fu. Spiritual energy cultivation method, Gathering Elemental Technique. Martial skills, sword technique 80% of 4th rank, footwork 77% of 4th rank, fist technique 97% of 3rd rank, gun technique 50% of 3rd rank. External image power, awakening progress 3 unawakened. Embodied. Spiritual awareness, unyielding. Jiang Yu quickly scanned through it, and instead of being level 10, his life level had actually become 10.5 directly. Sure enough, the reward after the breakthrough presents itself as a certain leap in life level. Jiang Yu watched and grasped. It seems that the system does seem to have recorded it according to this world's cultivation system. Breaking through level 10 turns one into a first-ranked martial artist. Now my fist power, combined with my equipment, has reached the standard fist power of level 13. Speed-wise, it's even more terrifying, equivalent to the speed of a rank 17 martial artist. Jiang Yu couldn't help but be pleased. The increase in speed, compared to the fist power, was not a large increase during the period of a low-ranked martial artist. It's understandable, in the previous life, some Hercules could drag even 2 tons of objects. But the speed, raising 0.1 ms is much harder. The record of 9 seconds for 100 meters, no one can always do it. Jiang Yu pondered, perhaps, this is the limitations of human construction, physics. Only when the level of life is raised, then the speed will have a qualitative leap. Jiang Yu had once read the news. When China launched its latest ICBM, there were actually a few high-level martial artists following alongside. This was to avoid the beautiful country sending people ahead to collect the missile residue and analyze China's missile technology through the residue. And with the speed of these few martial artists, they could easily keep up with even the latest ICBM. This intercontinental ballistic missile of Huaxia could already reach a speed of over 9,000 meters per second. In other words, the flying speed of these high-level martial artists was at least 25 times the speed of sound. When one's cultivation was at a high level, perhaps, instantaneous travel was never an empty word. Jiang Yu's math was good, and he instantly noticed from the numerical value boost on the system panel that it seemed to vaguely contain some sort of law. The physical quality of a martial artist is a scientific value that is derived after scientific measurements of martial artists at different stages are incorporated into statistical considerations. And so with modern technology, it was easy to fit a more accurate function to represent and predict the quality of martial artists at each life level. But this only covered the middle and lower ranked martial artists, and above the transcendental sequence, the sample size was too small, and the individual differences were so vast that it was difficult to make a meaningful fit. But with the system's precise statistics, Jiang Yu found that with each life level increase, his own quality improvement did seem to fit the segmented function prediction given by the scientists. It's just that, due to the coefficients, it's not too accurate, but it's roughly in line with the trend. Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. Knowing the function, it's not that it doesn't serve any purpose, on the contrary, it serves a very large purpose. Jiang Yu's mind was wide open. If I can combine the system, perfect this function, make it more accurate, and combine it with my insight skill, which allows me to observe the life level, then in the future, I will immediately be able to know everyone's base value, and be more flexible in either fighting or running. After thinking carefully, Jiang Yu took advantage of the slight recovery of his physical strength and grabbed some pills and sent them into his mouth to make up for the energy gap. Afterwards, he entered the physical therapy warehouse to recover. In between treatments in the physical therapy warehouse, Jiang Yu once again opened the system. This time when I broke through to the first-ranked martial artist, the system also added a new containment phrase. Perhaps every time I break through in the future, the system will add a new module? With excitement, Jiang Yu opened the word entry of containment. 2 sub-word entries were displayed below: spiritual awareness and unyielding. Open the word entry. Spiritual awareness, passive. Description: open the human embodiment and go back to the source. The distant ancestors of mankind have been honed for a long time, searching for prey and avoiding dangers in crisis-ridden environments, forming a keen sense of perception. When activated, the 5 senses are sharp and perceptive. Unyielding, passive. Description: enlighten the human's embodiment and go back to the source. The distant ancestors of mankind have been honed for a long time, their bodies are strong and tough, and in the face of a crisis, they are able to burst out with amazing strength. Upon activation, the recovery speed is accelerated, the physique is increased, and the upper limit of power outburst is increased. Jiang Yu gazed at the spiritual awareness and indomitable words displayed on the system panel, and a moment of contemplation rose in his heart. He slightly closed his eyes and quietly felt the dormant power in his body. It was as if every meridian, every inch of bone, contained some kind of power that had yet to fully awaken. And this kind of power was far deeper and more ancient than mere physical body power. These words, written in a cloudy manner, what exactly is the effect? Jiang Yu couldn't help but ponder. Opening the embodiment of man is to open the talent that the distant ancestors have bequeathed to the descendants of all generations, and the system words are also embodied. Chapter 125, The First Stage of Divine Ascension. Jiang Yu fell into deep thought and seemed to have an answer in his heart. In the dawn of ancient times, the heavens and earth had not yet been fully conquered by mankind. On the vast wilderness, the ancestors shouldered the mission of survival, stepping on broken gravel and traversing through dense forests to face the threat of ferocious beasts in nature. Giant beasts roared across the wilderness, poisonous snakes slithered through the jungles, and storms and hunger were constant threats to mankind. However, it was during these countless near-death trials that the ancestors of mankind never chose to retreat. All they knew was to survive, to defeat their enemies, and to become the masters of the land. And this power, through millions of years, was passed on to their children and grandchildren, becoming the cornerstone of mankind's continuous evolution. Humans, today's powerful spatial memory ability, the ability to learn through dreams, the ability to preview, all originated from the distant ancestors of mankind who struggled to survive in this cruel and magnificent world. They shaped the dominance of humanity today. I'm afraid that spiritual sense and indomitable are the potentials tapped from the hidden treasure trove, the abilities that are inevitably mastered after advancing to the first rank of martial artist. Jiang Yu thought in his heart, spiritual awareness involves combat instincts and environmental perception, allowing martial artists to become more perceptive and have a sharper combat intuition. One must know that fighting against experts and fighting against source realm fey beasts. In reality, a lot of the time, it was relying on the power of the subconscious mind and instincts. If one were to rely on subjective thinking, even if the brain's neural signal transmission was fast, by the time the muscles reacted and finished the process, they would have long since been stabbed through. Why do martial artists have to constantly train? It was to turn this process of subjective thinking into spontaneous, instinctive behavior. And unyielding, to put it bluntly, explained in game terms. Recovery speeding up is to increase the recovery speed of the stamina bar, the life value. Increasing physique is increasing the life value limit and resistance to blows, increasing the explosive power in desperate situations, that is, there is a bludgeoning rate bonus for bloodshed. Jiang Yu pondered, no wonder it is said that the gap between a first-ranked martial artist and an unranked martial artist is never a gap in physical quality. Both the lower and upper limits have become even higher. And this is just stepping into the first rank of the Dangshan Long rank. Jiang Yu's heart surged a little. It's just that, although I clearly know through the system that I've succeeded in advancing, I still need to pass through the official testing machine before I can be sure. Judging from the conditions of the general president of the Su province, it seems that it is basically considered that my advancement to the first rank of martial artist is a foregone conclusion, hence the requirement for my martial arts. Jiang Yu quickly calmed down from the joy of promotion and the increase in strength. Looking at it this way, even if I advance to first-rank martial artist now, the contract won't be easily changed, or else I'll be able to whore out Starfire Guild's 6 million again. Perhaps they had already considered this situation when they gave me an A-rank contract. After all, people aren't cuties either. Jiang Yu sighed and walked out of the physical therapy barn wearing only his underwear. In conjunction with the spiritual energy cultivation method and the physical therapy warehouse's dual support, the muscles were quickly repaired and became stronger, and the soreness was reduced by quite a bit. However, to completely recover, one still had to wait for the body's natural recovery. Roughly, it would only take a day or two of work, and the body would be able to fully adapt to the abilities of a first-ranked martial artist. However, my promotion to a first-rank martial artist on the eve of the college entrance exam, this matter might be able to become a price to help me enter the 3 top martial schools more steadily. Jiang Yu was suddenly a little excited in his heart. It wasn't that his years of education had made him obsessed with the top schools. Rather, it was the 3 top martial arts schools. Those who were able to enter them were surely among the world's numbered martial arts geniuses, coupled with powerful teachers. I'm afraid that improving the overall quality is the fastest. This was something that Jiang Yu didn't think even a practical military region could provide. If you want to go farther, actual combat is only one of them. Jiang Yu's eyes flickered. Times have long since changed. Only by mastering profound martial arts theories can one practice later with half the effort, and the ceiling is even higher. And Major General Zhang, who is only narrating from the perspective of his own interests, he hit a part of it. The world's 3 top martial arts schools, the theoretical aspect is definitely the top in the world, and on the practical level, I'm afraid that it may not be inferior to the military region. Moreover, this is the real big stage. To be able to compete with the world's top geniuses on the same stage, to be at the forefront of the times, this is the most valuable asset. Jiang Yu sent a message to Chu He and Uncle Mo, bluntly stating that he had broken through to the first rank of martial artist. Soon after, Chu He called. "Good boy, congratulations." Chu He was very happy. "You're a talented child, but the fact that you've achieved what you have now is also inseparable from your hard work." Jiang Yu felt Chu He's concern and encouragement. A warm current surged in his heart. "Rest well next, there are still a few days left for the college entrance exam. Keep in good condition and don't put too much pressure on yourself." Chu He was very concerned about Jiang Yu and suggested again, "You can spend a little more effort on the liberal arts, but also pay attention to keep a good martial arts hand, but I believe that with your level today, you will definitely be able to do it without too much problem. Adjust well to your best condition for the entrance exams. Remember, you've already done very well, we all have full confidence in you." Jiang Yu nodded and said gratefully, "Thank you, Mr. Chu, I will definitely work hard." After the call ended, Jiang Yu received a call from Uncle Mo. "Good boy, actually advancing to a first-rank martial artist so quickly, I'm afraid that when word gets out, all those so-called geniuses in Immortal Shao City will have to drop their jaws in shock." Uncle Mo's voice was loud and clear with obvious joy. "I will report this matter to the Southern Guangdong branch. Perhaps I can apply for a special fund for you." Jiang Yu was a little surprised. "Uncle Mo, thank you so much." "Hey, don't say thank you, we are all our own people." Uncle Mo waved his hand. "But there's still one more thing that I have to tell you in advance. There might be an interview about you next." "Interview?" Uncle Mo nodded. "This interview has been brewing for a long time. After all, too many eyes have been focused on you, and the matter of the Morning Glory Forest is still being talked about even now. Right now, it's almost close to the college entrance exams again, and your results in the third model are outstanding. I didn't expect that now you've broken through to the first-ranked martial artist. It's even more full of topics." Taking advantage of the heat of the college entrance exam, the guild has arranged an interview for you, which is actually a personal IP building program, and the guild contract is also written. Uncle Mo laughed. "It's good for you, and for the guild's image. By the way, it can also attract more geniuses to join." Uncle Mo spoke bluntly, obviously really treating Jiang Yu as his own child. Jiang Yu nodded. "I understand, so when is it and what do you need me to do?" "This is something you don't need to think about. The most important thing right now is the college entrance exam. Your future can be more than just this small step in front of you, we have to look farther ahead." Uncle Mo smiled and said, "The interview will be arranged at the right time, but definitely not now. There are only a few days left, and the guild has also taken into account that you need to concentrate on preparing for the college entrance exam. Cheer up, I'm looking forward to you entering the topmost academies in the future and standing on the stage of the world." Jiang Yu took a deep breath and felt a power of recognition and anticipation burning up in his heart. He solemnly replied, "I understand, Uncle Mo, I will do my best and never fail to live up to everyone's expectations." After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu had a clearer goal in mind. 1. Complete the June college entrance exam. 2. Use the summer vacation to fully enhance his comprehensive strength. 3. Promote to Transcendent Master before the age of 18. 4. Incidentally find a way to get money, in preparation for the future purchase of keepable items. 5. Strive for martial arts as soon as possible 5th rank. 6. Eat and sleep first. P.S. The order of chapters uploaded in error. If you read earlier, you can go back to see 124. Freshman and sophomore stage outline has been finalized. Please rest assured to watch. The Goldfinger will be a great show. Chapter 126, 67th in the world. After a break. Jiang Yu glanced at the dialogue box with Lin Ruoxin and ended with Lin Ruoxin's reply, "Don't be surprised when I come back." Since then, the two hadn't chatted for a long time. Everyone was busy. But it's almost the college entrance exam, so she should be back. Jiang Yu thought and replied to Shadow Xiao's message in passing. Shadow Xiao had recently rushed up to Hua Gui Platinum, specializing in practicing a lance, ready to ruthlessly surpass Jiang Yu's. The ranking segment. At night, Jiang Yu logged into the Fighting Soul Awakening space. Jiang Yu checked his segment position. Radiant Diamond 489 win points. Win rate, 57%. With Jiang Yu's current level of martial arts, although he was still comfortable in Radiant Diamond, it was indeed quite a bit harder to develop that kind of terrifying suppression. After all, compared to Flamboyant Platinum, the players in Radiant Diamond were more experienced in combat by an unknown amount. Moreover, they began to focus on utilizing details such as terrain. This thing called martial arts, there were some subtle things that were hard to describe. If you haven't reached that level, what others say will make you feel like there is a layer of fog. For example, players who had reached the Radiant Diamond segment would begin to calculate each other's moves, move intervals, and memorize each other's usual killing moves. And coupled with the fact that most of the people in this segment are also busier in reality, the number of people in the queue is relatively small. The probability of encountering the same person is also high. For example, Jiang Yu had encountered the same person 3 times. In the first one, Jiang Yu defeated him with a surprise killing move. When he encountered it again, the other person actually found a response idea and used a new combination of moves to defeat Jiang Yu. The third time he encountered it, Jiang Yu used a new variation of the move again and defeated him. This cycle went on and on until one eventually surpassed the other by a large margin. But the challenge of fighting Soul Awakening cannot be left behind. Jiang Yu looked at the rewards hanging high up in the fighting soul space. Promotion to Transcendent Master before the age of 18, rewarded with 30 million Chinese coins. There were still more than 3 months before Jiang Yu turned 18 on September 11th. There's still a lot of hope. Jiang Yu secretly cheered himself up. It was no wonder that the fighting Soul Awakening was so popular all over the world. There were very generous rewards when it came to improving martial arts skills. However, if one wanted to quickly rush the score in a very short period of time, such as 10 days and half a month, it was not an easy task. Because, often, after a winning streak. Because of the algorithmic characteristics of the fighting Soul Awakening, the matching system will carry out a sanction, that is, due to the winning streak of many games, the system believes that the player's comprehensive strength seems to exceed the previously determined tier. Therefore, it will carry out a system bureau judgment on the player. At this time, the opponent encountered, often far beyond the player's own strength. If you win, the system will generally arrange for you to be quickly promoted to fight the next tier of opponents. In other words, the player may become someone else's system game and advance quickly through abuse and high bonus points. If he loses, the system will conduct a second test. Until the algorithm accurately determines the player's strength level. That's why it's widely rumored in Soul Awakening that after a winning streak, there must be a losing streak. But in general, it's not the kind of purely disgusting mechanism that ELO has. From 8 o'clock the night before, until 12 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Yu had been conducting battles. Jiang Yu stood in the middle of the bamboo forest clearing, surrounded by bamboo shadows. The breeze rustled the bamboo leaves as if whispering. The long sword in Jiang Yu's hand trembled lightly, sword energy like moonlight sprinkled among the bamboo forest, reflecting a bit of cold aura. The opposite opponent was a same-level brilliant diamond powerhouse, holding dual blades, with a steady pace and a gaze as sharp as a falcon. The two stared at each other for a moment. The atmosphere was as tight as a string. Suddenly, a crunch sounded in the air, and both sides struck out almost at the same time. Jiang Yu's sword blade shook, transformed into a silver light through the bamboo forest, sword momentum like flowing water, but hidden killing opportunities. The opponent's double blades interlaced, meet the sword light, blade shadow like waves surging, blocking Jiang Yu's attack. The light in Jiang Yu's eyes flashed, his sword suddenly changed, and the tip of the sword was lightly tapped. The opponent did not react in time. He felt a cold shoulder, but did not surrender. Experts always have amazing creativity. He clenched his teeth, violently spun around, double blades like a tiger counterattack, forcing Jiang Yu to retreat a little. However, Jiang Yu did not retreat, his feet a little, stepped on a slanting bamboo branch, the body like a swallow lightly jumped up, the sword cut through the bamboo shadow, the sword blade is like lightning, directly to the opponent's crack. The opponent was unable to defend, forced to retreat, his feet stepped on the fallen leaves with a soft sound, his body shape was slightly chaotic. Jiang Yu seized this momentary break, the sword gas like a rainbow, the tip of the sword like a crane pointing water, the opponent's double blades off the hand and flew. The victory or defeat has been determined. Jiang Yu couldn't help but smile slightly as he listened to the language broadcasting the victory. A master of the Radiant Diamond segment. The basic requirement was that the martial arts had to reach the 4th rank. This kind of person, in reality, was mostly a first-rank advanced or second-rank martial artist, and Jiang Yu had fought in the fighting Soul Awakening for no more than 10 months. The other party, it is estimated that regardless of the actual battle, or fighting Soul Awakening fighting, have at least 3 years of experience. Eyesight insights were extremely high. A lot of people can react at the first time and make an attempt to break the move. But Jiang Yu was not without any gains. He had absorbed a lot of experience and broadened his horizons from the other party's profound moves, thus further refining his own moves. Thinking for a moment, Jiang Yu's attention returned. He scanned his personal career page. Segment, Radiant Diamond I1 win points. Win rate, 59%. After working all night, the segment has progressed to Radiant Diamond I. Jiang Yu shook his head, but it no longer has the same rocket-like speed as before. Congratulations, your ranking in the Junior Skybridge ranking has changed. Ranking, 67th, in the global list, 33rd, in the Huaxia region, and 1st, in the southern Guangdong region. For more details, please go through. A system prompt echoed above the personal space. 67th in the world, 33rd in China. Jiang Yu whispered to himself, that is to say, there are dozens of people more powerful than me, so what degree have they reached? Radiant Diamond I 100 victory points? Or have they been promoted into the Transcendent Master? Every time, after Jiang Yu made an improvement, he would carefully look at his leaderboard. The purpose was not anything else. Rather, it was to tell himself. There were people outside of people, and there was a sky outside of the sky. Water overflowing invites its own damage. Jiang Yu's gaze was firm, the world was big and there were many capable people, he had to remain humble and cautious. And the purpose for Jiang Yu to remain humble and cautious is for later, so that others can be humble and cautious. Nowadays, there are still 66 geniuses above me for me to look up to. In the future, it may not be that these 66 geniuses cannot look up to me. Congratulations, Master, further up the rankings. Xiao Cheng fluttered in front of Jiang Yu, her jade-moist little feet crystal clear. Master, now the Fighting Soul Awakening Space has sent you the qualifications for the top of the Pride. P.S. Yesterday's chapters were misplaced, and it seems like I'll have to wait until Monday to fix it. I'm really sorry, I've been busy with school lately, plus I've been up all night writing novels, so I'm a bit dizzy 3-inch. Chapter 127 Auspicious Patriarch. The top of the Pride? Yes, Master. With a wave of her small hand, Xiao Cheng came out with a projection map. According to the statistics over the years, if you want to advance to Transcendent Master, the level of martial arts is generally at the 4th stage of perfection, and generally this stage is known as the Grandmaster of this Tao. And to reach the Descending Star segment, then one has to take one more step out of the 4th stage of perfection, and reach the realm of seeing and knowing. To reach the Eclipsing Moon segment, one would have to step out at the 5th rank, which is the absolute peak of the mortal Tao. For Ashen Sun, one would need to touch the 6th order. Based on this, the Fighting Soul Space has also organized a Top of the Pride event, where all players who have advanced to Transcendent Master before the age of 18 can obtain the title of Pride of the World and will receive, in addition to 30 million Huaxia coins in addition to additional mysterious rewards. Moreover, having the qualifications to participate in the Top of the Pride World competition. This competition can only be participated in by the world's top martial arts geniuses. Xiaoqing flew to Jiang Yu's front, holding her small face, full of admiration, but the specific matters are very mysterious, never announced to the public, also over thanks to the master. Xiaoqing has the authority to understand this. Jiang Yu laughed, poked Xiaoqing's head with his finger. What is that mysterious reward? Don't really know yet, it seems to be in the form of a roulette wheel lottery, but it's 100% win, and the lowest grade rewards are worth 500,000. Xiaoqing's eyes flowed as she was consulting the data. Jiang Yu said somewhat indisputably, so, the guaranteed bottom is 500,000. There was no way, money was earned bit by bit. Xiaoqing arched her eyebrows and smiled. Master, please keep up the good work. Oh, I believe that in a short while, you will be able to successfully advance to Transcendent Master and obtain the title of Aeon Master. Jiang Yu nodded his head and secretly said, 80% progress in the 4th stage of martial arts is actually almost the so-called consummate level, which means that perhaps in a short while, I will be able to enter the Transcendent Master. If the Master is able to advance to Transcendent Master before September 11, 2043, he will be rewarded with 30 million Chinese coins. Oh. The mention of $30 million. Instantly, Jiang Yu's heart began to beat frantically. A few months ago, when he was still struggling in the Glory Gold and Huaji Platinum segments, Jiang Yu felt that the 30 million reward for Transcendent Masters was out of reach. But now? Jiang Yu thought, there is a 10 or even 90% possibility. Resources, always insufficient. Cultivation resources are one aspect, buying equipment is another. Jiang Yu had to plan his money wisely in order to ensure that both aspects were not left behind. Otherwise, if he spent all his money because he purchased equipment to raise his battle power, resulting in no resources to support his cultivation speed, then although the battle power was increased, it resulted in a decrease in the speed of cultivation. Jiang Yu would inevitably fall short in the bonus program that required a comprehensive evaluation. In this way, in effect, Jiang Yu would indirectly lose many resources. In his previous life, Jiang Yu was a science student and had studied finance, and was very sensitive to expected gains and losses. Therefore, it must be considered in a comprehensive manner, and after reaching university, there are more opportunities, and at that time, perhaps many of the things that are now agonizing are solved. Alas, in the end, it is poor if there are other people's worldly resources, I still have to be so bitter. Hey, big pervert. Jiang Yu was about to go offline when suddenly Shadow Xiao sent a language call. What's wrong? Shadow Xiao was a bit surprised. How did you raise your segment level so much again in one night? You've actually been Radiant Diamond Eye, so scary. I got lucky. Jiang Yu humbly smiled. Shadow Xiao rolled his eyes. Bull. That said, which school are you planning to take? Shadow Xiao asked. Jiang Yu smiled and laughed. What's the point of prying so anxiously into which school I'm taking? Afraid I'll go to your school and steal your thunder? Humph, no way, I am the most eye-catching one wherever I go. Jiang Yu casually said, bald head is also eye-catching. What did you say? Shadow Young grunted in anger. I'm saying that with your stunning demeanor, even if you're bald, you're still the most beautiful in the crowd. Hee, that's more like it. Shadow Young was in a better mood, but I still need hair. Jiang Yu smiled and changed the topic. I'm planning to take the Tai Ching University. Shadow Xiao froze. Wow, is the goal set so high? However, your double row segment isn't low, and with your single row Radiant Diamond Eye score, if your life level was better, you could already be guaranteed a place at any top university, and you'd be given a very generous payout. Shadow Xiao said pertinently, but it's still difficult for Tai Ching University, although your martial arts synthesis is very terrifying. Even in Tai Ching University, I reckon it's enough to rank at the top. Jiang Yu nodded slightly. Shadow Xiao had not entered the Junior Heavens Pride ranking, so naturally he could not see the rankings. With Jiang Yu's current ranking, there weren't many people in front of him. Although, there was a bit of luck involved in the rankings. According to the system's precise display, if the two sides were just 3% apart, specifically in actual combat, it didn't constitute a crushing advantage. It was possible that with a single oversight, the one with the higher martial arts percentage would lose instead. But a higher segment meant more stable play. But if the life level is not up to standard, it will still be sifted out mercilessly. Shadow Xiao said. Jiang Yu also knew that Tai Ching University still had its own self-delineation line. I don't know what your score is, but I think it should be 700 points, right? Your martial arts synthesis must be a perfect score. Generally speaking, in this case, it's rare for you to reach a life level of 9, the liberal arts won't be too good, give you more points, the total score count 680 should be fine, right? Jiang Yu didn't say anything, just shrugged non-committally. However, with the previous extra points system, at 700 points, it's the threshold to see Tai Ching University. As to whether you can get in, it's hard to say. Jiang Yu froze. What do you mean? Shadow Xiao said, because the previous extra points system resulted in too many people being able to increase their points through various means, plus they detected fitness and awakened external image power, the actual scores of those people are frighteningly high. Tai Ching University only recruits about 4,000 people a year, with a portion of those spots reserved for geniuses from all over the world. But in reality, not many people are recruited through the exams. And assuming that you only score 700 points after relying on extra points, how can you compare to those who have fitness, external image power and all kinds of extra points? Jiang Yu was a bit silent. He had only received some extra points because he had performed well in the Morning Glory Forest. But he wasn't a total score of 700 points, but a bare score of nearly full points. Although, there was the reason that the third model was easier. But his martial arts achievements would never lie. But after Shadow Xiao analyzed it, it was indeed terrifying. Even if he scored a perfect score in martial arts synthesis, he only scored 600 points, and if he didn't play well in the college entrance exams in liberal arts, even if he scored 90 points, he would still be at risk of being brushed off. It was just that those families, gatekeepers, and rich people who held many resources could use the information gap and resources they had to gain the greatest advantage for their children within the rules as much as possible. Ordinary people like Jiang Yu, unless they were able to awaken the degree of fitness, or the external elephant power, coupled with being very talented, it would be very, very difficult to enter this kind of global top martial arts school. Even if they didn't play tricks, I'm afraid that the children educated by these top families were not comparable to idle geniuses. Therefore, Tai Ching University was basically the family of families, the elite of elites, and the genius of geniuses. That's why Su Shiyu Sr. pushed to reform the extra points system and cut off the tentacles of the elite class. Resistance is actually very high. Shadow Xiao seems to understand very well. Jiang Yu quietly listened to her continue, but well, Taiching University still has a great deal of autonomy. Chapter 128, The Last Class of High School. Shadow Xiao said, a number of students can be specially recruited, but his special admission regulations are very strict, basically for those top geniuses who failed the college entrance exams. But that's the heritage of Taiching University, aiming to cultivate the top students in the world. He doesn't even bother to play tricks on the special admission regulations, leaving a backdoor for the rich second generation and the connected. Shadow Young said, seemingly very proud. Jiang Yu's ability to detect words and colors was not bad, and he heard a bit of meaning. That's why most of the rich second generationers choose to go to the top global universities abroad, or choose the top universities at home. Shadow Xiao said and spat out his tongue, but well, Jiang Yu immediately understood the implication. It seemed that there were still top-tier families and clans that could enter Taiching University through various means. So, if someone from the enrollment office personally comes to your door, it means that you are good enough to step into the gates of Taiching University. Shadow Xiao looked at Jiang Yu's contemplative expression and said with a slight smile, but I feel that as long as your grades aren't bad, even if you don't have an awakening of the external image power or something like that, by virtue of the Fighting Soul Awakening segment, perhaps Taiching University will be willing to come. The fit was really Jiang Yu's dead center. Otherwise, with a score like Jiang Yu's, he would have been specially recruited away by Taiching University. Jiang Yu nodded and let out a long breath. It's just that I think that Taiching University is the best platform to receive top-notch education and fight and improve myself against the top geniuses in the world. You do think well, the platform provided by Taiching University is very high and big. Shadow Xiao was quite appreciative. It's true that you are a big pervert, your ambition is not small. However, I am not without a way back. Jiang Yu smiled, if Taiching University doesn't want me, then I'll just go to another school. By the way, the school you bailed out. Jiang Yu asked curiously, is it Taiching University? Shadow Xiao smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Jiang Yu also just smiled, but according to Shadow Xiao's analysis he went to Taiching University for sure. In this world, China's comprehensive national strength was the first in the world. Many of the outstanding students from China were very much liked by the universities of other countries. Because to be able to stand out from such an intense selection system, it was bound to not be bad. But the comprehensive quality, each has its own high and low. Such as the so-called creativity, leadership, and so on. Every year, there are many schools which bring in Chinese students in order to make it as a loach, to keep everyone's sense of pressure. Therefore, every year, the stage of the college entrance examination attracts a lot of attention. This year's college entrance exam world is scheduled for the 8th, 9th, and 10th of June. Now, it is already the 5th of June. South River's Second Middle School. In the morning, the last class. In the afternoon, the school is on vacation, allowing students to freely organize their time. The next time we'll see each other again, it's expected to be 2 days after the exams. Therefore, this class was actually the last class for all senior students in their youthful stage. Every class was noisy. With the exception of a very few who were determined or were afraid that if they looked less, they would get 1 less point. Most of the students, who have long since lost any mind to study, will not deliberately seize this little time to review. By this stage, everyone had a number in their mind. Wuko, for 2 days, it was simply impossible for a miracle to happen. In the last 2 days, just keep your mindset and go through some of the knowledge points of the liberal arts. In the classroom, Jiang Yu sat quietly in his seat, looking at the noisy scene around him. Everyone was discussing the future, some were excited, some were nervous, and others were joking around easily. Although everyone knew that the college entrance exam would determine the fate of the future, the atmosphere at this moment was less heavy and more spontaneous. In the elite class, there were quite a few people who had long ago determined that they would be guaranteed a place in a certain school, and that they wouldn't be the tail of the phoenix to be the head of the chicken. So they were the most relaxed. Jiang Yu also couldn't evaluate such a choice, whether it was good or not. No one could predict 5 years before, 5 years after. Finally, it's about to come to an end. Some of the students scratched their hair. I haven't played Source God for a long time. After the exams, I must start it hard. Jiang Yu smiled. This world also had Source God, which was about the player as the protagonist, practicing in the source world. However, in accordance with his experience, he only had a moment of confusion after the exams in the first place, without any joy or crazy fun. It felt like what he had been hanging on to for a long time, wanting to eat, wanting to play, all lost interest for a while. I hope that when I get to college, I can have a sweet, sweet relationship. Yen Fu blushed a little, finally being tricked out of the truth. He. Su Bowen laughed with some panache. Then you need to change your red face when you see a girl, and your silent nature. Yen Fu scratched his head. Feels harder than cultivation. Where there's a will, there's a way. Actually want to change this. It's not hard to say it's hard, don't you think so, Jiang Yu? Su Bowen looked at Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu before not also the same as you, a summer vacation back, others will be transformed, visible, not difficult. Jiang Yu just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Yen Fu was somewhat silent. The previous Jiang Yu, indeed like a wet and soggy child in a rainy day. A summer vacation, but the whole person has changed. Not only did he talk and laugh with Lin Ruoxin, who was enough to become the white moonlight of all the students, his grades, too, were the fastest to improve. It seems, or Lin Ruoxin gave Jiang Yu a game helmet. Yen Fu can't help but feel some emotion. Golden scales are not a thing in the pool, once the wind and clouds change the dragon. Looking around, the familiar faces of the past have been replaced with students from the elite class. In just a few short months, it was really hard to have any good friends. With Lin Ruoxin absent, Jiang Yu appeared even more alone. Yen Fu glanced at Jiang Yu and couldn't help but smile a little bitterly. Suddenly, he sadly felt that a thick layer of barriers. Originally, I thought that I could be considered a genius for awakening the external image power, exceeding Jiang Yu by a large margin. Yen Fu sighed in his heart, but I didn't expect that it wasn't me and Jiang Yu who were drifting apart, but he was drifting away from me. That's right. Although Jiang Yu had joined the elite class, in reality, as time passed, under all the changes. More often than not, Jiang Yu was still cultivating in the guild. Jiang Yu's grades had skyrocketed, and his cultivation was described as growing by leaps and bounds. Yen Fu, too, gradually felt that he could not catch up. Even if Yen Fu awakened the external image power, but the results are there, guaranteed admission to a first-class university, is already the upper limit. And Jiang Yu. Almost all of the elite class students understand that after the end of the college entrance examination, Jiang Yu is destined to fly like a dragon, the domestic top universities, perhaps no longer into his eyes. Only the world's 3 top martial arts schools, to be worthy of becoming Jiang Yu's stage. P.S. To all of you who have been supporting my major shareholders' readers to report progress. These 2 days mentor task did not move at all, afraid of the group will have to be, the follow-up has to catch up with the progress. Further improve the novel's war power system, cultivation cost, strength enhancement, etc., financial system, all have fitting function. Should say, in the subsequent setting, the whole network currently urban high martial arts cultivation system is not more rigorous than me, so the war power, money currency is certainly not popping. I have always pursued on the basis of rigor, to give readers a more refreshing, real world. You are responsible for cool, I am responsible for real. Improve the background setting, the subsequent outline, and write the college stage of the stock manuscript. The most I can do is to cut down some of the existing manuscripts and try to speed up the progress. Staying up all night has already caused me to get a lot of data wrong while writing the novel. Chapter 129, Parting for a Better Tomorrow. Jiang Yu also understood this. It was not subject to his will. After graduating from high school, everyone would go to the 5 lakes in the 4 corners of the world, making it difficult to see each other again. Even if they were once close friends, perhaps they would all drift apart and become bookless during college. Perhaps everyone comes in as equals because they happen to sit in the same classroom. With the different degree of effort and talent of each, this chance has long been silent, turned into a fluke. But Jiang Yu was still at least enjoying today's uneventful life. This is perhaps the last day of my high school life that I will relive. Jiang Yu said in his heart, the university life here can be completely different from the previous life, and teaming up to go into the source world to practice will be the norm. Immediately. It was the last class in high school. Shui walked into the classroom, stood in front of the podium, raised his hand and gently patted the podium, signaling everyone to be quiet. His gaze swept over every student with a faint smile on his face, and his eyes finally landed on Jiang Yu, but his eyes flashed with complex emotions, both sighs and expectations. Classmates, Shui opened his mouth, his voice tinged with a bit of emotion, this is our last class. Some of my classmates, I've been with them for 3 years, and some have just been here for a year, or even a few months. But regardless of the length of time, we have experienced a lot of suffering and joy together, all of which are precious. You have gradually grown from ignorant teenagers to the youth full of vigor and dreams now. No matter what the future holds, this time is one of your most precious memories. The classroom gradually quieted down, everyone looked at Chui on the podium, some even had tears in their eyes. Jiang Yu was the same, his heart was a little sour as he looked at the Chui on the podium who was constantly advising him and caring for him more than his own children. I believe that each and every one of you will be able to perform at the level you deserve in the college entrance exam. Chui continued, however, the results of the exam do not define your lives. No matter what your choices are, no matter where you go in the future, teacher hopes that you can keep your beginnings and bravely chase your dreams. Chui paused for a moment as if he was organizing his emotions, then said with a smile, all right, this class will not be about learning content. Everyone can move around freely, but please remember to keep the classroom hygienic. I also hope that you can leave a memorable moment for yourselves in this classroom. As soon as the words fell, a loud applause rang out in the classroom. This applause was a thank you to Chui. A good teacher could be seen in the 3 months they spent together. Chui deserved the word teacher. Everyone who wants to go and meet other teachers can go back to your culture class and take a look. Many of the students stood up and walked together in 2s and 3s, some started to take pictures, some exchanged guest books with each other, and some secretly wiped away the tears from the corners of their eyes. Many girls secretly glanced at Jiang Yu. The letter in hand was not handed over after all. Knowing Mu Xiao AI. In this age of information technology, handwritten letters more reflect the sincere feelings. They may also know that Jiang Yu and they are not from the same world. They also know that the Jiang Yu they like may just be that dazzling teenage hero in the second half semester of their senior year of high school. Jiang Yu raised his head and looked out the window. The sunlight poured into the classroom through the glass, and tiny dust motes were slowly floating in the beams of light. At this moment, an indescribable emotion welled up in his heart, a hint of sentimentality, but more anticipation. Jiang Yu, let's go eat together. Zhang Yuan walked over and patted his shoulder, his tone carrying a few moments of reluctant relief. Jiang Yu smiled and nodded, okay, my treat today. The two walked out of the classroom, the sunlight spreading over their bodies. On the playground, students in 2s and 3s were gathering for a group photo to record this precious memory. Jiang Yu looked up at the blue sky and felt a long-lost sense of ease and openness. Zhang Yuan, who was walking in front of him, looked up at the sky at a 45 solo angle. There is a feeling of loneliness, melancholy, and depth, as if a philosopher. Jiang Yu felt something in his heart and quickly caught up, softly asked, what's wrong? Lamenting the parting of life and the difficulty of youth? Which no Zhang Yuan turned back to his head, face a snot and a tear, stifled crying, trembling, looked at Jiang Yu said, damn Jiang Yu, you progress so fast, how can I keep up with you? You kid later into the top universities, if developed, do not forget brother Mia. Shi Tongwei developed back then, but even the village dogs were pulled over as police dogs. Jiang Yu's head was full of black lines, the corners of his mouth twitching. As a buddy, Jiang Yu actually had a hint of fantasy that this Zhang Yuan guy would have serious moments. However, he also knew that Zhang Yuan could not say meaty words and could only express the friendship between the two in this way. Don't worry, in the future, if any beautiful woman dares to harass you, she will surely cross over my body first. Jiang Yu righteously said. Zhang Yuan thought about it, actually, I can't trouble you with everything. Get lost you. Teacher. Jiang Yu walked into Chui's office. Chui was sitting on the sofa, smoking a cigarette, slightly lost in thought. Why are you here? Chui looked at Jiang Yu, a trace of dismay on his face, which instantly turned into a smile. Both of them knew that this parting, wanting to meet in the future was not an easy thing. Jiang Yu, there would be a much broader world in the future. Take your exams well, although you're good now, don't take it lightly. Chui was still chatting for a while, the topic would return to Jiang Yu, carefully exhorting, although I know that with your strength and heart, normal play should not be a problem. But, the last 2 days, don't fall behind either. Chui smoked a cigarette. Aha! Jiang Yu did not have the slightest impatience, but nodded with a moved heart, I understand, I didn't think much about it, I just keep following what you said, teacher, and strive to learn more every day, and treat every exam seriously, and never drop the ball, martial artists are most avoidant of pride and arrogance. Ha ha ha. Chui laughed in relief, nodding rather smugly, your memory is still quite good. For him, kissing any kind of horse's ass was no match for Jiang Yu to seriously remember his words like this. Remembering his words meant that Jiang Yu could take him to heart. You're the best student I've met in all these years, very smart, hardworking, and willing to listen to advice. Chui looked at Jiang Yu and sighed, sometimes I'm also a bit long-winded, but I also really treat you as my own child. Jiang Yu also truly said, "Teacher, I understand, and thank you for always caring about me. Over the years, you are also the best teacher I've met." Time slowly jumps to June 8th. Chapter 130. Unable to check results. Failed? The last 2 days. Jiang Yu continued to train as usual, as if what was coming was not a college entrance exam, but just an insignificant quiz. This was confidence, stemming from his own strength. Every day, he trained and reviewed the liberal arts curriculum as normal. Time came to June 8th. For the college entrance exam, it was a random assignment of exam room schools in each district. Jiang Yu's test center was assigned to Manhwa District 3rd Middle School. In the past few days, all senior candidates can feel the goodwill of the whole country for them. Every driver in the city insisted on giving priority to the candidates. Traffic police, and even guild members were pulled out to maintain order and control traffic. As long as you said that you wanted to take the exam, immediately a smooth and unobstructed road appeared in front of you. There was even a flying machine to shuttle you around. Immortal Shao City's 2043 college entrance examination officially started. The Starfire Guild, using flying machines, transported Jiang Yu's family to the examination center. Jiang Yu was looking good. Jiang Yin and Li Wan, however, had not slept well all night. Even though they knew that Jiang Yu was valued by everyone, Jiang Yin and Li Wan would still be worried about Jiang Yu until the moment the dust settled. 2 days of liberal arts exams and 1 day of martial arts tests. When Jiang Yu slowly walked out of the examination room on the afternoon of June 10th, it also signaled that his senior year of high school completely ended. His youth, once again, will never return. June 25th. High school entrance exam scores. Thousand Lantern Lake Neighborhood. Starfire Neighborhood, detached large flat villa. The house where Jiang Yu's family lives is in the best location, not far from the artificial lake scenery. The villa also has its own garden. Today is the day of the college entrance examination results. Jiang Yu's family sat in the living room, waiting for the inquiry channel to officially open. However, it was heard that some people happened to stumble upon the national testing system and utilized the 1-minute window that was secretly opened during the testing system to check their scores in advance. I don't know if it's true or not. The sweeping robot moved slowly on the polished floor. Brother, sister-in-law, don't worry, I didn't feel that liberal arts was that difficult. Playing normally, 130 points shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Yu looked at Jiang Yin and Li Wan, who were constantly changing their sitting positions, and smiled. The scoreline of a top university, surely enough to qualify. This is the confidence of being a schoolmaster. Having done more topics, Jiang Yu was able to accurately differentiate the gradient. The only thing to worry about is just the rewriting of the subjective questions. As for the martial arts test, Jiang Yu had absolute confidence in his own strength. If he didn't do well in the test, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even need his brother and sister-in-law to be anxious. The Starfire Guild would immediately appeal for Jiang Yu and check the exam records. As for the so-called national line, it's a matter of convenience. Jiang Yu, having experienced so much, had long since ceased to be a Wu Xiai Meng. That being said, but fear not the worst. Shook Jiang Yin's head. His palms were a little sweaty and he wanted to smoke, but with his wife at home, he didn't dare to smoke at all. The closer it was to the time of the score, those who were elders tended to be more panicked, because they had life experience, and without a degree, then it was indeed difficult to find a job to their liking. Waiting time. There are also many relatives, more anxious, want to know Jiang Yu test results. After all, Jiang Yu is one of them, the most likely to be successful. If Jiang Yu really have good results, the heart of the natural have to make plans. The good heart, of course, is timely congratulations. Also does not exclude the kind of relatives who do not see others good, is thinking of Jiang Yu one day hurry to fall down. This kind of people, there are. Jiang Yu has seen a lot. However, this life. Jiang Yin's family was aloof, with very few relatives coming and going. There was a little more interaction with relatives on his sister-in-law's side. Because, they are also relatively better people. Since the death of his parents, the relatives of the Jiang family's generation, but there was completely little contact. Aha, it hasn't come out yet, Jiang Yin responded casually. Jiang Yin hung up the phone, a little tired. Li Wan was speechless, just squeezing Jiang Yin's somewhat rough hand. Finally, 9 o'clock arrived. You can start checking the scores. Li Wan looked at the time and exclaimed. Jiang Yin, in turn, composed himself and quietly looked at Jiang Yu without saying anything. Good. Jiang Yu nodded his head, and through the pre-programmed path of the bracelet, he directly automated into the official website, entered the information, and made a query. The web page lagged for a few seconds. Jiang Yu was somewhat speechless. With today's technology, it was indeed difficult to happen. It is estimated that as the technology improves, the state also cut down the original servers and so on accordingly to save costs. However, even so, in the face of millions of simultaneous visits, it only lagged for a few seconds before returning to normal. Swish! The page changed, but nothing that Jiang Yu expected happened. Jiang Yan and Li Wan also leaned over. 2 more heads appeared. Then the page showed. The result you queried does not exist. Buzz. Jiang Yan's head instantly exploded. What's going on here? Did you enter the wrong account information? Jiang Yu shook his head. If it's wrong, it won't enter the system, and look at the upper left corner, it is indeed my name. Li Wan was also instantly anxious. Her eyes were a little teary. What's going on, Xiaoyu? How come there's no results for you? Could it be that there is a problem with the statistics? These people don't know what to do for food. The college entrance exam is such an important matter, but they can still make such mistakes. Jiang Yan instantly reacted and pacified his wife. It's fine, the college entrance exam has never had this kind of thing happen in so many years. Xiaoyu isn't even in a hurry, you let him understand the situation first. Jiang Yu was also surprised. Actually, no grades. But it should be unlikely. No matter what, the martial arts results must have, because this is the whole network. If it is not counted, the alarm will be issued on the spot. Suddenly, Jiang Yu thought of the college entrance examination in his previous life. It seems that this situation of not being able to check the results will also occur. He pressed down the fluctuations in his heart and instead calmly called Chuhi. Teacher, I can't check my results. Chuhi was also startled, but in the end, he was someone who had seen great storms. Don't be anxious, it's also possible that your ranking is too far ahead and the system will automatically block out your results. Chuhi pacified. It's fine, the college entrance examination system has never had this kind of error in so many years. I think with your strength, it's more likely that you can't check because your results are too far ahead. However, I will make a call to the principal later and ask him to ask the people from the Woodall Bureau what the situation is. Of course you can also contact the Starfire guilds. It's about time they did some work. Jiang Yu nodded. Then he called Uncle Mo again. There was no rush anyway, bypassing Uncle Mo would instead hurt his heart. After that, there was a long wait. On Chuhi's side, he quickly called Tang Xiaolong. The results can't be checked? Tang Xiaolong was shocked in his heart. Jiang Yu was the signboard of Manhwa No. 2 Middle School, there must not be any problems. Chapter 131 Top 10 in Southern Guangdong Province? Step through the threshold. However, it might just be that the ranking is too far ahead. Tang Xiaolong thought, continuing to report the call. After the District Martial Arts Bureau knew about it, it attached great importance to it. Letting the staff make inquiries in the internal system, the results were also unavailable. So everything came to light. Congratulations Principal Tang I'm afraid that this year's City Martial Arts top student has really landed in your school. As soon as Tang Xiaolong heard this, he immediately realized, are you saying that this student from our school has at least the top 10 results in the province? Southern Guangdong Province's policy was that candidates in the top 10 in the province were unable to know their grades. Right, he's the previously famous and unrivaled Jiang Yu, isn't he? That Deputy Director Chen smiled. Sure, as a teenage hero, our city has never produced anyone in the top 50 in the province. Our internal systems all show that we can't query. In this case, it's not a problem of entering his grades, but his grades are too high, we don't have the authority to query. Deputy Director Chen said, if it's a grade entry problem, our internal system will show other interfaces. For this kind of student, only the provincial ministry has the querying authority, in order to put an end to our over-publicizing and colleges over-snatching. That director smiled bitterly. Tang Xiaolong nodded, then thank you, Director Chen. It's not a problem, just tell him to wait at home for those colleges to come to his door. Shuhi told Jiang Yu about the situation. It seems that you did too well this time, your results were shielded and will only be released after waiting for some time. Shui's tone carried some pride and flirting, but you kid is going to be famous now, get ready to meet the competition from those colleges. After Jiang Yu heard this, his heart was slightly relieved, but he still maintained his composure. He smiled, teacher, thank you for your help, I didn't expect this to be the case either. Shuhi laughed, you, keep a low profile. I'm afraid these next few days won't be too peaceful, be mentally prepared. Jiang Yu nodded and hung up the phone. Brother, sister-in-law, the results came out, my results were blocked by the system. Jiang Yu looked at the worried Jiang Yan and Li Wan and said calmly. Shielded? What do you mean? Jiang Yu froze for a moment, then revealed a puzzled expression. He was the one who hadn't gone to college properly. Li Wan, on the other hand, hadn't been exposed to this kind of tier, so she naturally didn't know, and also looked nervously at Jiang Yu, waiting for an explanation. To put it simply, it means that my grades are too high, exceeding a certain ranking, so the system will automatically block. Jiang Yu explained. Hearing this answer, his heart settled a little. Jiang Yu and Li Wan's expressions gradually changed from nervousness to surprise to incredulity. Great, little feather. Li Wan excitedly patted Jiang Yu's shoulder. I told you, our Xiaoyu will definitely work. Jiang Yu was also full of smiles and relief. He couldn't help but hug Li Wan and laughed. This kid is really giving us face. I've known for a long time that you would definitely do well on the exam. I didn't expect it to be this good. Jiang Yu also revealed a smile, but he still maintained his composure in his heart. He knew that the next step was the real challenge. How to choose a school was something he had to consider. Taichung University, was it good enough or not? Brother, sister-in-law, don't get excited. I guess there will be quite a few teachers from colleges and universities visiting the house in the next few days, so you guys will have to help me keep an eye out for them when the time comes. Jiang Yu reminded. Only, so far. Jiang Yu still didn't know his grades, exactly how many places he ranked. Jiang Yu smiled and nodded. Don't worry, just focus on preparing for what's coming next. We're here at home. Li Wan on the other hand looks at Jiang Yu with eyes full of relief. Little Yu, you have always worked so hard, now you have finally been rewarded. No matter which school you choose next, we will support you. Right at this moment, Jiang Yu's bracelet rang again. He looked down. It was Uncle Mo from Starfire Guild. Hey, Uncle Mo. On the other end of the phone, Uncle Mo's bright laughter came out. Currently I've already reported it to the Southern Guangdong chapter. I believe that with their resources, they can definitely check the results for you, and they should be contacting the academy for you to dock as well. Jiang Yu nodded. Then thank you Uncle Mo for taking the trouble. This, too, was the benefit of joining the guild. Just cultivate, and for many things, the guild would naturally have specialized personnel to carry out. It's fine, President Du should call you later when he's done being busy. Jiang Yu hurriedly responded with a yes, and then Uncle Mo complimented and encouraged him some more before hanging up the phone. The phone rang once more and Jiang Yu looked down to see that it was none other than President Du Yan. He took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Du Yan's figure then appeared in front of Jiang Yu. President Du, hello. A slightly thick voice came from the other end of the phone, carrying a bit of majesty without losing a bit of amiability. Little Jiang, I've heard President Mo talk about your situation. This time's achievement has made all of us in the Southern Guangdong chapter proud. Du Yan's voice was filled with praise. Jiang Yu maintains a humble attitude and smiles faintly. Thank you President Du for your compliments, I'm just doing my best. Du Yan smiled brightly and continued, you're not simply doing your best, your results have already broken through the ordinary grading standards, and being shielded by the system this time also shows that you have real strength. In the entire Southern Guangdong province, there are only 10 students like you. Jiang Yu's heart shook slightly when he heard this, which meant that his ranking was at least the top 10 in Southern Guangdong province. However, Jiang Yu still calmly replied, thank you, President Du, I will continue to work hard and live up to the guild's expectations. Du Yan seemed to be satisfied with his attitude, and with a turn of phrase, he said with a straight face, I've already asked the province for your results in advance, and they're very good. Later I will send you a screenshot of the results. You also have a number in your heart, but also can take it over to your family and teachers to give them an explanation, so that they can rest assured. Jiang Yu nodded. Du Yan's consideration was indeed thorough. Sure enough, joining the guild is good. Having connections can get the grades in advance. It should be known that once the results are locked, even the candidates themselves cannot know. It was also those colleges and universities that could have channels to be informed. Jiang Yu vaguely remembered that it was the same in his previous life. You can only wait for the school to come over to contact you and enter the negotiation stage. Of course, that level of candidates basically also clear which schools are the target, basically long ago in the school of reciprocity. All that's left is to go through a process. The school thing, you don't have to worry, I believe that many universities have started to act at this moment. Du Yan laughed. Du Yan looked at Jiang Yu and gave him a shot in the arm. You're just waiting to be stepped over the threshold next. Chapter 132 8 Schools Robbing People. Jiang Yu also held back a bit. Among them, there are also quite a few top-notch schools, such as the admissions offices of Xianshui Martial Arts University and Jinling Martial Arts University, all of which have contacted me, offering you a sky-high price and wanting to recruit you in. Du Yan smiled, so, what I mean is to ask your opinion. Which school are you interested in? Jiang Yu didn't think twice. Taiching University. Duyen froze for a moment, thinking slightly for a moment. Good boy, I knew you couldn't look at these top universities. However, you have to pay attention. Currently Taiching University isn't making any moves. Jiang Yu froze. Why, aren't my grades enough? Jiang Yu was a bit puzzled. At first he was a bit unsure. But after learning that he was in the top 10 in the province, Jiang Yu felt that according to probability statistics, 34 provinces and regions, even if Jiang Yu ranked 10th in southern Guangdong province, generally speaking the worst of the worst, is the ranking of the top 1,000 in the country. Normal fill in the volunteer, there is no reason not to admit themselves. Du Yen sighed and said, take last year's data, Taiching University only enrolled around 3,500 people, of which only about 40.6% of the students came up through the college entrance examination route. The rest were recruited through various special programs. Jiang Yu. Of course, no matter what, we've also contacted a few top universities for you, so you can take a look. Du Yen said, you don't have to rush, these schools will send commissioners to approach you, and when the time comes, the terms of the contract will send someone from the legal department over to check it out and make sure there aren't any problems. Thank you, Chairman. Jiang Yu nodded and responded, I understand, I will carefully consider all factors and make the most suitable choice for myself. Du Yen gave a satisfied him and then added, but don't put too much pressure on yourself, our guild will fully support you. You just choose the path that best suits your development, and when the time comes for you to advance in your martial arts, the guild will also have a better contract for you. Afterwards, Du Yen gave a few more explanations and hurriedly hung up the phone. Jiang Yu raised his head to look out the window, the sunlight poured in through the curtains, and the flowers and plants in the garden swayed gently with the wind. Jiang Yan and Li Wan, on the other hand, looked at Jiang Yu with some concern. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, smiled, don't worry, I'm not stupid, as long as the conditions are good enough, top universities are not impossible. Jiang Yan nodded and giggled. Soon, Jiang Yu received a screenshot of his results from Du Yen. Jiang Yu hastily chose to open it and projected it out. Name, Jiang Yu. Subject, Martial Arts. ID number 440102202509114239. Exam number 10751. Basic quality, 300. Martial Arts Comprehensive, 300. Culture Course, 143. Extra points, 20. External Image Power, Unawakened. Fit, none. Total score, 750. Provincial Ranking 1. National Ranking, 563. Jiang Yu was a bit surprised. This score of mine is already ranked number 1 in southern Guangdong province, but in the whole country, it's actually only ranked 563, all awakened to the external image power or fitness? But this ranking is definitely enough to go through the normal process to enter Taiching University. Jiang Yan and Li Wan, however, really looked at each other and wanted to shed tears. Li Wan was even as relieved as she was, finally revealing an excited smile, even shedding tears while laughing. Jiang Yu sent the results to the people who cared about him, such as Chui, Uncle Mo, Zhong Hui, etc., as a sign of respect. Glancing at Lin Ruoxin's dialogue box, he said, how are your grades? The two only resumed normal contact after the college entrance exam. There wasn't a dimming of the two's feelings just because they hadn't been in contact for a few months. On the contrary, they talked a lot more. Not long after, Lin Ruoxin sent a message, the family just asked, 8th in the province, how about you? The two connected the video call. A little worse than you. Jiang Yu gave a spontaneous smile. Lin Ruoxin only felt a tightening in her heart and anxiously asked, what's going on? With your strength it shouldn't be. Jiang Yu's voice was low, I only got 563. How can this be, then you? Lin Ruoxin pursed her lips, somewhat incredulous. National. What do you mean? Lin Ruoxin froze for a moment, tilted her head, some mo. National 563, first in southern Guangdong province. Jiang Yu said somewhat idly. Jiang Yu. But the expected anger did not erupt. Jiang Yu looked at Lin Ruoxin, only to see a sweet smile on her stunningly beautiful face, her eyebrows curved. She tilted her head and said, I'm very happy. Without saying the second half of the sentence, I will be able to be in the same school again in the future. All of a sudden, from the river of time, an arrow flew, hitting that year's Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu froze for a long time, slightly lowered his head and smiled, looking at Lin Ruoxin, thank you too. What was left behind was just a long silence. In the next few days, there was indeed an endless stream of people in front of Jiang Yu's house. From morning to afternoon, the 8 top martial arts universities in China all staged a fierce war for people. Such as Jinling Martial Arts University. Their enrollment team directly brought a check for 50 million and promised Jiang Yu, once enrolled in the school, will be able to enjoy the top resources provided by the school and exclusive training grounds. Then again, Tianhai Martial Arts University had also sent out a powerful enrollment team. It even invited a well-known martial arts powerhouse to accompany them, expressing their high regard for Jiang Yu. They proposed an incomparably attractive clause. Not only did they have tens of millions of dollars in financial support, but they also had the opportunity to study under martial arts masters during their school years and participate in special training for top martial arts events. In the face of the competing invitations from these top colleges, Jiang Yu always remained calm and self-possessed. Because he knew that these schools, far from showing all the bottom line, everything had just begun. At dinner time, Jiang Yu was completely numb as he looked at the information of the major schools queried and summarized by the AI assistant. My goodness, the schools that came today, everyone is offering conditions at the 10 million level. Jiang Yu swept a glance. Other than Taiching University, the first tier in the country is Yanjing Martial Arts University, Xianshui Martial Arts University. I've said that Little Yu is great. Look, all of these schools are vying to be the first, and the price offered by each one of them is very tempting. Li Wan smiled rather proudly. It shows that our family, Little Yu, is a meat and potatoes, hot. Although Jiang Yu and Li Wan were surprised by the lucrative conditions of these top colleges, they respected Jiang Yu's choice even more. Just Jiang Yu looked at the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, the moon rippling on the lake. Li Wan held Jiang Yu's hand and said gently, Little Yu, no matter what you decide, we will support you. Jiang Yu also smiled and patted Jiang Yu's shoulder. That's right, I'm all blurry-eyed, and my brother doesn't understand it either, but they should all be priced not too low, so I guess there's still a second round of negotiation. The real big fish hasn't appeared yet. Chapter 133. Lu Yuanshan of Taiching University. No one was dissatisfied with Jiang Yu's pending price. Mr. Cheng from Yanjing University said so. Not everyone has this qualification, but it just so happens that Jiang Yu is one of the few geniuses with this qualification. After one night, it was as if the delegations from the major top universities had formed a tacit understanding. It was still Yanjing University that was the first to visit, while the second was the second-ranked Xianshui University. In order, they were Jinling, Tianhai, Suhua, Yuntai, Lingyun, Xianxiao, and Lingwu. Yanjing Martial Arts University, worthy of being the top school located in the capital, was rich and generous. In cash alone, the price was mentioned at $1.5 million in one go. The other additional terms were needless to say, enough to allow Jiang Yu to cultivate at ease during his time at the university. And Xianshui University, due to being located in the city of finance and having sufficient funds, also directly raised the cash to the threshold of $200 million. Then came the other schools, giving basic terms that were all pretty much the same. The other schools also raised their chips, each testing what Jiang Yu wanted most. This round ended with the fact that Jiang Yu would be discussing with the people from the Starfire Guild. Everyone couldn't help but rejoice. It seemed that this negotiation was finally coming to an end. Each with their own thoughts, they slowly left. At the same time, a reaction was made with the school leaders to see if the treatment needed to be adjusted upwards again. At 8 o'clock in the evening, thousands of miles away from southern Guangdong province, amidst the majestic mountains, was Taiching University. Inside an office building that looked like a tower, combining Chinese and modern sci-fi styles. In one of the conference rooms, many people were gathered. How are all the candidates of this session being contacted? A middle-aged woman in a white dress asked. It's basically all done. An elegant young man, pushing his gold-rimmed glasses with no prescription, slowly said, the top-ranked students have basically all sent their notification letters. As one of the 3 top martial arts schools in the world, there were basically no students who sent in their acceptance lists who didn't agree. Those students, too, were basically targeting Taiching University. Of course, every year, there were also quite a few top-ranked students who took their excellent college entrance examination results and entered top foreign universities. There were also those who were attracted by the lucrative packages of other top universities. What about Jiang Yu, who was previously listed as a target of attention? The white-skirted woman asked. A male teacher at the bottom waved his hand and projected the report card. Only the bare score results were looked at. The one who ranked first was clearly Jiang Yu. 743 points. This little guy still hasn't awakened his external image power or fitness? The white-skirted woman swept a glance and nodded slightly. Just looking at the bare score alone, he's almost number 1 in the country. Yes, a perfect score in martial arts, but that's just the upper limit of the score, not his. The male teacher continued, not only that, his fighting soul awakening segment has already reached the radiant diamond eye, coupled with his previous practical combat experience in the Morning Glory Forest, and his spiritual talent seems to be very high. Currently, the comment on Jiang Yu was, the future is immeasurable. Currently, all 8 of the top schools in the country have been in contact with Jiang Yu in Immortal Shao City. How many days has it been? The white-skirted woman looked calm. It's already the second day. It's estimated that all the prices that can be opened have already been opened. According to my high school classmates, Immortal Shao has offered $200 million, and without any surprises, it's ready to sign Jiang Yu with an S-class contract. The male teacher said, Starfire Guild also sent a message asking if we have any interest. The white-skirted woman pondered, then smiled sweetly, then it's our turn to make an appearance. Let the teachers from the other schools go back to rest. The male teacher had expected this. Dean Muyong, what contract are you going to use? Dean Murong propped up his chin and said slowly, sign him up with an S-rank contract. This kind of genius, there's no place more suitable for him than our Taiching University. That male teacher was shocked. S-rank? Dean Murong revealed a smile. Why not? In today's fashionable words, it's a two-way run for us and him. The male teacher was a bit puzzled. He didn't understand what Dean Murong meant by that, but couldn't dare to ask questions. Jiang Yu's comment was that his future was immeasurable, not unlimited. In other words, although the current talent Jiang Yu had shown was terrifying, no one could bet on whether or not he would keep going in the future. Although the probability is that Jiang Yu will always be strong. But investing in a genius also required an assessment of risk and return. Students with no external vision and no degree of fit could not have been recruited in this way in previous years. Not to mention with an S-class contract. Unprecedented. So much for those universities. Are they actually even willing to gamble on Jiang Yu's future with an S-rank, Dean Murong? Dean Murong smiled. Basic quality, martial arts synthesis plus spiritual power, each of them is perfect. It's no longer as simple as 1 + 1 + 1 greater than 5. You send the message to Lu Yuanshan, he knows what to do. The male teacher nodded solemnly. I'll do it immediately. On the morning of the third day, Jiang Yu's home. The atmosphere was grave. For the first time, the enrollment teams of the 8 martial arts universities were gathered together for the final negotiations. The representative of Yenjing University was the first to throw out a heavy bomb. Student Jiang Yu, we are willing to raise the signing bonus to 250 million. And we promise that during your university years, you will have an independent secret cultivation realm, as well as guidance from a team of mentors consisting of 3 martial arts masters. Immortal Water University's representative was not shy either. We are willing to offer 300 million in signing money. Moreover, you will be given the opportunity to enter the Heavenly Star Pavilion for cultivation. The other representative teams looked at each other in dismay. Immortal Water University was not an old school. But it couldn't help that it had money and people. Relying on buying, and a group of high-level martial artists, it had rapidly grown with the support of the country's policies. But if you say the real difference with other schools is their school's Heavenly Star Pavilion, which is said to be full of secret manuals, sequences of inheritance and so on. It could be said that if one obtained a sliver of chance in it, it would be of infinite use. Other schools had also shown their cards, and the signing bonus had already been pulled to the top by Immortal Water University, so no one could offer a higher one. However, there were all sorts of other rare resources, top tutors, and special treatments that dazzled the eyes. Everyone followed the direction they had tested out and frantically raised the stakes. It was like a sky-high bet. Because this was a win-win affair. Assuming that they won the bet and Jiang Yu truly had an unlimited achievement, then as his alma mater, he would naturally receive a return. This was risky investment. Jiang Yu's face was calm, as if he was out of the picture. In fact, his heart was beating wildly. These people talk, not moving his flat billion close to people. At this moment, a steady footsteps came from outside the door, and a middle-aged man wearing a uniform from Taiching University, with an aura like an abyss like the sea, walked in. Gentlemen, excuse me. He spoke in a calm tone, but carried an unquestionable majesty. I am the director of the admissions office of Taiching University, Lu Yuanshan. Chapter 134, High School Matters Over, Entering Taiching. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze as the representatives of the 8 martial arts universities' faces changed slightly, a hint of scorn flashing in their eyes. Taiching University, one of the 3 top martial arts schools in the world. Like a towering mountain, it stood at the pinnacle of the martial arts world, and its heritage and strength were far from comparable to other schools. Hard to say, Taiching University should be the topmost school in the world, truly the only T0. As I recall, it's not like they haven't moved at all. The intelligence given by the school, all think that Taiching University might give up on signing Jiang Yu. Mother, it's not enough for this Taiching University to have so many high-quality students every year. They actually have to come and fight with us for Jiang Yu. It's just too overbearing. I'm going to sue the country. This Taiching University, isn't it playing Monopoly? Lu Yuanshan's arrival was like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves. The representatives of the 8 martial arts universities had different thoughts, but they all had to collect their previous sharpness. Right now, Taiching University was their common enemy. Mr. Jiang Yu, although his grades are very good, but with no external elephant power and no degree of fit, Director Lu doesn't have to be like this. A teacher lost his footing and opened his mouth. Lu Yuanshan's gaze swept through the crowd and finally landed on Jiang Yu with a touch of admiration and expectation. You and I are the same. I've read student Jiang Yu's profile over and over again. Our Taiching University has always highly appreciated this kind of intelligent, brave, resilient, and justice-minded students. The so-called talent, in my opinion, is far less important than the word benevolence and righteousness in one's heart. Lu Yuanshan smiled faintly. My Taiching University's school motto has a sentence written by Lord Su Shiya herself. A martial artist is also a warrior. Benevolence, righteousness and love, bravery crowns the 3 armies, sacrificing one's life for righteousness, helping those in danger, and clarifying the jade, then it is as good as goodness can be. The martial artist should be like a chivalrous man, possessing a heart of benevolence and love, with the world in mind. What student Jiang Yu did in the Morning Glory Forest is in line with the consistent purpose of our school. Lu Yuanshan laughed. So, what reason is there not to open the door for Jiang Yu to have one more choice? Lu Yuanshan spoke at a very high level, making it impossible for everyone to pick their words. Dean Muyang asked me to bring word for you that our Taiching University attaches great importance to you, and after careful consideration, we have decided to offer you an S-class contract. The entire room was in an uproar when these words came out. S-class contract, that was the special treatment given to the top geniuses by Taiching University, and the students who had obtained this kind of contract in history were all geniuses among geniuses. Moreover, there was an unwritten rule that the minimum requirement for an S-class contract was to have the degree of fit and awakening of the external image power. The representatives here, no matter which prestigious school they came from, had all longed for this contract, but had never had the luxury of being able to pocket it. Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Lu Yuanshan paused and said with a slight seriousness, the contents of this contract are as follows. He paused, and his tone became more solemn. First, the signing bonus, 400 million, to be paid in 5 years. At the same time, during the school period, in addition to purchasing resources and other expenses, everything is free. As soon as the words fell, it caused a sound of sucking in cool air. 400 million, this has far exceeded the limit of what other schools can afford, enough to highlight the strong financial strength of Taiching University and the importance of Jiang Yu. The content was very much. The various resources and rewards were very generous. All-round paper data crushing. He looked out of the corner of his eye and looked around. After I finished speaking, teachers, what do you think? The representatives of the 8 major martial arts universities were green in the face. They knew that they had completely lost this battle to grab people. The conditions offered by Taiching University were simply not something they could resist. Then, student Jiang Yu, what is your choice? Then, he looked towards Jiang Yu, expecting his reply. Jiang Yu smiled. There was no doubt that Taiching University, no matter if it was its heritage or the terms of the contract on paper, completely crushed the other schools. I agree. Lu Yuanshan revealed a hint of a smile. Yenjing University's Mr. Chang, looking at the accompanying youth's eye-rolling expression, he held his tongue for half a day and popped out a sentence, it's not the crime of war. That guy Lu Yuanshan, the reason why he came last, is probably waiting to see what our bottom card is. Taiching University is determined to make a move, and there's nothing we can do about it. For them, it's just a hair's breadth. But we can't possibly give the budget of 3 or 4 people to Jiang Yu. There was really no way either. Even for the same S-rank contract, there was a gap. After that, Jiang Yu and Lu Yuanshan and his party had more detailed consultations, and there were not many restrictive clauses on the contract, which were all based on managing Jiang Yu's expectations. Jiang Yu is calm, he thinks this is normal. A contract that must be a win-win situation. It couldn't be that Jiang Yu was completely occupying the benefits, or that one side, Taiching University, was enjoying the benefits. Remotely transmitting the documents to the Southern Guangdong chapter, Du Yen immediately hired a group of top-notch lawyers and clerks to start proofreading the contract. Although, Tai Ching University, as one of the top 3 institutions in the world, didn't bother with such petty tactics. However, there was no harm in being careful. Ignoring it, it would in turn call for contempt. After an hour, Du Yen sent a message, "No problem." Thus, under remote impartiality, Jiang Yu and Lu Yuanshan signed the electronic contract and the paper contract respectively. The electronic contract, at the same time, was uploaded into the national database and the Southern Guangdong Guild. Lu Yuanshan stood up and extended his hand to Jiang Yu. "Then, I'll first welcome you in advance on behalf of the school, and hope that you can find your own path in Tai Ching University." "Thank you, Director Lu." Lu Yuanshan shook his head to indicate that there was no harm. "Your information, we will manage it as an S-class file with the highest confidentiality authority." Lu Yuanshan said seriously, "This is the usual protection clause. However, as an S rank, you naturally have corresponding preferential treatment. This point will be understood when you go to school afterward." In this world, the winter and summer vacations for martial arts students were all only 1 month. After all, if the vacation was too long, it was inevitable that some students would slack off and thus fall behind in their martial arts practice. In July, Jiang Yu received a stamped letter. It was delivered to his door by the Wadutong courier specialist. Each one was at the level of a first-rank martial artist, specializing in delivering the more important letters. On the letter was an ancient cover with the 4 big words Tai Ching University written in ancient seal characters. On one side, it was written that it was personally addressed by Jiang Yu. A seal stamp was poked with gold paint. After uncovering it, it was a piece of paper of unknown material. On it, extreme effort had been put into carving the Kunlun Mountains and the main buildings of the school. There was also a piece of jade attached, with a mountain carved on it, and at the end of the mountain was a goddess statue. And it was actually an item that could be equipped as well. Jade of concentration. Description: a precious jade originating from West Kunlun, carved by skilled craftsmen, removing its dross and retaining its essence. Chapter 135: Traveling to Tai Ching. Effect: concentration, mental power, cultivation speed plus 25%. Jing Qi, 15% increase in concentration. This thing, for what it's worth. Worthy of being the top martial arts university in the world. Jiang Yu smiled. Sure enough, Xianchao City was still too small, once one stepped onto a larger stage. Many treasures that were previously difficult to seek out had been sent to him casually. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu directly equipped himself. With stepping into the first rank of martial artist, the true form manuscript was also no longer useful, only waiting for Jiang Yu to complete it later. Look closely at the notification. Student Jiang Yu. You have been accepted into our school, a professional martial arts training student for 5 years. Please report to the school on time with this notice. Principal, Zhang Weizhi. Time, July 2043. Immediately after, Jiang Yu was invited to southern Guangdong province to record a program. Of course, there was a full $5 million. After some time, after the program was edited, it would be aired. Then, taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Yu was brought by Du Yen to meet with the general president of Su province. Zhonghui had disappeared for a long time and finally appeared this time. The general president of the Su province recognized what Jiang Yu had done and encouraged him to cultivate well, and made a promise that in the future, Jiang Yu could contact him directly through chat to help him out if he had any problems. Afterward, Jiang Yu had a meal with Zhonghui and the others. Chu He was of course also there. Zhonghui said, "During this period of time, I was sent to take care of business in the Source Realm. I didn't expect that once I came out, it was as if the sky had turned upside down. Good boy, I didn't expect your progress to be so fast. You've become a little hero." Jiang Yu smiled. "But this time, I came back from the Source Realm and also brought you a gift. I wanted to give it to you afterward when you were promoted to martial artist." Zhonghui touched from his back and pulled out a box. The first level of a martial artist is to open the body's containment, but the second level involves the sinew and bone level. In this box is a piece of thorn bear's bone armor, originating from a bear king, and when ground and taken, it has the effect of assisting in strengthening the bones. Jiang Yu recalled his advancement and couldn't help but look a little strange. But he was not polite. "Thank you, Uncle Zhong." Zhonghui smiled. "You can open it and take a look, the color is very good." Jiang Yu nodded and was not polite, directly opening the box. It was no different from the one in the Fighting Soul Awakening. It was a fossilized bone with spikes on it. Only the skull of a bear king will grow out of it. Shui smiled and said, "Source Realm creatures, amazing, isn't it?" Jiang Yu nodded and subconsciously reached out to touch it. Only just touching it, Jiang Yu felt a mental jolt, and the long-lost system prompts came out again. Thorn bone armor remnant. Description: from the skull of a bear king inhabiting a high mountain forest in a certain shattered realm. Ground and taken, it has the effect of strengthening the body and bones. Equipment effect. Thorns: when taking damage, 8% of the damage is fed back to the attacker. Hard bones: your bone hardness is increased by 10% and your strength is increased by 4 points. Jiang Yu was slightly pleased, not realizing that this special item originating from otherworldly creatures could also be equipped. Though the effect was not exactly colorful. For the time being, it can be used to even out the refined iron sword. Jiang Yu pondered slightly in his mind. Of course, after it is not needed, it can be used for grinding for cultivation. In short, make sure to make the best use of it. Nowadays, 3 types of items could be identified for equipment. Equipment. Cultivation techniques and martial arts. Special parts or materials originating from the source realm creatures. For example, the congealing jade could actually be categorized as a special material. I just don't know where Zykanlun is that actually has this kind of treasure. Jiang Yu pondered slightly. This West Kunlun should not refer to the western part of the Kunlun Mountains where Taiching University was located. The precious jade on Earth had no special effects. This thing should be a handful, not particularly rare. After that, Jiang Yu returned to Xianxiao City and continued his daily cultivation. Only, the pills and materials used for cultivation were replaced with items corresponding to first-rank martial artists. After all, the previous items were no longer quite sufficient for Jiang Yu's cultivation level. According to statistics, the cost used by a first-rank martial artist to cultivate from level 10 to level 20 was around 2870 million. In addition to cultivation, Jiang Yu naturally didn't forget to utilize his free time to equip the basic details of other weapons. Then, by standing at the height of the 4th order advanced sword technique, he cultivated the other weapons at a high level, so as to have the effect of not interfering with each other and corroborating each other. Jiang Yu did want to try equipping various basic cultivation methods, but, unfortunately, it was ineffective. Perhaps it's because of the way the basic cultivation methods are written. Jiang Yu guessed, in order to ensure that everyone can cultivate, the United Earth government spent a huge amount of effort in writing it, trying to make it simpler and easier to understand, so that even citizens with no one to guide them, without any intelligent equipment, and with a relatively low level of intelligence can cultivate on their own. So it was constantly culled and simplified, and eventually turned into the form of a comic strip. Literacy is the oldest human ability. Language and writing is not. It was also implied that the United Earth government was deeply worried. Suppose, if a high-level human martial artist falls. How would those who survived by chance inherit the cultivation foundation of their predecessors in the quickest, threshold-less manner? I'm afraid that this is why the basic cultivation method is constantly undergoing updates and iterations. Even high-level cultivation methods had this trend. One technique, 2 versions. The complete version was reserved for those martial artists with professionalism to refer to and learn from. So Jiang Yu guessed. This system may be equipped by recognizing specific structures or information in the Gongfu, while the simplified serial form may have lost these key information, resulting in the inability to recognize and equip it. For example, the books of Chang Gao Meng, which seemed to be written very profoundly in the front, but in the eyes of the system, it was. I'm afraid, the study of the cultivation method, or we have to go to the university, perhaps we can find a complete copy, and then we can try to see if we can equip it. However, it doesn't matter, a first-ranked martial artist is already qualified enough to learn high-ranked cultivation methods. Jiang Yu smiled. One step is also good. The leisurely vacation had to come to an end eventually. July 8th. It was the last day to report to Taiching University, which had sent a special airplane over to pick up Jiang Yu. Uncle Mo had also sent a small flying machine over to pick up and drop off. At this moment, it was hovering in the air. With a leap of more than 2 meters, Jiang Yu jumped onto the flying machine, carrying only a backpack. He waved his hand and said, "Sister-in-law, brother, you have to take care of yourselves. I've given you $2 million on your account, don't keep saving without spending." Li Wan tearfully kept waving her hand, while Jiang Yan pursed his lips and nodded slightly. The craft eventually took off and flew to a nearby military airport, where it boarded a plane from Taiching University. Jiang Yu, officially embarking on his college career.